Good morning, Night City. Yesterday's Dead Man lottery only saw 4 people die in each neighborhood. I don't think anyone saw that coming. I can only imagine how many people lost their money with their pants down. You all need to take good care of yourselves. A shout out to the NCPD officers. If they hadn't stopped you from getting rich while munching on donuts and firing pistols, at least 20 people would have died yesterday. The Watson Uzumaki gang caused another ruckus in the Kabuki district yesterday. These transformation-obsessed psychopaths don't seem to know how to stay quiet for even a second. Haywood's Valentino gang is in trouble too. They're not even celebrating their traditional holiday, the Day of the Dead, with their pants held up. We've got to keep wandering the streets. This day feels endless. Well, Taiping Prefecture is still Taiping Prefecture. I think the City Hall should hand out awards to celebrate another day of peace. Anyway, I'm your ironclad brother Stan, so join me and let's kick off a new day in Dream Night City. The noisy sound jolted me awake. Damn, my head hurts. As I leaned against a wall, I opened my eyes to a blur of colorful flowers overwhelming my vision. The stimulation was more intense than anything I'd felt with my eyes closed, sour and refreshing. The GG card is so bright that it's dazzling. As my brain slowly processed the information and my vision cleared, I realized I was lying in a smelly high-rise apartment garbage dump, peering through the guardrail of a less than 1.2-meter patio. The GG card, determined to fill every gap, crowded every space, flashing its brilliance and reflecting vague, psychedelic colors in front of me. I felt uncomfortable all over, but I managed to prop myself up, wincing as I stood from the garbage pile and looked around. The corridor of this apartment building stretched about 100 meters long. A group of weirdly dressed, futuristic individuals stood in pairs and threes, chatting in various spots throughout the corridor. No one seemed to notice me, a mere trash heap resident. What's going on here? As the confusion in my head began to fade, I tried to piece together my last moments of consciousness before I blacked out. My name is Carl, and I have the rare surname Ka. My life has been pretty ordinary, other than my decent looks and love for gaming, nothing noteworthy. I vaguely remembered watching a gameplay demonstration video of a game. Then what? My memory fragmented here, and my last impression was of watching that video. What was I doing? Thinking back to that gameplay demonstration of Cyberpunk 2077 that I had watched repeatedly, I froze. Because the last scene I remembered was exactly the same as what was in front of me. Isn't this super skyscraper the apartment where the protagonist, V, lives in the demo video? I took a serious look at the group of oddly dressed people this time. Initially, I had dismissed their attire as strange, but upon closer inspection, I realized that the bizarre things on them weren't just prosthetic bodies. What is a prosthetic body? It's something akin to a prosthetic limb, a future medical technology found in sci-fi literature that replaces a faulty or fragile human body with mechanical or bionic parts. Are these things real? I glanced at a passing resident, and as my gaze dropped to the area between their legs, specifically, their crotch, I believed I had traveled through time. And why? Because it was glowing. Damn, that guy's lower half was shimmering and changing colors. Was this some sort of LGBT-style rainbow? As far as I knew, I had never seen anything so exciting in my home country. Suddenly, I was in a place that looked exactly like the video, and I was witnessing this shocking scene. Oh, this wasn't just a description, the guy with the glowing lower half was literally shaking. He looked like he was having an epileptic fit. His lower body sparkled while he swayed and jerked. I stood in the garbage heap, trying not to block the path of the luminous man as he wobbled past. After he left, I climbed out of the trash, searching for the last flicker of hope in my heart. This wasn't a definitive confirmation, but when I stood by the guardrail and looked up, a floating car zipped by overhead. Okay, I'll accept it. I slapped my cheek with my filthy hands, finally grasping that I had time traveled. While my original world had developed some concept vehicles called floating vehicles, they were nothing compared to the ones zooming through the sky at breakneck speeds. The technological gap between them was insurmountable. What could I do in this situation? At least I had landed in the cyberpunk world I was already familiar with, rather than a grimdark 40K universe. I didn't have to howl like a wounded animal. I stood by the guardrail for a while, but no system prompts came through, indicating I was alone in my time travel. Did that mean I was a soul traveler, borrowing some memories from my original body? Just as I pondered this, a reckless apartment resident nearby opened his legs and urinated not far from me. I caught a glimpse of my reflection in the strange, colorful liquid. Oops, I was wearing something. But it didn't seem complete. Staring at my reflection, I looked only about 18 or 19 years old, even though I remembered being 24. Do they provide young services? I should leave a good review. Ignoring the guy next to me, who was swaying groggily after peeing and nearly toppling headfirst into his own liquid, I ambled through the apartment building, eager to find out the current year. I had a rough idea of the date, thanks to Stanley, the night city announcer, whose half-awake voice mentioned the Day of the Dead. According to my memory, it was a festival similar to the Chinese Ghost Festival in Mexico, celebrated on November 1st or 2nd. So, today should be November 2nd or 3rd. I knew this because I had seen an animated film called Coco, which drew inspiration from the Day of the Dead. After walking a few steps, I finally got the information I wanted. Among the changing GG cards in the corridor, one card marked the date. It was a GG promoting the Dead Lotto, and the date written on it was November 3rd, 2075. It was actually 2075. I had no idea what happened. As I contemplated this, I suddenly realized I seemed to have a golden finger. These words in previous notices weren't in a language I was familiar with, so why could I understand them all? After discovering his golden finger ability in 2075, which he could get by installing a translator, Carl was a little excited, because he had been ready to face this messy world naked and innocent, but before facing it, he knew that he was actually wearing a pair of underwear, which was enough to be considered a comfort. He was not a guy who drank too much water of life, so he would naturally feel at ease if he was fine. Okay, after adjusting his mood, what should he do next? After thinking for a while, Carl had the answer. In short, first get a place to live and enough food to eat a few meals. Well, I have to get some mobile communicators or something. I don't know if there are any normal mobile phones for sale in this world except for the installation and external prosthesis. Carl didn't have the idea of relying on his own body to fight against the machine. If he could install a prosthesis, he would definitely install it, but just thinking about it, you can know that the high-tech must be very expensive. Maybe the old thing will be cheaper? Of course, it may also be that it is too old and has become more expensive. At this point, I hope readers will remember our domain name Taiwan Novel Network. While thinking, Carl walked back to the guy who had urinated and was confused before and had collapsed on the ground. Carl noticed that the young man with the green coxcomb and iron sheets on both sides of his cheeks, who looked to be about 25 or 26 years old, had a pistol dropped by his hand. June. Ku. Done. Carl felt as if he saw something on the pistol, but it disappeared in a blink of an eye. This doubt made him look at the pistol intently, and what he didn't expect was that when he looked at the pistol, words that he could understand appeared in his eyes. Military Technology M.10AF Lexington, a military technology product, a light and easy to use, small-sized kinetic pistol with low recoil, suitable for subduing people. Oh, it seems that my golden finger can not only understand the meaning of words, but also weapons. Then can it be used to look at people? With this idea in mind, Carl looked at the young man with a green coxcomb, and the same words appeared in front of him. Insufficient intelligence, insufficient intelligence? Why is there insufficient intelligence? Is there any difference between people and weapons? Just when thinking this, Carl's mind flashed, and he suddenly understood why. In order to verify this idea, he looked at other people passing by, and in his gaze, the words displayed by each person were insufficient information, but some of the weapons they carried on their waists could be seen by Carl, and some also showed insufficient information. So that's it. Carl figured it out. This golden finger was not a translator. It was just a summary of his memory. Carl had seen those words and heard those words before. His golden finger summarized the meaning of those words in his mind, dug out those things buried deep in his mind, and translated them for him. The reason why Carl could figure it out was because he remembered that he had seen the introduction of the weapon Lexington in the advance information about the game, and that introduction was exactly the same as what he saw now. To a certain extent, it was an automatic memory that helped him summarize his memories. Not a bad ability, the function has exceeded that of a simple translator. Carl stared at the Lexington, then looked at the green-haired coxcomb lying over there, and after thinking for a while, he still didn't pick up the weapon. This is not because he has a noble bottom line, but because Carl found that this guy's body was still shaking. What if this guy suddenly wakes up and subconsciously grabs the gun to shoot himself? Let's think of other ways. Just when Carl was thinking this, he suddenly found that the green-haired coxcomb in front of him stopped shaking, and then the words he was looking at changed. Dead, cause of death, excessive drug use. Carl looked around the other places around him. He was next to the garbage dump of this apartment building. There were basically no people there, in other words. Generally speaking, the dead are the greatest, but for me now, the living are the greatest. Sorry to bother you. Picking up the pistol from the ground, Carl found that as the green-haired coxcomb stopped shaking, some colorful pieces of paper slipped out of his pocket. Euro, you are quite polite. After accepting the total of 230 euros, Carl saluted the green-haired coxcomb as a tribute, and turned away. He had memorized his appearance, and he would remember this mess of kindness. If you still have relatives, then when I have the ability to find them myself, I will repay your relatives. Carl was not a person of high moral character. He simply believed that a favor should be repaid and a grudge should be avenged, although in the true sense, he was stealing. Hiding Lexington under his clothes, Carl, wearing a black coat, walked towards the elevator. In short, let's take it one step at a time and look for places on the street to get mobile phones or similar items. In this future world, even monks need receivers that can receive offerings. Entering the noisy elevator playing various GGs, Carl pressed the descending button. As the elevator continued to fall, the little light from the dilapidated door of the elevator was reflected on his face, making his expression look vague and illusory. Boom! Amid the distortion sound caused by the old machinery, the elevator door was opened, and Carl walked out of the super skyscraper. What caught his eyes was light. Colorful, shining on the tall buildings and the bustling crowd. Night City is located in the free state of Northern California, on the Del Coronado Bay on the west coast of the United States. It has been described as a city of dreams and a capital of crime. However, when Carl saw the real Night City, his first impression was something that was absolutely inconsistent with it, and even a little ridiculous. City of Lights. A city full of light. It was too dazzling, a little blinding. Carl looked at the city and suddenly smiled. But whether it was the city of dreams, the capital of crime, the city of lights, or the city of night, it didn't matter. Because he already existed in this city. Anyway, I'm here. Carl closed his eyes and faced the sky, then lowered his head and opened his eyes to look at the street again. I, Carl, am here. The super skyscraper is located in the Watson district of Night City. As for this Watson district, Carl recalled it a little and the information about it emerged in his mind. Watson district used to be an industrial area, with skyscrapers, nightclubs, corporate buildings, top medical centers and prosperous food streets. It should have been the center of Night City until the financial crisis destroyed everything. Today, Watson district is the poorest neighborhood in the entire Night City. The two most vicious gangs, the Tiger Claw Gang and the Vortex Gang, are entrenched in the poor streets and alleys here. NCPD Danger Level Assessment, extremely dangerous. The full name of NCPD is Night City Police Department, which means Night City Police Department in translation. Obviously, the place where Carl is now is an extremely dangerous place even for the police. It is generally considered good luck to come to such a place as soon as you cross over. After all, for Carl, he is a little hungry now, and then there are several food stalls in front of him when he goes out. Looking at the signs, it is still the East Asian food he is familiar with. It's only natural to think about it. After all, Carl is now in Little Chinatown. Little Chinatown was once an extension of the city center. It was planned as the second city center during the reconstruction of Night City. The company also developed this place. In the 1940s, a large number of East Asian immigrants, mainly Chinese, poured into this place, and it was named Little Chinatown. However, as the Watson district was abandoned, it also became a poor area in Night City. Walking in front of the owner of the shop, Carl took a look at the damaged cushions with yellow-brown sponges exposed from them. His eyes swept over the greasy surface that even had some food residues. After searching for a while, he finally found a relatively clean seat to sit down. There were other guests sitting on the other side of the food stall. The boss was busy preparing food for them. In between, he said to Carl, "The menus are all on the screen. Just tell me when you've made your choice." Looking at the direction where the boss's greasy finger pointed, Carl found that the place where the table should have been had been replaced by a bright display screen. On the screen, a variety of foods were displayed with prices. Judging from the appearance shown in the pictures, Carl had to say that the food on it looked very appetizing. Unfortunately, he happened to know a lot of knowledge, and the moment he saw things, he already understood something. In today's world, there are very few truly fresh organic foods and they are only available to the upper class. For example, the food from street stalls like this comes from protein farms and whole food factories. Artificial meat, hydroponic vegetables and synthetic spices are the mainstream foods consumed by people in Night City. As for these things, their raw materials are often some wriggling white worms and algae. Of course, some informal food processing factories may also add some popular foods, but don't expect rats to be among them. In this era, even if rat meat is contaminated, it is a rare real meat that can be boasted to others about its taste, not to mention that rats are now rarer than corporate dogs wandering around on the road. With pictures of insects such as worms and locusts flashing in his mind, Carl felt that he didn't need to accept it so extreme at the beginning, so he set his sights on vegetarianism. Eating algae is not bad either. He saw Chinese cold noodles. Judging from the pictures, this food looks the most vegetarian, although real cold noodles are basically made with chicken or beef soup. The raw material for making noodles is very reassuring, it is still wheat. Of course, the reason why it is wheat instead of other strange things is that wheat is more affordable than other things. In the United States, Petrochemical is the only company that is allowed to commercially grow genetically modified wheat. The genetically modified wheat they cultivate is a high sugar grain that can produce CHOH2 through catalysis and fermentation. CHOH2 is a synthetic alcohol. In today's world, this synthetic alcohol is the most standard combustible fuel. Petrochemical and its subsidiaries have millions of acres. 1 acre is approximately equal to 6 acres of farmland in the United States where genetically modified wheat is planted. This wheat is often in surplus during the harvest, and this part of the excess wheat will be sold to food factories, or donated to poor countries in the name of humanitarianism for public relations. Next to Night City, there is the land of petrochemical, so Night City can have a steady supply of normal wheat to make pasta as food. I heard that this genetically modified wheat tastes very delicious, but I don't know if it's true. Carl looked at the price of this traditional Korean folk noodle, which is called janghwa, and found that it costs €3. Considering that this stall is located in a poor area and this is vegetarian noodles, this price should be compared with the poor price in other places. A meal costs €3. It seems that the euro in this world is different from the euro in the previous life. It has been inflated for many years. The previous €3 were equivalent to about 23 yuan in the currency of Carl's country, but now it feels that the value of the two is similar. With new knowledge and information stored in his mind, Carl has adapted to this city. "Boss, give me a Chinese cold noodle," but just when Carl took out the money and was about to ask the boss to give him a bowl of cold noodles to taste, an accident, or rather a daily routine in Night City, happened. Boom! The boss's head exploded in the sound of a kinetic pistol bullet. This is not an exaggeration, but the truth. Even the skull couldn't contain the red and white inside, and it exploded directly. The unknown liquid splashed on Carl's face along with the splattered skull fragments. When Carl blinked to restore his vision that was blocked by the flowing blood, the headless corpse in front of him, who turned back halfway because of the shouting, had already collapsed to the ground. "Fuck you 6th Street gang, you dare to run to our Vortex gang's territory, let Grandpa open your crotch." Amid the crazy shouting in the distance, Carl saw that the few people who were originally sitting opposite him had already hidden under the table of the stall. Their skillful movements and quick reactions were amazing. Listening to the shouting and gunshots that continued to sound 100 meters away, Carl took a second to understand what was going on. Two gangs started a firefight, and the stall owner was accidentally hit by a stray bullet just now. "If the stray bullet just now hit me, my head would have been blown up. This is really... How can people adapt to it?" Wipe the blood off his face, Carl has already grasped the pistol. "You can't even eat in peace, I fuck your whole family." The 6th Street Gang was born after the Fourth Corporate War among American veterans who were angry at the NCPD's long-term inaction. They claim to bring justice to the city, but their actions are no different from other gangs. The total number of them is about 2,300, and among these people, Oliver is the newest one, and he has only joined the gang for less than a week. Originally, as a newcomer, he should not follow the captain to Watson District, because everyone knows that the 6th Street Gang has always respected the territories of other gangs and only wants to guard their own Santo Domingo, so they rarely set foot in other areas. However, this time, a batch of important firearms smuggled by their 6th Street Gang were robbed when they were transported through Watson District, and their team happened to be around Watson District, so as the first people to track down the firearms incident, they rushed here as soon as they received the relevant communication. However, what happened was still too exciting for the newcomer who joined the gang. Who would have thought that not long after arriving at Watson's little Chinatown, the Whirlpool gang members who were negotiating with them opened fire on them because of a verbal disagreement? This was too barbaric. I had heard that the Whirlpool gang was a group of lunatics who transformed themselves into monsters, but when they really met, they found that they were even crazier than I imagined. Oliver's team had a total of 10 people. The captain was shot in the head by a Whirlpool gang member who drew his gun. In response, before hiding in the bunker, Oliver's team killed 4 people from the Whirlpool Gang. However, the Whirlpool Gang had a total of 30 people this time. This 3 times the number of people plus the crazy prosthetic transformation. Even though most of the members of the 6th Street Gang were from the military and were many times more elite than them, they were still beaten and couldn't lift their heads. Damn it, damn it, damn it, I just joined the 6th Street Gang because my dad was in the 6th Street Gang. I have no skills and I joined the 6th Street Gang just to make a living. My dad also found a capable captain to take care of me, but this capable captain died in the first mission. What a big deal. If the appearance of the head exploding can be considered a talent show, then it can really be considered a skill. Plop. While Oliver was thinking about it, a teammate next to him was hit by a bullet and fell to the ground. His hands and feet twitched twice and then stopped moving. Damn it. Oliver quickly looked at his teammates around him and found that when he was muttering in his heart, there were less than 4 teammates left. Where is the NCPD? Where are the cops? Save them. Can't you hear the gunshots here? Save them. Oliver actually wanted to escape now, but he knew very well the consequences of turning his back on the enemy and betraying his teammates. The former would only result in death, but if the latter was found out, it would be more than just death. At that time, even if his father had some status in the 6th Street Gang, he would not be able to save him. According to the rules of the gang, people who abandoned their teammates had to be tied up, and the family members of the abandoned teammates would enforce the gang rules. They would take a razor and slowly shave their chins from pink to red, and finally to white. When Oliver was bored before, he read a book that wrote about scraping bones to treat poison. It was described in a very manly way, but Oliver didn't want to experience it. Bang! It's over, I'm dead. When Oliver thought so, he found that the gunshot did not come from the side of the Whirlpool Gang, but more like from the side of the Whirlpool Gang in them. Bang, bang, bang. Amid the chaotic gunfire, Oliver saw that 4 of the scums of the Vortex Gang in front of him fell down in an instant. They were suddenly attacked unexpectedly and screamed everywhere, even forgetting that they were facing them. Many of them stood up and wanted to find cover again. Psychopath. Oliver fired decisively. The shooting skills trained by his father since childhood allowed the bullet to find its place. After a few shots, several more thugs of the Vortex Gang fell down. Where are these people from? Are there so many bastards from the 6th Street Gang? Bang! The guy with the loudest voice and the loudest shouting in the Vortex Gang was shot in the head, but he was hiding behind the cover. Fuck, smart weapons, Kung Tao stuff. Amid the panic shouting of the Vortex Gang, Carl was calculating the remaining bullets in his heart. The Lexington in his hand has a capacity of 21 rounds. He fired a total of 6 rounds just now, killing 5 members of the Vortex Gang. As for how Carl, who had never fired a gun before, could achieve such a result in his first shot, he could only say that he was cheating. After the first shot, as he thought, all the data related to the gun had been stored in his mind, as well as a series of messy influences such as wind direction and temperature. After he fired the first shot, the second shot was like being automatically locked. When he raised his hand and pulled the trigger, he could know where the bullet would fall. This feeling is like when playing games, locking a person with a cursor and shooting wherever you point. No, it is more comfortable than that. The 6th shot used a ricochet to kill the Vortex Gang member hiding behind the bunker, which was Carl's attempt, and as expected, he could do this. Watching people's heads explode under the muzzle of his gun, Carl did not have any adverse reactions. It is better to say that he has already thought about making these guys who disturbed him to eat breakfast go to hell. Carl actually adapted faster than he thought. Not everyone can shoot and kill people in less than half an hour of traveling. He killed 5 people in one breath. The little devils in hell who couldn't collect souls had to worship him as an idol. Hiding behind a trash can, feeling the puff-puff sound of the trash can full of trash on his side, Carl felt that he had an inexplicable affinity with trash, no matter what kind of trash it was. The recoil of the kinetic weapon was a bit strong. Although he had paid attention to holding both hands when shooting, Carl's hands were still numb from the shock. Fortunately, this numbness was also in the adjustment of memory, and it did not affect Carl's disposal of those bastards at all. Sooner or later, I have to learn the regular shooting posture and evasive action. There weren't many shelters where the Whirlpool Gang and the 6th Street Gang fought. It would have been fine if they were only facing one side, but when they faced 2 at the same time, the Whirlpool Gang was no different from walking naked on the street. When Carl's gunfire stopped, more than 30 members of the Whirlpool Gang had all fallen to the ground, and Oliver was the only one left of the 6th Street Gang. Carl's slight anger had subsided. The conflict was over, and the matter was resolved. Oliver panted, staring at the bodies lying on the ground in front of him. He couldn't believe that he really survived such a gunfight. Bullets flew past his head several times, and he was lucky that his head was not in that position every time. He was really too lucky. But this was also based on the help of others. If it weren't for the other person who suddenly joined in the middle of the fight, he would have been killed by the Whirlpool gang bastards who kept pressing over. There's still one alive. As Oliver leaned softly against the bunker, he heard a rather young voice. Looking in the direction of the voice, he saw Zhang's oriental face that matched the voice very well. Only one person? And this age, 18 years old, or 19 years old? At this age, he is still a student who has not graduated in Arasaka Academy, which specializes in training company dogs. Even in the street gangs of Night City, it is a bit too early. Although there is no such saying in Night City, there are still idioms with similar meanings. At least, Oliver's 6th Street gang will never accept people under the age of 20 to join. Veterans hate new recruits to drag them down. Oliver looked at Carl's face and thought about his identity. Is he Chinese or Japanese? If he is Japanese, then is he a member of the Tiger Claw gang? The Kabukicho area in Watson District is the territory of the Tiger Claw gang. Is it because of the conflict between the Tiger Claw gang and the Whirlpool gang that they took action? While Oliver was thinking, Carl had already walked in front of him and pointed the Lexington at his head. Name. Having seen the other party's shooting speed and shooting skills, Oliver, who did not intend to resist, answered honestly, Oliver. Age? 20.4 years old, gang member. Where did you come from? 6th Street gang. Purpose? The guys from the Vortex gang may have robbed our goods, so we came to ask, and ended up fighting with this gang of reformed lunatics. Is that so? Carl said something that Oliver did not quite understand, and stretched out his hand to him. Hand it over. What? Your gun. Is this a plan to capture him as a bargaining chip for the Tiger Claw gang? Seeing that they had also attacked the Vortex gang before, could it be that they were planning to seek cooperation? Handing his gun over honestly, Oliver cooperated very well, but then he found that this person no longer cared about him. This person wandered around the corpses, squatting down from time to pick up something from the ground. The 14th. Mumbling in his heart, Carl, who had just taken a bag when he left the stall, put a pistol and euros into the bag while counting them. After beating someone, he would search for the spoils. This kind of thing that Carl took for granted made Oliver a little scared. Looking at the way this guy is searching, he is not from the Tiger Claw gang, but a kidney-cutting scavenger. In Night City, scavengers are a group of ruthless scum who regard people as objects to be sold. They like to attack civilians and lone gang members, attacking them to plunder money, organs and prostheses, and Carl's behavior in the search is somewhat similar. However, Oliver's newly raised worries were slightly relieved after seeing that Carl had no interest in prosthesis and had no intention of dissecting the corpses. Thinking carefully, a guy like this guy, who has accurate and fast shooting skills, doesn't seem to need to be a low-level scum. But this search is too careful and serious. Seeing that Carl was even looking through people's hair to see if there was any money hidden inside, Oliver couldn't help but stand up and walk to Carl's side. As expected, when Oliver approached, a gun was already pointed at his head. What's the matter? Without looking back, Carl said so. His harvest was not bad. These guys were not rich, but these bits and pieces collected together were almost more than 3,000 euros. The exact amount still needed to be counted. That, if we don't run away, the NCPD's tailman may come over. By then, we may not look good in the scene. After hearing Oliver's words, Carl temporarily stopped looting. He turned his head to look at the 6th Street gang member with blonde hair and a small mustache on his chin, and said, I'm not a gang member. I'm just a civilian who was implicated by you and can't even eat safely. I don't need to worry about the NCPD. Civilian? Which civilian can use a very common Lexington that he himself disdains to use to blow up the heads of more than a dozen Whirlpool gang members? You should know that the madmen of the Whirlpool gang always like to perform prosthetic transformation on their heads. The meat content of their heads is extremely low, and they can grasp the gap between iron and meat and accurately send bullets into the brain. This shooting skill is definitely not something that civilians can do. In Oliver's mind, he already had an accurate guess about Carl's identity. This guy should be a mercenary, or a lone wolf. Listening to the sirens getting closer and closer, Oliver thought about it and said, then consider it as your reward for saving my life. You are disturbed from eating, right? If you don't mind, I will treat you to a meal at a nearby restaurant, and how about washing your face? Oliver's eyes focused on the blood that was gradually coagulating on Carl's face. Eat? The search was almost done, and Carl looked at the bag that could no longer hold a pistol, but he didn't mind being treated to a meal. But it has to be vegetarian. The guy who kills without batting an eye is a vegetarian? The corner of his mouth twitched, but Oliver responded quickly. Okay, I saw a Chinese restaurant on the way here. They should have some vegetarian food. After saying that, Oliver looked at his fellow 6th Street gang members who had all turned into corpses on the ground inside. Later, I have to tell my father about the things related to this place. Everyone who came here is dead, and I am left alone to live. No matter what the reason is, I have to give an explanation to the gang. I also have to give advice about the Uzumaki gang when I go back. Dad discussed it carefully with the others. This group of lunatics have already made too much money. The 6th Street gang doesn't really want to invade other gangs' territory, but that doesn't mean they are weak and cowards who can be bullied. Originally a gang mainly composed of retired soldiers, no matter how good-tempered they can be, the Whirlpool gang will definitely pay the price for it. But before that, Oliver had to give a good meal to the lone wolf who helped him. He could still remember the life-saving grace. What, you don't have any chip receiver or operating system installed on you, and you don't even have a mobile phone? In the restaurant, hearing Carl say this, Oliver's glasses widened in disbelief and looked at Carl as if he were a freak. He originally wanted to use the money in his account to repay Carl for saving his life. Unexpectedly, Carl told him that he did not have an online account, nor did he have any prosthetics installed on his body. He could not even modify the basic operating system to add a chip. None. Not even homeless people are like this anymore. Even monks who believe in not wearing prosthetic bodies will have some external receivers or mobile phones for storing incense money. In the end, are you a purebred person? That's not the case. You can think that I haven't been exposed to these in my previous living environment. It's troublesome to talk about it in detail. Do you have any way to install the operating system? Of course there is a way. You can just find a prosthetic doctor to do it. Then if you want to transform yourself and add some prosthetics to yourself, it's no problem. This kind of thing is a trivial matter. It's just a problem that you have been exposed to since childhood. I'm just surprised that you haven't come into contact with it until now. I want to find a prosthetic doctor now. Carl, who was already full of Chinese cold noodles, drank the overly sweet little Coke. To be honest, he didn't like this kind of astringent Coke. Then wait for me a moment. As Oliver spoke, his eyes began to flicker. I'll check if there are any prosthetics doctors around here that are nearby and have good reputations. If it's in Santo Domingo, I guarantee that I can find 4 or 5 for you, but after all, this is the Watson district, and I'm not very familiar with it. Oh, there really is one, Victor. I seem to have heard this name somewhere. Well, it's less than 100 meters away from our current restaurant. Want to go there? Victor? Upon hearing this name, Carl already knew its information. Victor is a prosthetic doctor in Night City who runs a clinic in Little Chinatown. He seems to have been an illegal doctor for a period of time in the past. Oh, old acquaintance. Carl still has some impressions of Victor. From the information he knows, he is the prosthetic doctor of the protagonist V in 2077. Since he is the doctor of the protagonist, his skills are trustworthy. Then let's go there now. Don't be so hasty, you don't know the way. Feeling that his savior, whom he had just met and got along well with, was acting in a hurry, Oliver quickly followed him, walking beside him and leading the way. While walking, he also told Carl about the price of the prosthetic body. Don't worry, my sister is a prosthetic doctor. I know the price and quality of prosthetics very well. Your money is more than enough to buy a parallel operating system of military technology. You can still have more money left. Buy something else, if this the price given by the prosthetic doctor is too outrageous, so we can just turn around and leave. I can't trick you. It's just an operating system anyway. Any doctor can do it. If it's all a scam, I'll take care of you. Go to my sister and make sure the price is fair. After Carl was silent for a while, he asked a question. Do you usually talk so much? Didn't you save my life, and then I felt that we got along well? To be honest, I have been in the 6th Street gang for a week, but I still feel suffocated. I always emphasize what military style is. The trouble with the rules is so great, but in comparison, I still feel comfortable getting along with you. Your gender orientation shouldn't be a problem, right? What are you talking about? My family is a traditional American family and we don't engage in such messy things. I am definitely a boy and I like girls. I have had 2 ex-girlfriends. Sue was really restrained in the 6th Street gang and his personality was suppressed. After finally being freed because all his teammates died, Oliver seemed a bit chatty. "Oh, I will most likely be talked about by the people above me when I go back this time. I have already reported the relevant matters to the gang. No matter what, I am the only one who survives. This will definitely be complained and criticized by the other dead people's families. After that, the people above may force you to because of the pressure." He kicked me out of the gang. For the sake of my father, he would not kill me. He should let me get out of Santo Domingo. But I also happen to be tired of being in the 6th Street gang. This time it's just a good time to get out of the confinement of home and do something free. Even if it's not your fault, you still have to kill so many people and you're going to be kicked out of the gang? Our vice-captain is an eggless, gold-plated cerebral palsy. He died happily with nothing in his crotch, but the gang has to give Will Cannon a picked-up egg to answer the question. Will Cannon? We are a senior member of the 6th Street gang. The dead gilded boy was his nephew. I couldn't help it. I only found out his identity when I was eating just now. I really saw a ghost. I almost died on my first mission, and then he was implicated by a stupid person. While complaining, a smile appeared on Oliver's face, and then he touched Carl's body with his elbow. "Brother, what can you say? I will be broke and beg for food on the street soon. I owe you my life. For the sake of it, why don't we do something together, such as becoming a mercenary or something? I think your life is more than offset by one meal." Carl's words were calm, but he was a little interested in Oliver's suggestion of working together. "But if we become mercenaries together, it doesn't matter. I never care. You are a local of Night City, and you have an acquaintance, which makes it convenient to complete missions. Then it's settled, buddy. In the future, we will form a sharpshooter team. You are responsible for the sharpshooter, and I will be responsible for reaching out to help you search for money? I think your shooting skills are not bad. I can't compare with you," Oliver said, and suddenly remembered something very important. "By the way, speaking of which, I have always called you brother, and I don't even know your name. How to call you?" "Carl, last name Ka, first name Air, just read it forward, no Urka. Of course, you can also call me the action nickname you just thought of. I think in order not to expose too much in the future, you can call me by this code name." "Code name? Oh, I know, it's the same as the latter part of Johnny Silverhand, Morgan Blackhand, Adam Heavy Hammer, etc., right? Indeed, to become a mercenary, you have to be like these legends. But my name can be seen everywhere. I don't care about this kind of action nickname. What is your action nickname? I'll remember it. It's just a simple English letter." Thinking of the letter V that belongs to the protagonist in his memory, Carl smiled and thought about his own name. "Call me KK. KK? This is actually a code name that can be thought of my name. My name is Carl, so just start with K. Oh, that's it. In fact, this is only one of the reasons. For Carl, another layer of meaning involves the homophony of Korean and Chinese that only he can understand. KK, according to the name, means kaka, and this Chinese pronunciation word has another homophonic meaning in Korean. That is, Your Excellency, Commander-in-Chief. Following the inquiry route, he passed through an alley with an iron gate and arrived at a basement-turned-prosthetic clinic. Carl politely slapped the middle-aged black-haired man who was sitting in front of a computer watching a boxing match. Hello. Excuse me, hello. Guest? Hearing the voice, the man wearing glasses, with a sharp face and a sense of calmness in his expression, turned his head and saw Carl and Oliver, who were following him. This is the first time I have seen such a polite guest in this city. The prosthetic Dr. Victor's eyes swept across Oliver, and then stopped on Carl. Young people who have not undergone any transformation. As an excellent prosthetic doctor, Victor could tell at a glance that Carl did not have a prosthetic body, and because of this, he probably guessed the origin of the two people. Are you planning to put it into storage? Almost. Doctor, what type of access warehouse are there, and what's the approximate price? Oliver helped Carl ask first, and if the price was too expensive, he could turn around and leave. There is an operating system from the parallel line of military science and technology, which costs 5,000 ohms, and there is also a Ciocho Electronics Type 1, which costs 7,500 ohms. Hearing the price, Oliver's mouth twitched. Doctor, the operating systems you have here are not all brand new. Oliver had told Carl before that he had collected more than 3,000 euros and bought it into the warehouse, which was more than enough, but that was based on the fact that Oliver was already used to second-hand and old prosthetics. This prosthetic doctor dared to sell the goods so expensively, except that this product is brand new. There is no other possibility. If there is the ability to sell old and second-hand products at real prices, then it is impossible for this store to open in a poor place like Watson District. I'm not a gangster prosthetic doctor or a damn kidney transplanter. Of course, there are only regular prosthetics here. Victor picked up a certificate lying next to him and showed it to the two of them. It was indeed a formal prosthetic doctor's certificate. That's what happened. Oliver's eyes flashed. He looked at his savings, only to find that there were only 1,400 euros in them. This little money is not enough even if we add it. Oliver thought about the situation where second-hand and old items sold by prosthetists were too expensive, and he turned around and left after thinking about it, but he never thought about the situation where people were selling brand-new and genuine items. The prosthetic shop only sells brand-new genuine products. This is not in Taiping Prefecture. Brother Ni from Taiping Prefecture has a racial talent bonus. With the help of gangsters, he can grab good products at every turn. A normal prosthetic doctor, shouldn't it be compatible with garage sales? But it was precisely because of Victor's words that Oliver had already thought in his heart that even if he wanted to borrow money, he would have to let his teammates he just met get a warehouse here. The reason was very simple. Most of the prosthetic doctors of the old prosthetics are not familiar with the scavengers. If you can be fair and just say that you only have genuine products, you won't be able to hang out with those scumbags. At least the safety of prosthetic surgery can be guaranteed. You don't have to worry about being anesthetized and lying in the astonished bathtub to have your organs cut off. So he immediately edited a message and sent it to his sister. Sister, please help me quickly, V is 500 for me. Do you want 5,000? Hearing the price and seeing the change in Oliver's expression from the corner of his eye, Carl, who didn't have enough money, took out his euros and counted them, and found that the full amount was only 3,200 euros, which was still 1,000 euros short of the parallel line of military technology. 800 euros. After exploding gang members' gold coins, they couldn't even afford an Access Warehouse prosthetic body? Drop. Where have you been? I think your location is not in Santo Domingo. Oliver found that his account had been credited, not 500, but 5,000. Thank you, sister. I met a friend outside. I'll go back later. I love you. You guy, you can only say some thoughtful words when you take money. I won't return to Night City for 2 days, so remember to go back early. New. After communicating with his sister, Oliver, who received the money, was about to tell Carl next to him the good news that he had money. However, Carl had already placed 3,200 euros on the table next to Victor, and then turned around. Went outside. Wait a moment, Dr. Victor, here is 3,200 euros. I will come back with the rest of the money right away. After pulling the Lexington's barrel to confirm that there was no problem with the firing, Carl was ready to go outside to find something to do. According to the rate of gunfights in this city, he should be able to gain something soon. Wait a minute, Carl. Wait a minute, young man. Together with Oliver, who felt that his companion was really acting too decisively, it was Victor who stopped Carl. The prosthetic doctor looked at Carl and turned his head, and in a relaxed tone he pointed at the pile of euros still stained with blood. This is enough money. And it's not like I can't bargain, so what are you doing in a hurry? I'll take it. You have 3,000 euros. I'll install a military technology parallel line access warehouse for you. You can take 200 euros back. Hey, can we still negotiate the price? Sure. A smile appeared on Victor's face, and he said to the surprised Oliver and Carl, on the contrary, I am curious why you just accepted my price without negotiating. I didn't just know that prosthetic doctors can negotiate prices. He wanted to appear more sophisticated in front of Carl, but in fact, it was his first time that his sister had to handle the replacement of the prosthetic body. When he heard that it only cost 3,000 euros, he quickly transferred the money back to his sister. Then Carl arrived in front of Victor. Victor also stood up. He looked at Carl carefully and then said, Listen to what he called you just now. Your name is Carl, right? How old are you this year? Have you done anything special before? Surgery? Carl decided to answer based on his current appearance, 18 years old. As for surgery, I have never had it done. You mean, a purebred? Yes. Then this operation may take a long time, and you will have to adapt to it for a while. There is always a first time for everyone. Don't be afraid. I will give you anesthesia. Do you need to stay awake or just say whatever you want? How do you feel about having surgery on your own? Anesthetizing the pain, there will still be some tactile sensation. Regarding this, Carl thought for a while and felt that feeling himself being operated on might be something he could experience, so he chose the latter. Okay, then get ready. You are mentally prepared to wait for the operation. I will prepare the medical equipment. In a few hours, you will be reborn. 10 minutes later, after Carl lay down on the special equipment, the operation began. The operation is over. Okay, get up. The anesthesia will continue for a while, but don't move too much. After hearing what Victor said, Carl touched his spine and slowly sat down from the operating table. How do you feel now? Oliver, who had been watching for several hours but keeping his mouth shut for fear of disturbing the operation, finally no longer had to hold it in. He immediately came over and curiously asked about the effect. It took me a long time to adapt to it. Just got used to it. I can only say that it is more acceptable than expected. Carl said this, and he found that he could try to connect to the local network servers of various companies with just a thought. I helped you remove the background programs left behind by the company's sales. This access warehouse also gives you some basic access functions, related to the improvement of computing power or for you to use it to do technology-related things. Don't be too indulgent when adding other things, as this may be hacked back into your body. Victor reminded him, moving his hands that were a little numb due to the surgery. He performed the surgery with an external machine, and the whole process was done with his physical arms. He was a little tired after such a long time. You can try to create a private account on it now, and then all your money can be placed on it. Unless someone else can get rid of you, or use hackers to hack into your operating system and crack your account, otherwise no one else can take the money in your private account. Victor glanced at the bloody money. If you want to add other things in the future, you'd better pay online. It's not easy to launder the money. After hearing Victor say that money is difficult to launder, an image of a gangster saying that money is difficult to launder flashed in Carl's mind. Victor's appearance is so deceptive. From the appearance alone, who would have thought that such a middle-aged man with a mature and handsome face and a story that could be told at a glance would be a skilled craftsman? What about the physical doctor? I will remember it, but if you solve other people's problems, can you take the money from their personal accounts? The money in the dead person's private operating system can be hacked. Oliver said next to him, if you had this access warehouse before, then we might be able to buy it in full, no problem. Then you have to be careful next time. He walked to the bag where he kept his gun before surgery, opened the bag, took out Oliver's gun and threw it back. Oliver happily caught his pistol. Oh, my dear Shinching, you are back. Are you ready to find some work, KK? Dalla Polytechnic Dr. 5 Nova, a traditional revolver, easy to damage and easy to repair, everyone needs it. If you have no money, you have to go to work. After stuffing the extra 200 euros handed over by Victor into his pocket, Carl picked up the bag. I have to find a gun shop to sell these things cheaply, and then buy some bullets. Are you planning to find work now? Victor, who had finished his work and sat back in front of the computer to continue playing the boxing match, heard what the two said, tapped his feet on the ground, and turned his chair around. The prosthetics on your body have no protective capabilities. If you want to go, remember to buy a body armor at a weapons store and put it on. It won't block weapons, but sometimes you can be lucky enough to save your life. Body armor, thank you, I will remember it. Carl remembered that the sale of body armor was prohibited in the United States before he traveled. Cyberpunk was indeed different. He nodded and thanked Victor for the reminder. You're welcome. I think there are only one more polite young man like you in Night City. Victor turned back, and the sounds of a boxing match began. Carl and Oliver left the prosthetic clinic. Before leaving, Carl took the iron folding door of the clinic with him. Victor is indeed a good man. There are very few people these days who don't value money and are willing to offer discounts. Not to mention that this person is also a prosthetic doctor. If you want to get a new prosthetic body or repair it in the future, you can come here again. In Night City, no store is easier to find than a gun store. In Night City, where everyone has a gun, there are even more gun stores than convenience stores. Carl and Oliver took a few steps out of Victor's clinic. I found a gun shop on the side of the road. The full bag of guns didn't sell for much, and the whole bag only sold for 2,500 euros. This was obviously a low price, but it was something I picked up on the way anyway, and the shop owner was willing to give away a few boxes of bullets and gun holsters. Carl, he didn't mind selling it. After experiencing the data transaction and realizing that he had an extra 2,500 euros in his personal account, Carl could only say that his first experience was magical. Drop. Oliver, who was waiting for Carl to finish the transaction, suddenly found that 1,250 euros had been transferred to his account. This number made him immediately understand and looked at Carl. We'll help you share half of it when we meet. Putting his Lexington into the holster provided by the gun shop owner, Carl blocked Oliver with words before he refused and wanted to turn back. Since we plan to cooperate, it is natural to split it 50.50. If you can tell it so clearly, you'll have to do a lot of work. What Carl means is that the two of them are just mercenaries anyway, so there is no need to subdivide them further. In the future, they can just subdivide them by contribution when doing big work. No, I just want to say that this seems to be the first money I have earned. Oliver didn't care about these things. He just sighed a little. I used to spend my father and sister's money. I was kicked out of the gang within a week. This feeling of making money by myself is the first time. Then it seems that you must have lived a good life before. Oliver, who was born on the streets, had never made money by stealing. His father and sister were people who protected him very well. After throwing some bullets to Oliver, Carl looked at the gloomy sky outside the door. So, how should we find work now? Find a middleman? Middleman, an intermediary between edgewalkers and customers. Although they will extract a part of the customer's remuneration, they can also help mercenaries solve most of the procedural troubles. In today's era, they are indispensable partners for mercenaries who want to do big things. Information about the middleman flashed through his mind. Carl agreed with Oliver's suggestion to find a middleman. If a mercenary who didn't understand the relationship and the situation took the task by himself, he might be cheated if he didn't get paid. It was definitely a smart move to find a middleman, but before that, there was a small problem. Do you know any middleman? I didn't plan to be a mercenary before, and I didn't have much fame, so of course I didn't know anyone. Is that so? Carl and Oliver looked at each other. How to take the task? Find a middleman. But if you don't know a middleman, the middleman will naturally come to you if you make a name for yourself. But how can you make a name for yourself without taking the task? Then find a middleman to take the task. Okay, it's a dead end. On the first day of the formation of the mercenary team of Carl and Oliver, they were troubled by not being able to take the task. Well, I got kicked as expected. On the second day after traveling, Carl woke up in a hotel in Watson District and received a communication from Oliver, who had rushed back to Santo Domingo last night. What do you mean? After washing his face and looking at the young face in the mirror, Carl replied. What else can I do? It's true that I can't go back to Santo Domingo in the future. I think I've been kicked out. I'll be in the Watson area soon. Let's meet at the restaurant in front of the hotel. You order first. I want a steak for 10 euros. You really know how to eat. There was no toothbrush or toothpaste, so he put his fingers into his mouth and mixed it with water and rubbed it a few times. After brushing his teeth, Carl rinsed his mouth again and decided that he must rent a decent apartment in the future. This hotel was really not good. After walking out of the room, because the room fee had been paid last night, Carl walked all the way to the restaurant directly across the road from the hotel. When he crossed the road, he was almost hit by a rickety car, but Carl had a good mental quality, without drawing his gun and giving the driver a few sober pellets to eat. After all, this is not Gotham, so there is no need to be so conservative. After ordering steak for Oliver and another Chinese cold noodles for himself, Carl, who felt that it might take him longer to adapt to insect meat than to mercenaries, bought himself a bottle of drink before the food was served. Yesterday, Little Coke drank Carl's teeth, so he changed to a different kind of Coke today. This Coke is called Cirrus Classic Coke. Judging from the packaging, it smells like America. It has a red and white striped packaging with stars on a blue background, too liberal and patriotic. Then he took a sip, and Carl's eyes lit up. He had to admit that Cirrus Cola tasted better than Little Cocoa. Sure enough, he had to drink America Cola in America. Oh, you're drinking Cirrus Coke, I like that too. When Carl was tasting the taste of the Coke, Oliver had already arrived. He naturally sat next to Carl. He also bought a bottle of Cirrus Coke from the vending machine next to the table and drank it. While drinking, he kept talking. There is a strange saying among us in the 6th Street Gang. It is said that Cirrus Coke is the patriotic cola. Drinking any other cola is offensive. Even if you don't drink Cirrus Coke, when you pass by you have to hold other drinks and salute it. What kind of drink is America? Carl complained, feeling that the patriotic marketing of Cirrus Cola was really successful, but he remembered that Night City is not an independent city, and it is still so patriotic even though it is not under management. Oh, the 6th Street Gang is America. Veterans have established it, so that's okay. What do you say today? Is there any way to contact the middleman? No. Oliver naturally spread his hands. but still gave an idea. But Dad said, if you want to do it hard, don't always give up halfway, and gave me a suggestion, saying that I can go to the Wild Wolf in Haywood, take a look at the bar. There are often people recruiting people to work there, maybe we can get some tasks. Haywood is a neighborhood with a clear gap between rich and poor. There is a huge difference between the park buildings in the north and the vicious and dangerous slums in the south. However, its unique and clear charm can always attract you everywhere. NCPD Hazard Level Evaluation, partially hazardous. What flashed through my mind along with this information was the information about the current Haywood gang. Valentino gang, they control an area dominated by Latinos. They adhere to values such as honor, justice, and brotherhood, and are willing to pay any price to defend them. The friendship of the Valentino gang is priceless. They will follow you to your grave, so think carefully before getting involved with them. The food arrived. I remember that the Valentino gang is not at odds with the 6th Street gang. Is it okay for you and me to go to the Valentino gang's territory? What's the problem? Choo-choo. Anyway, I'm not a member of the 6th Street gang anymore, and privately, many of us in the 6th Street gang have very good relations with the Valentino gang, so we can live with it in terms of face. Come on, chew, this steak is really delicious, juicy and meaty. Seeing Oliver chewing and talking, the juices from the steak splattering in his mouth, Carl instinctively had to hide behind him. He must say that when he saw Oliver chewing the steak and the juices came out, he felt like he had bitten an insect and exploded with juice. Overall, this vision is quite exciting. Since that's okay, let's go there after dinner. How are we going to get there? Can we take the subway? Carl still remembered that the information he saw at the beginning said that there was a subway in Night City. Don't bother me. I drove here this time, and all my belongings are on it. Oliver said, pointing his fork at a black car parked outside the restaurant window. Quartz EC.L or 275, my sister gave it to me as a 20th birthday gift. It's affordable, strong, and durable. Just come with me in my car later. I still know some of the Haywood Road. After speaking, the talkative Oliver added, this is a 2-seater car. I have only let my ex-girlfriend ride in it before. You are the first of the same sex. Then I have to thank you. Carl didn't know much about cars of this era and didn't complain too much. He quickly finished his portion of cold noodles and felt a little tired of eating them. This noodles was really delicious because of the wheat, but he didn't count the noodles from last night. I have eaten 3 meals in a row, and I don't feel like eating again. Oh, speaking of thank you, you might actually have to thank me. Oliver suddenly remembered something when he heard Carl's words and said, I put 2 Norcota D5 Copperhead kinetic assault rifles in the trunk of the car to ensure that we have enough guns to take on the task when we need to engage in intense firefights. Norcota D5 Copperhead, if the most popular assault rifle in the 20th century was the AK.47, then the world today is the Copperhead. The reliable, powerful, and cheap weapons from Norcota Manufacturing Company are the most trustworthy ones around you. Assault rifle? The recoil of the assault rifle may make me unable to hold the gun down by then. Then why don't I just raise it to my head and shoot at will? Oliver took the last bite of steak. What do you mean, KK? Let's go. Of course, let's go, Oliver. The Wild Wolf Bar in the Haywood Valley area is not difficult to find. After all, in this place where judicial buildings such as the City Hall, Mayor's Office, Court and NCPD headquarters are dotted, a bar that is completely out of place with the previous buildings is too conspicuous. Parking the car on the side of the road, Oliver hesitated whether to put on the body armor he bought after spending money yesterday. He had lived in a neighborhood governed by the 6th Street Gang since he was a child, and was a former member of the 6th Street Gang. For Warren, although the Tino Gang said that many members of the 6th Street Gang had a good relationship with them secretly, they were still a little scared inside. Taiwan Novel Network. Who knows if the Valentino Gang members gathered in this bar will kill themselves just because of their former 6th Street Gang status. While Oliver was hesitating, Carl had already put on the body armor under his clothes with deft hands and feet. After putting it on, Carl looked at Oliver a little strangely. What are you hesitating about? We are looking for an employer later. We don't have basic protective prosthetics or body armor, so we are just mercenaries preparing to do the mission. If I were the employer, must think that's an idiot, really. Only then did Oliver realize that his previous thinking with gangs had influenced him. When he was a civilian or gang member in the Santo Domingo area, because the entire territory belonged to their 6th Street Gang, there was no need to be so vigilant. He has to be on guard all the time, but his current status is that of an unemployed mercenary. If a mercenary doesn't show off his good equipment and show his strength, then he can only rely on his face to attract employers to work. They are not some famous legendary mercenaries. The kind of mercenaries who wear a shirt, hold a pistol in one hand, and hold another pistol in the other hand can kill 7 in and 7 out of the crowd. Those people are the mission comes to them instead of them looking for the mission. Naturally, there is no need to dress so defensively, and look as handsome as you want. If you can't do it yourself, you naturally look threatening. He also put on a bulletproof vest and a jacket. Oliver put his revolver Nova in the holster, and followed the example he saw in the movie without buckling the holster, and pulled it out like this. The gun can be pulled out instantly, and the grip of the gun can be exposed so that others can identify what the gun is. Real men use the new star, fiercely. He had no idea that his partner could have so many mental activities when getting a gun. After Carl inserted the Lexington into the holster quite simply, he hesitated for a moment and still did not put the Copperhead assault rifle in the trunk. Superior. It's just a bar. Bringing a pistol is enough, but bringing an assault rifle is a bit like kicking the bar. After being fully prepared, under the curious eyes of the street members of the Valentino gang who were walking around the Wild Wolf bar, the two newcomers to the mercenary world stepped into the bar. As soon as you enter the bar, you can clearly feel that the light inside is darker than outside. In the Wild Wolf bar, there are no GG cards that are everywhere on the streets outside. Instead, there are only fluorescent lights. If it weren't for the bar, the place was very bright, and there were people drinking in small groups. As soon as I walked in, I really wondered if the bar was closed during the day. Standing at the bar is an old woman with gray hair wearing a leather jacket. Although she looks old, she looks quite energetic. If you hadn't noticed her hair at first glance, it's absolutely hard for people to think of her age. Oh, two kids I've never met. Seeing Carl and Oliver walking in from outside the bar, the old woman said hello to the two people. You guys are a bit early, but I welcome you all. What do you want to have? Mrs. Wells, I'd also like a bottle of Blues vodka here. Before Carl and Oliver spoke, a guest at the distant wine table raised his hand and wanted another bottle of wine. No, Ernesto, you have already drank one bottle today. If you have something to do tonight, go and wake up at the bar. What's the matter? I'm planning to wait for Jack to come back and have a drink together. Neither can Jack. When the old woman named Mrs. Wells was talking to the member of the Valentino gang who could tell by his dress, Carl heard a very familiar name. Jack? Could it be that Jack Wills? If it was Jack, Carl was quite familiar with it. In the demo, Jack was V's good brother and teammate. It's probably just a coincidence of the same name. The name Jack is quite common. When she was thinking this, Mrs. Wells turned to look at them again. So, what do you want to drink, kids? I'd like a bottle of Brothers Lager. Oliver immediately chose a drink that was not of high alcohol content and should not affect the mission. Okay, a bottle of lager. What about you? Being stared at by this kind-tongued old woman, Carl thought for a moment, glanced at the list on the bar, and chose a drink that looked like it had Chinese characters on it. I'll have a cup of sweet tea and French fries. Then just find a seat and sit down for a while. I'll send it to you in a moment. Mrs. Wells nodded, turned around and started searching in the bar cabinet, while Oliver pulled Carl to the side where he could see the person coming from the door. You only drink non-alcoholic drinks in the bar, and you also ordered some French fries. I wish I could be like you. Compared to beer, Oliver still prefers to drink beverages, but he thinks it's not good to come to the bar without ordering alcohol, but Carl doesn't care about this at all. Then I can share some French fries with you later. Okay, I'll eat yours first, and then I'll order some after I finish eating. I'm most happy to make some French fries. I'm more curious about what the ingredients of French fries are. It's okay as long as it's not bugs. While waiting, the two of them observed the people in the bar, but found that most of them were drinkers, and a very small number of them were mercenaries who ordered something like them and waited, with weapons hanging around their waists, wearing bulletproof vests or wearing subcutaneous armor prostheses. Well, at least what Oliver's father said was true, that you can find a job in this place. There are indeed a lot of mercenaries waiting for work, but they all look like low-level mercenaries like them, without even a middleman. Oliver lowered his voice. To be honest, the middleman industry is basically the same as mercenaries. There are the most powerful middlemen who can interfere with company affairs, and there are also those who are only tasked with dealing with small fish and neighborhood feuds. However, mercenaries who have no cooperation even from the lowest level middlemen are also miserable. When this guy spoke, he had no idea that he and Carl were now part of the miserable mercenaries he mentioned. Who knows? While dealing with Oliver's words casually, Carl's peripheral vision swept over a person who walked into the door of the Wild Wolf bar. After finding that he seemed a little familiar, he subconsciously looked over. The one who walked in was a tall and strong man who blocked the sunlight from outside the bar. He had a black braid, obvious signs of prosthetic modification on both sides of his cheeks, and his leather jacket was open, revealing a full chest tattoo. He looked very hard to mess with. This person is Jack Wells. Jack, come and have a drink with us. Jack Wells had just walked into the Wild Wolf bar, and the Valentino gang member who had just yelled to Mrs. Wells that he wanted to have a drink with Jack immediately stood up and stretched out his hand to invite Jack to come and sit with him. Before Jack could speak, Mrs. Wells, who was holding a plate, had already stopped them. Jack, you came just in time, come and help, and send these things to the two guests over there. I know, Mom. Jack Wells was conscripted just after returning home. He could only use his eyes to apologize to the friend who invited him to drink. He took the plate steadily from his mother's hand, walked towards Carl and Oliver, and sat down next to them while putting the plate down for them. Google search TWKAN. What do you call me, Mano, brother? Jack Wells, in person, really appeared in front of him, but for Carl, who had met Victor before, well, it was still ordinary. Carl. Carl took a sip of the sweet tea he had poured into the glass. You can call me KK. This sweet tea tastes like iced black tea. Oliver. Oliver also picked up his bottle of iced beer and gestured to Jack. You can call Jack. I just heard it. Let's drink together. I don't mind meeting new friends. That's perfect. Originally, Jack was just a little worried about his mother's bar because he saw strange mercenaries, so he tried it out. As a result, Jack found that these two people were not as dangerous as he imagined, so he immediately accepted Oliver's invitation. He got up and ran to the bar in his house. After getting a bottle of beer like Oliver's under his mother's nagging, Jack also cut a plate of Spanish ham slices, ingredients unknown, and brought them over. On the way over, he did not forget to apologize to Valentino who had invited him just now. I may have something to do later today, so I won't drink with you. I'll stay here to accompany my new friends. Then you must come next time. Of course. With a smile on his face, Jack put down the Spanish ham slices, sat down, and took a big sip of beer directly. After finishing his drink, Jack looked at the two people again. Let's eat some ham together. From the looks of it, are you two friends mercenaries? The team was just formed yesterday, and we haven't received any missions yet. Carl drank the iced tea and stuffed a piece of French fries into his mouth. He found that the French fries were fried crispy and delicious. Didn't you hear that you might find something to do in the Wild Wolf bar today, so you came here early in the morning? The team was just formed yesterday? Jack heard Carl's words and his eyes flashed with surprise. Looking at your outfit, it doesn't look like it. Is there someone guiding you from behind? Mercenaries who have just entered the industry often don't understand the importance of weapons and armor. Although the Wild Wolf bar is full of mercenaries who don't even have middlemen, they don't know how many times they have gone through life and death and how many teammates have died before they understand the importance of bulletproof vests or subcutaneous armor. There are many young people who have only seen those legendary glorious scenes on the street and have only one idea: to become mercenaries without any preparation. I guess I got help from a prosthetic doctor named Victor. He's really a good guy. Faced with Jack, who looked honest and trustworthy with a smile, and who didn't look as fierce as he did when he came in just now, Oliver didn't think too much and just said that it was not an important matter. But Carl next to him noticed that Jack, who seemed to be a strong man who gave people the inherent impression of being reckless, had an extremely meticulous heart. Oliver was tricked into talking after just 2 words. But this matter really didn't matter, so Carl stuffed a few more fries into his mouth. This thing is really fried and delicious, but it's a pity that the Wild Wolf bar doesn't provide pepper and salt or ketchup, not even mayonnaise. Victor? Hearing this familiar name, Jack immediately realized that the Victor mentioned in Oliver's words was probably the Victor he knew. Is it Victor from Watson? Yeah, do you know him too? Of course, brother, we are old acquaintances. Jack's smile became even brighter, and he also gave up the last bit of temptation towards Oliver and Carl. Anyone who can be helped by Victor actively is not a bad person. Now it seems that he really wants to have 2 more friends. After Carl joined the conversation, they talked about Lao Wei for a few more words, and then Jack talked about his own situation. I am now a mercenary who has just entered the industry not long ago, just like you. I have already received several missions, but they are all small things. As for the middleman, I know one, but I feel that my level is not enough, and I don't want to bother him. I want to improve myself first. At least other middlemen will assign tasks to me based on my strength rather than my relationship. Jack has ambitions, unlike me, who always relies on my father and sister. If it weren't for Carl, I wouldn't have thought of how to get out on my own. Oliver admired Jack, a man who had already done several missions and didn't need the middleman relationship, but he glanced and found that Carl was almost finishing his fries while chatting. Jack had already noticed the almost empty plate in front of Carl, and said with a little pride, "Carl, how do these fries taste? My mom fries them, and I've been eating them with corn chips since I was a child and never get tired of them. It really tastes good, but I think it would be better with a little ketchup." "Yes, I think so too, but my mom has always been unwilling, she likes the original flavor." Jack felt that he and Carl were really in harmony in this regard, and his tone was a little excited. He wanted to drag Carl to give his mother some advice, but before he wanted to do so, a new guest walked in outside the Wild Wolf bar. "The one in a suit and tie is a company dog," Oliver said in a low voice, and just as he said, the one who walked into the Wild Wolf bar with a frown was a female company employee who was well dressed, made up, and looked pretty, but her arrogant demeanor ruined her appearance. "Keep your voice down, or we'll get bitten by a dog." Jack also lowered his voice, with a mocking smile on his face. Not many people would have a good impression of a corporate dog who works for a big company, looks down on ordinary people, and kneels faster than anyone else to the superiors. "She's looking over here." When Jack and Oliver lowered their heads and talked, Carl's plain voice immediately made them raise their heads, and then the two of them just stared at the high-heeled corporate dog walking towards them. "I heard it, what kind of prosthetic ears are so sharp?" Oliver and Jack thought that the company dog heard them and was about to come over to bite them, but the company dog stopped in front of Carl and stared at Carl's face for a few seconds. Carl's face is indeed a handsome face, but in this era, if you want a handsome or beautiful face, you can find any prosthetic doctor to do it, so it is naturally impossible for Carl's face to attract this company dog. What she noticed was Carl himself. "I saw the surveillance in Little Chinatown in Watson District yesterday. You solved 16 members of the Vortex gang by yourself, right? What happened yesterday was known today. The surveillance in the cyberpunk world is really meticulous." Thinking in his heart, Carl couldn't figure out the reason for this company dog. Even if there was something wrong with solving the gang members, it would be the NCPD's business. But there is one thing he needs to correct. "It's not just me. My friends are helping me." As he said, Carl pointed at Oliver. But the company dog didn't even think of glancing at Oliver. She stood in front of Carl and folded her hands. The thing on her chest, which was not known to have been modified, was originally pressed down by the company uniform. Under her folded hands, it showed a considerable arc. "I have seen the surveillance. I am not blind. I know who is the main force. Don't worry, I am not a member of the NCPD, nor a guy who expresses his sense of justice for no reason, nor a relative or friend of the garbage you killed. I have something for you to do. The reward is 100,000 euros. "What for? 100,000 euros? As expected by the company dog, Carl was instantly attracted by the number, but he immediately came to his senses. "So, you are the one who came to entrust." Immediately, Carl's expression changed, a smile appeared on his face, and his tone became enthusiastic. "You said you were a guest earlier. Miss, employee of the company, please sit down. Let's talk about it in detail. As long as it is a task within our capacity and can be done, we can complete it for you." The company dog has become a client, so he temporarily put aside his prejudice. Oliver and Jack looked at each other, and both saw some contempt for Carl in their eyes, but the two of them moved quickly. They stood up and made room for Carl and the company clerk so that they could have a good chat. "If you have a mission, just say it earlier. We are all family, why be polite?" 100,000 euros, for a low-level mercenary, that is not necessarily the amount of money they can earn in a year. This time, the company clerk looked at Jack and Oliver, but she seemed a little disgusted with the seat they kindly gave up. She seemed not to want to sit in the seat where the two mercenaries had sat. She looked around and found that there was an empty seat next to Carl. Although it was not very clean, at least no one had sat there when she came here before, so she just sat down. After sitting down, she pulled out a strip of data chip and motioned Carl to take it and take a look. Carl took it in his hand, and then inserted it into the access warehouse he had just modified yesterday, and then the content read in it was displayed in his eyes. After reading the content for a few seconds, Carl pulled out the data chip and handed it back. "How did you see it? What's your name?" Carl's tone was more serious this time. "This job can be done. You don't need to know my name, just complete the task and tell me if you can do it." "Of course, but how can I send you the specific proof?" "Just call this number and send me the photo. Don't call me randomly. I'm very busy." Carl felt the content transmitted by the company employee in front of him, wrote down the number, and she transferred 30,000 euros. This is a deposit as a prepayment. Don't think of taking the money and running away, unless you are not afraid that I will use the remaining money to buy your life. After giving a warning, the company employee stood up, moved hurriedly, and walked out in high heels again. From entering the Wild Wolf bar to leaving, she didn't say a word to others, nor did she look at others even once. Carl, what do you say? Oliver understood that Carl had just accepted a task, and asked curiously. I'm sorry I took the mission without your consent. It's okay, buddy, don't mention this little thing. It's better to say that you are awesome. Someone has come to give me a mission just at the beginning. I'm so happy. Oliver was more curious about the mission, so tell me about the mission. Wait a minute. Raising his hand to remind Oliver to wait, Carl looked at Jack, who was watching from the side, and invited him. Jack, since you are working alone now, do you want to take a mission with us? Me? Can I? The reward for the mission of the company dog will not be small. Jack naturally knows this. He didn't expect Carl to pull him to make a fortune. More people means more strength. Carl smiled. Why, do you want to do it together? Brother, of course I will do it. Seemingly infected by Carl's smile, Jack also smiled. He didn't even ask about the specific mission and the reward, and agreed to Carl's invitation. His actions were really generous. Jack is always very straightforward when it comes to people he likes. Then let's divide the money first. Oliver and Jack's eyes lit up. They hadn't even started yet, but they had already received their share of 10,000 yuan. Coincidentally, Carl was also very straightforward in dividing the money. My God, you dare to pay so much as a deposit. What mission did you receive, brother? It's not a mission that goes against conscience or disgusts people. Amid Jack's sigh, Carl made way for Jack, and the two who sat down again talked about the mission that would make ordinary low-level mercenaries jealous and crazy. The content was quite cumbersome, but in Carl's words, it was summarized very concisely. In short, it was: go to a Vortex gang site with 20 people stationed in Watson District, go in and find a box that was robbed by the company. You don't need to return it to the client, just destroy it directly and take a photo of the destroyed residue. So it seems that the girl in the company has some handle on this. The knowledgeable Jack guessed that there might be something extraordinary in the box. It's probably some threatening photo or something. Isn't that how it's played in Japanese movies? Oliver, who knows a lot, said so. But Carl was thinking about the connection between certain things. The Whirlpool gang had robbed the 6th Street gang before, and now this company employee who saw him fighting the Whirlpool gang had his things robbed again. Is there any connection between them, or is it that the Whirlpool gang is in the season of robbing recently? There is too little information, so there is no need to think too much. What's more important now is, let's go? Let's go after we finish eating. Oliver and Jack stuffed their mouths full of Spanish ham slices. Well, the kind with unknown raw materials. Since we are going to deal with the Uzumaki gang, we still need to make the necessary preparations, such as get Jack, a guy with an open chest, a body armor. I thought you at least had bulletproof inserts inside your clothes so you could just zip them up when needed. But you told me that you don't wear leather armor at all when you don't have it. Body armor? Even though several people were already in the weapons store, Oliver still found it difficult to understand Jack's big nerve and reckless approach. Victor even reminded customers who met them for the first time that old acquaintances like Jack would definitely. I don't know how many times I have been reminded. In addition, Jack himself is still a mercenary who knows the safety of armor. Even in this case, he did not wear any protective equipment. Don't be too outrageous. Carl was also complaining about Jack's desperateness. If it were placed in a game, he would still understand. For the sake of appearance, the characters must be made as exposed as possible, but there are two problems. One is that Jack is a male, and the other is that now that it's reality, it's a bit too much for Jack to dress the same as in the game. Carl didn't know the specific story of the game, but he always felt that Jack would suffer from it. Although things like body armor and bulletproof inserts are not as good as prosthetics such as subcutaneous armor, and cannot protect against many types of firearm attacks, they are still enough to deal with basic kinetic energy weapons, like the lake that is quite easy to use in Carl's hands. Zington, wear a body armor. Even if you are hit from the front, the bullet will not penetrate too deep, and you will have time to get to the hospital for rescue. So I came with you, didn't I? It didn't matter to Jack, but since his two friends strongly urged him to wear a body armor, he came over. His original plan was to save money first and then get a subcutaneous armor, skipping the body armor. After all, a body armor costs a lot of euros. Of course, Jack has been planning this for a long time. Every time he saves some money, he uses it to buy other things, such as motorcycle parts, books, etc. The matter of subcutaneous armor has been postponed until now. But I'm going to get a body armor, KK, don't you plan to get a gun too? Jack stared at the pistol on Carl's waist. The NCPD in Lexington is used by low-level cops with little money because the people at the top are corrupt. This gun can't penetrate even the most rubbish subcutaneous armor when fired from the front. A pistol for low-level people? Isn't this just suitable for us low-level mercenaries? Carl didn't care too much. When he picked up the guns from the dead members of the Whirlpool Gang and the 6th Street Gang, although most of the guns were either broken due to maintenance problems or were in a mess after various modifications and could not be used by others, but there are still a few normal ones among them, such as the unified pistol produced by Constitution Military Industry. This gun has a capacity of 12 rounds, is very powerful, and is quite easy to use. However, Carl feels that Lexington is also comfortable to use. I don't plan to change it. If the pistol bullets are not powerful enough, just use the Copperhead assault rifle. What you want from a pistol is that it is easy to carry and can fire quickly at close range. If you really want the power, there is no need to use it. Even if it comes to being forced to fight with a pistol, Carl is still confident that the bullet will penetrate the opponent's unprotected part and enter his body. He doesn't believe it yet and goes to deal with a few gangsters from the Whirlpool Gang. It's impossible to get full body protection. The three of them bought enough equipment and bullets at the weapons store, and then took Oliver's car and headed towards the Whirlpool Gang's base and their employer's information. That place is located in the industrial area in the northern part of Watson District. This place used to be a place that provided a lot of jobs for people. At that time, in official terms, it was a vibrant and prosperous scene, but now it has become living quarters for factory workers on the ground floor. They receive a meager salary and do hard work for 17 hours a day in the automated factory. They don't know that the machine needs maintenance and the maintenance cost is more expensive than human life. They just care about the boss of the factory. I am grateful and work hard, fearing that I will be fired. Who can tell this kind of thing clearly? The boss treats them as consumables, but they have to be grateful that there is something they can do now, otherwise their whole family will starve to death. Anyway, this kind of thing will cost Carl in terms of evaluation. He could only say that he was helpless. Otherwise, what else can be done? Are you going to be happy about this, happy that you don't have to work as hard as they do to support your family, or are you happy that you don't have a family to support yourself, like Batman? That's a hell of a joke. Anyway, if you don't receive a task asking Carl to kill the factory boss, just wait for now. If there is such a task, Carl will be quite happy to do it. As for whether the workers will not be able to survive after killing the boss, Carl can only say that he is just a mercenary. Think about it this way, the reason why there are so many people joining the Uzumaki gang in this area is because, no matter how dangerous and crazy the gang life is, it is better than being in a factory. Maybe many of them just watch it. After seeing how hard my parents worked so hard, I decided to make a name for myself no matter what. In real comparison, maybe the promotion space of gangs is better than this. On the way, Carl, Oliver and Jack talked about this topic based on the topic that came to his mind. This reminds me of the reason why our 6th Street Gang was established in the past. Oliver said, the founders of the 6th Street Gang in the past chose to form the 6th Street Gang to fight against the company because they could not stand the oppression of the Warren Company, but things have changed a lot now. When I was a child, I never thought that the 6th Street Gang would collect protection fees from the public like other gangs, and would also talk about connections and power within the gang. It's ironic that the gangs that rebel against the corporations are becoming more and more like the corporations. Jack said, suddenly realizing something from Oliver's words. Oliver, you used to be a member of the 6th Street Gang. To be exact, it was yesterday. I was just kicked out this morning. Oliver took the opportunity to tell the story of how he and Carl got to know each other. The employer would come to KK specifically to see the surveillance at that time. No, that's not what I care about. I think it's quite a coincidence. I used to be in the Valentino gang, and then I quit and became a personal mercenary. Now we are two people who were not dealt with by the gang before. Instead, they became friends and teammates. Jack, were you a member of Valentino's gang? This time it was Oliver's turn to be surprised, but the surprise passed. There was nothing surprising about it. Jack's family was over there, and the guys from Valentino's gang were so familiar with Jack. If you think about it carefully, you can understand. No. Then after we finish this job, let's have a drink together at night to celebrate breaking away from the gang. Why do you think you're talking like we're going to kidnap someone? Carl was talking next to him, and the voice prompts from the navigation system in the car came out. The target is still 50 meters away. Here we go, get the guy. Carl looked at the factory building getting closer and closer, and he was quite looking forward to what was going to happen next. Fuck the 6th Street Gang, XXXXXX. After hurling a highly offensive insult at the other end of the communication, the devil hung up the communication. As a small cadre of the Uzumaki gang, the devil had not shown such a violent temper for a long time, but she couldn't help but be angry about this matter. Her brother died yesterday. He died in their territory, Watson District. He was shot in the head with a gun by someone from the 6th Street Gang who was so fair and honest during the day. He didn't even have a lot of prosthetics installed on his face. It saved his life. The bullet of the gun accurately bypassed the prosthetic body on his face, connecting the prosthetic body on the back of his head and the prosthetic body on his face. The most vulnerable part got into his head, and he was shot in the head with one shot, and his face was divided into two parts. When the NCPD group reluctantly informed his family, the part on the back of his head was. She didn't know who had picked up the prosthetic body, but she was about to come back with a face that she could hardly tell was her brother's face. A guy who can use the devil as his name is naturally not a good-tempered guy. Just when she wanted to ask her little brother to go find trouble with the bastards from the 6th Street Gang, someone from above called her and told her these guys. God, control yourself and don't go out and cause trouble. Control and stay out of trouble? If Sun-Si is not his brother who died, then he can spray foam at his mouth, right? If your brother is dead, can you control it for me? She had avenged her revenge, and she had received the information. There was only one member of the 6th Street Gang left alive, his name was Oliver, and he seemed to have been kicked out of the 6th Street Gang. She would definitely kill him today. I told you to stop running around. You just have to follow me. You want to prove yourself. Now it's better. You've proven nothing. I don't even know where to put that half of your face. The devil and her brother's father died when they were young, and their mother raised them for a few years before passing away while working in a factory. They basically grew up together and relying on each other these years. The devil has better luck. He got the appreciation of the boss brick and joined the Whirlpool gang. Although a lot of prosthetic eyes have been added to his face since then, he can still support two people. After a few years, he has become a moderate cadre in the gang. He was about to walk into the gang with 6 prosthetic eyes. It was expected to be relaxed. Who would have thought that something unexpected would happen at this time? Originally, the devil didn't want his younger brother to join the Uzumaki gang, and wanted him to study and get a serious job, but he wanted to help, and he wanted to join the gang no matter what. The devil couldn't persuade him, so he had to let him. After joining a gang, he also thought that he didn't want others to say that he relied on his sister, so he recruited a group of people to work in the gang. It was good. Who would have thought that something like this would happen? If he had known she would not let her say anything. He left himself. All the regrets and annoyances are gone now. What the devil wants now is to vent. What will happen in the future will be discussed later. She has such a family member now that she is gone. Even if she goes crazy and dies and becomes a cyber-psychotic, she will still have to die. Send that bastard from the 6th Street Gang down to be buried with her brother. Just when the devil was thinking about calling his younger brother, the door of the room she was in was suddenly pushed open, and a younger brother rushed in with a panic look on his face. Originally, the devil was in a bad mood and no one dared to disturb her, but now it is impossible for the devil to come forward in this matter. Boss, 3 people are coming. We can't stop them. 3 people? The devil felt a little baffled as he listened to his younger brother's words. There are more than 20 people in the factory where they are, and there are only 3 people, so they can't stop them? Which bastard doesn't have eyes? I'm just annoyed. Lifting the Crusher kinetic energy shotgun produced by military technology with one hand directly from his side, the demon felt that the 3 people had arrived at just the right time. After she sprays them into pieces with bullets, she can use the momentum to go find trouble with the 6th Street Gang. However, the devil was not so reckless as to directly go out with a gun to confront the 3 people who broke in. After letting the anxious boy run to inform others that he would be there soon, the devil walked to the monitoring station. He looked at the picture on the surveillance screen that he had not noticed just now because of the communication. It's okay not to look at it, but as soon as he looked at the devil's eyes, he was firmly attracted by one of the surveillance pictures. The screen showed the face of a young man with blonde hair and a mustache. This guy. The 6 prosthetic eyes on the devil's face were constantly flashing due to his emotional excitement. The devil recognized this guy, and there was absolutely no way she could be mistaken. She spent the whole night last night looking at this guy's information and photos. This guy was Oliver, the only surviving murderer of the 6th Street gang yesterday. I didn't expect that before I went to look for him, he would arrive at my door first. This time, I didn't even have to look for him. He didn't care to look at other surveillance pictures. After determining where Oliver was, the devil rushed out of the door and rushed towards where Oliver was. She wants him dead. Oliver, who had no idea that he had been targeted, was shrinking his head at this time. From time to time, he would lean out and use the copperhead to shoot at the Maelstrom gang members on the opposite side. The firepower of the Maelstrom gang in this factory was really great. It was too fierce. They were completely different from the Whirlpool gang that he met on the street before. In the almost continuous fire of firearms, he couldn't find many opportunities to pour bullets on the opposite side. KK, think of a way. If this continues, if they get close to a position where they can throw grenades, we will have to eat the buns. He yelled at Carl on the other side. He shouldn't have listened to Carl's suggestion to rush in. How could he rush in head-on? This was the other side's territory, and there was nothing missing. Don't worry. Since Carl was ready to rush in, it was impossible for him to be unprepared. Otherwise, wouldn't he be playing with their lives in his hands? He had already prepared for possible difficulties. I have confirmed the data related to the copperhead. After firing 4 rounds, Carl had completely mastered the copperhead. The next step was to Jack, create an opportunity for me. Leave it to me. After hearing Carl's words, Jack did something that neither Carl nor Oliver had expected without hesitation. He actually rushed out of the bunker where Carl was and rushed towards the bunker where Oliver was. Using flesh as bait, are you crazy? Oliver watched the Vortex gang turn their guns in an instant, and bullets flew past Jack. Although Jack rushed over for only a moment, 2 of the bullets still pierced Jack's arms and thighs. Carl, now! You're a lunatic, Jack! Carl stood up from the bunker with the copperhead, and pointed his gun at the Vortex gang members who had just moved away. 7 people, 14 bullets are more than enough. The copperhead assault rifle, which can fire at a rate of up to 640 rounds per minute, was controlled very accurately and fatally in Carl's hands, and every bullet spit out from its muzzle found the guest it was supposed to entertain. 1 bullet to the head and 1 bullet to the heart. Each of the 7 members of the Vortex gang was rewarded with 2 bullets. After 2 seconds, no member of the Vortex gang could stand up again in front of Carl and the other 2. Awesome Mano, brother, your shooting skills are really amazing. Jack didn't care about his bleeding gunshot wound at all, and even planned to stand up to see if there were any members of the Vortex gang who were still alive and wanted to finish him off. Jack, you should take a break first. Oliver grabbed Jack and checked his injuries. He was relieved when he found that the 2 bullets did not hit any fatal parts. With your condition, you will lose several lives, Jack. It's okay. Jack smiled, and it's okay if the result is good. You have been helping Carl brag about his shooting skills on the way. I believe in your ability. Bullshit ability. Carl could only say that it was the first time he saw someone who could laugh after being hit by 2 bullets. If the opponent's shooting skills were more accurate just now, you would have lost your life, Jack. Don't worry, KK, I am sure. When I rushed, I protected my head at the first time, and I was wearing a bulletproof vest. If I was not sure, I would not have to risk my life. I think after this order is done, even if we help to raise money, we have to replace your subcutaneous armor first. Oliver said helplessly, but he was a little ashamed that he could not help before. I have to install some prostheses for myself later. I have to help, otherwise I will just watch you do everything, and I will be embarrassed to share the money. Your shooting skills are good, Oliver. You can try to add some auxiliary prostheses to the whole sniper rifle and support us from a distance. But my shooting skills are not as good as yours, KK. That's why I let you use a sniper rifle. Carl shook the copperhead in his hand. I am more suitable to use this thing to quickly deal with others. I think Oliver can try to be our medic. Jack looked at his body. Oliver talked to Carl and treated the wound properly. This kind of proficiency is rare. My sister is a prosthetic doctor, so she has learned a little bit. Not thinking it was a big deal, Oliver looked around and found the surveillance camera. We have to change places quickly. This place is full of cameras, and other members of the Vortex gang in the factory will come around when they react. Change places and deal with a few more batches. When the people are almost there, leave one alive to ask where the things are. Carl walked to the side of the Vortex gang members and picked up a few grenades. I have to learn about hacking or find a way to hire a hacker for us. If there is a hacker in this mission, we don't even need to leave one alive. We can just block the camera and go all the way to the place where the employer's box is, throw a grenade and take a picture of proof. It's easy and simple. So you came up with this idea just for the sake of ease. Oliver felt that he was probably the only half-normal person in this team. He supported Jack, who was not very mobile, and raised his pistol with his other hand to smash the camera facing them. But no matter what, these two people are now his companions, so just go with it. When the leader of the Whirlpool gang arrived at the place he saw on the surveillance, there was nothing left except the bodies of 7 Whirlpool gang members. Waste, can't you even delay for a few minutes? The leader really wanted to shoot each person lying on the ground in the head again. Boss, there is blood here. A Whirlpool gang member who followed her saw a pool of blood on the ground not far from the body. It's this direction. Looking at the blood traces that appeared every few steps, the members of the Whirlpool gang picked up their guns and looked at the leader, waiting for her instructions. It looks like they did something. Full of hatred in his heart, the leader led his men to chase the blood traces without much thought. A few seconds later, when he turned a corner in the passage of a factory. Boom! Amid the explosion of the grenade, the Vortex gang member who was in the front was wrapped in the fireball, while those who were a little further away were blown away by the shockwave, falling in front of the demon walking in the middle with missing arms and legs. Damn, it's a trap! They fell into the trap. Hearing the explosion from behind, Carl immediately turned around, holding the Lexington pistol that was more useful in this narrow passage, and slowly walked to the back. Jack's injury had just been bandaged by Oliver, so it was impossible for him to bleed all the way. The blood was soaked from the blood when Carl tore off a piece of cloth when he took the grenade from the group of Vortex gang. When he walked a few steps and pinched the cloth, blood would drip down, and it dripped all the way. The trap was made by Oliver. After all, he was from the 6th Street gang, and he had some knowledge of battlefield traps made by the army using grenades to make simple booby traps. Oliver, protect Jack, I'll go check on the Vortex gang behind. Carl, who didn't know how many people were left in the factory, originally planned to delay for a while, but when he turned the corner, he found that there were only a few people left in front of him. The demon was originally a small cadre in the Whirlpool gang, with only more than 20 people under his command. Some of these people went out to fool around and rob. 7 people were killed by Carl in the previous exchange of fire, and the rest were killed by grenades when they were walking in the passage. Now, there are only 4 people with the demon, including herself. The gun in Carl's hand was very fast. When he realized that he should leave a survivor, the gun had killed 3 people. The reason why the last one was able to stay was not because Carl's gun didn't hit her head, but because the bullet hit her head, making a clang sound of metal collision, but it didn't penetrate. Damn, just like the guy with a metal eye in front and an iron head in the back who I met yesterday. Carl thought it was difficult to capture this guy alive, so he fired another shot with great speed. But the shot that was aimed at the connection between the front and back pieces of metal was still deflected with a clang. The sound that rang again made the Vortex gang member come back to his senses. While looking at Carl with red eyes, Carl's mind flashed with Jack's words. Lexington, this gun can't even penetrate the most rubbish subcutaneous armor. Chubby. The demon stared closely at the black-haired young man who appeared at the corner, and without hesitation raised the Crusher kinetic shotgun in his hand. Pong! A huge roar accompanied the bullets falling on the steel channel, making a harsh and sharp buzzing sound. The collision of metal and metal made the entire building in this place tremble. Iron is one of the materials that conducts sound best. This vibrato spread very far and can be heard clearly in every corner of the factory. This naturally includes realizing that the pistol is useless and is so close, turning around. Carl ran away. Damn, was the gun in this guy's hand just now a shotgun? I should have known better when I aimed at it. After cursing, Carl felt the increasingly clear footsteps coming from the other side of the corner, and he only regretted that he didn't run fast enough. Originally he just wanted to make up for the damage, but something went wrong. He encountered a member of the Whirlpool gang with a shotgun and subcutaneous armor in front of the narrow passage. Carl had already thought about his possible death at this moment. Oliver had laid a trap before and used all the grenades. If he had known it, he would have left one behind, and he would have some ability to resist. The place where Carl and the others stopped was not far from the passage. After running a few steps, Carl saw Jack and Oliver supporting him. They obviously heard the sound of metal collisions transmitted from the passage and realized the possibility. What happened? Run! He stopped the car and stuffed the Lexington into the gun bag. Carl slid the shovel and picked it up from the ground. He had placed it there and leaned against the wall. He originally disliked the copper that was too long and difficult to use in this narrow passage. Spotted snake. I take back my words of disdain for you before, but you still have to be useful. If placed in a corner, the assault rifle may not move easily due to the frame of the gun, but if placed in a straight line, it only needs to be swept straight to the back. Hearing Carl's words, Jack and Oliver didn't hesitate at all. One of them supported the other and jumped around to run away. However, the assault rifle in Carl's hand had already fired, firing bullets crazily towards the back. Lexington's bullets, relying on her subcutaneous armor, could be ignored by the demon, but facing the copperhead, she was not so arrogant. Originally, he was about to chase him to a distance where the shotgun could cause damage, but he was forcefully forced back around the corner by the oncoming bullets. The devil watched helplessly as the blonde man who killed his brother walked away with support, and the guy who killed his subordinate still kept shooting to suppress her. This sense of humiliation made her grit her teeth. I don't believe you can't run out of bullets, boy, just wait to die with that bastard Oliver. The devil turned around and picked up a jade ring pistol that Huangban had discontinued from the side of his younger brother's body. He held the pistol in one hand and the crusher in the other, preparing to wait for the copperhead's gunfire to stop. She went out and tore the guy who was blocking her into pieces. Oliver, why did the other person call you by your name? Does she know you? Jack listened to the screams containing anger and hatred from behind, and looked at Oliver strangely, not expecting that they would meet his acquaintance during a mission. Who knows, I came to Watson District for the first time yesterday. Who knows what happened? Oliver was also very innocent. This voice was so unfamiliar to him that he didn't even know how he got it. You two, stop talking and run faster. I'm almost out of bullets now. Run! Hearing Carl's voice, Oliver and Jack shut up and just ran back. Although they didn't know the specific situation, if Carl could be so anxious, the guy chasing behind him must be something special. If I had known better, I wouldn't have started the war here. Keeping the first lesson learned in this mercenary mission in mind, Carl stopped shooting. Are you out of bullets? This was the devil's first thought, and then he leaned half of his body around the corner. The stopped gunfire rang out again instantly, and 3 bullets hit that half of the body from top to bottom, tearing open 3 large holes. After watching the bullet tear that half of the body into 4 pieces, Carl's heart sank. Even if the copperhead's bullet could penetrate the body with subcutaneous armor, it would not be able to cause such a degree of tearing trauma. In other words, the reason why the bullets from the assault rifle in his hand can have this effect is because this is not that guy's body. Second lesson. Muttering silently in his mind, Carl threw the bullet-loaded copperhead to the side, pulled out the Lexington from his waist, and fired a few more shots in the back while running back. Hasn't this guy finished his bullets? The devil, who had originally watched the body of his little brother he was holding for testing being torn to pieces, and stopped when he heard the sound of gunfire, was about to rush out of the corner, but found that gunshots rang out again, and his body jerked and stopped. You actually know how to deceive twice, and you were almost deceived by this guy. But in the next moment, the devil felt something was wrong. It's not like she hasn't played Copperhead before. Unless the gun has been specially modified, the shooting for such a long time has almost reached its limit. In other words, the bullets should have been used up no matter what. And the gun she heard now, the sound is very wrong. After listening for another second, an unknown anger suddenly burst out of the devil's heart. This sound, grass, this sound. This voice is so familiar. Before joining the Whirlpool gang, when the demon and her brother, who were real low-level people, depended on each other, all they relied on was a gun that could make such a sound. And just now, this gun made her head buzz. Damn it, Lexington, you actually used Lexington's gunshot to deceive me. The demon rushed out of the corner with the jade ring and the crusher, and all she could see was a back disappearing at the bottom of the passage. Bastard! The demon, who had been fooled twice, could no longer control her anger. Her artificial eyes had completely turned blood red under the red light, illuminating the dim passage. Originally, she just wanted to avoid getting hurt before solving Oliver, so she didn't dare to shoot at Copperhead, but now, she wanted that black-haired bastard to die too. Now, even if Copperhead shot at her, she would just rush forward. At most, she could take 2 shots with her subcutaneous armor. Kill! The desire to kill filled his heart, and the operating system connecting the spine and the back of the brain emitted a subtle sound of electricity operating at the limit of the machine, and the demon's forward speed actually increased a bit. After Carl ran around the corner at the end of the passage, he saw a large warehouse full of machinery and equipment, which looked like a canning workshop. Oliver and Jack had already found a steel manufacturing table in the distance as a cover. Seeing Carl coming, they waved to him desperately. Oliver held his Nova in his hand, and Jack beside him held the copperhead that belonged to Oliver. Both of them pointed their guns at the corner behind Carl, waiting for the Vortex gang member to stick his head out and hit her head on. However, even though they were prepared, Jack and Oliver still didn't know what Carl had just encountered. That guy has subcutaneous armor, and my Lexington is useless to her. At a distance, Carl shouted to explain to them why he didn't get rid of the Vortex gang behind him, and after hearing this reason, Jack responded with full energy. I told you to change your gun. I'm regretting it now. This time he really didn't listen to others and suffered a loss. The Copperhead has greater power than the Lexington, but in some cases, the pistol is irreplaceable. Pure accuracy cannot make up for the difference in power. Carl has learned a lesson today. Carl ran a few steps towards Oliver and Jack, and there were very loud footsteps in the passage behind him. The person from the Vortex gang had caught up. Damn, do you have to be so fast? I ran 2 seconds ahead of her. Realizing that it would take some time for him to run to where Oliver and Jack were, Carl gave up the idea of hiding in the same bunker with them. He looked around and soon found something big enough to hide. It was a trash can full of discarded steel and equipment. I really have a good relationship with trash. At the moment when the demon came out of the passage, she saw Carl's back, who dodged behind a 2-meter-high trash can, and Oliver and Jack, who were facing the passage entrance, also fired at the same moment. The dense firepower network formed by the Copperheads and Novies could not make the demon retreat at this moment. She rushed straight to Oliver, her enemy, and relied on her subcutaneous armor to eat the bullets of the Copperheads and Novies from the front. Cabron, son of a bitch, this guy is not going to live, she plans to rush over and die with us, that gun is a crusher, and our bunker may not be able to block the bullets of that gun at all. Seeing the bullets fall on the demon's body, but can only hit the flesh and blood, and then be firmly stuck on the subcutaneous armor, Jack cursed inwardly, but did not dare to stop pulling the trigger in his hand, hoping to kill her before this guy approaches with a shotgun to a distance enough to tear them apart. This guy's subcutaneous armor is more exaggerated than I thought. How much did she spend? Is this the latest model? Oliver also complained bitterly. This madman from the Vortex gang didn't care about her life, but she also raised the pistol in her left hand while rushing forward and staring at him and shooting. He didn't know this guy, so why did she want to kill him so much? He didn't provoke her. The impact force brought by the kinetic weapon fell into the subcutaneous armor, and most of the incidental impact force was resolved by the subcutaneous armor. Although some small part of the impact force would still act on the demon, this obstacle could not slow down her speed at all. In less than a second, she had reached the most suitable distance for the shotgun. Throwing away the pistol that had been emptied of bullets, the demon raised the Crusher kinetic shotgun with both hands and aimed at Oliver and Jack. After a second, she would spray their bodies and the bunkers together. But Carl would not give her this opportunity. He hid behind the cover of the trash can just now, not to escape, but just to disappear from the demon's 6 artificial eyes at that moment, and the range covered by the artificial eyes was not easy to hide. Right now, when the demon's 6 artificial eyes were all facing forward, ready to watch his enemy being smashed into pieces by guns, Carl, who had climbed up the trash can, jumped down and flew towards the demon. The demon's ears caught the sound of the wind, but the weapon in her hand was difficult to turn. How much does an adult male's body weigh? Carl estimated that it should be 70 kilograms, and this weight plus the impact from top to bottom rushed towards the demon. Even if the demon has a heavy subcutaneous prosthesis in his body, he will inevitably be thrown to the ground by Carl. But all Carl can do is to throw himself to the ground. When his hands and feet just felt the impact of the ground from the body below, a clenched fist had already met Carl's cheek, just one punch, and there was a subcutaneous armor modified inside. To some extent, the fist that was like a steel glove knocked Carl upside down, and the blood from his nose could not stop flowing out of his broken nose. Get out of here! Because Carl's thigh pressed down the other hand of the demon used the same hand to punch again after the previous punch, and Carl, who was hit by the second punch, could not bear it. His head was like a clock being struck, and his consciousness was a little scattered, but at this last moment, he still managed to find a chance to resist. Oliver and Jack had rushed out from behind the bunker. In order to avoid accidental injuries, they had thrown away their guns and wanted to help Carl suppress the demon of the Vortex gang physically, but Carl had already grasped the gun again. He and the people from the Uzumaki gang were the only ones in the fight, and he wasn't afraid of accidentally injuring anyone. Lexington's gunfire rang out again, and at the same time Carl was punched in the face again. His face was almost dented by this punch, but the beating was so miserable that Oliver and Jack almost couldn't recognize it. When he came out, Carl had a smile on his face. He fired, and managed to hit the finger. Relying on the few punches he received, Carl has determined that the subcutaneous armor only covers the back of the hand of the Uzumaki gang. Her fingers are not covered with subcutaneous armor. In other words, her fingers can be hit by bullets. Broken. What Carl broke was not the fist that was still powerful enough to beat him even if a few fingers were missing. What he chose was the other hand of the Uzumaki gang member that was pressed under his thigh and was difficult to move. And in that hand, in the palm of his hand, he holds the crusher who refuses to let go even if the opponent falls to the ground. His fingers were shattered by bullets, and the gun that was so difficult to hold found a new owner the next moment. Nice to meet you, lively lady. Before the devil could punch again, her 6 glowing red prosthetic eyes locked onto one thing, which was the huge gun body of the crusher. See you next time. Pong. Seeing the face full of prosthetic eye devices explode in front of him, Carl shook his head and tilted his body to one side. Search TWKAN on Google. Hey, are you okay, KK? Oliver, who was a little faster than Jack, quickly supported Carl. He was a little stunned when he saw the Uzumaki gang blooming on his face. It really looks like a bloody flower has bloomed. Almost died. Carl felt that his face was in severe pain and his hands seemed to have been dislocated. The power and reaction force of this crusher were too exaggerated. He just fired one shot and his hands were numb. Get up first, Carl. Jack came over to help lift Carl up. Seeing his crooked nose and broken cheek showing a bloody cross-dot section, he stretched out his hand and pressed it on his nose. Bear with me. Then, without waiting for Carl to have a chance to react, Jack broke it off with force. Carl felt as if there was a click in his brain, and the bridge of his nose was broken back. Ouch! This sore feeling made Carl couldn't help but scream, "Damn it, Jack, didn't you give me time to prepare?" Prepare you for more pain. Jack spoke very experiencedly, looking at Carl's miserable face and revealing a smile that looked very honest under his current expression. How do you feel now? It's much better, at least it's just pain, not throbbing anymore. With his teeth bared in saying this, Carl glanced at the Maelstrom gang who fell on the ground and said, looking at the quality of this guy's subcutaneous armor, this guy may be the boss of the Maelstrom gang here. Ordinary gangsters shouldn't be able to use it to resist copper. We might be able to take a breather now. No wonder this life is worth 100,000 euros. Damn it, I thought it was the company dog who had good intentions, but it turns out he is such a difficult guy. Even a copperhead can't get in. This thing starts at least 30,000 euros. Jack changed his previous name for his employer, and he became the company dog again. It's okay. Most of the things have been solved now. All you need to do is find the box and destroy it. Then you will have the remaining 70,000 euros. If you share it by then, you will have enough money to transform it into a similar subcutaneous protector. Got it. Carl patted Jack on the shoulder, but after we find something, we have to go to Lao Wei and give us treatment. Do as you say. Oliver picked up the crusher on the ground that Carl had shot and escaped. We can also access the corpses of the previous group of people to see if we can take away the money in their private accounts. I hope the brain isn't too damaged, as it won't be able to be read. That might not work. I shot everyone in the head. Carl shrugged. Speaking of which, why is this woman chasing you and beating you because of the romantic debt you owe? Who knows, he's already dead anyway, so there's nothing you can do about it. If you're still alive, you can try to find a hacker to read the data. During the chat, the three of them moved very quickly. Jack, who had an injured leg, went along the way to pick up the gun and sell it back. Oliver and Carl, who had no problem with mobility but was beaten in the face and hurt, went to find the gun in the factory. Computer, access it to read the records about the box. It took Carl half an hour to find a computer located on the first floor of the factory. Although he did not read any information about the mission from it, he still saw something quite interesting. Those were the records of the Uzumaki gang's recent attacks on various companies and conflicts with various gangs. The Uzumaki gang made trouble again in the Kabuki district yesterday. This is what Carl heard when he came to this world. It came from the announcer's words, plus the 6th Street gang related to Oliver was robbed of transporting guns, and the company dog box for this mission was robbed, and then counting the series of records on the computer now. The Uzumaki gang is preparing for something, and it may not be a big deal. But this has nothing to do with me. He was just a small person on his second day in Night City, and he was not involved in the affairs of a large gang with a total number of more than 1,300 people. Although he killed people from the Uzumaki gang, he had almost killed more than 20 people in total, but compared to the total number of people, it is still too small. I found the box. Oliver's communication came, along with the relevant location. After receiving the communication, Carl also disconnected the computer in front of him, and shot the Lexington to destroy its data. It's not to hide, after all, their situation has been exposed in the surveillance, but they just took the computer to test its power. Lexington can't penetrate the subcutaneous armor, but it still has the ability to destroy computers, but look at the way its bullets get stuck in the computer after it hits it. That's okay. The penetrating power is still not enough, maybe I really need to get a new gun. In his heart, Carl was ready to abandon this old love that he only got the next day. When he arrived at where Oliver was, Jack had already arrived before him, and the box that was exactly the same as the information given by his employer was right in front of him. Carl nodded to the two people, and then dialed his employer's phone number. After a few seconds, the call was answered. How did the mission go? This number seemed to be a number obtained by the employer specifically for this mission. As soon as it was dialed, they knew it was Carl. I've got the box. Do you need to verify it? What does the box look like? Carl observed the box and reported the relevant data and the feature of a red flower pattern on the box. This is the box. Destroy it. Got it. Carl nodded at Oliver, and Oliver walked to the access point in the room, connected the room's surveillance with his access point and started recording the screen. Then Carl stepped back a few steps, and Jack tied a few grenades to the side of the box, and then put the box in a corner away from them, pulled out the pins in one breath and ran away. 5 seconds later, the grenade exploded, and the box was blown into pieces. In the last cracked picture before the explosion, Carl seemed to see some strip-dot-shaped data chips in it, but all of this turned into ashes or fragments with the exploding fireball. Oliver waited for a while, unplugged the connection cable, and transmitted the video file to Carl, who forwarded it to his employer. More than 10 seconds later, Carl's call with his employer was hung up. You did a great job on this mission. You weren't too curious. I'm very satisfied. At the same time as this message came over the phone, Carl's account was notified that 70,000 euros had been deposited. This employer was very decisive. He gave the money after the task was completed. To be honest, he was a good employer. How is it? Oliver glanced at the residue. Although he was a little curious about the contents of the box, he was more concerned about the reward. It's in the account. I'll transfer it to you right away. The next second, Oliver received a notification that he had received 23,300 euros, and so did Jack. There's still an extra 100 euros that's not easy to divide. When we have enough money for dinner, let's go find a nice restaurant tonight. I know a few good restaurants. Jack agreed with Carl's suggestion, but he still said, if we only go to those places, 100 euros may not be enough. I'll transfer some back. Forget it. Consider the extra as my treat. With Carl waving his hand indifferently, the first mission of their team ended. Mission amount reward. 100,000 euros. Did you do a big job this time? In Victor's prosthetic clinic, Victor asked casually while treating Jack's wounds. That's right. I almost lost my life there because of the company dog's mission. Jack said, sold the guns and other things, and one person got 40,000 yuan in bits and pieces. The guys in the Maelstrom gang couldn't sell them for a good price, so we only kept the Crusher shotgun. Down. It's good to be able to bring my life back. Victor took out a bucket of suturing equipment and pressed it on Jack's hand. After a click, the wound was sutured. After doing the final treatment, Victor patted Jack's intact arm and stepped back. After a few steps, he walked to his chair and sat down. It's taken care of. Take some pneumatic syringes with you when you leave. Next time you encounter this kind of thing, it will be much better to inject yourself with a needle first. How much does the treatment plus the pneumatic syringe cost? Consider me celebrating that you have completed a big job, this time for free. Victor casually waved his hand to Jack, who wanted to pay, as well as Carl and Oliver, who were waiting next to him. Just take care of my business more in the future. Bite. Victor began to watch the boxing matches on the computer again that he seemed to be tired of. Thank you, Lao Wei. I'll bring some food and drink later and we can have a drink. Jack moved his shoulders, and after finding that he could move freely, he walked towards Carl and Oliver. Okay, now let's celebrate the successful completion of this trip. Do you have any restaurant recommendations? Oliver said, I'm not very familiar with Watson District. There is a good Japanese restaurant over in the Kabuki district. How about eating there? Jack said, looking at Carl, seeking his opinion. Japanese food? Carl hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Okay, I haven't had it for a while. You can try it over there, but isn't the Kabuki Hall a place for people to play with each other? There are also good restaurants? You guys have to eat something when you're tired from playing. Don't worry, that Japanese food tastes very good, although I haven't really eaten any authentic Japanese food. With Jack's strong recommendation, the three of them got into Oliver's car and drove to the Kabuki Hall. On the way, several people also discussed how they plan to spend their 40,000 yuan. 40,000 euros in Night City can at least exceed the family assets of 90% of people. Even among mercenaries, few people can save such an amount of money. Most mercenaries have as time goes by, the commissions will be spent not long after they are received, and even if they can save money well, it is very difficult for the little money they save to reach an amount of more than 10,000 euros. The strength and equipment of the low-level mercenaries may not be as good as those of ordinary Maelstrom gang members. Jack was the first to think about how he was going to spend the money. I should save 10,000 to buy a car or a motorcycle, and the other 30,000 should go back to Lao Wei now to get a subcutaneous armor. I met him today. The armor on this Maelstrom maniac can't even be penetrated by a copperhead, but after I get it straightened up, I can be awesome. The reason why Jack had to spend money to go to Lao Wei now to get a new set of subcutaneous armor, instead of thinking about bringing back the dead member of the Whirlpool gang and removing her prosthetic body to wear it himself, was because Jack kept the Mexican a man of human ancestry. Although Mexicans often talk about death, they respect death very much. It is not Jack's temperament to touch the body after a person dies. Moreover, this kind of behavior will make him feel like a scavenger. A disgusting scavenger bastard. Second, prostheses taken from other people are basically adjusted by prosthetics doctors. It is difficult to match second-hand prostheses to the body. Even if they are matched, they will have various problems and may even induce cyberpsychosis. In fact, it's not necessary. Cyberpsychosis is a mental illness that occurs when a prosthetic body is installed and the human body feels a strange feeling that does not belong to its own body and cannot bear the trigger. People with this condition often suffer from overload or extreme collapse of the prosthetic body, become dangerous and crazy. Even the NCPD people can't deal with cyberpsychosis. In Night City, such mental illness will be handed over to another group of people to solve. Jack doesn't want to become a cyberpsychotic just because he wants to save money. Someone like that. Regarding Jack's spending plans, Oliver was a little curious about what kind of car Jack was going to buy after saving 10,000 yuan. 10,000 yuan for an ordinary second-hand old car is enough. What kind of car do you want to buy, Jack? At least buy a 4-seater car. Jack said, feeling his and Carl's bodies huddled together on the passenger seat. At the very least, it has to have more seats than your car. TCH, this car of mine was originally used to pick up girls. Why would you be dissatisfied with letting you two grown men sit in it? Moreover, this second-hand car is worth 29,000 euros. Hearing Jack complain about his car, Oliver retorted unconvinced and went back, which ushered in Jack's questioning. You use this sports car that only homeless people like to pick up girls? Our girls in Santo Domingo are more down to earth. Forget it, it's not like I haven't seen the girls from Santo Domingo. There is a wasteland to the east of your place. They are blown by wind and sand all day long. Their skin is very rough, but they have all kinds of requirements. Our girls from Haywood are the hot ones. Passionate and honest. I thought you Haywood girls were too messy, so I just said a few words and then got in the car and went home. Come on, you two. Seeing that the two people were making more and more noise, almost squeezing himself into a muggle in the middle, Carl stopped the two people from meaninglessly comparing each other and brought the topic back to its original track. Compared to this, Oliver, how are you going to spend the money? Me? Oliver thought for a while and said, rent an apartment first. It's not a problem to sleep in a car or a hotel, and then get some prosthetics for yourself. You really can't survive as a mercenary without a good prosthesis. Then I'll follow what you said and see if I can be a team doctor or a sniper. By the way, Jack, I'm going to find an apartment in Watson District. Do you have any recommendations? It's a super skyscraper in Little Chinatown. The rent there is not bad, and there are cheap restaurants next to it. It's convenient to eat. That place. Oliver remembered that that was the place where he and Carl met, and he still had some impressions. Thinking of this, he glanced at Carl. Carl, what about you? How are you preparing? He remembered that Carl had no place to live either. I'll go and have a look. If it's okay, I'll live there. It's close and convenient. As for my money besides rent, I haven't decided yet, but I'll probably check out what kind of pistol is good and get one later. Lexington has to be replaced anyway. Chatting all the way and following the navigation, the three of them arrived at the place. What should be the signboard of a Japanese food store? Sashimi, sushi, tempura? In 2075, although these traditional Japanese foods can still be synthesized and manufactured using strange materials, their appearance is so different from the past that they can only be ranked among Japanese foods and cannot be regarded as signatures. On the menu, there is only one type of Japanese food that is the most popular among today's Japanese food restaurants in Night City. Yakitori. Made from synthetic meat, Jack ordered 20 skewers as soon as it came out, and it looked more like barbecued meatballs than chicken skewers, and he strongly recommended Carl and Oliver to try it. While Carl was still thinking about what the chicken skewers were made of and whether they could be eaten, Oliver, who was sitting next to him, was already eating one skewer in one hand. Watching him eat the meatballs in one bite, he was enjoying the meal. It seems that this grilled chicken skewer suits his taste very well. After hesitating for a moment, thinking that insects would have to be eaten sooner or later, Carl picked up the chicken skewers, bit into a meatball, and chewed it in his mouth for a while. Well, he spat it out. It wasn't that Carl was wasting food, but the impact of this thing was too strong. The moment he ate it, Carl felt his lips and teeth protesting, and his stomach twitched. His body was warning Carl. This thing couldn't be entered, so I subconsciously followed the feeling and spit it out as soon as I sensed the threat. How do you describe the taste of this thing? If Carl were asked to describe it in 2 words, he would say it tastes terrible. If he used 3 words to describe it, it would be very unpleasant. If he used 4 words to describe it, it would be super unpleasant. And if it is mixed with some lack of quality, it will be really unpalatable. The overall taste is similar to the low-quality ham sausage mixed with sawdust that Carl used to eat as a child, which was full of starch and even disgusted for dogs. The seasoning is also very strong, like chewing a soaked sausage. It tasted like shredded chili paper balls mixed with soy sauce and vinegar. I can only say that it was unpalatable, beyond imagination. Oliver and Jack were eating something sweet. They were stunned for a moment when they saw Carl frowning and spitting out the chicken meatballs he had just chewed. Then both of them immediately thought of something like this in their minds. Scenes performed in the film. Is this thing poisonous? The 2 people stopped eating instantly and became wary, but what Carl said after spitting out the food made them lower their newly raised wariness. This stuff tastes too bad. It tastes bad? Staring at Carl's chicken skewers that looked no different from theirs, Jack looked at Oliver, and Oliver also looked at Jack. Both of them saw doubts in each other's eyes. Isn't this chicken skewer delicious? Why did Carl say it tastes bad? Could it be that there is something wrong with Carl's chicken skewers? With this idea in mind, Jack picked up the chicken skewers that Carl stopped eating after one bite, bit off a piece of meatball and started eating it. After chewing it twice, there was an obvious look of confusion on his face. Appearance. Is this delicious? Isn't this delicious? Listening to what Jack and Carl said, Oliver took the chicken skewer with only one piece left from Jack's hand, bit into the last piece of meatball, and then after chewing a few times, he showed the same expression as Jack. Isn't it delicious? Looking at the expressions of Jack and Oliver, Carl also roughly understood that they were all used to such low-quality food that was full of seasonings to change the taste. He could not accurately describe how difficult it was to eat this thing. He sighed and said something. Compared to real chicken skewers, these synthetic meat skewers taste terrible. Real chicken kebabs? Oliver only thought that Carl was joking because the chicken skewers in this restaurant were not to his liking. That thing is against the laws of Night City. Ever since the previous bird flu outbreak, Night City has banned poultry-related meat. If we want to try something new, we can secretly find some on the black market, but it's very expensive. Jack saw something else from Carl's expression and words. He opened his mouth wide and said in disbelief, Carl, look at you, you haven't really eaten real chicken skewers before, have you? Of course I only commented like this after eating it. Carl said, anyway, I don't want to touch this chicken skewers anymore. Give me something else. Eating this thing is really torture for me. I've eaten real chicken skewers, but I'm so disgusted with these synthetic chicken skewers. Oliver now believed that Carl had really eaten chicken skewers before. He recalled that when he invited Carl to have his first meal, Carl only wanted to eat vegetarian food. You were not the boss of some company before. Bar. Will the young master take a Lexington now? Carl waved his hand, called the waiter, and asked her to get him something else to eat. Then, in front of Oliver and Jack who were eating and watching, it was like serving food. Carl only took one bite of food each time and then put it down. The accumulated food that could not be eaten was taken to him by them without disdain. When they came here to eat, the food almost piled up in front of the two of them. Stop, Carl. Seeing that if Carl ordered any more, his and Jack's stomachs would be bursting with food, so Oliver quickly stopped Carl from ordering the entire menu. Oliver's cheeks twitched slightly as he looked at Carl, who was still not satisfied. He covered his forehead and sighed, saying, "Fried pork chops, sushi, sashimi, Japanese curry, and a bunch of messy things. Young master, you have almost ordered the entire menu, and you haven't found anything satisfactory yet." "You can't blame me for this," Carl said helplessly. "None of these things are edible. I am only glad that I have eaten Chinese cold noodles these 2 days, otherwise I would have starved to death first. I am really getting more and more curious about your original living conditions, Carl." Jack touched his already round belly. "Not only chicken, you have eaten pork, beef, and fish before. What kind of environment did you live in the past?" "Probably just real meat. Eat whatever you want." With a sigh, Carl aimed at the last tea rice. Fortunately, the tea rice did not disappoint Carl, and there was finally something edible. While eating the tea rice, Carl was a little pessimistic. After eating so much, he still ended up eating meatless food. If this continues, he would really have to eat only vegetarian food in the future. Mutwo, what is that? After dinner, while looking at the apartment together, Carl was curious about the words that appeared in Oliver and Jack's mouths. "Is it like Bao X Meng? What are you talking about? What treasure?" "Mutwo is Mutwo." Oliver knew that Carl didn't understand many things, so he simply explained it to him. Under Oliver's popular science explanation, Carl also roughly understood what the so-called Mutwo was. To put it simply, it is something similar to a VR experience. It will transcribe the personal experience of the video recorder into a digital format, and play it directly in the nervous system of the viewer through special amplification, so that the viewer can experience the experience of the recorder. All aspects experienced during recording, whether pain or pleasure, can be fully stimulated in the nerves, ensuring that the experience of the recorder and the viewer is exactly the same. This is the most popular entertainment in today's era, and Mutwo monitors are available in every household, similar to the status of mobile phones in the world that Carl once lived in. "It feels very interesting and I want to experience it." This is Carl's attitude towards Mutwo. "Okay, let's go find a store that sells a head-mounted Mutwo display on the way so you can experience it all when you come back." Jack and Oliver were now used to Carl's boudoir-like insight. Seeing that he was interested in this thing, they immediately changed their direction and drove to the Mutwo store first. The price of a head-mounted Mutwo monitor is not expensive. Brand new and for personal use, you can buy one for only €1,000, and it also comes with several of the latest popular Mutwo films in the world. Make My Heart Beat, Soul of Light, Gate of the Sword Coast. Why are they all games? Oliver wanted to help Carl choose something good, but after flipping through it, he found that the popular models that could be given as gifts were all game-related. "I think it's because gaming products can't be sold, so it comes with a bonus. It's popular, but this thing in Night City may not be as exciting as walking on the street." Jack looked at other Mutwo on the Mutwo sales shelf. "I think The Old Man and the Sea is very good." Hemingway's The Old Man and the Sea? Carl's question made Jack a little excited. "Do you also read Hemingway's books? Isn't this a masterpiece?" "Masterpiece?" Oliver scratched his head beside him. He seemed to be the only one among the three people present who didn't know what The Old Man and the Sea were talking about. What was it about? To put it simply, it's the story of an old man fishing. Carr's summary is succinct. "Fishing, the sea around Night City is almost polluted now, but I don't feel any sense of empathy." Oliver originally wanted to see what this famous Mutwo film, which both Carl and Jack knew, was like, but when he heard that it was about fishing, he gave up. Actually, the theme is not just fishing. Carl took down The Old Man and High Mutwo worth €50. He really wanted to see what Mutwo would look like based on the famous book. Then, what are those? Carl pointed to Mutwo, which was placed in the corner. The color of the shelf looked like black blood splashed on it. "Those Mutwo. Oliver looked at those things and roughly explained, "It's those that involve blood and pornography." "How bloody?" "The one that can be sold openly in this kind of store shouldn't be black mutwo. It's probably about the same level as a bullet piercing the chest and abdomen of the body. Punch through the chest and abdomen?" Carl walked over and took a look and found a film that said, "My Years in the Trauma Team." He looked at the introduction and found that this was a series about a time when the recorder performed a task in the trauma team. Process, keyword urgency, gunfights, and gang members. Interesting. After looking at the price, this kind of film is more expensive than other films, but it is only €70, which is almost the price of 20 meals for ordinary people in the Watson area. Carl now has more than €40,000, so mutwo at this price is naturally affordable. He looked at it and simply bought My Years in the Trauma Team 1, 2, 3, and all 3 episodes of the series. If you buy the whole series in one go, it only costs €200, which is €10 cheaper. In addition to this, Carl also picked A Mercenary's Battle Record, The Fighting Champion's Journey, and The End of the Samurai. These are not bundled, but they are cheaper than the previous series, and the total is only €180. "Carl, do you want to buy so much at once?" Seeing Carl blinking his eyes and wearing a mutwo monitor, he spent €1,430 in one go. Oliver only felt that Carl was really happy to spend money. In the past, he had to hesitate to buy a sexy mutwo. "After taking it out of my pocket for a long time, Carl was so excited that he could finish 6 of them in one go." "Didn't you say that Chow Meng can fully understand the senses of the recorder? I have something I want to verify." In addition to being a little curious about the latest entertainment facilities in 2075, Carl also wanted to try out the senses in mutwo to see if he could remember them. If so, then this bunch of mutwos would be the same. With this in mind, he bought everything from Chow Meng including medical treatment, firearms, boxing, and swordsmanship. "Verify?" Jack blinked, not really understanding what Carl was talking about, but he didn't care. It was rare for him to make a fortune, so he picked out a few mutwo that he had been interested in before, and prepared to check out. Carl bought, Jack bought, and Oliver also bought a few. Today was a rare day for the owner of the mutwo store to see a surge in sales, but his happiness did not last long. The door of the mutwo store was kicked open, and 3 men wearing black hoods covering their faces rushed in with 3 Lexingtons. As soon as they came in, they raised their guns and pointed them at the people in the store. "Don't move, robbery." "Wow, this is called Night City." Being pointed at by guns, Carl was confident that he could shoot the 3 people in front of him in the head in an instant, but it was still a bit dangerous after all, and if the other party only planned to rob, he would not lose anything, so he chose to raise his hand to indicate that he was not going to do anything. Oliver and Jack exchanged glances, and the 2 of them raised their hands in a cooperative manner, and it seemed that they also had no intention of participating in this all-2 robbery. The robbery went on very quickly. The 3 robbers had no intention of attacking anyone. Their goal was only money, so in the face of the tearful expression of the mutwo shop owner, he honestly handed over all the money in the counter, which was about €700. The shop owner was only glad that he had not yet made a deal with Carl and others, and there was not much cash in the store, otherwise he would have lost a lot today. In addition to robbing money, the robbers also took away a few mutwo games. They did not take valuables such as the head-mounted mutwo display, because this thing has a code, and it takes professionals to eliminate it, and these gangsters do not have that ability. Perhaps because they were worried about the arrival of NCPD, the whole robbery process was carried out very quickly, and the whole process took no more than 2 minutes. After getting what they wanted, the robbers hurriedly knocked on the door and left, which made the shop owner feel distressed for a while. "I have to call NCPD and tell them to go to jail." After cursing, the shop owner sighed and was about to continue to greet Carl and the other 3 customers when gunshots were heard outside. It sounded like Lexington, which Carl was very familiar with. The next second, the door that had just been closed was smashed open again, and a broken body rolled in. Looking at the broken hood, it was the robber who had just robbed. "It seems that something happened. Night City." Carl sighed and pulled out his gun at the same time with Oliver and Jack in tacit understanding. "Boss, put the things down for a while, we'll come back to get them soon." Carl said this and walked to the door. He didn't really know what was going on outside, but Oliver's car was parked not far from the door, so he had to go and see if Oliver's car was okay. If it was broken, they would have to walk back with the things. Looking out through the smashed door, Carl saw the chaotic street. On the street, a strong man with yellow hair and sunglasses with a crew cut was holding a military technology Mk-31 heavy machine gun and continuously firing at a truck that was stopped on the road, on the road near Carl's side, two familiar bodies with hoods, euros scattered around their bodies, and bullet holes all over their bodies were lying on the side of the street. Judging from the bullet holes on the two bodies, these robbers who had just robbed the Mutuo store had suffered some kind of unprovoked disaster. What's going on? Jack came to the door of the store and looked out, but when he saw the scenery outside, he shrank back again. Heavy machine gun, what's going on? My car! Oliver saw that there was an obvious bullet dent on the door of his car outside the door, which looked like it was hit by a bullet from the truck. Seeing such damage, his eyes suddenly turned red. That's my sister's birthday gift to me. What do you mean? Carl had already clenched his weapon, and his left hand touched the grenade he picked up from the Vortex gang on his waist. Are you going to kill everyone on both sides? With the grenade, even if he encountered subcutaneous armor like the Vortex gang members before, he had the confidence to solve it, not to mention that Jack was carrying a crusher now. You're too radical. Oliver was not going to kill someone just because his car was accidentally hit by someone and had a dent. The guy with the heavy machine gun and the guy on the truck who could shoot at him were not easy to deal with, so he could still tolerate this. After all, they have heavy weapons to reason with, and Oliver happens to be a reasonable person. Too radical? Carl felt that he was okay. Compared with those compatriots who like to kill whole families and exterminate the root of evil at any time, he was already very conservative. There is a saying that goes, who said we like to kill the whole family, I want to kill his whole family. The gunfight outside went faster than expected, because when the people who escaped from the driving position of the truck were shooting at the yellow-haired man, a group of people who seemed to be in the same group as the yellow-haired man had already touched the back of the truck. The first person in the group to shoot was a black coxcomb man who used a mechanical hand to hold the copperhead snake and fired, and next to him, a pale-skinned, short girl with green twin ponytails and a pink M.76 Omaha pistol. With the help of these two people, the truck transport personnel surrounded in the middle only lasted less than 3 seconds, and then fell to the ground and fell asleep. Man! After dealing with the people next to the truck, the green-haired girl with twin ponytails waved at the big man. It's all dealt with. Rebecca. The yellow-haired big man called man nodded to the green-haired girl from a distance, and called the coxcomb man next to the girl, Pira, find something quickly and we'll retreat. Okay. Watching the three people walk to the back of the truck quickly, Jack said, it looks like they are mercenaries like us. Then it seems there's nothing to see. Carl turned his head and took his Mutuo and head-mounted Mutuo display. Do you want to fix your car first, Oliver? It's okay, I can fix this dent myself, let's go to the apartment first. During the conversation between the two, after packing up Mutuo for himself, the owner of Mutuo ran out of the store and picked up the euros next to the corpse. These were all taken from his store, and he had to get them back anyway. After Carl and Jack squeezed into the passenger seat again and Oliver started the car, the mercenary team, which seemed to be led by a big man named Man, also got what they wanted from the truck. When they evacuated, the vehicle driven by Oliver passed by the truck. Man glanced at the passing vehicle and didn't pay much attention to it. Carl, however, looked at him more in the passenger seat. This guy's subcutaneous armor is also quite amazing. He can stand on the road and shoot for so long. This thought flashed through his mind and disappeared in an instant. This little episode didn't stay in Carl's mind for much time. The vehicle driven by Oliver drove all the way to the super skyscraper without any more episodes. They contacted the apartment manager smoothly and talked about the rental of the apartment. The super skyscraper was built by a company, and the apartment manager was actually just an employee of that company, but he was as demanding as the landlord when it came to commission. After listing a bunch of terms and reminders, Oliver and Carl both rented apartments on the 5th and 4th floors for €1,000 a month. Oliver wanted to be Carl's neighbor, but there was only one empty apartment on the 4th floor, so he had no choice but to choose the floor above Carl's. The things in the apartment are all ready-made. Carl and Oliver can move in as soon as they pick up their bags. However, the company-managed apartment is kind enough to provide you with these things, and these things must have their own circumstances. Private phone, €10 initial fee, and then €0.75 per minute of call, TV, €50 deposit, and then €1 per hour of use. Well, there is also a vending machine in the room. Wow, this business has come to the room. Carl walked to the vending machine and spent €15 to buy 3 bottles of small Coke. He threw 2 of them to Jack and Oliver respectively. He didn't like small Coke very much. But I don't know if this vending machine is suppressed by the seller. There is no other Coke for sale. He can only drink this bitter Coke. How do you feel, Carl? Jack lay on the sofa in the room. It was his first time to come to such an apartment. Generally speaking, it's livable. Just livable? Oliver hadn't had time to look at his room, but the rooms of both were of the same type, and he looked at Carl's as if he was looking at his own, so he was a little surprised by Carl's nonchalant attitude. I haven't lived in a better house than this since I became independent at the age of 18. How old are you? 20.4, didn't you ask me when we first met? Forgot. You can't even get a house for €1,000 a month after becoming independent for 6 years, you're really miserable. Carl, who lived in such a house the day after crossing over, didn't feel that it was glorious at all. But no matter what. Looking at Oliver and Jack lying softly on the sofa, looking like salted fish, Carl opened the can and took a sip. His story in 2075 has begun. Gulp. So sweet. So boring. Carl sat on the bar of the Wild Wolf Bar and complained to Jack's mother, Mrs. Wells, I can't get the commission, Mrs. Wells. If this continues, we will starve to death. There's no need to be in such a hurry, Carl. Mrs. Wells smiled and served a plate of French fries. Isn't it nice to have some free time? Come and try my latest research and development of French fries. Oh, is it the one I said was sprinkled with salt and pepper? Seeing Carl, who had just become decadent and became active for a second because of French fries, Oliver and Jack were a little helpless in other seats at the bar. Their team has been formed for a week, and they have taken on 5 missions here and there. During this period, they have also gained a deeper understanding of Carl's personality. Now if Oliver and Jack are to make decisions for Carl if there is an evaluation, then they will not hesitate to use a Chinese word that Carl taught them to describe Carl. Search TWKAN on Google, it's nothing to look for. This is not to say that Carl likes to make excuses to cause trouble, but both Oliver and Jack take it literally. To put it bluntly, Carl can't take any time off. After completing the task, he just wants to perform the next task. Nor do they know how to rest and relax. Other mercenaries take an order. If the order pays well, then after completing the task, they have to rest for 10 days and a half before they are interested in taking another order. But Carl is different. He is often on the previous task. When placing an order, I am already thinking about how to take the next order, just like a task machine. Oliver and Jack are not saying that Carl's looking for trouble is not good. Thanks to Carl's crazy tasks, Oliver and Jack's abilities have grown a lot, and their wallets are getting heavier day by day. This aspect is naturally quite embarrassing. People are happy, but people are not machines after all. They also need necessary rest, otherwise they would not have dragged Carl to sit on the bar to drink today. Stop being so sad and have a drink. Seeing Carl happily eating French fries, Oliver toasted to Jack. Anyway, according to Carl, when our reputation is big enough to accept the middleman task, he will take over the task. At worst, we can hold on until then. It's not that I don't think it's bad to have too many tasks. We are mercenaries after all. Having tasks to do is naturally better than having no tasks. I'm just thinking that these small tasks we do can really be useful. Can you become famous in one day and attract the attention of middlemen? You want to do a big job, Jack, like your first order? This person must have something to look forward to. If he can earn 30,000 to 40,000 euros alone, then death will be worth it. Haywood's children always talked about death casually. Usually when performing tasks outside, only Carl would complain about it, but today was different. Jack. Mrs. Wells stared. Oh, sorry, Mom. Jack realized that what he said should not be said casually in front of his mother, and he quickly apologized. He said such words as a subconscious habit when he was with Carl and Oliver, and he did not change it for a while. It's better to say less of this, Jack. As Oliver spoke, he received an unexpected communication, which was from his sister. Originally, when his sister communicated, she said that she could return to Night City in 2 days, and then she kept saying that something was delaying her. Until now, she was finally back, and she wanted to meet her brother. Then I'll leave first. After saying hello and farewell to Carl, Jack, and Mrs. Wells, Oliver left first. After he was kicked out of the 6th Street gang, he couldn't go back to Santo Domingo if he didn't want to cause trouble, but his sister could still come to Watson District. Yes, he planned to pick up his sister and go have a meal somewhere. Not long after Oliver left, something happened on Jack's side. His current girlfriend, Misty, who is also Lao Wei's landlord, wanted to go shopping with him. After Jack sent a private message to Carl to explain, he also said, he gave a random reason to his mother and left. His mother liked Jack's ex-girlfriend more than his current girlfriend. Jack didn't want his mother to know that he was going on a date. In a short period of time, Carl was the only one left in the 3-person team who took a rare break, still eating French fries at the bar. What can he do? One of the two teammates went with his sister and the other with his girlfriend. What could he do? Come on. You should continue to go home and learn hacking knowledge or watch Mutuo. At least it has been verified that it can indeed have a learning effect. Thanks for the hospitality, Mrs. Wells. After finishing his fries, leaving the Wild Wolf Bar and walking on the streets of Haywood, Carl suddenly realized something more important. Oliver, who was driving someone away, is gone. How can he get back to Watson District? Subway? But I've never sat on it before, so I'm not familiar with it. Never mind. Take a taxi. Just as Carl was about to call a taxi, he called. Hey, acquaintance, isn't this the big order client who said the phone would only be used once? Why is it being used again? A company dog is a company dog, and he still has to answer the phone. After all, the other party is indeed generous with money. Drop. I have a mission. I need someone to accompany me as a bodyguard to negotiate. It's 50,000 euros per person. If you want to take it, meet me at the Wuyen Motel in Watson District in an hour. After saying that, he hung up without giving Carl a chance to say more. He was very arrogant. Okay. It's 50,000 euros anyway. It doesn't matter if he's arrogant. He's the client. Just do the work. Carl thought about it and decided not to disturb Oliver and Jack, who were busy. They rarely had a day off to be with their family and girlfriend. He shouldn't send them a message saying that he was going to do a mission to make them worry. Otherwise, according to their temperament, they might drop their current affairs and come to cover him secretly. It's a good time to try it. I just modified the prosthesis with Lao Wei yesterday. These days, Carl spent all the money for the mission on yesterday's modification, except for the money for buying Mutuo and learning hacking. Feeling the strange feeling in his arms, Carl shook his arms and pressed the technical pistol JK.X2 Kenshin produced by Arasaka Company on his waist. The so-called technical pistol is a pistol that uses electromagnetic energy to push all metal ammunition to a high speed to penetrate bunkers or walls. Ordinary subcutaneous armor is as fragile as paper in front of it. This is also the pistol that Carl bought at a high price after experiencing the previous experience. Now, it is time to use it together with the modification of the arm. You're here. I am coming. In fact, he really wanted to say something like you shouldn't have come, but Carl felt that his employer, the boss of the company, probably didn't know how to have such a conversation, so he stopped talking after saying hello. The second time he met his employer, compared to the hurried contact before, he just felt that she was domineering. Now Carl had extra time to observe this employer. This employer was wearing makeup when they first met. Although she looked pretty, Carl was attracted by the 100,000 salary she mentioned before he even looked at her. So in fact, he didn't take a close look at his employer's appearance. Now, upon closer inspection, the employer looked to be about 20.3 or 4 years old, with wide-open features, high eyebrows, and deep eyes, short black hair and dark eyes, and a darker complexion. Upon closer inspection, he was from Southern Europe, to be precise. It is said that the facial features of Spain and Italy are the so-called Latin faces. Carl is actually a bit face-blind when it comes to white people, but he can still distinguish people according to their facial features, but he doesn't find it that strange in the night city for his employer's very distinctive appearance. After all, America is a country with a large number of immigrants, and Night City is the intersection of all races on the West Coast. Let alone a company dog with Latin characteristics in Night City, Carl can even meet the self-proclaimed Moxie. Indian descendants of gone people will not be surprised. After all, the so-called Mohawk, which is the unique hairstyle of that race, is now very popular in Night City. The employer seemed to be waiting for something. Even when Carl arrived, she was not ready to take action. She stood downstairs at the silent motel, and she did not look conspicuous because she was only wearing black without makeup or a suit. In addition to being more beautiful than the girl standing on the street, the owner of the coat is also nothing was surprising. Instead, Carl's appearance and mercenary attire attracted a lot of attention. However, after seeing someone around him, most of the girls passing by had no intention of striking up a conversation, even if they were halfway there. When I was there, I was forced to step back by my employer's indifferent gaze. The silence between Carl and his employer lasted for a while, and then the employer seemed to relieve boredom, or to let the next bodyguard know more about herself. She spoke, "My name is Blanca. Just call me that in future actions." Blanca is a very common Spanish name, which means white and pure. In Carl's memory, in the 13th century, there was a French queen from Castile who also had this name, but how does this name compare to the person? Carl looked at Blanca, who was dressed in black, and then thought about the meaning of her name. He felt that it was completely the opposite. For the task that's waiting for you, it's enough for you to be responsible for protecting my safety. Look less and talk less. I don't need your participation in related matters. Even if you hear something, forget it. I think you should be able to do it. At this point? Regarding this sentence, Carl chose to nod silently, showing that he was really taciturn. He was not Oliver, and he really didn't talk that much usually. But he chose to respond silently, but the employer kept talking. Her feet kept changing, her focus on the ground, as if to relieve tension. Wait a moment, the number of people on the other side should be about 10, in case the negotiation fails. I will make an action of lifting my hair, and after seeing this action, you will kill the person opposite me who is talking to me, and then cover me and get out of there. Do you understand? Carl silently wrote down this information. There were 10 enemies, and they were asked to kill people after lifting their hair and protect the NPC, employer, and the reward was 50,000. Very easy to remember. Carl will not ask Blanca, as a company employee, why he can only negotiate things alone, and has to hire mercenaries like himself as bodyguards, because this kind of thing is not important, regardless of whether Blanca has no one in the company, whether she can be trusted, or whether this is just her personal matter and has nothing to do with the company. Carl doesn't care. He only cares about how many enemies there are, whether they can be killed, and how much the reward is. As long as he has this information, Carl feels that he can do this job. Well, if there is additional information, it is where the enemy is. Blanca looked at Carl, who looked quite calm and didn't pay attention to the 10 people across from him at all. Just as he was about to say something more important, a black Sky Hera EC.DI360 stopped in front of the two of them. On the road. Celestial Hera EC.DI360, the first model of the Hera series, because it was too durable, easy to repair, and economical, it almost caused the Tianxiang company that manufactured it to go bankrupt. At the same time, this also made the subsequent Tianxiang board of directors understand the truth that product quality can be it's tough, but not too tough. This vehicle, which was first produced in 2023, is already outdated in today's era. However, there are still many car owners who prefer it and continue to modify it. It can still be seen on the streets of Night City. Figure. Like Oliver's Skychone Quartz EC.L or 275, they are both products of Skychone. This type of car is generally used by the middle class and lower class people, and they are representatives of durability and affordability. As Carl and Blanca watched, the rear door of the Nara EC.DI360 was opened. The back seat was empty, facing Carl and Blanca, as if inviting them to sit in it. Carl felt that the employer beside him was breathing heavier. It seems that this is the car that will pick them up. It's good, better than squeezing two seats. Carl always had to squeeze with Jack, the strong man, in Oliver's car. After Jack changed his subcutaneous armor, it was even more uncomfortable. He couldn't stand it. The employer walked to the car, and Carl followed closely. After entering the car and sitting in the car seat, Carl saw the person sitting in the main driver's seat shaking his red head and turning around. Oh, to be precise, it was the driver who turned around with his 8 red dot glowing artificial eyes. This is really too iconic, and the whole face has been changed beyond recognition. Carl sighed in his heart. Sure enough, it was the Whirlpool gang again. This group of modified psychopaths who don't treat themselves as human beings, old acquaintances. I'm tired of killing them, can't I change the target? No one knows what Carl is thinking. After the driver of the Whirlpool gang confirmed the identities of the two people, he turned around, and then the car started, and the two drove to the northern industrial area of Watson District, which is the most important place where the Whirlpool gang is entrenched. It seems that, in addition to the initial evidence against this employer, the Uzumaki gang has something else in its hands. After the Whirlpool gang vehicle carrying Carl and his employer Blanca drove into the industrial zone in the north of Watson District, it did not enter a factory as Carl imagined, but turned around and finally turned in front of an apartment. In the past, when Watson District was still scheduled to be another city center, the rich had built many apartments on the edge of the industrial zone in the north of Watson District, as if this would separate them from the area where the lower-level employees lived. However, with the decline of Watson District, there were fewer and fewer apartments where rich people lived. After the rise of the Whirlpool gang, in order to avoid being asked for the necessary protection fees by the Whirlpool gang that often visited, they all moved out of this place. Now, the people living in the apartments in the industrial zone in the north of Watson District, enjoying the isolated life of the rich, are just factory employees. Information about Watson District flashed through his mind, and Carl appreciated the location of the other party who talked to his employer later. Compared to the gloomy, steely factory that brought Carl some bad memories, this kind of apartment building is obviously more to his liking. Apart from other things, looking outside at the large expanse of sunshine will make him feel much better. Although the sunshine in Night City will not be so bright because of the haze caused by pollution. After the vehicle stopped in front of the apartment building, the first thing Carl saw was two members of the Vortex gang standing in front of the apartment building. They each held a Saratoga submachine gun that looked well maintained. Military technology M221 Saratoga, as a weapon originally designed for corporate security, the iconic click of this submachine gun is obviously more favored by gang members. Of course, it is not denied that it is because of its relatively low cost and easy modification. In short, if you can see this gun that is smaller and cuter than the same submachine gun on the street, it is recommended that you stay away from people who own such guns, because Saratoga is not Lexington, it is not easy to mess with. How can you recall information and attack with gun discrimination? They are all military technology guns. In the past, Lexington and Saratoga were given the names of sister ships of aircraft carriers. In 2075, they are still compared. As a half Lexington lover, Carl changed Lexington and put it at home, but he still misses Lexington, his first gun. However, even so, when he saw the Saratoga submachine gun, his hand still slightly touched the Kenshin pistol on his waist. If these madmen of the Whirlpool gang ignore their own people and start shooting inside, he can't protect his employer. Although the possibility is not great, as a bodyguard now, he must pay attention to this aspect. The Whirlpool gang was not so crazy. They pulled the people who were negotiating business over and killed their own people together. After the car stopped, the two Whirlpool gang members holding Saratoga submachine guns moved away from the front of the apartment to the sides, and their weapons were also lowered to the outside, showing a welcoming gesture. It's time to get off the car. The employer Blanca said this, opened the car door and walked out. Carl looked at the driver who was silent in the front seat, and after confirming that he was not going to say anything, he also got off the car, but he heard a little sound when he got off the car. It was the sound of the gun's safety switch being turned on. And the direction of the sound was from the front seat. It seems that this negotiation is ready to block the road. He got off the car calmly, without showing any surprise. Carl walked slowly to the employer's side, followed her and walked into the four-story apartment building in front of him under the welcome gestures of the two Whirlpool gang members. After they had completely entered the apartment building, one of the two gatekeepers from the Whirlpool gang approached the driver holding a Saratoga submachine gun. Did they show any special behavior along the way? No, the company dog seemed a little nervous along the way. Her adrenaline increased a lot in my artificial eye scan, but she should be simply nervous about the upcoming negotiations, not intending to break the contract. What about the bodyguard who followed him? Is this the guy who killed the devil and took down one of our Whirlpool gang's bases before? That kid, when he was mentioned, the artificial eye of this Whirlpool gang member who had a high status in the gang and had a scanning artificial eye but served as a driver flashed red, and then he spoke in a way that he was not sure of or believed. He was not nervous at all from beginning to end, even when he knew he was being taken to our territory. Compared to those miscellaneous mercenaries who were so nervous that they almost peed their pants as soon as they got on the car, he was quite courageous, but, the member of the Whirlpool gang guarding the door didn't quite understand why his friend was hesitant. He was not like his usual self at all. I always feel that the reason he doesn't care is because he can easily kill me if he wants to. The reason he is not afraid is because my life has always been in his hands. Can you believe it? When I drove over here, I didn't even dare to run a red light. It was just because he was sitting behind me. I didn't even dare to breathe too loudly, for fear that he would make me feel bad with a wrong look. I waited until he left before I dared to take the gun and open the safety. The member of the Whirlpool gang, who felt like he had survived a catastrophe, responded with a loud voice, and a look of panic gradually appeared on his face. He reached out and touched his back, only to find that his back was covered in cold sweat. You are exaggerating, the member of the Vortex gang guarding the door was saying this, but he noticed that the expression on his friend's face was not a lie. His words could not help but pause, and then he asked again as if to verify, is it really that exaggerated? Maybe more exaggerated than what I said. In my opinion, although this guy has no subcutaneous armor that can withstand bullets, and he is wearing just an ordinary basic bulletproof vest, I think if he wants, he can kill all of us by himself without getting hurt. Not even a little hurt, the member of the Vortex gang guarding the door looked at the apartment behind him that Carl had entered, and said a little unconfidently, there are 10 people from our Vortex gang standing in the negotiation room today. 10 guns are pointed at him. He can't kill them all in one breath. As he said this, he was not sure of his words. Because he recalled that when the other party passed by him and glanced at him, he also had the same strange fear as his friend. The negotiation place is on the 4th floor. Perhaps the people in the company have an inexplicable obsession with climbing to the top. Even for negotiations, the preferred location is the top floor. In addition to the 10 members of the Uzumaki gang who should be serving as security for the other party in this negotiation, there was also a male company dog in his suit and leather boots. Unlike Blanca, who was wearing regular clothes and trying his best to suppress his nervousness, this company dog in decent clothes almost expresses Night City's usual stereotype of company dogs on his face. He has an arrogant demeanor, his nostrils are turned upward, and there is a certain contempt in his eyes when he looks at him. Looking at him, you want to take a gun and shoot him in the head. A guy who deserves a beating. After making a mental evaluation of the 20.7 or 8-year-old company dog sitting at one end of the conference table, Carl had to admit that compared to the company dog opposite, Blanca, the company dog of his employer, was the most. At least there are some advantages, and that is the advantage in appearance. Well, I also gave myself a commission. Sit down, Blanca. The company dog on the opposite side of the conversation seemed to be quite familiar with Carl's employer. He spoke to Blanca in a very relaxed tone. In his posture and the way he looked at Blanca, he seemed to have regarded him as a person. Meat on the chopping board. Juanito. Speaking in a rather complicated tone, Blanca sat at the other end of the conference table facing the male company dog. Don't be so nervous, Blanca. Juanito smiled, and his smile revealed a sense of confidence and accomplishment. We are just talking about a small matter that both of us can accept, aren't we? Little things? Listening to Juanito talking about trivial matters, Blanca clearly showed an angry look, but in front of Juanito's smile, she suppressed the anger. Tell me, what do you want? Only then can I hand over that thing. It won't be very demanding. Juanito's expression turned into a sneer. After all, when I was your subordinate, you took good care of me. When he talked about taking care of her, he emphasized his tone. It seemed that the past between him and Blanca was not as beautiful as words. It looks like the company dog is dog-eating dog. Carl commented in his mind as he listened. His eyes swept through this temporary conference room with a total area of 120 square meters that was connected to the room through the wall. After determining the weapons and location of each Whirlpool gang member, Wei Kecha nodded. The employer's information was not very accurate. There were actually 11 people on the other side, including 14 at the door and the driver. However, this was also within the unexpected acceptable content of the commission. Overall, this task was not too difficult. When Carl was looking at the members of the Whirlpool gang, those members of the Whirlpool gang who seemed to have been invited by Juanito were also looking at Carl, but at least 10 against 1, they did not detect much threat from Carl, and as a result, the posture became a little more relaxed. They had previously heard from this partner that the other party they wanted to negotiate with had no subordinates to rely on, so they could only recruit some low-level mercenaries on the street to help. At first, they thought it was a bit exaggerated, but now it seems that it is really true. In this way, what can a mercenary wearing a body armor, no subcutaneous armor, and only a pistol do? These 10 people did not recognize Carl as the person who had become the devil before. Firstly, the devil was a small cadre. People like the Uzumaki gang were dying every week. It was really not worth paying attention to. Secondly, this group of Whirlpool gang members are all partners who use euros. They are free manpower obtained from higher-level cadres. Few of them are familiar with them, let alone exchange information. Due to this information gap, in their eyes, Carl was just a young boy who looked 17 or 8 years old and could even be considered young to join a gang. While Carl and the Whirlpool gang were sizing each other up, the conversation between the two corporate dogs did not stop. Juanito was so angry that he sneered at Blanca, causing her arms to suppress the trembling frequency of anger. After it was enlarged to the point where it was almost reaching its limit, it seemed that I had finally vented all my past anger, and I felt refreshed and got to the point. I want you to hand over all your assets, resign voluntarily, and get out of the company. Oh, the assets I am referring to here include all the money for the garage. Then, Juanito only used these words to completely ignite Blanca's anger. This is impossible. Blanca patted the conference table that had lost a layer of paint and stood up. What you have mastered is not enough for me to pay for this. Isn't it enough to pay for this? Juanito sneered. Do you think you can yell in front of me just because you destroyed the evidence that you privately sold the company's transportation line to the Whirlpool gang? I'm not afraid to tell you, and I'm not afraid of what you did. It's being done, and it was done earlier than you. Even you participated in it because I contacted the people above the Uzumaki gang and asked them to give you this opportunity. If you destroy the transportation evidence this time, you will destroy it. I am as much as you want. Juanito raised his little finger, and then tapped the table with his little finger. Otherwise, how do you think I found out about your betrayal of the company's transportation lines, and how did you get this evidence? Do you think I had to give money to the Uzumaki gang before you did? Recognize the reality, Ms. Blanca, you apart from the fact that you graduated from a better school than I did, so that you can sit in the position that I should have got, what else do you have that compares to me? You are the one who was plotting against me throughout the whole cooperation? Otherwise, don't worry, Miss Blanca. I have already asked my friends from the Whirlpool gang to set up a jammer in this place. Don't think about secretly turning on your recording device. Do you think I didn't notice that you pretended to be irritated by me and actually turned on the device secretly? Words here will not be transmitted to the company. Listening to Juanito's arrogant words that sounded like the final judgment, the angry expression on Blanca's face froze, and then she became calm again as if nothing had happened. She sat down again silently, looking at her company subordinates in front of her, now her mortal enemy. We can talk again if you relax the conditions. Sorry, Miss Blanca, I'm not negotiating with you. I'm just informing you so that you can hand it over voluntarily so that I don't have to spend more time. Oh, of course, there's also a little revenge in it. Juanito looked at Blanca with a cold face and laughed. I've always wanted to see your expression, the expression of resentment towards me, ha 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 ha. It's just as refreshing as drinking an iced Coke in the summer. Are you very happy? Blanca's sudden words made Juanito's smile stop. He didn't quite understand why the other party could still say such words at this time. Wasn't she going to collapse? In such a strange thought, he looked at Blanca, and what he saw was a black muzzle of a gun. Stupid. Playing corporate power gamesmanship, don't you play with guns? Bang. The sound of a gun rang out. In fact, before the gunshot, Blanca had made a hair-flicking gesture, but when she really pulled out her gun and shot the company dog in front of her, Carl was still stunned. He didn't expect his employer to be so decisive and pull out a gun when he disagreed. What if he was threatened and had evidence in his hand? Just kill him. Using force to reason, it is obvious that Blanca has learned the true secret of office struggle, but based on this, Carl has to admit that Juanito, who was a lot of nagging before, is not as good as his employer at all. There is a reason why the employer is higher than him in the company. After a moment of surprise at the employer's decisiveness, Carl also acted quickly. The employer has fired, so of course he has to follow suit. While shooting, Carl also had an epiphany in his heart. It seems that he still misunderstood the employer. The employer said that there were 10 enemies before, but when he arrived at the place, the number of people did not match. He thought that the information given by the employer was wrong. Now it seems that there are indeed 10 in front of him. Blanca was ready to kill Juanito from the beginning. The reason why she was willing to listen to so much and seemed to be talking to him was probably just to find out where her evidence was leaked. When Juanito fell, some members of the Whirlpool gang had already reacted and wanted to draw their guns. They had never turned off the safety of their guns. It only took 1 second to shoot Carl and Blanca into honeycombs. However, they drew their guns quickly, but not faster than Carl. Carl had watched a lot of Super Dream movies at home these days. He liked one of them very much and watched it twice. The name of that Super Dream movie was The Big Fist. From it, Carl learned the traditional Iajutsu of America. The gunshots were so dense that it sounded like only one shot. After the shot, 7 members of the Whirlpool gang fell. Kenshin's magazine capacity was 12 rounds. Carl was not out of bullets and could not fire, but he fired 7 rounds in one breath. His hand could not bear the recoil and the gun fell out of his hand. Although Kenshin's technical pistol has very little recoil, it is not completely without recoil. After 7 consecutive shots, anyone who has modified it will feel numbness in the palm, not to mention Carl, a low-modified mercenary who has not even installed prosthetics such as reinforced tendons. But the gun was out of his hand, but it did not mean that Carl could not get rid of those members of the Vortex gang before they opened fire. On Carl's hands, where the weapon had already been out of his hands, 2 lines like blood vessels at the wrists drilled out from them and were clamped between Carl's index and middle fingers. Single-dot molecule line, a single-dot strand cutting line shaped like a long whip, with a blade only as wide as a molecule. After being fully charged, it still has considerable heat energy. It is very popular among hackers because it can be used as a weapon and a hacking tool. To put it in a simple and popular way, it is a close combat weapon with the length of a whip, the sharpness of a soft sword, and hacking functions. This is also the second prosthetic that Carl modified from Lao Wei after spending all his saved money. Carl swung his hands, and the three were the last to be dealt with by Carl. The Vortex gang members closest to Carl stopped halfway through drawing their guns. Swish! Carl retracted the single molecular line, bent down slightly, and caught his Kenshin pistol before it fell to the ground. Puff! The moment Carl touched his pistol, blood spurted out from the waists and arms of the three Vortex gang members who were not shot in the head by Carl's pistol, and then with the smooth cross-dot section exposed, the heads and thighs of the Vortex gang members who were divided into two sections fell to the ground together. I have to wash clothes again. In order to ensure that others are dealt with instantly, something must be sacrificed. Looking at the blood on his clothes, Carl sighed, and he didn't know how terrifying his current appearance was in front of outsiders. After firing the gun, Blanca, who was originally prepared to finish off the enemy if Carl couldn't kill him, was already stunned. She looked at the tragic situation that Carl had caused in an instant, and the shock to her brain was no less than when she first learned that someone had a handle on her. I asked you to protect me, but the speed at which you solved the threat was too fast. Blanca, who was prepared to be injured in the fierce exchange of fire and even expected the possibility of death, felt that her psychological preparation was in vain. The task she gave to Carl, to be precise, was to kill Juanito after she lifted her hair, and then cover her evacuation during the attack of 10 people. This was also the most perfect result Blanca imagined. Although there were some deviations in the process, such as she couldn't help but shoot Juanito, she should have been preparing to escape overall. Blanca had never thought of the possibility that Carl could kill everyone in an instant. A good escape and protection mission was turned into a killing mission by you. Are all mercenaries so capable now? Carl didn't know what Blanca was thinking, because it was a matter of course for him. How to protect the employer? Killing all those who are a threat to the employer, isn't that protecting the employer? Is there anything simpler than this? Do you have to stay by the employer's side, worrying that the employer's head won't be blown up by a stray bullet? Just kidding, as a mercenary, Carl is now a professional who has completed several missions. He knows his job. The threat has been resolved. Then, what should we do with the employer? I remember there are 3 more downstairs. Do we want to solve them together? Together? The lives of the Whirlpool gang are also lives. Blanca wanted to say this, but the lives of the Whirlpool gang really didn't count as lives in her eyes, so she nodded. Then Carl executed it very quickly. He walked to the window and fired before the 3 Whirlpool gang members who had heard the gunshots and were wondering what happened in the apartment could make any moves. It was also so fast that only 1 gunshot could be heard. Solved, then what? Ding, 50,000 euros have been deposited. Oh, that's so refreshing. Then this deal is settled. Looking at the bright smile of the mercenary in front of him, whose face was splashed with blood and blood was still flowing down his neck but he didn't know it, Blanca's body trembled slightly. She had to admit now that she was really scared, but the target was not the person who threatened her, but the mercenary who came to protect her. You'd better wipe your face first. After hesitating for a moment, Blanca took out a handkerchief and handed it to Carl. You can't walk on the road like this. What do I look like? Carl later found out that he looked for the glass shards in the room and looked at his reflection in the mirror. After seeing the appearance of his own face, his face became a little ugly. I asked why my face felt sticky. After wiping his face with a hand towel and wiping his face clean, Carl handed the hand towel back to Blanca. Remember the domain name of this website Taiwan Novel Network. Thanks. Would a normal person wipe the blood on his face with someone else's handkerchief and hand it back to her without hesitation? Looking at her handkerchief that was still bleeding, Blanca's mouth twitched. Considering that the other party did a good job, she endured it and took the handkerchief back. Then she saw Carl start to turn over the book. The corpses of the Uzumaki gang and others were found. What are you doing? Looking through money to pick up guns and sell them for money. Don't you know that mercenaries are searching for things as a matter of course? Carl glanced at his employer. He was from a rich family. He didn't even pick up the money he dropped on the ground. Realizing that she had asked a stupid question, Blanca felt that her brain was not very useful in front of this killer star. Under Blanca's gaze, Carl spent 10 minutes searching for the money and firearms, and then the two of them did not delay upstairs any longer. The matter was all taken care of, and there was no need to stay any longer. When walking downstairs, Carl searched the belongings of the 3 corpses at the door, and then looked at the car that brought them over. After all, they were not taken away with the car. It wasn't that Carl wasn't interested and didn't want to take it away, it was just that cars now have special locking and authentication procedures. He didn't have special unlocking tools, and he had just started to learn hacking skills, so there was nothing he could do with the car. Do you need me to see you off next? As a reward for the other party's quick checkout, Carl was willing to give Blanca a ride. No, my car is here. Carl watched the prosthetic eyes in Blanca's eyes flash, and then a Villeford Curtis V5000 Courage drove automatically from a distance and slowly drove in front of the two of them. Villeford Curtis V5000 Courage, the most valuable model produced by the Villeford factory. Its simple and elegant appearance is very popular among corporate people, politicians, and high-level gang members, although it is prone to failure, but the solid body made in cooperation with military technology can ensure the driving safety of the people in the vehicle. The driver's door opened automatically. After Blanca got into the vehicle, she did not rush to close the door and drive away. Instead, she kept one foot on the floor mat and one foot on the ground outside the vehicle and extended an invitation to Carl. Want me to give you a ride? Only now did a smile appear on her face. Just think of it for more cooperation in the future. It seems that this number will be dialed frequently in the future. With this thought in his mind, Carl rejected Blanca's kindness. I can just walk back by myself. All right. Seeing Carl's refusal, Blanca made no further request. After she waved to Carl to say goodbye, she sat up straight, closed the door and drove the vehicle away, while Carl watched behind her for a long time. A few minutes later, Carl sighed, that car costs at least 370,000 euros. My commission is indeed too little. Originally Carl thought that 50,000 euros was quite a lot, but compared to this car that his employer just drove away. You have to work harder next time. Carrying large and small bags, he was walking to the south of Watson district. While walking on the road, Carl also checked the prices of related vehicles in his mind, and accidentally saw an advertisement. Do you want to fly in the stars? Do you want to set foot on the moon? Nowadays, you don't need 10 million to land on the moon, you don't need 1 million, you can do it with only 250,000 euros. It's better to act than to move your heart. Now, travel to the moon? Nowadays, can you even travel to the moon? It's a bit exciting. Carl is still a little yearning for the starry sky, and then below it is marked a 3-day and 2-night tour of the moon with 250,000 yuan. He also saw the cost of settling on the moon, the related procedures and processing fees. The total price is 5 million euros. That's not even counting the price of buying a house on the moon, etc. Carl was a little curious about the price of lunar houses, so he checked the relevant information, and saw the relevant prices on News Channel 54 in Night City. The price of a house for immigrants is 100 million euros, which is a bit high, but it's nothing compared to your safety. In Game News, 100 million. Carl did some calculations and found that he would have to do Blanca's same commission 2,000 times to get that much money. According to the standard of 10 people dying in each mission, 20,000 people would have to die to earn 100 million. This the quantity, the entire Uzumaki gang is not enough to kill him, so he might as well find a company executive to talk to him if he has this time. Fortunately, I don't plan to settle on the moon, but I can try going to the moon if I have time. And going to the moon makes no difference. Carl looked at the examples that News 54 used to illustrate the regularity and safety of the immigration they recommended. Some companies deceived people to work on the moon in the name of an immigrant paradise. He could only say that the company was the same no matter where it went. Whether it was the body bound by the gravity of the earth or the freedom of flying in the starry sky, they were still dazzled by the neon lights that were brighter than the sun. Looking at the increasing number of GG cards after leaving the northern industrial area of Watson district, Carl thought about it and decided to try steak tonight. Worm steak, maybe the protein content is really 6 times that of real beef. Except for the 2 Saratoga submachine guns produced by military technology, Carl sold all the other guns. With the money plus the commission and the money collected in bits and pieces, Carl's account has approached the unprecedented height of 60,000. I turned around and threw a submachine gun to Jack, and then I would see if they wanted any prosthetics, so I could lend them some to pay for them first. After having money, Carl obviously became much more arrogant. While thinking about the use of the money, he walked into a restaurant on the street and ordered a rib steak worth 20 euros, which he had never ordered before. It only took 2 minutes for the steak synthesized by worms to be served. On the piece of meat, there were synthetic bones made of hydroxyapatite as the rib part decoration of the rib steak, which looked quite like it. Not to mention, the appearance was already 80% similar to the real rib steak that Carl had eaten. I don't know how it tastes. A few seconds later, Carl's face twisted as he cut a piece of soft beef meat with a knife and fork and put it into his mouth to chew. Damn, this money is a waste. Bang bang bang. Come, who is it? Not long after eating with his sister, Oliver returned to the apartment to rest. Before he could sit down, his door was knocked. With some complaints, Oliver first connected the room's camera and looked outside. After confirming the person knocking on the door outside, he quickly walked to his room door and opened it. Carl? Why do you look so embarrassed? I went to take a private job. I made some money from the previous commission from the company dog. Isn't this a celebration by buying something? I have also sent a message to Jack. He will be here in a while. Carrying large and small bags of things, Carl walked into Oliver's room. After putting down the bag filled with food and drinks, he took out a piece of something and handed it to Oliver. Here, eat some steak first. Not long after I finished eating, you stuffed me with steak. No, you said you went to take over the private work of that company dog. Why didn't you tell me and Jack? After Oliver took the steak from Carl, he realized that he had reacted in hindsight. When we have something to do, you run alone to do the task. You are too diligent. That's true. It's just that the employer requires that only one person can negotiate. You know, I went to work as a bodyguard. Bodyguard? Oliver stared at Carl for a few times, but did not see any injuries on him. It seems that the negotiation went smoothly. It went really well. Carl thought for a while and felt that what he said was not wrong. The employer had no objections, and the other party had no objections. Everyone had no objections. It was indeed going smoothly. Turn on the TV and let me see what people in each neighborhood did today. What can happen? Although it costs extra euros to use the TV at home, if his friend wanted to watch Oliver, he would not be willing to part with the money. After he connected and started the TV with his own device, he said that he had just finished eating, but his words were very honest. He took a bite of the packed steak in his hand. Well, the taste and tenderness make it look like rib steak. It costs 20 euros a piece. I don't usually eat it. Indeed, so it can't be wasted. Of course it can't be wasted, but it's just one piece, and my stomach is still full. Halfway through his words, Oliver looked at the steak in his hand and found obvious cutting marks on the corners. Wait a minute, Carl, what you said cannot be wasted. Oliver instantly recalled the hardships he and Jack had to deal with when Carl couldn't move after taking one bite of food when he went to the Japanese restaurant. You don't know how, just order them all again. In disbelief, Oliver looked at the piles of large and small bags of food placed down by Carl, a little doubtful of life. No, I feel like this steak can't be wasted. The rest are all new. Don't worry, most of what I bought are snacks. I will still eat potato chips and so on. There are also a lot of chocolate bars. It's just that they are all substituted cocoa butter chocolate, and I didn't buy pure cocoa butter. Then I'll be relieved. After Oliver finished the steak in a few bites, Jack also arrived. He dropped by the Wild Wolf bar and brought some French fries fried by Mrs. Wells. Oh, my favorite. Looking at Carl, who had surpassed him in loving his mother's craftsmanship, he happily took a large bag of French fries and sat on the sofa and started eating. Jack smiled and found a seat on the sofa to sit down, and as soon as he sat down, he felt a bit of a bump in his butt. When he looked down, he was actually sitting on a small submachine gun. Dios mío, oh my god, Saratoga submachine gun. Carl, where did you get that? I picked it up after killing some guys from the Uzumaki gang along the way. This one is yours. This is a small but powerful guy. Jack couldn't put it down and looked up and down with the submachine gun. Then, like Oliver, he took a moment to realize what Carl said. What did you say you solved along the way? Carl had no choice but to tell Jack what he had just done, just as he had explained to Oliver. Is it that employer again? Jack pulled the bolt of the submachine gun and listened to the crisp sound, which he felt was extremely pleasant. Then it seems like it's really worth celebrating tonight. My room is quite big. It can accommodate you. You can just eat and drink. There are vending machines here to buy more things. But the only food in my room is burritos and the like. The meat in them is Carl probably won't like it. As Oliver said this, he saw the TV screen that was showing daily news change and a new picture pop up. Hello everyone, welcome to the emergency report of News 54. I am the host Jillian Jordan. Just half an hour ago, an emergency incident occurred at the Kabuki Hall in Watson District. There was a cyberpsychotic person. A massacre broke out in a restaurant. The specific death toll is still unclear. The terrorist mobile unit has gone to suppress it. Residents of Kabukicho and Watson District and surrounding areas are asked not to leave their residences until the situation is resolved. Cyberpsychosis? Jack looked at several shooting scenes flashing on the screen. This is the day of the month. There are more and more lunatics. Oliver stared at the screen, but noticed that Carl beside him stopped eating French fries. Carl stared closely at the restaurant flashing on the screen and frowned. I just finished shopping at the restaurant over there not long ago. Carl, is this the restaurant on the screen where you bought your food? The patterns on the packaging are still in the bag, so I can't mistake it for this one. In response to Oliver's question, Carl gave an accurate answer, and then he picked up a piece of French fries and stuffed it into his mouth. In terms of time, it's almost the same as my front and rear feet. That is to say, if I walk slowly I ran into this cyberpsychosis. Is this good luck? Jack looked at Carl's expression that seemed a little dissatisfied and didn't quite understand. Consider it good luck to me. Carl thought about the waiters and cashiers who had pretty good attitudes. It's just a pity that we can't go to this restaurant again in a short time. But there is nothing we can do about this in Night City in 2075. Drop. Just as he was thinking about it, Carl received a strange phone call in his communication. Harassing phone calls? Not intending to be disturbed while eating, Carl hung up the phone, but the call came back immediately. The second time it was unlikely to be a harassing call. Carl answered the call this time, and the next second, a slightly calm voice came over. Really, Carl? My name is Faraday. There is a job here that may interest you. Is there a job? This was Carl's first reaction, and then his second reaction was, Faraday, who are you? Faraday? Oliver was very familiar with the name. Carl said, I remember that this seems to be a middleman who hangs around in the city center, Watson District, and Santo Domingo. Someone in the 6th Street gang where I used to work has taken his commission. Jack lowered his voice and asked, how is his level? A low-level mercenary with a low-level middleman. Oliver's low voice basically made it clear that the middleman's level was not very good, but Carl, who was on the call, didn't think as much as they thought. After learning from Oliver that the other end of the conversation was a middleman, Carl understood his intention. Middleman, are you going to assign work to me? An old customer in my company recommended your number to me, saying that you are very capable. How about it, do you want to practice? Old customer of the company, the only company dog that Carl knew and was familiar with was Blanca. This was Blanca who felt that her service was good and recommended someone to him. What kind of work is it? Can you tell me more about it? Of course I have to see if there is work, even if I just finished a big job today. It's just a small thing for practice. I'm going to save someone from a kidney removal. Don't treat it as a formal commission. Before officially cooperating on a big order, I always like to know the other party's ability first. Considering the difficulty, the reward will not be too high, just 6,000 euros. Do you mind? 6,000 euros. Oliver and Jack felt strangely treated as fools when they heard this number. Only idiot mercenaries would believe that they should test their ability before officially cooperating on a big order. In fact, it is just a pie in the sky. The real meaning of this sentence is that there will be various orders that will cost you your life in the future, but I'm afraid you can't do it well. So you should try a small order that I will swallow most of the money and has no profit. But at least he was the first middleman to come to the door, and Oliver and Jack had no intention of saying no for Carl. Now Carl was responsible for accepting tasks and negotiating in their team. If he thought he could do it, he would do it, and if he couldn't do it, he wouldn't do it. They just listened and waited for the money after the work was done. Go to the kidney removal place to save people. After thinking for a while, Carl said, send the details. What is the time limit? I will send you the details immediately, and the 1,500 yuan deposit will also be sent over. As for the time, it's up to you. If you are willing, you can go earlier. If you don't have time, it doesn't matter if you go later. The client's minimum expectation is to at least hold a body out, and the money given is almost the bottom line price. Faraday's subtext is that the client's money is only enough to save a body. I see. Then send it to me first. I'll take a look and decide whether to do it or not. Okay, I'll hang up here first. Faraday, the middleman on the other side, obviously just treated this as a trivial matter and didn't care too much. Within 10 seconds after the call was hung up, a file was transmitted, and Carl used the program that came with the Access warehouse to scan it. After confirming that there were no common viruses on it, he opened it and started to read it. The middleman picked up a few desperate idiots from the street, gave them money that they couldn't even afford to buy prosthetics, and let them fight the scavengers with guns. I thought this kind of thing was just talk, but I didn't expect that I would really encounter it. Jack looked at the potato chips that he had just opened and hadn't had time to eat a bite, sighed, but had already picked up the Saratoga. Who said it wasn't? Oliver looked at Carl's appearance and knew that the order was probably accepted. He also sighed, stood up and started to prepare. He had to work just after eating, and he was afraid that he would vomit later. I'm still watching, and you're already preparing? Carl finished reading the document, looked at Oliver and Jack who were starting to prepare, and said, "Isn't today a rare day off? Do you want to rest?" Oliver checked his equipment and said, "Let's go, finish it early and come back to continue eating, just as a digestion. Don't you want to rest for a while? Come on, Carl, we don't know ourselves." Jack gave Carl a middle finger. "You bastard who cuts kidneys, you're still pretending to ask something, let's go quickly, if you go too late, you might get hurt. Anyone who spends all his family property to get a commission can only come back with a corpse. I didn't expect you to be so kind, Jack." Carl smiled, but also stood up from the sofa, put the bucket of French fries on the table, and prepared to come back to eat. "We really can't let those bastards do disgusting things again. For scum like scavengers, let alone commissions, Carl, Oliver, and Jack will clean up when they see them. After all, no one wants to meet their acquaintances walking on the street, and be kidnapped and hollowed out by them without paying attention." Several people went downstairs and squeezed into Oliver's broken car. "Why do you dislike getting into my car again? I'll let you walk back by yourself, believe it or not, Carl. I just said something in my heart, and you heard it without paying attention. Bullshit, you're just nagging openly. Come on, if you think it's too small, go ask someone to modify it and see if you can fit it into the engine. Okay, it's crowded here, talk less and don't move around, my face is almost touching the window." Jack complained about Oliver and Carl's restless movements and talked about the middleman just now. "Speaking of which, this commission is 6,000 euros, how much do you think the guy named Faraday took? This guy treats us like idiots, and I guess he won't give us much. I suspect he took at least half of it." Oliver thought about the complaints from the 6th Street gang members who had taken over Faraday's commission. "I heard that it is the inherent nature of these clients to take half of the money when they meet. From his appearance, it seems that he wants more than half. I am afraid that this order will cost 30,000 or 40,000 yuan, which will empty the client's family. What he will wait for is the body of his friend or relative who has also been emptied." Jack's body moved to the side. "I'll sit a little to the side. Carl, where is the location? Let Oliver speed up." "Okay. The matter is important, so I won't play tricks." Carl quickly reported the address. "The location of the scavenger is the city center. City center, the center of Night City where companies are concentrated. It is the safest place in the entire Night City. Those rumors of robbery and gang violence are just rumors to company personnel. NCPD danger level assessment, safe. Who would have thought that in one of the most prosperous areas in the entire Night City, there is a scavenger's lair? Fortunately, I really thought that this place in the city center was very safe." After getting out of the car and looking at the high-rise apartment in front of him, Oliver moved his wrist and picked up the Nova revolver. "I never believed the official propaganda the moment I stepped onto the street." Jack was holding the Saratoga's submachine gun. Compared with his strong and broad arms, the submachine gun looked slightly petite, and it looked like an adult holding the short chopsticks used by a child to eat. Everyone has his youth. After locking the car door, Oliver looked at Carl, who was holding a Kenshin pistol. "What do you mean, Carl?" "It's on the 6th floor, take the elevator up." Carl, who had already shared the general information with Jack and Oliver on the way, said, "We have marked the intermediary's floor and room number, so we have to go and deal with it with guns. Look. He has professional hackers under his command, and all the information in the room has been sent via video. There are only 4 scavengers inside. Our target is still lying down, and it hasn't been his turn yet." "Then hurry up." They were just 4 scavengers, and Oliver really didn't take them seriously. If such scumbags who only targeted civilians and lone gang members were capable, they wouldn't have gotten to this level. The prosthetics they carry or the weapons they hold are often the most rubbish ones, which are better than ordinary people. I don't even know if the bullets can penetrate Oliver's body armor. If time is not urgent, just Oliver could fuck all 3 of them back and forth without taking a breath. Although Oliver was kicked out of the 6th Street gang after only 1 week, he had been practicing marksmanship, tactical movements, and fighting skills with his 6th Street gang dad since he was a child. He didn't have 7 or 8 before he met Carl. Even the scavenger can't even think of taking him down, not to mention that he has done so many tasks with Jack and Carl now, and he has been trained. Killing a group of kidney cutters is not much more difficult than killing a chicken. Although now in Night City, it has been killing chickens is not allowed. This is true for Oliver, not to mention Jack and Carl, who are the frontline combatants in the team. Each of them can easily kill each other in a building full of scavengers, and the entire mission is like them. The three of them thought the same thing. Except for the tight time limit, it was extremely relaxing. The most time spent in the process was driving the way they came, then going upstairs, and then the person who killed the scavenger rescued the target. My marksmanship seems to have improved again. Looking at the 4 corpses in the room, Oliver spread his hands and opened his arms to face Carl. What do you think? Evaluate it. 3 shots hit the head, and 1 shot hit the heart. The shooting time is 2 seconds, the accuracy is no problem, and the shooting speed can be improved. Okay, I'll go back and watch the Western movie Mutwo practice. Don't talk about it, Carl. Why didn't I find out before that those Mutwo actually have the effective practice? Then you just focus on watching movies. Carl shook his head and looked at Jack, who was checking the target next to a bed stained with filth and blood. How about Jack, is the target okay? Do you want Oliver to come and take a look? It's nothing. I just fainted from the anesthesia given by these kidney cutters. The dose may be a bit high. Maybe I won't wake up today. After Jack checked that the target was okay, he stepped aside and allowed Oliver to take over the subsequent processing. Oliver walked over and took a look, and found that the brown-haired male target was unexpectedly young. He looked about 17 or 18 years old, about the same age as Carl. A kid about the same age as Carl. Oh, Carl, I didn't mean what you meant. After all, this guy does look young. What's his name? If you have a name, let me take a look. Not paying attention to Oliver's words, Carl flipped through the information and confirmed the name. Julio, his name is Julio, he is from Japan Street. Julio, that sounds like a pretty common name. What's the situation? Why are you being targeted for kidney transplantation at this age? Jack didn't quite understand, but Oliver checked and confirmed that Jack's previous judgment was correct and said, I guess he's young and doesn't have a prosthetic body, so it's easy to attack him. The Japan Street side is also close to the city center. He probably wandered over here wandering around. Hopefully he'll learn some lessons from recklessness this time. With that said, Jack looked at Carl. Then what's next? Contact the middleman. We have already contacted him. The vehicle sent by the middleman will be downstairs in a moment. We will just move Julio into the back seat of the car. We will have nothing to do from now on. Look at it this way, serious life is different. Everything is handled by the middleman, and we are responsible for the execution. Yeah, and then most of the money was divided. After expressing his opinion on Jack's somewhat naive words, Carl walked to the scavenger's computer and used the access bay to access the computer. He planned to check the relevant situation, see if he could find other scavenger strongholds, and go get it. Although scavengers may be like cockroaches in dirty areas in today's night city and cannot be killed no matter how hard you try, it is always good to see less of them. At least they should be scared to the point of peeing their pants when they hear their names. Data flowed through Carl's eyes. Apart from some disgusting record transactions, a conspicuous file caught Carl's attention. Looking at this specially marked file, Carl clicked it, and then pictures appeared in his eyes. Jack, Oliver, come and have a look. I found something strange. Strange things? After hearing Carl's words, Jack and Oliver walked over quickly, and then after seeing what Carl had made and displayed on the computer screen, they subconsciously moved closer to see more clearly. What is this? Jack frowned. He couldn't see this series of photos taken in a dim environment very clearly, but he could still see a little difference from the vague general appearance. Is this a large machine? It's not a machine. Compared to Jack, Oliver, who came from the 6th Street gang, had already recognized what it was. What he said next made Jack and Carl stunned. This is ACPA. ACPA? Are you sure this is ACPA? Jack was quite surprised after hearing what Oliver said, because everyone knew what the ACPA was. ACPA, its full name is Assisted Combat Personnel Armor, which is the so-called Combat Auxiliary Armor. If you want to give an exact description of this kind of thing, it can be understood as a armor that has the firepower and protection of an armored vehicle or even a tank, and can be worn by people. Armor. To use the terminology in the current Mutwo game, it can also be called power armor. I'm pretty sure, Jack, that the 6th Street gang has 3 sets of small-scale riot control ACPAs secretly hidden. I didn't expect that after the truce agreement was signed between Huangban and military technology, the ACPAs would not be allowed to appear in Night City. I can actually see relevant information in the scavenger's lair. It's really strange. Isn't it necessary for ACPA to appear above board? Carl recalled the scene he seemed to have seen, but I remember that the NCPD police officers who intercepted the road sometimes had a mecha with live ammunition next to the intercepted vehicle. Isn't that ACPA? Then Ding Tian is just an exoskeleton equipped with an ACPA weapon platform. Oliver explained, the real ACPA is completely outclassed in terms of firepower, armor thickness, and personnel safety. What we see is just an ACPA mecha-shaped exoskeleton, and it feels like it's moving. You know, like a tank, it can plow through anything. Then I suddenly had a doubt. Carl curled his hair on his forehead. Since power armor is so powerful, why do companies now like to do research on prosthetics? Is it possible that prosthetics are better than power armor on the battlefield? Carl, you really are a young master who doesn't understand much. Jack helped Oliver answer the question. Prosthetics are related to the lives of the company dogs above. They can still look like humans by changing their hearts and lungs. But if they get into power armor and let machines replace the body only relies on nutrient solution to survive, and the appearance of the whole person is an iron shell. Isn't that like canned meat? I always feel like the Dreadnought veterans in some stories have been dissed. And it's more than that. Oliver explained, to control the mecha in the ACPA by relying solely on the body, the G-force during movement is too great. The fragile human body may not be able to withstand such force. ACPA should pay more attention to the prosthetic body than the ACPA, rather, only if the human body foundation loaded with the prosthetic body is strong enough, can it withstand ACPA. I see, but what does G.force mean? Didn't you read the aviation guide Nutwo I recommended? Simply put, it is the acceleration of gravity experienced when moving at high speeds. Well, I haven't finished reading it, so I don't really understand. Carl said that, but he also roughly understood a little bit about the prosthetic body and the ACPA. The two are not things that need to be distinguished, but are more similar to complementary existences, just like a wooden stick and an iron spear tip attached to it. The two will become stronger when combined. After this doubt was answered, new doubts arose. But speaking of it, military technology and Wasteland do not allow the ACPA to appear openly in Night City. Aren't they afraid that a certain company or a gang like the 6th Street Gang will hide the ACPA and harm their people in Night City? Important personnel launch a raid? Oliver also explained this to Carl, that's because, although ACPA is strong, it is not invincible against prosthetics. Do you know how much a good ACPA costs, Carl? Take the small ACPAs from the 6th Street Gang. Those are relatively cheap. It's only about 1.4 million euros, but do you know how much it would cost to dispose of an ACPA like this on the battlefield? Money? After all, for the company, human life is nothing, money is important, and it must be measured by money. I once heard a veteran of the 6th Street Gang who participated in the war say that on the battlefield, let alone such a value to deal with the 1.4 million light ACPA, even the medium and heavy ones, you only need to send out a few veterans with Sion Westan and technical weapons. As for those veterans who are consumables, do you know how much it will cost? Sion Westan, a prosthetic body that can enhance human muscles and reflex nerves in a short period of time, bringing them to their extreme state. It can slow down the external time felt by the user. To solve the high-value ACPA, all the prosthetic veterans need to do is to work hard. Carl understood and said, in other words, the values are not equal. That's pretty much it. The company only cares about money. After understanding, Carl was no longer stupid enough to ask a veteran who owned a Sean Westham what it would be like to wear an ACPA again, because according to Oliver, the driver who wants to use the ACPA has to install a considerable part of the prosthetic body, and then equipped with the Sion Weston, which few people can afford. The driver may have cyberpsychosis and kill teammates and enemies indiscriminately if it wasn't for the last battlefield or halfway through the battle. Every street gangster knows the consequences of wearing a prosthetic body indiscriminately. The time for discussing the ACPA armor was almost up. Carl looked at the message sent by the client. There was still 1 minute before the vehicle arrived downstairs. It was almost time to move the target downstairs. So he copied a picture of the ACPA armor from the scavenger's computer, raised his pistol and shot the computer to pieces. We will talk about this later while we eat and drink. Let's settle this order first. It is certainly strange that the ACPA armor information appeared in the scavenger's nest, but Carl and others did not have more information. Even if they knew, they only knew it, and there was nothing to explore more deeply. Okay, we can talk about this when we get back, but before that, Jack glanced at the messy prosthesis. I have to call NCPD first. I should be thankful that there are not many bodies here, but there are more prostheses that have been stripped off, otherwise I will have a nightmare today. Jack was joking, of course. He was a man who had been helped by Valentino, and he would not be scared by a few bodies. Oliver raised his eyebrows when Jack said to call NCPD. Call NCPD, I'm afraid they will come and confiscate these prostheses and sell them to prostheses doctors who buy second-hand prostheses. Having said that, Oliver still dialed NCPD's number. Because compared to scum like the scavenger, NCPD still has some bottom line. Although not much. This is $1,015 in addition to the deposit that has already been divided. Of the $6,000 remuneration, each person can receive a total of $2,000. Although this amount of money is higher than the monthly salary of most workers in Night City, it is not enough for mercenaries like Carl, Oliver, and Jack. That's it. After buying some wine and hot food on the way, the three of them returned to Oliver's room and continued the previously interrupted dinner party. Taiwan Novel Network. I've done a lot today and I'm exhausted. I really don't know how those company dogs who work 20 hours a day persist. It was the Whirlpool gang again and it was the scavengers again. After finishing his work, Carl did feel a little tired. I heard that some company dogs will have an organ removed from their brains, and then only need stimulants and other drugs to be able to work around the clock. Jack said, throwing a bottle of drink to Carl. Little Coco, love in my heart, don't disgust me, I don't like this Coke. After holding it in his hand, Carl threw it back in disgust, but he missed it and hit Oliver's head next to Jack. Hello? Sorry. After all, Carl's body has not undergone much modification, and he will inevitably make some mistakes under fatigue. In this regard, he is indeed incomparable with those who have mechanical prostheses. Even if the workers working in some factories fall asleep, the chips in their heads and the prosthetics on their hands can support them to continue working. What time is it now? Oliver rubbed his head and asked Jack, who was lying on the sofa drinking beer. It's 8:30. It's still early tonight. Do you want to watch a movie? Jack picked up a skewer of chicken skewers covered in sauce and stuffed it into his mouth. While chewing the soft chicken, he said with a little surprise, the taste of these chicken skewers is too authentic. As expected, this thing is the only one besides the one in Japan Street. Delicious in the city center. Authentic? Carl looked suspiciously at the chicken skewers with sweet and sour sauce in Jack's hand. He hesitated, took a skewer, took out a piece with a toothpick and stuffed it into his mouth. The face is distorted. This stuff can't be considered authentic in terms of taste or texture. Not everyone has eaten real chicken like you, Carl. 90.9% of the people in the First Night City have never eaten real meat these days. The taste is of course confusing. This is for us. It's authentic. Eating soft synthetic chicken and watching Carl barely swallow a piece of synthetic chicken, Jack thought for a while and said, it's not a problem to always be a vegetarian. Carl, since you are used to eating real meat, it will be difficult to get used to this kind of meat. Otherwise, let's find a way to find the smugglers in Badland and see if they can bring you some real meat. The price will be very expensive. Carl picked up the bucket of French fries again and started eating French fries. He felt a little moved, but considering the price, he was a little hesitant. It's actually not bad. After all, he was born in Santo Domingo, which is close to the Badland. Oliver is very familiar with the market in the Badland. A chicken costs about 1,000 euros, and a pig costs 5,000 euros. Of course, this is just the pure meat price, does not include the commission price and processing fees, and there is no guarantee that the meat will be alive after being transported. But even if it is dead, basic preservation will be carried out. The price of 1,000 euros, 5,000 euros for buying meat alone, does this seems acceptable? Carl found that he didn't think it was expensive, but when he thought about it carefully, a synthetic whole chicken fried set meal in Night City only cost about 18 or 20 euros. The 50-fold difference in price was actually an exaggeration. Of course we are fine, but if you count ordinary people, a month's salary may only buy a real chicken, and it also has to go through checkpoints and other conditions, as well as the price of hiring homeless people in the Badland. Finally, the real money spent may be more than 1,000 euros, and you may not be able to get it, so you can roughly understand why this real meat is so rare in Night City. Oliver explained, actually, pork has better luck than chicken. Night City has very strict control over poultry due to bird flu in the past, and customs requires a lot of money. If you are really interested, I recommend you do it, pork. Then if I want to get a whole pig, how much will it cost? I think it's worth it including the pig. 10,000 euros should be able to be safely transported. 10,000 euros. Carl's total money now is only about 52,000 euros, which means that the money he gets from working hard can only buy about 5 pigs. There are very few corporate dogs who are as generous as Blanca. This money can be exchanged for a good prosthetic body. Jack was a little stunned when he heard the money. The meat we shed when replacing prosthetics is not as valuable as pigs. Oliver said, taking a bite of the burrito stuffed with synthetic meat. How about it, Carl? If you want, I can find a way to contact the people over there, or if you get used to it, it can actually be considered. Real meat, synthetic meat. Oliver, Jack, don't you have any ideas about real meat? Carl was already planning to spend money. As a mercenary, he couldn't err on the side of food. But before that, he wanted to see if Oliver and Jack were willing to buy some together. The raw material of synthetic meat is worms and locusts. By the time I knew about it, I had grown up eating it, and my taste had become accustomed to it. If I were to eat real meat, I might be eating it with you now. If you're not used to synthetic meat, you're not used to eating real meat, so I'll let it go. Oliver had no intention of buying pork, but Jack was a little interested in it. I'll buy some meat too, Oliver. Can you bring some real corn or something from the Badlands? I want to try making some tamales. Tamale is a traditional Mexican food. It is an indispensable item during festivals such as Day of the Dead, weddings, and birthdays. It is also one of Jack's favorite dishes. However, in the past, he basically ate synthetic meat and corn. Tamales made from flour. There is no reason to miss out on the opportunity to try authentic tamales. Then I'll contact the people over there later, and I'll let you know the exact money then. As Oliver said this, he looked up at the TV, only to find that there was a latest follow-up report on the Kabuki cyberpsychiatric incident in Watson District that had been broadcast when they left. Cyberpsychosis disappeared before the arrival of the terrorist mobile unit. Please pay attention to the surrounding citizens. Carl and Jack were also attracted by the reports on TV. Missing, how far is the Kabuki side from our side? Jack frowned. 30 minutes walk. This was Carl's answer. He had just walked back to his apartment from the industrial area to the Kabuki Theater today, so he had personal experience. Good morning, Night City. In the familiar voice of Night City announcer Stanley, Carl slowly opened his eyes, then glanced around and found that both Oliver and Jack were lying on the sofa crookedly, with wine bottles scattered on the floor around them. He was lying on the bed alone. Is the TV left on all night? Listening to the sound, Carl yawned, and then rubbed his eyes. He didn't drink yesterday, but he was a little tired because he had done too many things in a day. When Oliver and Jack were drinking, he thought about lying on the bed and squinting for a while and then getting high again, but he didn't expect that just squinting would make him dizzy. Fell asleep. Sure enough, I was still too tired. Yawning again, Carl did not disturb Oliver and Jack, who were sleeping soundly like two dead pigs. He walked to the bathroom in Oliver's room that was exactly the same as his own residence, washed his face first, and then used his fingers to. After barely brushing my teeth with some water, I felt a little more energetic. The water in Night City has a strange smell and can only be used for washing. If you want to drink it, you have to buy special pure water, which is more expensive than a bottle of wine. But you have to buy it if it's expensive. After going to the vending machine in the room and buying a bottle of pure water worth €20, which is the price of a piece of synthetic rib steak, Carl took it, rinsed his mouth and spit it into the trash can, and then drank it gurglingly. After drinking a bottle of almost 300 milliliters of purified water in one go, Carl felt that the strange smell in his mouth from yesterday's food and drinks had subsided a little. After looking through his text messages, he found that none of his clients had sent any more tasks these days, and the same was true for the middleman named Faraday. What a leisure time! Looking at Oliver and Jack who were sleeping soundly, Carl resisted the desire to buy purified water to wake them up. After thinking about it, he decided to buy some breakfast for these two guys. After leaving a message, Carl thought about it. He still took the Kenshin pistol before leaving the room. In Night City, you have to be careful at all times. All the way down to the first floor, Carl walked out of the elevator and looked at the food shop he saw on the first day in 2075, and found that it was not much different from before. Except that the Chinese food has been replaced by Japanese food, and the boss has also been changed. The stalls are still the same stalls, and the people eating are still the same. Just like parts on a machine, if it breaks, just replace it to ensure the normal operation of the machine. I don't know when the machine will completely collapse, and replacement will not allow it to continue to operate. When I came to the stall where the boss was, I bought 2 large sushi platters to take away. I added a bowl of ramen without meat, and now after eating it, I sat there still greasy and broken, and smelled more bloody than before. Sitting in his seat, Carl just hoped that he could have a good meal today. But things went wrong, as it was destined that Carl would not be able to have a good meal at this stall. Before the boss started cooking, gunfire rang out again around him, but this time the boss had obviously absorbed the experience of his predecessors. A lesson learned. The moment the gunfire rang out, he dropped what he was doing and hid under the dining table. Okay. Carl held Kenshin in his hands and looked into the distance to see who dared to disturb his meal. The last Uzumaki gang who dared to do this now has their grave buried in someone's house. When he looked over, a bullet happened to fly over and was cut in half by the single molecular wire that Carl bounced off. He has seen a lot of those samurai Mutuo who use tachi to chop bullets. Compared with them using tachi to block bullets, Carl, who has the parallel line of military technology in his mind and access to the computing power of the warehouse, has to do it is not difficult to cut a bullet to a single molecule line. Of course, it can be done. Carl's current configuration does not allow him to face machine gun or rifle fire directly, so it can be used to show off when facing stray bullets like this. Carl saw clearly the two groups of people fighting each other, and he did not see any gang signs on their bodies. In other words, a gangster on the street who can't even get into the gang? The income of gangs in Night City is somewhat regulated, and not everyone can join. For example, the group of gangsters Carl saw may even be disliked by scavengers. In other words, killing them doesn't mean much, and may even be a waste of bullets. This damn city of light is really wonderful in all its glory. For this group of gangsters who dared to shoot at each other with Lexingtons and disposable pistols, Carl had no interest in dealing with them. Moreover, in Carl's peripheral vision, the NCPD people had already arrived. The NCPD doesn't have much ability to teach gangsters a lesson, but it still has the ability to beat up such gangsters, and not only that, it's great. NCPD is on duty. In the midst of quite emotional roars, several NCPD police officers, who had finally found someone they could easily beat, pounced on the troublemaking gangster in a rather brave manner. Although most of the NCPD police officers use Lexington, there is a gap between Lexington and Lexington. Compared with the Lexington used by these gangsters, it may jam after a few shots. The Lexington in the hands of the NCPD has basically been personally modified. The sound when played is loud and crisp, giving Carl a strange listening impression, like when a popcorn machine pops on the street. I haven't eaten popcorn for a long time. I should have ordered some in advance when I watched a movie yesterday. Under the suppression of the brave NCPD police officers, the group of rioters were arrested in a few minutes. When a bowl of steaming ramen was served on the table in front of Carl, the matter had been resolved. Carl turned around and looked at the boss who was busy again and the guests who continued to eat as if nothing had happened. He turned his head and looked at the gun battle less than 100 meters away. He was silent for a while, looking at the ramen in front of him that exuded the smell of seasoning and made him a little hungry. In the end, he decided not to think too much. Eating is important. Our NCPD police officers have successfully suppressed the bad behavior of gang members again. Let us pay the highest respect to the brave and respectable NCPD police officers who protect Night City and bring safety to the citizens. In the live broadcast of the official spokesperson who came with the NCPD police officers, Carl, who ate the ramen, only felt that his stomach was not very comfortable. Eating greasy ramen early in the morning is really unbearable. After rubbing his stomach and finishing his ramen, Carl was about to go back with 2 bags of sushi, but he suddenly noticed a person with his head down, staggering, and behaving very strangely walking next to the cordon of NCPD police officers who were handling the body. For some reason, Carl's mind flashed yesterday's news. The cyber psychopath disappeared before the arrival of the terrorist mobile team. When Carl thought that the man who staggered towards the NCPD officer might be a cyber psychopath, the staggering man had already raised his head. He was a middle-aged man with scars all over his face. He looked to be in his 40s. His prosthetic eyes were rolling up. The edges of his eye sockets clearly showed the broken mechanical structure. A strange yellow light kept flashing, which looked like the yellow when the traffic light was warning something. An NCPD officer noticed the approach of the strange person. He picked up Lexington and was about to persuade the strange guy to stay away from the case, but found that the middle-aged man suddenly disappeared. Carl's pupils shrank suddenly, and he seemed to see time slow down. Then the middle-aged man's body pulled out a series of afterimages in almost static time and rushed towards the NCPD officer who was trying to dissuade him. Carl wanted to move, but found that his body moved very slowly. He could see clearly, but his body couldn't keep up. Is this Sion Weston? Not everyone can be like Carl, who obviously does not have Sion Weston, but has the ability to see Sion Weston's reaction clearly. The NCPD police officer who tried to dissuade him only felt a flash in front of his eyes, and then the strange middle-aged man disappeared in front of him. When he reacted again, the pain in his chest had already come first. He instinctively looked down and found that a sharp long knife like a mantis claw had pierced his chest. In the organs that broke through the ribs and flesh and came to the outside of the body, the NCPD police officer saw some red fragments that were still beating slightly. That is, his heart? When this thought came up, the long knife had been pulled out, and the NCPD police officer had lost consciousness and fell heavily to the ground. Mantis knife. Carl, the only one who saw the whole process, recognized the weapon that pierced the NCPD police officer's heart. Mantis blade, the arm blade located on the arm, is extremely concealed and lethal, and is the best choice for lone wolves and bodyguards. He used Sion Weston to get behind him, and then used the mantis blade that popped out of his arm to pierce the heart and kill him. This guy is quite skilled. Recalling the scenes reported on TV yesterday and thinking about the chopped bodies, Carl was 80% sure that this guy was the missing cyber psychopath from Kabuki. Be careful. While Carl was analyzing, the NCPD personnel who had reacted had already raised their guns and pointed them at the middle-aged man with yellow eyes who was standing there after piercing through the NCPD police officer who dissuaded him. No need to say anything. At the moment of aiming, Lexington let out a roar, but the middle-aged man with yellow eyes was obviously equipped with subcutaneous armor in his body, and the dense bullets hitting him like rain only made his body tremble slightly. It was at this time that the NCPD's identity confirmation sounded with a mechanical sound. The criminal has been identified, Patrick Bell, case, cyberpsychosis. Damn, it's the madman from yesterday. Amid the NCPD's horrified voice, Patrick, whose name was called out by the mechanical voice, had a flash of light in his eyes, and he seemed to have a breath of life, and then the whole person began to shake strangely as if the instrument was broken and damaged. Sion Weston started again, and only the figure that Carl could see clearly was connected into a line again, and at the end of the line was the needle that ended the suture. Another NCPD police officer died. Cyberpsychosis. Amid the fearful shouts of the onlookers, people began to flee. The official spokesperson who had just been broadcasting the brave deeds of the NCPD had thrown away his face at this time, and rushed to the broadcasting vehicle with his hands and feet, trying to hide on it. The stall owner who was still making food the moment before had already flipped over the dining table, and ran desperately towards the location of the super skyscraper with a group of guests who dared not continue to eat. In the crowd who fled in panic because of the cyberpsychosis, Carl put down the sushi in his hand. This sushi is not only breakfast for Oliver and Jack, but also contains tofu skin sushi that Carl can eat. Don't let it fall apart. When the crowd was running away, Carl shook his arms and walked against the current, heading towards the NCPD who were desperately fighting the cyber psychopath. Normal people would definitely run away when facing a cyber psychopath, but Carl is not a normal person. He had long wanted to try to face an opponent with Sion Weston. If Carl had any desire to participate in it, it might be to try his ability and see how much money he could make. I don't know how much the bounty for the cyber psychopath will be. Can it be 10,000 euros? It's really good to have breakfast and make money. Even if it is a cyber psycho, if he wants to use Sion Weston, he has to bear the burden of its application to the human body. So after using Sion Weston twice, the cyber psycho, who instinctively realized the threat, began to run towards the NCPD police officers to kill them. The police officers holding Lexington could only watch desperately as the cyber psycho stepped towards them step by step, facing their bullets. After returning, I have to save money to buy a gun. This is the thought in the mind of every NCPD police officer who fired a gun but found that the bullet was deflected, and then they saw Carl running and approaching quickly. No, here we go again. Just when they thought it was another possible cyberpsychosis, they discovered that the position where Carl was sprinting was Patrick's position. Leave this guy to me. Don't accidentally injure him. I don't have any subcutaneous armor. Hearing these sober words, the NCPD officers could not feel any comfort, because the police officers all saw that this young man who suddenly rushed in actually backed away from everyone, only hating that his parents were gone. When Duo Zhang was given 2 legs and a prosthetic body was installed, he took the initiative to face the cyberpsychosis. Everyone watching this scene thought that the kid would be torn into pieces in the next moment. Careful! An NCPD police officer who was not too young ran out from behind the bunker. Although he didn't know why this kid wanted to die, this was definitely not a reason for him to sit back and watch. He often collects bribes, quite a lot, and often coerces vendors to pay protection fees. He often leads people to beat up street vendors who don't pay protection fees. But he is also a police officer after all, and he can't do it. Let the child die. Don't worry. Carl had no intention of explaining more to the NCPD, as long as their useless Lexington didn't hit him. In his hand, the single molecular line has been extracted. When Carl walked towards Patrick, whose original target was an NCPD officer hiding behind the bunker, stopped. His instincts sensed a threat. Having lost his mind, only a crazy beast is left. He will instinctively know who his biggest enemy is. Compared with those around him, they are so small that they can be ignored. It doesn't matter who he deals with. Patrick is now all he could feel was a tiger approaching him. Tiger claw, such a word flashed through his mind instantly, and Patrick didn't know why. He could remember this word firmly now, as if it had been fixed in his mind and could not be erased. Tiger claw, so he read it out in a low voice, and Carl, who heard what he seemed to be saying, stood 12 meters away from him. Do you still have sense? Just when Carl was thinking this, yellow eyes filled with scarlet were already staring at him. It doesn't seem to be. Looking at the pair of prosthetic eyes that were stained red by the broken flesh around the eye sockets but still couldn't cover up the bright yellow color, Carl felt that all he could see in them was madness. Come. Carl just chuckled and extended an invitation to fight to Patrick, and as if he had received confirmation of the invitation, the moment Carl's words just fell, Patrick's figure began to fall into a trance. The passage of time seemed to slow down, and he activated Cyan Westan again. The Cyan Westan used by Patrick is the Denaris Cyan Westan Type 1. This is a Cyan Westan specially designed for mercenaries and soldiers. In other words, it is a prosthetic body for special operations. It can not only it activates the body by speeding up the body's reaction speed, and also has a certain degree of combat assistance function built into it. With the help of this combat auxiliary function, even if Patrick has fallen into madness, he can still be keenly aware of the enemy's fatal points and attack him. Patrick's figure had arrived at Carl's side in a blink of an eye. A mantis knife stabbed straight into Carl's body. Judging from its trajectory, it was intended to penetrate Carl's right hand and then attack from the side, penetrating his lungs and then reaching his heart. Look, get clear. During the prolonged time in Patrick's perception, he saw a slowly drawn smile, a deflection of the head, and words that should have been coherent. Did he keep up with his own speed? Although he should have fallen into madness, Patrick still felt a palpitation and chill in his heart. But the mantis knife thrust out could no longer be retracted, so he could only maintain this movement and continue thrusting out. Carl watched all this, his smile getting brighter. Guessed it. From the first time he saw this cyber psycho using Cyan Westan, Carl had already made some basic guesses. Summarizing it in his mind, he had already discerned the opponent's trajectory. The mind under madness will only act according to the best and most instinctive actions. In other words, for a cyberpsychotic, he will not change his fighting method, and this is simply ridiculous in a fight. Shortcomings. The first piece of information, this is called Patrick's cyberpsychosis, has been used by Cyan Westan twice before, and each time the trajectory he followed was to attack around the right side of the opponent, that is to say, on his side instinctively. Attacking from the right side of the opponent is his best and most comfortable position to attack. The second piece of information is that he can run 14 steps every time he uses Cyan Westan, and it was 14 steps twice. A person who is in madness will not stop using the prosthetic body except for instinctive warnings. Rationally, that is to say, 14 steps is his limit, and the stride distance of a normal adult male is 85 centimeters. 14 steps is 1,190 centimeters, which is 11.9 meters. The position where Carl stood was 12 meters away from Patrick. He couldn't get behind Carl, and couldn't use the smoothest and most skillful backstabbing method in the first two times. He would only stop in front of Carl's right side, or to his side to launch the attack. As long as you understand where the opponent is going to attack and where the attack is likely to be, it is not difficult to respond slowly and quickly. The bouncing single-dot molecule thread hit the side of Patrick's arm where there was no mantis knife. The sharp single-dot molecule thread easily cut through Patrick's subcutaneous armor, and cut off half of his arm, touched the mantis knife. The mantis knife cannot directly cut through the single molecular wire, so after feeling the obstacle, the single molecular wire exerts its nature as a wire. Just like when a top is twitched, due to the force, the thread will wrap around the top at the moment of contact. The single molecular thread begins to rotate around the mantis knife. Under the power of the early swing, Cyan Westan has reached its limit. Kirk could only watch as the single molecular line wrapped around his entire arm. The flow of time returns to the body. Patrick instinctively wanted to pull his arm back and pull the mantis knife out of the entanglement, but his crazy brain forgot that the single molecular line was entangled not only with the mantis knife, but also with him. Half arm. It's okay not to pull. Once the single molecular thread wrapped around the flesh and blood part was pulled, it followed Patrick's force and smoothly cut Patrick's flesh and blood in the opposite direction. With just one pull, half of Patrick's arm was cut. The flesh and blood was cut off from his arm by himself. Finally, the monomolecular wire got stuck in the wrist. This was not because the monomolecular wire could not be cut down anymore, but because of the restraint of the mantis knife on the other half of the arm. The monomolecular wire had reached its limit. Two kinds of the prosthetic bodies rubbed against each other, making a rather harsh metal friction sound. Feeling the pain, he had a moment of clarity in the madness, and realized that something was wrong and dangerous. Patrick finally understood that his right hand was irreparable. He raised the mantis knife in his left hand, preparing to attack with the mantis knife in his left hand under the current situation, but after he had been struggling for so long, Carl was already prepared to deal with it. A pistol was pressed between Patrick's eyebrows. "Nice to meet you, yellow-eyed uncle." Carl looked down at Patrick, who was a little lower than him due to the pulling. Looking at the prosthetic eyes that were completely dyed red with blood and the yellow light seemed dim, he made a move to this crazy man. "Say goodbye." "Then, goodbye. I'm covered in blood again." Carl wiped the blood off his face with the back of his hand and sighed. When will humans evolve to not splatter blood when being shot in the head? When Carl walked towards Patrick, the middle-aged police officer who came out from behind the bunker and planned to stop Carl, a young man, from dying, was standing dazedly 7 or 8 meters away from Carl, a little bit unbelievable about what he saw. Things just happened too fast, so his mind was a little slow to react. A cyber psychopath that their NCPD had no way to deal with was solved by this young man? It only took one encounter? Under the huge impact of this shocking fact, when Carl wiped the blood and looked over, the middle-aged NCPD police officer subconsciously asked this question: "Are you okay?" "Of course I'm fine." The single-molecule wire was retracted, and Kenshin was already pinned to his waist. Carl glanced at the middle-aged police officer and squatted down to search the pockets of the cyber psychopath. "What are you doing?" The middle-aged police officer approached Carl and asked curiously after finding what he was doing. "Searching for money, what else? Has this NCPD officer never searched a corpse before?" After a skilled search, Carl found that the cyber psychopath was surprisingly poor, not even having a single euro. Feeling his fingertips touching a piece of something, Carl took it out of the cyber psychopath's arms and found that it was a chip. "Chip?" Carl put the chip into his sleeve without leaving any trace. He stood up and looked at the police officer who had come over during his search. He pointed at the body on the ground and asked, "How much is his reward?" "I remember that your NCPD seemed to have issued a reward for him yesterday, right? I have solved him now, so the deal can be settled." The middle-aged police officer actually noticed Carl's hand movements a little, but he didn't care too much about it. He made a peace gesture to other NCPD police officers who were still vigilant. After confirming that Carl was not a dangerous person, he began to check the NCPD's reward list. "Patrick Bell, the reward is 10,000 euros, regardless of life or death." "Only 10,000 euros? Listening to Carl's somewhat dissatisfied words, the middle-aged police officer now realized that this young man was 90% likely to be a mercenary. Only mercenaries would care about money and not their lives, and only care about the reward amount. Perhaps it was because it was rare to see such a friendly young mercenary, and because he had just saved his life to some extent, the middle-aged police officer actually explained, because he has just been wanted for a short time, and this is the first bounty issued after he escaped. If you wait a few more days, the bounty should increase a little. How much can it increase? According to my past experience, the middle-aged police officer thought about it. If a cyber psychopath with Dinara Zenweisten type 1 and a mantis knife, and a considerable degree of subcutaneous prosthesis, is allowed to complete the killing this time and escape before the terrorist mobile team arrives, it may be more than 100,000 euros. That's a lot. Carl felt a little regretful he had to look at the body lying on the ground. It sounds like there is much more room for appreciation than the euro itself. The price of the Dinara Zenweisten Type 1 on him alone is 75,000 euros in a brand new condition, not to mention the price of recyclable prostheses such as the mantis blade and subcutaneous prosthesis. Hearing what the middle-aged police officer said, Carl's eyes refocused on the body on the ground. This body must be taken back by the NCPD. The identity of this wanted criminal is a security guard of Arasaka Corporation. According to the contract signed before his death, all the prostheses on his body, including personal savings, must belong to Arasaka Corporation. Knowing Carl's thoughts, The middle-aged police officer helplessly said the reason why this was impossible. Signing a clause before death is really like a company's practice. Carl was not surprised why an Arasaka security guard used another company's San Weston, because the reason was simple. Arasaka did not have their own San Weston model. Although they might have been developing it secretly, at least it was not circulated on the market. It can only be said that San Weston is indeed not something that ordinary people can afford. Most of those who can use it may be like this cyber psychopath, who signed a clause to lose ownership after death before they died. It seems that there is nothing for me here. Carl looked at the NCPD police officers who gradually surrounded them again and began to use instruments to draw a light cordon around the venue. He asked the middle-aged police officer, "What's your name?" "Leave a contact. It's for the reward transfer later. Don't worry, it will arrive in the afternoon at the latest." The middle-aged police officer sent his account number and related notes to Carl very quickly, and Carl also knew his name when he received the message. Jason, a standard American name. Then I'll go first, Mr. Johnson. If there is anything related to this later, please contact me. I am happy to help NCPD deal with some things, as long as the reward is enough. As for Johnson, Carl still noticed him with his peripheral vision during the battle just now, so he also saw Johnson's action of rushing over to help him just now. Whether it was out of duty or conscience, Carl still remembered this attempt to assist him silently in his heart, so he was quite respectful in addressing him, using the word Mr. I haven't heard people address me so respectfully for a long time. This is not a word that can be heard casually on the street. Watching Carl wave goodbye and leave, Johnson stared at the back and smiled. It seems that this city still has something to look forward to. Officer Johnson, you need to sign the documents for handling the incident. Oh, I'll be there right away. It's been solved, Patrick. 10 minutes later, someone in the special strike team of Arasaka Corporation received news about Patrick. However, he only glanced at the news for a few seconds before throwing it aside. I originally thought that since you were from the Tiger Claw gang like me, you could be a good subordinate, but now it seems that you were just like that. The person who received the news from Patrick quickly read another document in his mind. Are you a volunteer candidate for the self-developed San Weston experiment? Your breakfast. Carl, have you gone out? Oliver, who was woken up by Carl and was still a little dazed, pushed Jack up next to him with his feet stretched out on his stomach, and then he saw the big bag in Carl's hand. What to eat? Sushi said, both are large portions. Want to eat sushi? Jack also rubbed his eyes and woke up. He yawned, and then his nose smelled a strange smell. Follow the smell. Carl, why do you smell like blood? It's on TV right now. Carl pointed to the TV and found that there was a live broadcast of NCPD on it, and the content on it was, under the heroic fighting of NCPD police officers, Cyberpsycho was shot to death, and the location was, downstairs? Have you encountered cyberpsychosis? At this time, Oliver was completely awake. He stared at Carl's body for a few times, and then he was relieved after finding that there was no injury. You must have been involved, you were so unlucky. Unlucky, it's not like that. Carl took out the plastic box containing the plastic sushi and placed it on the table in front of the two people. I solved this cyberpsychosis. Ah? How can buying breakfast be involved in solving cyberpsychosis? During the questioning of Oliver and Jack, Carl walked to the vending machine and bought them 2 bottles of pure water while telling what happened before. You weren't involved, you took the initiative to participate. San Weston, the mantis knife, and the subcutaneous armor. You dare to face an opponent like this. You really don't want your life. Oliver was somewhat impressed by Carl's courage. If he encountered such a cyberpsychotic on the street, he would definitely turn around and run away without saying a word. This is not about making some money. Who would have thought that for just 10,000 euros, you can't even get your weapons back? If you encounter something like this in the future, you'd better call us, Carl. It's still too risky for you to do it alone. Jack didn't quite agree with Carl's risky approach, and Carl nodded in response to their worried words. I just want to test whether my feeling is right. I won't do it next time. He is not someone who likes to seek death. It is enough for San Weston to feel it. If he is to face San Weston again next time, he must at least upgrade his prosthetic body, or start from super learn more skills in your dreams. After buying the drinks and throwing them to the two people, Carl remembered the chip he had touched. Speaking of which, I also took a chip by the way. It's a bit unsafe to directly connect this kind of foreign chip to my own access warehouse. Oliver, can I use your computer? Use whatever you want. With the permission of Oliver, who took out his fork and ate sushi with Jack, Carl walked to the computer in Oliver's room and inserted the chip. The data is read very quickly. There is nothing special in this chip, it is just a text record. But the communication record is a bit strange. The cherry blossoms born from chrysanthemums and roses have arrived in the city of Nightglow. Carl could understand the city of Nightglow, and it should be the city of night, but he couldn't understand the code words in front of it at all. What do chrysanthemums, roses, and cherry blossoms refer to? Are they simple flowers? But since the word birth is used, could it be that it's a human being? This sentence probably means that someone has arrived in Night City? There is too little information. He had no idea why a cyberpsycho would have such a text chip in his arms, and what the meaning of this message could be. But one thing is clear. That's all the information he got. Carl still attaches great importance to the collection of information. Basically, whether it is useful or not, he will remember it in his head, because his talents can only play their best role in the accumulation of information. After asking Oliver and Jack to leave some tofu sushi for themselves, Carl opened other websites to browse, and then saw a website selling cars. Isn't this the old Captain's Car selling website? Drinking pure water, Oliver, who was delivering the tofu skin sushi that Carl ordered, saw the web page on Carl's screen and spoke. Old Captain? We people in Santo Domingo heard that I used to be a company dog, but later I disliked the company's system, resigned, and became a car salesperson specializing in selling cars. They're all used cars. Jack also came over. He knew something about this car selling website. Basically, they are used cars that have been killed by others or are eager to sell. If you don't dislike them, the prices are quite cheap. Really cheap. Seeing that most of the vehicles above were priced at less than tens of thousands of euros, or even less than 10,000 euros, Carl had some ideas. Oliver, Jack, what do you think about me buying a car, so that I don't have to squeeze in when traveling in the future? Buying a used car? Jack stared at the vehicle on the screen. Will anything go wrong by then? You can rest assured about the old Captain's cars. Basically, the cars he has personally handled are all clean. You can look at the websites on the website that he is responsible for selling. Those cars have been cleaned by him. You can rest assured, forget about other hanging vehicles, those things may really make people worry. Oliver knew a lot about the old Captain's website. Every street boy in the Santo Domingo area had seen the old Captain's Car selling website at one time or another. After all, for a street boy, what could be more cool? Cars and handsome and powerful guns attract them even more. Then do you have any car recommendations? Looking at the dazzling array of vehicles above, all of which were so hyped in the introduction, Carl didn't know much about cars and decided to leave this aspect to Oliver to decide. Anyway, let's choose the 4-seater first. Although it doesn't matter if we drive two cars after you buy the car, when we go on a mission together, we still need a 4-seater. After choosing for a while, Oliver pointed to such a car, and that car happened to be familiar to Carl. Not just familiar, he had also been in it. Skyhara EC.di360. This car, which enjoys a good reputation and is sturdy and durable, can now be purchased on the old Captain's website for only 31,000 euros. As for why it is said to be almost new, it is because I bought this car. The owner of the car was shot dead by a street gangster on the way to pick up the car before it even got on the road. After losing their mainstay, the family of the car owner couldn't afford such a car, so they had to sell it. As for this car, it's okay. Carl quickly decided to buy his first car in Night City. Counting the 10,000 euro reward from the NCPD, the 60,000 euro deposit, the 10,000 euro for real meat, the 31,000 euro for a car. In a blink of an eye, only 20,000 euros are left. Sitting in the Wild Wolf bar, which has almost become a stronghold, Carl counted the remaining euros on his fingers and felt that he was poor again. You still have 20,000 euros, but I only have a few hundred euros left. Oliver said, after I bought a Midnight Military SR.22 kinetic precision rifle and installed a nanofiber prosthesis for myself, my deposit was emptied. Midnight Military SR.22, a powerful semi-assault rifle, specially built for the military, without any embellishment, simple and deadly. Although this heavy rifle, which is quite suitable for charging into battle, requires a good endoskeleton and muscle bundles to bear its force, its powerful firepower is enough to satisfy anyone. Nanofiber, synthetic muscle fiber. As he said that his bank account was almost zero, Oliver looked at the SR.22 that he had leaned against the bar, and his eyes showed deep satisfaction. It was obvious that this weapon was originally made for soldiers, and it pleased him as a former member of the 6th Street Gang. My savings are not as much as Carl's remaining money, but there is still some. Jack, who was drinking, looked at Oliver's weapons with envy and said, "It's just that I still need a certain amount to save up for the prosthetics and weapons that I am satisfied with. I think that after the prosthetics and weapons, I have to add a motorcycle." Carl chewed the French fry sent by Mrs. Wells and said, "Jack, haven't you always wanted to buy an arch motorcycle? That also requires money, brother." Jack's face rarely showed a look of distress. "If you want to be a big shot, you must first take enough work, but without enough weapons and prosthetics, you can't take that big work, so you can only save on the motorcycle for now." "There will always be work, Jack, there will always be work." Carl stared at the phone number of the middleman Faraday in the address book, but he felt that this middleman was not very reliable. They said they were testing and gave them a small job, but no work was assigned after that. It was really a headache that they didn't give a definite answer whether they could do it or not. Just when Carl was thinking about whether to take some ordinary small jobs for daily work, there was a rather noisy noise at the wine table not far from them. When Carl and the other two were attracted to look over, a man was holding a bottle and hitting another man on the head opposite him. Bang! The sound of the bottle breaking was quite crisp in the bar during the day. Almost instantly, the whole bar fell silent, and everyone's eyes were looking at the wine table where the incident happened. "Can you do it, bastard? Give me a definite answer, don't hesitate over there." The man who used the bottle to open the man opposite looked about 20 years old, about the same age as Jack. He was wearing a jacket and half of his face was inlaid with a mechanical face. At this time, the expression made by the machine and the flesh seemed quite impatient. Carl didn't have any impression of him. He should not be a frequent visitor to the Wild Wolf Bar, but he had some impression of the man opposite him, whose head was bleeding and his scalp was full of scattered glass fragments, but he didn't dare to cry out in pain. I remember that the other party was a driver doing business in Haywood. He often came to the Wild Wolf Bar to have a drink after get off work. He was over 50 years old this year. People called him Liohoatu, which means an old man who often ran goods. Among the civilians in Night City, people in their 50s who ran goods on the streets could indeed be considered old men. What happened? The Wild Wolf Bar was opened by his mother after all, so Jack naturally had reasons to stop the dispute. He immediately stood up and walked towards the place where the old man was. Carl gave Oliver a look, and Oliver followed Jack with understanding. Carl first poured the fries on the plate on the table into the small plastic bag given by Mrs. Wells, and then walked over while eating the fries. The crispy fries that had just been fried would become soft if they were eaten slowly. When Carl arrived, the conversation between Jack, who was responsible for mediation, and the half-faced mechanical man also made him understand the general situation. In short, the half-faced mechanical man is a field investigator sent by the military technology company. He is tracking down the freight situation of Haywood, and the old man happened to run the route where Haywood transported materials to the municipal center these days, so he came to ask the old man for clarification, but the old man hesitated and couldn't explain it clearly. Is the old man running the route for the military technology company? No, he just ran the relevant route and had no contact with military technology. After hearing Oliver's answer, Carl felt a little puzzled. Since it is not the old man who is responsible for losing the military technology goods, to be precise, it is the company that has problems and needs to ask the old man, why is it that the company personnel are now asking the old man to hand over the information? Company personnel, that's it. For them, the old man is just a street shopper, nothing at all, so naturally he can do whatever he wants. In other words, this is a threat, right? Threatening with the power of the company behind him. Carl looked at the old man who had done nothing wrong but was cut open just because he couldn't speak clearly. He didn't dare to wipe the blood. He was shaking and didn't dare to resist at all. He looked at the arrogant company employee who looked like he was wrong if he didn't help us. He understood. Come on. Carl walked to the bar, where Mrs. Wells had already taken out the medical kit and prepared it. "Mrs. Wells, do you mind if I help you clean up?" "What are you talking about, kid? It's really great that you are willing to help. That's good." Carl took the medical kit and walked back, and handed the medical kit and his half bag of chips to Oliver. "The treatment of the old man is left to you. Remember to handle it carefully and don't steal my chips." "I'm watching. There is still half a bag." Oliver stared at Carl, and then looked at Jack who was still talking, as if he understood what Carl was going to do. "I won't steal food, let me deal with it, but don't break anything." I know Jack has a very good temper. For a guy like this, Carl rubbed his fists and walked up. "I can't even break a cup if I deal with him. Who gave him the courage to cause trouble in the Wild Wolf Bar?" When a person won't listen to reason, using fists can often make him understand some truths, and that's what Carl did. Jack, move aside. Carl? Jack, who had been persuading him, didn't notice what Carl did. After he subconsciously moved aside, he noticed Carl with his fists clenched and Oliver carrying a medical kit. Instantly, he understood what his two friends were planning. Well, it seems that my kind little class of Jack Wells has to end. What little class is over? The half-faced mechanical man was still wondering what the big man who was persuading him was saying, when he saw Carl coming over. The artificial eye on half of his face flashed, and when he was about to scan Carl had already punched him in the face. The impact of the fist was so strong that the half-faced mechanical man felt as if his face was dented by the punch, and his body leaned back from the seat uncontrollably, and he was about to fall off the bar stool, but before that, Carl had used his other hand to kindly grab him. "You, what are you doing?" The half-faced robot man, who spoke unclearly, felt that his face was a little dislocated. He couldn't understand why he was talking to someone and suddenly someone came up and punched him. "Nothing, I just felt that you didn't answer my question and made me very upset, so I was going to beat you up." "Huh? What do you mean?" Before the half-faced robot man finished speaking, Carl's next punch hit him in the face again. Because his neck was firmly grasped, the half-faced robot man, who couldn't ease the impact, almost heard the sound of his neck bones moving under this punch. Fuck, before he finished speaking, Carl's fist came again. "Say it or not. Say your mother, fist. Say it or not. I said you were sick, you, fist. Are you willing to say it now? You, fist." After a dozen or so punches, the intermittent words continued. In front of the dumbfounded old man being treated by Oliver, the company dispatcher who had just been so arrogant, now had a bloody face. A few teeth on the half-faced face were broken and fell out, and the half-mechanical face also had a slight concave mark. "Really, it hurts my hand." Carl shook his hand. The half-faced mechanical man in front of him was really hard-mouthed. Carl's hand was red from the reaction force of his face, but he still didn't say anything. You asked, didn't I ask you? Fist. You didn't ask." The half-faced mechanical man didn't want to try to make any resistance anymore. He now strongly suspected that this guy might be a cyber psychopath. "Can't you answer if I don't ask?" Fist. Carl frowned. He didn't expect this guy to be so stubborn that he didn't even understand that "I didn't ask" doesn't mean you can't answer. Doesn't this guy know how to act according to other people's moods? The half-faced mechanical man has completely determined that this guy is a cyber psychopath. He just wants to leave the bar and run back to the company. This damn place is too dangerous. Even going out for field work can cause trouble. Ding ding ding. Just when the half-faced mechanical man was about to be hit by Carl's punches and thrown out of the Wild Wolf bar, Carl's communicator rang. "KK, I have a commission here. I think you will be interested." The middleman Faraday finally sent a commission. With a commission, there is no time to care about the company's personnel. After Carl completely knocked the half-faced mechanical man unconscious with another punch, he asked Jack to help carry it out and throw it away. Then he took the half bag of chips he got back from Oliver and put it in front of the old man. "Eat something, don't worry. If you encounter this kind of thing again, come to the Wild Wolf bar to find me. I am willing to deal with as many unreasonable corporate dogs as there are." Carl smiled, "As long as you can take care of Mrs. Wells' business more often as before." Looking at Carl's smile, the old man's lips moved, and then looked at his eyes without any falsehood and nodded heavily. The old man didn't say anything, because for such a person who was willing to help them, the bottom people, he didn't know what to say to thank them so that the other party would really understand his gratitude. The youth and sunshine are completely different from this rotten night city, as if they have never fallen into it. Such sunshine is really desirable. Carl, Oliver, and Jack sat back in their seats again. "I thought you would throw a few more punches, and you were willing to share fries." Facing Oliver's curious look, Carl was quite serious. "I have a commission, there is no way. As for fries, my attitude has always been that food can soothe people's tired souls, so I have such high requirements for food. The other party is injured, what's wrong with comforting them with fries? After all, these are the most delicious fries in Night City, right?" Listening to Jack's words, Carl agreed with him, but rolled his eyes at Jack himself. "If you had started earlier, it wouldn't be my turn. If you had started later, I might have started beating him. I was just estimating how much force I could use." Listening to Jack's answer, Carl knew that what he said was true, because when Carl went over, he found that Jack's fists had already clenched. "Forget it, don't talk about those other things. At most, we'll fight each time we see each other. Faraday has commissioned a commission, so let's all take a look. Speaking of this, Carl shared the commission information that he hadn't had time to read with Jack and Oliver, and then started to read it. None of them looked at the other things first, and directly scrolled to the bottom to look at the reward first, and then Oliver exclaimed, a little bit unbelievable. 300,000? Is it euros? Jack was also a little bit unbelievable. It's euros. After being shocked, Oliver's face became serious. It looks like a life-threatening job. If a middleman like Faraday can give a commission of 300,000, he will definitely take no less than 300,000. In other words, this is a commission that is truly worth 600,000 euros, and this kind of commission. Basically, it is aimed at taking lives. Whether it is the life of the middleman, the life of the client, or the life of the mercenary. The big job that I have been thinking about has indeed come. After confirming the reward of 300,000 euros, Carl, Jack and Oliver read the content of the mission. Because it was a matter of life and death, they all read it carefully, but the information of this mission was not as rich as the reward, and it could even be said to be quite simple. That's all? Oliver looked at Carl, a little suspicious that Carl had missed a paragraph when sharing the content. That's all. Carl looked at the content of only a few paragraphs, thought for a while, and looked at Jack. What do you think, Jack? It's not easy to do. I think so too. The content of the mission is not difficult. In short, it is to go to a place and cooperate with a group of mercenaries sent by other middlemen to protect a person with the employer's bodyguards. The time is 9 o'clock the day after tomorrow, and the location is the transportation port of Watson Arasaka Seaside District. The requirement is to escort the target person to the Blue by building on California Street in Watson District's Little Chinatown within 2 hours after receiving him. The location, reward, and what to do are all very clear. The only thing missing is the information of the target person. Although the mercenaries only need to know the location, reward, and what to do, this overly simple commission was sent over, and it also stated that they would cooperate with other mercenaries and cooperate with bodyguards, which made them feel like they were going to die. Protect the target. Why do they need them to protect the target when there are bodyguards? The reason can only be that there is a shortage of manpower, and the commission that can treat mercenaries as manpower and the reward is so generous. 80% of them will encounter something, so that we can be cannon fodder at that time. Not 80%, 10%. Oliver and Jack, who are very familiar with the company's nature, said one sentence each, but both of them looked at Carl. Whether to accept the commission or not, the old rules, Carl decides. Carl thought about it, nodded at Oliver and Jack, and decided to accept the commission. There are several reasons. One is that this is the first formal commission sent by the middleman. He finally has the opportunity to do a task that can make a name for himself. It would be a pity not to do it. Second, the reward is indeed high enough, and it is worth Carl and others to take the risk. Third, Carl has been a bodyguard once before, and he feels that he is experienced and thinks it is okay to do this task again. Accept it. Faraday will come by then. He said he will pick us up personally. As a result, we risk our lives to die, and he just acts as a driver and gets paid. Oliver shook his head. He really couldn't get much good feelings for the group of middlemen. In fact, he is not just a driver. At least he managed to get us into this task. He is capable of helping us recruit this task, and he is still qualified to share the money. Carl has calculated the relevant matters clearly. After all, to be honest, they are not well known. As a middleman, Faraday can help them find a life-saving task with enough money, which is also a great thing. But if I find out later that he has concealed something in this mission, I will kill him. Let's put it this way. If you have a way and I have the power to make profits, then we can still talk about it. But if something is concealed in the cooperation, then it can't be explained by a profit. Let's stop talking about the middleman. The most important thing in accepting a mission is the mission. Oliver was a little confused about the location of the mission. Speaking of which, why is the mission location the Arasaka Seaside Transport Port? Isn't that place forbidden to outsiders except Arasaka personnel? Does it mean that the target of our escort is Arasaka's people? Maybe it can be. Jack thought it was okay, when the time comes, just protect the company dog, and as long as he pays enough, it's not impossible to do it with a pinch of the nose. No, that's not what I'm confused about. Oliver explained, I told you before that I am somewhat familiar with Faraday, the middleman in the 6th Street Gang. Many people took over his mission, and there has always been a rumor in the 6th Street Gang that Faraday worked for military technology. But our mission this time is to go to Arasaka's territory to escort a person who might be Arasaka. Don't you find it strange? In the whole United States or the whole world, everyone knows that Arasaka and military technology are at odds. The two companies fought a corporate war that affected the world and was equivalent to the Fourth World War. Now a middleman with a vague military technology background is working for Arasaka. It's very strange no matter how you think about it. It's definitely strange. Carl said, but we don't know more. If there is a mission, just do it first. The affairs of those big companies don't have much to do with us. That's right. Oliver agreed with Carl's words. It's annoying to think so much. Anyway, the affairs of big companies shouldn't involve ordinary mercenaries like us. Just follow the mission. Speaking of which other middlemen's mercenaries, who do you think we can meet? Will we be able to get in touch with the middlemen behind them? What are you going to do, Oliver? Are you going to find more middlemen and take on more missions? Jack asked, and Oliver did think so. The more the better. More missions, more euros. Carl said as he stood up from the sofa in the Wild Wolf bar and walked to the bar to say goodbye to Mrs. Wells. He, Jack, Oliver and others were going to buy some things and then go to Oliver's apartment to talk in detail. I know you are going to do a big job, be careful. Pay attention to safety, Carl, Oliver, and you, Jack, remember to protect them. I know, Mom. Because he was a little older, Jack, who was being scolded by his mother, patted his chest and said confidently, as long as I am here, nothing will happen to them. Remember to protect yourself too. I will, Mom, and you too, take care of yourself. After saying goodbye to Mrs. Wells, the three of them got on the Sky Harrow parked not far from the Wild Wolf bar. Oliver, who habitually sat in the driver's seat, reacted suddenly after 2 seconds. No, this seems to be your car, Carl. How come I drove it when I came here, and I drove it when I went back? I'm too lazy to drive. Carl threw the vehicle verification device over, with a very good reason, so good that Oliver took it after his mouth twitched. After all, the Sky Harrow is a good car, and Oliver likes it very much. In the sound of the vehicle engine starting, Carl fell into deep thought. A line was gradually connected in his mind. Carl has the ability of summarizing, which can be said to be the golden finger. Now, under his memory, he has strung all the things he encountered after coming to 2075 into a line, and hung up all the things that can be thought about and contacted. Let's start with the summary of the goods. The Whirlpool Gang is making trouble in Kabuki, which is the territory of the Tiger Claw Gang. The Whirlpool Gang robbed the goods transported by the 6th Street Gang to Watson District. The Whirlpool Gang robbed the goods of Blanca's company in Watson District. The field investigators of the Military Technology Company came to ask the old cargo head Haywood about the transportation of goods to the municipal center today. Military Technology lost the goods. Stop here. Which company is Blanca? Carl sent a message to Blanca and asked which company she worked for. What's wrong? Are you going to help me do something again? I admire mercenaries like you. Just understand the background of the employer, just think of me as accumulating connections. Why are you suddenly interested? Did you learn something from Faraday? Blanca seemed to be free. After chatting with Carl for a few words, she revealed her identity, which was not concealed at all, but Carl never asked. A military technology person. So, a half-faced mechanical man asked the old man about the lost goods, and Blanca sold the transportation vehicle information within the company. It might be the same thing? Calculating the time, it is indeed about the same. Recalling Juanito, Blanca's subordinate and enemy in the company, he said something. You can destroy the transportation evidence this time, but I can have as much as I want. The evidence of selling Watson District transportation was destroyed by Carl, Oliver and Jack. That was also the first commission Carl received from Blanca. When he said that he could have as much as he wanted, it should mean that Blanca sold the transportation vehicle route more than once, and Blanca's partner at that time was the Whirlpool Gang. It can be inferred that the military technology cargo was robbed when it was transported to the municipal center, and the robbers were probably from the Vortex Gang. After all, Watson District is next to the municipal center. But this is a bit scary. To summarize, the Vortex Gang offended the Tiger Claw Gang, the 6th Street Gang, the Military Technology Gang, and even if they robbed the cargo in Haywood, they might have offended the Valentino Gang. Although 99% of the Vortex Gang are crazy, they are just crazy. They still know what death is. If they are not deliberately seeking death, then there is a purpose behind this crazy robbery. Considering that during the first Blanca mission, the things the Vortex Gang robbed were casually thrown to the small cadre demon, What they are looking for may not be evidence of company personnel like Blanca. So what are they looking for? For some reason, Carl's mind suddenly flashed the picture of the rescue and scavenger mission he received. It was a blurry picture of ACPA. Everyone in Night City knows that the people of the Whirlpool Gang and the scavengers are like-minded. The people of the Whirlpool Gang advocate prosthetic transformation. After the transformation, they often throw the things they take away or the bodies of their former companions who died accidentally to the scavengers to pay back the money. If the ACPA picture is the content extracted by the scavengers from the chip of a Whirlpool Gang corpse, is there a connection, or is there no connection? Carl tried to recall what information he had about these gangs, and then he suddenly remembered the cyber psychopath he met a few days ago. The cyber psychopath seemed to have vaguely muttered about tiger claws, and when he muttered about tiger claws, his spirit was obviously better. The word tiger claw must be very meaningful and even important to him, so that he would have a moment of sobriety in the state of cyber psychosis. And the place where this cyber psychopath broke out happened to be Kabuki, the territory of the Tiger Claw Gang. This cyber psychopath carried an information chip on his body, and the content inside was: the cherry blossoms born from chrysanthemums and roses have arrived in the Nightlight City. The Tiger Claws is a Japanese gang, and most of them have Japanese parents or themselves. The Tiger Claws are full of Japanese culture, and the adjectives are biased towards Japanese habits. Let's analyze it with the thinking there first. Japan does not have a national flower, but there are two kinds of flowers that can be called national flowers, which are the chrysanthemums that the royal family likes, and the cherry blossoms that the common people like. If the status represented by the flowers is considered, the chrysanthemum should refer to noble people, and the cherry blossoms should refer to the common people. So what is the rose? The rose is the national flower of America. Carl felt as if he had realized something. If we explain it from this flower, it means that the noble people of Japan and the Americans gave birth to Sakura, who is considered to be a commoner because his father or mother is American. And this Sakura, who may be of Japanese descent, has arrived in Night City according to the intelligence of the cyber psychopath, who is likely to be from the Tiger Claws or related to the Tiger Claws. The Tiger Claws are a Japanese gang. It is impossible for them to wreak havoc in Night City without the shadow of a company behind them, just like the 6th Street Gang where Oliver came from, which works for middlemen with a military technology background, and was originally a gang composed of retired veterans from America. The 6th Street Gang is backed by military technology, while the Tiger Claw Gang is only one company in Night City. Arasaka. Later, the mission starts at the Arasaka Seaside Transport Port, which is not allowed for outsiders. The mission is to escort. Who to escort? Sakura? But if it is Sakura, why would Faraday, who has a military technology background, receive this mission? Rose? Could it be that it is Rose's background? Rose wants to protect her child Sakura? If this line of thought is connected, then this matter touches on the scope of secrets that should not be known. The mortal enemy Arasaka and military technology actually joined forces briefly on this mission. How noble is the background of Chrysanthemum, how powerful is Rose's identity, and how important is Sakura's identity? Summary. The first piece of information: the Uzumaki gang seems to be looking for something, and they are willing to provoke various gangs and companies for this. The second piece of information is that Sakura, who is the target of his protection, is very important and involves Arasaka and Militech. Transport intelligence. Freight. Personnel. Will the target of the Uzumaki gang be Sakura? If it is Sakura, how can they be so bold? If Sakura's identity is really so special that Militech and Arasaka are willing to unite for this, how dare they offend the world's strongest and second strongest companies? Unless. Carl thought of Blanca and Juanito. Just like the office fights in Militech, the companies on both sides may not necessarily accept this kind of thing in this mission. The Uzumaki gang may accept their employment, just like they accepted the employment of Juanito of Militech. Militech and the 6th Street Gang information related to Militech may be sold by Blanca and Juanito. So is it possible that there are also Blanca and Juanito and Arasaka and Tiger Claw who do not agree with the short-term union? Information summary completed. Mission: will it be like this? Carl was looking forward to the verification later. Whether he was just imagining things out of boredom or it was the truth, he would know when the time came. If he was right. ACPA. That would be interesting. There are so many people. It was already the day of the commission. After the client, Faraday, sent them over and negotiated with the guards who were obviously Arasaka, Carl, Oliver and Jack were allowed to carry weapons and enter a transport port in the Arasaka seaside area. In the warehouse, after they entered, they discovered that even if they had arrived an hour early, there were still a group of people who had arrived late. Because apart from them, there were already at least 20 mercenaries inside, equipped with various prosthetic bodies and holding various specially modified firearms, waiting there. There are really many people. In response to Jack's emotion, Carl responded and then observed the mercenaries who were going to perform the mission together. Not to mention, after carefully looking at the various prosthetics and weapons on them, Carl found that I can recognize most of them. Subcutaneous armor, mantis knife, Saratoga submachine gun, Kenshin pistol, Nova pistol. Oh, Oliver, you also have the SOR.22 kinetic energy precision rifle that you finally got. They seem to be quite capable people. None of these weapons are cheap, at least the low-level mercenaries cannot afford them, but thinking about it, how can someone who can be sent by various middlemen still use weapons like Lexington? You still have to say that. Oliver looked at the SOR.22 kinetic energy precision rifle in his hand, then at the Saratoga submachine gun in Jack's hand, and then at the Kenshin in Carl's hand, and realized that if the three of them merged into this group with weapons, among the mercenaries, there is absolutely no difference between the teams. 20.1, 20.2, 20.3, Carl, Oliver, counting us, there are already 20.6 people. If everyone counts 100,000 employment wages, how much did the employer spend this time? Money. You have neglected the part paid to the middleman and there are a series of other expenses. Anyway, it is definitely a figure that we can hardly imagine, Jack. Oliver only felt that it was a number that he might never come into contact with in his life. The gap between people is really bigger than between dogs and dogs. It's like you've seen dogs in Night City. Carl laughed. I have seen a lot of cute dogs, and I even raised them before. How come I haven't seen it before? In response to Carl's show-off behavior, Oliver gave him a middle finger. A company dog is not a dog. You two, stop bickering with each other. Someone's here again. Doesn't it look familiar to you? Jack nudged the two people with his elbows and motioned them to look towards the entrance of the warehouse where they had entered not long ago. Oliver and Carl looked over and found that they were indeed acquaintances. That's not the one before. Looking at the strong yellow-haired man who was alone and holding a big machine gun in one hand, Oliver recognized him, the one who was fighting in front of the Chowming store. I remember that he had 2 team members at that time. Why was he alone? Maybe they're dead, or they think they're not qualified to participate in this mission. Carl was not very impressed by this strong man, and said in a casual tone, after all, nothing that happens in this Night City is surprising. As Carl was talking, he realized that after seeing the three of them, the burly man with yellow hair actually walked straight towards them. Looking for trouble? This was Carl's first thought, but then he realized that it didn't look like it, because after the yellow-haired man approached them, his expression actually showed that he had finally found it. You are Carl, Oliver, and Jack. The strong man with yellow hair called the three of them by name as soon as he arrived, and then introduced himself. My name is Man, and I used to work for Faraday, but this time Faraday said that he only had 3 places, so I accepted a commission from another intermediary and am waiting for an escort mission. Do you want to hook up with me? Man? Carl was not in a hurry to answer. He first sent a message to Faraday and confirmed the other party's identity before speaking. Why did you think of teaming up with us? That's the mission. Man looked at the other teams and then looked at Carl and the others. After all, with Faraday's relationship, I feel that you can still trust me, and I am also a little curious about your abilities. I have not been working with him for a long time. Too bad, he would actually give up my team and choose a new team. I never thought that this would happen. Plus, you're the only one, right? Carl could see another layer of intelligence beneath Man's muscular appearance. It was very dangerous for a person to carry out a life-or-death mission of escorting someone for a reward, so he thought of relying on some connections with a middleman to keep each other warm. Being able to work as a mercenary on the street and using a middleman, Man is certainly not a fool. He still understands that there is strength in numbers. That's what it means. It didn't matter to Man that Carl saw through his mind. He saw that Carl was the leader of the group, stared at Carl and asked, "Then what do you think? What are you good at? If I need it, I can rely on a suit of skin armor and hold this Type 31 heavy machine gun in front of me. Is this enough?" In other words, if Carl and others behind him had any idea, they could shoot him in the back at any time. That's enough. Carl stretched out his hand and shook Man's hand. It's a pleasure to cooperate. A pleasure to work with. A smile appeared on Man's face. Captain. Just call me KK. You can use this as your code name. Now that Man has temporarily joined the team, Carl doesn't mind introducing them. Jack, he does the same thing as you. Anyway, it depends on the two of you to use fire suppression to deal with others. Oliver, he is a medic and a sniper. If you are injured or need remote support, you can ask him for help. As for my words, Carl thought about his position and gave a strange reply, you should know when the fight starts. You'll know when the fight starts? Man didn't quite understand, but seeing how understanding both Oliver and Jack looked, he ignored it. Anyway, it's just one mission, and it's enough to have a basic understanding of cooperation. If I can survive and complete the mission this time, I don't know when the next cooperation will be. Time passed quickly while the mercenaries were familiar with or observing their teammates. At exactly 9 o'clock, a company dog wearing Arasaka clothing walked into the warehouse with a group of Arasaka security personnel. The mission has begun. There are 20.7 mercenaries in total, and compared to the security personnel wearing Arasaka uniforms, these 20.7 are actually at a disadvantage in terms of numbers. 30.7 Arasaka security guards, plus 20.7 mercenaries, there are 60.4 people. Are they going to fight or escort? Taiwan Novel Network. If we go to war, we still have a little less manpower. Oliver answered Jack's words, walked out of the warehouse, and looked at the vehicle that was nearly 200 meters away from them and was tightly guarded by Arasaka security personnel. Is that the employer's car? Why does that car look strangely familiar to me? Oh my god. Jack also saw the car, and he subconsciously exclaimed, Refield's Sword of the Lake Lady Guinevere, I know that car. I saw it at the press conference when it was first launched. I still remember it. I was so greedy that my mouth watered. What now? My mouth is watering too. Oh. Smiling, Carl stared at the car, the relevant information flashing in his mind. Refield's Sword of the Lady of the Lake. Guinevere, for those who know cars, as long as they hear Renfield, they will understand that it is synonymous with wealth. Yes, this is a vehicle specially supplied to the rich. Especially for the Sword of the Lake Lady. Guinevere, the price has exceeded the GDP of many island countries. As a vehicle that symbolizes wealth, the engine of the Sword of the Lake Lady is comparable to that of any professional racing car, and the interior is as luxurious as a 5-star hotel suite. With the support of crystal ball technology, you can even drive from the vehicle without any windows. You can see all the scenery outside the vehicle. Of course, this also ensures the safety of the passengers in the vehicle to the greatest extent. If you meet this little beauty on the street, don't even think about taking your Lexington to challenge it. Her armor is military grade. Tell me, how much is this car worth? Carl stared at the Sword of the Lake Lady and asked Oliver, Jack, and man beside him. 10 million euros? Oliver guessed and said, Jack, who was obviously more knowledgeable about cars, directly called out the price, 20.25 million euros. Refer to the actual price of Koenigsegg CCXR 2010 model of 26 million, this number is like a dream. Carl stared at the car. If he sold the car, he could get as many of the latest prosthetics as possible. Stop thinking so much about what you have and what you don't have. Man appears to be the plainest. He has been a mercenary longer than most of them. He has seen more or less luxury cars. Although it is his first time to see the Sword of the Lake Lady, he is used to it, so he is not surprised. Man said, do you know what I'm thinking about right now? What are you thinking about? We're dead. Why do you say that? Carl withdrew his gaze, a little confused. A person who can sit on the Lake Lady's sword and is protected by so many Arasaka security personnel still needs idiots who are willing to die as consumables. What kind of danger do you think he will encounter next? I have a guess about this. Carl announced a word that made Man, Jack, and Oliver all change their expressions, ACPA. ACPA? Oliver listened to the words coming from Carl's mouth, his expression twisted. Why did you guess that aspect? What about a little clue? How sure are you? Let's go 50.50, 50% guess right and 50% guess wrong. Isn't it just like you didn't say anything? Although Oliver said this, he knew clearly that if Carl hadn't really had some clues, he wouldn't have said such 5 words at this time. In other words, if they didn't encounter anything, they would still have it. Well, if we do encounter one, 99% of the time the opponent is ACPA. Regardless of the fact that when Oliver told Carl and Jack before, he described ACPA as a consumable that would make the company lose money, when he really had to face ACPA, he knew the dangers of ACPA better than anyone else. After all, there were secret possessions in the 6th Street Gang. The light ACPA, and the veterans of the 6th Street Gang have all encountered it on the battlefield. Their mercenaries are well equipped, but they can't compare with ACPA. What is ACPA? It's a humanoid self-propelled tank. Don't think so much. I've accepted all the tasks. Complete your duties. Our car is here. Jack watched many empty Villafort Alvarado V4 F570 mission driving from a distance and stopped in front of them, guessing that these might be for their group of mercenaries in Arasaka security. Cars for people to ride in. Villafort Alvarado V4 F570 mission, an expensive and huge vehicle. Riding it on the streets is not called driving at all, it is called cruising. For many people in Night City, Alvarado, it's their ideal experience to show off their luxury. I always wanted to ride in this kind of car when I was a kid. Who on the street wouldn't like this car? Sitting on it makes you feel like you're rich. I didn't expect that after I became a mercenary, I just did a mission and just sat on it casually. Man said, watching other mercenaries get on the vehicle, are we going to form a convoy to pass through Watson District? Isn't this very eye-catching? Let me tell you, there is the sort of the lake lady, just increase the accelerator and rush over, I guarantee you'll be there in more than 10 minutes. Then the possible hackers changed the traffic lights or vehicle routes on the road, guided the collision, and blocked people in a place prepared by the attacker. Oliver said as he opened the door, I think my employer is so rich. Wouldn't it be better to get a floating car? It can fly over from the sky and make sure there is no obstruction. Don't the current floating cars have programs to prevent hackers? That's just to prevent some ordinary hackers. Nowadays, which floating vehicle does not need equipment to guide the control? Do you think that with so many people and so much money to hire people to protect the target, the people who want to attack him will be very good? Can't even find the hackers? If we do this, I'm afraid it will fall as soon as it takes off and it won't be able to escape even in the sky. Jack said, looking at Carl, who had already sat in the passenger seat of the car, and asked, Carl, what do you think? I watched with my eyes open. To be honest, I suspected that 80% of the attackers were moles among the security personnel. The targets could be known as soon as they moved. Otherwise, I really can't think of anyone who would have to use a convoy to cross the road. Way. You mean, there may be attackers in the security group around the target? Carl sat in the driver's seat. This luxury car would drive automatically, so he just went through the motions. If you can't even trust the people around you, as for mercenaries like us joining in, it will only muddy the waters even more. Don't mercenaries only care about money? Carl has now confirmed his guess, that there must be moles like Blanca and Juanito among Arasaka's staff, but he still can't understand why Arasaka is like this. The company won't be able to detect even a security guard's mole. Or, in Arasaka, moles like Blanca and Juanito were arranged by people above because of the target's identity, so they cannot be investigated. It's out, but it can't be found out? If the target is really Sakura, then naturally there will be many people who want him to live and also want her to die. However, arranging personnel for protection and arranging personnel for possible attacks made Carl think a word that is more likely to be compared to an office fight. That word is called test. Or called trial. A trial of Sakura with countless lives. There are always people who are obsessed with cherry blossoms after the rain. Where are you now? After coming out of Arasaka beach area, Jack was prepared to be attacked at any time, and while waiting, not knowing what would happen ahead was the most difficult situation. We have driven into the northern industrial area of Watson. The place we are now should be a group of abandoned apartments. The speed is a bit slow. The leading car in front of us sent a message saying that for some reason there was a pile of debris blocking the street. The road is being cleaned up now. Oliver, who was sitting in the driver's seat, put his hands on the steering wheel, trying to use this method to relieve the tension in his heart. Do you think we will be attacked right here? I don't know, but I know that something like this is definitely not an accident. Be prepared. Man, open your car door a little more. The speed is so slow. It's like we are walking on the road now. If it feels bad, we can just jump out of the car and leave. KK, are you saying that we have just left the seaside area and something is going to happen to us? Man's face wearing sunglasses showed a rather stiff smile. Damn it, why don't you come so fast? Actually, it's not necessarily true. I'm just saying it. After all, it would be too hasty to launch an attack just after coming out. As Carl was talking, from the corner of his eye, he suddenly noticed a red flame coming out of the apartment building next to him. His reaction speed, which was faster than ordinary people, allowed him to turn his eyes and see clearly what the fire was coming from the 5th floor of the nearby apartment building and flying towards them. That thing was so familiar that even Carl, who came to this year before 2075, could recognize it at a glance. RPG. RPG, rocket launcher, a portable anti-tank weapon that fires rockets. Damn it, you really encounter monsters just when you go out. How can anyone block the door and kill them? Do you think you are the final boss in some game who was afraid of the brave? Carl judged that the trajectory of the rocket would eventually land 10 meters in front of the vehicle they were in. He moved quickly. When he shouted RPG to alert his companions, he had already opened his own door, and then dodged and rolled. After widening the distance from the explosion point, he hid behind the vehicle and performed the explosion evasion maneuvers he learned in Mutwo. Lie down with your back facing the explosion point, then cross your hands, put your palms down on your chest, put your face between your arms, close your eyes, mouth and abdomen, straighten your legs, point your toes down, and pause for breathing. In 2075, the killing range of most RPGs has reached 15 meters, and the center of the explosion is only 10 meters away from the vehicle Carl and the others are riding in. As one of the luxury cars, Alvarado pays too much attention to the sense of luxury. It happens to not be that outstanding in terms of explosive capability, and you will definitely not be able to escape its lethality by hiding in a car. Instead of facing a frontal impact on Alvarado, it is better to keep as far away from the explosion range as possible before the explosion comes, and then hide behind Alvarado's vehicle and rely on Alvarado to resist the impact. Boom! The next second after Carl completed his evasive action, a deafening explosion sounded from behind him, and then Carl clearly heard the obvious squeaking sound of steel twisting in the noisy sound that almost made him deaf. Alvarado relied on its huge body and heavy weight to help Carl block the impact of the explosion. It was not overturned by the rocket, but its front seats and the front of the car had been twisted and deformed into a fusion of steel. If Carl could see his weird appearance, he would definitely not be stingy with a popcorn comment. Bah, hijo de puta. Son of a bitch, he was blocked just after he left the house. Because Carl reminded him, Jack barely reacted. Compared to Carl, Jack didn't make any standard evasive actions. However, relying on his subcutaneous armor and already strong muscles, he didn't suffer any injuries. Somewhat disgraced, he raised his head from Carl's side. Be careful, we have to find a bunker. Similar to Jack, Man opened some car doors because of Carl's words. He was the first to escape. Now he has adjusted his body shape, holding a weapon and half-crouching, leaning tightly against the side of the vehicle. At the trunk, he kept scanning the surroundings with his prosthetic eyes under his sunglasses, trying to find possible attackers. Grass, 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 grass. Compared to Jack and Man, Oliver is a little unlucky. He is sitting in the driver's seat, which is relatively far forward, and he does not have Carl's reaction speed or Jack Man's subcutaneous armor, so in an emergency, he is the only one who was injured. A piece of broken shrapnel was inserted into his right arm, and he was bleeding. While cursing, Oliver contracted his right arm, keeping it close to his armpit inside. Then he took out the medical gauze he carried with him, and used the index finger and thumb of his left hand to directly pull out the still warm shrapnel, and used the gauze was pressed directly on the wound on the right hand that was constantly gushing blood, and he used pressure to stop the bleeding and gave himself some emergency treatment first. Oliver is going crazy now. The injury is not a big deal, it's just an injury of this level. He can just do some emergency treatment and give himself a recovery, but he's angry on the other side. Furkang, medical injection. I'm going to fucking kill that bastard who fired the rocket. Oliver yelled, I just bought a new gun. I spent a lot of money to modify it. I almost spent all my money on this new gun. I want to kill him. Oliver barely managed to run out, so he naturally had no time to take care of the new gun he had placed next to him. As for Oliver's SOR.22, after he got it, he shot it in practice, and he hadn't fired a single shot in the official mission. He retired gloriously for no reason. How could he not be angry? It's okay. I'll help you kill them. Carl stood up. The RPG attack they had just suffered was not an isolated case. In the continuous explosions and flames, almost a quarter of the mercenaries didn't even have a chance to escape and died in the rocket bombing. On the contrary, Arasaka's security personnel did not suffer any damage. They were behind, and the mercenary convoy walking in front happened to be their scapegoat. In the explosion and flames, Carl had locked onto the apartment that had just fired rockets in front of them. Although we are not your first target, we are lucky to have escaped, but you still have to die. Jack, Man, take Oliver to find a safe shelter to cooperate with other mercenaries in the firefight. I will deal with the guy upstairs. Saying this, Carl rushed to the first floor of the apartment building, and looking at his back, man also understood at this time why Carl gave an answer of wait until the fight starts when he talked about the team positioning before. It turns out that this guy is a lone wolf in the team. He is the kind of person who commands while fighting alone. The entire floor of the apartment building that Carl entered was cleared, and all obstacles except the weighing wall were smashed to pieces, so Carl could see where the stairs were at a glance. The RPG was launched on the 5th floor, but Carl was not going to go up the stairs normally. Stairs and other places, as long as the attackers were not stupid, they would have set up mines and other related traps, and Carl did not have time to crack them one by one. He glanced at the height of the ceiling above his head, and found that there was an embedded ceiling light on it. After calculating his jumping ability in his mind, he took action decisively. The popped-out single molecule wire was waved in Carl's hand, directly cutting a square gap with a side length of 1 meter above Carl's head. After the rocks and steel bars mixed with rocks fell, Carl took a step forward and stepped on the fallen ceiling stones to start jumping. The height difference between the ceiling and the ground of this apartment is 2.8 meters plus the thickness of the ground of 20 centimeters. The ground of the first floor is 3 meters away from the ground of the second floor. Carl is 1.8 meters tall, and his jumping height is 50 centimeters. With the length of his arms, he can barely reach the ground of the second floor. Remember that the height of the basic basket is 3.05 meters. Is this considered a dunk? Carl jumped up and put his palm on the ground of the second floor, but it was naturally difficult to support him to climb up with only the strength of his palm and 5 fingers, so the single molecule wire came in handy again at this time. The single molecule wire is only sharp as a molecule width at the blade. In other parts, its essence is a rechargeable wire whip. In other words, it can be used as a climbing rope. Popping out again, the single molecule wire on the side that was not the blade flew to the ceiling light on the 3rd floor. After the tip of the wire penetrated the lampshade of the ceiling light, it drove the wire body and wrapped around the metal chassis. Just as Carl thought, this kind of apartment was indeed a well-planned design. If there was one on the 1st floor, there would be exactly the same on the 2nd floor, with embedded ceiling lights. Carl used the single molecule wire that he used as a climbing rope to pull hard, and the structure in his wrist made a crisp sound, and then Carl's body was pulled up a little. After half of his body had reached the 2nd floor, Carl used his elbows to support the ground, exerted force on his abdomen, turned over, and at the same time pulled down the embedded ceiling light that was shaky due to the instantaneous force of the human body. While recovering the single molecule wire, he pulled down a piece of ceiling. Cool, it can actually be done. Carl only needs to experience the experience of recording people in Mutewo once in person, and he can remember and learn all the skills he showed in Mutewo. The method he is using now is actually a skill in an adventurous Mutewo. When he was about to fall down the cliff waterfall, the Mutewo recorder threw a rope toward the tree next to the cliff, and then successfully used the rope to hang his body in the air. Although it is said that many Mutewo recorders died when filming this movie, as long as he succeeded once and recorded it, the relevant skills would be remembered by Carl. Before he actually performed it, he was not so sure that he could succeed. He would only try it after seeing that he failed and fell back to the 1st floor at most. He did not expect the effect to be so good. Swish! The sound of retracting the single molecule line seemed to be a little slow, and the mechanical structure seemed to have a slight friction problem. Well, it actually paid a price. The single molecule line can be recovered through control, but this is usually done by people standing in place and raising their hands to recover the thrown single molecule line. No one has tried to hang it with a single molecule line like Carl, and then use the recovery to pull himself back. The single molecule line recovers people, which is the opposite of the Tiangang. Carl didn't know that only Victor's craftsmanship was good. Even if a prosthetic doctor modified a single molecule line, it might not be able to withstand Carl's mess. At this time, I envy the mantis knife. If I had a mantis knife, I could just insert it into the wall and climb the wall. In the fierce exchange of fire outside, the sound of Carl cutting the floor can even be said to be very small, so taking advantage of the continuous gunfire outside, Carl repeated the trick. Swish, click, this time the sound was a bit obvious, as if the single molecule line was protesting. However, when he reached the 3rd floor, Carl was not going to cut the floor again. If he cut further up, there might be someone there, and even if there was no one, the attacker on the 5th floor would still be able to hear the movement under his feet easily. Now, it's time to take the stairs. When he came to the side of the stairs, Carl observed and found that the attacker did not set any mine traps on the stairs from the 3rd floor to the 4th floor. It seems that he thought the trap warning set downstairs was enough. Carl remembered that some types of mines could be connected by data. In other words, after being triggered, the connected object could immediately know which mine exploded. For the attacker, the trap arrangement on the third floor might indeed be enough. It was a pity that his hacking skills had not been learned well, otherwise he would have blocked such connections and converted the mines for his own use. Carl crouched down and walked slowly towards the fourth floor. Then he saw a man standing on the edge of the entire floor with his back to him, constantly shooting down. The gun in his hand was the first time Carl had seen it in reality. It's actually an intelligent weapon. Arasaka TKI.20 Shingen, Arasaka's intelligence submachine gun, using advanced technology, can automatically track targets. It is small and exquisite, and is a good gun that all soldiers and mercenaries dream of. If your shooting skills are not good, it is definitely the right choice. The only requirement for using this weapon may be that you have to install an intelligent connection module. Arasaka's advanced weapons appeared in the hands of the attackers. Why didn't I feel surprised? Carl was 7 meters away from the man with his back to him, and he did not have the confidence to rely on his lurking ability to lurk behind the opponent in this place without any cover and kill him quietly. During the whole process, as long as the opponent had 1 second to turn around and react, he could use the intelligent weapon to blow Carl's head. Carl didn't have any subcutaneous armor, and it was still very painful to be hit by the bullet. So, let's stop lurking here. It's already as close to the opponent as possible. Compared with triggering the explosion from the first floor and letting the opponent chase with intelligent weapons, it's much better. Carl lifted Kenshin. Bang! Blood exploded in front of Carl. Nice gun, I'll take it. What happened? The gunshots from downstairs naturally alarmed the attackers on the 5th floor. They could at least distinguish the gunshots from below and below. Someone is coming up? Taiwan Novel Network. How is it possible? The mines and induction devices from the 1st to the 3rd floor have not been triggered. Number 3 has lost vital signs. Someone is downstairs. Go to the stairs. There are 3 attackers upstairs. In addition to the rocket launchers with empty rockets placed beside them, they all hold a Shingen intelligence submachine gun in their hands. They were originally shooting at the mercenaries who were dodging in panic below, but they didn't expect to be touched by someone. Stop attacking the mercenaries and get rid of the people who are coming up first. Just as the attackers were about to act, the floor under their feet suddenly bulged, and then the shock wave of the explosion swept them from bottom to top. After the gunshots, the attackers spent 1 second to determine the source of the gunshots, and then spent another second to confirm the death of number 3 on the 4th floor. After that, it took another 2 seconds to make the decision to rush to the stairs to deal with the newcomers. They wasted a full 4 seconds, and 4 seconds was enough for Carl to do many things. For example, using a single molecular line to break the lampshade, unplug the grenade, and throw it into the lamp frame above his head. It is not polite to not return the favor. I repay evil with kindness. You use a rocket launcher to shoot me, and I will only return you a grenade. Carl felt that he was really too kind. In the explosion and fire that spread on the 5th floor, 2 attackers died directly on the spot, which was something Carl, who rushed to the 5th floor, had never expected. The positions are too close, and we will die together. Looking at the only attacker who was lying on the spot and still breathing, his right hand was blown off, and the Shingen pistol in his hand was missing. In order to prevent the other party from having the remaining strength to counterattack in this situation, Carl lifted the Shingen he had just picked up. Only 3 people? Less than I thought. The gunshots rang out, and the last attacker on this floor also fell into a deep sleep. Oliver, they are all asleep. After Carl, who was keeping in touch with the team, dealt with the enemies on this floor, and immediately informed Oliver and Jack of the good news. We are now using vehicles and houses as cover to engage in a firefight with them. Carl, there is a sniper on the 3rd floor of the apartment building opposite you. He has already blown up 3 people's heads with a Nikomata. Is there any way to get rid of him? Nikomata sniper rifle? Tsunami Nikomata, a precise technical sniper rifle. Although it needs frequent maintenance, the tungsten nail bullets it fires are enough to penetrate the thickest armor and walls and smash titanium bones. No one can rest assured about its power. Because of its threatening nature, the sales supervision of this rifle is extremely strict. If it is not employed by a company or government, it is almost impossible for ordinary mercenaries to get this gun. In other words, most people who can get this gun are from companies or governments. Carl thought about the expensive smart weapon Shingen and the rocket bombardment, but this group of attackers was really making a fuss. With this ability, You didn't wait for our mercenaries to pass and attack the professional security personnel, and used it to deal with our mercenaries, right? Or, there are others who deal with the security personnel, and you are enough to deal with us? While thinking, Carl walked to the balcony of the apartment that was opened up, and looked at the third floor of the apartment opposite. There was indeed a sniper holding a Nikomata sniper rifle, wearing a cloak, and his artificial eyes glowing red, constantly locking on the mercenaries below. Isn't it said that snipers need to change positions after firing a shot? Why doesn't this guy move? Carl was thinking this, and saw the bullet fired by the mercenary below hit the sniper, and then the bullet was actually bounced off by the sniper's body. Something is wrong, that thing is. Through the bullet holes on the cloak, Carl saw clearly what was under the cloak. Judging from the appearance of the body with pits and pits reflecting the metallic luster, that thing was actually an exoskeleton combat suit. Carl had seen exoskeleton clothes in clothing stores in the northern part of Watson District, but those exoskeleton outerwear were basically expensive, had poor defense, and had to be equipped with additional prosthetics to be used. There was no comparison at all with the exoskeleton combat suit worn by the sniper he saw now. It was probably for the military again. Damn, even if we mercenaries knew that this mission was a life-threatening one, it shouldn't be so life-threatening. Just when Carl was thinking about whether to throw a grenade over, a mercenary below also thought so. He untied a grenade from his waist, rushed out of the bunker, raised his hand and threw the grenade towards the sniper's position. His courageous behavior made him turn into a corpse without a head and upper body. The next moment the grenade was out of his hand. The grenade that the mercenary had placed high hopes on before his death was scanned by the sniper's artificial eye in mid-air, and he raised his gun and detonated it in mid-air. At the moment of raising his gun, the sniper's sight also raised, and then a red light flashed, and he scanned Carl. Damn it! Without any hesitation, Carl rolled backwards, and the next moment the balcony he was on was shattered by a huge bullet impact. A 2-meter long and 1-meter wide rock balcony was so fragile in the cat's bullet. After the bullet, the complete shape disappeared, leaving only a pile of rock fragments smashing down. The bullet not only shattered the balcony, but also penetrated the 5th floor ceiling of the apartment building. After rolling, Carl looked up and could actually see the extremely light polluted sky of Night City through the ceiling with a big hole. Oliver, that sniper has an exoskeleton, a military-grade exoskeleton. What? Military-grade, I knew this mission was going to be fatal. Oliver seemed to be exchanging fire as well. After he cursed, Jack's voice rang out in the communication. Carl, since it's a military-grade exoskeleton, you should ensure your own safety first. Man, Oliver and I are moving towards the apartment and will be there soon. We will deal with him when the time comes. You just need to cooperate with us upstairs. There are mines and induction devices on the stairs, so it's not that easy to get up. And that sniper rifle, your subcutaneous armor can't stop it, Jack. Carl inserted the Shingen submachine gun into his waist and drew out Kenshin. Let me try first. He sent me a shot before I even fired. I really can't bear this anger. What are you going to do, Carl? Jack heard something wrong from Carl's tone. I'm going to have a Western showdown. If you get hit, you'll die, so it's fine as long as you don't get hit. It's not a big deal, it's just no injury. Carl jumped down from the broken floor until he jumped to the 3rd floor, then listened to the gunshots, and after hearing the Nikomata's voice again, he did something. A daring thing. He raised Kenshin and shot the obstacle of the 3rd floor balcony, then started running wildly. With the broken stones flying everywhere, Carl's feet stepped on the edge of the balcony, and then he jumped. Up. Hello. In the air, Carl raised the gun, one step faster than the sniper raised the Nikomata. What is the distance a normal person jumps after running up? The answer is 6 meters. So how wide is this street? Visual inspection is no less than 18 meters. So Carl was not trying to jump to the apartment building across the street. He was just inviting the sniper to fire a shot in an unavoidable manner. Fire the shot that exploded the grenade in mid-air just now. Every sniper has a set of shooting memory that belongs to him. This can be classified as muscle memory, or it can also be called a conditioned reflex shooting method. It will be engraved into his bone marrow during the practice stage. The better the sniper, the better. Snipers have this kind of instinctive reaction, and it is obvious that the person Carl is facing is a sniper like this. Even faster than the feedback from the prosthetic eye to the brain, the sniper had already raised his gun and pulled the trigger towards Carl. The angle at which he raised the gun was no different from the angle at which he detonated the grenade before. If you use a gun to hit a target of the same height, the height raised by the sniper will not change. The grenade was detonated when it was thrown to the third floor, so the position where Carl jumped is also on the third floor. Carl deliberately kept himself at about the same height as the grenade, while also slowing down his firing speed. Carl needs to be prepared before the sniper. If he wants to shoot, he can shoot before the sniper, but after shooting, the moment his bullet hits the sniper, he will be hit by the cat in the sniper's hand at the same time. Carl didn't know whether the sniper was dead or not. Anyway, he was definitely dead, so what he did was another more risky thing. The angle of the raised gun was correct, and the muzzle was in exactly the same position. So, it's confirmed. The moment the Nakomata bullet in the sniper's hand came out of the chamber, Kenshin's bullet was already waiting for it on its path. During the Battle of Gallipoli in 1916, a miracle occurred. Two bullets collided with each other in the air and collided together. So what is the probability? 1 in 70 billion. Carl knew that he did not have that kind of luck, so he chose to shoot fixed targets. A muzzle whose lifting height and angle have been determined and just waiting to be verified with life as a fixed target. For Carl, this is not 1 in 70 billion, but 1 in 2. Guess right and live, guess wrong and die. It's that simple. Fortunately, Carl's luck is good at 1/2, and he can always guess correctly. However, facing a fixed target, Carl really can't think of any reason why he can't hit it. One bullet intercepted the Nakomata bullet that was halfway out of the barrel. The two bullets exploded in the chamber of the sniper rifle. The debris and shrapnel they produced directly caused the Nakomata carried by the sniper to break open like a door speaker. A gaping hole, and then another bullet passed through the broken rifling and hit the sniper's head. Sniper rifles are rarely designed to fire continuously. In the past, the reason was that the gunpowder remaining in the rifling would affect the accuracy of shooting. Today, the reason is that continuous firing can easily lead to damage and accuracy deviation of technical sniper rifles. This is especially true for sniper rifles like Nemomata that require constant maintenance. Unlike the technical sniper rifle Nemata, the Kenshin in Carl's hand was a pistol that could fire continuously. The moment the first bullet came out of the chamber, the next bullet had already been discharged. The head is not as hard as the body. With this thought in mind, Carl's body began to unload. When jumping from a high place, do not roll directly, as this will be unbearable for the spine. The correct approach is. Recalling the teachings of the trauma team in Mutuo, Carl landed on the balls of his front feet and followed with his heels. Then he immediately leaned forward, relaxed his body, put his hands on the ground, bent his knees and leaned on the ground to respond to the force, and took off naturally again. After completing such a series of actions, Carl successfully relieved most of the force of falling from a high place, but he also felt that his body was in pain as if it was falling apart, but he could not stop yet. When Carl fell from a height, the attackers were still a little unresponsive, or they handed Carl over to snipers, but after Carl landed safely, no matter how slow people were, they realized that they should use their guns. He aimed his mouth at Carl. People can't outrun bullets, or maybe Carl can't do it right now, so he has no intention of running away at all. It was already clear that the attacker's gun was a Shingen. A smart weapon was good, but it had a small flaw, that is, it had to lock onto the enemy before it could launch a guided shot. His body rolled again and he hid behind a car. Carl felt that he was becoming more and more skilled in rolling. The location where he was hiding now was after clearing out the apartment building opposite. There were no attackers who could directly point guns at him, but the vehicle would definitely not last long as a bunker, so at this critical moment, Carl used the last trick. Help! In the communication, Carl chose to ask for help from his companions. And they did not disappoint Carl. I'm coming, Carl. Jack rushed out of the apartment where the sniper was, holding a corpse on his head. Jack Wells is here, he shouted, attracting the attacker's attention. Jack, he is always the one who can be at the front to help his partners attract firepower and is worthy of trust. The moment he saw Jack, the attacker turned his gun and pointed it at Jack. But the bullets from the guns in their hands, after penetrating Jack's body, stayed on the surface of the subcutaneous armor. Smart pistols have such high technical content that more than half of the firearms are smart devices, leaving not much part of the firearm itself. This also results in the penetrability of its bullets not being very good. Although some smart pistols are accurate in after locking the guidance, they can bypass obstacles and hit enemies behind them, but they still do not have the ability to directly penetrate thick defenses. In other words, Jack can withstand it for a while. The reason why it took a while was because after all, it was a submachine pistol. With more bullets, it would be no problem to tear Jack apart. Jack is not the only one who is lovely. Don't worry, you'll be fine, KK. Man actually used a large stone with grooves on the surface as a shield and rushed out. With the help of the two of them, the other mercenaries who were suppressed by the sniper rifle did not dare to raise their heads. He also seized the opportunity and launched a counterattack against the attacker who had slowed down under the suppression of fire. Don't underestimate us. Do you really think you will be our opponent? After all, they were all mercenaries who fought in the blood and fire on the streets, and they still had eyes. They all realized that this was the best time to fight back. It's not the suppression of rocket launchers and snipers, but relying on your smart weapons. You also want to compete with us. Are you worthy? On the streets, there is a buzzword that is half jealous, half true. Only cowards who can't aim their guns accurately would use smart weapons to fight against each other. If you can use more powerful kinetic energy weapons and technological weapons, who can use smart weapons? Bah, bah, bah. After spitting a few times, Jack felt that the smell of blood in his mouth had dissipated a little. His eyes swept across the battlefield that had calmed down and was filled with the corpses of mercenaries and attackers, and then looked at the open space that opened after the battle. The Arasaka security personnel who came slowly in the car curled their lips in displeasure. We were all done fighting before they came here. It's like it's written on their faces that you are just testing dangerous cannon fodder. Otherwise, what else can we do? Company dogs are like this. Jack, don't move around. There are a lot of bullets in your body. Although they are not important parts, if you don't take care of them, they may leave the root of the disease of. Oliver used forceps and a scalpel sterilized with alcohol swabs to treat Jack's injuries. After handling Jack, he had to go and treat the other mercenaries. They were all people who fought together, so they couldn't watch. Let others get injured and wait to die. I said, can't you give it a shot to get it back to health or do all you can to cure it? I think you still have some left over. Wouldn't it be better to use that thing to get better quickly? Jack felt the numbness and pain in various parts of his body and grimaced a little. It was either that he couldn't bear the pain or that it was itching uncomfortably. As for his words, Oliver explained while dealing with the injury, the treatment of that thing directly promotes the healing of your cells. Healing too fast may cause the bullet to stay inside and cause secondary damage. The bullet must be removed first, and I just gave the remaining goods to other mercenaries. The seriously injured people carried it first, and it has been used up. Are you so kind? Jack glanced at Oliver. It's not like your style. No counter. Offer, €100 each. That's okay. In fact, Jack also knows that Oliver has more good intentions in this regard. After all, mercenaries are probably willing to save lives, let alone €100, €1,000, or €10,000 when facing teammates who may die. He is a well-known mercenary, and his companions all have some feelings for each other. From a team perspective, it is really rational to spend some money to ensure combat strength, let alone only spending 100. Such a small amount of money. Oliver probably didn't want other mercenaries to owe him anything, so he took €100 in the name of money. The doctor is quite kind. Carl, who had finished cleaning part of the battlefield, came back. He just went to the third floor where the sniper was and found that there was only a broken Nemomata sniper rifle and a broken helmet exoskeleton. The sniper himself didn't know when. He had already run away. It seemed that Carl's shot did not kill him. As for when he ran away, Carl was not very clear. After all, after the mercenaries counterattacked, it didn't take long to clear out the group of attackers. The chance to escape was only such a small time. The number of this group of attackers has also been counted. In addition to the number of people who escaped is still unclear, there are a total of 20.1 corpses lying in the apartment building that were harvested by the mercenaries. The attackers all had a Shingen, but almost every Shingen submachine pistol was destroyed by the attackers themselves using lock programs or grenades before being captured by the mercenaries. In terms of trophies, they can be regarded as small pieces. No gain. The corpses of 20.1 attackers were exchanged for the lives of 13 of the 20.7 mercenaries and the serious injuries of 4. The largest number, 30.7 Arasaka security guards, let alone the trouble, the clothes none were dirty. Half the people went directly. Man walked over with a sigh. He felt a little sad for the other mercenaries, and he was also a little glad that he followed Carl on this mission, because if he hadn't followed Carl, he would have died this time. Among the people, he may be added. In other words, if Carl hadn't used his crazy shooting to eliminate the sniper, their group of mercenaries might have all been lying here. They are all capable men. It's a pity. Jack also felt a bit sad about the death of a rabbit. Among the 13 mercenaries, none of them could compare with them in terms of weapons and prosthetics. They were just lucky, and they were not immediately targeted by the rockets. It was sheer luck that he survived without being named first by the sniper in the subsequent attack. We who survived are the only ones who have the right to sigh, Carl said, and found that after the arrival of the Arasaka security personnel, they actually started to drive the mercenaries who had just finished fighting to get out of the way so that their convoy could pass. Shit, are they treating us as disposable mats? The road ahead has not been cleared yet, so they are so impatient to leave? Seeing this scene, Man directly cursed, I will be an idiot next time I take on the task of being a company dog. I'm more concerned about the other thing now. Oliver looked at the scene where the injured mercenaries who were barely standing were roughly pushed to the ground by Arasaka security personnel, with a gloomy and terrifying expression on his face. How much money did those middlemen have to pay us to allow these corporate dogs to do this to us? Oliver felt that there was something wrong with the price of selling his life. It's probably a lot, but from the looks of them, they shouldn't dare to do this to us even if they don't give much. Carl said, company dogs spend money to get things done, but some company dogs may not even understand how much money is spent to get things done. It's okay for company dogs to be on a higher level. Why do you think that dogs of different colors can be distinguished? Dogs all have to have a bloodline. Are you talking about real dogs or company dogs? Does it make a difference? Carl stared at Guinevere, who was slowly approaching. Anyway, it's just about the color and bloodline. Oh, right. Carl seemed to remember something and threw the Shingen Smart submachine gun on his waist to Oliver. I brought back 2 Saratoga submachine guns before. Didn't I give one to Jack and modify the other one myself? I didn't give you one, so I'll make up for it today. Didn't I say before that I wanted a sniper rifle more? Forget it, I don't have any other guns to use now anyway. Oliver was still a little obsessed with his Dedosaur .22, which made Jack, who had taken out the last bullet in his body, smile and patted his shoulder with his broad palm. Don't worry, brother, it will come sooner or later, it will come again sooner or later. Indeed. Oliver sighed, but, we have to survive this mission. He looked at the Arasaka security who were clearing the obstacles skillfully, and felt a little depressed. This mission has just begun. Carl looked at the time. The 2-hour limit has passed half an hour, and there is still 1 hour and 30 minutes. The target must be delivered before the time is up. Guinevere drove past several people, and Carl seemed to feel something and looked at the car, but all he saw was the silver body. Illusion? When Carl turned his head, the people in the car also withdrew their gaze. The Alvarado vehicle used by the mercenaries had been almost destroyed in the previous rocket launcher bombing, but fortunately there were not many mercenaries left who could continue to fight, so after emergency repairs, the remaining Alvarado car could actually carry 10 mercenaries who could continue fighting. After seizing the time to stabilize the injuries of the 4 seriously injured people and treating the lightly injured, Oliver got on the new Alvarado. Do you think those 4 people can be carried back to the hospital? Who knows, we can only pray that they can be transported away by the hospital before the gangsters and kidney transplants arrive. Man looked back through the window of the back seat of the car and looked at the seriously injured people lying on a stable place. It would be great if they could have members of the trauma team. In that case, not long after they were injured, they could be transported away by the float vehicle. Trauma team, medical company, they have a special team composed of medical personnel with professional combat training. As long as they have money and can afford medical insurance, they can arrive at any time when their member customers are injured. Wind and rain, no resistance, anyone who tries to stop them from rescuing a client will be hit, even another trauma team. Come on. Oliver felt that Man had said something that he had not said. The minimum silver membership is 10,000 euros a month. Do you think mercenaries like us who just spend the money we have the fixed income to afford it? That's the same reason. As the vehicle gradually drove away, Man also retracted his gaze and said another thing. Tell me how much they can get paid. Reward? What do you mean, mission? Carl turned his head and glanced at Man. He didn't quite understand why Man would ask such a meaningless question. Didn't the middlemen make it very clear about the mission situation? It needs to be escorted to, arrive, and he died before that. Those who were seriously injured and unable to perform their tasks did not have a penny at that time. Fuck, I knew it. Man covered his forehead. These company dogs are really well calculated. Why are they so generous? It turns out that they deliberately want to consume less money. I should have thought of it. When the company dog bleeds, there must be a plan involved. And the even sadder thing is, just like what I said to Oliver before getting in the car, maybe some paid corporate dogs don't take advantage of our thoughts, but some executive corporate dogs can't bear it. The child's thoughts are to embezzle money. Again, the sensible company dog will give enough money, but the ignorant company dog will swallow this part of the money given by the sensible company dog, and then face the mercenaries with the sensible attitude you should have. Fuck, the more I think about it, the more I feel like this mission is really terrible and very annoying. Man probably carried out mostly street tasks in the past, and he really didn't know much about the company's tasks, but after this time, he probably doesn't plan to know it anymore. Yeah, my blood pressure goes up just thinking about it. If I don't get enough money, it will be difficult to do things. As Carl said, he found that the Arasaka company's car slowed down, and then began to make way for the vehicles of their group of mercenaries to see what they meant. Damn it, are they planning to let us go through thunder again? Let us die when we need it, and let us go aside when we don't need it. If we fight, we can't see them. Jack's temper came right up. Even if he had to fight for the 300,000 yuan task with his life, he was already prepared. Why was his employer still so upset? He really didn't want the money anymore. Let's focus on our sunk capital. Carl said, seeing that we have all paid so much, I thought that we had to grit our teeth and continue working for the money, so we used it unscrupulously. After all, if we quit, the death of those who died would have been in vain. Isn't he afraid that we will really quit or beat him up? So they bet we wouldn't dare. At this time, even Jack began to swear, if I take Arasaka's job again in the future, I will be a fool. After all, the military technology still has Blanca's lively affection, so let's keep it for now. I have to sigh with emotion now. Blanca, that corporate dog, really has a conscience. Oliver said, if there is really no comparison, there is no gap. I can tell you a corporate dog joke at this time. Arasaka works from 6 in the morning to 2 in the morning, from 6 o'clock today to 2 o'clock tomorrow, 20 hours a day. It turns out that the company dog still has time to plot against us employees in his spare time. Soldiers hard-earned money. Carl smiled, damn it, you know how to exploit yourself when you enter the company, right? You can master anything with just a little study. Jack was amused by Carl's words, but to be precise, this should be regarded as being laughed out of anger. While a few people were chatting, the Alvarado drove on its own and passed through the Arasaka security convoy that was moving out of the way. As they were driving again, the car doors around Carl and the others were unlocked and loose, which ensured that they could jump out of the car and escape at any time. The previous rocket greeting was so impressive that they would probably do the same in the future. Keep up this good habit. But the next trip was somewhat beyond the expectations of Carl and others. The journey was quite uneventful. They drove out of the northern industrial area of Watson District without encountering any more enemies. Did the attackers retreat after the attack failed because they had already deployed all their forces? Carl wanted to comfort himself like this, but he noticed something strange. The northern industrial area of Watson District was clearly the enemy of the Whirlpool gang. Logically, there should be several Whirlpool gang members on the roadside, but from the time he entered to the time he left, Carl, who had been paying attention to the outside because of the rocket attack, did not see the iconic red light prosthetic eye once. The sea before the storm is always calm. The closer they got to California Street, where the target point, the Blue By building, was located, the more silent the atmosphere in the car became. The four of them all felt the oppressive feeling of the coming storm. When they could already see the building of the Blue By building that went straight into the sky, Jack suddenly asked Carl a question, how much time is left? Carl knew what Jack wanted to say, and he also knew why Jack asked him even though he knew the time. 1 hour and 10 minutes. 1 hour and 10 minutes left? No. Jack looked at the Blue By building, which was only about 10 minutes away. There should only be 10 minutes left. The attack happened faster than expected. Even faster than Carl and the others thought. They all thought that maybe the attackers did not take action all the way and waited until they reached their destination and were most relaxed before taking action, so they were all ready to deal with the enemy in 10 minutes. However, they did not expect that. After they checked the time, turned the corner and drove towards the Canby building, the convoy behind them was attacked. Boom! Carl, who was the first to recover from the deafening sound of artillery and rolled down from the car. After taking precautions but not being attacked, he finally realized that the place where the sound broke out was not in their area. He almost thought that he was so vigilant and hadn't guarded against the attack. The convoy at the rear was attacked. It seems that the attackers have already locked the target this time. Oliver walked out of the car with Shingen in hand. He had now determined that the previous retreat of the attackers might not have been a forced retreat due to insufficient personnel, but some kind of test. There has always been a saying about escort missions, that is, the most obvious one may not be the target, because everyone knows that it is better to hide than to show off, walk struttingly on the road, and hide in the flow of people. They attacked us first before, maybe because they suspected that there was a target among us. After confirming that there are no targets among our personnel, they no longer need to entangle with us. As Oliver said this, he saw that other mercenaries had already gotten out of the car and picked up their weapons. What do you say, Carl? Jack looked at Carl. Go back and save him. Although the company dog refused to save them just now, the situation is different now. The target is under the protection of Arasaka security personnel. If the target dies, then the trip will be in vain. Any tactics, KK? Man is now very convinced of Carl because of his performance. No, Carl took out Kenshin. Just killed them all. He is not a professional bodyguard and does not know any protection tactics. He only knows that if he kills all the people who pose a threat to the target will no longer be a threat. There are now 10 mercenaries left. Apart from Carl, Jack, Oliver, and Man, there are still 6 people. The 6 people seem to have discussed something when they were in the vehicle. After getting off the vehicle, one of them was looking at Carl. After they nodded, they ran towards the distance. Looking at the direction he was running, it was exactly opposite to the point where the target was attacked. You're running away temporarily because your mission is over? Just when Carl was thinking this, the leader of the remaining 5 people walked towards Carl. Your name is Carl, right? I just heard your companion call you that. Who are you? Looking at this middle-aged man who was about 40 or 50 years old and with various scars on his face, Carl, who had originally planned to rush to rescue the target, was a little confused. He didn't know why the other party was still following him at this time. Introduction to what to play. Just call me Brown. The target will be rescued later. The protection of the target will be left to you. We have seen your skills before, and you are the most capable among us. The target protection is entrusted to me. What does this mean? Don't everyone have to protect their goals? We all know this mission. It's not easy for those who want the target's life. If we can't stop him later, in recognition of your kindness in saving my companion just now, you can run away with the target, and we will risk our lives to help you block it. When he was talking about risking his life to help Carl block the attacker, the middle-aged mercenary's expression was very calm, and the expressions of the 4 mercenaries behind him were also calm, as if that was how it should be. Carl seemed to suddenly understand something. He glanced at the back of the 6th mercenary who was now running away. The middle-aged mercenary noticed Carl's eyes, and he also looked back at the escaping teammate. He is the youngest member of our team. If the mission is completed and we lie down, he will receive payment from the middleman on our team's behalf. The money will be enough for our family to survive. As he said that, he passed Carl, took 4 companions, and took the lead towards the corner. Don't worry, we have given instructions. If they all die, the mission fails, and there is no money to bury them separately. He will come back to help us pick up the bones and bury them together. You don't mind being buried with us? That? I don't mind. That's fine. A smile appeared on the face of the middle-aged mercenary who was full of ravines. Then let's go up first. Remember, if it doesn't work, just run with the target. You are young, so don't die in front of us. The man had been very calm from beginning to end. It was only when he was about to die that he showed a smile. And this smile, when he led his companions around the corner and the sound of gunfire rang out, it disappeared into the bend. Good man. After Man patted Carl on the shoulder, he quickly chased after him. Then among this team, I will be the first to go. He said when he temporarily joined the team that he would be in the front. Carl exhaled slightly, and his eyes were full of seriousness, which was an expression that Carl had never shown before. There is nothing in the world that is heavier than the entrustment a person makes before death. This heavy weight has forced Carl to become serious. When Carl, Oliver and Jack came to the corner, they saw a chaotic battlefield. There were less than 20 of the 37 Arasaka security guards left. They were protecting the sword of the lake girl and crashed into a store. They were defending the store that looked like a convenience store. Not far away from them, there were 2 teams of people rushing towards them with weapons. One team was the attackers. They were easy to recognize because the Shingen submachine gun was too recognizable. The other team was the scum of the Whirlpool gang. Looking at the Whirlpool gang members who were holding all kinds of messy weapons and screaming over there, Jack rushed over with the Saratoga submachine gun and followed Man. The current battlefield situation is: the Arasaka security guards who were protecting the target left the vehicle and were forced into a 3-story convenience store beside the road. There was no shelter in the convenience store, and the door of the Lake Lady sword was also open. The target was unknown where he was now. In front of them, the attackers with smart weapons and the members of the Whirlpool gang were rushing towards the convenience store together. On the side, there was a mercenary team rushing over. "I'll follow Man and Jack. Carl, you go around to the back door of the convenience store. If there are no attackers with people surrounding you, run with the target." Oliver glanced at Carl. "The target is left to you. Are you going to fight to the death? Just think of me as being infected." As he said that, Oliver also rushed up. And Carl also understood what he should do most now. That is, just like Brown and Oliver said, run with the target. Run. Have to run. The target that the enemy wants to attack is the target. As long as the target runs away, their group of mercenaries will not be targeted too much, and it is not impossible to survive by then. Carl has killed many people in 2075, but saving people is the first time. But this? It's worth doing. Listening to the gunfire on the other side, Carl, who went around the alley and ran towards the back of the convenience store, was not surprised to hear the gunfire. Because he knew clearly when he heard the first sound just now that it was the sound of the projectile launching system. Projectile launching system, a prosthetic body that is installed in the human arm and can be called a handheld projectile launcher. Carl remembered that when the prosthetic body was used, it would pop out of the arm like a mantis knife or a monomolecular wire. It was like a cannon rising from the arm, and then as the user of the prosthetic body aimed, the projectile would be launched from the arm. A cannonball or missile. Carl had looked at the prosthetic body for a long time before, but in the end he still didn't make up his mind to buy it because it was too expensive. The price of the projectile launching system itself is actually average for a modified arm prosthetic. What is really expensive is the ammunition. After all, a miniature cannonball or missile is not that easy to get, let alone one. It is only a one-time use, and you have to buy it again after you fight it once. How can a poor mercenary afford it? Using artillery shells and missiles to bombard them, even if they were only miniature ones, these attackers were considered generous. They were really rich. But Carl didn't understand. They had a blast with rocket launchers before, so why didn't they use rocket launchers now? Compared with the underpowered artillery shells and missiles fired by the prosthetics, the rockets were very powerful. After a few rounds like this, it would be like this. Are 3-story shops no longer open to public? If you think about it carefully, none of the previous rockets were accurately aimed at the car. Want to capture them alive and intact? No, considering the distance between the rocket and the vehicle, it may not be intact. Just make sure you can breathe? His mind was spinning very fast, but Carl was not running fast. This unhappiness refers to the fact that compared to the prosthetic body, his legs have not been modified, and now he only relies on 2 fleshy legs. He has to breathe while running, and he really can't run fast. But when he came to the back door of the convenience store, he found that there was no one there. Strangeness. Carl was a little surprised in his heart. Even if Arasaka's security personnel protected the target and came to this convenience store during an emergency evacuation, they are still professionals after all, and their responsibility should not be ignored. Even if they don't leave with the target, there should be someone to guard them. What is going on? Aren't they afraid that the attackers and the Whirlpool gang will react and take a detour to the back? Such doubts were all answered after Carl entered the convenience store from the back. Because the target is injured. And he also suffered an injury that made him unable to leave for the time being. Seeing Carl coming in from behind, the nervous Arasaka security guard originally wanted to shoot Carl subconsciously, but when Carl raised his hands, he recognized his identity. Are you a mercenary hired by us? They had all watched Carl's performance before, and were naturally impressed by him. Mercenary? Protected by Arasaka security personnel, the target wearing a cherry blossom-colored kimono appeared in front of Carl. It seems that the target is a girl who is about the same age as Carl. She is a little thin and has silky black hair that hangs down to her back. She looks pretty, but compared with her eyes, she looks incomparably inferior. They were a pair of eyes that looked like they could see the reflection of stars in their pupils, like the night sky. What beautiful eyes. I don't know if it's a prosthetic eye. This was Carl's first thought after seeing the target, and he also noticed the wound on the girl's abdomen. From the wound where she was pressing tightly, blood was constantly pouring out, dyeing the cherry blossom-colored kimono red, adding a blood-red background to the pink and white of the dress. Was he hit by a gun while dodging? Why not treat it yet? Carl didn't understand why these Arasaka security personnel were just surrounding the target and working in a hurry, but no one thought of treating the target. Don't they know that if the blood continues like this, the target will die? Like America's first president, he had to be bled to death. Us? An Arasaka security guard looked panicked. After forcibly controlling his expression, he said something that made Carl feel like he was crazy. We can't touch Mississippi. If we touch Mrs. Body, something will happen to our family. Then he was so ashamed that he glanced at the young lady he was protecting, and if I neglect my duty, I will be the only one who dies. Damn, what a remnant of feudalism. Aren't you a capitalist company? Can you please stop being so retreating? Carl finally understood what it meant to laugh or cry. He had heard stories about not touching a princess who fell into the water, or else her whole family would be killed if she was rescued. If she was not rescued, she would die to protect him. He didn't expect that he would actually encounter this. This is what great-grandfather meant. Don't blame them. They can't resist great-grandfather. Due to constant blood loss and injuries, the lady's face became paler, but when she faced Carl, she still maintained the dignity and elegance of a young lady. I was unlucky, I didn't pay attention when I got off the car. The bullet failed to pass the test, and the injury was an accident, but the test my great-grandfather said must not be stopped. I was the one who caused them. She glanced at Carl, and you. You are talking nonsense to a ghost who wants to die, right? So this is really some kind of test? I know that the internal struggle of the company family is fierce, but it is really enough that a test will cost lives and implicate others. The lives of the lower-class people are not lives for you. No, even the security personnel died. It should be said that for you, the company's power holders, except for the lives of your own people, nothing else is life. Hiss, it doesn't seem right. Isn't that the test of the great-grandfather also includes the life of this young lady now? I have half the blood of the country of Sin. If I can't pass this test and become a member of the family, it must be destined. The cherry blossoms born from chrysanthemums and roses are the target. Looking at his face gradually calming down, as if he accepted the goal of death, Carl felt an indescribable disgust in his heart. What kind of test did your family play to kill so many people, and when you died, you accepted death so easily? If you die, the people outside will die with you. By then, Brown and the others will die, and Jack, Man, and Oliver will also die. Wealth and life may not be important to you, but there will always be someone who needs them. And this is not something that people who should fail the test and give up their lives casually can bear. Get out of here. Carl pushed the Arasaka security guards who were surrounding the target, and pushed them to the ground just like he pushed down the mercenaries before, and then he squatted down in the unbelievable eyes of the Arasaka security guards. The target, I took her away. Is there any problem? Is she a member of the trauma team? Watching Carl pick up the lady, the Arasaka security personnel did not dare to touch her. When he asked, she murmured as if she had woken up from a dream, No. No, speak louder, I can't hear you. No, no. When the lady took the test to prove that half of her noble bloodline was worth flowing, her membership was cancelled. Is there one in the Blue By building? Yes, at the entrance of the Blue By building, there is our special female treatment team to prevent accidents. Hee hee, aren't you afraid of LGBT? What is that? It's useless to tell you, I'm too lazy to say it, you don't deserve to hear it. Help the mercenaries block the attackers, I'll take your lady to treatment. The Arasaka security personnel watched Carl holding their lady, turned around and walked to the back, but no one dared to stop him as if no one dared to touch him. After a few seconds, they looked at each other, and then they seemed to regain their sanity and began to be on guard with guns. This matter. They didn't know what to do. You want to save me? Being held in Carl's arms, the target raised his beautiful eyes and looked at Carl's face. Is it because you want to complete the mission? I want to save people. Carl glanced at the target and walked quickly. Save my friend and save you. Although you are not a good thing in my opinion, your eyes are very beautiful. Because of these eyes, I am going to add 1% of pity for you to the 99% of my saving my friend. Why, listening to Carl's words, the target smiled and showed a very bright smile. I heard you in the car, you scolded people in my company over there, why do you still have pity for me? I said, your eyes are beautiful, can't I appreciate them? Beautiful things always make people feel pity, probably so, and Carl glanced at the blue and green building in the distance. Countless cherry blossom petals have fallen from the cherry tree, but this one just happened to fall into my arms, Carl sighed. It's just that I just happened to be here. What's your name? Listening to Carl's words, the target held in his arms was silent for a while. Just when Carl suspected that she had fainted from excessive blood loss, she asked Carl's name in a very small voice. Carl, my name is Carl, you can call me KK. Glancing at the girl in his arms, Carl said, if you don't have the strength, don't talk. If you talk less, you will be more likely to be rescued. But Carl, you are telling me this now, don't you just want me to say something? The girl's face turned a little paler, but her face suddenly became serious at this moment, and then, as if she was talking about something very important, she moved her cherry red lips with a touch of paleness and said her name. My name is Haruko. Haruko? Noticing the girl's seriousness, Carl kept walking and responded, I remember that in Japanese, the meaning of Haruko should be no different from that in Chinese. The meaning is the same, that is, the child of a sunny day. Were you born on a sunny day? It doesn't match the gray night city. Haruko's smile seemed to be so bright whenever she smiled, maybe it's because of this mismatch that I got hurt. Superstition. Carl wanted to show a little bit of disdain, but facing Haruko's pale face that didn't match the colorful night city at all, he couldn't do such an attitude. Hold on for a while, we'll be there soon. Carl wanted to stop a car on the side of the road, and then stuff Haruko into the car and send it all the way to the blue-green building, but maybe it was because the gunfire from both sides fighting in the distance was too loud. Carl didn't see a car approaching all the way. The only car that was originally driving towards this side also turned its head quickly after hearing the gunfire, drifted and turned around. Why are you so good at driving? It's impossible to rob a car. The quality of this city is too poor. Also, how many meters? The normal walking speed of an adult male is 1.7 meters per second to 2 meters per second, and Carl's pace is very fast. Even if he slows down by holding Haruko, he can almost reach the level of jogging, that is, he can move forward 6 meters per second. He self-assessed that the current place should be less than 1,000 meters away from the Blue By building, which means that it will take about 2 minutes to arrive. Can Haruko hold on for 2 minutes? The knowledge of the trauma team flashed through Carl's mind. If a normal person is shot in the abdomen, as long as they don't injure important organs and arteries and cause heavy bleeding, they can usually hold on for about 15 minutes. 15 minutes, how long has it been since the start of the war? If the time of procrastination is counted, he should still have about 8 minutes? More than enough time. Carl now regrets a little, that is, when he watched Trauma Team Mutwo, he only watched the Battle Mutwo. Thinking about it carefully, he actually didn't watch any of the medical ones. I've learned a lesson from my mercenary career. If it was Oliver who came to rescue the target, he would be able to do emergency treatment with his medical skills, and he wouldn't have to be like himself, afraid of aggravating the injury and not dare to touch the wound. Carl's thoughts quickly disappeared. After 10 seconds, he began to feel lucky that it wasn't Oliver who came to rescue. Because if it was Oliver, he wouldn't be able to deal with such an opponent. Looking at the huge body that suddenly appeared and blocked in front of him, Carl swallowed his saliva and said to Haruko in his arms with a dry voice, is this also a test? Maybe, not. There was already a deep thought in Haruko's eyes, and then this deep feeling quickly disappeared, and she showed an indescribable expression. It seems that we have to die together, Carl. Although your eyes are beautiful, I hate corporate dogs. If we die together, it's not necessary. Carl slowly put Haruko next to the flower bed on the side of the road, letting her sit and lean on the green plants for a while. Even in 2075, there are real green plants in the flower bed, but I don't know if it will have 2 more nutrients today. Carl's movements were very steady, and Haruko didn't feel any extra pain. After carefully putting her down, Carl looked at the combat auxiliary armor in front of him, who was 2 meters and 5 meters tall and holding a machine gun in both hands, and smiled. Machine gun, a weapon with a caliber greater than 20 millimeters and a continuous firing mechanism. ACPA, they are really here. Is this a dream come true? Cat and mouse? Carl didn't believe it. The driver in the ACPA armor only realized that they were chasing him now. From the way the other party walked slowly and blocked their way, it was obvious that the other party deliberately put them here and then appeared again. This kind of bad taste of seeing hope and then extinguishing it immediately, if it is not cat and mouse, what else can it be? The driver in the ACPA armor glanced at Haruko, but Haruko didn't seem to be very important in his eyes at this time. Obviously, she was the assassination target of this mission, but he seemed more interested in Carl. He raised the cannon in his hand, but he didn't aim it at Carl. Instead, he stretched out his armored mechanical glove and tapped the muzzle, then slid down to the middle of the barrel and stopped there. Then he used the finger of the mechanical glove to tap his fully covered helmet. His action instantly made Carl understand who the driver was. The bullet passed through the barrel and then hit his head and exploded. There was only one person who was treated like this by Carl. It seems that I should have tried my best to kill you before. The armored driver didn't say anything. He just slowly raised the cannon in his hand. This was a little fun action. He liked to watch his prey struggle to death. The other party's reaction was not important. I'll let you die knowingly, is that the idea? Carl's breathing suddenly stopped, and then he turned to the side and ran. Just kidding, facing ACPA, relying on his prosthesis and weapons? He didn't have that ability yet. Humph, want to escape? The mecha pilot had seen this situation countless times in the past, and he was very skilled in handling it, so he raised the machine gun in his hand almost at the moment Carl turned around, wanting to tear this coward who tried to escape from him into pieces from behind. But just as he raised the machine gun, he found something rolling towards him. That was... grenade? Each ACPA armored driver will be reminded of one thing before riding the armor and feeling the superhuman power, that is, don't be too obsessed with this superhuman power and ignore some small but deadly threats. In the teaching, the most emphasized thing is to face grenades and rockets. The armor of ACPA is almost comparable to that of main battle tanks, but even tanks can be easily paralyzed and destroyed when facing multiple rockets. Even if they are unlucky and encounter targeted rockets, they may be destroyed in one shot. The power of grenades is not as strong as that of rocket launchers, but the necessary vigilance is still necessary. Therefore, the first time the grenade rolled over, the driver in ACPA made an evasive action, but after he dodged to the side, he saw that the rolling grenade did not explode, but stopped on the side of the road, staying alone on the ground. Dodd? This was the first thought that came to the mecha driver's mind, and then he saw that Carl threw another grenade towards his position without even looking at it. The weight of the machine gun was so heavy that even the pilot in the mecha could feel it, so he didn't do what he did when he was using the sniper rifle before, using the machine gun to attack the grenade in the air. He chose to dodge again. The mecha cooperated with the perfect evasive action that was almost engraved into the DNA during the Mutwo training, and completed it again, but the grenade that hit the ground next to him was still. Dud. This time, the ACPA pilot reacted. The other party was cheating him. An unspeakable sense of humiliation instantly surged into his heart. As an elite personnel, he had experienced this feeling when his shooting skills were suppressed by a street mercenary. Unexpectedly, not long after, he experienced the same feeling on the same person again. It's just a mercenary, a thing that made a living in the soil, and he dared to provoke me again and again. Who does he think he is? He is an elite who has gone through layers of selection and is qualified to drive this ACPA. He stepped on all his peers to get this honor. For this mission, the superiors violated the Night City ban and secretly helped him transport the ACPA into Night City. How could he let the company down? The ACPA driver, feeling humiliated, just wanted to wash away his humiliation at this time, but he had forgotten what the superiors asked him to do that would not disappoint them. The ACPA driver left Haruko, who was seriously injured and waiting to die in his opinion, and chased after Carl, who rushed into a building on the street with 2 duds to delay time. Do you want to block my sight with stones? My armor cannot be blocked by stones. The combat auxiliary armor driven by the ACPA driver was developed by his company not long ago. It is specially used for precision strikes on the battlefield. In the classification of ACPA, its armor should be classified as medium ACPA armor. Although it is not as convenient as light ACPA in terms of speed and action, it is much better than heavy ACPA armor. The ACPA driver drove the ACPA armor forward. Every step he took would leave a deep concave footprint on the ground. The peace of mind brought by the heavy power gradually calmed the heart of the ACPA driver. Then, he analyzed his mistakes just now. His armor should not dodge the grenade. Even if his armor is only medium-sized and not specialized for close combat, it should help him resist the explosion. He should withstand the explosion and tear the fleeing coward with the machine gun in his hand. The ACPA driver recalled his mistakes in his response. He did not reflect on his cat and mouse idea at all, even if he could have solved Carl as soon as he started. The more each ACPA driver drives ACPA, the more he will be immersed in that power. In their hearts, when driving ACPA, they are so extraordinary and wonderful, just like a dream. Even the people who train them rarely choose to break such a dream, because when the curtain of illusion is exposed, it often brings madness. Once you have experienced the beauty of being different, it is difficult to become an ordinary person again. ACPA is very fast, so fast that it arrived just as Carl hid in the building. Facing the building in front of them, the way ACPA drivers choose to move forward is very simple. Bump. For ACPA, stones are not much harder than tofu. In the eyes of ACPA drivers who have more experience in breaking stones than cutting tofu, stones may be the more fragile ones. "Sir, you need to register." When the voice that should be addressed to Carl on the other side of the wall reached the ears of the ACPA driver, he also heard another voice. That was the wonderful sound of the wall breaking. Crash! Ah! Amidst the screams of fear, the ACPA driver saw clearly what he saw after crashing through the wall. He entered the lobby on the first floor of the building, which covered an area of about 800 square meters. Inside, 7 people in reception attire were startled by the ACPA driver's sudden intrusion. Ignoring these little bugs that could be crushed to death at any time, the ACPA driver quickly searched for Carl's traces, and then saw his back on the escalator about 20 meters long that connected the first floor to the second floor of the building. Second floor. Without any hesitation, the ACPA driver raised the machine gun in his hand and pulled the trigger towards Carl's back. The machine gun bullets with a firing rate of up to 2,000 rounds per minute formed a copper wire in the air. The dense bullets like rain instantly tore the escalator apart, but the ACPA driver did not find any traces of blood and flesh in the falling and broken iron structures and stone fragments. Was it lucky that you hit up there at the last moment? But you can't run away. The ACPA driver rushed to the bottom of the escalator, stood still with his feet, and then jumped directly, relying on the pair of mecha legs, and jumped directly to the second floor, which was 5 meters high. When he jumped to the second floor, he saw Carl's figure, but that figure was no longer facing away from him. As if waiting for him to jump up, Carl threw a grenade and advanced towards his position, and this grenade, it would explode. In the burst of fire, the ACPA driver, whose upward trend was abruptly interrupted, only had time to hastily aim the machine gun at Carl and then pull the trigger. The ACPA driver fell down without witnessing the result of his trigger pull, and fell heavily on the ground. Huff, 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 panting heavily, Carl felt the warmth flowing down his forehead, and was just glad that he was still alive. Before the ACPA driver fired, he had anticipated that the other party might fire, and had dodged in advance, so he did not take the 20mm bullet that could tear him in half directly. The injury he suffered now was caused by the stones splashed by the bullet. After tearing off his inner shirt exposed under his bulletproof vest, Carl wiped the blood from his head with his left hand, and temporarily bandaged the wound on his forehead with a strip of cloth around his head to prevent the bleeding from disturbing his vision in the battle later. This time it's really life-threatening. Taiwanese novel website. Carl calculated the time in his heart. He had an 8-minute life limit, and now there were less than 7 minutes left, which meant that he had to take down that ACPA in 7 minutes and bring the target to the blue-green building. This dream is too beautiful. What does Carl have in his hand now? Single molecule line, Kenshin technical pistol, and a few grenades. Use these things to deal with an ACPA who is more than 2 meters tall and whose armor is almost as wide as his entire body. Damn, this is too much like soul wandering, a speed pass without injury, right? Can you give me a chance to go back and start over? I will try to pass it within 10 times. While thinking about the combat methods that can be combined with these things, Carl heard that the ACPA who had just been blown down by his grenade was moving again downstairs. The other party's voice was so heavy that it was hard not to hear it. Then, why did it suddenly become quiet? Carl listened carefully to the sound. Apart from the panicked cries of the receptionists as they fled in the background, he didn't seem to hear any sound like the activity of the mecha. Something was wrong. The guy who had been desperately chasing him and was blown down by him just now suddenly stopped moving. No matter who thought about it, it would feel wrong. Then, Carl immediately understood why the other party stopped. Because the other party didn't need to come up. I found you. The ACPA driver smiled grimly in his helmet. He raised the machine gun in his hand and aimed at Carl, who was located on the second floor above him. The connection between the second floor and the first floor was only the escalator and the emergency passage in the corner of the floor. Since it was no longer possible to rush to the second floor by simply jumping, he changed his mind. He didn't have to go up, but the other party had to come down. This armor is specially designed for precision strikes on the battlefield. Its detection ability can detect the approximate range of Carl on the second floor. What he needs to do next is to accurately cut that place like a scalpel cut. The roaring machine gun smashed the foothold around Carl. Before Carl made any resistance, the scalpel cut was completed, and Carl fell down with a piece of floor around him. Good news, I am lucky, the opponent is unlucky, and no machine gun hit me. Bad news, the machine gun shot was too dense after hitting a circle around me for 6 meters, and I couldn't run and fell down. Lucky guy. I found that I randomly selected the approximate position for peeling, and that guy was just in the middle of the peeling position I selected without any attack. Even the ACPA driver, who was now very unhappy with Carl, has to admit that this street mercenary is really lucky. However, let him face himself. This is not what I think in my heart. Otherwise, what he should do is to conduct indiscriminate sweeping of the approximate position he has detected. The probability of hitting in that way is much higher than the probability of hitting with a circular scalpel. The ACPA driver has the capital to be arrogant and the ability to vent his anger, and now, Carl has indeed fallen into his hands. The equipment gap between the two is too obvious, so obvious that Carl's struggle is useless in front of this ACPA driver, which can be solved with a little thought. It seems that your struggle is over, mouse. The ACPA driver's machine gun pointed at Carl, but before Carl raised his hand, he had already clenched his hand and threw out a single molecule line between his fingers. Single molecule lines can cut many things, and they are also very sharp, but these things do not include ACPA, whose materials can be compared with the main battle tanks in 2075. The monomolecular wire broke through the material of the ACPA surface about 1 centimeter and wrapped around it. Then Carl tried to pull it, but found that his whole body strength might not be as strong as the opponent's finger. Ugh, it seems that I am really dead this time. Looking at the ACPA driver, who allowed himself to attack, the mobile gun moved slowly but never stopped for a moment, and maintained the condescending and arrogant feeling. Carl listened to the monomolecular wires on his arms bang bang sound, and the mechanical distortion sound of the extension to the limit made him feel toothache. Carl knew that he really asked too much of the monomolecular wires. It's hard work. But please help me at the end. Even if this is really ugly, I still want to struggle. Witness my struggle. Carl smiled. Carl's smile made the ACPA pilot a little confused. What he wanted to see was the complete failure of the other party. Whether it was showing resentment or crying bitterly, as long as it was shown, he would be able to get what he felt in his heart. The great satisfaction, the sense of past glory belonging to the elite, can return to him again. And failure should never be a smile. Just a street mercenary. Thank you for looking down on me. Carl entangled the ACPA pilot's monomolecular wire and began to glow. Monomolecular wires can be charged, and what they do after charging can give you the power to give it a try. Zitsy. The sound of electric current sounded on ACPA's armored hand, and the single molecular line flowing with current and heat became sharper in an instant. It actually cut a full 10 centimeters inward at this moment, and the metal was cut open it, and underneath the slightly melted section is human flesh and blood. The pain came to the ACPA driver for the first time when he was wearing ACPA. This pain was not only physical, but also dealt a heavy blow to his soul. As a transcendent, otherworldly being, he was actually injured by someone relying on his mortal body. God, are you angered? People don't know. The ends of the monomolecular wires on Carl's arms were pulled by Carl, and they were thrown towards each other and cut towards his wrists. The sharp monomolecular wires instantly cut off the palms of Carl's hands like a hot knife cutting through butter. It's like cutting with a scalpel. It is indeed a single molecular line. When the two broken palms were firmly connected to the monomolecular wire hanging on the ACPA mecha, Carl fell backwards, and relied on his backwardness and the pulling force of the wrist that had lost his palms to tear them away. What's left in the arm is still connected to the single molecular line on the palm. In the spurt of blood, half of the mechanical structure of the arm, along with the averted flesh, is connected to the single molecular line on the palm. The prosthetic body has completed its duty, and now it is Carl's responsibility. With no palm left and only half of the blood-colored cross-dot section of his arm left, Carl fell backwards. What he saw was light. What he could see from the first floor was that the light from the second floor was shining through the gap and illuminating him obliquely. The ceiling chandelier was destroyed by the machine gun, making the dark first floor look so bright and shining. It's like looking at a clear sky. Carl fell down, and the ACPA driver who felt the pain had not recovered from the pain when he saw the two palms hanging on his body with the single molecular thread opened. In the middle of the palm that was separated from the body, there were two grenades that had already been unplugged. Think about it again. How many seconds does it take for a grenade to explode after unplugging it? 4 or 5 seconds. How many seconds have passed now? Just right, no more, no less. 4 seconds. Boom! Carl, who was blown away by the oncoming explosion, is not dead yet. It exploded close to the body, even ACPA could hardly withstand it, but Carl didn't die? Why didn't you die? Because ACPA withstood most of the explosion. As the monomolecular threads intertwined together, the grenades hanging on ACPA's arms finally rolled down into ACPA's arms after unfolding their palms, and the location where they exploded was in front of ACPA. Only a helmet could stop it. Exploding ACPA, Carl's defense is very strong. Let's not talk about the reassuring steel arms that are as wide as Carl's entire body. Let's talk about the ACPA machine gun in his hand. What a thick barrel it is and what a wide gun body it is. Just glance at it. You will know that it is the best among shields. With such a powerful protection, and having already fallen to the ground in advance, how could Carl die? But death is not death, and people are indeed almost gone. It hurts like hell. Lying in the middle of the ruins composed of stones and chandelier fragments, Carl felt that his body was like braised beef in a braised meat shop, bit by bit, piece by piece, all of which were cut and painful. It hurts like hell but doesn't let anyone die. What's this? With emotion, Carl moved his body, but found that it was difficult to move at all. Hell, I have to complete other people's entrustments. Wait a minute, how should I carry it? Let her lean on her back, and I can walk over slowly by myself. Does her injured hands still have the strength to hook my neck? How much time has passed? About 4 minutes left? 4 minutes. Gritting his teeth, Carl reluctantly used his half-missed elbow to support himself and sit up. Rest for 4 seconds, then rest for 4 more seconds and allow yourself to stand up. 1. Wow. 2. King king. 3. Click. 4. Carl looked at the pile of stones where ACPA was buried and stretched out an arm. An arm covered in bloodstains and wounds, with the elbow cut in half and only connected by a bit of muscle and bone. Depend on. In Carl's helpless look, the pile of rocks was pushed away, and then shattered into 1/3, revealing the cockpit. The ACPA and its pilots, with electric sparks flashing everywhere, appeared in front of Carl. Can't you just die in peace? Carl wanted to pull out Shinshin from his waist, but when he did it, he suddenly realized that his hand was gone. I will return this sentence to you. The pilot who spoke for the first time and revealed his true face in the cockpit was a young man who looked similar to Oliver. Half of his face was now rotten, but the pale gums were exposed in the flesh, but he was smiling. It was a triumphant smile. Compared to Carl, who was already unable to move, he could still control ACPA to move again, and this difference was the final winner. Even if his fight was ugly, even if he was almost killed by Carl while driving the ACPA, so what? He won. He won. Is this what it feels like to win a real battle? The driver controlled the ACPA and moved slowly towards Carl step by step. But this time it's not a cat-and-mouse game, it's a real game. Because of the damage, it can only go so fast. But it doesn't matter no matter how slow it is. Compared to Carl, who is unable to move, he just needs to walk over and reap the fruits of victory. The method of harvesting is very simple, just swing your iron fist and hit it. One punch can knock Carl's upper body away. Is there any way? Carl was asking himself. Then I came up with an answer. This time, I really can only wait to die. When I was 8 years old, I stared at the raindrops on the car window, wondering which drop would win. Then they were all blown away by the sudden wind. Perhaps, at that time, I understood that things would most likely not go as planned. Bar. What a pity. What are you sorry about? It seems that there is no way for me to make Brown, Oliver, and the others safe. In this mission, maybe I really have to be buried with Sakura. Any more? Anne? Carl thought of something very important, so important that when he thought of it, his spirits lifted a little. I fucking ordered pork, but I didn't even get a bite of it. Mrs. Wells, and Oliver's sister and father, would have been very sad to hear of our deaths. Maybe, people will think more before they die. But the coming of death will not stop. Heavy footsteps stopped in front of Carl. It was such a pleasure. I'll probably never forget you. Won't you forget? Carl smiled slightly. Then I'll go down first and help you see the scenery, and then I'll beat you up below. Okay, you'd better learn ACPA when the time comes, otherwise, I might win again. The ACPA pilot also laughed, and then, without hesitation, punched him. Between the two, there should be nothing worth saying before death. Carl should close his eyes and wait for death. But he didn't. He saw something out of the corner of his eye. The passage of time seemed to slow down. No, it's not that the passage of time has slowed down, but that I can see that someone is moving at high speed. That body, that's a machine. Additional machinery. Sion Westan. During the slowdown, a machine approached Carl and the ACPA driver from a distance at high speed, and then, a manipulator hand was stretched out. At this moment, it seemed as if even a drop of blood could hardly cause a ripple in the blood puddle. ACPA driver noticed something. His eyes moved slowly, trying to see clearly, but his current physical condition no longer allowed him to do such a thing. The robotic hand grabbed his neck, which was exposed to the air outside the ACPA cockpit, and then gently pinched and grabbed it. In the time that seemed to be still, Carl could see the ACPA driver's surprise and the smile that remained on his face that had not disappeared. A smile exactly like his own, a smile that has confirmed victory or defeat. Sorry, it seems that I am lucky this time. Carl blinked his eyes, and the gushing blood dyed him red from top to bottom. You go downstairs and wait for me first. I'll be slower and then I'll go downstairs and beat you up. The machine that pinched off the ACPA pilot's head looked at Carl. No, to be precise, it was the person who looked at Carl. There is not much humanity in a pair of flashing red eyes. All they have is a cruel and cold killing intent. Boy, I've taken over your mission. These were the last words Carl heard before he passed out. Carl knew who he was. Rather, as long as the entire world is a mercenary, it is impossible not to know who he is. Legendary mercenary. Adam Hammer. I feel like I'm resurrected. How can I not be resurrected? You've been struggling on the line of danger for 2 days and almost died. On the bed, Jack commented on Carl's first words after waking up. So, what's the matter? Carl looked at Oliver, who was sitting on the other side of the bed. He didn't quite understand why he woke up in the bed, and there were 2 stupid faces staring at him on both sides. Carl, I think you can scold us in person in the future, instead of pretending to say what's in your heart by accident. Oliver was wrapped in bandages and looked seriously injured. After rolling his eyes at Carl, he explained the general situation. At this point, I hope readers will remember our domain name Taiwan Novel Network. The distance that Carl sent to the target was actually farther than he imagined. When the ACPA was chasing Carl, the medical staff stationed in the Blue Bay building found the target and protected her. Because the target had arrived successfully, the attackers on Jack's side also received relevant intelligence and began to retreat one after another, and then when Jack and other mercenaries who had nothing to do came to see Carl's situation, they saw Carl covered with a white cloth and carried away. We all thought you were dead at the time, and Jack even howled a few times and rushed up to try to take back your body. Bullshit, it was you who was howling, I just rushed up. Jack corrected Oliver's words in a bad mood, and then continued to tell the general situation. Then they were informed by the Arasaka medical team that Carl was not dead yet. The target had specially instructed before receiving treatment that Carl should also receive treatment. The medical team covered him with a white cloth because he looked too miserable and they were afraid of scaring the lady. Oh, speaking of this lady, that is, our target, Carl, do you know who she is? We have protected a big shot this time. I never thought that we were protecting her. Jack said, patting the bed excitedly, and except for making a loud sound on the bed and shaking Carl's body, he did not make any overly radical movements. She is actually from the Arasaka family, you know, the Arasaka family. Of course I know Arasaka. Arasaka, a family business from Japan, they provide security, banking, and legal services to corporate giants, and are one of the most influential giant consortiums in 2075. The eldest lady in the family business. Of course I know. Is there a problem? It's a big problem. Oliver said beside him, Arasaka Haruko, her mother is Arasaka Michiko, one of the people in power at Arasaka, and her great-grandfather is Arasaka Saburo. Do you understand that Arasaka Saburo, the emperor of Arasaka, a person of power who is almost unmatched in the world, we are actually related to them? Do you think it's a big problem? It's okay. Carl was quite calm. Do the task, complete the task. What big problem can there be between the client and the client? Are you sure? Oliver stared at Carl with some suspicion, and he really didn't see anything special from the expression on Carl's face. Jack and I can be sure that we have no relationship, but do you really have no relationship? Oliver lifted the quilt on the bed and pointed at Carl's hand. If there is no relationship, then why did she have to ask for treatment together, and even paid for someone to treat and maintain your hand? My hand? Carl realized at this time that his hand seemed different. Remember before I fainted, my palm was gone and half of my arm was peeled off? Now this is. Carl raised his arm and looked at the hand that looked no different from before, but he felt a different power from under it. This is, the best titanium bones, the best dense bone marrow, the best bionic joints, the best artificial skin, your hand, now you can punch the wall with one punch, you know. Carl tried to control his hand and scratched his head, and found that the control was no different from the previous arm, and it even seemed to be smoother. All are the best, awesome. This doesn't seem to mean anything. Carl said, the eldest lady of the Arasaka family is rich. Seeing our hard work, she helped us disabled people. Isn't it very normal? Normal? Looking at Carl, who really didn't seem to be strange or concealing anything, Oliver and Jack looked at each other, and both of them now doubted whether this matter was simply the kindness of the eldest lady. Could it be that the people from the Arasaka family really have such a thing as conscience? Something is wrong, 10 points or even 9 points. Okay, then we don't care about these. Oliver slapped a storage chip card on Carl's quilt. Then how should you explain this thing? What is it? Carl took it and inserted it into his brain.computer interface at the glances of Oliver and Jack. Then, a string of astonishing numbers entered the account. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1 million euros? Carl was stunned. No, 100,000 euros? Yeah, we're also curious. Jack stared at Carl's face suspiciously, worried that his friend had sold something. This is specially given by the Arasaka lady, saying it's for you. After you receive it, the middleman can get 100,000. So, Carl, say it again, you're fine? Should? Carl thought about it and found a reason. It must be because I challenged ACPA alone. Damn, people almost died. What's wrong with taking more money? We know about this. There is a video recording of the place where you fought. I don't know who spread it. Now the whole Night City is in a mess. ACPA appeared in Night City, which prohibits ACPA, and there is a mercenary who almost eliminated ACPA. You are famous now, Carl. Famous? I guess so. Oliver still stared at Carl with that suspicious look, but soon, it turned into a smile again. Forget it, as long as you are fine, it's fine if you say it's fine. Being healthy is the most important thing. Jack also patted Carl on the shoulder. Even if there is a problem with Arasaka and they want to force you, we can help. It sounds like Jack and Oliver. You all think I am a weak girl who was forced to marry into a wealthy family? Carl said helplessly, I hate corporate dogs, you know it. But she gave you the best prosthetic arm and 1 million. In fact, I don't hate honest corporate employees that much. Virtue. Jack and Oliver complained about Carl and helped him pack up. They were uncomfortable staying in the hospital under Arasaka's management. If it weren't for accompanying Carl, no one would be willing to come. Now that Carl has woken up, it is better to leave early. Come to think of it, did you see Adam's hammer? Just a few glances, and then he fainted. That guy is a legend. In the hospital, Sakura watched Carl's figure leaving, and her hand swung slightly. A knife close to her body in her kimono flashed into her palm at a speed that was almost invisible to the naked eye. Sakura has experienced countless splendors, but only this time, it just happened to float into someone's arms. She swung the knife and stabbed a blood-stained, and used Kinglisi. 2 days ago, she had been holding this thing, close to her wound. She held it tightly at the time, just like Carl holding a grenade. One pedal against another. After Carl and others left the hospital, they first went to Victor's clinic. After all, they were still a little uneasy about Huangban. A few hours later. These prosthetics are indeed the best on the market now. Some are even internal models of the company that are not publicly sold to the outside world. What on earth did you do this time? Why did Carl lose half of his body? It's an arm, and it's even equipped with something like this that doesn't even have a back door. Gee, this prosthetic installation technique is not easy. Victor, the prosthetic doctor, removed the raised screen next to the operating table and marveled at Carl's hands now. Writing this, I hope readers will remember our domain name TaiwanNovelNetwork.circled La Wei. Haven't you seen the video that many people in the city have forwarded in the past 2 days? Jack pointed to the computer that Victor placed on the table. You can search for mercenaries in ACPA and you will know what happened to Carl. ACPA, have you encountered that thing again? Victor adjusted the data and said, then you are lucky to come back alive. Isn't it? Oliver supported his waist with one hand and yawned. My dreams these days are about gunshots. Want me to prescribe you some tranquilizer? Forget it, I feel like I'm almost used to it now. While chatting with Oliver, Victor completed the final data debugging. He put down the data board and looked at Carl. Okay, you can get up. The examination is over. There is nothing wrong. You are very healthy now. Thank you, old way. After Carl said his thanks with a smile, he got down from the operating table and extended an invitation to Victor. Would you like to have a meal with us tonight and watch a movie and have something to drink? Just think of it as a celebration for our safe return. It will be done tomorrow. I have a patient later today and I think I will be busy all night. Victor slid his chair and turned back to his table with the computer. You can celebrate by yourself tonight. La Wei, aren't you just one of us? Jack said with a smile, but Victor waved his hand. Forget it, I'm old, I can't do as much as you young people, go play, don't make it too late, it's best to come over tomorrow check it out, just in case there is any rejection reaction. Okay, then we will bring Carl for inspection tomorrow, and we will pick up Lao Wei and come to our place to have something to eat and drink. After everyone said goodbye to Victor, they left his clinic and stopped by the psychic house owned by Jack's girlfriend Misty. Jack pushed open the back door and said hello to his girlfriend inside. How's business, Misty? There are still no customers as before. Have you checked? Jack's girlfriend Misty is a woman with blonde hair and smoky makeup. Before she turned around because of Jack's voice, she was sitting at the counter out of boredom, looking out at the street, expecting customers. After checking, everything is fine. Jack walked to Misty's side naturally, put one hand on the counter, and moved his face closer to Misty. Tomorrow we are going to ask Lao Wei to have a gathering at Oliver's place. Do you want to sit down with us? Jack and Misty have not been dating for long, but they have known each other since they were very young. They are childhood sweethearts and their contact is quite natural. However, Misty still refused his invitation. You guys should get together by yourselves. I don't want to have to carry you back drunk when the time comes. Misty is a woman. Naturally, it is impossible for Misty to sleep directly at Oliver's house like Jack, Carl, and Victor. She will definitely come back from a meeting, and Jack is not worried about letting her come back alone. Maybe I have to get drunk and accompany Misty. Then how about we change the location? Oliver listened to Misty's words and suggested, we can go to the Wild Wolf bar to relax there. Halfway through what he said, he felt his arm being pulled. Then he subconsciously looked to the left and found Carl looking at him with a "what are you talking about" expression. What's wrong? Oliver, who felt a little baffled, noticed Carl's gaze turning to Misty, and suddenly thought of something. Oops, I'm stupid. Maybe it was because he really didn't sleep well and his head was not clear. Oliver's suggestion just now ignored one thing. That is to go to the Wolf Bar, which may be an even worse suggestion for Misty, because Mrs. Wells is there at the Wolf Bar. Mrs. Wells is not very satisfied with Misty as Jack's girlfriend. She prefers Jack's last girlfriend who was in the Valentino gang. Therefore, the relationship between the two is a bit awkward. If they meet, it will be difficult. I really don't know what to say. Well, after a few times, Oliver rubbed his hair. Just pretend I didn't say anything, Misty, I'm sorry. It's okay, it's all little things. While they were talking about trivial matters, Misty's eyes were a little sad. She really liked Jack, her childhood sweetheart, but love was always difficult to talk about in the family. The classic mother-in-law and daughter-in-law relationship. Looking at the embarrassed Oliver and Jack who wanted to comfort his girlfriend but didn't know what to say, Carl sighed silently in his heart. Misty is a good girl. This is something she will understand after a little contact. Carl is sincerely happy for Jack that he has such a good girlfriend. But on the other hand, Carl also respects Mrs. Wells. There is a conflict between Misty and Mrs. Wells. He really doesn't know how to adjust it. Even he, an outsider, feels embarrassed. Jack is really hard working. However, this somewhat troublesome atmosphere was broken by a new call Carl received. No matter who you are, I really thank you now. Hello, who is it? Carl answered the call without even looking at it. He deliberately spoke loudly so that others could hear it. As he expected, the call he answered made the other three look over. I have a job that might interest you, KK. The voice is Blanca? Well, what's wrong? You can't recognize the phone number, and you can't hear the voice? No, how could that be? Carl always has a good attitude towards such generous employers. Didn't you expect you to talk to me about the task in the tone of an intermediary? The tone of an intermediary? Are all intermediaries like this? Forget it, Carl, do you know the next life? I'll wait for you in the next life. Come on over, I have some work to discuss with you in detail. Carl turned on the speaker, and several people heard the voice. When they heard the next life, Oliver and Jack's eyes lit up. Next life? Is it the Next Life bar? The Next Life bar that only outstanding mercenaries are qualified to enter, except for the client and the intermediary? This time, the awkward atmosphere really disappeared. Hey, Carl, Oliver, do you think I look formal now? Do I look like a mercenary who can enter the Afterlife bar? In the little Chinatown of Watson District, when Jack was more than 50 meters away from the Afterlife bar, he patted his clothes and asked his two friends to evaluate himself now. It's just so. Oliver glanced at the Saratoga submachine gun that Jack had put on his waist, revealing a handle, and patted the Shingen Smart submachine gun that he also put on his waist. I feel that you are too deliberate, not as good as me. So what are you two doing? Carl felt that these two guys had been a little stupid since they knew they were going to the afterlife bar. The closer they were, the more stupid they were. He didn't expect that his calm attitude would lead to Oliver and Jack's surprised questioning. Carl, do you know where we are going? Of course I know, isn't it just a bar where mercenaries take jobs? I heard that it used to be an underground morgue. Is there any problem? It's a big problem. Jack spread his hands and made a big gesture. Only mercenaries who step into that place can be called real capable guys. Do you understand? Carl, Morgan Blackhand, Waylon Old Snake, these world-famous legends. In the past, it was just like us, dressed so ordinary. On an ordinary day, we had to step into the next life bar, and then take on a few world-shaking tasks. Act excited, Carl, we are doing what those legends do. I don't think there's anything to be excited about. A bar that was converted from a morgue is very gloomy. It must be uncomfortable to stay there, but Carl is very interested in the so-called world-shaking tasks. He really wanted to know what kind of mission could be considered a sensation. The three chatted and came to this bar they had never been to before. After going down the stairs and passing through a dim passage with a mixture of dark blue and other messy colors, a muscular bodyguard appeared in front of them. Before Carl came, he had learned a little about the rumors about the living bar in Night City. I remember that in the rumors, which we're not sure how many were true or false, the bodyguard's name was Emmerich Bronson. He was a watchdog who was responsible for verifying whether the people who came were qualified to enter the bar. It was said that he had some background in the Animal Gang. I didn't know if it was true, but considering that the Animal Gang always took on this kind of job, this possibility was quite high. When Carl and the other two saw him, he also saw Carl and the other two. As a bodyguard who was watching the scene, he immediately examined the three people. His eyes quickly swept over Oliver and Jack, and then stopped on Carl. Blinking, and then blinking again, Emmerich now looked like he didn't quite believe what he saw, but was still trying to identify it. This somewhat funny blinking didn't stop until Carl came in front of him. Ahem! He coughed a few times, as if to adjust his inner fluctuations, and crossed his hands in front of him, making a stop gesture. Do you have an appointment? Is it not possible to go in and take a look? Although Carl had an appointment with Blanca, he was a little curious about what would happen if he didn't have an appointment. If there is no appointment, then I don't need to notify you in advance at the door. As he said that, Emmerich naturally made way. There was a door behind him, and he only needed to open it to get to the afterlife bar. This time, it was Carl's turn to blink. He stared at the road that Emmerich had cleared, looked at Emmerich again, and finally pointed at the three people on his side. Don't you need to stop us? I've seen the video, it's all over the city. I don't think a mercenary who dares to fight ACPA head-on is not qualified to enter. Emmerich raised his right hand, clasped 4 fingers, and pointed his thumb to the side. The other 2 are your teammates, just enter together, we welcome the team. Really famous. Carl sighed, and was about to push open the door next to Emmerich, but was stopped by Emmerich, who suddenly remembered something. By the way, I don't know your name yet. Why don't you leave a name, so that I can inform you in advance if I have an appointment next time? Just call me KK, if you don't like this mercenary name, call me Carl. KK, got it. After Emmerich nodded, he stretched out his hand and helped Carl push open the door. Light, accompanied by a smell of alcohol, poured out from behind the door. Welcome to the Afterlife Bar, I wish you a good day. Thank you for your good wishes. Carl walked into the Afterlife Bar, while Oliver and Jack were a little nervous because it was their first time, and they followed Carl step by step like 2 bodyguards. What was Carl's first impression after entering the Afterlife Bar? The answer is: this ghost place really looks quite underworld, and it feels worse than the Wild Wolf Bar. There is no underground place with a little external sunlight, and the green light gives it a sense of the underworld. If you think about it carefully, it is quite a match. The mercenaries who come to take the mission are all guys walking on the edge of life and death. Drinking in the Afterlife Bar is just like going home. After entering the Afterlife Bar, Oliver and Jack were more relaxed. Because Blanca only needed Carl to discuss the mission, the 2 of them greeted Carl and sat at the bar, looking like they wanted to drink some wine. Watching their actions, Carl was not in a hurry to see Blanca, but wanted to follow them first. It was not because he was afraid that they would drink too much. Carl was still very relieved about Oliver and Jack's personalities. They would drink a little at most, but Carl had heard that there was a special wine list in the Afterlife Bar, and he wanted to see what was on the list. Then, he watched Jack skillfully say a series of words to the bartender who came over. A glass of old-fashioned tequila, with some beer and chile. This is the special wine list, isn't it spicy? Give me the same drink. Oliver seemed to be ready to drink the drink that Jack wanted to drink, and the bartender understood what they said. 2 glasses of Johnny Silverhand, right? Come right up. Johnny Silverhand. Carl knew this name. He seemed to be a rock musician and a terrorist? Why did his name become the drink of the bar in the next life? I don't really understand. Would you like a can, Carl? Sitting in a private room of the Afterlife bar, Blanca drank her drink slowly, and when she saw Carl coming over, she pointed at the unopened stupid monkey on the table. Forget about the stupid monkey. I just feel that the high fructose corn syrup drink is too sweet. I hope readers will remember our domain name Taiwan Novel Network. Carl sat down on the sofa casually, looked at the drinks placed on the table in front of Blanca, and picked one of them. I'll just drink sweet tea. This drink tastes like iced black tea, which is rare for Carl in Night City. He can feel the familiar taste of his hometown. Watching Carl open the sweet tea and drink it, Blanca continued to drink the drink in her hand. Only after she finished the drink did she seem to relax, leaning on the sofa, showing a lazy posture. You've become famous in the city recently. I know. My friend told me when I just woke up. Carl didn't quite understand why his employer said all this nonsense. He came to take the task, not to chat. Wouldn't it be better to do it the same as before? Tell him how much the reward is, where to go, and what to solve, and then he will do it. The employer will pay him. It's easy, clear, and simple. Then do you know who the driver of ACPA is? Driver? Carl had to admit that he was very interested in Blanca's topic. Do you know about it? How could I not know? Why do you think I have time to wait for you leisurely with a drink today? I got a promotion to fill the position of management involved in this incident. Is this really done by your military technology? Sure enough, you seem to have guessed it. Blanca was not surprised. After all, there are only a few companies that can quietly integrate ACPA into Night City. However, Blanca still needs to correct Carl's words, but don't blame me for this. I didn't know about this before. I didn't have the courage to touch the eldest lady of the Arasaka family. This incident was done by a group of people who were dissatisfied with Arasaka Michiko and the young people in Arasaka. Young people? Carl frowned slightly. He remembered that Arasaka Haruko said this was a trial. Could it be that this young people was the accident this time? After all, according to Arasaka Haruko's attitude, the emergence of ACPA was obviously beyond her expectations, and the only one who could hide it from her, the eldest lady of Arasaka, was her own people in Arasaka. Do you know Arasaka Nobuyuki? Arasaka Nobuyuki. Carl thought about it briefly, and the information about him appeared in his mind. Arasaka Nobuyuki, the heir of the Arasaka Group, the youngest and only living son of Arasaka Saburo, the head of the Arasaka Group. I know the heir of the famous Arasaka Group. The young group in the Arasaka Group led by him is called the Hawks by the people in the group. Their style of doing things is extremely aggressive. The philosophy they pursue is to get more benefits by provoking disputes, and they are particularly keen to provoke conflicts between Arasaka and military technology. Do you understand this? Listening to Blanca's words, Carl nodded slightly. I understand. The matter is already quite clear and simple. Do they want to use the death of Arasaka Haruko to provoke a conflict between Arasaka and military technology? To be precise, the person they are targeting is not the eldest daughter of the Arasaka family, but her mother, Arasaka Michiko. Michiko Arasaka is the daughter of Arasaka Kei, the brother of Arasaka Nobuyuki, and a Japanese American. In terms of identity, she was born and raised in the United States and identifies herself more as an American. Although she later returned to the Arasaka family, she is also a pro-military technology person in the Arasaka Group, which obviously offended the young and vigorous faction, and a group of people in military technology who also wanted to provoke disputes. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. If you think along this line of thought, this puzzling thing can be solved. Arasaka's leader Saburo Arasaka doubted Haruko Arasaka's bloodline because she was the child of his mother Michiko and a pure American. Then, for some unknown reason, Haruko Arasaka accepted a kind of Bushido-style pure bloodline test conducted by Saburo Arasaka. During this process, some people in Arasaka and military technology who were interested in Arasaka Michiko made some tricks and arranged the ACPA, a killer weapon, to come in. Then, I got beaten up. Damn, what's this? Blanca saw that Carl understood the situation and said, the reason why I told you all this in detail is because this matter still needs some finishing touches for you to deal with. Let's go back to the question at the beginning, which was a bit off topic. You asked me too much. Do you know who the driver is? Now I know that he is from your military technology. Then you need to know more now. His code name is 10, and his real name was erased when he joined the military technology. He is the best driver trained by our company in the past few years. So? What I mean is that there are a group of pilots who are not as good as him, but are equally outstanding. And these people are deeply humiliated by the death of Zero. They can't go to Adam Hammer because Adam Hammer is now employed by Arasaka. So in order to wash away this shame, they are targeting you. Targeted me? Why do I have a sense of déjà vu of if I can't beat Adam Hammer, can I beat you, a street mercenary? If they're targeting me, just target me. Anyway, they can't bring in an ACPA. That's probably unlikely. This one alone has caused Arasaka and our company to shirk responsibility and blame each other, but the exoskeleton is still within the permitted range. Exoskeleton. These guys have nothing to do. Do they have to come and die? Doesn't military technology have any mission? The technical department staff in military technology are very interested in their actual combat data. The supervisor over there is willing to use you as a test subject and wants to compare ACPA and exoskeleton. Blanca said, showing a smile, that's why I came to you, Carl. I plan to cooperate with you to get rid of these ACPA elites. What's the reason? Carl stared at Blanca's smile. I remember you said just now that you are now a manager in this area? These people are subordinates of the last manager who has sunk to the sea. I don't trust them. In other words, if they are trustworthy, then the people who will deal with Carl this time will be Blanca's men. Sure enough, you are a qualified company dog. Then, cooperation? I can cooperate, but I need to be paid. You are taking advantage of this matter. You only need to provide information and wait for me to do things, but I have to risk my life. This is also saving yourself, isn't it? But I knew you would say that. Blanca already knew Carl's personality. She stretched out 2 fingers. I can use my authority to help you get 2 military technology prostheses without backdoors. How about it? Happy cooperation. Carl shook Blanca's hand without hesitation. How's the conversation going, Carl? Jack watched Carl coming and glanced at Blanca, who was walking towards the door of the Afterlife bar. What is the employer's mission? It's not urgent. We'll talk about it later when we get back. There were so many people outside the box that Carl didn't intend to talk about the mission in a place like this. Speaking of which, what are you and Oliver doing? I see that you two were talking to the bartender just now. These wines with names in the next life seem to be recipes left by legends in the past. Aren't Oliver and I thinking about booking one for us first? Would you like to reserve one? Carl sat down next to Jack. But don't I remember us saying that the legends of Night City are all in the graves? That's not accurate. Oliver said, now in Night City, I know only 2 living legends, and we happen to have some contact with each other, Adam Hammer, and the owner of the Afterlife bar, the legendary Middleman Rog. You can't help but mention them. Be a legend in the Night City. That's the truth. Carl sat at the bar and was a little curious and asked what kind of mixture Oliver and Jack had left. A shot of vodka on the rocks, lime juice, ginger beer, and most importantly, some love. This is Jack's preparation, but when he heard this preparation, Carl couldn't help but complain a little. Isn't this thing just the way to prepare a Moscow mule? At most, you just add an inexplicable love at the end. Love is all that matters, Carl. Okay. Carl looked at Oliver. What kind of preparation did you leave behind? In my case, it's 30 milliliters of whiskey and a small glass of Dolan's. Well, you also need some ice cubes. Rusty Nail cocktail, why did you copy it too? What's the specialty? What kind of characteristics do you want? When it becomes famous, when people buy this wine and hear my name, that will be enough to make me happy. Oliver said and encouraged Carl. Jack and I both left the recipe for the wine. Carl, why don't you leave one? What kind of formula can I have? If I really choose one, I'll probably copy it just like you. Carl called the bartender and ordered himself a soda. Personally, I think Sprite goes well with red wine. What kind of female drinking method are you doing? Oliver complained, looking at the soda in front of Carl, and it's a bar ordering drinks. If you think about it, you don't seem to drink much every time. Just keep the necessary sobriety and alertness. Carl drank a cold soda. We can't all be drunk. There won't even be one sober person. You and Jack can drink without worry. I'll be watching. Then I'll ask you to watch me when I'm drunk, Carl. A very familiar voice to the 3 Carls came from not far away from the bar where they were sitting. Carl followed the sound and found that man was walking towards them with a beer. Thank you for taking care of me for the previous mission. Man sat down next to Carl and raised the bottle to signal to Oliver and Jack. I want to thank you for coming to see me. Carl already knew what happened after the mission was completed on the way. All the mercenaries came to see Carl, but after all, they were in a hospital under the control of Arasaka. After accompanying them to confirm that Carl was fine, they all said goodbye and left, and Man was the last one to leave. He still went back after receiving a communication from someone. It was only 4 hours before Carl woke up. What's there to thank you for? It's nothing compared to your saving my life. Man sipped his beer and drank half of the bottle in one go before saying, I was thinking about when I could go see you and formally thank you, but I didn't expect that we would bump into each other in the next life. This is another call for you. Alive? It can be regarded as some finishing work for the previous mission. Carl looked at Man. Are you on vacation? Just the day before yesterday, I just saved my life from the gun. Of course I need to take a good rest. It's better to say that normal mercenaries have money to live day by day, but you guys are a little too diligent in taking on tasks. You just woke up today and went to do the task. Today I just came to take over the mission and understand the situation. We also need to rest for a while before talking about it. Carl drank soda. Has your middleman already paid this payment to your account? If that guy even dares to do this, I will definitely twist his head off. Man asked, did that guy Faraday pay? It's okay. I'll call you an hour after the task is completed. Jack on the side said, suddenly curious about something. Speaking of Man, how much did you get from the middleman who introduced you to the mission this time? 150,000 euros is the most remunerative job I have ever done. 150,000 euros. Listening to this number, Carl and the others silently made a calculation in their hearts. The remuneration they received was 300,000, which means that on average each person was 100,000. Compared with Man's 150,000, they were almost half the amount short of each other. The money given to the middlemen based on headcount should be the same, which means that bastard Faraday stole a lot of our money. What do you mean? Man was a little puzzled, and then after learning that Carl and the others were paid 100,000 per person based on headcount, the corners of his mouth twitched. That bastard Faraday is really greedy and can't get food on the street. Like a wild dog. If you calculate it this way, the money he gets is even slightly more than other middlemen's share. After hearing this, Oliver felt that his originally good mood suddenly deteriorated. It would be better to say that no normal mercenary would be happy after learning that most of his reward had been deducted. Let's take care of the next mission. Jack said on the side, anyway, our team is now famous because of Carl's relationship, and it's our turn to pick the middleman task. Don't I have a connection? If we want to take over the task, we can contact him. Father, there should be a good mission there. Father, is Haywood's Godot between priest? Man was a little surprised by the intermediary Jack mentioned, because the priest's level is different from that of an intermediary like Faraday. You have a relationship with him, but you didn't pick up his mission? I used to feel embarrassed about my low reputation, but now I understand why I have to be rewarded by a wild dog like Faraday if I have the ability. As Jack said, he noticed someone approaching from the corner of his eye. Don't mind disturbing me. A rather sturdy blonde woman approached. Who are you? While Oliver was wondering, Man stood up. Dolio, why are you here? Do you know anyone? Jack looked at Man's appearance and came to his senses. Dolio, a member of my team. Man introduced, and at the same time introduced Carl and the others to Dolio. Carl, Jack, and Oliver are the friends I told you before and met during the previous mission. I've already guessed it, hello. After Dolio smiled and said hello to Carl and others, he looked serious and looked at Man. Man, there is something I need you to handle. What happened? Dolio, I was just about to have some drinks with Carl and the others. Man looked at Dolio's expression, but he knew that if something happened that required him to make a decision, Dolio would not be able to disturb him, but he didn't mind talking about this in front of Carl and the others. Dolio glanced at Carl and the others, and was about to speak, but was stopped by Carl with a wave of his hand. Man, since your team members have something to do with you, you should go back first. There is no rush to get together next time. Although Man and Dolio have a very friendly attitude and treat them as friends and don't mind telling them important things about the team in front of them, friends and whether they should listen are two different things. As a friend, Carl is very grateful to Man for his trust. But as a friend, it is better not to listen to some things. Don't be in a hurry next time we get together. I'll treat you to a drink then, Man. Jack raised the almost finished wine glass in his hand and gestured to Man. Oliver nodded and also raised the glass in his hand. Man looked at the three of them, nodded, and smiled. Then you should buy some good wine next time. Guaranteed you'll be satisfied. In Jack's voice, Man and his team member Dolio left the Afterlife bar together. Before going out, Man still held the unfinished bottle of beer and motioned to the three of them. "Next time you'll have to drink more." "Probably, that's what it means." After Man left, Carl and the others were no longer interested in staying in the Afterlife. The main reason was that the wine in the Afterlife was very delicious, but there were no delicious French fries here. The more Carl drank, the more he couldn't stay. "How about we go to Mrs. Wells' place to make some French fries first, and then buy some drinks and food on the way? Then we go back to Oliver's apartment." "Don't tell me that going to my apartment feels like going home, Carl. Speaking of which, why is it my room every time we have a party? Isn't it the same in your room?" After sitting in the driving seat, Oliver once again acted as the driver and had a little objection. "My room," Carl recalled his room. "Although there is nothing wrong with it, I still think I have to go to your room, Oliver." "So why?" "I don't have to pay for a private phone and TV in my room. That means if we go to my room for a party and want to watch something, we have to pay an extra penny." Listening to Carl's reason, Oliver actually felt that it was very sufficient, but he thought about it carefully. "No, I remember that the TV deposit was only 50, and I paid €1 for every hour of watching." "Aren't you very rich now? What's different is that the province should be spending money. Carl is very particular about this. Carl brings most of the food and drinks to every gathering. The money is really much more than what you spend on TV, but the food you eat and drink is equivalent to signing up for a membership to watch. How can things be the same?" Before the year 2075, it would have taken a while for Carl to get a music membership that cost more than $10, but for a barbecue he could order everything without hesitation. This could be considered a result of his previous habits. Inherent thoughts. Sitting in the car, while Oliver drove the vehicle towards the Wild Wolf Bar, looking at the balance of $1.12 million in his account, Carl didn't know how to spend the money. "You too, are there any particularly expensive prosthetics that you are interested in? Maybe a gun or a car? I wouldn't mind sponsoring it." Listening to Carl's words, Oliver in the driver's seat tilted his head slightly. "Aren't you going to make any special modifications for yourself? It shouldn't cost much to go back to Lao Wei to upgrade my access compartment to a better model and reinstall a single-dot molecule line. I haven't decided whether to make further modifications yet. I have to just leave a few ounces of meat for yourself. If it turns out to be like Adam Hammer, I can't stand it." Is this so? Oliver thought about what he lacked, and there was no need to be polite to Carl. Getting some good prosthetic bodies could indeed provide the team with combat effectiveness. As long as there was a good weapon or prosthetic body at that time, Oliver would not let Carl carry it alone. There are also exoskeletons in ACPA, but after thinking about it for a while, Oliver couldn't think of any good prosthetics. He is considered rich now. Buying a new technical sniper rifle for more than €100,000 is not a problem at all. He is even rich with the money, and there seems to be no need for Carl to sponsor it. "Jack, are you short of anything? I seem to have some extra money here." After thinking about it, Oliver found that he had nothing special to ask for. He asked Jack and gave his own advice. "If you don't have a whole gorilla arm, you will be very stable in shooting in the future." "I don't want to do that." Jack smiled and said, "Old Wei and I met in the boxing ring. You all know that Old Wei was a boxer before. He retired because he saw that everyone in the boxing ring had hand prostheses and felt that the times had changed. I always wanted to give Old Wei some thoughts and help him win some games to regain his face. It would be a bit unreasonable to take a gorilla. What about the car? I remember you had your eyes on a motorcycle before. I heard you say that the car was quite expensive at the time. How about getting one? In this way, it will be very comfortable to take Misty for a ride in the future." "Are you talking about Nazer?" "I have saved enough money for that little beauty, €140,000. I plan to buy one when I go back this time. The money is enough, and I don't need your support. Besides, I don't know if Misty will like to ride with me on my motorcycle. Maybe buying a sports car is better? As for Misty, as long as you like, she will be willing to ride it," Carl said, patting the car he was sitting in. "Speaking of which, since I bought the car, we rarely drive Oliver's Skyquartz when we go out. Now I feel that Sky Hera is almost the same. Otherwise, I will change to a good car, a bulletproof one. I don't want to encounter the same thing as the previous mission again. Come on, it's not $1 million to get a car that can resist rockets. Don't waste money. This car is good and I feel comfortable driving it. Don't change it." Oliver seems to have a deeper affection for Sky Hera than Carl, the owner. But it is true. Compared with Carl, who has never held the steering wheel and sits or lies in the back like a young master, he, as a driver, should have a deeper affection for the car. Then we can only wait and see. How to spend the money. Ding. Accompanied by the sound of the electronic alarm clock, Carl opened his eyes and found that the alarm set by Oliver had no effect on Oliver and Jack, who were snoring loudly, except for waking himself up. I hope readers will remember our domain name Taiwan Novel Network. I am convinced. Yawning, Carl flipped through Blanca's communication and did not see the mission message she sent. That's right. During this period, the people of military technology were still arguing with Arasaka about who transported ACPA in. Even if the group of pilots wanted to, they probably didn't have the opportunity to enter Night City. Now Arasaka was waiting for those of them who had the identity of pilots to come and put pressure on military technology. Find something to do? Carl, Jack, and Oliver discussed yesterday that they could ask the priest to take the task, but now Carl saw that Jack and Oliver were sleeping like dead pigs. It seemed that there was no need to rush. They had been staying up for 2 days and 2 nights by his bedside, and yesterday they stayed up all night drinking until midnight. It was good to take a break, a combination of work and rest. As usual, after washing and rinsing his mouth with pure water, Carl took a pistol with him to buy breakfast for Oliver and Jack. The gun he brought was a Lexington. Carl's Kenshin, who didn't know where he fell and flew away in the battle with ACPA, didn't have a chance to buy a new one yesterday, and now he could only use the spare Lexington that was originally used as a memorial. Before buying breakfast, Carl took the elevator to the floor where he had just arrived in 2075, and walked to the place where the owner of the Lexington on his waist died. Basically, he would come here every day as long as he lived in the super skyscraper. It was not to pick up a new Lexington, but just to repay a favor. A favor must be repaid. The dead green-haired coxcomb once gave Carl the first gold and self-defense weapons, which helped him to meet Oliver later. It can be said that Carl's mercenary was sponsored by him in friendship, and this must be repaid. But today, Carl also got nothing. The dead coxcomb lived on the 8th floor, and Carl had friendly asked all the residents on the 8th floor during this period of time. The group of people were happy to answer Carl's questions because of the pistol on Carl's waist. According to the information they gave, the green-haired coxcomb was not familiar with them. He had just moved in a week before Carl came to this world, and no one had seen anyone come to see him. For visitors who might know coxcomb, Carl has already paid a year's rent for the dead coxcomb in advance. It's not expensive, only 12,000 euros, which ensures that everyone who comes to coxcomb's room to register for a visit can be recorded, so that Carl can look it up later. But now it has been more than a month since Carl came to 2075, and 2076 is approaching, and no one has come to visit coxcomb. Carl doesn't know whether coxcomb has no relatives or acquaintances, or whether coxcomb's address is unknown to his relatives and acquaintances, but anyway, it's only 12,000 euros a year, and Carl is willing to continue to bear it until he can find a way to use the records in Night City to find the identity of green-haired coxcomb. But thinking of the archives in Night City, it seems that apart from the company, only the NCPD remembers this matter most clearly. Carl remembered that he had the number of an NCPD police officer. The police officer was named Johnson, whom Carl met during the cyberpsychosis incident. However, Carl only met him once, and he probably wouldn't be helped seriously if he asked for help. Did he have to help kill a few more cyberpsychoses to build relationships? Cyberpsychosis is not so easy to meet. After checking the access records of the room and confirming that no one was there, Carl went all the way down to the first floor, bought food at a fixed stall, and returned to Oliver's room again. Oliver's pork seemed to arrive in a few days, and then he could finally eat meat. He woke up Oliver and Jack, threw pure water to them to rinse their mouths, and Carl ate the Chinese cold noodles that he had eaten the most since he came to 2075. He felt his stomach begin to surge with a feeling called nausea. Noodles are delicious, but you can't bear to eat them often. Carl is really picky about food. He has almost reached his limit to tolerate Chinese cold noodles. Watching Oliver and Jack eating sweetly and voraciously, Carl thought of Haruko Arasaka in the previous mission. That guy, can he eat fresh fruits, vegetables and meat every day? Damn company dog. What are your plans today? Eating tomato meat sauce pasta, Jack said, but suddenly realized that today's breakfast was a little different. Carl, why is it pasta today? Doesn't the stall owner make Japanese food? I don't know when the stall owner changed again. The current owner is proficient in all kinds of dishes. All kinds of dishes? That means he can make whatever you want. Then I want to eat pizza next time. Okay. Thinking about pizza, Carl felt even more nauseous. Carl doesn't mind eating pizza for breakfast. What makes him sick is the decoration on the pizza. In 2075, the most popular pizza on the street is called spicy Italian sausage pizza, and that is also Jack's favorite food. Carl's only opinion about this food is that people in Night City instinctively omit a part of the name. That is the full name of this thing, which should be called Locust Spicy Italian Sausage Pizza. It's locust. Although Carl has to admit that many people like to eat locusts in his era, and he doesn't mind trying it, putting locusts on pizza as normal meat is still a bit too shocking to Carl, a traditional pizza person's values. It's just as unreasonable as putting pineapple slices on pizza. Oh, now there is a law in Night City that the illegal use of pineapples and pineapple products violates Article 1, Section 5A of the Pizza Blasphemy Act and is wanted and rewarded. After finishing his Chinese cold noodles, Carl turned on Oliver's computer while waiting for Oliver and Jack to finish eating. He wanted to see what happened in Night City during the 2 days he was unconscious. As soon as he turned it on today, a GG that occupied the entire screen popped up. Arasaka Academy is now recruiting students, and welcomes all students who hope to become elites of the new era. It's almost the new year, and recruiting students at this time. Is Arasaka sick? If Carl had time to compare the recruitment time of other schools, he would know soon. Superman Company dog, never rest. After the 3 Carls got up and had breakfast, they didn't stay in the room for long. On this rare free day when Blanca didn't send any information, everyone had their own things to do. Oliver planned to get himself a new sniper rifle, while Jack wanted to buy the motorcycle he longed for, and Carl planned to go to Lao Wei to update his prosthetic body. It would be too troublesome to do these things together, so not long after breakfast, the 3 of them separated. However, despite being separated, it was actually Oliver who served as the driver and helped take Carl and Jack to their destination first. I now suspect that the reason why you bought a car, Carl, is just so that you can sit more comfortably when I am the driver. Slander, I just want to be lazy. After saying goodbye to Oliver and Jack in the car, Carl went to find Victor. After the prosthetic surgery, we still have to get together in the evening. After passing through Misty's psychic room and saying hello to Misty, Carl walked to the back door and went out all the way to the left, and then came to Victor's clinic located in the basement of the alley. The only guest Victor has made an appointment for today is Carl, so he has to prepare early. Just go with what you said yesterday, Carl. Taking out the prosthetic body that was ordered yesterday and had just arrived in the morning from the place dedicated to storing prosthetic bodies, Victor looked at Carl, who seemed to be in good condition, and waved to indicate that he could lie down on the operating table. I still need to check whether these prosthetics have any backup. You should lie down first and be mentally prepared. What kind of mental preparation do I need, Lao Wei? This is not the first time. You can't say that. Every operation is dangerous, so you can't be careless. Like a nagging old mother, Lao Wei muttered to himself, and Carl didn't want to listen. He could only lie on the bed and listen to what Lao Wei said, while looking over his head to watch him inspect the prosthetic body. The prosthetic body that Lao Wei is examining now was ordered by Carl, who paid Lao Wei for him to rely on his connections as a prosthetic doctor. The total price is 192,000 euros. 90.2 thousand ohms is a single molecule line. The single molecule line at this price is longer than the single molecule line that Carl used to have, and it is easier to charge. In other words, if Carl encounters ACPA again, he may not be able to charge it. It doesn't take that long anymore. After a few strikes, the charge can be completed and the monomolecular wire can be swung to peel off the skin of ACPA from the frame. The other 100,000 euros is the money to replace the access warehouse. Until now, Carl has installed the cheapest access warehouse on the market, the military technology parallel line. The computing power of this thing is, to be honest, only it's better than nothing. Those with money must have luxury. As for the new access warehouse, Carl chose the Arasaka Type 3. Arasaka Type 3, a top-level access warehouse for cyber hackers specializing in covert infiltration and espionage operations. It's Arasaka goods again. This is not because Carl has a preference for Arasaka because he has Arasaka goods. It's just that this is the most expensive and best access warehouse that Victor can get. Even better, it may only be circulated within the company. After checking for a while and making sure that all the small programs left in the prosthesis had been deleted, Lao Wei sat next to the chair on the operating table. It will take about 2 hours. Do I need anesthesia? Partial anesthesia is enough. This way I can chat with you, Lao Wei, to relieve my boredom. Surgery doesn't require relief. Having said that, Lao Wei still only gave partial anesthesia according to Carl's request, and then picked up the prosthetic body and started the operation. And the time was exactly as Lao Wei said, it only took 2 hours to complete. How does it feel? Listening to Lao Wei's words, Carl tried to pop out the single molecular line on his right hand. It's very smooth and there's no hindrance. Where's the access warehouse? Carl felt it, and he found that the speed of his brain processing data became much faster. Glancing at Victor, Carl could feel that what he knew and the various knowledge he learned from Mutuo were gathered into a network in his mind. Victor, Lao Wei, a former boxer and current prosthetic doctor, is in good physical condition, but his breathing is a little short. He may be a little busy during the operation. His breathing will calm down after 14 seconds. There are holes in the 4 ribs and the knee joint of the left leg. It can break through the defense in 0.3 seconds, leaving the target unsuspecting. The information that poured into Carl's mind at this moment made Carl blink and answer Lao Wei's question, there is no problem. Rather, it seems that this computing power has increased my brain activity, as if part of my calculation burden has been handed over to it? How is that possible? This thing is just an access chamber, not a brain supplement. Lao Wei didn't pay much attention to Carl's words. After sitting on the chair and resting for a few seconds to calm down his breathing, he said, "Don't do any strenuous exercise today. Let's get used to it for a while. You guys finally escaped death. Let's all take a rest. Don't let me come to you for dinner at night and know that you have taken on another task. If you don't take care of your body, I won't use anesthesia next time I perform surgery on you guys." In fact, he had already accepted it, but it was naturally impossible to say this honestly to Lao Wei, so Carl chose to shut up and not talk about it. "I'll bring a message to Oliver and Jack." Carl just said this, and then said a temporary farewell to Lao Wei. He planned to go to Kabuki Market before the dinner party in the evening. There was a hacker shop there where he could buy some puppets. Puppet, virus, hacker software, attack program. He had learned the basic hacker knowledge from Mutuo, and now he could get in touch with puppets to see if he could try to be a hacker. Carl sent a message to Oliver, asking where his full-time driver was, and was then told that he was still choosing guns. Does it take so long to choose a gun? No, I almost forgot. Carl touched the Lexington on his waist. He seemed to have to get a gun first. He was a little uneasy holding the Lexington. In Carl's room armory, there were actually guns like Saratoga. He had more or less rifles, submachine guns, shotguns and other weapons, but he only had a Lexington as a pistol that could be covered by clothes. Can Lexington be considered a normal mercenary pistol? Should I buy another Kenshin, which is quite easy to use, or try other guns? This is a question worth thinking about. Target positioning, prosthetic overheating, impeding movement, memory erasure. Well, let's buy these first and get familiar with them. Carl bought the golem and walked out of the hacker shop. He spent a total of 20,000 euros on this shopping, plus the 192,000 euros he spent on modifying the prosthetic body. He spent one morning and noon. 212,000 euros. This money is actually spent quite quickly. 1.12 million minus 212,000 euros, and then deducting distance, food consumption, and miscellaneous software and other things, Carl's current money is about 900,000 euros. Thinking about it carefully, if the eldest lady hadn't given him 1 million, he really wouldn't be able to afford the upgrade. But now I am only one gun away from being able to carry out the mission again. Search TWKAN on Google. After careful consideration, Carl decided to let Oliver buy him a Kenshin. He has not tried other products, but Kenshin has tried it himself. The current situation is that he has to buy a gun to carry with him. It is too dangerous to not have a good gun on the streets of Night City, and there is no need for that. It's time to pick and choose. The message sent to Oliver quickly received a reply from him. Oliver said that he was still testing the gun and would bring a Kenshin to Carl when he came back. By the way, he also asked Carl if he needed him to pick it up. Well, this full-time driver has now integrated into his own identity and is quite competent. He suppressed the words in his heart that would definitely lead to Oliver complaining if he said this to his face, but Carl had no intention of letting Oliver come to pick him up. It was a rare day off for him to let Oliver test the gun by himself. He also happened to have time to go shopping. After sending unnecessary messages to Oliver, Carl took a leisurely walk on the street for the first time. How should we describe the street scenery of Watson District in Night City? Looking at the gangster wearing a Mutuo player on his head and moving his lower body and hands in front of everyone on the street, Carl moved his eyes away. Elsewhere, a woman dressed like a painted duck was leaning at the entrance of an alley, waving her hands to attract customers. Carl glanced around and noticed the alley behind her. There are several figures lurking in the darkness. Vent your desires in public, and even seduce immortals to dance. Well, it seems quite normal. There's nothing particularly bizarre about it. Just when Carl was thinking this, a car suddenly passed by Carl from far to near. The dust it raised almost blew Carl's face, and then several gunshots rang out, followed by the car passing in front of him. Vehicles, and a car that seemed to be in pursuit also drove past quickly. Carl used clothes to protect his face in time, but his body was still stained with a thin layer of dust, and his expression became gloomy. People in Night City are really rude. Maybe he should shoot them and teach them a lesson about the consequences of racing on the streets. Just do it if you think of it. Carl pulled out his gun and fired 2 rounds without hesitation. Laugh. No sound was heard, but Carl made a small dubbing in his mind for the 2 hitting bullets. Then, Carl looked at the vehicle whose rear tire had been blown out and its trajectory began to twist. He smiled, put Lexington back into the holster on his waist, and chose to forgive them. The tires of most vehicles in 2075 are very strong. Just blowing out one tire will not cause it to roll over and cause a traffic accident involving other people. As a small revenge, it is enough. Next time, remember not to drive recklessly. Carl, who was in a good mood, remembered what he had seen yesterday. Arasaka Academy admissions. Remember that was in the city center? Even if you have nothing to do, go and have a look. Carl stopped a taxi on the side of the road, and this car was a combat taxi, that is, a taxi that could use force to protect passengers when necessary. Combat taxis are not uncommon these days. It is better to say that in Night City, driving people who take ordinary taxis are a little too arrogant. Where to go? Arasaka Academy. After listening to Carl's words, the driver glanced at Carl, as if he could see something from his age, but did not say anything else. After confirming the destination, he started driving quietly. In 2075, the most famous combat taxi is the Draman. It is a taxi driven by AI. The firepower equipped on it is rumored to be comparable to that of an armored vehicle. However, due to its high price, it cannot fully occupy the battlefield. Taxi market share. So most of the combat taxis running on the streets of Night City are still driven by people. For a company, people are just consumables. AI may go on strike due to factors such as equipment and electricity. However, people who have to feed their families not only will not go on strike, but will also spend their own money to maintain the best performance in order to complete their work better. With good working conditions, the company can actually make a fortune. During the journey, Carl read about Arasaka College in detail and gained a basic understanding of Arasaka College. Simply put, this school is a school specially opened by Arasaka to train company dogs. Arasaka Academy, located in the city center, is not far from Arasaka Tower. When Carl saw Arasaka Tower, Arasaka Academy also arrived. After accepting the taxi driver's call and saying that he would call him if needed next time, Carl stood in front of Arasaka Academy. There is no difference in the school in 2075 just looking inside from the gate. They were still gathering in 2s and 3s, still making noisy noises, chasing each other there, and looking at them, it was quite a bit trance-like. It seems that no matter how time changes, the students in the school will always be like this. However, even if the students of Arasaka Academy remain innocent now, when they enter Arasaka Company, they will gradually lose everything that made them happy in the past. The company is a place where people feel alienated. Looking at the group of students, Carl recalled his past, but his behavior standing at the door and looking around was too suspicious. It didn't take long for the security of Arasaka College to walk towards him. This person, who is not wearing a school uniform and does not look like a student, has now been classified as a suspicious person. Hey, what are you looking at? Do you know where this place is? This is not a place for street gangsters like you. After hearing the scolding, Carl looked towards the place where the sound came from and found 3 people holding firearms and wearing Arasaka security uniforms approaching him. Carl's eyes narrowed slightly, as if he was dazzled by the flashing prosthetic eyes in their eyes. I know where this place is. Carl made no move and allowed the 3 Arasaka security personnel to approach him. You know where it is, why don't you get out of here? An Arasaka security guard had a look of caution on his face. He didn't understand why Carl could be so calm when facing them wearing Arasaka uniforms, but the confidence and sense of security that this layer of clothing gave him still made him. He continued to look scolding and arrogant. The place I'm standing now is not in school. Out of politeness, Carl explained to the Arasaka security guards who might not understand the laws of Night City, According to the laws of Night City, the place where I stand should be a public area. Common area. Seeing what Carl was saying about Night City's laws and regulations, an Arasaka security guard sneered, "Who cares about that thing?" It seems that wearing Arasaka's skin gives him a sense of pride in doing things, and he can ignore the regulations. Sighing, although their words were not pleasant, Carl was always willing to find problems on himself. To be fair, if he, as a school security guard, saw someone who was obviously not a student looking into the school at the door, he would also they will be wary and want to drive the other person away. Since the idea of exchanging is understandable, there is no need to start a conflict. "Okay, I'm leaving," Carl said, walking back, but the three Arasaka security personnel did not stop his idea. They really just wanted to drive away the suspicious Carl. Although the words were a bit unpleasant, they were not really going to do it. Let Carl get out of the house in humiliation. They are not blind. Carl has a gun on his waist. If there is a real trouble, they will die even if they are injured. It will be a big loss. Right. However, Carl walked halfway and gave a warm reminder as if he remembered something. "In the future, you'd better not get close to the mercenaries at this distance." As he said that, amidst the confusion of Arasaka security guard, Carl moved his fingers slightly. "Otherwise it will be very dangerous. Smile. Call out." The imperceptible sound passed through the air, disappeared into the distance, and turned into silence. When the three Arasaka security personnel came to their senses, they all had a tiny scratch on their necks that only broke the surface. Feeling a chill on their necks, and then in the slight pain and warmth, the Arasaka security personnel who understood what happened at that moment shrank their pupils, and their hearts began to beat wildly as if they were celebrating the rest of their lives. Without any awareness, I felt the brush of death's sickle. This guy, if you think about it, I'm already dead. While this thought came to mind, 100 euros were credited into the accounts of the three people. "Let's go have a drink after get off work. It's my treat." Carl waved with his back to the three of them, his tone calm, as if what happened just now, which was a shocking moment for the Arasaka security personnel, was really just a kind reminder to him. The three Arasaka security personnel were so stunned that they covered their necks with their hands, which actually did not need to be covered as the bleeding had almost stopped. They looked at Carl's back, but they could not say a word. At that moment, a mark that went deep into the bone marrow was left on their bodies. The brand reminded them that as long as Carl thought about it, even if Carl had his back to them at this moment, they would not have the slightest chance of surviving. After a minute passed, an Arasaka security guard who had already stopped the bleeding came to his senses as if he had just woken up from a dream. He stretched out his hand with a little blood on his palm and pointed straight at it. Carl's almost disappearing figure said in disbelief, "That guy, I remember him, I know who he is." "You don't need to tell me, I already know who that guy is." Another Arasaka security officer just began to breathe heavily. The moment of life and death almost suffocated him. On his panicked face covered with sweat beads, the previous arrogance could no longer be seen. It was that lunatic. Damn it. I only recognized him now. The people above clearly sent a notice and ordered us not to mess with him when we meet him. Damn it, did I just face a monster that can fight ACPA? The last Arasaka security officer's legs were weak and he couldn't control himself and collapsed to the ground. He was the most arrogant one just now, and the one who spoke the most unkindly to Carl. So at that moment, he received more care from Carl than the two colleagues beside him. Feeling the bald spot on his side, the Arasaka security officer wanted to cry but had no tears. He didn't have much hair to begin with. Under the hat, it was a Mediterranean. Now even the shore next to him was missing a piece. Is it easy for him? These are all his original hairs, and he hasn't had hair transplants yet. Behind the three Arasaka security guards, a boy wearing Arasaka Academy uniform and with a punk hairstyle came out. The boy with the punk hairstyle looked at the strangely behaving security guards in confusion, and then followed their line of sight to the distance. In the distance, he saw nothing. Carl, who left Arasaka Academy, didn't go far when he saw a restaurant on the roadside. After thinking about the time, Carl decided to have lunch at this restaurant today. This restaurant in the city center is not big, covering an area of about 50 square meters. There are 4 customers scattered around the store, and there are not many clerks in the store. Between the busy chefs and chefs behind the counter, counting the waiters walking around, there were only 2 people. "Welcome, guests, you can sit wherever you like. If you need to order, just call me." The busy male waiter stopped temporarily to greet Carl, and pointed to the empty seats in the store. "Okay, I'll call you if you want to order." Carl looked at the waiter who was walking around in a hurry after getting his response. He didn't quite understand why the waiter could be so busy when there were so few customers in the store. Even if there is only one person, it shouldn't be a problem. According to Carl's understanding of the catering industry, the number of guests that a waiter can serve at the same time is about 4.6, and a skilled waiter can increase this number to 10 people. The guests in this store include those who have just come in. There are only 5 of us, so even if this waiter is a novice, he should be able to handle it, right? Moreover, the data that Carl compared was from his previous era. Most of the meals in catering stores in 2075 were composed of pre-made and semi-finished products. These were heated in a microwave and then combined. Just mix and match stuff together. Why are you so busy? Just when Carl was sitting down and thinking this, he heard a very obvious sound of frying. With that sizzling moment, the aroma diffused by the grease drifted to Carl's nose along with the slowly blowing air-conditioned wind in the store. Carl sniffed it, and then his eyes lit up. This shop is worthy of being in the city center. It actually cooks honestly, and the oil is of such high quality. Carl already had the answer in his mind. Butter. It's butter, real butter, not the artificial kind. It's a solid fat made from real milk. Why Carl knew so surely was, of course, because he used to fry steaks himself, and all he chose was butter. He still remembered what he had read in a kitchen book about frying steak in butter. That was, the butter should not be completely melted before adding the steak, because the melting point of butter was relatively low and it would easily leave charred marks on the steak. You have to watch the timing right. When the butter is half melted, use a fork to stir up the butter, then add the steak and start frying. Although Carl cooked the steak a little poorly and the degree of cooking was different every time, he still firmly remembered the smell of butter. It was different from margarine. He only needed to smell it to tell the difference. Food made with real butter makes people wonder what it is. Carl sat on the chair and glanced at the table, but did not find the ordering procedure on it. No wonder I called him when I wanted to place an order. This store was so old-school that it didn't even have an ordering procedure. This was something that wasn't common in the city center of my time. But you didn't even give me a menu. How do I know what I want to eat? Butter is generally used in Western cuisine. Carl can guess what this store probably sells, but there are so many types of Western food, who knows whether it is British, French, or Italian. If it's a French restaurant or an Italian restaurant, it's naturally best, but if it's British food, that's actually okay. Compared with the unpalatable food in Night City, Carl felt that he had often heard other people's Starry Sky Pie in the past, and it always seemed so delicious. Carl knew that it was impossible for him to eat real meat in this kind of city center, but they used real butter. You can always look forward to vegetarian food, right? When the thoughts in Carl's mind were spinning violently, the busy waiter realized that he had not put a menu in front of Carl. He quickly apologized and put a menu made of a material between plastic and paper. Sent over. When Carl opened the menu and looked at it, he was pleasantly surprised. Won the prize. Although it is not French food or Italian food, which can be ranked first or second in Europe, it is not British food after all. This restaurant is a Spanish restaurant. The status of Spanish cuisine in Carl's mind is only lower than that of French and Italian cuisine. If it's delicious, I'll have to invite Oliver and Jack to eat it together next time. Carl looked at the food on the menu. Every item was expensive, and the cheapest one was over €70. Considering this is in the city center and the store uses real butter, maybe the price is a bargain. The first thing Carl's eyes set on must be paella, which is known as one of the 3 famous dishes of Western food, alongside pasta and French escargots. However, after taking a look at the meat marked on the menu, Carl decisively rejected it. Got this famous dish. Synthetic squid, synthetic oysters, synthetic shrimps, what are these? Are they what normal people should eat? It seems that the meat and vegetables are not touched at all. After Carl's eyes glanced around, he quickly focused on the food he could accept. Potato omelette, €70, labeled, synthetic eggs, potato starch. Carl had tried synthetic eggs, and they tasted okay. Although they had a strange chemical smell, it was acceptable. This dish was a must-order. 2 servings first, and then. Cream of mushroom soup, €150, marked, real cream, mushrooms from the cultivation room, with a 200-gram piece of wheat white bread. Real cream. No wonder they dared to sell it for €150. There was nothing strange about mushrooms from the cultivation room. Most of the raw materials of synthetic vegetables were algae, and in the humid cultivation environment of algae, it was natural for some mushrooms to grow and become a bonus for the company to make money. As for mushrooms grown in this environment, Carl's attitude was, as long as they didn't kill people. Carl called the waiter, and after explaining his needs, he bought a can of sweet tea from the only non-old-fashioned vending machine in the store. Then, he noticed a new customer coming into the store. The new guest was a woman in her 20s with red eyeshadow on her face and short white hair wearing a waist-bearing outfit. She looked pretty, but her expression was very cold, as if everyone owed her money. Carl just glanced at her and then looked away. I don't know her. Then there's no need to care. In 2075, where plastic surgery is allowed, Carl has seen many beautiful guys. He had hugged a guy who was original and had not undergone any modification a few days ago. Such a woman was not worth Carl's lingering glance. Compared to looking at beautiful women, he was more looking forward to his cream of mushroom soup and potato omelette. How delicious would it be? Should I make a reservation now and bring some to Jack, Oliver, and Lao Wei in the evening? Holding the crispy bread with the aroma of wheat in his left hand and eating it with the rich milky soup, he picked up the cut potato omelette with his right hand and stuffed it into his mouth. Carl swore that this was the best meal he had ever had in 2075. The most satisfying meal. The real thing tastes different. After spending 10 minutes to finish the 2 portions of potato omelette and 1 portion of cream of mushroom soup with bread, Carl asked the shop owner to pack 3 portions of cream of mushroom soup and 6 portions of potato omelette. After tasting the taste, Carl has determined that these 2 dishes are delicious, so he has to pack them up and take them back for Jack and the others to try. 1,160 euros, which is the price of Carl's lunch plus takeaway. The cost of the packing box was waived for Carl because he bought so much at one time. After paying, Carl picked up the pile of food that was packed tightly by the waiter with one hand and would not spill. In the city of night, you still need to be vigilant and have one hand free at all times. Carl carried the food and walked to the door, and someone happened to come in outside. It was a male company dog wearing an Arasaka uniform. When their eyes met, Carl didn't recognize this guy, but this guy recognized Carl after being stunned. Afterwards, Carl clearly saw an extremely emotional fear in his eyes. Ah, can I read emotions from my prosthetic eyes these days? You go first. When a dog walks opposite to him, Carl will always choose to make way for the dog. The reason is very simple. Who would care about priority with a dog? Yes, please. The Arasaka company dog, whose body had begun to tremble, was obviously relieved after hearing what Carl said. He forced out a smile and nodded kindly towards Carl, as if he was licking his face to please his master. Like a dog, he then walked carefully past Carl and entered the store. The company dog who worked as a security guard in Arasaka secretly rejoiced while moaning. How could I meet this murderous star here? Fortunately, he has a good temper. Carl did not recognize this Arasaka company dog, but he remembered Carl. He was among the people who protected Arasaka Haruko. He saw with his own eyes the abilities that the other party showed in that mission. This kind of person is not him. Can be provoked. 1 step, 2 steps, just as an inexplicable feeling of joy emerged in the heart of this Arasaka employee, like a sense of joy in escaping from a cyberpsychosis, Carl's voice from behind him made his body freeze again. Wait a minute, I seem to remember you. Carl didn't recognize his face, but looking at the figure from the back, he felt a little familiar. Are you the previous security guard? Yes, it's me. Turning around hastily, this Arasaka employee with oriental appearance subconsciously wanted to bow, but Carl raised his hand casually to stop him. I'm not your boss, so I don't need to be so polite. With that said, Carl smiled at him. Although you watched us fight to death when we were attacked for the first time, and later you couldn't even protect the target and almost wiped out our group, this made us very unhappy. But for the sake of helping Jack and his friends fight hard later, I'll just ignore this unhappiness. Carl's palm gently patted the shoulder of the Arasaka staff who dared not move. Don't worry, I'm not the stereotyped Chinese guy who kills his whole family just because he's unhappy. I'm just unhappy and it won't affect the whole family. Carl said, and patted again, but this time it was a bit heavy, almost causing the Arasaka employee to stumble so much that his legs softened and he knelt on the ground. Next time you make me unhappy, you will be the only one in your family to die. Carl is a very particular person. He will only target anyone who makes him unhappy, and will give him the first chance, but never again. Someone will really die next time, so be careful. Listening to Carl's words, he felt Carl's palm slap on his shoulder, which could break his neck along the shoulder blade at any time. Such Arasaka personnel nodded like crazy, fearing that Carl would not feel his sincerity. Responsibilities must be fulfilled properly. If he was just watching the show, Carl could actually accept it. The mercenaries like them had already prepared to be used as cannon fodder. It was really not a problem if they were given enough money. However, the security personnel did not even fulfill their duties and allowed the target to be injured. It's another thing to implicate them. There's a difference between being expected and being held back by incompetence, and so is the level of anger about it. After reminding the Arasaka staff, Carl noticed the gazes of other people in the store. Although Carl and the Arasaka staff were not loud, the habit of eating melons seemed to be shared by people from all countries. A man dressed as a mercenary almost made Arasaka employees bowing or even kneeling. No matter where they are placed, it is a melon worth eating. Carl, who did not intend to be someone else's target, stopped saying anything to the Arasaka staff. He retracted his palm and glanced around the restaurant. Then he broke out in a cold sweat behind his back and walked out under the gaze of the Arasaka staff who had survived the disaster. Shop. Strangeness. When Carl walked out of the store, he was not thinking about the Arasaka staff, but what he saw when he glanced at the restaurant before leaving. As a mercenary, it is natural to pay attention to the situation around you at all times. Carl was sure that when he left his seat and walked to the counter to pay, the pink-haired woman who came after him was still eating. When he finished talking with the Arasaka security personnel and glanced at the crowd of onlookers, the woman was no longer in the store. Does this store have a back door? But I don't think she came to pay the bill. Running away from the bill? Taking advantage of the chaos and eating melons to run away from the bill, worthy of America. Oh, Night City does not belong to America now, so it is worthy of Night City. An experienced person who runs away from the bill can't even eat the melon. Carl remembered that he had seen a news report before, in which a fugitive couldn't control the desire to watch the excitement and went to watch, and was caught by the police surveillance camera. Ding, in Carl's communication, a message from Blanca came. Intelligence is coming? Carl thought that Blanca had obtained the information about the group of ACPA pilots entering Night City, so he opened it with some expectation, but found that it was a new message from Blanca, which was a new commission. It was quite interesting that the next commission was sent before the previous one was completed. After a quick look, Carl saw a word in the task that he had never heard of. Cyborg. Prosthetic King Kong, what is that? At 8:10 p.m., Jack, who was sitting in Oliver's apartment room, showed a confused expression after listening to Carl's story about the mission. Then, he turned to look at Victor, who was at the party today. Lao Wei, as a prosthetic doctor, have you ever heard of this thing? I'm familiar with most of the prosthetics on the market, but I've never heard of anything called this. Is this some kind of code name? Victor drank whiskey. It was also the first time for him to hear about the prosthetic King Kong in the mission that Carl and the others were discussing. The mission is to let us obtain information about the prostitute King Kong from a company dog named Tanaka. Tanaka belongs to Arasaka Company. In other words, this mission is to use military technology to explore something in Arasaka. Secret research? Oliver saw something from the mission. Blanca's commission was not from her personally, but a commission issued on behalf of military technology. Considering the situation of the company behind Blanca and Tanaka, although it was still unclear about the prosthetic body what exactly is King Kong, but we can still infer something about it. It's another battle between military technology and Arasaka. We have only been involved in this kind of mission not long ago. What Jack was talking about was naturally the previous escort mission. To be precise, it's the last mission. In Carl's voice, Victor sighed, it seems that next time I perform surgery on you, I really can't use anesthesia. When Victor changed Carl's prosthetic body today, he just told Carl and the others to take a rest. If they still didn't care about their bodies so much, he would not use anesthesia for their next operation. As a result, when he came in the evening, knowing that they had taken over the task again, Victor really didn't know how to say good things to them. There's nothing we can do about it, old way. Oliver spread his hands helplessly and said, this mission has a lot of rewards. It would be a pity to miss it. Don't blame Carl for taking the mission. The worst thing is that next time we modify the prosthetic body, Lao Wei, just don't give him anesthesia alone, let him scream in pain a few times to calm you down. Hey, we are a team, why are you leaving me out so quickly? Regarding Oliver's neat behavior of betraying his teammates, Jack nodded quickly and protested against Carl. Okay, I won't really do it yet. Lao Wei looked at the three of them and sighed helplessly, but when you go this time, come to my clinic first to get the medicine, and then let me do a full body check for you. It's okay. If there is something wrong with your body, then the task it will kill you. Of course, we will go find you the day after tomorrow. Will the mission start the day after tomorrow? Listening to Carl's two hasty words, what else could Lao Wei say? When he was young, he, like Carl, Oliver and Jack, all loved to risk their lives. He knew that he could not dissuade this group of young people who only saw progress, just like he could not dissuade the past. Like himself, all he can do is to help them as much as possible behind the scenes. At Victor's age, I don't know how many friends he has seen die. It is always good to see one less. But speaking of it, the mercenary industry is really amazing. Oliver drank a beer of Brothers Good Ale and said, "The eldest lady who escorted Arasaka a few days ago will help the military technology officer today. The disputes in the company are like an extension of their hands and feet, and we are the daggers and guns on his hands and feet are loose and can be snatched away by two hands at any time." It's a good description of Oliver, but it sounds like we are talking about street sex dolls. While Jack was praising him, he felt that the description was not very pleasant. Sex dolls, a group of special workers who sell their bodies through microchip implantation. Actually, it's not that bad. As Carl spoke, he crazily stuffed Mrs. Wells's fried French fries into his mouth. They sell their bodies for money, we sell our bodies for money. Stop being professionally discriminatory, it's not easy, at least we have a choice. How many people can they choose? Damn, listening to what you said, Carl, I actually think it makes sense, damn it. Jack scratched the pigtails on the back of his head, but noticed that Carl had almost finished the fries he had brought. I ate a whole bucket in less than half an hour. Carl, you are exaggerating. It's delicious. I love it. Do you care? Mrs. Wells asked you to bring it to me. You didn't fry it. Then can I take care of it? Oliver pointed to the crumbs of French fries that fell on the ground in front of Carl. This is my room. If you, Carl, open your mouth while eating French fries for me again, I will pick up the French fries from the floor and stuff them into your mouth. It's well closed. Okay. Carl didn't speak, but just made a zipper gesture with his hand on his mouth, puffed up his cheeks and chewed French fries, indicating that he would definitely abide by it. Anyway, it's really not polite to talk while eating. After chewing the fries in his mouth, Carl nodded to Lao Wei, "Forget it, let's get back to the topic. Lao Wei, I'm sorry, we obviously invited you to have a dinner and have a night of drinks, but before that, we have to make you wait for us to discuss the mission." Lao Wei, I still have some patience. You can continue to talk. When Victor raised his glass, Carl spoke, "If we want to get information from a company dog, we may have to change our approach this time. Let's try another method of action. Our previous actions were never justified by drawing out guns." Oliver didn't quite understand what Carl meant by changing his method of action. Could it be? Are you going to play some kind of infiltration, coercion, and bondage? I've seen Japanese themes, and the target is the Japanese in Arasaka Company. I told you, stop watching Mutewo. Carl was speechless and said, "I want to say that now I know that I am famous in Arasaka. Basically, all normal employees in Arasaka know me. We can't just use this face to enter the Tanaka residence in this mission. Then kidnap him, we have to find a way." Jack somewhat understood what Carl meant. Are you planning to hide your face? I guess there will be a follow-up to this mission. Then I may have to perform some work such as stealing and robbing the prosthetic King Kong. It's not good to finish everything in one trip. If there are missions, I can get more rewards. I can't help it. Do it. What Carl meant was that if their identities were exposed when they were investigating the cyborg King Kong, then the subsequent tasks of military technology might be handed over to other mercenary teams or they could do it themselves. In that case, there would be one less task. You are such a mission.crazy brain, and isn't this just like what I said? Japanese ninjas sneaked in, tied up, and coerced. No problem, why can't you watch it? Damn, who knows you can actually take this seriously? Ha? Is there anything inappropriate about this thing? Listening to Oliver's unclear question, Carl realized that this time it was his own thoughts that were dirty. Ding ding ding, ding ding ding. The day after receiving the Military Technology Commission, Carl sent a communication to Man. Ding. Man, Carl, what's up? Carl, I have a job here, and I may need some help. Are you interested in being an assistant? Google search TWKAN Man, are you doing the middleman business? Carl, it's just a commission I received directly from the company dog. Due to some identity reasons, I can't do certain things directly. I need help from other people outside the team. I also called Brown and others. They are still on vacation, so I wonder if you are free. Man, I ended my vacation in front of you yesterday. I took a job, but it should be completed tonight. Is your job urgent? Carl, the employer has a lot of time, so it's not urgent. The reward is 500,000 euros. If you are interested in bringing your team to join, I will give you half. Man, 500,000? Carl saw that after this message was sent, Man stopped replying temporarily after being surprised, knowing that Man was thinking about whether to accept it. As a mercenary, in fact, it is not necessary to know the relevant content of the mission before accepting it. It is better to say that the mission assigned by the company dog rarely allows mercenaries to know the relevant content before the mission, because mercenaries may refuse the mission and leak secrets, but as long as the money is high, mercenaries often don't care about these. And half of 500,000 is 250,000, which is obviously within the range of not caring. In other words, this is already a reward for risking your life. After a while, Man sent a message as if his mood had calmed down. Man, the mission directly assigned by the company, without the deduction of the middleman, is actually so much. But this mission, without the help of the middleman, is it okay? Although the middleman is greedy, they are at least assistants who can provide mercenaries with detailed intelligence, evacuation routes and other help. Without them, Man really feels that his life is difficult to guarantee. Carl, the company allowed me to recruit other people to assist, but the rule is that I can't give details before they participate. But I can compare it with the last mission. The danger level of this mission is probably the same as the first time we were attacked. Man, that level is already exaggerated. It's better to say that the subsequent ACPA is beyond the scope of what normal mercenaries can do. But the reward is generous. It's still Carl's job. I'm relieved. I'll count this job as my team. I just take half directly. Is that okay? Look, I'm used to being pooh by the middleman, and I don't even feel at ease taking half. Carl, of course there is no problem. It's better to say that you are the main ones for this job. After giving Man an encrypted communication channel given by military technology and letting him enter it through the personnel authentication of military technology, Carl transferred the relevant files to Man. If the intelligence is intercepted on this, it is not the fault of these mercenaries. We have to ask whether there is a ghost among the internal personnel of military technology. After reading all the relevant tasks, Man sent another message. Man, so, we have to help Militech this time to deal with Arasaka? Carl, that's about it. I need you to help collect information about Tanaka. Once you've collected it, just give it to us. We'll handle the rest. Is that okay? Man, this job is too easy. Am I taking too much? How about we split it 50.50? You take 6 and we take 4. It's also easier for the 3 of you. Carl, come on, Jack, Oliver and I have done missions together before. Our style is not suitable for this kind of slow intelligence collection. Just take half with peace of mind. When you were doing the mission together, didn't you say you had a team? You are the leader after all. You can't give them less money. If you really feel guilty, just help us kidnap Tanaka when you see the opportunity. Man, okay, I'll discuss the details with other people in the team. When the time comes, let the hackers in our team contact you. For matters in this regard, you should let professionals talk to you. Hacker. This is a rare talent in the street team. If Carl had not found a suitable and trustworthy hacker, he would not have taught himself hacking knowledge. Carl, okay, then I will give you the deposit first. Carl received a deposit of 100,000 euros. He directly divided it 50.50, giving 50,000 euros to Man, and then he, Oliver and Jack divided the remaining 50,000 euros. Personal funds are only calculated in integers of thousands and above, omitted in the future 900,000 euros 915,000 euros. Each person can get 15,000 euros, and the remaining 5,000 euros will be kept with Carl as team funds according to the old rules of the team, as the meal expenses for the next gathering. If you spend less, it will belong to Carl, and if you spend more, Carl will pay. The savings are getting more and more. Carl actually has no special concept of the numbers jumping and growing in the account. Money is something that may only make people feel heavy when it is really taken out and placed in front of them. Using numbers is strangely easy. What are you going to do today? Carl had discussed the plan of cooperating with Man Team with Oliver and Jack before, so after discussing and informing them of the relevant matters, Carl asked Oliver and Jack about their plans for today. Intelligence gathering was outsourced, and the matter of communicating with hackers was also handed over to Carl, the team leader. Oliver and Jack were still very idle today. I'll go find Misty. I'll go have dinner with my sister. Okay. Playing the game of bullying alone again, right? We all have a party to attend today. Guess who is not accompanied by anyone? It's you, Carl. After sending a middle finger blessing to his two friends in a friendly way, Carl left the skyscraper and prepared to go to the Mutuo store to buy some new Mutuo. He wanted to see if the Mutuo store really had the real ninjas that Oliver said. I just don't know if they are playing with thunder or rolling balls. As always, Carl was reluctant to drive when Oliver, the driver, was not there. It's better to say that he has not driven a car once in 2075. The reason is nothing but laziness. Why sit and do something when you can lie down? Just when I was about to contact the combat taxi driver who picked me up twice yesterday and left his phone number, a strange message came in. Hello, I'm Sasha, a hacker from Man's team. Sasha, the hacker of Man's team? Carl was not in a hurry to reply to Sasha. He sent a message to Man to confirm the other party's identity. After confirming that the other party's identity was correct, he replied to the message. Carl, I am Carl. Man has told you the details of the mission. You will be the contact person of your team for this mission. Is that okay? Sasha, no, Man has made it very clear. After we finish the current tasks tonight, we will start your mission. Carl, there is no problem. Let's contact later. Sasha, please wait. Man thinks you can trust me. He wants me to send you a copy of our team's personnel information. Everyone agrees that this way we can cooperate better. I sent it. Please receive it. Carl, okay. Carl himself was a little careless. When doing a mission, he really couldn't know the other party's level without giving a bottom line. He only trusted Man's level and didn't know the level of Man's teammates. The level of personnel between teams is actually quite different. The information is here. Man, nothing to see. Oh, no, he went to the prosthetic doctor yesterday and bought a prosthetic for the projectile launch system and installed it. My God, it's brand new. He didn't spend all the money he earned from the last mission on it. He really worked hard. He just installed the prosthetic and started the mission. Although I have no right to say that he is. Then there is Dolio, I saw her yesterday. Pyrrha, a technical expert, a black dot-haired man with a coxcomb. I have some impression of her. Man doesn't remember, but Carl and the others saw her in front of the Mutuo store. Rebecca, an assistant, oh, the girl with green hair and twin ponytails, I also have an impression of her. Falco, a driver, looks like a gentleman. Sasha, a hacker, the person who contacted Carl to send the information. Chiwei, a hacker substitute, Sasha's network hacker substitute. The Man team is too extravagant. There is more than one hacker in the team. However, this is nothing strange. After all, Man's team seems to have been in Night City for many years. My team, which has been established for less than a month, is indeed not as good as them. Carl, I have learned the intelligence, so I look forward to future cooperation. After using this sentence to end the communication, Carl calculated the time. He came to the world of 2075 the day after the Day of the Dead, that is, November 3rd, and today is November 27th, which is less than a month. Christmas in 2075 is on December 25th. For people in Night City, December 25th is equivalent to another year, right? Although for Carl, this does not feel special. For him, if he calculates the time, it may be the Spring Festival on February 5th, 2076, before the Spring Festival. Of course, some people consider January 1st, 2076, as the Chinese New Year. But Carl doesn't mind celebrating Christmas in Night City, because according to Jack, he will spend Christmas Eve at the Wild Wolf Bar, and Mrs. Wells will personally take care of it. No outsiders will be invited, and it will be a family-style Christmas. Carl and Oliver will have to come. In other words, Mrs. Wells is willing to treat Carl and Oliver as family members and let them spend Christmas together. This is really an honor, and there is no reason not to go. However, Carl and Oliver may have to help Jack talk, because Jack plans to bring Misty with him, which may be a headache. Well, we have to ask Old Way, who is familiar with Mrs. Wells and Misty, to see if he can come up with a good idea. In this regard, the experience of these young people is still not as good as that of Old Way. Carl called a battle taxi and got in. The driver, who was already somewhat familiar with Carl but remained silent, sent Carl to the door of his familiar Mutuo store. Don't drive away yet, wait by the side, I'll come out after I buy Mutuo. Leaving this message to the silent driver, Carl walked into the Mutuo store. When the owner saw the figure coming in, he instinctively became alert, but after finding out it was Carl, he relaxed a little. It's you, customer. Carl came to his store to buy Mutuo many times, and the two became familiar with each other. The owner of the Mutuo store knew this big customer who bought a lot of Mutuo every time. As soon as Carl walked to the counter, he began to introduce. The new products that have arrived this time include the new season of My Years in the Trauma Team, and 4 episodes have been released in one go. Do you want me to get them for you? Is it because of good sales that new seasons are released? Bring me all 4 episodes, I want them all. Although the new season is released when sales are good, which is in line with Carl's past views on TV series, this thing is Mutwo after all, and it is a real Mutwo that records the missions of the trauma team. The quality will not be reduced as the number of episodes increases. The technology inside is real, and it is necessary to buy all of them to take a look. Thank you for your purchase, customer. The owner, with a face full of joy, acted quickly and immediately got up to go to the warehouse behind the store to get new goods, while Carl visited the Mutwo store during this time to see if there was anything he liked. Carl has seen most of the useful Mutwos in the Mutwo shop, and most of the rest are pornographic or restricted gory ones, which are really not that interesting, and only Oliver will be interested in them. Carl never reads them. But it really made Carl find the ninja-related Mutwo, and it was really serious. Looking at the Mutwo called Ninja God Rabbit on the shelf, Carl was a little speechless. But the problem is, this thing, seriously, is not a Japanese ninja. A mess. When he was complaining in his heart, the shopkeeper had already returned with Mutwo, and Carl looked around and found nothing that he liked about Mutwo. When he was about to buy these 4 episodes of Mutwo and leave, the shopkeeper suddenly he opened his mouth and stopped Carl. Please wait for the guest. With Carl's puzzled expression, the shop owner came out from behind the counter and walked to the door of the store. He looked around and made sure that no one else was approaching the store. Then he closed the door and glanced at Carl cautiously. Guest, you are here too. I have been a customer who has purchased Mutwo in my store many times. I believe you know Mutwo well and are trustworthy. I have some products here that may be a bit special. Would you like to take a look? Special goods? Seeing the shop owner's extremely vigilant actions and expression, as if he were a thief, Carl somehow understood it. In my heart, there was a strange sense of expectation. That's not what you said, that's right, guest, it's exactly what you think. Looking at Carl's expression, the shop owner's expression was quite vulgar. You are guaranteed to be satisfied. That, Carl is honest. A friend of mine is very interested, please tell me in detail. Sure enough, it's this type. Carl happily took the Cyber Psycho Mutwo band in Night City back to his room. After buying this kind of Mutwo from the Mutwo store, he had been looking forward to it all the way. Although he had heard of it before, he didn't expect it to really exist. The Mutwo that Carl found interesting was naturally the Cyber Psycho Mutwo, otherwise it would be some kind of erotic Mutwo. What a joke, in 2075, erotic Mutwo didn't violate anything, not to mention this kind of Mutwo store, any street Mutwo vendor could come up with a lot of them, unless it involved some extreme bloodiness, it would be banned, and Carl was not interested in that kind. Google search TWKAN. What's the point of being erotic? Is it better than experiencing the combat methods of cyber psychopaths? You know, ordinary people who go crazy because they can't bear the prosthesis are not worthy of being officially called cyber psychopaths. Cyber psychopaths who can be officially recorded and reported by NCPD are often those with considerable strength, and it is difficult for ordinary NCPD police officers to deal with them. In other words, they are all very strong. What can I learn this time? Is it the fighting instinct of life and death, or the combat experience engraved in the bones? I am really looking forward to it. Compared with the ordinary Mutwo, which normally costs €50, this officially banned Mutwo is quite expensive. Carl only bought 2 copies and spent €510, which is almost 5 times the price difference. The 7th and 16th episodes of Edgewalker are not consecutive, and I don't know how many episodes there are in this series. Looking at the numbers on the cover of Mutwo packaging, Carl also noticed that there were a few letters in the corner of Mutwo, which looked like the abbreviation of the producer's name. Mutwo's editor? I don't understand. Carl didn't rush to insert this thing into his Mutwo headset player. He took out both Mutwo first, inserted them into the computer in the room, and checked them with hacker knowledge. After confirming that there were no disgusting viruses and surveillance inside, he started to connect them. For insurance purposes, it would be bad if this irregular thing left any tricks. Entering the superdream in a fully awake state of consciousness will cause a dizzy feeling after the experience, so the experiencer will generally maintain a relatively comfortable and relaxed posture to enter the superdream. Lying on the sofa, maintaining a relatively comfortable posture, Carl activated the superdream. In the connection of the senses, the trance accompanied by a subtle light flashed in Carl's visual nerves. Super dream will simulate and connect people's various perceptions, allowing people in the super dream to experience all aspects of the recorder. In Night City, it is often the case that the super dream is too realistic and assimilated, so that the viewer can't tell who they are. For Carl, it feels like hearing about Zhuanggong dreaming of a butterfly. The dream is too deep, and I think I am the person in the dream. The so-called super dream, the experience beyond the dream, is really magical. Carl, no, to be precise, the recorder, opened his eyes. The smell of dust in the air is quite clear. It is worthy of being a taboo level thing. This smell has not been processed at all, and it smells the original smell. Carl felt the body he could feel and found that it was much stronger than his own. Is the prosthesis of the hand a gorilla arm? Gorilla arm, a reliable arm substitute that allows the modifier to have strength comparable to that of a gorilla, a favorite of dog porters. Recalling the information about the gorilla arm, Carl actually thought that the adjective comparable to a gorilla in the information was not very appropriate, because in today's world, not many people have actually seen real gorillas in reality, and the strength of gorillas may not reach the strength of gorilla arms. At least according to Carl's impression, if a gorilla is locked in a cage, the gorilla cannot use both hands to break the fence and escape, but if an adult male with a gorilla arm is locked in a cage, it will be easy and simple to break the fence and escape. Of course, the strength of the gorilla arm also depends on the quality. Carl felt the gorilla arm in his hand and made an assessment. It may not be as strong as his current arm strength. I am not in a hurry to play Mutuo. Although some people who watch Mutuo pay attention to the experience and watch the whole Mutuo without pausing or rewinding, just like Oliver who likes to watch sexy Mutuo, he likes the smooth operation. But Carl is not like that. When he watches Mutuo, he likes to focus on various details and rewind and pause from time to time. Unfortunately, Mutuo, in the initial recording version, will record various information and can be viewed from the third perspective. For example, the Mutuo edited by the Mutuo editor in Carl's hand only has the feeling of the first perspective. I don't know if I can get a customized version in the future. Continue playing. Who, the recorder, panting, raised the gun in his hand. Pause. Is the prosthesis on the palm of the hand intelligent connection, which allows the user to match the prosthesis with intelligent weapons? Then the gun is. This thing is. Intelligent weapon Shingen? Wait a minute, the identity of this cyber psychopath will not be. Carl has some guesses and plays it again. Then, in the violent panting, Carl sees more information. He is now on the 5th floor of a building, and next to him are two people who are holding Shingen weapons and wearing the same clothes as him. Next to them is a rocket launcher. Damn. The too familiar configuration made Carl step back a little, and before the recorder's eyes moved to the gun, he looked at the surrounding situation. The recorder is located in the floor of an abandoned apartment, and on the ceiling, there is a mechanical ceiling light. Well, now Carl is completely sure. By the way, he also knows who is the person who was evaluated as a cyber psychopath by the Mutuo editor in this recording. Not the recorder, but the person the recorder has to face. Everything that follows is very familiar to Carl. They are a group of attackers who attacked others. The rocket launcher fired, exploded, picked up the Shingen and started shooting, and then. Someone is touching me. How is it possible? Speed up. Boom. In the flames of the grenade, the pain of the recorder was transmitted to Carl's brain, and then the recorder's consciousness began to be trance, and the feeling of his right hand disappeared. In the explosion, his right hand was blown off, and then the devil, cyber psychopath, walked in front of the recorder. The recorder did not see the face of the cyber psychopath clearly, but only heard his words. The positions are too close, if we die together. The voice was too familiar, which made Carl a little uncomfortable, and then. Only 3 people? Less than I thought. The gunshot rang out, and consciousness was disconnected. Damn it! Carl took off the Mutuo player and cursed. I am normal, talking normally, how can I be a cyber psychopath? Carl never thought that the object of the recording of the cyber psychopath in the 16th episode of Edgewalker would be himself. You'd better not let me know your true identity. If I catch you, I'll slap you in the face. Carl was very dissatisfied with the evaluation of the editor of Mutuo that classified him as a cyber psychopath. He was really looked down upon. He actually thought I was a cyber psychopath. Can a cyber psychopath be as rational as me? He was a polite person who would say goodbye in his mouth or in his heart after defeating his opponent. There were few people in the whole Night City who were as polite as him. This was certified by Old Way. This was clearly slander. After watching the first Mutwo with a little depression, the second Mutwo did not make Carl's depression continue. Because the person who was evaluated as a cyber psychopath in the second material was the recorder, not him. This is much more normal. Feeling the feelings of the object of this Mutwo recording, a cyber psychopath wielding a mantis knife, and silently memorizing his instinctive sword. Using skills in madness, Carl felt that this was worth it. It cost €510 in total. If I didn't learn anything, it would be a big loss. Actually, there are things to learn from the last Mutwo, such as the operation method of the rocket launcher, but Carl will not touch Mutwo for the second time in a short time. With more hatred accumulated, if he meets the Mutwo editor, Carl may not be able to control himself and want to hang him up and beat him. After watching the Mutwo of Cyber Psycho, Carl watched the whole second season of Mutwo of Trauma Team several times. After watching these and memorizing the skills in them in his mind, it was already dark. He looked at the communication, and Oliver and Jack didn't send him a message. Oh, it's not accurate to say that there was no information. It should be said that no important information was sent. They just took a picture of the table and sent it to Carl. There are Japanese restaurants and Chinese restaurants. It's good. Carl looked at the time. It was 4:04 in the afternoon. He slept until almost noon and got up. Then he went to the Mutwo store to buy Mutwo at noon. After coming back, he kept reading until now. He didn't eat lunch or dinner. He was a little hungry now. Glancing at the vending machine in the room, Carl saw the picture of the burrito displayed on the vending machine and thought he should go out to eat. Soft burritos that you suck and squeeze to add seasoning, no matter how you think about it, are too outrageous. Picking up the letter, Carl went out and checked the visitor records upstairs. After confirming that no one was looking for him, he took the elevator down to the first floor. The NCPD left a phone number, but they didn't send a reward. Even if he wanted to build a relationship with them and ask them to check the personnel information after getting familiar with them, it didn't work. He didn't know when he would have the opportunity to deal with the second cyber psychopath. After ordering a meal at the delicious restaurant in the city center, Carl's communication suddenly rang before he ate. He picked it up and saw that it was from Man. Didn't Man have to carry out some mission tonight, and wasn't the hacker named Sasha in charge of contacting him? Carl was a little confused, but he didn't slow down. He answered the call as he walked out of the restaurant. Man, what's the matter? Before Carl finished speaking, Man's anxious words came from the other end of the communication. Carl, where are you? In the city center. Man's voice was very urgent. Carl could still hear faint panting and footsteps. He seemed to be running fast. I'm in the city center. What happened? You're in the city center? Carl, great, go to the biotechnology company to help Sasha, please. Today Sasha went to steal the information of the biotechnology company's Night City branch. It was going well, but I don't know why she suddenly hung up the call. Maybe something unexpected happened. The call was hung up, biotechnology. I know. No need to say more, the goal is clear, the situation is clear, then you can do it. The headquarters of the biotech branch in Night City, Carl remembered, was nearby. If he ran all the way there, it would take at most 1 minute. Although he didn't know what Sasha had encountered, since she was a hacker who would cooperate in the next mission, she had to be saved. Carl was very fast. He arrived at the biotech company 20 seconds earlier than the expected 1 minute. When he arrived at the high-rise building, he happened to see a figure breaking out of the window of the biotech company building and falling from the high floor. The black dot-haired figure. It was Sasha. Carl had just received the information this morning, and he still recognized Sasha. He quickened his pace, and Carl's panting suddenly stopped a little, and then time quietly slowed down. This feeling, it's not that someone used Sion Weston, but that I took the initiative to catch up with this feeling? I have mastered a new skill. After changing the access warehouse, my ability to cheat seems to have improved a lot. Carl's movements were also slow during the time he felt slow, but he used this slowness to adjust his posture in subtle places and determine where Sasha would land from a high altitude. In the end, she would fall onto a car. Falling from a floor of nearly 20 meters, even with a car as a buffer, was still too much of a stretch. With his eyes rolling, Carl recalled the records of falling from the air in his memory. In 1971, a Peruvian national airlines flight was struck by lightning and disintegrated at 3,000 meters in the air. 15 people lost their lives in the fall. Among the survivors, there was a 17-year-old girl named Julian Kepke. She fell from a high altitude and survived with the cushioning of the aircraft chair and tree leaves. The only injuries she suffered were swollen eyes, tibia fractures, and severe anterior cruciate ligament damage. When a person has enough cushioning, it is possible to survive even if he falls from a high altitude. What cushioning? Airplane chair, seat. Carl thought of it. Single molecular wires popped out from his wrists. Carl stepped slowly to the side of the vehicle that Sasha was going to hit, jumped up, and then waved his hands. In the slow time that only he could feel, he used the single molecular wires that popped out of his hands to cut and open the roof of the car where Sasha fell. There is a difference between hitting iron directly and hitting a soft seat. Along with this thought, Carl threw out his coat and laid it flat on the gap in the roof. I don't know how much use it can have, but I have done my best. Whether you can survive depends on yourself. Plop! Sasha's body fell heavily into the vehicle. It's better than expected, but not much better. Better than expected is that Sasha is still breathing, but not much better means that Sasha is about to die. Carl did not see any external injuries on Sasha, not at all. This is obviously quite incredible for a person who fell from a height, but for some reason, looking at Sasha in a coma, Carl suddenly flashed a well-known photo in his mind. The most beautiful suicide. In 1947, a woman named Evelyn jumped from the 86th floor of the Empire State Building in New York, 320 meters high, because of depression. When she landed on the streetcar, there was no scar on her body, her eyes were closed, her face was peaceful, her feet were slightly folded together, and one hand was holding the necklace on her chest. It looked like she was asleep. Robert Wells, a photography student passing by at the time, saw this scene and was deeply shocked by the calm appearance. He almost instinctively raised his camera and took a picture of this scene. Later, this photo was published by Time magazine and became known to people under the title of The Most Beautiful Fallen Angel. But when Carl thought of this photo, what he thought of in his mind was not the beauty of the scene in front of him, which was similar to that photo. What he felt was regret. A regret for the life that was about to pass away. Just like the photography student, Robert Wells later did not want to get involved in the photography industry again and regretted taking that picture. The feeling that should be felt for the passing of life should not be beauty. Why do beautiful things always make people think of death rather than life? I am not Robert Wells, and you are not Evelyn. Thank good luck. What Carl is most grateful for now is that he just read the first aid techniques of the trauma team in detail today, and he still has Fuerkang in his hand. Fuerkang Type 3 is a top-ranked pneumatic injector for treatment on the market. Because it is quite expensive, Carl only has 4 tubes on him. When facing a wounded person whose condition is unclear, you can't inject Fuerkang so hastily, because the recovery caused by it may cause the repair of the wounded's bones and other organs to be dislocated, but you don't need to worry about it for rescue. Even if the repair is dislocated, it doesn't matter. Just go back to the hospital or the prosthetic doctor to interrupt the healing. If it doesn't work, just replace the organ. Artificial organs are not new in 2075. You can replace as many as you want. Carl raised his hand and injected Sasha's heart with one needle. Detailed examination will wait. Most parts of the body can wait, but if the cardiovascular system is ruptured, it may take less than a few seconds for the person to die due to the drop in blood pressure caused by blood loss. After one injection, Sasha's body moved obviously, and he looked more alive. Then a quick examination. Carl's eyes swept over Sasha's body, and the analysis in his mind quickly gave him an answer. Rib fracture, inserted into the lung lobe, left humerus shattered, pelvic comminuted fracture. A series of situations are quite serious, such as rib fracture inserted into the lung lobe. This kind of injury can almost touch the Nordic medieval punishment blood eagle, but the most serious is the head. Acute subdural hemorrhage of the brain. This kind of injury has a 50% to 80% chance of death even if it is treated in time. If the subdural hematoma reaches 50 to 100 milliliters due to excessive blood loss before treatment, the person will die. And now the hematoma in Sasha's brain has reached the amount that must be discharged urgently. You are lucky, I just know this. Carl also tried the craniotomy for acute subdural hemorrhage of the brain for the first time. It is better to say that it is the first time for him to treat others. Carl missed Oliver when he started this difficult operation right away. If Oliver was here, I would just be his assistant. Why bother working so hard? Things can't be delayed, let's get started. Follow-up infections and the like are things we should worry about after surviving this time. A section of single-molecule wire popped out, and Carl simply used the single-molecule wire as a scalpel. First, cut off all the hair above the bleeding position on the top of the head, then cut the entire layer of skin until the skull, using a spreader. There was no spreader, so he used a prosthetic finger. This operation would make any serious doctor's blood pressure rise, but it seemed quite natural in Carl's actions. Blood splashed on his face, and Carl didn't blink his eyes, completely maintaining a state of mind of concentrating on recalling techniques. What's the next step? A hole must be made in the skull. Got it. Single molecule. After cutting a diamond dot-shaped hole, Carl was careful not to charge the single dot molecule wire to prevent the temperature from damaging the brain tissue under the skull. He didn't want to cure it, but only give man an idiot hacker. Regardless of whether Sasha could hear him at this moment, Carl cut the skull while whispering to comfort the unconscious Sasha. Don't worry, it's okay. Although Carl himself couldn't figure out whether this sentence was more to comfort Sasha or himself, his hands moved steadily without any hesitation. The skull was removed, and then the dura mater. The location of the hematoma caused by bleeding has been found. The blood is slowly draining out, but in order to speed up the treatment, a drainage tube is needed to drain the blood. Damn, there is no drainage tube. The principle of the drainage tube is to use the siphon phenomenon, that is, the strong pressure difference to drain the accumulated fluid in the patient's body. This kind of thing is not difficult to find. Scanning the equipment in the vehicle, Carl found a bottle of drink with a straw inserted at the door. If Oliver knew the whole process of my operation, I would definitely be killed by him who knows medicine. I feel like I am blaspheming medical skills. Raising his hand to grab the straw and shake off the remaining liquid in it, Carl felt that the only thing worth comforting was that the liquid thrown out of the straw was water, or pure water. Because he often drinks it, Carl can recognize it. I didn't look at the car carefully, but the owner of the car looked quite rich. He could afford to drink pure water and put it in the car halfway through. After carefully inserting the tip of the straw into the hematoma and making sure that he did not let the tip touch other tissues, Carl blocked the flat end of the straw with his thumb. Then, let go. This is something that everyone with a straw and a drink can try to do. Just insert the tip of the straw into the drink, and then use your thumb to firmly block the flat end of the straw, and then let go. Under the action of pressure, the liquid at the tip of the straw will be sucked and discharged from the flat end. It's the same principle as when a flush toilet flushes water. Watching the blood pouring out of the flat end of the straw and staining his palm red, Carl exhaled. Then, he repeated the words he had just said to the unconscious Sasha. Don't worry, it's okay. In Carl's eyes, Forrester Type 3 was rapidly repairing Sasha's body and saving her life from the hands of the god of death. Carl, thank you so much for this time. It's just a matter of convenience, but it may be difficult for her to recover in a short time this time, so you'd better stay with her. After handing Sasha, who was still in a coma, to man who came over, Carl looked back at the biotech building, wondering why the people in biotech didn't chase her out. According to man, Sasha had an accident during the mission, so she should have been discovered by the people in biotech and forced to jump from a high place. But even if Sasha jumped down, it should be reasonable to chase her out of the company to check whether she was dead or alive, right? Do they think Sasha is dead? Are the people in biotech so careless? Carl looked at the biotech that was pressing against the door and no one appeared, thinking in his heart. This company from Italy is mysterious. Because of Sasha, man hurriedly thanked Carl and left with Sasha, who still needed treatment. According to him, the mission about Tanaka might be delayed for a few days. Carl didn't care about the delay of the mission. The time given by military technology was very generous, 2 months, so there was no need to worry about 1 or 2 days. The more important thing now is... Carl looked at the car whose roof was damaged by him. Now he realized that the car was the Villefort Alvarado. It was this car. No wonder. Carl had personally experienced this car and knew how soft its cushions were. It seemed that this luxurious interior saved Sasha's life. Carl originally wanted to make a certain degree of compensation for the damaged roof, but now it seems that there is no need. There are 2 reasons. First, those who can afford to sit in this car are either high-level company dogs or top people in the gang. For those people, they don't need Carl's money, and Carl doesn't want to reward them. Second, the owner of such a car has already known that it has been damaged, and he has made his own response to Carl who damaged his car. Ah. You're dead, kid. Looking at the 3 gang members driving weirdly modified motorcycles from a distance, wearing shirts with the words Noisy Superior and Dead at Night printed on them, Carl had no choice but to pull out the Kenshin from his waist. Tiger Claw Gang, it seems that the owner of this vehicle has some relationship with them. It's really dead. Bang. After the gunshot was so fast that only one sound could be heard, Carl stood in place and put away the kenshin, while the three Tiger Claw Gang thugs with 3 holes on their heads had already fallen on the land around Carl with the motorcycle that had lost control and flipped over, sliding more than 10 meters away. It's miserable. Looking back at the corpse with 3 bloody marks on the ground, Carl turned his head and yawned. Today, he watched Mutuo learn and perform surgery. He spent too much energy and is now a little sleepy. However, he still didn't eat a meal today. I'm tired. I'll go back to sleep early after dinner and work hard tomorrow. Carl turned on the communication, but Oliver and Jack still didn't send him any messages. These 2 guys, at least ask me if I'm hungry when I'm alone. Carl, who finally planned to go to the store yesterday to continue eating, left a damaged vehicle and 3 bodies of the Tiger Claw Gang and left the lane. A minute later, the owner of the vehicle received relevant news. Have the people sent out been dealt with? A middle-aged man in Arasaka uniform was very dissatisfied with the news on the other end of the phone. We help you Tiger Claw Gang, but we don't let you do nothing when you are useful. After scolding the Tiger Claw Gang members who kept apologizing and didn't need to look to know that they were leaning over on the other end, the Arasaka company staff hung up the phone. I didn't expect that when I came to the academy for a meeting, street thugs would dare to attack my car. The dissatisfaction of the Arasaka staff did not last long, because for him, although the Villafort Alvarado was a good car, he did not cherish it to the extent that he had to track it down. In this matter, he might be more angry than the street thugs who damaged his car, that the Tiger Claw Gang took the money but did not do anything. This kind of emotion came and went quickly. A few minutes later, the organizer of the meeting sent someone to inform him. Mr. Tanaka, the meeting is about to start. Please be sure to go to the meeting room within 10 minutes. I'll be there right away. Say this, Tanaka, while thinking about buying a new car, put this little thing behind his mind. Compared to caring about the car and the Tiger Claw Gang's poor performance, the Arasaka matter is the most important thing in Tanaka's heart. Such a thing happened over there with man, there's nothing we can do about it. It seems like this mission can only wait. The day after Carl rescued Sasha, after the 3 people who had completed their vacation gathered together to exchange information, Jack felt a little regretful but understandable, but it's good that everyone is okay. No need to wait, I have a new piece of information here. Oliver didn't say anything about the man team's surprise. He just passed something to Jack and Carl. When I was having dinner with my sister yesterday, I checked up on Tanaka. Related matters while waiting. He is from Arasaka Company, and his identity is kept strictly confidential. There is not much that can be found, but there is still a piece of relevant news that you can take a look at. News? Jack read out what Oliver sent. Director Tanaka once again donated to Arasaka Academy. Director Tanaka? Without continuing to read, Jack came to his senses. He is a member of the board of directors of Arasaka Academy? Arasaka Academy is an academy established by Arasaka Corporation to train corporate dogs who can enter Arasaka. It is natural that the company's top executives serve as board members. Carl understood what Oliver wanted to say. Oliver, what do you mean? We can try from Arasaka College to see if we can find any trace of Tanaka. Oliver nodded. Yes, as a member of the board of directors, when there is a problem in the college, it is definitely necessary to come to the meeting. So I am thinking that maybe we can do something about this. No wonder it is said that 3 cobblers are as good as Zhuge Liang. When there are more people, they can really come up with good ideas, which is much better than thinking by one person. But let's start from Arasaka Academy. Jack put his hand on his chin. Is it possible that we are going to launch some terrorist attack? While it's true that this is America and school shootings are not uncommon, don't do it. It's hell. Carl said something that Jack and Oliver couldn't understand very well, and then continued. I think we can check the students' information and see if we can start from the students. The students of Arasaka College are not employees of Arasaka College yet, and their identity should not be kept confidential. Maybe we can find a student who knows Arasaka Academy very well. Let's see if they know how to induce Arasaka Academy to hold a board meeting. Do ordinary students know this kind of thing? Jack questioned. Certainly. Carl said, who do you think can enter Arasaka College? The tuition fee for 1 year at Arasaka College is not something ordinary people can afford. The families of those students are either rich or noble. They know things that are comparable to those on the streets. There are more students in the school. I have another idea. Oliver said, and sent something more to Carl and Jack, but this idea can be used at the same time as Carl's idea. What else did you send? Arasaka Academy admissions. Carl took a look and found that it was the news he had seen before. Enrollment, are there any questions? When Carl asked this question, He found that Jack and Oliver were already looking at him, and the expressions on their faces clearly meant, "Haven't you reacted yet? So, what's the problem?" Carl didn't understand it very well. It wasn't until Oliver took out his Nova revolver and used the polished gun barrel to reflect his own face that Carl finally understood what these two guys meant. In the reflection of the gun body was a very young face that looked very suitable for studying at Arasaka Academy. "Are you planning to sign me up for school?" Carl was shocked by Jack and Oliver's thoughts. "How could you have such thoughts when I enter school? Isn't this the right age for you? Carl, you should do yourself a favor. Go in and play for 2 days, then come out after completing the task. Maybe you can learn a lot." Jack immediately began to persuade Carl, and Oliver immediately followed. That is to say, mercenaries have to do anything. I have heard before that the famous Morgan gangster would fall in love with a female star for a purpose. Well, you are just going to school now, which is better than falling in love. Wait a minute, I remember that's not Morgan Blackhand, that's popular lover Lancelot, a lone wolf who was as famous as Morgan Blackhand back then, and isn't that guy quite unreliable in his mission? I remember he usually only takes on bodyguard assignments, and often the female stars he protects die in bed magically. Carl complained about Oliver's memory, and Oliver said indifferently, "That's almost enough. They are all famous anyway." In short, "Carl, don't you want to give it a try? You see, you don't have to pay 1 year's tuition after enrolling. As mentioned here, it includes equipment usage fees, school uniform fees, etc. For this fee, you can try it for a month at a discounted price of only 10,000 euros, and then pay the original price of 20,000 euros per month. Depending on your ability, 1 month will definitely be more than enough. 1 month is more than enough time." Carl didn't know why, but he felt as if he was being persuaded by Oliver and Jack to agree to it, but fortunately at the last moment, he realized the crucial point of this idea. "Wait a minute, I remember that this face of mine has spread all over the Arasaka company in Night City. I will probably be discovered when I enter the academy." "Oh, don't worry about this, Carl. You know I came from the 6th Street Gang, right? There is a little shadow of New America behind the 6th Street Gang, and New America is a puppet supported by military technology. In our company, there are some research and development projects that military technology doesn't want. They are 5-star secrets. You know, the superiors don't want to pass them on to the subordinates, and the subordinates make do with the name of 5-star secrets and sell them to the lower people at a high price. Among these projects, there is a technology that can change your appearance. My father happened to buy this technology and kept it for my sister and me, ready for us to run away when something goes wrong in the gang. For the road, I got the relevant prosthesis from my sister yesterday. According to the agreement, didn't Lao Wei ask us to go there today to check it before the mission starts? Just let Lao Wei help you install the prosthesis." Prosthesis technology that changes appearance? I have never heard of this technology. It feels a bit sci-fi. Carl expressed doubts. "Do I have to take off my whole face and replace it with another one? It won't make you make such a sacrifice. If it is someone else who has had a face or eye modification, then some bionic skin will be lifted and rolled up to prevent it from interfering with the operation of the prosthesis. But for you, Carl, this technology is as simple as wearing a mask. At most, there may be a few small blood holes on your face. Listen, is it okay? Does Lao Wei know about this? Prosthetic technology is very complicated. When my father gave it to my sister, he just followed it. But the difficulty of the operation is so simple that it is unimaginable. I sent the relevant procedures to Lao Wei yesterday and asked him. Lao Wei seems to have been exposed to similar things before. It can be done. Oh, you have thought about it and let me do it, right? This is just right. Oliver said, shrugging his shoulders. Even if we install the prosthesis, we don't act like it. Jack and I are street hooligans. We can be seen through at a glance. You are not like that. You are like a young master. You mean, I look like a 17 or 18-year-old student from a wealthy family? Carl complained, but he had already agreed to it in his words. For the mission, it seems that it is not unacceptable to sacrifice a little. The nerve endings are integrated. Zitsy. Amidst the subtle noise, Carl opened his eyes again, and then saw Jack, Oliver, and Lao Wei who were looking at him with concern next to the operating table. It looks like the surgery is over. How's it going? Is it okay? Jack wanted to touch Carl's face, but he retracted his hand halfway and said, "It looks no different from you before. The behavioral characteristics synchronization panel has not been launched yet. After Victor glanced at Carl, his eyes refocused on the screen next to the operating table. I looked at this technology in detail and found that it can not only change the face, but also the voice. It seems that it has been processed when the voice is produced. It is obviously not installed on the neck, but it can do this. Military technology research and development, it's really not that simple. Wait a minute, Carl, I'll set up a few sets of fine-tuned facial shapes for you and then save them. Is this easy to operate? Oliver was a little worried that he might break Carl's face. It's very simple. Lao Wei spoke in a very relaxed tone. I'm not going to let Carl imitate someone or pretend to be someone. I might have to adjust the behavioral characteristics of the person pretending to be. What I have to do is to make some adjustments to Carl's behavior. It's just a slight adjustment to the face itself, which is equivalent to a small plastic surgery. Can you understand? It's just a self-changing surgery of the facial prosthesis. Then can I get my face back, Lao Wei? Carl pressed his face and found that the feeling of touching it was no different from pressing his own face. Of course, you don't have any messy prosthetics on your face, not even bionic skin. If you had to deal with that thing, I would have to help you peel it off and stick it back on. The original body has many benefits. When you no longer need this prosthetic body, I can just perform a minor surgery to remove it for you, but it will be a little painful, after all, the connection of certain nerve ports. Well, but speaking of, didn't Oliver tell you everything? Aren't you worried that he is not a professional? You have to be reliable in this regard, Lao Wei. Listen, this prosthetic body seems to be better than expected? It's almost like wearing a mask. It's much better than those prosthetics that replace human organs. That puts my mind at ease. But in terms of sequelae, it's not completely absent. Just when Carl was relaxing, Lao Wei suddenly said this with a serious face, and it was this sentence that made Carl, Jack, and Oliver all nervous. Then, in front of the nervous three people, the seriousness on Lao Wei's face immediately turned into a smile. It's just that your face has been covered by the prosthesis. When you take it off, it may be very pale because you haven't seen the sun for a long time. But don't go out at night and be killed as a vampire. Hearing Lao Wei say this with a smile, the three of them were startled and almost gave him a middle finger in return. TCH, even if there is a vampire hunter, I will kill him. After rubbing his face again, Carl, who felt that there was really no difference, looked at the screen that Lao Wei was controlling. Lao Wei, you have to adjust your face anyway, help me make a handsome face. You're already pretty good, Carl, but you still want to have a more handsome face. Oliver, who heard this, was speechless and complained, you're not here to pick up girls in the academy, why do you want a more handsome face? Are you planning to use your face to seduce them and get information in bed? Isn't what you are doing just like the public lover Lance Rock? Your face is already very recognizable to Arasaka. Victor said, pulling down the preset. Carl's eyes on the screen, if it's too beautiful, it won't be good if it attracts too much attention. I'll adjust it downwards for you. Isn't it because I'm so handsome? Look how proud you are. Jack smiled next to him. I think, Carl, you don't want to be a mercenary anymore. You can try to be a star. Maybe you can be very popular with your face and your talk. You're referring to those celebrities who have a lot of prosthetics, who use transformation as fashion, and walk around in their own messy clothes. Forget it, I don't intend to transform into an atom hammer in the entertainment industry. Are you referring to Lizzie Wise? I have listened to that guy's songs a few times. Don't tell me, watching it in Mutuo is quite shocking. Oliver interjected from the side. He obviously also knew who Carl said was Atom Hammer in the entertainment industry. Ricky Wise, the leading lady of the bands Lizzie Wise and Post, Dwarves, and also the only human band member. She once performed suicide on the concert stage and actually died for an hour until the trauma team arrived and replaced her entire body with prosthetics until she came back to life, and the performance she performed in her new body has been hailed as one of the greatest performances in history. There were a lot of inside stories about her show. For example, this hour was actually the rescue time. The trauma team arrived at the scene within a minute and replaced it with a prosthetic body prepared in advance. Listen, it is said that Liqui Wise signed the agreement in advance and it must be executed on site. Anyway, according to my experience in this area, the probability of rescuing a person who has been dead for an hour is no better than that of a space shuttle falling directly from the sky. Above how much higher does it carry the new President of the United States? Lao Wei's interruption actually made Carl, Oliver, and Jack look at him in surprise. What's wrong? While busy with the matter at hand, Lao Wei looked at the three of them a little strangely, not quite understanding why they looked at him in such surprise. After a brief silence, Oliver said in disbelief, "La Wei, you actually know this? I usually only watch boxing matches with you, and you play them back and forth. I thought you didn't understand celebrities." Woolen cloth. Night City is one of the most famous singers and pop stars right now. It's hard not to know. I don't know how many customers talk to me about her while undergoing surgery. There are both good and bad. Some of them have heard a lot. Just remember, you won't treat me as some old antique. As La Wei said, he stopped moving his hands and turned the screen next to the operating table to face Carl and the others. Let's take a look. There are 4 preset faces. Carl, pick one you like and try it first. How does it feel? Listening to La Wei's voice, Carl looked at himself reflected in the mirror and tried to pull his face. There's nothing wrong with it. It feels almost like my original face, it's just that it looks a little strange. What appeared in the mirror was a young man with black hair. Judging from his appearance, he was only 3/3 similar to Carl in the past. Overall, he looked more like Old Wei. How do I look at it? Carl's current appearance looks quite like yours. Jack looked at Carl's current face from the side, and then looked at La Wei. Look at Carl as if he is your nephew. Huh? When Carl heard what Jack said, he looked carefully and found that the face template he chose really looked like La Wei. To build a face model, you have to have some basis. The 4 faces I built were based on you and me. I originally thought that Carl, you would choose the one that is more like your own face. I didn't expect that after a lot of choosing, I finally chose my face template. Listening to La Wei's voice, he was quite surprised by Carl's choice. It's too much like me, so there's no point in lurking, but it's okay. The face of your nephew, La Wei, is better than the face of Oliver or Jack's younger brother. After rubbing his changed face, Carl stood up from the operating table. Then what's next? The face that can avoid scanning is ready. What about the identity? Just having a changed face is obviously not enough. Without a proper identity, he might be found out soon after entering Arasaka Academy. Don't worry, I've asked the priest to take care of this. Jack handed over a chip and motioned for Carl to read the contents. Father, why did you ask him for help? The middleman has connections, and the priest can be considered one of our own Haywood people. Carl, you said you wanted an identity at the time, so of course I went to him immediately. The priest didn't ask for details, and soon just helped me get a legal and compliant identity. You can just scan your face into it when the time comes. But you know, we have to do some work for the priest next time to repay him. The famous KK, now in the city, the middlemen here are all thinking about you coming to help. It doesn't matter if you have a mission. If you owe a favor, you have to pay it back. I don't care. But there is no problem with this identity. Is it reliable? What are you talking about? That's the priest, the most powerful middleman in Haywood. This kind of thing that an ordinary street middleman can do, don't worry if you leave it to the priest. After Jack finished saying this, Oliver nodded beside him and said, Carl, how many people do you think will die in Night City every day and how many people will come? How can those officials from the NCPD and the city government who only know corruption? You don't have time to worry about these messy population movements. People at the border inspection station will only take a few glances at this kind of thing. If you are a wanderer, they won't even bother to look at it. After Oliver finished saying this, he pointed at Carl's face again. Besides, don't talk about the changed one. Your identity before the change was completely blank. Don't you know? I just worked with you not long ago. My sister is worried about you and checked about you. It turns out that your resume is blank. Even if you can get around in Night City, you are still afraid that you will not be able to change your official identity, right? I heard an idea from your words. Outsiders and wanderers have no human rights, right? The master of Night City is the master. But can this really be hidden from Arasaka? Don't worry, if you pay enough money, even if you don't have an identity, the people at Arasaka Academy can find you a formal identity. As long as you have money, it's easy. Besides, we are not going to Arasaka or Military Science and Technology to apply for a job, we are just at It's Just School, don't worry. Listening to the words of Oliver and Jack, Carl felt that they were still quite unreliable, but he had to admit that one thing in their words was very correct and true. That is, if you pay enough money, Arasaka Academy will not care who you are. A large number of preparatory company dogs trained by Arasaka Academy have to be cleared when they enter Arasaka. People with identity issues will not be able to pass that level, and you have nothing to do with it. You can't even pass the interview level. You can use it. Profitable colleges do not need to be so strict in auditing. It's all a business. These days, status is business, interviews are business, and even education is business. They are quite like businessmen. If they are given enough money, they will even sell the ropes used to hang them up. When is the specific start time of school? There is no special start time. You can go after paying money. After verifying your identity, you can get a suit and uniform worn by Arasaka Academy to go to school. Oh, you have to pay attention here. During this 1-month trial period, this uniform, Carl, you just have the right to use it, and you have to return it when the time is up. If there is dirt or damage, you will have to pay the school a uniform price in proportion to the damage. Oliver flipped through the news, and in the corner related to school uniforms, he found a reminder with a font that was only 1/3 the size of other fonts around it. Price compensation, dear, isn't it just what they say casually? Compensation is based on the damage ratio. Who knows how they deal with damage? Jack smacked his tongue beside him, and then he came to his senses. Isn't this just a trick for ordinary people who want to experience Arasaka Academy for a month? Don't be incapable, 99% of the time it is like this. Oliver said, isn't it marked that Arasaka Academy has the sole right to interpret the above terms? I'm afraid if I don't experience the 1-month course by then, I will have to pay compensation at the normal tuition price for several years. Otherwise, Jack, do you think Arasaka Academy would be so kind? It would reduce the price and publicize it in the headlines. There is no charge for being in the headlines. Look, the preferential policies made for the sake of poor ordinary people make everyone can appreciate Arasaka's elite education, which is really disgusting to watch. Do people who don't have much money have to take that little money? If you eat the bones, you still have the marrow that you can knock out and eat. It's like you've really eaten real bones. Listening to the conversation between Oliver and Jack about Arasaka College, Carl on the side had already inserted the chip to check the information about his new identity. 17 years old, not yet an adult, but he is only 1 year younger than his current 18 years old, and his name is Gaius? Have you finished reading, Carl? That's right, there's still the last part. Carl answered Oliver's words. At this time, the three of them had come out of Lao Wei's clinic and found a roadside restaurant to sit down. After making sure that there were no people at the tables next to them, Carl began to read the identity information to Jack and Oliver. Gaius, 17 years old, was born in Haywood. He was an abandoned baby on the street. He was picked up and raised by an unknown scavenger. When he was 4 years old, the scavenger who raised him fell in a street gang shootout. After that, he began to I survived by digging through trash cans on the streets until I was 12 years old, when I was spotted by a priest and started working for him until I was 17 years old now. Listen, he sounds like a kid who grew up in Haywood. Jack made a comment as a Haywood man. Is this common? Carl asked, and Jack gave the answer. It's not common, but it's definitely not uncommon. I remember that the old guy has this kind of background. He seemed to have gone to the NCPD when he was 20.1 years old. He obtained formal personnel registration and then started driving a truck. Before the age of 20.1, his life experience was no different from that of Gaius. In other words, there is no problem? So be it. Listening to Jack's words, Carl flipped through the registration information for Arasaka College. After filling in Gaius.related information on the official website, a payment interface popped up. Speaking of which, would it be strange for a street guy to suddenly have 10,000 euros and take it to school? Before transferring the money, Carl asked tentatively, is it any wonder that a normal person can get a deposit of 10,000 euros? This was Oliver's answer, and Carl, who heard what he said, gave him a rather strange look. I remember someone told me that before he completed his first mission, his entire body was worth less than 2,000 euros. Is it appropriate for you to say this? It's embarrassing, it's obviously less than 1,500 euros. Oliver waved his hand to indicate not to care so much, then looked at Carl's face that had changed back to the original one before leaving the clinic and said, how about changing your appearance? Is it easy? It's okay, but every time I change it, I can feel the nerves in my face being pulled. To be honest, it hurts a little if it's too fast. You can't change this thing too many times, otherwise the facial nerves may remain. I'm suffering from the sequelae of phantom pain. I'll have to ask Lao Wei to help me take it off as soon as the mission is over. Otherwise, the people at Military Technology will not let it be taken away by the people below. The people who develop it are always like this. Regardless of all kinds of messy situations and sequelae, they will develop it first and then talk about it. This can be considered a type of scientific research, but generally speaking, the subjects used for experiments should not be humans. Carl said, seeing the restaurant waiter approaching, he immediately stopped the mission-related conversation. 3 guests, what do you want to order? Oliver, large portion of pork chop rice bowl, paired with a cup of Zen tea. Jack, extra spicy pepperoni pizza, a big one, and a bottle of mine. Carl heard their orders and translated them in his mind. Worm rice bowl, Japanese tea foam drink, locust pizza, lemon juice mixed with water. Where are you, guest? When the waiter looked at Carl, Carl also thought about what he would eat. A glass of real water, macaroni and cheese, and then, Carl hesitated and added a side of fried meatballs to the surprised looks of Jack and Oliver. Understood, guest, please wait a moment, we will be served soon. After the waiter recorded what the 3 wanted and left, Oliver was the first to be unable to bear his surprise and asked Carl, did you order this for us, Carl? If it's for us, we can do it ourselves. Jack also said this with surprise written all over his face, but Carl's answer was quite firm, I'm going to try again. Mano, brother, are you sure? Jack made a second confirmation, and said with some concern, you don't have to force yourself to accept the food now. The pork will be shipped soon, right? Eat real meat then. It's not that I want to adapt to synthetic food, I just have to try to adapt because of the mission. Carl nodded and said, I don't have to eat synthetic food, but a person who grew up on the streets and picked things up in trash cans when he was young must not eat synthetic food. If he has that face, if you feel nauseated after eating synthetic food in front of Arasaka Academy staff, that's not a direct exposure. There's no need to embarrass yourself like this, Carl. The worst thing is that he will be exposed by then. Let's change this task. There's really no need for you to feel wronged in this regard. Oliver was also advising the 2 of them. For the 2 of them, it was much more unbelievable for Carl to try to accept synthetic food than to accept some kind of prosthetic transformation. The latter was just the daily life of every street person, and the former they had seen in the past. Carl's performance was really life-threatening. The look of him turning blue after eating was so terrifying that they were now trying to persuade Carl in turn. There is no overbearing approach among friends that forces you to eat something if you don't like it to get used to it. No need to say more, trust me. Now that Carl has made his decision, he has no intention of changing it. For minutes later, everyone's food was served. Neither Oliver nor Jack had any intention of eating. They stared at Carl with special concern, seeing Carl hesitantly but constantly using his hands to pick up the soft meatballs with a fork, and then put them into his mouth. That dignified and serious look, almost out of breath, was like watching Carl defusing a bomb that might explode at any time. The meatball entered the mouth, and the teeth on the upper and lower jaws moved, taking it off the fork, and then chewed it a few times. Well, Carl felt his stomach began to churn, and his throat rolled a few times. His body instinctively resisted, but he still forced himself to chew. The meatballs were very soft and sticky. When chewed, it felt like worms moving around in the mouth. After controlling his face and forcing it not to show any expression of discomfort, Carl chewed a few more times. The feeling left on the gums was like the last flapping wings of a flattened cockroach corpse. Gulu. In the end, Carl felt like he had swallowed a ball of slug that stayed in his throat and refused to leave, only willing to slide down slowly. After eating one meatball, Carl felt like he was sweating all over. Maybe not good at it. Carl chose to give up. Is it Mr. Gaius? Yes, I am. Then please follow me. The day after registering and paying the money, Carl followed the procedure sent after paying the money and arrived at the gate of Arasaka College at 8 o'clock in the morning. After being verified by specialized personnel, he was guided by a person wearing faculty uniforms. Next, under the identity of Gaius, he entered Arasaka Academy for the first time. Arasaka Academy's courses are mainly conducted through virtual reality, and AI-generated teaching plans will be used for students of various performance levels. During the entire process, in addition to the AI who serves as the teacher, some necessary management of students, there are still some teaching staff. Just like the young woman who looks to be in her 20s who is now leading Carl around Arasaka Academy, her role at Arasaka Academy is to serve as a receptionist for freshmen. Search TWKN on Google while Carl was listening to the introduction of the reception staff at Arasaka Academy, which occupies a large area in the city center. He silently recalled things related to studying at Arasaka Academy in his heart. Many people don't understand why they still need to go to school in this era of 2075, when you only need to plug in a chip to master the technology contained in the chip. However, anyone who has had a little contact with the company's operations can understand that the technology contained in those chips, the principal knowledge, is not included at all. If you want to truly understand and master that technology, you have no other way but to go to school. Let's use a very simple metaphor. A person has a chef chip inserted, and he can immediately make scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Under the influence of the chip, he can be programmed to make scrambled eggs with tomatoes that taste exactly the same, but after the chip is removed, he has the memory of this aspect. It will be like when the chip is lost, disappearing without a trace in an instant. A person who does not even know how to hold a shovel before inserting the chip cannot hold the shovel after pulling out the chip. Skillfully stir-fried. He doesn't even understand the most basic principles, how to make scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and this is only the most basic. There is a chef chip for cooking scrambled eggs with tomatoes. It is difficult to do even this, let alone other sophisticated technologies. The chip understood. It is true that people can remember how to make scrambled eggs with tomatoes through external recording and muscle habits, but can people take the time to use muscles to memorize mathematical equations and apply them to related problem solving? Not to mention external recording and muscle memory, which is a kind of learning. The company is not so kind. Technology that can be understood by plugging in a chip is casually handed over to employees who can operate like gears by plugging in a chip. Principal knowledge is a kind of wealth, and the company will do it for free. Giving money to workers should not be a dream in 2075. Entering Arasaka Academy and learning the knowledge that allows Arasaka Company to use students as tools is just the most basic stepping stone. To truly enter Arasaka Academy, students need to know more than just the fundamental knowledge of chips. There are also related application methods. It's like a person inserting a boxer chip and becoming a boxer who knows how to punch. At the same time, he must also understand the relevant rules. He cannot wave his fists and hit the referee when the referee stops him. The machine-can rigidity is not good for people. What Arasaka Academy wants is not rigid flesh-and-blood machines, but real people who can understand the operation of rules, know how to nod and bend, and understand the concepts of superiors and subordinates. Obviously, in the view of the reception staff at Arasaka Academy, the first thing a street person like Gaius needs to know is how to abide by the rules, so what she initially led Carl to read was these are places where rules and regulations need to be followed, and the relevant regulations have to be repeated over and over again. Carl was able to memorize some of the more important ones. In fact, there is only one core rule. Although there are many embellishments, to put it simply, Arasaka Academy has the absolute right of interpretation. Well, it's really easy to understand. That is the teaching building you will go to tomorrow. The relevant student ID and classroom location have been sent to your personal terminal. Then, please follow me to pick up the college uniforms. Please note that any damage and stains will be removed during the trial period. All are not allowed, and school uniforms must be worn during school hours, otherwise it will violate Article 1 of the college rules and regulations. His mind automatically blocked out the irrelevant words that had been repeated, and Carl just kept nodding to show that he had listened. There are too many rules. Hearing that the rules and regulations of Arasaka College are just simplified and revised versions of Arasaka Company, Carl doesn't dare to think about what the real rules and regulations of Arasaka Company will be like. It's no wonder that the company dogs inside have turned into dogs. Under the harsh and cumbersome rules that must be paid attention to and cannot be violated at all times, can humans only become tethered dogs? Of course, Carl also knew that such rules could only restrain the company dogs. The real company controllers would not abide by these messy rules. Carl even suspected that they did not know that the company dogs below were responsible for issuing regulations. Rules. But whoever is called Carl now has to play a street gangster who aspires to be a low-level person in the company. Listen, what can I do? I didn't expect that I have arrived in 2075 and still have to go to school and listen to the rules and regulations. I am really convinced. Under the guidance of the reception staff, Carl received his school uniform. Not to mention, Arasaka Academy is really unambiguous in making money. Carl signed up yesterday afternoon and came this morning to get clothes of relevant sizes. It's already ready, and looking at the appearance and materials, they are really brand new. When preparing to make compensation, show evidence. Does it appear that this is indeed a brand new product? It's first hand. He understood Arasaka Academy's plan in his heart, but Carl still had to deal with the matter. This school uniform was indeed new. I now understand what it means that as long as there is money, the company can provide the best service. From the outside, the uniforms of Arasaka Academy are similar to those of Arasaka Company. Red and black, there is a sense of rust, because the smell of rust in the blood can make people think of red and black at the same time. Of course, this may also be called iron blood, but it is the same anyway, that is, a red and black suit for women. The lower body is not trousers, but a skirt. However, Gaius is a normal male, so naturally he does not enjoy this noble transgender treatment. After taking the bag with the suit in his hand and leaving the college under the leadership of the receptionist, he stood at the door of Arasaka College. Under the gaze of the Arasaka security guard, Carl looked back at the place he would be attending tomorrow. Come to school and then sighed deeply. I have to get up at 7 in the morning and rush to school. I'm not a high school student. Wait a minute, according to my age, I seem to be a high school student. Damn it. I hate a bad day at school. At 7:27, Carl stood at the entrance of Arasaka Academy. There were still 3 minutes before class, which was more than enough time. After being scanned at the entrance and confirming his identity, Carl walked towards the academy. Wearing the school uniform of Arasaka Academy, although it was a suit, he walked quite easily and did not feel any sense of restraint. I wonder if it was specially designed. It took 2 minutes to walk to his classroom. Carl walked in and found that there were more than 10 people in the classroom besides himself. Judging from their faces, they were all about the same age as him. However, judging from their unaccustomed to the clothes he wore and their restrained behavior, most of them were experiencers who came to Arasaka Academy for experience learning like Carl. Opening a class for special experiencers, well, it was expected. Carl did not intend to talk to those nervous people of the same kind. He looked around the classroom covering an area of about 100 square meters and found his seat. In the classroom, there are 4 rows and 5 columns, a total of 20 lying access devices. The teaching method of Arasaka Academy is that students lie down to access the equipment, and then access a special system similar to Mutewo to learn. So this lying down is to make it easier for people to access the system? Carl thought about the situation of accessing the Mutewo system. It is indeed easier to lie down, and there will be no sequelae such as headaches. His position is the 4th row, the 4th column. Well, it's okay. While other early students were still carefully observing the platform equipment, Carl had already laid on it. It's really comfortable to lie down with a soft backrest. Tick-tock, the class time is 7:30. Good morning, students. At the front of the classroom, an AI projection appeared. Judging from the face, it looks like a bald woman. Is this the AI teacher of Arasaka Academy? Raising his eyebrows, Carl listened to the AI teacher introducing the learning process to the new students while sending messages to Oliver and Jack in a special communication. Carl, I have already laid down. This chair is quite comfortable. Maybe we can buy a similar access device next time. I just don't know if Arasaka sells it. Jack, how is it going? Do you get along well with your classmates? Can you get used to it? Carl, harmonious? Classes have just started, and the classrooms I am in are all trial students. I may have to go to other classrooms during the break to see if it is okay. I was thinking about being in the same classroom with those children of the rich and powerful so that I can get familiar with them. Now it seems that it is not that easy. Oliver, is the break time enough? Carl, it's okay. There is a break of 20 minutes every 40 minutes of class, and there is also a break at noon. It is easier than any school I have ever attended. I almost doubted whether this is an academy opened by Arasaka Corporation. But it may be because the students here are all children of the rich and powerful, so it is so easy? Oliver, but didn't I hear that the Academic Affairs Office of Arasaka Academy encourages students to compete with each other in terms of grades? I remember someone commented that at the finish line of the internal competition, there was a certificate of completion or something. Carl, maybe it's because they encourage internal competition that it's so easy. The easier it is to go to school, the better, and the more time to rest, the better. This is suitable for students to do internal competition after class. Otherwise, they are all children of the rich and powerful. How can you beat others by learning those things in class? Don't be ridiculous. Pay more money to the Academic Affairs Office, and they will give you relevant materials suitable for you to study during your rest time. Studying during rest time, well, it's quite ironic. Lying on the device, chatting with Oliver and Jack about Arasaka Academy, time passed quickly. It's better to say that the AI teacher is like the reception staff who entertained Carl yesterday, constantly emphasizing various rules and regulations over there. Under the brainwashing that can be blocked by boredom, the first 40 minutes of the first class passed without saying anything. It's really perfunctory. Even if it's a trial class, at least I paid for it. As for a class, I have to go back and forth for 40 minutes to talk about the rules. After 40 minutes, when other students were still remembering the rules and regulations, afraid that they would forget them, Carl stepped down from the lying equipment. The AI teacher had disappeared and would not come back until 20 minutes later. This time was enough for Carl to take a look at other classes in the college. Carl was not worried that his maverick behavior would attract any attention. He was just a student who came from a street gang. How could he understand etiquette and politeness? Such a messy and careless behavior might be in line with the impression of the faculty. A person who wanted to become a company employee and stand out, but in the end he was just a street stray dog who couldn't bear to study for a while. After leaving the classroom, Carl didn't ask around directly. For the academic affairs office, people like him who had just entered the college must be the focus of observation. It would be too conspicuous to ask for information right away. What he should do is, "Where is the toilet?" Muttering to himself, as if forgetting that he had been led to the road once yesterday, Carl walked towards a corner. He heard light footsteps on the other side of the corner. About 2 seconds. Controlling his steps, it looked the same as before, except that the speed of lifting his legs slowed down for a moment. Carl happened to meet the footsteps from the other corner at the moment when they turned around. Bang! In the slight collision, the world in Carl's eyes was consciously controlled and slowed down. Carl saw who bumped into him. It was a girl with blue hair and a single ponytail. Quickly scanned. The appearance was okay. There were patch dot-like prostheses on both cheeks. I don't know what they were used for. The pupils were purple, which should be prosthetic eyes. The emotion in the eyes was surprise. Nothing worth paying attention to, but he could be the first person to communicate. While thinking so in his heart, Carl noticed the sight of a person during this slow time. It was a boy with a black punk hairstyle who walked on the outside and walked around the corner with the blue dot-haired girl. From the appearance, there is nothing special about this boy. There are only 2 marks left by the prosthetic transformation on his face. In Carl's observation, there is no trace of Sion Weston. However, this boy who looks very ordinary, made Carl feel his gaze when his self-awareness accelerated. Excellent talent, good reflex nerves. The slow time and the senses returned to the normal flow rate. The blue ponytail girl groaned and sat on the ground. But Carl's eyes met with the punk dot-haired boy. After a glance, they separated. The boy continued to walk, and Carl smiled and stretched out his hand to the girl on the ground. "Sorry, are you okay?" With a smile on his face, Carl's heart was aroused with interest. Interest in the talent of the boy passing by. Interesting. "Sorry, it's okay." The blue dot-haired girl sitting on the ground heard Carl's voice and raised her head to glance at him. Her purple prosthetic eyes flashed, and it seemed that she started scanning at the moment she looked up. Gaius Brutus, from Haywood, 17 years old, criminal history, illegal selling of Mutwo, no NCPD reward. After the information scanned by the prosthetic eye entered the girl's mind, she also understood Gaius' identity. The rumored experienced student? There was no special expression on her face. The blue dot-haired girl just shook her head slightly, refused Gaius' support, and then stood up from the ground. "You should be careful when walking around the corner." After just saying such a normal word, the blue dot-haired girl bypassed Gaius and continued walking forward. It seemed that she didn't pay much attention to the unexpected collision at the corner. "I'll be careful." The blue dot-haired girl said something behind her back that she didn't know if she heard. Gaius turned his palm and covered something under his palm. When he bumped into the girl just now, he got something from her body. Gaius paid attention to the camera at the corner. In the collision just now, he took advantage of the misalignment and used the blue dot-haired girl's body to block his small movements. As if nothing happened, he walked a few steps and reached the blind spot of the camera he had observed when he visited the school yesterday. Gaius took out the card dot-like thing he got from the blue dot-haired girl and took a look at it. "I got the prize." The card dot-like thing in Gaius' hand is called a vehicle control chip, which is equivalent to a car key in 2075. Just like car keys in previous eras always have a special matching appearance, luxury cars in 2075 will basically have a special chip appearance. Thanks to the popular science of 2 car lovers, Oliver and Jack, cover just from the appearance of the chip, Was had already recognized what kind of car it was. Herrera Gangster GTS, the top Spanish motor vehicle, has the most unique and popular models on the market. Technology and classic and exquisite design are perfectly integrated in it. It is hand-built by the world's top engineers. One of the most expensive road-legal cars you can find on the market. As a student, at this age, you can have the key to such an expensive vehicle. The father or mother of the girl he hit just now must be a high-ranking person in the Arasaka company. Originally I just wanted to touch something casually and use it as an excuse to make contact again, but I didn't expect to hit the jackpot. Such a grand prize cannot wait. It would be bad if she waits until she reacts and realizes that she has lost it. With the vehicle chip in his hand, Gaius turned around and chased after the blue-dot-haired girl. Wait a minute, you dropped something. Hearing Gaius's voice, the blue-dot-haired girl paused for a moment, turned her head, and when she looked at what Gaius was holding, her eyes were slightly stunned. This is yours, right? I just took a few steps out and found this thing stuck in my sleeve. Gaius approached the girl with a smile and handed over the vehicle chip he was holding. The blue-dot-haired girl looked at the vehicle chip handed out by Gaius, but did not take it immediately. Instead, her purple prosthetic eyes flashed, and after scanning Gaius again, she stretched out her hand. It's me. The right hand she stretched out was very fair, and it could be seen that it was a hand that had not done any hard work. However, the position of the ring finger was silver-gray, which was different from other parts of her right hand. If you look closely, you can see that it is a white hand. You can tell that it is a prosthetic finger made of machinery. This hand gently touched Gaius' palm, and then slid the vehicle chip away from Gaius' hand, without letting his fingers touch Gaius' skin the whole time. Thanks. Holding the vehicle chip in her palm, the blue-dot-haired girl thanked Gaius softly. It's okay, I was the one who bumped into you. In fact, to be precise, it was the girl who bumped into her. Gaius just walked to that position at the right time, but since he wanted to leave an impression, there was no need to worry too much about this kind of thing. After nodding with the girl to end the second conversation, Gaius turned around. Too much is not enough, the contact in the morning is enough for now. The first collision is to leave a minimum impression of the face, and the second time to deepen this impression through conversation with objects. When you meet for the first time, leave a two-dot-sided impression, which can lead to the next conversation. There is always an opportunity in a month. As long as there is the first formal conversation, the second one will often follow. By then, it will be much easier when we are familiar with each other. Let's designate her as the number one contact person. Next, we have to see if there are any other Arasaka Academy students who are willing to talk to experienced students like me. We can't let everyone go. It's best to get to know them all. Maybe they have the information they want. After going to the bathroom and washing his hands, Gaius walked back. Less than 5 minutes had passed since he had rested for 20 minutes, but Gaius had no intention of contacting any more people. Gaius was satisfied with having one person leave an impression of him during the break in the first class. As I said before, as a student on trial, you can't be so ostentatious for the time being. If you accidentally bump into one person at a corner, it's an accident. If you bump into two people, it's a bit intentional. On the first day when the school will definitely pay the most attention, it's best to pretend to be an ordinary street kid. Gaius thought so, but the development of things was not as he expected. Not long after he walked out of the bathroom, 3 male students in school uniforms stopped him in the corridor. Are you the student on trial, Gaius? The leading male student had short blonde hair. When he saw Gaius coming over with the water droplets on his hands, he first took a step back carefully, and then called out to Gaius, who was still planning to move forward. What's the matter? Gaius glanced at the male student and the 2 people who looked like followers behind him. He didn't quite understand why they stopped him. Could it be that on his first day of school, he would face some kind of bullying of the rich second generation against the common people? Can he bear it? Most likely not. Thinking about whether he should smash the opponent's head first or kick Gaius under his crotch first if a fight breaks out, he then heard his unexpected words. Do you have any movies? The male student lowered his voice and approached carefully, accompanied by his 2 followers who looked expectant. I've seen your information. You used to sell black Nutwo on the street, right? Do you have any good movies? The academy and my family are too strict, so I can't buy them. Do you have any channels? Gaius suddenly felt that he seemed to have a way to get to know most of the male students at Arasaka Academy. Ha! Make a black Nutwo movie and take it to school. Carl, are you kidding me? You go to school for a day and you come back and talk about this? At the team's dinner spot and at Oliver's home, Oliver expressed disbelief when faced with Carl's words about his experience after attending school for the day. What can I do? Carl spread his hands and said, as soon as they heard that my identity as Gaius was specializing in selling black Nutwo, a group of them gathered around me. Before I said anything, they had already decided on the themes and asked me to bring them. I've given you a deposit, so I can't help but take it with me. First let me ask, how much deposit did they give? 100 euros, a complete film costs 500 euros. Then what's the normal price of black Newtwo they want? About €250. In other words, you just take something and resell it, and you make double the money? Almost. This. Oliver, who originally felt that Carl's work was unreliable, was now deep in thought. He suddenly felt that bringing films to the students of Arasaka College was not an unacceptable thing. This seems to be profitable, but why did they come to you so quickly? The process is so skilled. It seems that there is a student in the academy who sells black Newtwo. Because of his relationship, all the students in the school know the general process. Then why do the students of Arasaka Academy not go to him, but to you? It seems because the quantity of Newtwo he sells each time is not large, and the transaction is very careful and cumbersome. To put it simply, the supply exceeds the demand. In addition, I am a professional with a record on my resume. People, maybe Arasaka Academy students believe in criminal records more than that good classmate who sells small quantities? Damn, when you say that, I actually think it makes sense. Oliver would understand it if he were to step in. If it were him, he would trust the professional people from the street more than the classmates who secretly bring 1 or 2 discs. But he realized something right away. But Carl, a resume is a resume, just yourself, okay? I can be a hammer. If I can do it, I will come to you to discuss it. Carl sighed, and Jack on the side also sighed. The identity given by the priest is too reliable, and it doesn't seem to be very good. It even has a past criminal record, which is unexpected. I suspect that this Gaius is the false identity that the priest's men used to commit crimes. But Jack, this can't be said to be bad, because this is unexpected, and it happens to match the target we want, selling black Newtwo to get to know people. Absolutely. It's just unexpected, it's just right. Who would have thought that a street person who started to redo his profession and make money not long after entering the academy, his real purpose is to be a member of the academy's board of directors? Oliver said next to him, this sounds ridiculous. I just recently watched an anime called Newtwo, called The Reincarnation of a Jobless Person, targeting the Prime Minister. The feeling you give me now is almost the same as that. Carl. You should stop watching The Second Dimension, Oliver. Carl was too lazy to lie down on the sofa. Anyway, let me give you an idea. The money has been collected. You still have to buy chow mein. When I came back, I had already sold out all the black chow mein stores over there at the chow mein store we often go to. Meng, the quantity is still not enough. Do you have any ideas? Ordinary stores will not sell black Newtwo directly for the first time. After all, NCPD has done this for fishing enforcement many times. Jack thought for a while and came up with an idea. Carl, didn't you just say that there is a student in the college who also sells black Newtwo? How about we follow up and see where he bought black Newtwo from, and we cut off that supply? Let's see if we can make that line ours. Robbing business, right? I think it's okay. Oliver voted in favor of Jack's idea without any sense of shame in stealing business from students. If you can't do it well, don't do it. Big business still needs to be controlled by people who can control it. Since you are a student, you should study hard. If you are too young to control it, they can do this kind of thing. Okay, anyway, I just collected some information about him. But I think we can develop him into an offline person. We will sell what he doesn't dare to sell, and we will take what he doesn't dare to take. That group of people, in addition to black Newtwo, students also want normal Newtwo. Let's ask him to help sell ordinary Newtwo. This aspect of business just can't be done. Isn't he hesitant about selling black Newtwo? Let's let him sell ordinary Newtwo. I feel better if we can make money together. Easy to win over people. Carl said this, but Jack was a little confused. Will that student listen to you? Of course he will listen. Carl said, and sent the identity information related to the student who sold black Newtwo to Jack and Oliver. David Martinez, a student of Arasaka Academy, is a member of the non-corporate group, because he is a civilian. His identity is not very confidential, so I gathered very clearly that he is from Santo Domingo, Oliver, and is from the same neighborhood as you. Is he from Santo Domingo? He looks very strange. Maybe it's because you don't have much social contact in your life. Carl was very impressed by David. The young man who looked at Carl at the corner today was him. Because of his talent, Carl took note of it at that time. Then, he is from a single-parent family. His mother is an emergency technician in Night City Healthcare. In order to support his schooling, she often works long hours until late at night. Even so, his family is very tight on money. The data I obtained through hacking methods showed 3 records of his family defaulting on rent. The longest one even reached the maximum deadline. It was paid on the day when the apartment was about to be locked. I think I can make a condition that he can't refuse. Listening to Carl's words, Oliver understood. So, you plan to use him to build an intelligence network in Arasaka Academy? Almost. A group of people who bought Black Mutuo and a group of people who bought ordinary Mutuo, together, this should be able to get the information we want. But, at this time, Jack still had a question. I'm a little curious. Black Mutuo is fine. Ordinary Mutuo students should be able to buy it at the Mutuo store by themselves. Why do they still need it? So Jack, you haven't been to school. Carl has some experience with this. In a place like Arasaka Academy that encourages involution, what do you think the parents who send students here have in mind? Do you think those company dogs will allow their children to watch some boring Mutuo there to relax? In other words, what do you think the family environment of students who spend a lot of money to buy Mutuo will be like? After Carl gave such an explanation, Oliver and Jack understood. Company authoring is specially prepared for wealthy students who want to relax, right? After understanding this, they also have their own tasks. Follow David Martinez. When necessary, some force in euros can be used to persuade him. David Martinez now feels something is wrong. No, it should be said that he has felt something wrong since he came out of his house. David Martinez lives in the giant skyscraper H4 in the Santo Domingo district, an apartment building where most of the residents are low-level workers. Because he is used to the tired and numb gazes of others after get off work, David can keenly perceive different gazes. For example, drug addicts, thieves, and, like now, those who have ulterior motives for him. He is being targeted. David believes in his feelings very much, and it is this feeling that has helped him grow up safely in Night City when his mother is too busy to take care of him and does not carry a gun with him. David's eyes quickly swept across the street and finally noticed an NCPD police officer patrolling the street. In the NCPD, patrol officers have the highest death rate and are the most unpopular positions, but it must be said that it is because of the existence of this group of patrol officers that the safety of the streets is guaranteed to a certain extent. Although in today's Santo Domingo, the 6th Street Gang may have the final say. David walked towards the NCPD patrol officer, hoping to use the NCPD's deterrence to make the guy who might follow him retreat. In the past, he did this when he encountered something, either looking for the 6th Street Gang or the NCPD. Compared with the lowest-level street gangs and scavengers, even the 6th Street Gang and the corrupt NCPD are so amiable in front of ordinary citizens. This trick that was always successful in the past does not seem to work well today. David felt that even if he approached the NCPD patrol officer, the sense of being watched from behind did not subside, but became stronger. He was not afraid of even the NCPD, so the person behind him was no longer an ordinary street gangster. He didn't seem to have done anything, so why was he targeted? If it weren't for the fact that he came out of the giant skyscraper H4 and the giant skyscraper H4 was behind him, David would have thought of running home directly. No, I can't run home. If I run home, my address might be exposed. If the person following me is someone that the NCPD is not afraid of, then my mother will be in danger. David touched his pocket. There was not much money in it, but it was enough to buy the cheapest disposable pistol in the street vending machine. The plastic pistol worth €5 can only fire one bullet, but the power is still enough to kill a normal adult. I have never fired a gun before, can I do it? I must do it. Encouraging himself in his heart, David walked past the NCPD police officer as if he was completely unaware that someone was following him. It's not that he didn't think about asking the NCPD police officer for help, but he also knew the nature of the NCPD police officers patrolling the streets. If he really faced someone who was not afraid of the NCPD, the police officer might run faster than him, and might even push him to block the bullet, because the only thing the police officer could rely on was actually not much different from David, that is, the police uniform on his body. Otherwise, would he still rely on the Lexington on his waist? Don't be ridiculous. With that gun, facing gang members who are not afraid of the NCPD, they might even laugh a few times. When passing by the NCPD patrol officer, David tilted his head as if he was looking at the police officer, and it was this tilt that made him see the figure not far behind him. Just a quick glance left a very deep impression on David, because the man behind him was a very sturdy man with black hair and a small braid behind his head. He was wearing a bulletproof jacket and his waist was bulging. Looking at the outline that was completely different from the Lexington, you can tell that the waist holster must be stuffed with a very powerful weapon. Bad luck, bad luck. Bad luck. What's wrong with the man behind him who looks so strong at a glance? It's terrible. What did I do to be targeted by such a person? This guy doesn't look like a scavenger. With that atmosphere and that posture, I would believe that he was a personal bodyguard of a company executive. How could a person of this level follow me? David Martinez recalled his life in the past 17 years in a short moment, trying to find out why he was targeted by a tough guy. But sadly, he couldn't find any possibility. His life should be very ordinary. He grew up in Santo Domingo, was a good boy and listened to his mother to study hard, and was admitted to Arasaka Academy. Although he was often rejected by the children of the rich and powerful in the academy, he was also an ordinary student until now. Why did he encounter such a thing? A sentence flashed through David's mind. In Night City, you never know which will come first, tomorrow or an accident. After David turned around, he kept the same pace as before, but he had made up his mind in action. He walked to the vending machine on the street, bought a bottle of drink at random, and drank it pretending to be thirsty. As soon as the drink entered his mouth, David felt something was wrong. Because he was too nervous and concerned about the strong man behind him, he didn't pay attention to the movements of his hands, and he actually bought a small Coke. There was nothing wrong with the small Coke, the problem was that David was not good at drinking carbonated drinks. At this time, you can't care so much. David kept his facial expression unchanged, for fear that the person behind him would notice, and then, as if he was just casually clicking, he clicked the button to buy disposable weapons on the weapon vending machine next to him. Payment completed. Click. The sound of plastic products falling made David's body stiffen for a moment. This sound was similar to the sound of a gun pulling the bolt, which scared him. He almost thought it was the person behind him pulling the bolt, but then he adjusted himself and pretended to be calm. He picked up the disposable weapon dropped from the vending machine, and then opened its packaging and held the weapon that could only fire one round firmly in his hand. In fact, there are more expensive disposable weapons, which have 36 bullets, but the price is as high as €100, which is not something David can afford. One bullet, only one chance. Take a deep breath, David, take a deep breath. David comforted himself. This weapon is not a Lexington. Think back to GG. Its bullets are powerful enough to penetrate ordinary trash bulletproof vests. The recoil is so strong that it is rumored to break the wrists of beginners. You must not be nervous, otherwise after firing, your hands may not be able to control the recoil and let the bullet fly. At that time, it's over. When David was holding the gun tightly, he felt the footsteps behind him approaching. Did they come here after seeing his action of buying a gun? Here, right here? David's body was shaking slightly, but his hand holding the gun was still firm. He gritted his teeth and was about to turn around, but he didn't expect the footsteps to suddenly speed up, and then a big hand firmly grasped his hands holding the gun. David, after all, is not experienced enough. It's over. Just when David looked ashen and thought he was going to die today, the big man's voice, which sounded like a suppressed smile, came from his side. David Martinez, your film-selling incident has been exposed, come with me. I've brought him here. Sorry to bother you, Jack, and let you go to Santo Domingo alone. It's okay, Oliver. You told me about your past. If the 6th Street Gang doesn't want you to go back, then they won't let you go back. They'll beg us to go there someday. Jack brought David Martinez, who was walking beside him and was as well behaved as a little chicken, to Oliver and Carl. David Martinez was nervously observing the surroundings, and then he found that the place he was taken to was actually a restaurant, a luxurious restaurant where he never dared to go in, but only dared to look at it from the outside, and the price of each dish would not be less than €100. Just sit down, it's our first time here, don't be too nervous, today we are taking the opportunity to entertain you and enjoy a luxurious restaurant once, don't worry, just order, I'll pay. Carl smiled and asked David Martinez to sit down. They were next to the floor-to-ceiling window of the luxurious restaurant, and after David sat down near the window, Jack sat next to him, and together with the window, blocked all the positions where he could move to escape. Don't look so bitter. Come and have a drink. Noticing David's nervous expression, Oliver smiled and handed him the drink from the luxurious restaurant, just like the big bad wolf who deceived Little Red Riding Hood. Apple juice, real apple, try it. David Martinez, who was persuaded by Oliver, looked at Jack on the left and out the window on the right. His Adam's apple rolled up and down, and he reached out to hold the apple juice, and then put it to his mouth. He didn't even think about smelling the fruit aroma, and drank half of it in a gulp as if he accepted his fate. Drink it. In the strange praise of Carl, David, who only drank an apple juice, swallowed the apple juice with determination, and then realized that he felt the sweet and slightly sour real fruit taste in his mouth and at the root of his tongue. It's really the real thing. David's eyes seemed to light up, and then, perhaps because he had given up, he picked up the remaining half of the apple juice and gulped it down. This time, because he drank too quickly, the apple juice entered his trachea, causing him to choke twice. "Look at you, you're in a hurry again." Jack patted David's back twice, making David cough more comfortably. After David's breathing calmed down, he looked at the two people in front of him who were smiling like smiling tigers, and then looked at Jack next to him. After drinking the real apple juice, he had no regrets. "Tell me, what exactly do you want to talk to me about?" David was ready to be used ruthlessly. Oliver was a little surprised to see David like this, so he looked at Jack. "Jack, didn't you tell him the story?" "I did, but he didn't believe it." "How could he believe it?" "He suddenly followed me and brought me to a luxury restaurant, and then told me that he wanted to sell black mutwo with me." No one would believe it. David was a little crazy. Even if he was beheaded, it wouldn't be so hard to bear. What did he want him to do? He was prepared. Whether he was going to use him to carry out a terrorist attack in Arasaka Academy or to make him a scapegoat, he could say it. As long as it didn't involve his mother, he was aware of it. "Don't be too loud." Noticing the sight of other customers in the store, Carl clicked the sound blocking button on the table, and the transparent glass cover rose to isolate their seats. "Fine restaurants are good." After muttering this, Carl checked and confirmed that there was no recording equipment in the shielded space. He then pulled down the curtains on the French window and asked Oliver, who was sitting next to him, to cover his right side. Then the prosthesis on his face began to change his appearance. After a slight nerve pain, Carl changed into a face that David recognized. "You!" David Martinez opened his mouth wide, looking at this person who had only met him once in disbelief. He was very familiar with this face. During school hours today, he heard that a professional black super dream salesperson had come to the academy to steal his business, so he also went to see the information posted by the experienced student on the academy's official website. The face in the information was exactly the same as the face that appeared in front of him now. "Do you believe it now?" Carl quickly changed back to his original appearance, and then frowned. Every time he changed, he felt a nerve pain, which was a bit annoying. This mission was over. He had to take off the prosthesis quickly no matter what. If it was connected to his nerve endings in the future, it would be fatal. "It feels a little incredible, like a dream." David, who had never seen a prosthetic that could change his appearance, said this blankly. "Then you will see it now." Carl said this, and thought of a way to make their conversation go on happily and easily, without letting the boy in front of him think too much. "In order to show cooperation, you can use this money as funds to buy mutwo. Don't worry, as long as you don't want to embezzle it, the money will be yours in the end." The data stream was transmitted in Carl's mind, and through Carl's sight, the target was found. "It's only because of my own cheat that I'm good, otherwise, I might have to wear equipment glasses or change to a pair of prosthetic eyes to lock onto the personal terminal. Start. Up capital, don't think about embezzling this money, it's all mine." "What do you mean?" Ding. In the subtle sound in his head, David, who was a little dazed, suddenly saw that his poor account with only 17.5 euros suddenly transferred a sum that he had never seen or even thought of. 10,000 euros. David Martinez was completely shocked this time. For the first time in his 17 years of life, he felt the feeling of being knocked out by money. This feeling was so beautiful and dreamy that David was a little dazed for the next half an hour, as if he was dreaming, a dream that he tried hard to keep in a trance, afraid of waking up. "Can you help me with something?" "Yes, absolutely. Can you help me sell black super dreams together?" "I'm absolutely happy to help. Can I have a good meal?" "Can." When answering Oliver's words, David finally reacted. He was now using a knife and fork to cut the air into his mouth, and the food had been unconsciously squeezed to the edge of the plate. After regaining his consciousness and adjusting his eating posture, David, who had woken up, no longer had time to care about the taste of the delicious food on the plate that he had never tasted before. He now had only one thought in his mind. "Mom, she doesn't have to worry about rent or paying for the washing machine. She can't work so hard." For the money that can make his mother's life easier, David is willing to step into the dangerous hell. Regarding David's expression, which showed that his thoughts had not changed much, Carl just sighed. "In fact, it's just selling movies. You don't have to think about committing suicide so much." After eating, Oliver looked at David, who was walking away happily, his steps a little light, and asked Carl a question. "Although Carl, you said that as long as he doesn't want to keep it for himself, the money will be his, but aren't you afraid that this kid will really run away with the money? 10,000 euros is not a big sum of money to us now. If he is honest, giving it to him will be treated as some kind of investment. But if he really doesn't even prepare to accept the money, he wants to keep it for himself. If you run away, Carl recalled the taste of the delicious juice in the luxury restaurant and continued, we can find him and give him money, and we can get rid of him. That's true. Oliver crossed his hands and looked at David's back, but I have an inexplicable feeling that this guy will do a good job, and maybe he will do a good job. Do you think this is because he is also from Santo Domingo? Relation, does it make me a little bit biased towards my hometown? Come on, you're not allowed to go back to your homeland, right? If you ask me, you people in Night City are really weird. None of you call yourself a Night City person. You just use the neighborhood as your place of origin. Jack is from Haywood and you are from Santo Domingo, so the distinction is clear. In the city, if we don't differentiate by neighborhood, how can we distinguish them? Jack came over with the bill he had specially asked the restaurant to issue. After a meal of €1,200, you can afford 1/10 of a pig. That kid looks quite thin, but I didn't expect it. So edible. This is what long-bodied people are like. As the person who paid the bill, Carl naturally knew the price of this meal. It had to be said that this meal was indeed luxurious. Except for the people at their table, the other guests in the entire restaurant were either the management's corporate dogs or the top gang members. Then, let's go back. When Carl was about to ask Jack and Oliver about their next trip plans, Blanca's message came from his personal terminal. Blanca, are you interested in doing more private work? Why is there still life? Carl was happy to take the job, but it was too much. The first 2 jobs he received from Blanca have not been completed yet, and here comes another one. Could this guy Blanca be the receptionist of some kind of mission center? Carl, I'm still working on the task you gave me, but you know the task well. It's not particularly urgent. I have some spare time. What kind of task do you want me to do? Forget it in the long term. I can take advantage of my free time in the short term. Answered. Thinking about it carefully, it seems that the number of commissions I have received from intermediaries is not as many as those from Blanca. But there is no other way. The money given by Blanca is really generous, and the task is simple and easy to understand. Her commission is much better than that stupid middleman Faraday. That guy takes more and gives less. What does Carl mean? I won't accept any more commissions from him. Blanca, it's just a short-term mission. There is a retired lieutenant from the new United States Armed Forces named James Norris. He recently arrived in Night City. Let me tell the truth. He is from our military technology. He originally came to Night City to help our company with some small things as a retired employee, but for some reason, he suddenly shot us and his liaison staff yesterday and ran to the city center. Carl felt a little strange when Blanca stopped mid-sent. Carl, so, are you going to let us deal with this traitor who has rebellious behavior? Blanca, no, I want you to monitor him to see why he did what he did. If possible, communicate with him and let him go back to perform the task. To put it lightly, the life of the contact person can be ignored, right? You are still useful, so you can ignore small mistakes, as is the way of the company. Carl, what if he doesn't want to go back to do the mission and doesn't want to communicate? Blanca, then let's get rid of him, assuming he has a cyber psychosis. Carl, just kill him without communicating. Is it that simple? Blanca, ha. It has to be Blanca's commission. It's really easy and simple to understand. Carl, he is in the city center area, right? I can start searching now. Do you have any detailed information? Also, how about the reward? Blanca, he has a military-grade countermeasure chip. There is no specific information about his hiding place. You can only find it yourself. As a sign of missing information, I will give you a little more. What do you think of €150,000? How much money should I pay if the information is missing? Carl, pay more. This doesn't look like the corporate dog I know. Blanca, huh? Did you say that openly now? I thought you would cover it up a little. Carl, it's a cover-up. To be honest, you gave me so much because you probably didn't want me to talk to the lieutenant properly. Blanca, you're so sharp. Aren't you going to help me full-time? I just need a capable guy under my command. Carl, stop talking nonsense. If you have anything to say, I don't know anyone well. Carl knew that for Blanca, the good attitude she revealed in her words was because he could indeed bring benefits to her. If he could not bring benefits to her, then his end would not be worse than being killed. How much better is the dead liaison staff and James Norris who is unwilling to communicate? Listening to Carl's words, Blanca did not show any emotion during the contact. Blanca, okay, let me make it clear. James Norris is equipped with a military-grade Siam Westing of our company that is still in the experimental confidentiality stage, and the person in charge of the experiment on that project is related to me. Don't deal with it bit by bit. As long as James Norris is confirmed to be a cyber psychopath, the experiment in charge of the person in charge will fail. Not only will he be executed for wasting company resources, but I can also let my people take over that part of the project. Carl, another office fight. I should really get used to this. Blanca, this is the case in the company. If even a tough guy like James Norris becomes a cyberpsychotic because of the installation of the prosthetic body, it only means that the prosthetic body is not something ordinary people can afford. There is no value in continuing the experiment. Don't worry, I just need to confirm that James Norris is a cyberpsychopath. I am not going to recycle the prosthetic body that has the color of his ex. If you are interested, you can use it. But I have to remind you that the prosthetic body above it has the Mutuo recording software and monitoring equipment that all military prosthetics have. Without a military-grade countermeasures chip, remember to take it apart. Carl, I don't have the habit of removing prosthetic bodies from other people and using them. The rejection reaction of specially prepared prosthetic bodies is not acceptable to ordinary people. I have accepted this task. Please send me the detailed information. While waiting for the data to be transmitted, Carl told Jack and Oliver about his communication with Blanca. Former Lieutenant James Norris, a target worth 150,000 euros. Subdermal armor, grounding plating, military-grade experimental cyanwistin, military-grade neural processor, military-grade frontal cortex, and enhanced reaction Krenzikov, with a specially modified projectile launch system on the left arm. Firing the bullets are high-explosive bullets, and the mantis knives are installed on the right arm and leg. Oliver read the information and shook his head. He is really armed to the teeth. Now I feel that even if this tough guy really turns into a cyber psychopath, it will not be a surprise. I even feel that the possible triggers are it's not Siam Weston at all. A goal worth 150,000 yuan is indeed not that simple. It is a military-grade prosthetic body and even an experimental model. It looks quite embarrassing. Jack compared himself and found that the prosthetic body he wore was not even a fraction of the lieutenant's. Although it is true that the side with more prosthetics does not win in a battle, this overwhelming gap still feels quite depressing. Krenzikov, who has enhanced reactions, is paired with Sean Westan. I feel that if one is not handled well, we might be wiped out if we meet each other. Carl also made a comment here, and then had an idea. He looked at Oliver. This time I may have to rely on your long-range sniping to shoot him in the head. Aren't you going to talk about it to confirm whether he really betrayed you? I think the employer wants to talk about it. Shouldn't we talk about it first? I don't have such a good intention to risk my life that he doesn't suffer from cyberpsychosis. Carl made a decision. After we search for him, let me keep a safe distance to get close to him. When the time comes, Jack, you will record it. As long as there is even the slightest hint of anger on his face, Oliver, you will shoot directly. We will send this to the employer as the basis for cyberpsychosis. Oliver's new sniper rifle, named Nikomata, is a technical sniper rifle produced by Tsunami Company. Under its electromagnetically accelerated bullet, it can penetrate even ordinary exoskeleton armor with one shot. A former lieutenant who only has subcutaneous armor, forget it, his head is not that strong. Carl, are you going to face it? Is it too dangerous? That's why I said to keep a safe distance. Don't worry, I will turn around and run away without hesitation if things go wrong. Carl himself has the ability to keep up with Sean Westan and can react when he wants to run. It is definitely much better than letting Jack and Oliver do it. The only problem now is how to find James Norris. Oliver turned his head and looked at the city center where company dogs were walking around. There are company dogs everywhere. A soldier lieutenant should be easy to find. I am very familiar with the army style. Has a person ever been in the army before? Having been in the military, I can tell right away. Where to begin the search? Carl asked, and Oliver had already pointed to a place, Piazza del Calpo. Calvo Square, rebuilt after the Fourth Corporate War, has now become one of the most iconic places in Night City. Its iconic circular memorial park is a reminder to everyone. A tribute to the victims of the Fourth Corporate War. Piazza del Calpo. When Carl looked at the square, he immediately understood why Oliver chose to start his search from that place. The land in the civic center was worth every inch. In a place like this, a person who killed where could the former lieutenant, who had been dispatched by the company behind him, go but to a memorial park where anyone could come? You can't rest in front of other companies' gates. For such a homeless man, every company security guard will give him the warmest greetings filled with electricity. Then we will. Halfway through Carl's words, he suddenly felt a little chill on the top of his head. He raised his head and looked up. I found that it was actually raining. The sky in Night City is polluted to a considerable extent, and the rain that falls in this city, let's find a place to take shelter first. Although our bodies are not strong enough to make us sick if we are exposed to it for a long time, the smell is quite disgusting. Lifting up his sleeves and smelling the scent of raindrops falling on them, Carl pointed in the direction of the memorial park. There are some bionic trees in the memorial park that can provide shelter from the rain. Would it be a good idea to take shelter from the rain while watching the homeless people who stay in the memorial park after it rains? After Jack voted in favor, the three of them stopped being stupid and continued to get wet in the rain. They ran towards Calbo Square, and when they arrived, they discovered that NCPD officers were already at the memorial park in the center of the square. A blockade was put up. Judging from the situation, it seems that something happened in the park. The three of them looked at each other, came to the bionic tree in the park which was relatively close to the NCPD blockade area, and looked into the blockade. Because of the distance between Luoi and the blockade, Carl did not see clearly what was going on inside the blockade. So he turned his head and asked Jack, who was equipped with prosthetic eyes, "What's going on here?" "I saw a company dog lying on the ground with a big hole in his head." "The head didn't explode?" "No, there's just a big hole. Judging from the size of the gun muzzle, it might just be the gunshot wound caused by Lexington." "Lexington, blow the corporate dog's head off? I don't quite understand what happened, but could it be related to my own self-improvement?" As Carl was thinking, he suddenly saw a familiar figure among the police officers inside the blockade. "I see an acquaintance, I'll say hello." After leaving these words to Jack and Oliver under the tree, Carl stepped into the rain and ran towards the NCPD police officer. A few seconds later, Jensen, who was busy dealing with the shooting incident of the company dog, heard a voice outside the blockade. "Mr. Jensen, is something happening here?" When he heard someone calling his name, Jason looked over subconsciously. He was slightly stunned when he found it was Carl. Then he temporarily handed over the matter at hand to his subordinates and walked towards the blockade. He stopped inside the holographic projection blockade constructed by the police car and said hello to Carl outside the blockade. "Long time no see, Carl. How have you been lately?" "It's okay, Mr. Jensen. Are you suffering from cyberpsychosis? Do you have any work to do?" "Cyberpsychosis?" After listening to Carl's words, Jason looked back at the company dog lying on the ground, and probably understood the purpose of Carl's coming. "I'm looking for a job." But today he may have been disappointed. "No, it's just an ordinary vendetta. The murderer was caught on the spot. We are just doing some finishing touches." Jason shrugged. "Maybe not what you think." "Is this so?" Carl was a little regretful. He thought he had caught up and got the clue. After regretting it, Carl was about to thank Jason for telling him this. From the corner of his eye, he noticed a shirtless man with short blonde hair and two guns on his back. He was strong and had protective prosthetics for his eyes. The big man slowly walked into the blockade from a distance. "That person is..." Carl's pupils widened. "James Norris. Unexpectedly, I actually met him. Oliver, Jack, get ready, I found the target." While sending messages to Oliver and Jack, Carl saw James Norris slowly walking to the side of an NCPD police car and taking out a DB.2 SAT-era technology double-barreled shotgun from the back. DB.2 SAT-era technical double-barreled shotgun, a technical shotgun that can be charged for powerful shooting. As the saying goes, where SAT-era goes, gold and stone are opened. When facing it, you'd better pray that you can really. There are reinforced iron bones that can be used for protection. James Norris's three-dotted prosthetic eyes, which had taken off the shotgun, emitted a strange red light, and that kind of light seemed a bit familiar to Carl. He had seen the high heat light emitted by this prosthetic body when it was operating to its limit, and he had seen it in cyberpsychosis. Oops, in the rain, with military-grade interference, can Oliver still aim accurately? While feeling uneasy, Carl had already broken into the blockade. "Carl?" When Jason was wondering why Carl's expression changed drastically, Carl had already reached over, turned his body back. "The person who called you, run away. There's something wrong with that guy. He may have cyberpsychosis." "Something's wrong, cyberpsychosis." Jason, who was a little slow to react because of overtime, heard the second half of Carl's words and quickly looked towards where his men were. When he saw the situation clearly, he found that someone had broken in at some unknown time. The big man in the blockade held a shotgun and pointed the gun at the NCPD officer sitting in the police car through the window. "Well, what do you plan to do?" The NCPD police officer, who seemed to be communicating with a colleague inside the car window, turned his head and looked out the window, and what he saw was the black muzzle of the gun. At this time, his boss Jason's anxious cry came through his communication: "Run quickly, this guy is a cyber psychopath." Cyberpsychosis? Before the officer could process what was happening, the shotgun went off. It is said that at the last moment before death, people will feel that time suddenly slows down. However, when this police officer actually faced death, he realized that in the last moment, all he could feel was an inexplicable feeling. Brain blankness. The window glass was shattered, and in the firelight of the scattered fragments and the collision of steel, the police officer in the car felt pain coming into his blank brain. It was the pain caused by the glass shards piercing the face deeply. "You are not dead? Idiot, why don't you get out of the car door on the other side and run?" The boss's roar over the communication brought the police officer in the car back to his senses. He quickly slid on the seat and used his back to push open the door on the other side that was not closed tightly. He fell backwards from his posture. The other side rolled to the ground and fell into the rain. Good luck is to save your life. James Norris had no idea of chasing the police officer, because he now felt a greater threat. The instinct honed on the battlefield reminded him that if he persisted in killing the police officer in front of him, then he may get hurt. And the result of being injured in facing that big threat is death. Death, red, black, fire. Muttering inexplicable words, James Norris turned his head to look in the direction of the high-threat target he felt, and what appeared in his flashing prosthetic eyes was a black-haired young man pointing a gun at him. Kenshin, that is. Instinct told him this, and the information about firearms washed away his complicated and crazy thoughts. Seeing James Norris turning his head to look at himself with the shotgun that broke apart and exploded, Carl let out a breath, feeling a little lucky. Fortunately, when he felt something was wrong, he took out his gun and started shooting. Otherwise, it would not be so easy to break the gun body in advance. Regardless of whether James Norris, who was clearly in a state of cyberpsychosis, could understand what he meant, Carl shouted to him, "Stop looking for other people, how about you come and play with me?" At the same time, Carl sent a message to Jack and Oliver in the communication. "Jack, go around to the side, don't get close, and use Saratoga on the side to help suppress it. I want to judge the operation ability of his Cyan Wiston first. Oliver, hold on to Nakomata, my life is in your hands." After that, it was for Jason. "Tell your man to stand back. He is a former lieutenant from the new American Army. He is wearing a military-grade prosthetic body. The subcutaneous protective shield cannot be penetrated by you with weapons like Lexington. Don't make unnecessary sacrifices, stay away, just help me suppress the fire, right?" In Carl's mind, the data flow began to flow. "By the way, call me a violent terrorist mobile team. If I am not the opponent, then I will try my best to hold on until they arrive. Carl, let me help you. Don't come over and cause trouble, Mr. Johnson." Carl stepped in the rain, and little raindrops bloomed on his face that was vaguely excited. "I can't help you, in this situation, still protect you, trust us, we are professionals mercenaries. In this case, I will be sad if I can't protect my friends." "Friend?" Listening to Carl's words that were clearly referring to him as he walked slowly forward, Johnson was stunned at first, and then smiled. "Then I'm quite honored." Jensen began to retreat, and at the same time, he began to roar in the NCPD communication channel, "Everyone retreat, keep a distance and suppress firepower, the opponent's prosthesis is military-grade, don't make trouble, call the terrorist mobile team, let those lunatics deal with their own kind." The data flow in Carl's brain found a node, and under his control, it began to access James Norris. The frequency of the imported puppet data's intrusion resistance instantly reached the processing limit of Carl's access chamber Arasaka Type 3 when facing James Norris military-grade processor. When Arasaka was selling this access chamber, it was exaggerated in GG words, but it only used a puppet's data access, and it reached the limit. While complaining in his heart, Carl actually knew that facing the military-grade protective equipment, Arasaka Type 3 was able to invade, which was actually quite hard. If it could complain, it might complain about Carl's insufficient hacking skills. The puppet program that Carl chose to invade James Norris' body was to hinder movement. The reason was very simple. Just to buy time. Whether it is Jack and Oliver coming or these police officers escaping, it takes time. If we can achieve the combat objectives of our team, why not save the lives of several NCPD police officers? Although this encounter was unexpected, it was not bad. It saved us from spending a lot of effort to find him. Moreover, with the evidence of the law enforcement recorder from the NCPD, the fact that this guy has cyberpsychosis has also been confirmed. The only thing to do next is to fight. Kill him. This is the only thing that stays in Carl's mind after eliminating other messy thoughts. The distance between him and James Norris is now 22 meters. James felt the intrusion of the data flow. The puppet program flowed into his mind, blocking the signal transmission between the pyramidal tract and his legs in his mind, causing his legs to stay in place when he was about to take steps. To take control. The priority of military-grade anti-hacking equipment is to protect the user's own brain and prevent it from being directly burned by hackers using the prosthetic body to overheat. In terms of protection against signal transmission, the priority is not high, so it impedes. The mobile puppet program easily bypassed its related protection and acted on James. However, this restriction will not last long, and military-grade equipment will soon react and start killing. Such an obstacle may only last less than a second. But it was enough for Carl to shoot. When they reached a distance of 20 meters, the Kenshin in Carl's hand was already aimed at James' head. In one instant, Carl fired 6 shots. The 2 shots were aimed at the prosthetic eyes, the 2 shots were aimed at James' bare left chest, and the other 2 shots were aimed at certain male key points in James' throat and lower abdomen. Carl would like to know if a man like James, who is described as a tough guy in military science and technology intelligence, would be hit in that part. The sound of gunshots sounded, but time seemed to slow down at this moment. It's not that it's slow, it's just that Carl's reaction caught up with James, who started to move faster at this time. The Krenzikov prosthesis in James' spine stimulated his body. Under the influence of the prosthetic body, James's reaction speed increased. Was upgraded, and then the military-grade experimental Cyanwestian was launched. In the slow time, even if his feet could not move, James' movements were as light as a flying butterfly. James turned his head to avoid the prosthetic body aimed at his eyes, and also avoided the bullet aimed at his throat. As for the bullets aimed at the key points in his lower abdomen, he did not dodge at all, because after the bullets flew by, they only took away a few pieces of cloth. There was nothing at all under the exposed span, only one was obviously the follow-up. Added steel shield. Carl suddenly understood why he was a tough guy. The company author is the ultimate man who has abandoned his greatest weakness, right? This must be called a tough guy. Ding dong. 4 of the 6 bullets were avoided by James. The only 2 bullets that hit James made a clear steel collision sound after hitting James' left chest. After that, the 2 bullets were completely deformed. The bullet began to twist and shatter and fell to the ground. Carl stared at James' left chest. Under the broken artificial skin, there was a subcutaneous armor. Can the subcutaneous armor stop Kenshin's bullet? Damn, I should have known that military technology products are not at the same level as those on the market. Carl had heard in the previous era that America's Standard Testing Association divided body armor into 6 levels, each of which was Level 1. Level IA. Level IIA 2, 4, level body armor can only protect against ordinary 9mm pistol bullets, and is strictly restricted. Even Level 4, which is only a small number in the Army, can block muzzle velocity if there is a huge difference between the 2 armor-piercing projectiles at 850 meters per second. But now it seems that even in 2075, America has not changed at all in this regard. Good things are for internal use of one's own people. People who perform military technology tasks may be grateful and have some unnecessary affection for military technology while using them as consumables. But for Carl, who is now facing the suppression of company technology, he can only want to curse. This and this. The data flow stopped, and Carl's ability to limit James' time had reached the limit. Now there's good news and bad news, and Carl happens to be the kind of person who likes to hear the bad news first. Bad news, the Access warehouse has reached its limit. Due to my poor academic skills, I can no longer use the magic doll in a short period of time. The good news is that the other party has used Cyan Weston once. According to Blanca, that kind of experimental Cyan Weston is not something ordinary people can afford. Even a tough guy like James, who has good adaptability and endurance, in the experiment, I only used it 3 times a day, and then I reached the limit and became dizzy. That is, 2 more times. James dropped the broken and useless shotgun with only 1 section left in his hand. At this time, only 3 seconds had passed since he and Carl fought, and he found time to drop the weapon in his hand. Afterwards, he crossed his hands and pulled out two pistols from his waist. One is an Omaha Technology pistol produced by Military Technology, and the other is a Yukimura Smart pistol produced by Arasaka Company. Military Technology M.76E Omaha, an excellent firearm produced by Military Technology. Each time it shoots 3 projectiles, and it can fire continuously after pressing the trigger to charge the magnet in the barrel. It shoots 3 bullets, and in small battles, its short-term lethality is no less than that of a heavy machine gun. Arasaka HJKE.11 Yukimura, released in 2040, is still considered one of the best pistols ever. It was this gun that started the smart revolution. There is a saying that Kanto, who is now the #1 in the smart weapon industry, also launched a smart weapon similar to Yukimura in the early research on smart weapons. Regardless of the truth, this weapon that can fire single shots or 3 bursts is definitely a weapon that has never been outdated 30 years later. Seeing the 2 pistols that James took out, Carl aimed at the 2 pistols without hesitation and fired again. According to intelligence, James did not have a prosthetic body with smart weapons, but the performance of these 2 guns in the hands of a soldier would definitely not be inferior to that of the company security guards who used auxiliary aiming. Carl trusted James' shooting ability very much, so in order to cut off the possibility of being chased and shot, he used the same trick again and prepared to shoot James' guns. Carl fired, but was blocked and protected by James, who was well prepared, with his arm. Did the soldier's instinct work again? However, Carl was only a restraining party. Jack, aim at his gun and shoot. Don't worry, leave it to me, Jack Wells is here. Jack has arrived, as always. He raised the Saratoga submachine gun and fired a burst of bullets at James' hand. Jack's shooting level is not as good as Carl's or Oliver's, but he is a street fighter after all, and his level can still be compared with ordinary soldiers, not to mention that Jack only needs to aim at the approximate position for scattering. Amid the dense bullet hits and the subsequent cracking of guns, the 2 guns that James had just picked up were damaged and fell out of his hands, and James' fingers that were broken due to the impact also fell with them. The subcutaneous armor of the fingers still has to rely on its own bones to exist. But at this moment, Carl felt time and slowed down again. James used Sion Weston again. In the slow time, his left-hand projectile launch system started, and the launch port popped out from the armpit, aiming at Jack. Then, the high-dot explosive bullets burst out. Jack once told Mrs. Wells that as long as he was there, nothing would happen to Oliver and Carl, but Carl was seriously injured during that mission. Every time Jack recalled this, he would feel guilty because he thought he had failed to protect Carl and broke his promise. For a man like Jack, breaking his promise is enough to make him remember it forever. Today, when facing James, he was in a dangerous situation and he said he would never let Carl fight alone again. Before the high-dot explosive bullets fired by the projectile launch system of James' prosthesis arrived, Jack suddenly moved in the slow time. He saw it. After the last escort mission, Jack had some money left to buy a prosthesis in addition to the money used to buy a car. And the neural prosthesis Jack chose was called a synaptic accelerator. Synaptic accelerator, a neural processor that controls hormone balance in threatening situations. When sensing danger, the synaptic accelerator will adjust Jack's hormones, speed up his senses, and slow down the time he feels, achieving an effect similar to the Sion Weston effect. Jack saw it, saw the fire coming out of James's arm projectile launch system, saw the slowly flying bullet approaching him, and also saw Carl's eyes looking over from a distance. Watch carefully, Carl, Oliver, Jack Wells is about to start performing. His figure fell on the slippery ground. Jack supported the ground with one hand and held the Saratoga submachine gun with the other hand, leaned over at a speed that was completely inconsistent with his physique, slid sideways with extreme elegance, and dodged to the side. The bionic tree behind Jack's original position was broken in half. Facing the violent bullets, the bionic tree made of stone and plastic could not resist at all. Fortunately, it was a bionic tree, otherwise it would be a waste if it was a real tree. There are still real trees in Night City, although they are extremely rare due to pollution and other conditions, much less than real grass. Even the tree.line Coronado Farm in Night City's official propaganda actually has only about 40 trees, but in Corpo Square, where the company dogs often walk, there are indeed more than 10 real trees that look no different from bionic trees. These plants usually suffer enough from breathing polluted air. If they suffer an unexpected disaster, Jack would be a little embarrassed. Amid the falling of broken rocks, Jack raised the Saratoga submachine gun and fired a round in return. The feedback force of pulling the trigger changed Jack's sideways movement, and all the kinetic bullets in it hit James. Li pa la. The submachine gun bullets hitting James were like tickling James. Except for making James' body move slightly, they did not produce more results. Sion Weston's time passed. The seconds start. Carl counted like this in his mind. 6 seconds had passed since the battle began, and the retreating NCPD officers finally reacted. They adjusted their formation according to the order in Johnson's communication channel, relying on the bunkers built with bionic trees, police cars, and flower beds, and used Lexington, tactician, and other weapons to suppress James with firepower. They tried very hard, and the bullets almost never stopped since the beginning, but the weapons in their hands could only suppress firepower, because even the best weapon in their hands, the shotgun tactician, was, in a sense, just a weapon of the same level as the Lexington. Even if they shot at close range, they could not break the subcutaneous armor on James. Constitution Military M2038 Tactician, this shotgun is for emergency use. It has been launched for many years and is an old model, but it is still popular among low-level gang members and NCPD. The reason is simple. They can't afford better guns with the money they have. Among the guns of the same price, the tactician is already the cheapest and most lethal weapon. It is also simple and easy to use. What else can you ask for at this price? NCPD's bullets fell on James' back like rain, but James didn't even think of looking back. Those bullets could only eliminate the short blonde hair on his head and plow a gully on his scalp. Apart from that, they couldn't cause any harm to him at all. As a tough guy, James can even give up a part of his body, so why would he care about a mere bald head? Not to mention that his rationality is almost gone now. Listening to the gunshots like firecrackers, he felt as if he was on the battlefield. This feeling. This is the feeling. This feeling of being relied upon and expected. I am James, Lieutenant James Norris of the new United States. I am still fighting on the battlefield, and I can continue to fight. I am not a useless waste who was dismissed by the army because I am no longer useful and forced to work for the military technology that was despised in the past. I am not a retired veteran. I am special. My prosthetic carrying capacity is the best in the team. I am the special one. Battlefield, enemy, death. Red blood. James saw the blood slowly dripping from his hand. Black gunpowder slag. James dodged the grenade thrown by NCPD, and then stared at the explosion marks left on the ground by the grenade. Fire, the flame of the incendiary bomb. James raised his head, and in the rain, he saw the holographic projection projected by the company, which was like fire in his eyes. This is, what a beautiful, gorgeous, and dazzling fire. It seems to tell himself that he is still in control, he can do it, and he is on the battlefield. Ha ha, ha ha. Yes, it's here, he is here. Everything is on the battlefield. James Norris is still fighting. Ha 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 ha. Carl looked at James, who was dodging and laughing wildly in the firepower, dodging the explosions of grenades, and unknowingly activated Sion Weston again. The count in his heart moved forward again. Now, it's the third time. Recall the intelligence. Even a tough guy like James Norris only used the military experimental Sion Weston 3 times a day before he reached his limit and passed out. It's time. Jack, cooperate with me. After sending a message to Jansen, asking him to order his men to suspend the attack, Carl began to step forward. James Sean Weistein's time is over. The distance between him and Carl at this moment is 10 meters. You avoided the grenade that only had the greatest threat and stayed close. One Carl threw aside Kenshin, who had emptied his bullets during the suppressed fire, and raised his hand slightly from his sides. 2 single molecular lines emerged from it. Sure enough, I still have to get close to you and use the monomolecular line that I spent a lot of money to upgrade to deal with you. Subcutaneous armor can reduce the impact of bullets, but it is not that effective when facing single molecular lines. James originally had a gun on his back. Under the suppressed fire, the gun was also broken into pieces. When facing Carl, who was walking slowly, James almost instinctively raised his left hand to shoot. The bullet launching system, and when he tried to fire the bullet, the only response his arm gave him was the sound of an empty chamber. Do you still want to play the trick that times have changed? Carl's steps were steady, and he didn't want to slip on the slippery ground. Show your mantis knife, I'm happy to play close combat with you. There was no need for Carl to say anything. The mantis knife with its blade reflecting the cold light had already popped out of James's right arm, and he was heading straight towards Carl. As expected, Carl's data stream, carrying the golem, came to James' right arm. The prosthesis is overheating. The operating parts of the mantis knife in James' arm suddenly began to overclock, and the scorching temperature it emitted directly cooked the remaining flesh and blood in James' arm. The arm that James was about to swing stopped for a moment because of this. But a tough guy is still a tough guy after all. After that moment of stasis, James ignored the pain of his arm being roasted and chopped it down with the mantis knife. Carl dodged. He had no intention of competing with a strong man for strength. Although his current arm might not lose in strength, he had never forgotten that this strong man had more than one mantis knife. Sure enough, just as Carl dodged the mantis knife swung down by James' right knee suddenly lifted up, and the bent and stretched mantis knife followed the movements of his knees and chased Carl from the bottom up. The tip of the mantis knife touched a single molecular line that was blocked in front of him in advance. Carl held the thread with both hands, blocking it just in front of the tip of the knife with the width of a line. The quality of James' mantis knife is very good, at least it is on the same level as the single molecule wire in Carl's hand. While blocking the mantis knife, Carl saw a small notch on the tip of James' knife and heard the yarning sound of the monomolecular thread in his hand. It was the weird harsh sound caused by sharp weapons rubbing against each other. Voice. I'll have to get it repaired later, but fortunately it's just a minor damage. Yarn made a harsh friction sound, and it was suddenly stretched. I knew it. In Carl's inner sigh, what he had expected happened. James started the 4th Sion Weston. Cyberpsychosis is really awesome, and overclocking and cheating are too much. The raised knees were lowered, and the mantis knife that affected the legs was retracted. As James shifted his body, the mantis knife in his hand pulled out a series of afterimages in the air, and at a ghostly speed, in Sionway. Before Stan stopped, James was already standing behind Carl, holding a mantis knife and slashing at his head. There is absolutely no chance of Carl surviving this blow. His skin is not the armor of ACPA. But it can't stop the mantis knife. So I said, it's expected. Carl turned his back to James and made no movement, even if he could react, because any movement he made might cause someone who was aiming to lose their position and accidentally injure him. At this angle, you should be able to hit it. Easy. As if responding to what Carl was thinking at the moment, Oliver, who had been aiming Nikomata from the beginning of the battle, finally fired his first shot. A sniper only needs to fire one shot. Swell! A huge roar came as time stopped in Sion Westan. Blood sprayed all over Carl's back. Among the bones and mechanical fragments scattered uncontrollably, an arm equipped with half a mantis knife flew high. We are a team of 3. Well done, Oliver. Amid Jack's shouts of joy, Carl turned around and threw out the single molecular line. Way. There was a clean sound of breaking and cutting, but no damage could be seen on James' body. James, who had lost his arm, was in a daze. The moment he realized that his arm was missing, he wanted to raise his knees, pop out the mantis knife and repeat the same trick, but as Carl turned around, he could no longer feel the sensation in his legs. To really impede movement, it would be easier to simply break off the leg, right? With Carl's smile, which specifically avoided getting blood on his face, Jack walked over and kicked James to the ground. James, whose entire leg had been severed, leaving only half his body and head still conscious, raised his head. It seems that until this moment, when his weapons and offensive prosthesis were all destroyed, he was still ready to attack the enemy in front of him with his teeth. You may indeed be a qualified soldier. Jack stepped on James' chest with one foot, cutting off all his resistance. He looked down at James, who was lying on the ground with red light in his eyes, and wanted to bite something like a mad dog, with a slight sympathy in his eyes. Cyberpsychopath. Jack pulled out a pistol from his waist. The pistol he pulled out was produced by Tsunami Company. It was a deadly and elegant kinetic weapon. Jack had someone help it to be modified and painted gold, and preciously called it Golden Bitch. Now, Jack picked up this precious golden bitch and pointed its muzzle at James's prosthetic eye. Have a good sleep, soldados, soldiers. At the last moment of his life, the red light in James' eyes faded a little for some reason. His eyes moved, but what he saw was still that fire, that burning fire. However, he did not make any more resistance. He just stared at Jack, staring at the gun painted gold in Jack's hand, and said calmly, "Good shot, soldier. You should really say this to Oliver, but I accepted it on his behalf, thank you." Then, Jack pulled the trigger. Ha! Call. David's body twitched violently on the sofa several times, and he almost lost control and took off the Mutuo player he was wearing on his head. The immersion brought by Black Mutuo was so deep that David, who was so silent in it, almost couldn't distinguish between fantasy and reality. After the scene in front of him and everything he perceived gradually faded away, David broke out in a cold sweat. Only then did I remember what I was doing. He is not James Norris, he is David Martinez. He is now helping a prosthetic doctor he knows to experience the content of Black Mutuo before it is sold. This is a process that David Martinez, who is half a Mutuo dealer, has to go through every time he gets a new product. After all, the Black Mutuo he got from the prosthetist is to be sold to him. People of the same kind, it is most suitable to use him as the standard for classifying experiences. However, this time Mutuo's stamina was really strong, leaving David Martinez in a daze, unable to recover. Dee the voice in his head sounded, and the prosthetic doctor sent a message. "How's it going, David?" This Mutuo is a fresh memory extracted from the brain of a cybernetic psychopath who died less than 2 hours ago. "How do you feel about the experience?" "Awesome, doctor, you are so awesome." "Ha, what's awesome is the editor JK who edited this masterpiece." After all, this is an unlimited film, and JK is the #1 in this aspect. "To be honest, my head feels dizzy and I feel like vomiting." If you feel the same way as cyberpsychosis, everyone will do it. Then, before you vomit, hurry up and experience the next Mutuo. "If we don't have a doctor, we'll stop here today." David rejected the doctor's suggestion. He rubbed his head and sent a message. "I saw some familiar people in the cyberpsychosis video just now. The impact is a bit strong now, so I have to slow down." "Is it going to end so early today?" "I originally wanted to give you a surprise next time, Zhang Xiaoming, but what do you mean by familiar people? Could it be that among the NCPD policemen watching the movie in the video, there is a guy you know? It was really lucky that I happened to be an extra. That's about it. Anyway, I'm going to take a rest first, doctor." After hanging up the call from the prosthetic doctor, David let out a long breath, feeling that the suffocation he felt from the Mutuo movie was now a little more relaxed. Then, he covered his head. It would be great if he really just knew someone in the NCPD police force. The problem now is that the person he knows is not an extra actor, but the protagonist in the Mutuo movie. Sure enough, there's something wrong with this. The scenes he saw in the afternoon flashed through David's mind. His classmates from other classes in the school wanted to sell Mutuo with him, and they gave him money and invited him to eat at a luxurious restaurant just to achieve cooperation. But in fact, his true identity is that he can command the NCPD to watch and confront cyberpsychosis head-on. This is too dreamy. Could it be that he is still in Mutuo? Thinking that it had only been a little over 2 hours since he was separated from them, the prosthetic doctor said that this was a fresh Mutuo from 2 hours ago. Did they go to fight cyberpsychosis not long after he left? In other words, did he almost face cyberpsychosis with them? Although he knew that this possibility was unlikely, David felt an inexplicable surge of excitement at the thought of it. He has watched the entire series of cyberpsychosis. It can be said that at this age in Night City, he is one of the few people who understands the threat of cyberpsychosis and its powerful people. He watched in Mutuo, killing a powerful person, full of the simple and relaxed Carl team, who are cyberpsychotics and military-grade prosthetics, already have feelings called yearning in their minds. A man, even if only once in his life, would imagine that he could become the strongest man in the world. The strength that Carl and the others showed, which was almost equated with strength, had already satisfied David's fantasy. It turns out that there really is such a group of people in the world. David looked at the Arasaka Academy uniform placed next to him. Tomorrow he will be able to see Gaius again. At that time, he will have to ask Gaius about his feelings about fighting cyberpsychosis today. As someone who has experienced Black Mutuo, it can be said that he has nothing to do with Gaius. David, who had been killing for half a game, really wanted to know what a person's inner thoughts would be like when they were actually fighting cyberpsychosis. Will you be nervous, worried, or stressed? For the first time in his life, David looked forward to going to Arasaka Academy. In that exclusive and repressive academy, David Martinez saw a glimmer of light that he could look at. But when it comes to going to college, David remembered one thing. The impact he had just received from watching Dark Mutuo was so strong that he hadn't even told the doctor that he wanted to purchase a large quantity of goods at ... but Gaius said that he could hand it over within this week, then there should be no need to be so anxious. What needs to be done now is to wash the clothes first. I went to a luxury restaurant for dinner today. Because I was lost in thought for a while, my clothes were stained with a lot of soup. The school uniforms of Arasaka Academy are not expensive for regular students. They are theirs after they buy them. However, the number of school uniforms will be determined by the family environment. For example, David only has one set of school uniforms and no spare ones. If they get dirty, they have to be washed and dried before tomorrow morning. David has violated the rules and regulations of the academy several times by wearing his regular clothes to school because he has no spare uniforms. Every time, the AI teacher reminds David to get a set of school uniforms, but he has to pay for it. The final result is often nothing. David has never thought of telling his mother about this. As long as a set of school uniforms can be washed and dried at night, he can wear it tomorrow. As long as he pays attention, he will not be left without clothes. Mingy has insufficient balance, stopped drying. The washing machine in the apartment stopped working. Mom, did you forget to pay again? Facing the wet clothes in the machine, David sighed. This shutdown was obviously a common occurrence for him. Fortunately, he found it at night instead of waking up in the day. He still had one night to wring out the water from the school uniform and find a way to spin it dry. If it were normal, he would definitely do this, but today was different. In David's account, there was 10,000 euros given by Gaius. Gaius said that the money earned from the sale of the mutewobot this time would belong to David himself. The only thing he needed was to buy enough so that he could make a name for himself. Looking at the balance in his account, David calculated that after buying the mutuo required by Gaius, he would still have more than 5,000 euros left, and he recharged the washing machine with a full 100 euros without hesitation. Buzz buzz buzz. Looking at the machine in front of him that had been paid and was working again, David Martinez once again felt Gaius' generosity in his heart. Let alone 10,000 euros, even the 100 euros that he had charged in now were all the money he could earn by helping the cyborg doctor sell Black Superdream for a week. The share given by the doctor was shockingly low. At 7 o'clock in the morning, Carl opened his eyes to the sound of the alarm clock, and then said the first words from his heart after waking up. I really don't want to go to school. You have to go even if you don't want to. After rubbing his eyes and getting up, Carl checked the messages sent during his sleep while washing himself. Jason, the assistance bonus you applied for has been issued. Sorry, the people above judged this to be a cyberpsychosis that was quickly solved, and were not willing to give too much money, so I applied for 30,000. As expected, from the weapons used by NCPD police officers, we can know the human nature of the NCPD. Carl, don't worry, that's enough. After sending the 30,000 euros that Jason sent to Oliver and 10,000 euros to Jack respectively, Carl looked at the second text message. Blanca, as expected of a professional, he did a good job. The deal is settled. The 150,000 entrusted by James Norris arrived. Continuing to send 50,000 yuan to Oliver and Jack respectively, Carl's brain, which was still a little unclear because he had just woken up, suddenly realized, why didn't he take a look at his own money and send money to Oliver and Jack again in one go? But then, there is no other information about making money. Carl looked at his balance. After receiving the deposit for the prosthetic King Kong mission, his money was 915,000 euros. The 5,000 euros were the team's meal expenses. He had spent almost 2,000 euros in these days. Except for this, which was temporarily placed on his in addition to the money here, the money that belongs only to Carl is about 910,000. The money was given to David yesterday at 10,000 yuan, leaving 900,000 yuan, plus the money given by Jason and Blanca's money. 960,000. Good. Once you get used to the current prosthetic body, you might be able to use the money to modify it again. According to Lao Wei, how long does it take to get used to it? 2.5 months? It is indeed a bit diligent to install the prosthetic body myself. It has been a little more than a month since I came to 2075, and the prosthetic body I have now, Arasaka Type 3, single molecule wire, titanium bones that make up the arm, dense bone marrow, and bionic joints. Although he didn't feel anything special and it felt the same as before, Lao Wei said that a large number of modifications in a short period of time were often the cause of cyberpsychosis, so he should just follow the doctor's advice. Looking back to see if I can get a better access warehouse, this thing seems to have improved me quite a lot. Although the Arasaka 3 model is the top product on the market, it is still a little worse than the military grade one. Then, what kind of prosthetics should be added? Carl is very aware of his current abilities. It is not difficult to deal with ordinary cyberpsychosis, but if he faces a person of James Norris's level alone, he may be able to win, but he will probably have to pay a huge price. For example, if you lose your hand again, you still have to become stronger. Once you start reforming, it is difficult to stop until you become cyberpsychotic. In order to prevent this possibility, it is better to be cautious in your choices. Before Carl realized the progress that the Arasaka Type 3 brought to him, he had considered whether to install a Cyan Wiston. After all, the prosthetic body was so easy to use. There was a huge difference between having it and not having it in top battles, but after he realized that his consciousness could completely keep up with Sionway Stan, and after getting the Arasaka Type 3, he could even catch up with his movements to a certain extent, he understood that what he should want was not Sionway Stan, but better, faster computing access to the warehouse. It feels like I am an artificial intelligence. The more computing power I have, the faster I can act. After washing up, Carl picked up the synthetic milk placed in the rental refrigerator and made breakfast with wheat bread heated in the microwave. Wheat bread is delicious because it uses genetically modified wheat and synthetic milk, it's just that, drinkable. Carl took the plastic package of milk and wheat bread and left the room to eat while walking, and now the time, it's already 5 minutes past 7. The pork for dinner is coming soon, and I have to ask Jack and the others to buy some kitchen utensils by then. There is only a microwave oven for rent in the apartment, and I am not one of those people who can make a meal out of half-finished products every day. Carl was thinking about what kind of meal he should make when faced with real pork that he had not seen for a long time at night. A message from Oliver and Jack came through the communication. Are you awake? We are waiting for you downstairs. Let's go and take you to the market center. You can go to school then. Damn it, I don't want to do it anymore. On the second day of school, I started to feel tired of studying. While complaining in the communication, Carl walked over honestly and finished his breakfast on the way. Have you received the money? Certainly. Oliver sat in the driver's seat, opened the window, and leaned against the car door and said, after seeing you off today, I will go to Laway's side. The interference in the rain yesterday was too terrible. If the eyesight is better, I've already killed that guy, and now that I'm rich, I'll have to change my Calusi Type 1 eyes. Chi Lucy, isn't that a high-end product? It's a blessing that Lao Wei can get this. After Carl nodded to Jack who was sitting in the passenger seat as a greeting, he opened the back door and got in. When closing the door, he was careful not to let it close tightly. So as soon as Lao Wei told me, I planned to change it. Oliver said, getting up from the car door, closing the window, and turned to look at Carl. How did you sleep? It's not as good as you who don't have to go to school and can go to bed late and get up early. Carl chose the yin and yang without hesitation, and these words made Jack laugh a little. You have a lot of resentment. Okay, if you get the information about Tanaka earlier, you can run away earlier. When you finish this mission, how about you come to my house to get together? Didn't we get everything? I will do it myself. How about some cornflakes and tamales for you? On my part, I trust Mrs. Wells more. Can you do it, Jack? That's cool, bro. You can always trust Jack's kitchen skills. Jack's kitchen skills. Carl also decided to give his brother some face and nodded tentatively, but he also made a request. When the time comes, you have to call Misty too. Ah? Jack was confused by Carl's words. Misty, but if they get together at his house, Misty and his mother. Yes, you have to call Misty. Oliver looked at the road ahead and said with a smile, otherwise, I wouldn't recognize it either. You don't need to go to school. Jack said, his face that seemed honest at this time rarely showed a look of embarrassment and a bit of being persuaded. Finally, he nodded firmly. Okay then, after this mission is over, I will call Misty too. By the way, Lao Wei is also a must. The first class ended at 8:10. Still stuck in time, Gaius Brutus walked out of the classroom. After a day of brief familiarity, other experienced students more or less knew the names of some classmates. And they remembered Gaius Brutus, a student who ran out every time after class, even more deeply. This kind of students who don't seem to care at all about reviewing the knowledge in the course during the break after class is really a waste for other experienced students. Doesn't he feel sorry for the 10,000 euros that his parents or other elders spent on him? Doesn't he want to seek progress at all? Experience Arasaka Academy. This is such a rare opportunity. It may become a stepping stone to enter Arasaka Company in the future. Even if you are not lucky enough to be favored by Arasaka Company, having such an opportunity to experience elite education at Arasaka Academy. If you are looking for a job on the street, you have to find a better resume. Even if you go to the dock for transportation later, you can confidently ask for a higher salary. And this Gaius is wasting this opportunity. Gaius was indeed wasting a good opportunity. For ordinary civilians at the bottom of Night City, it is a good opportunity to spend 10,000 euros to enter Arasaka Academy and experience it. It is also very shameful to waste it. If Gaius is really a commoner from the bottom of Night City, he will also cherish this opportunity. The only problem was that he was never Gaius, a poor boy from the Haywood neighborhood. He was Carl. There is nothing wrong with studying hard, but the knowledge in Arasaka Academy is not what Carl needs to work hard and learn. Those talks about how to plan workers more rationally are actually classroom knowledge that describes how to oppress people. Carl has memorized them because he is familiar with the company, but he needs to delve deeper and think for himself about how to oppress people in more detail. Stealing the credit from colleagues in the office or something like that, forget it. In the Academic Affairs Office of Arasaka College, several faculty members watched as only one person left the classroom. They controlled the surveillance camera and focused on Gaius, who left the classroom. Gaius Brutus, a street worker who was different from other experienced students. The purpose of entering the academy is most likely to sell black Newtwo. Has his evaluation been out? It has come out, and it has certain value. According to the physiological data of the students who attended class yesterday afternoon, most of the hormones secreted by male students when they are anxious have decreased. The appearance of Gaius is of great significance to the college management. It's benign. So, do you want to indulge his behavior? The proposal allows it, and the time is the experience month. 1 month later, on the grounds of illegally selling black Newtwo in the academy, in accordance with Article 3 of the Academy Regulations, the 6th paragraph and the 7th line punish him by confiscating all his proceeds from selling black Newtwo and imposing a fine. He will then be prohibited from entering any facilities opened by Arasaka Company. Are we going to start drafting punishments now? Additionally, if he is willing to actively contribute to the sales channel and leave that line to our faculty to manage, then his fine can be waived and only 95% of his income will be confiscated. Right, 90.5%? Details can be adjusted. The penalty clause is written as 50%. On the basis of our assistance and intercession, let him voluntarily hand over 45%. Can we get 40.5? 40 is the top one, let's take 5 and then we'll split it evenly. Then let's do it. In the eyes of the faculty and staff in the monitoring room, Gaius walking under surveillance has become a small fortune that they will get in the near future. In order to increase this extra income, during this month, all the faculty and staff of the college who knew about this matter would not only not stop him in any way, but would actively indulge Gaius. After all, who doesn't like a bigger wallet? Those idiots who were sent by Arasaka Company to manage the academy and learn the knowledge from the academy should be thinking about how to get my money by now. Gaius sent a message to Jack and Oliver in the language communication. I spent a day testing yesterday. I didn't get any warning today. According to Arasaka's operational efficiency, this is already the default. We can purchase in large quantities. In the morning, David had already sent a series of Newtwo and black Newtwo sellers that he knew about. And the purchasing method is all left to you. Jack, okay, I'll accompany Oliver to Laway's place to install the prosthetic eye. You also need to buy kitchen utensils, right? We'll also buy some on the way, so be careful in the academy. Carl, I will. I won't be careless in Arasaka's territory. Don't forget to bring the meat back with you. I plan to try making braised pork tonight. If you want to taste it, don't forget it. Jack, I won't forget it. You've said it several times. You can't forget it. Braised pork, right? I've been looking forward to it for a long time. Carl, it is the most classic way to make pork. In fact, there are many other ways to make pork, but I am not sure about the ingredients used in other ways. Braised pork is related to other pork dishes with relatively few ingredients. Jack, I understand. The young master thinks that other foods are not good enough. Speaking of which, Lao Wei has been in trouble with a group of scavengers these days. Because Lao Wei doesn't want to accept the prosthesis taken from others by these bastards, they sent an email saying that they plan to kill Lao Wei. Lao Wei doesn't care and says he can handle it, but I think we have to do this job even if we don't get paid. What do you say? Carl, don't ask me for advice on cleaning up the garbage. It's an eyesore when it's piled up. Just treat it as exercise before dinner tonight. Send the scavenger's email address to me. I'll check the address behind it during class. When I get out of school in the evening, we'll go to their house and kill them. It's quicker to avoid delaying dinner time. Jack, then I'll send it to you later. Oh, wait a minute, Carl, Oliver is about to start surgery, and I have to help Lao Wei keep an eye on the door to prevent those blind hooligans from coming to the door. Carl, then contact me later. Gaius ended the communication and was about to go to each classroom to talk to the students who ordered Mutwo from him yesterday, saying that they would have the Mutwo they wanted tomorrow or the day after tomorrow, when someone stopped in front of Gaius. It was a girl with blue hair, a single ponytail, and purple pupils. Gaius had an impression of her. She was the girl with the car key of the Herrera GTS that he bumped into intentionally yesterday. Gaius originally planned to use her as a stepping stone to get familiar with Arasaka Academy, but with the help of many male students, he abandoned this idea yesterday afternoon. Because compared to getting to know Arasaka Academy by getting familiar with the girl and making friends with her, it is easier to get some inside information from male students who obviously have the same hobbies. Now the other party took the initiative to find him. Why? When Gaius lowered his head slightly with curiosity and looked at the girl who was about 20 centimeters shorter than himself, who was 1.8 meters tall, the girl had already stared at Gaius' face and said a word. Thief. This is not a good word. Thief. Gaius looked at the blue-haired girl and showed a look that he didn't quite understand. I see him. As soon as he opened his mouth to say something, the girl interrupted him. I felt strange, so I went back and checked the surveillance of the corner where we collided. When you were moving forward, there was a slight pause in your figure, and then, as if you knew I was coming from the other side, you bumped into me at a speed that was just right for you, and just after the moment your hand was covered by my figure, the traces of fluctuations in appearance caused by the vehicle chip in my pocket have also disappeared. The girl with blue hair stared at Gaius tightly with her purple pupils. After that, you also made a flip movement that just blocked your palm, as if you were hiding something. There is nothing in my sleeve, so I am convinced that you are a thief. You stole my chip and then gave it back to me on your own initiative. That's it. Gaius didn't say anything about evidence, because in this year 2075, things are never really about evidence. Once the other party is convinced, there is really no need for him to argue verbally. He is just a little curious. Why did the girl block herself after she was convinced that she was a thief? So what? Gaius crossed his arms. Psychologically speaking, this was a defensive gesture during a conversation, but when Gaius showed it, he looked a bit like a girl in front of a threat. But the girl didn't have any intention of being forced by Gaius's slightly under-stressed posture. The light in her purple pupils flashed, and then she said, I have blocked the surveillance cameras here, creating a false picture. Does this conflict with what I'm going to say next? What shouldn't be watched when ordinary students are chatting? Apologize. The girl looked at Gaius, pointed to his head, and then pointed to his waist. Bow me 90 degrees and apologize to me properly. I thank you for deceiving me. Please apologize properly. Ha? Apologize? You checked the surveillance, blocked me, and blocked other people's prying eyes. The result is to make me apologize for the bad things I did? According to the usual routine, shouldn't you start suing me at this time? This was such a normal and considerate request that Gaius couldn't believe it, so he blinked a few times and asked, You just want me to bow? I care about the thanks I say. Yesterday, you tricked me into saying thank you. The girl stared at Gaius, so, I have to ask you to apologize and come back. If that's the case, I don't care. It's my fault in the first place. It's reasonable for you to seek an apology when you find out that you were deceived by me, but, Gaius was a bit concerned with what the girl proposed. 90 degrees is too humble. It doesn't matter if it can be 30 degrees. 90 degrees has almost become the standard for repentance and apology. Don't you understand the rules of Arasaka Academy? I understand very well and have remembered it all, but the rule of bowing 90 degrees and apologizing at every turn, to me, it's like a superficial procedure. It's too easy to get rid of guilt and the like through a 90-degree apology. Gaius said to the girl very seriously, At least I am serious. That. The girl didn't know what she was thinking. She stared at Gaius, hesitated for a moment and then said, 60 degrees. 40.5 degrees, cut it in half. This. The blue-haired girl's persistence in this regard was not as firm as seeking an apology. In other words, for her, this kind of apology required negotiation from different angles. This might be the first time. Seeing her hesitation, Gaius felt relieved in his heart. It seems that he is just a clean student whose family environment is superior and well protected, so he has not been exposed to any pollution. She showed immaturity from the beginning. When she was convinced that she had been stolen and that the other party wanted to get close to her, she actually dared to meet the other party alone, and even took the initiative to block the surveillance. From this point, the girl's innocence can be seen. In her subsequent actions, she actually I struggle with the idea of thanking people who don't need to be thanked. A student of Arasaka Academy, in form, is already equivalent to half of the people prepared by Arasaka employees. When he finds someone who can be threatened and exploited, he has no idea of threatening and exploiting the other person. He just wants to get an apology from the other person. Are you still a student with a Japanese education? Seeing the girl hesitate, as if she was struggling with whether or not to give in 40.5 degrees, with an expression that seemed like she had never bargained before, Gaius smiled, and then bent down deeply. I'm very sorry. I teased you yesterday. 90 degrees. The standard of repentance and apology. Why reach this angle? Because it was indeed my fault. I made fun of a fairly clear student and did something wrong. The girl looked at Gaius, who bowed deeply. She had obviously asked him to make such an apology before, but now, she was surprised. She gently covered her mouth and took a step back, then realized something, put down her hand, and wanted to help Gaius up. When the other party sincerely apologized as she asked, she seemed to be embarrassed again. What's your name? Before the girl's hand touched Gaius, Gaius took the initiative to straighten his waist and looked at the girl. Now, I really think that it's good to know someone in Arasaka Academy. You, looking at Gaius's smile, the girl's face was a little strange. Are you apologizing for deliberately approaching me? No, the apology is honest, but the approach now is really real. Don't worry, I don't have the idea of flirting with you, and this apology is not fake. I just suddenly feel that it's interesting to see a rare lotus blooming in the mud in Night City. Gaius stretched out his hand. Gaius, a trainee of Arasaka Academy, Gaius Brutus. The girl looked at Gaius's outstretched hand, and then looked at Gaius' face. I heard that some boys would attract attention by bullying girls. Childish behavior is sometimes the most effective. Although I didn't have this idea at first, now you are really interested in me, right, good boy? Don't you mind the bad boy's handshake request? I mind. The girl reached out and gently shook Gaius's hand. But you are indeed the first bad guy I know in the academy. Why do children always use tricks to attract other people's attention? Because quiet children do not get more attention, they have to be more well-behaved. Yo, David. At the door of David's class, Gaius greeted David as he walked out of the classroom after class. Gaius, the moment he saw Gaius, the scene he saw in Mutewell last night flashed through David's mind. It must be said that the impact was quite strong. How's the goods I asked for? I can bring it to you tomorrow, but we have to make an appointment in advance and bring it directly to the school. It's okay, I understand. Gaius looked at the other students who were about to walk out, and pointed to a place where there were not many students. Let's chat over there. Well, after David followed Gaius to the place he pointed to, he couldn't help but said, Did you solve a cyberpsychosis yesterday? Cyberpsychosis, did the news spread so quickly? Gaius glanced at David in surprise. I remember on the news broadcast, the official title was NCPD. Someone took care of it. How did you know it was me? That. David said a little embarrassedly, that Lieutenant James Norris has the recording software that comes with the military prosthesis. A Mutwo editor produced it within 2 hours after you solved him. The related Mutwo was released, and because it was new, I tried it out. Mutwo editor, within 2 hours, Gaius suddenly seemed to realize something. It can't be from the cyberpsychosis series, right? Yes, that's the editor named JK, as expected. It's that bastard guy. I still have a debt to settle with him. A bill? Seeing David's puzzled look, Gaius did not take the initiative to reveal that he was being recorded as a cyberpsycho. He pointed at the teaching equipment worn next to David's face and abruptly changed the subject. Speaking of which, your device is different from when I saw it yesterday. Did you replace it with another one? I upgraded it in the morning and spent 1,000 euros. Oh, don't worry, I spent the extra money to upgrade the equipment after I had already purchased the quantity of Mutwo you requested. The quantity and quality are definitely enough. Seeing David looking a little uneasy as he realized something in the middle of speaking, Gaius waved his hand indifferently. It's okay, I don't care about this. Anyway, as long as you buy enough quantity to make me famous, it will be fine. As I said before, all the money earned from this sale will belong to you. If you don't buy enough, it's just that you earn less. In terms of spending money, what's given to you is yours. You don't have to tell me how you spend it. After saying this, Gaius looked at the time and found that there were still 15 minutes left in the break. Because of his personal acquaintance, he came to see David after the second class, and the entire morning there were only 3 classes, and there was a lunch break after the 3 classes. Gaius had no intention of staying at Arasaka Academy during the lunch period. Not to mention, Arasaka Academy's indulgent attitude toward people who don't want to be involved in involution is the easiest school Gaius has ever attended. But in other words, without paying the money, even if you want to be involved in involution, there is no place to do so, can only accept such indulgence. Speaking of which, are your grades good? Gaius had investigated David's family situation, so he understood that he was the kind of person who couldn't afford to get involved. He was a little curious about what David, who came from such a family, would do if he couldn't get involved. Score? I don't quite understand why Gaius suddenly asked this, but David was still quite honest in his answer. in the last test, I only ranked 10th in the school. Under the circumstances where the internal examinations are endless and almost all the children of the rich and powerful have tutors, how can they get to the 10th place in the school just by relying on the weak content in class? Only ranked 10th? That's right. David was a little confused. He didn't know why Gaius showed such an expression of disbelief. He continued, I used to be able to maintain 7th or 8th place, but my recent results have dropped a lot. I could only get to 10th place. You? Staring at David with the punk hair, Gaius suddenly realized that David was actually a good student. He could get into the top 10 just by relying on that little class content. If there was really a chance of involution, Gaius couldn't even imagine what David's ranking would be in Arasaka Academy. With your grades, doesn't Arasaka College have any scholarships? I heard that schools run by Yes Company all have scholarships. There are some, but those are large scholarships only for university departments. We are a middle school department, and the scholarships given out are generally just for encouragement. They are given out once a semester, and they cost €300 each time. I saved myself a little more. For emergency use, it can also be used for 1 or 2 months. €300, a month or 2. For the subway, my mother helped me recharge the money. When I eat, I go to the cafeteria and use the recharged meal card. The college's cafeteria has subsidies. Although the cheap ones don't taste very good, €1 can buy a piece of bread. Sometimes if I'm lucky, I can buy some pork floss bread which is due soon for €1.5. It's enough for one meal. I'll go home for dinner. So these €300 are really for emergencies. Don't you usually buy drinks, snacks, or anything like that? I buy myself one every week. I like to buy the fat chicken wings from the Feifei restaurant. I can buy a large golden and crispy chicken wing dripping with oil for €4. I will eat the wing tip on the spot, and then save the wing root to heat in the microwave at night. My mother likes to eat the middle of the wing the most, so I will leave a wing on the table for her. Listening to David's overly bitter story, Gaius remembered when he asked Jack to catch David. Jack described in the communication that when David spent money to buy drinks, he pretended to be careless and bought a €5 disposable pistol. At that time, this kid's heart must have been bleeding. Looking at this young man whose eyes seemed to sparkle when he mentioned the synthetic grilled chicken wings that he would definitely dislike, Gaius could only reach out and pat his shoulder in the end, do a good job. As long as we make all the boys in the academy understand that they should come to me to buy Mutuo, we can start to try to develop the female side. By then, the money we earn will be enough for you to have endless chicken wings every day. By then, your mother won't have to work hard, and you can pay the tuition by yourself. Is this considered as the boss's empty promise? Looking at the expectant eyes of the innocent David, Gaius inexplicably felt an unspeakable sense of shame in his heart. God, why do the guys in this academy, 1 or 2 of whom he knows, blame the innocents? This makes me, who has been in Night City for a long time, completely unable to bear it. Fortunately, the impression left by Gaius that the people of Arasaka Academy are all innocent did not last long. Because some students came to cause trouble. To be precise, they were looking for trouble with David, and Gaius was just a by-product. Poor people and street thugs really fit together, don't you think, David? Listening to the mocking voice of the student approaching, Gaius breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it is better not to leave a good impression on Arasaka Academy. Finally, he came, a typical rich kid who looked down on the poor and street people. If he didn't come again, I would have doubted the composition of the students of Arasaka Academy. The one who came to deliberately tease David and Gaius was a young man with blue fish dot-shaped hair. He was wearing a neat Arasaka Academy uniform. When he walked over, he was followed by 2 people, one fat and one thin. The follower, just looking at his face, seems to have the temperament of a deputy company dog. Gaius' eyes noticed that there were obvious traces of bionic leather connection on the right side of his cheek. For someone who can implant bionic skin, it is easy to eliminate these traces. I don't know if he kept it intentionally. He didn't notice Gaius's gaze. The blue dot-haired boy who came here obviously looking for trouble was targeting David. He walked up to David and relied on his height, which was slightly taller than David's. He looked down at the big man. Guard. Hey, David, I originally thought that you would cause something embarrassing in class today, but I didn't expect that you could update the teaching software and even replace the equipment. This money is a lot of money, right? It has nothing to do with you, Katsuo. David frowned. He obviously didn't feel comfortable dealing with this classmate whom he called Katsuo. I have never promised you to call me by my name so intimately, but who calls you a poor person? I can understand your lack of education. The The boy David called Shangnan took a step closer and got very close to David. Don't worry, I don't mean to despise you for being poor, because this is a fact, not something that needs to be emphasized and despised. Katsuo stared into David's eyes and said, you may think that I am targeting you because you are poor, but you are wrong to think so. I uphold philanthropy. It is not your fault that you are born in a poor class, and no one stipulates that poor people cannot go to Arasaka. The academy is like no one stipulating that street gangsters can enter Arasaka Academy as long as they can afford it. With that said, Katsuo glanced at Gaius who was beside him, and then looked back at David. What disgusts me is your attitude, David. I don't have time to talk nonsense with you here, Katsuo. That's it, that's the attitude, David. Katsuo looked unhappy and stared at David who looked troubled. You guy, you always show such an indifferent attitude as a matter of course. Although you haven't studied much, you can always get better than me who studied hard. Time and time again, time and time again. You know that every time how do I feel when I see you doing extremely well in the exam, but showing that you failed in the exam? How do you feel, even if you say this? David didn't understand very well, and he couldn't understand what Shangnan meant at all. You studied hard, and it was very hard, but that's your business, isn't it? I failed in the exam, and I did fail in the exam. I didn't deliberately show that I failed in the exam. So, that's it, David, why do you always show such a natural attitude? It's like it should be like this. Shangnan stretched out his hand and put his index finger on David's chest. Every time after I work hard, I look at you leisurely, with excellent results, sighing over there that you didn't do well in the exam, and I can't help but feel sad in my heart. It's disgusting, seeing your presence is really an eyesore. If anyone in the class is willing to get close to you, you'd better drop out of school early if you're a weirdo who can't get along with anyone. Katsuo's index finger tapped David's chest hard again and again. No one in the class welcomes a person who can easily do better than they have after working hard. It is obvious that life is extremely easy, but always you are a disgusting guy who acts like you are working hard. Every time we see you, a freak, we feel like everything we have worked hard for will become meaningless. This kind of thing has nothing to do with me. David looked at the expressions on Shangnan and his two followers, as if he had made a big mistake. It was really difficult for him to understand. You don't care about my exam, just do your best. No, why do you care so much about me? It's because of your existence that people have to care. Do you know how many people in the class were scolded by their parents because their grades were not as good as yours? Listen to those words. I hired the best teacher for you. The best educational conditions have been provided, but you are not as good as a poor boy from Santo Domingo. Your existence is an eyesore. Listening to the conversation between Katsuo and David, Gaius, who was standing next to him, probably understood what was going on. To put it simply, a group of company kids were pressured by their parents because they had the best educational resources but could not get better grades than David, a poor man. Under this top-down pressure, they looked at even with David's existence, they felt that he was an eyesore, so they rejected him and wanted him to leave the academy. How to say it? In terms of Gaius's feelings, I can only say that this is Arasaka Academy, a school run by Japan, and it always has such a Japanese flavor. Exclude and suppress people who are different. This kind of top-down distortion was what happened in Gaius' past era, and the result is that in 75 years ago, there was still no change at all. Professional Japanese flavor belongs to it. This is your business. Looking up slightly at Katsuo, David's tone was firm. He didn't particularly like Arasaka Academy. He only studied here because of his mother's request. But even if he didn't like it, he had to go on this path under his mother's expectations. Moreover, now that he has met Gaius and has an income to support his family, it is absolutely impossible for him not to go to school. Humph. I didn't think that I could just let you drop out of school by just saying it verbally. When Katsuo was about to say something, a slight bell rang. The break time was over. You'd better not catch me with a handle, David. I heard that you may be involved in the sale of black Mutwo recently. You should remember clearly that if you are involved in the sale of black Mutwo, you will be expelled from the academy. After saying a harsh word, Katsuo and his two followers hurried to the classroom. He didn't want to be late because of something related to David, otherwise his usual score would be lowered. Looking at his back, David listened to the bell and was about to turn around and say something to Gaius, but when he turned around, he only saw Gaius' back. Don't worry, you only need to sell normal Mutwo that does not violate the rules. Don't worry about him. If you feel scared, I will take you to see the world after school to improve your courage. This is the message Gaius left to him in the communication. As for why Gaius did not say it in person but through the communication: it's time for class, and returning to the classroom when the bell rings has almost become a habit engraved into Gaius' DNA. Carl, we're here to pick you up, huh? Why did this guy come with you? Oliver parked the Sky Hara, which belonged to Carl and was actually driven by him, on the side of the road. When he and Jack, who was sitting in the passenger seat, were greeting Carl, who was walking over, he found that behind him, there was also the man he saw yesterday. Here comes the boy named David. Take him to see the world. Carl, who still maintained Gaius's face, walked over, glanced around, adjusted the position of the only camera that could capture this area, and deleted and changed the image of him and David walking over, and said hello. David sat in the back seat of the car. See the world? Oliver looked back at David, who was sitting in the back seat as obediently as a chicken, with his hands on his knees. He looked at Jack strangely and said, a student needs to see the world. You have to teach him how to hold a gun when faced with a real threat. He is a rare partner. I don't intend to watch him go to school one day and be shot dead by an impatient robber on the street. After sitting in the car and experiencing minor facial pain, Carl returned to his original face. The pain on the face has been relieved a little, and the nerves are well integrated. I don't know if this is a good thing or a bad thing. Aren't you afraid of leading him astray? Oliver didn't have any objections to bringing in a new person. Anyway, they were just going to deal with small things like scavengers today. Things that the new mercenaries on the streets could do, but a new person who would cause trouble and not be able to help. I can protect him. I am just a student of Arasaka Academy. Do I need to know this? It's better for children from civilian backgrounds to understand a little bit. Carl looked at David. I have also asked him for relevant opinions. I just made a suggestion. It is not so much that I want to bring him here, but that he is very interested and wants to try with us. Is that really true? Oliver stared at David, and although David was very nervous, he still nodded firmly in Oliver's eyes. I want to learn how to use a gun, so that even if I encounter a cyber psychopath with my mother on the street in the future, you can also resist. Cyberpsychosis can't be solved by holding a broken gun. If you encounter it, you'd better run away quickly. But it's enough to learn a little from us and deal with the gangsters. One Oliver said and smiled, you are a coward, and you are worthy of being from Santo Domingo. If it weren't for the 6th Street gang, which is no longer a welcoming place, I would have introduced you to my dad. Okay, Oliver, aren't you the one who got kicked out within a week of joining? Besides, it's better to live in peace than to join any other gang. Even the Valentino gang is the same in this regard. Jack was saying next to him, gangs should not harm young and promising children. If you really join the gang, it is not that easy to figure it out. The reason why Jack and Oliver were able to quit the gang was because they were in the gang. Because he has some connections in the gang. If David is involved with the gang, it will be no less than sinking directly into the mud pit. Stop talking so much, Oliver, just drive and finish it quickly. David, after the mission is completed, I will take you to eat a real pork meal. Just go to my place to settle the dinner. You can take some back with you then. To your mother, let's just say you made a new friend in the college. Real pork? Is this really okay? It doesn't matter, anyway, my concept of food is something that can soothe a tired soul. Your mother works very hard, so eating something is just a good supplement, and I also just want to see how hard my craftsmanship is. How does it taste in people's mouths? It is only by knowing Carl's concept that we can understand that your eldest young master is a picky eater. While driving, Oliver kept saying, we are all looking forward to seeing if your skills are good or not. I'm talking about you. When it tastes good, give me more to eat. Don't even think about leaving until you're too full. You don't need to tell me, it's so delicious that I can eat a pot of it by myself. Through the window, watching the colorful scenery passing by, David listened to the words of Carl and Oliver. The tension and uneasiness in his heart slowly calmed down, and at this moment, Carl handed him something. Take it, use this first. David subconsciously took it and took a look, only to realize that it was actually a pistol. Gun. I have told you to see the world. Protect yourself when the time comes. Although we will protect you, things always happen. Since you want to learn some skills to protect you and your mother, then you should first learn how to hold it correctly. Let the gun begin. The gun Carl gave was his sidearm Kenshin. Technical pistols have much less recoil than kinetic pistols. Even David, who looks quite thin, can hold it. As long as he doesn't fire 7 or 8 shots in an instant like Carl, the recoil was not enough to make his wrist numb. But without the correct gun-holding posture, even the recoil of a technical pistol might be gone after one shot, so Carl's next step was to explain and help David adjust. Learn how to hold a gun. Hold your fingers like this, that's right. It's best for novices to hold the gun with both hands. This way, the wrist will be more stable and the landing point will not be offset. Don't hold it too tightly, just relax a little, just like holding the door handle. When a novice shoots for the first time, even if he faces an enemy less than 10 meters away, he may miss the target. Don't be in a hurry when shooting. A pistol like Kenshin is enough to shoot off the head of a street thug. What you need to grasp is not speed, but accuracy. Looking at Carl's teaching over there, Jack also interrupted and said a few words. Also, when shooting, you must remember how many shots you fired, otherwise it will be fatal if you want to shoot at a critical moment but find that there are no bullets. That moment of hesitation is enough for others to make a few holes in you. Novices should not think about firing empty bullets and changing bullets. One magazine can solve most battles. Listening to Carl and Jack's words, David nodded continuously, and after constantly adjusting his gun grip, in the eyes of Oliver who looked over after parking the car, he already had a good grip. But, looking at the Kenshin in his hand, Oliver asked Carl casually, "You gave the Kenshin to David, what do you want to use?" "Lexington." Without hesitation, Carl took out the Lexington in the car. "I went to the gun shop in our super skyscraper and asked the boss to help modify it. It is an upgraded version with enhanced power. A blade that can be used for close combat is added under the gun body. I call it End of Night now." The target of Carl and others, the place where the scavenger who dared to threaten Lao Wei is located, is the little Chinatown in Watson District. It also happens to be near the residence of Carl and Oliver. This gang may want to forcefully sell the goods to Lao Wei because of their proximity. Regarding their behavior, Carl can only say that they are indeed in front of the door. Court death. Which floor? Holding a Golden Lady pistol in each hand, Jack asked Carl, who was hacking into the apartment building in front of him. There are 7 on the 3rd floor. As for the weapons, there is nothing noteworthy. It seems that the gang has just started the scavenger business. No wonder they dare to threaten Lao Wei. Wait a minute, I will connect the screen to your personal terminal. Give me permission. As Carl answered, he sent permission requests to Oliver, Jack, and David. Although David came to see the world, to be precise, he just followed and learned, but since he wanted to do something, he had to be steady. To put it into perspective, you must follow the requirements of your teammates. It is also necessary to access the screen to understand the situation. Ugh! Even if, after connecting to the screen, he would vomit because of the bloody feeling of human organs scattered in the screen. Take a good look and get familiar with it. Oliver was very considerate of David, probably because they were both from Santo Domingo. He supported the wall and handed David, who was vomiting non-stop, the real water in the car. Take it to rinse your mouth, and remember what you see in your heart. If you don't protect your own strength, then you will also become a part of that stretcher. Speaking of which, I remember that you've been exposed to a lot of black nuquos. Why are you still vomiting at the bloody images? It's just that I suddenly remembered a black nuquo I watched last night. The impact was too strong. I'm not usually like this. David, who felt like his stomach had cleared out of vomiting, took the real water handed over by Oliver and gargled his mouth. The refreshing feeling of real water soothed him, and his whole body was washed away by the coolness. Gotta cheer up. David stared at this bottle of real water that he had never drunk before, and was a little surprised. This water tastes completely different from the water in Santo Domingo. The water in Santo Domingo. When Oliver heard David talking about this aspect, he couldn't help but sigh, but said nothing. Get ready, David. Here, I'll give you another gadget. Carl took out something in the car and naturally handed it to David. Grenade? David was a little dazed looking at the oval dot-shaped thing placed in the palm of his hand by Carl. Don't worry, the specially modified version will not explode so powerfully that it won't blow up the entire building. Throwing the grenade into a room will clear that room. Hold it first and find the right opportunity when the time comes. Throw it in. Is it okay to throw a grenade in? Of course. We're not here to rescue people. I've also checked and found that there are no living people except the scavengers. These bastards are eager to make money. There are only some poor people's corpses in the room, which are placed in a special freezing bathtub. I also uploaded that room to your personal terminal. Don't throw it there. Although the person is dead, the body should be kept as intact as possible for them. When the matter is resolved, I will call an acquaintance at the NCPD and ask him to come over and see if he can contact the family of the deceased. Being targeted by the scavenger is bad enough, let them have a home. After the information transmission is completed, what needs to be explained has also been explained. Next, it is time to officially carry out the task. Carl Squad self-released mission. Time, before dinner. Reward, braised pork prepared by Carl. After pulling the all-night slide, Carl and the rest of the team took the elevator to the third floor. The place where the scavenger is located is a large suite on the third floor that they rented specifically. There are 4 rooms in the entire suite, which are the living room, storage room, and processing room. The last one is empty and is dedicated to recreation room used to provide rest. Among the 7 scavengers, 2 were sleeping in the living room, 2 were disposing of corpses in the processing room, 1 was talking about some kind of business through the computer next to the table in the processing room, and the remaining 2 were lying in the leisure room. Wearing a Mutuo device on the sofa, his lower body was hunched over as he watched some kind of Mutuo movie. The suite where the scavenger was located was relatively inside the corridor, and in the corridor that was the only way to go, 2 residents were standing at the door of their respective rooms, smoking and chatting. Carl knew their identities before they saw him. The 2 civilians, who ran a street hot dog business, had no contact with the newly moved scavengers. Just keep them out of the way. Clear. Jack took the golden ruthless woman and tapped the wall of the corridor twice with the gun handle. After using his voice to attract the attention of the 2 civilians who were talking, he flashed the gun in his hand and shook his arm. He made a gesture to get out of the way. The 2 obviously experienced hot dog vendors did not look nervous or panicked at all. They looked at the strong Jack and the pistol in his hand, and then at the 3 people behind him who each held weapons. They nodded in understanding. Then he opened the door behind them and hid directly in. It's not like they've never seen mercenaries on the streets come to deal with things, so there's no need to be too surprised. Let's go. In the communication, when Carl gave the order to continue moving forward, David's throat rolled, and he swallowed, but he felt himself getting nervous, and his hand unconsciously clenched the pistol. He was obviously in the car before, just been taught. Is this rigorous and serious atmosphere what real mercenaries look like when performing missions? It is not at the same level as the recordings experienced in Chaomeng. Indeed, reality is the most powerful. Just when David had this thought in his mind, he found 2 hot dog sellers hiding under the room. A piece of paper was shoved out, and there seemed to be something written on it. He looked over subconsciously, and the prosthetic eyes in his eyes flashed, allowing him to see clearly what was printed on the card. Old William's Hot Dog Stand. If you want to enjoy hot dogs with 80% real meat content, then come to the Old William's Hot Dog Stand in Chinatown, Watson District. For only €10, you can enjoy enough for the whole family. The big hot dog, Old William Hot Dog, satisfies you every day. To pre-order, you can call the communication number, GG. Remember, if it tastes good, you can eat it later. In Oliver's accustomed words, David felt that the excitement he had just raised about the mission of a serious mercenary suddenly calmed down. Drop. After a slight sound of unlocking, the door of the suite where the sweeper was located was cracked open by Carl. The first room after entering from the door was a lounge where 2 scavengers lay watching Mutuo. The slight sound of unlocking did not disturb their play in Mutuo. Slowly pushing open just enough for 1 person to pass by, Carl did not rush in. There are landmines, so it seems that these scavengers are quite vigilant. During Carl's downward pointing movement, David, who was watching from the side, noticed that there were 2 biological induction mines placed at the entrance. As long as it detects that a living thing is trying to cross the threshold, it will be activated. No wonder I put the lounge in the first house. I originally thought it would be used to deal with possible NCPD inspections, but now it seems that it is used to attract my attention. Jack said in the message, looking at the induction mines on the ground, and looking away at the 2 scavengers lying on the sofa in the distance wearing Mutuo equipment, without any protective preparation. I'll take care of it. A single molecule wire popped up from Carl's wrist. With his wave, the end of the single molecule wire was connected to the usage port of the induction mine. The port that was originally used to allow users to connect and control remotely has now become a port. Carl's best way to break in. Single molecular wires can be used as data lines for hackers to invade, but few people will use the swing method to connect dangerous mines like Carl, because if this is not handled well, it may really explode. After the connection was successful, not even a second passed before Carl's information appeared in the communication again. The solution is completed, and I blocked the possible trigger induction. As long as we don't actively detonate it, even if someone among the scavengers connects to this mine in advance, they will not notice that the mine has expired. Although I feel that the induction mine bought by the scavengers should not have this function, but to be on the safe side, it is better not to touch it. Clear. Seeing that Jack and Oliver both sent clear messages in the communication, David quickly followed suit. Clear. After finishing the processing, Carl took the lead and slowly entered the suite. He had already taken over the monitoring of this place. Be careful and slow down, David. After Jack gave a kind reminder, he followed Carl into the suite, followed by David. Oliver was responsible for the rear guard, so he had to enter the room last. Knowing that he was in third place and being taken care of, David stared at the sensor mine that was so close that he could accidentally trigger it. After his heart jumped twice, he took a deep breath to suppress the tension in his heart. Emotions, and then moved smoothly, walking into the room without any mistakes. As a newcomer, you have done well. Maybe you are more suitable as a mercenary than you thought. Oliver, who watched David's performance completely later, praised him in the communication. David's performance was much better than him the first time. He was shaking all over. Haha, really? Who doesn't like to be praised for a job well done? At least for David, this kind of recognition has not been encountered several times in his previous life. This kind of thing came from Oliver. The constant compliments made his face grin uncontrollably. If something wasn't right, he might have touched his head in embarrassment. It's really good, but it's just time to make some improvements. Come on, David, come here. Seeing David's cheerful look, standing next to a scavenger looking at mute woe, Carl waved to David. What are you going to do? David stepped lightly and was careful not to alert the scavenger, walked to him, and then saw Carl hand over a knife. You probably aren't strong enough to break his neck, so just use this thing and stab the artery in his neck. Don't worry, you don't have to worry about him calling for help if you make a mistake. I will cover his mouth for you. Ah. Dazedly taking the knife handed over by Carl, David looked at the scavenger who was still shaking his lower body in front of him, feeling a little dazed. He was already prepared to use a pistol to defend his life, but he didn't fire a single shot and went straight to the knife. Don't be too merciful. I checked his information and found that he was involved in the murder of 3 children. The oldest was only 12 years old. Everyone's prosthetic body and organs were hollowed out. One of the children was St. Thomas from your hometown. People of Mingo, think of the parents who cried holding their empty bodies after losing their children, and think of the children on the streets you saw in Santo Domingo. Carl put his hand gently on David's shoulder, giving David the courage to support him. If you want to protect yourself and your family, you must not hesitate to kill a bastard like a scavenger. I personally do not agree with killing, but if it is a scavenger, I don't mind relaxing the conditions to see this. Scene. Evisced children, crying parents. A picture flashed through David's mind, that of his young self lying in a pool of blood, his body empty, and his mother holding him and crying in despair. I feel the same. Taking another deep breath, under Carl's gaze, David acted decisively. Puff! The sound of a sharp knife piercing into the neck was heard together with the sound of Jack breaking the scavenger's neck. Under David's gaze, the originally obsessed scavenger's body suddenly stiffened, and then his face followed his body. He twitched a few times and started shaking his head wildly. He didn't stab it accurately, leaving the scavenger with enough energy to flutter. Continue. Without any accusation, Carl just glanced at the scavenger, blocked the last message he tried to send to his companions, and was so cold that he asked David to attack again in the communication. There can be no hesitation at this time. Any hesitation towards scum may allow them to find opportunities to harm themselves and those around them. Yes. While replying in the communication, David felt his hands being enveloped by the spewing red liquid, which seemed to be a little unable to open. His hands were still steady and he pulled out the knife, and then used the biological knowledge he had learned in class. After finding the right spot, he stabbed down again. This time, there were no mistakes. David's expression changed as he watched life stop struggling in his hands and then pass away. His clothes were stained with blood and his face was slowly dripping with blood. That look was no longer that of a boy. Oliver, who had been watching everything and making preventive preparations, also sent a message to David in the communication. Congratulations, you are now a man. In Night City, when does a boy grow into a man? Is it when you kill the first enemy, or when you go to bed for the first time, or when you shoot for the first time? None. Only when he truly makes up his mind and has the consciousness to protect the people around him can he truly become a man. On an ordinary day in December 2075, a boy named David Martinez had grown into a man with the consciousness to protect those around him. Volume 2. After the 2 scavengers in the lounge were dealt with, the remaining 5 scavengers did not survive for long in front of Carl's team. It took about 2 minutes from the time they entered the door for them to handle everything. You have to wash yourself well when you come to my house later. Looking at David, who fired 4 shots in the previous battle and killed 2 scavengers in total, including the one killed by the knife before, Carl commented on the blood on his body, but now I understand why Arasaka always likes red and black clothes. It turns out that this is stained with blood, but it's not too obvious. Did I do it? Smelling the blood, David began to breathe heavily after the battle. Of course you did it, David. Oliver slapped him on the back and almost beat David to his knees. I said, you did a good job, you are qualified to have a good meal of braised pork. It's obviously me who wants to cook, why do you make it seem like you did it? Carl complained and asked David, how about it, David, can you still eat it? I can do it. David adapted quickly, I don't read black chow mein for nothing. That's fine, you can keep the kenshin. I'll recommend you a gun store on the way to school that has discounts for buying 4 boxes of bullets together. When you have time, you can go to the shooting range to practice reloading and aiming. It's a bit of a waste of bullets to kill one person with 4 bullets. 1 out of 4, David's shooting skills are already good enough. Jack searched the scavenger suite and found that there was nothing valuable except some second-hand junk prostheses. He came to their computer and flipped through the email records on it. It's indeed this group of people. They haven't deleted the threatening emails they sent to Lao Wei. Let me see, there are also records of their kidnappings on it. This way, it may be easier for NCPD to find the victim's family. After sending a message to Johnson, Carl handed a bag full of things to David. What is this? I picked up the scavenger's gun when I was checking it. It's not good quality. You can find a weapon store to sell it later. It should be able to make some money. You can use it as pocket money. Now the money from selling this kind of gun is not worth much for Carl and others. It's just right for David, who is adapting to it for the first time. Can I? Looking at Carl handing it to him, which is his first income, David was a little surprised and a little surprised. You killed 2 of the 7 people, more than me. What's there to be embarrassed about? Carl stuffed the bag into David's arms, but you have to be careful, don't let your mother find out. Since she has worked hard to support you to go to Arasaka Academy, she must think that it's best for you not to get involved in street things. You have basically learned it this time. Next, you just need to go to the gun store occasionally to practice continuously. We don't have anything to teach you. There is nothing to teach you. This sentence is of course a lie, but Carl said it anyway. After all, David's family is not a family with a strong gang atmosphere like Oliver and Jack. It is better for him not to get involved too much in the mercenaries on the street. There is nothing to teach me. David heard the hidden meaning of Carl's words, that is, this time is the last. Really, just to see the world. In his heart, David couldn't help but compare the current acceptance with the rejection in school. Compared with going to school, perhaps what he longed for in his heart was the same mercenary life as Carl and others. But he also knew that this was indeed the last time, because, thinking of his hard-working mother and her expectations of him, and looking at Carl, Oliver and Jack, David didn't say anything willful after all, but just nodded, I understand. But I'm still willing to come to my place for free meals. Carl smiled and patted David on the shoulder. I don't mind friends coming to my house for free meals, it's just a good opportunity to test my cooking skills. Yeah. With David's nod and the sound of sirens approaching in the distance, this pre-meal exercise was over, and then he could go to eat his reward. Mr. Johnson. After going downstairs, Carl told Johnson who came over about the relevant matters, and handed over the small piece of paper he had picked up when he left just now. Old William Hot Dog? Jensen looked at the piece of paper in his hand and felt a little puzzled. When we were dealing with the scavengers, 2 residents gave us a promotional poster. I think the picture is okay, so I'll recommend it to you. Recommend something you haven't eaten yourself. Since they didn't make any noise to disturb us, just do them a favor. Carl originally wanted to chat with Jason, such as asking him to come to his place after get off work to get some meat, when Jack's voice came from a distance. Carl, it's not good. What's wrong? When Carl looked over, he found David and Jack surrounding his car, and Oliver's face was quite ugly. When we went up, a car thief pried open the car door. Although he didn't drive away, he damaged all our tires. Huh? Carl hurried over to take a look and found that it was true. There were obvious marks of picking the lock on the car door. From the gap between the car door and the car body, the other party's action was very urgent. We can actually encounter such a thing? When Jack was hanging out on the streets before, he had done a lot of such car thefts, but he didn't expect that the old car thief would be robbed today after being hunted by geese all day. Well, although there is nothing to be angry about. Carl looked at Oliver's gloomy face and continued, but we may have to take the subway back today. Don't let me find that little thief, otherwise I must hang him up and beat him with my belt. Oliver, who obviously has the deepest feelings for cars among the few people, said this harshly. He can understand those who make a living on the street, but it's another matter if you mess with him. If he really catches a thief, although he won't kill the car thief as easily as a company dog, he will definitely beat him up. Carl shook his head. He quickly accepted this as the biggest damage of the day. He looked at Johnson, who was walking over. Mr. Johnson, we will call for a car repair later. Can you stay here and let the people over there take my car to repair? We have something to do tonight and have to go back early. It's okay. You go ahead. After all, you have done us a credit today. This is nothing. Go back early. Jensen glanced at David, whose uniform was stained with blood. He also needs to take a good shower. Sorry for bothering you, but this is not a big deal. Before the mission, Carl had changed his clothes in the vehicle in advance. After thinking about it, he asked David to change into the Arasaka uniform he put in the car. There is a little difference in height. You wear it first. Take the bag of clothes and wash it at my house. Under Carl's instructions, David, holding 2 bags containing guns and clothes, followed Carl, Jack and Oliver to the subway he took every day to go to school. The moment he stepped onto the subway, he suddenly noticed a hint of white in his peripheral vision. David looked after the white color and found that its owner was a short haired woman with pink roots and white hair tips. She looked about 20 years old and was wearing a short coat and black underneath. Wearing a tight leather jacket and smoky makeup, looking gorgeous. So beautiful. This was the first thought that came to David's mind, and then he noticed the other party's somewhat unusual movements. She seemed to be getting closer intentionally to the company personnel wearing Arasaka Gakuen in the subway. David? Oliver's confused voice made David, who was chasing the woman, subconsciously turn his head, and then what he saw was Oliver with a strange expression on his face. We asked you what your taboos are, why are you in a trance? Cuddle and wash, David apologized quickly, I was a little lost just now. Are you looking at something? Oliver followed David's previous line of sight, but only saw a few company dogs wearing Arasaka company uniforms. He seemed to understand something. You are looking at them, too. After all, if nothing happens after graduation, I will also join that place. I don't know how much a month's salary for Arasaka employees is. Jack, who was next to him, also glanced at the company dog who was talking about something over there. I heard it all over here. Even when riding the subway, they were discussing work. They really didn't even have any time to relax. They are probably not much higher. Judging from their appearance, they should be just low-level employees. Carl held his stomach. He was a little hungry. In order to pretend, he ate very simply in the cafeteria of Arasaka College. It was just bread and synthetic milk. He ate like this in the morning and also at noon. He said in fact, it simply cannot withstand the consumption. What I'm more concerned about now is what to eat to fill my stomach later. So David, do you have any taboos? I've already started ordering takeout. When it's almost time to arrive at my house, the delivery robot the food will be delivered to your door, and we'll have something to eat first. Diet. David thought for a moment. As for food, I don't have any taboos. That's fine. What the hell, it's my first time ordering takeout. I just realized that there are still 2 prices for manual and mechanical transportation. How come mechanical transportation is so much more expensive than manual transportation? It's almost as much as the price of food. Carl's complaint received a reply from Oliver, who reminded Carl, please pay attention to the different terms signed between the 2 types of delivery. They are not responsible for problems with manual delivery of meals, but they will bear the responsibility for mechanical transportation. In this regard, it is better to choose machinery. The price is a bit expensive, but at least the time is guaranteed. What kind of protection law? Even if the delivery man is shot halfway, another machine will be able to deliver the food on time when it is due. That is to say, if there is a problem and the person dies, he will die, and both the person and the goods will be empty. But if the machine dies, another machine will take over its work and continue to work, right? After thinking about it, I thought it would work. Carl was already very hungry, but he didn't want any accidents to happen, so just pay more. Well, let's order some pizza first. No, pizza will be too filling. Let's just order fried rice. It goes well with meat. And then, in the midst of Carl's thoughts, David looked at where he saw again, the pink white haired woman. He had already moved through the crowd and reached behind the Arasaka employees. After that, David saw the pink white haired woman's prosthetic eye flicker. Click. No sound was heard, but David saw a chip pop out on the back of the neck of several Arasaka employees, where the chip access port was. David didn't recognize what the chip that popped out of the Arasaka employee's chip access port was, but he saw that the pink and white haired woman was quite skillful in holding the popped out chip in mid-air. Thief! David immediately realized what the pink and white haired woman was doing. Borrowing hacking technology to invade company employees, pry open the data gap on the other party's chip access port, so that the chip that originally existed in it will automatically pop up when it senses the pop.up command, and then steal it. The chips carried by the company's employees have the lowest value, but they are not less than €100, not to mention the employees of Arasaka. Some chips related to the use of firearms can be sold for thousands of dollars. Watching the pink and white haired woman stealing, David said nothing. Because this is Night City, there is nothing special to worry about such a common thing, not to mention that the targets of the theft are company employees. David just didn't expect that such a beautiful woman would do such a thing. He turned around and no longer looked at the woman. When chatting with people, you can't always turn your attention to other places. Just when he turned around, the pink and white haired woman sensed David's last glance. She glanced over, and then noticed the uniform belonging to Arasaka Academy on David's body. Arasaka's her prosthetic eyes flashed, she scanned David, and saw the Arasaka Academy ID on his body. The identity is confirmed. Since he is from Arasaka. The pink-haired woman slowly approached David. In her sight, she could see the back of the boy in the Arasaka Academy uniform. There were a lot of people in the subway. She noticed that the boy from Arasaka Academy seemed to be talking to someone, but due to the angle, she could only see the person standing opposite the boy from Arasaka Academy. He was a young man who looked to be in his 20s, with blonde hair and a small mustache. From the appearance, he did not look threatening. Even if there was a threat, it didn't matter. The pink-haired woman was experienced. She was confident that she could block the chip ejected by the boy through the cover of the crowd. At most, it would only appear in front of the blonde young man for a moment at the moment of ejection. In such a short time, it was unlikely to react. Maybe the other party would think that he was just dazzled. Even if he reacted later and reminded the Arasaka Academy boy in front of him, it was too late. This moment was enough for the pink-haired woman to get into the crowd and disappear. Today's stealing environment is the best. The pink-haired woman's artificial eye flashed. With her hacking ability, she quickly successfully cracked the chip access vulnerability of the Arasaka Academy boy who had his back to her. Click. The pink-haired woman was thinking about the imperceptible sound of the chip popping out in her mind. When she was about to reach out to hold the chip in the air, the chip was intercepted and held by a hand in the air in advance. The one holding the chip was the blonde young man who the pink-haired woman thought would not be able to react. He was staring at her very calmly at this time. Oh no! Just when the pink-haired woman was about to quickly withdraw and hide in the crowd, a real click sound rang out. That was the sound of the gun's safety being opened. One on the left and one in front, the two guns had already been pressed against her temple and forehead before the pink-haired woman wanted to withdraw and retreat. There were people on both sides. The pink-haired woman's body froze. Thief? A somewhat unhappy voice came from the blonde young man's mouth. I hate thieves today. What's your name? Lucy. Real name? Real name. Oliver looked at Lucy, who was sitting obediently on the subway chair, and felt that this kind of interrogation was very familiar. When he first met Carl, he seemed to have been treated in this way. Taiwan Novel Network. Years? What for? Internet hacker, occasionally making some extra money on the subway. Carl. Oliver looked at Carl. Is she telling the truth? The identity currently registered in Night City is considered true. She seems to be an outsider. There is no identity record before Night City, but this is considered common in Night City. Carl yawned and said, he looked at Lucy for a few times and then added, I saw her in a downtown restaurant a few days ago. At that time, she seemed to have skipped the bill. A thief, a trafficker, a habitual street criminal? 80% so. Carl was not very interested in how to deal with the thief. He was not interested in taking his life or anything. He had no objection at all to beating the thief and throwing it in the trash can. He is equal to both men and women, he can shoot both men and women, and he won't hesitate at all when it comes to shooting. I want to eat braised pork, but the subway is too slow. Compared to the lazy Carl, Oliver was seriously thinking about how to deal with this little thief. The thing was stolen from them, and it happened that not long after their car was stolen, she really hit the right time. Do you want to beat me up and throw it in the trash can, or? Oliver looked at David, who was standing next to him. David, she wants to steal your chip. What kind of chip is it and how much is it worth? David stared at the impressed woman for a few times and then said, it's just a part of the money storage chip. It contains my meal expenses in the cafeteria, and there is about 300 euros left. 300 euros? Oliver nodded, and in front of Lucy, who was a little nervous, he signaled to Jack, who was holding the gun, that he could relax his finger on the trigger. If you steal one, you can pay back 3. If you pay 1,000 euros, it will be considered an apology. Again, Oliver can understand the business on the streets of Night City, but if you steal from him, you can't do it without paying a price. If you are found out that you are not good at your craftsmanship, then just pay a fine. Anyway, if you give it to the NCPD, it will still be the same. Yes, they even reduced the penalty of confinement. 3 times, shouldn't it be 900? Lucy felt the movement of the gun next to her head and felt a little more relaxed. However, she had some objections to the numbers. At this moment, she actually dared to bargain. To put it all together, it's good that I didn't ask you to compensate 10 times. It's all transferred to David, who stole the chip from you. He deserves it. He doesn't have much food money in the first place. If you want to steal it, don't choose one. The rich steal from the poor. Arasaka Academy students, will they still have no money? There was no weakness in her mouth. When it came to handing over the money, Lucy obediently transferred 1,000 euros to David according to the number Oliver said. Not everyone at Arasaka Academy is a company kid. David, has the money arrived? Here it is, 1,000 euros. For the sake of this 1,000 euros, I won't beat you up today. I'll show you brighter next time. When Oliver was about to say something else, he noticed Lucy's eyes lit up. Hacker? This was his first thought. Just before he made any move, Carl's voice came from the side. It's the communication, I'm still looking through it. The money has been paid. Now you can put down the gun and let me answer the phone. Lucy wanted to answer the call, but Jack pointed the pistol at her head, so she still didn't dare to make any big move. Be careful next time, girl. Jack moved the gun, no one else is as kind as us. No one else will ask me for 1,000 euros. Today's extra money is all paid for. Lucy was about to answer the phone when she realized that among the group of people, the black-haired young man who seemed to be the laziest and most likely to be the hacker suddenly sat up straight and looked at her. Man, do you know Man? After listening to his words, Lucy finally thought that the person calling her was Man. This guy actually hacked into my personal terminal and read his own communications. If he hadn't been pointed at by a gun the moment before, he would have come back to fight against whatever he said. But compared to this matter, Lucy was more concerned about the word man spoken by the black-haired young man. Because Man was the captain of the mercenary team she joined. You know Man? When she asked back, Lucy connected the communication. Lucy, there's a job that needs to be done here, come here quickly. Man. Carl's communication was specially accessed and joined in the communication. Carl? On the other side, Man was shocked. How come the call I made to Lucy was transferred to you? It's extra access. Does Lucy have anything to do with you? Have you met Lucy? She is the latest member of my team. Because Sasha still needs to recuperate from illness, and the recent mission lacks an assisting hacker, I asked Chiwei to find a hacker friend of hers to join the team. What happened? Man realized on the other end that Carl had connected to Lucy's communication channel, and something must have happened. If she did something wrong, can you give me some face? Man knew Carl's character very well. Lucy was still alive because she could still communicate. If Carl had any major conflicts with Lucy, he would have shot a hole in her head. He just wanted to make a small matter. No, it's not a big deal. She just made extra money on the subway and it happened to us. The matter has been resolved. She lost money because of her poor skills, but it's over. But if she was your teammate, you could have given up the money. While communicating, Carl explained to Oliver, Jack and David next to him, and Lucy's face was very interesting at this time. It's embarrassing to meet an acquaintance and get caught. This matter, it's really a small matter. Since it's over, let me apologize to you on behalf of Lucy. Let's get together when we have time. I'll treat you. It's okay if you don't need it, but if there are delicious special dishes, that's fine too. I'm going to interrupt. You and your team members continue to talk. If you have anything to say, please talk privately. After hanging up the call, since they were acquaintances, there was no need to be so nervous. I'm Carl, and that's Oliver over there, and Jack. Carl said, pointing to David, then he is David. It's like a fight, so let's get to know each other again. I'm Lucy, the current assistant hacker in Man's team. After introducing myself to a few people, with the sound of the subway arriving, this extremely embarrassing encounter for Lucy finally ended. At the moment of arriving at the station, she hurriedly said goodbye to a few people and fled the subway in embarrassment. This matter will definitely be laughed at by Man and his team for 10 days and a half months when I go back. Brace the braised pork. The place where she arrived happened to be the place where Carl and others arrived. Amid the cheers of Carl, who had been patient for a long time and could finally go back to cook the braised pork, David, who got off the bus with him, glanced at the back of Lucy, who was running away. She turned out to be a mercenary too. First put the pork belly in cold water to skim off the blood foam, then bring real water to Oliver. I want to use the best ingredients. Just buy me a whole bucket. Carl responded, heating the wok on the induction cooker. Then blanch the water and remove the floating residue. Wait a minute, why is the fishy smell so strong? Wasn't this pig bled when it was killed? What, this pig wasn't even castrated, my God. David sat on the sofa in the apartment, dumbfounded as he looked at Carl, who had a calm expression even when faced with cyberpsychosis. At this time, his face was full of collapse, and he felt that his inherent impression of Carl had changed again. A lot. Damn, dang, this thing really sucks for me. Forget it, it's just fishy. At worst, I'll add more seasonings to remove the smell, cut the pieces into smaller pieces, and stir-fry as much as possible to let the seasonings penetrate in, but bloody water, forget it, don't boil it yet. Jack, take an empty pot and pour cold real water and white vinegar into it. I'm going to soak it for a while, then take it out and wash it out. I hope this can remove more of the smell of blood. As for why it's so troublesome, Carl. By the way, didn't I buy a lot of corn? Bring the corn over here. My pot is empty. Pour the water in and let's cook the corn first. Carl turned and looked at David. David. Yes. Being stared at by Carl with that unquestionable gaze, David subconsciously stood up from the sofa. Go get that extra small bag I bought. What's the little bag? It's marked with a small bag containing 3 spices, cinnamon, star anise, and bay leaves. Be careful when handling it, and I got a bag like that. Clear. Under Carl's command, several people were busy in Carl's apartment. Originally, Oliver only thought that Carl was cooking and Carl was busy, but when he arrived, he discovered that Carl was basically using them as coolies and basically directed the whole process of what they should do. Carl, you are too lazy. Oliver couldn't help but complain, but under Carl's powerful gaze, he obediently carried out another of his requests. I'm in charge of serving the dishes. Of course you have to do this kind of thing. After dinner, you have to wash the pots and dishes. Regarding Carl's words, Jack laughed indifferently. In the past, when I was at home, it was only on birthdays that I would formally help my mother cook serious dishes. I didn't expect that it wasn't even my birthday yet, so I could feel the feeling of being busy cooking. Don't worry, it will definitely taste delicious and you will definitely not be disappointed. Carl promised quite confidently, and said words that made Oliver feel like he was stabbed in the heart again. After all, it's okay for you to eat, but you can't bring it to La Wei, Mrs. Wells, and Misty. I feel wronged. I don't want to be a guinea pig. Oliver now only hopes that this thing that Carl has been looking forward to for a long time will really be so delicious. After the preparation is complete, heat the oil in a pan, add the cold oil and spices, and start frying slowly. The scent comes out. Bring me the pork belly I prepared. Then start stir-frying to bring out the flavor of fat. Then add the soy sauce, salt and rock sugar bought in Chinatown. There are many ways to make braised pork. Some will put the sugar first and then the meat, but Carl's method is to put the meat first. Then start to stir-fry until the sugar color is obtained. Stab it. Pour in the boiling water, reduce the heat to low, cover the pot, and start cooking. Is this all right, Carl? Jack asked as he watched Carl stop moving. In the end, I should actually pour some wine or tea water into it to remove the smell, but I don't have that condition. So let's just do this. May I? Braised pork is a dish that can be made in every household and can be made casually. There is no fixed process. Some people even add cola to it. Why not? Yeah. Jack didn't understand it very well, but he roughly memorized Carl's operation. If Misty found it delicious later, he could also learn to make it. The corn is cooked. Oliver opened the lid of another pot and saw in a cloud of white mist the corns under the lid that were not crystal clear, but also yellow and beautiful. He couldn't wait to take out one, and then he almost got burned again. Just throw it away. I have never eaten real boiled corn. I only ate corn flour and flakes before. Smelling the fresh smell of the cornleaf plant, Oliver broke it into 2 pieces after cooling for a while, and handed 1 piece to David and the other to Jack. Come and try, David, and Jack, aren't you looking forward to this the most? Can I eat first? David took the half of the corn, a little embarrassed. There are plenty, don't worry, taste it first. If it tastes bad, we can add salt and cook it again. Try boiling corn in salt water. When Oliver turned his attention back to the pot and was considering which corn to take, Jack had already begun to nibble on the corn. Looking at Jack's movements, David began to eat the corn in a learned way. He had learned about corn as a plant at Arasaka Academy, and he didn't even gnaw it together with the handle. What he ate were the corn kernels on top, and the soft and glutinous texture of the corn inside made him feel like he was eating it almost as soon as he bit into it. It gave him a completely different feeling from food before. To put it another way, when you eat this, you can really feel the taste of corn. It's a little sweet, it tastes sweeter if you chew more starch. Carl has good hands, so he doesn't get burned like Oliver, but his lips and teeth are not strong enough to touch the hot corn directly, so he eats the corn after it cools down for a while. When the familiar taste came into his mouth, Carl felt that his heart suddenly emptied for a moment, and then, I feel like crying. The familiar taste of the past, even in 2075, can I feel it? He opened the lid of the pot, turned off the fire, and directly brought a pot of braised pork with beautiful sugar color to several people. Come and try it. As he said this, he couldn't wait to take out the fried rice from takeout, and used chopsticks to pick up a piece of soft and rotten braised pork that was full of rich soup, and put it into his mouth with fried rice. The soup from the meat soaked the distinctly grained fried rice, and the taste of the two was transmitted to the brain through the tongue when chewing in the mouth, making Carl unable to stop eating. Mercenaries, you really can't just eat vegetarian food. Looking at Carl, who was eating voraciously, Oliver made such an evaluation from the bottom of his heart. Search TWKN on Google at 11:25 p.m. When David returned home with a plastic box filled with braised pork, fried rice, and 2 sticks of corn, he found that his mother had also returned home. David? David's mother Gloria looked at David, who had just returned from outside, with a bit of surprise on his tired face. Why did you come back so late? Because of her busy work schedule, Gloria rarely sees her son at night or in the morning. Usually when she comes back, David is already asleep, or in other words, she is still asleep when David goes out. Like today, it was rare for David to be awake at this time and come back from outside. Almost instantly, a rather ominous guess belonging to her mother flashed through Gloria's mind. David, no, are you a bad learner? Just when she was worried about whether the child she had raised with so much hard work would mix with street gangsters without her knowledge, David had already handed over what he had on hand, and then followed Carl's advance instructions. He looked at me and told me the reason for returning late. Today, a classmate from school asked me to go to his house for dinner. I was a little late playing there, so I went home now. My classmate asked me to bring some food back. I was already very full. Mom, have you had dinner? Come and have some. Went to a classmate's house for dinner. Gloria looked at David with some disbelief. Did her son actually have friends in Arasaka Academy that he could invite to his home? After this disbelief, Gloria's heart welled up with joy. His son, David Martinez, is finally no longer a withdrawn child. He has also found good friends in the academy. You didn't cause trouble to others, did you? This was the first question Gloria asked out of joy, and David, who was looked at with joy by her, was a little uncomfortable with it. This kind of conversation where his mother was concerned about his friendship had never happened since he entered Arasaka Academy. However, even though he was a little unaccustomed to it, he still said this in response. No, it's better to say that I also helped with the cooking. You help with cooking? Gloria listened to David's words and smiled. You're not causing trouble for others, are you? No, it really helped. David pushed over the plastic box that originally contained the takeout. Compared to this, Mom, you'd better come and eat some. It's delicious. Well, okay, I happen to be hungry too, so let me see the food you helped cook. Gloria originally thought it was just some common street semi-finished food that had been heated. This was also in line with her impression of her son's so-called helping cooking skills. But after actually opening the plastic lunchbox, she was stunned for a moment. Although it was a bit cold, when the lid was opened, the brightly colored pork appeared. There was also the boiled corn that was placed in the side compartment. It was full of grains and was clearly real corn. For a moment, Gloria wondered if she had made a mistake because she was too tired. But immediately, the smell of grease floating in the air told her that this was reality, and what she saw was indeed real. David? Gloria looked at David immediately. These foods are, as I said, my friend made it and asked me to bring some back because there were a lot of them. But this is real corn, right? I have never eaten real pork, so I dare not make any guesses about pork. But as for corn, Gloria actually ate one before. It was a plant saved by David's dead father and her during their honeymoon period. She spent a lot of money to buy it for her through friends. The portion was finally divided into two halves and eaten together. The aroma of the plant that symbolized love was the support she had to this day when she raised David alone after her husband left, so it is absolutely impossible for her to admit her mistake. It's really real corn. David said, pointing to the pork in the lunchbox. Mom, eat and look at the pork. I helped get the spices for this pork. It tastes very good. David. What Gloria cares about is not the quality of the taste. Is it really okay for you to bring back such a valuable thing? David's friend is a student at Arasaka Academy. It is not unusual to be able to eat real corn, but it is too expensive, so David is allowed to bring it back. Gloria was worried that bringing back such a valuable thing would affect the relationship between her friends. Is it valuable? After hearing what his mother said, David realized the value of real corn. A real corn plant was transported through channels, and the cost of management along the way was about 100 to 200 euros. Around, the larger the quantity, the cheaper it will be. And the money for this plant, based on David's 2 meals a day, €1 of bread for lunch and €3 of normal food at night, is enough for his monthly meals. It's a waste. More than 90% of the money earned by the family was used to support David's tuition. Such luxurious meals were indeed a bit expensive. But, don't worry, Mom. There are others going with us. We all brought them with us. It's just that the others are not classmates. Is that so? Then it seems that your classmate is very generous. After feeling relieved and knowing that her relationship would not affect her son's friendship, Gloria ate the food her son brought. Mom, why don't you warm it up? Yeah, it's okay, it's delicious. David, when you look back, you have to thank your classmates. I know. Seeing his mother's tiredness dissipate and her relaxed and satisfied look due to the food, the corners of David's mouth could not help but outline the arc of a smile. Just like Gaius, no, Carl said, food is something that can soothe a tired soul. But looking at his tired mother, David thought of something because of the price. The money the family earns every month is basically spent on their own tuition. Therefore, the family is very tight in terms of rent, food, and equipment usage fees, but no matter how hard it is to save money, the money that the family can save is not much. Moreover, where my mother is, I already know the salary, which is €5,000 a month. Even if my mother has to work overtime every month, what she can earn will never exceed €10,000. Arasaka College itself started enrolling in April this year. The college adopts a 3-semester system, the first semester from April to July, the second semester from September to December, and the third semester from January to March next year. We are now at the end of the second semester and have been in school for 6 months. Even if the tuition for December has not been paid yet, the monthly tuition of €20,000 is considered to be €100,000 for 5 months. This amount of money, how did the mother earn? Is it really what my mother said, that the compensation my father received from an accident while working back then can still support me in school? David's eyes noticed a black bag that his mother brought home. He didn't know if it was his imagination, but he seemed to be able to smell a bit of blood in it. It's like my mother often brings home a black bag. Ding ding. Are you awake, KK? A strange communication. Taiwan Novel Network Diamondsuit checked the time. 6:40, 50 minutes before school. I was woken up. I wasn't awake, I was woken up, so who are you? Carl rubbed his eyes and sat up, answering the call. From the other end came an old, calm male voice. You should have heard of me from Jack. Is Gaius's identity still useful? Gaius? Hearing the name Gaius, Carl sobered up a lot, and then immediately understood the other party's identity, the famous middleman priest of Haywood. Father. What do you want to talk to me about? When Carl said this, he knew that what else could a middleman look for a mercenary, most likely there was work to help with. If it was a priest's job, Carl would be willing to take it, as long as it was short-term. After all, he owed him a favor, so he had to pay it back. Not to mention that according to Jack, the priest had a good relationship with him. There is a job here that needs someone with skills. I thought you might be interested, so I'll leave it to you. The price is not too high, just €60,000. If someone like you who is already famous in the circle is willing to take it, it would be great. Not at all, father. We only have this little skill. We are not famous. Of course we have to give you face. Is this job urgent? It's not urgent. There is a person from the Tiger Claw gang who went to Haywood and killed an honest man. He ran back to Japan Street to take refuge. The murdered man has a son who has spent all his money and wants revenge. He also wants to know why his father was killed. If you can investigate the reason for the conflict, then I can add more money. Thank you for your help, KK. If you are really willing to seek justice for the poor child who lost his father, then I have to thank you very much. If it's not a particularly urgent task, we have no problem. Then I'll trouble you. Please see the attachment for details. After the priest's communication was interrupted, Carl flipped through the attachment sent by the priest and found that the content was similar to what the priest said. The citizen who was killed was 58 years old this year, which was considered a long life in Night City, but he still couldn't escape the gunfire of the Tiger Claw gang, and his child was a late-born child, only 16 years old this year, and was born with dystocia. The mother died as soon as she came out. On weekdays, the father and son supported each other and opened a convenience store on the street. The son's grades in the street school were also among the best. He was expected to study for a few years and get into a good university and find a good job. Unexpectedly, this happened. Night City, I really don't know which will come first, tomorrow or an accident. Sighed, facing tragedy, it is always difficult for people to have a good mood. Looking at the time, it was 6:45, and Carl also there was no more thought of taking a nap. After sending the priest's commission to Jack and Oliver, he cleaned up, heated up the leftover braised pork from last night, and ate it with wheat bread. This meal was so heretical that Carl would definitely collapse if he saw it, but there was no steamed bun. What could Carl do? He wanted to stuff the braised pork into the steamed bun and make a Chinese hamburger, but he couldn't do it without the conditions. After spending 10 minutes and finally eating the remaining braised pork cleanly by scraping the gravy with bread, Carl walked to the window and opened it, but found that it was drizzling outside. It was a rainy day. Closing the window, Carl put on the clothes of Arasaka Academy while his face began to change. 10 seconds later, Gaius yawned and walked out of the room. Go upstairs, first check if there is any visit record in the room upstairs. Carl originally thought that today's visit would be fruitless again, but he saw the visitor record in the record. I need to ask you to do a job. Why can't I contact you recently? Are you drunk? See you at 10 o'clock tomorrow night, at the dance hall, Lizzie Bar. Along with the message in the visit record, there is an image of a tattooed young man. Judging from the recorded face, he is no more than 25 years old. Tomorrow night at 10 o'clock, Lizzie Bar. Finally, there is a clue. Although judging from the tone of the message leaver and the dead green-haired coxcomb young man are only acquainted, it is better than looking blindly. Carl used the relationship of Johnson, an acquaintance of NCPD, to check the identity of the green-haired coxcomb in the past 2 days, but the fake identities and messy past information of people in Night City are really hard to sort out. During the search, Carl only knew that the name of the green-haired coxcomb was Alan, and he knew it based on the registration information when he moved into this super skyscraper. Remember it first. What I have to do now. Long term, wait for Blanca's news, and find the information about the tortured King Kong. Short term, find a tiger claw to get rid of him, and search for things related to Alan to see if I can find his relatives to repay him. It's much clearer and easier to sort it out this way. However, Lizzie's Bar. 1. Information about Lizzie's Bar flashed through Carl's mind. Lizzie's Bar, a fancy backstreet nightclub with a dream experience, the headquarters of the Mox gang in Night City. In Carl's impression, he had heard Jack talk about this bar, saying that it was a must-go place if you want to experience Mutuo, and the quality of Mutuo films there is among the best in the entire Night City. I heard that there is a Mutuo film editing master there. Mutuo film editing master. Thinking of this, Carl felt unhappy. David brought the latest cyber-psychopath Black Mutuo to Carl and his friends yesterday. It was the Black Mutuo that recorded their battle with former New American Lieutenant James Norris. Carl had complicated thoughts about playing a role in JK's Black Mutuo film. I can only say that if there is a chance, Carl would definitely not mind giving Black Mutuo editing master JK a punch. However, the person who works as a Mutuo editor in Lizzie's Bar, the territory of the Mox gang, should be a woman. JK is said to be a man, but the gender does not match. But in 2075, gender may not be a big deal. Maybe JK is a person who likes to change gender, and his real gender is a helicopter gunship. Then I can take a look at the so called Black Mutwo Master. If it is really JK, then no matter what I say, I have to let him see whether the so called cyberpsychosis is true. This is the Mutwo you wanted, this is yours, and you didn't forget the special edition, right? You have to wait a little while, my assistant has already gone to get it. Assistant? Listening to Gaius' words, the male students who were doing the transaction in the hidden corner were a little strange, and then they saw David rushing over with a hurried look. It's you, David Martinez. In the past, the objects that David sold were all carefully selected by him, and the objects that he traded after making sure that they would not be exposed, so most of the students in the academy knew that there was a mysterious Black Mutwo salesman, but they didn't know who he was. After meeting him, when they found out that he was David Martinez, many people were quite shocked. Especially those students in the same class with David Martinez. They looked at David Martinez, who was almost always the first in the class, and looked at the Mutwo he brought over, and the emotions in their hearts at this moment were quite complicated. The student who always had better grades than him in the class was actually a Mutwo salesman in private. Many students who are keen on Japanese books have a lot of random book titles in their minds, and at the same time, they feel a strange sense of relaxation as if they have mastered a secret. This guy seems to be a bit pleasing to the eye. He doesn't seem to be so good that he makes people feel disgusted. It's too funny that he actually sells movies in school. After all, he is just a guy from the bottom of the society. Students of Arasaka Academy, who are born as children of companies, will always choose the best aspects of the other party to compare when they see someone who is not as good as themselves but does better than themselves because of the competitive spirit they have developed under the teachings of their parents. When they find that they are not as good as the other party in the best aspects, they will inevitably have different ideas in their hearts, and such ideas will change when they find that they don't need to compare with the other party in the aspects that the other party is best at, and they actually have many more advantages than him. The original arrogance that belongs to them will return together with the pride of their own better status, so that when they see the existence that is better than themselves in some aspects, their thoughts are no longer the same. No matter how good your grades are, no matter how you pretend in the classroom, you are just a commoner from Santo Domingo. When you get a job at the company, you will still be rejected. It doesn't matter, you still want to join Arasaka. Many Arasaka students who are familiar with David Martinez have less hostility and disgust in their eyes when they look at David Martinez. They look at David Martinez who is busy with goods, and look at him busy in the words of Gaius, a street Mutwo seller. The contempt has unconsciously offset their past rejection of David Martinez from grades. Haole is also a formal student of Arasaka Academy, but he actually helps work under the hands of a street experiencer. In the end, his ability in the future is to sell Mutwo on the street. The feelings in their hearts change, but the actions of these Arasaka students are not slow. It is better to say that after they found out that it was David Martinez, they smiled at him and used the relationship with their classmates to let him send Mutwo to them first. The break time is so short, it's better to get Mutwo as soon as possible, so what's the harm in smiling at others for this? They are all classmates. David Martinez didn't know that his fellow classmates had so many thoughts in their hearts. He only knew that the people who came were guests, and for guests. It's okay to make money, so what's the harm in responding with a smile? The large-scale sales of Mutwo are much better than David Martinez expected. The euros that keep coming into his account are also constantly filling his wallet. Even though David knows that this crazy demand for Mutwo is only temporary, after most students get the Mutwo they want, the sales of Mutwo in the future will be 1/10 of the current sales, which is already very remarkable, but the data change that indicates money still makes his smile more and more sincere and brighter. I can actually make so much money. If I had known earlier, if it weren't for Gaius, I would never have the courage to sell in such a large quantity, nor would I have the funds to purchase such a large number. In the midst of his busy work, David glanced at Gaius, and an idea came to his mind. Although Gaius said that the money earned from the purchase of Mutwo this time was all his, he was the one who paid for it, and he was the one who started the sales, and he even sold it. He just helped a little, and it was really embarrassing to take so much money with a clear conscience. Thinking of his mother talking about making friends yesterday, and her real smile when eating, David transferred all the money he earned to Gaius after the sales during the break. He and Gaius had a personal terminal communication, so there was no need to use hacking technology to transfer money. Just send it and let Gaius receive it. This is the money earned during this break. David attached a message in the communication, but the money was rejected by Gaius. I said that what you earned today is yours, you don't have to give it to me, I keep my word. But this is too much, this money is okay, don't worry about it. You need it more than me, right? And I don't really want the money from the sale. It's just this time. How to divide it in the future? Haven't we set the rules? I take 70%, you take 30%, and I have something to take. After that, I may not sell so much. In the long run, I will make more money than you think. By then, my experience month is over. The school will rely on you alone. You will have to take risks to lead Black Newtwo. Now you earn this little money and think about giving it to others. What's more, I still take 70%, and you take 30% for me? If you work in Arasaka in the future, you will be too conscientious. I am afraid that you will be eaten up without leaving any residue. Under Gaius' words, David finally had to accept the wealth with a bit of embarrassment. After the break, Gaius returned to the classroom. After ending the communication with David, he opened the communication with Oliver and Jack. Carl, I found information about the target Tanaka. While chatting with a male student who came to buy Mutwo, I learned one thing. There is also a student named Tanaka in the academy. He might be our self-proclaimed son. His name is Katsuo Tanaka, and I happen to know him. Tanaka Katsuo was not in a good mood today. He couldn't tell exactly why. Maybe it was because the atmosphere of rejecting David in the class suddenly changed. Some people were talking and laughing with David. Maybe his two followers were secretly carrying something. He immediately hid it when he looked at it. Anyway, Yuzong Shengnan was in a bad mood today. I always feel like everyone is hiding something from me, even my two followers. With this somewhat unhappy mood, Tanaka Katsuo spent a day studying, and then got into a Villafort Alvarado. This is his father's car. Every day when he goes to and from school, a man named Maxim, who is his father's bodyguard and driver in Arasaka Company, drives his father's car to pick him up. In the Arasaka Company, this does not count as a use of public resources, because Maxim is the bodyguard and driver responsible for his father. As long as he reaches a certain status in the Arasaka Company, he can enjoy such treatment. Zhong is obviously a person with such treatment. Tanaka Katsuo got into the car and had no idea of chatting with Maxim. For him, such bodyguards and drivers had changed too many positions when he grew up. He didn't know how many there were. In order to protect his father, many bodyguards and drivers died in company affairs. Guys like this who are destined not to know each other for a long time, there is no need to know them. Those who are truly capable of protecting his father would have already climbed higher to become bodyguards and drivers for higher-ups. Why should he become a subordinate of his father, who can only be regarded as a middle-level manager in Arasaka? Even as a bodyguard and driver, those who are capable can still climb up. In Arasaka's system, there are two types of people who can continuously climb up. One is capable and the other is senior. Compared with the latter, it is obvious that the former climbs up much faster. Maxim-san is a teenager, his qualifications are definitely not considered, and he has no ability, so he can only die at this level. For this kind of person who will be left behind sooner or later as the company's affairs or his father's position rises, Tanaka Katsuo will not pay much attention at all. What he focuses on is the higher place his father expects him to reach. Tanaka Katsuo's father's position in the Arasaka Company is the executive director of the Arasaka Academy Board of Directors and the section chief of the Arasaka Experimental Department in Night City. This is actually a rather embarrassing and unqualified position, because within Night City, Tanaka Katsuo's father's main identity is his position at Arasaka Academy, not the experimental department position that he longs for and hopes to go further. The School of Management, this might have been a pretty good position in the past, because the students it trained were born with a part of the individualism of managers, but in 2075, at Arasaka Academy in Night City, but it's definitely not a good position. In the management model carried out at Arasaka Academy, the executive director can only intervene in a very small number of things. He cannot even have the slightest opinion on the education model of students. He can only follow the instructions of the higher-ups and make superficial votes. Basically, this is a superficial position, and its function is to take the blame if something goes wrong with student education at a critical moment. The main position held by Tanaka Katsuo's father is this, which clearly reflects his role in Arasaka. Situation. Tanaka Katsuo's father, the position he can really speak for is the position he holds concurrently, the section chief of the Arasaka Experimental Department in Night City. This is the position where he has real power and can climb up. In Arasaka Company, under the director who has real power, the positions in the branch can be roughly divided into the following types. Minister, a senior management position next to the board of directors, managing a department with several section chiefs under him. Section chief, a middle-level management position, which can also be regarded as a high-level position in a branch. He is responsible for supervising and managing the work of ordinary employees and is the upper-level leader of ordinary employees. Department head, a real middle-level manager who manages general staff. Director, different from the upper-level authority of other companies called directors, the director of Arasaka Company is only a position that ordinary members can rise to after they have sufficient qualifications. The status is only slightly higher than that of ordinary members. General members, lower-level employees. If Tanaka Katsuo graduates from Arasaka College, then according to his father's relationship, he will be promoted from an ordinary member to director very quickly. However, his father's expectation for him is that he will work hard for a few years after graduation and become the department head. If possible, it would be best to take a step closer to his father in the next 10 years or so, crossing the threshold of section chief and reaching the minister. At that level, they can be regarded as successors from the middle family. Sitting in the car, Tanaka Katsuo looked at the private tutoring course that was to be held next on the prosthetic eye. He was thinking about the future, but what he didn't know was that not long after he got into the Villafort Alvarado after class, a quartz EC followed behind the car he was riding in. Squeezed into this quartz EC were Carl, Jack, and Oliver, who had recovered their appearance. "Are you keeping an eye on it?" Jack looked at Villafort walking through the traffic in the city center without blinking. "Don't worry, keep an eye on me. Although there are bodyguards there, I can't attach the tracker, but when it comes to following people while driving, don't worry, Jack." Oliver was driving the quartz EC, which he hadn't driven for a long time. If it weren't for the fact that the Sky Hara was still under repair, he wouldn't have thought of driving it. He said confidently, "Since I got this birthday gift from my sister when I was 20 years old, I have been driving this car in Santo Domingo and the Badlands for 4 years. Compared to the environment of Santo Domingo and the Badlands, it is much easier to follow cars in the city center where the traffic rules are at least followed. What's more," Oliver said again, "compared to the Sky Hara, this Sky Quartz EC is a sports car manufactured later. And don't worry about the speed, I believe the Sky series is right." Carl, who was squeezed in the middle, tried to maintain his body shape with his hands, and commented on Oliver's boasting. "It has enough horsepower, is cheap and durable, and it can be regarded as the standard of the Sky series. It makes me feel strange to hear you say this. After all, Sky's car is a domestic car in a sense to me. If it is easy to use, I have to drive it. No matter which country it is from, as long as it is of good quality, cheap and durable, I like it." "That's right." When Carl said this, his eyes noticed Villafort in front of him and started to turn. "That direction is Japan Street? I remember the priest's mission was to ask us to go to Japan Street and kill someone, right?" Oliver said as he looked at Villafort as he drove towards Japan Street. "It's a good idea." Jack flipped through the attached message sent by the priest. The target's name is Sato Kazuo. He is a member of the Tiger Claw Gang. I don't know where he is in Japan Street. If you see him later, you can kill him along the way. Let's focus on the task in front of us first. Carl said, "It is still impossible to accurately determine whether Tanaka Katsuo is the son of our target. If we attack him directly, it may attract unnecessary attention from Arasaka Academy. I will create chaos later and I will invade the driver's head." After searching for enough information, I used memory erasure to erase his memory of being invaded by me. The drivers and bodyguards of this kind of company, even if they die or disappear in the chaos, they will not be looked down upon by the upper-level company dogs, right? Carl, do you want to be so meticulous and troublesome? Oliver drove the car and glanced at Carl. Is it possible that you still pity the company dog? There are 2 points. One is to kill him directly and make him disappear, which may arouse unnecessary vigilance of the target. Compared with just making him faint in the chaos and erasing the memory, it is safer. After all, a low-level driver has no one. Will go out of his way to care about his senses in a coma. The second point is that he didn't provoke me. I have some principles. He is not the main target and he didn't provoke me. Just because he was a company dog, I could easily shoot him. Then there is no difference between me and a company dog. There is no need to divide people based on their status. Listening to Carl's words, Jack understood why he had to check their past experiences when solving scavengers. No wonder you had to check the criminal history of every scavenger you solved. No, you're wrong about that, Jack. Carl watched the vehicle in front of him slow down and barely adjusted his body shape on the narrow seat. Scavenger is different. You just said it's unnecessary to divide people based on their status. Yes, provided that he didn't offend me, and the scavenger offended me just because of his status. You have some personal principles. You can call him Carl's code of conduct. Holding a grudge is equally important as remembering a favor. Both are indispensable. Why, Mr. Jack Wills, do you have any special advice? Don't worry about this weird Carl, what can I say? Jack showed a big bright smile. I would rather say, I feel like every word you say touches my heart. It makes me feel so damn comfortable. This feels like it can be upgraded to teen rules. Oliver drove Quartz to the side of the road, but now, gentlemen, you can all get out of the car and get to the place. It's like telling you not to get out of the car, you rubbish driver, and it's making my body hurt. Can't you turn slower? Don't complain. If you're unhappy, drive by yourself next time. And don't say such misleading words. Didn't you almost hit your head on the windshield 3 times? If you don't wear your seatbelt, what can I do? Just to be safe, run fast. Carl said this, and walked out of the car wearing a casual black jacket. He moved a little to squeeze out his sore body. After confirming that his gun was worn all night long, Carl stared at Weller parked in the distance. Behind the bar at Forte, the company kids from Arasaka Academy followed the driver to the bar on Japan Street in Westbrook District after class. It seems that we will know some little secrets. Westbrook District, the most livable and enjoyable district in Night City. As long as you have money, you can spend as much as you want here. It can satisfy almost all the enjoyment you need. NCPD threat level evaluation, extremely low. Japanese Street, the entertainment center of Night City. The main residents are Japanese. It is the most popular place for tourists in Night City. The hentai club among them can bring unexpected surprises to people. Looking at Tanaka Katsuo and the driver Maxim who walked into the bar, Oliver nodded slightly to Carl and walked towards the bar. After all, Carl's face is already famous in the Arasaka company in Night City. It is better for him to do this kind of chaos. Watch the car, Carl. Jack held a pistol and followed Oliver, but he deliberately controlled the distance between him and Oliver and did not walk into the bar with Oliver in tandem. If no one can stir up trouble and cause chaos in the bar later, Jack will have to act out a scene with Oliver. Watching the two companions walk into the bar, Carl, who was in communication with them, leaned against the Quartz car door. There are no cameras around the area where the bar is located. This may have been designed for the privacy of bar guests. At this time, it saves Carl the trouble of covering his face. I'll have to buy a jammer from Lao Wei later so that the camera can't capture my face. Otherwise, I'll always have to be wary of the cameras around me, which will be really troublesome. Some prosthetics, such as the Kalushi optical prosthetic eyes installed by Oliver, have the function of automatically blocking cameras. In terms of actions, Oliver is more relaxed and simple than Carl. Carl took out the all-nighter and checked it. After making sure there was nothing wrong, Oliver's communication came. Oliver, we have arrived at the bar. Katsuo Tanaka, led by a bartender, went to the private room, and the driver stayed at the bar to drink. Carl, the driver's name is Maxim. I have already found out his identity. Yes, there are some interesting personal information, such as he likes to gamble with boxing. How is the situation in the store? Jack, there are many people from the Tiger Claw gang, as well as ordinary customers. If you want to cause trouble, it's easy. Carl, just have someone to be the target of trouble. Don't rush to do it. Order something to drink for a while. Don't get drunk. Let me see what Katsuo Tanaka, a student of Arasaka Academy, is doing in this bar. Carl connected to the nearby Night City regional network, and then connected to the hidden camera in the private room of the bar. As expected, this kind of bar with no cameras installed outside and seems to respect the privacy of customers must have hidden cameras installed in key places. After accessing, Carl looked at what Tanaka Katsuo was doing in the private room, and then he found that Tanaka Katsuo had actually accessed the learning chip under the guidance of a bartender, going to the bar to learn. What the hell? Did I see it wrong, or was there something wrong with me? Carl was surprised and flipped through the information records in the bar, and then he understood the real purpose of this bar. This place is actually a special place in the Arasaka Academy Academic Affairs Office that provides internal transactions. What are you doing in the bar? To learn. It's ridiculous. Even if classmates see this, they will simply think that Tanaka Katsuo went to the bar to be cool, but in fact, under the cover of his going to the bar, he was secretly involuntarily in the private room. To prevent other company kids from seeing him involuntarily, right, to show the illusion that he is addicted to the bar? As for the atmosphere of Arasaka Academy is too weird. Just as Carl was waiting for Jack and Oliver to drink and start making trouble in the bar, his eyes noticed that in the parking lot behind the bar, there were new guests who wanted to go to the bar. When he saw the man getting off the car, Carl's body, which was originally leaning on the quartz, moved slightly. "Carl, I saw a good target heading to the bar, and I think you can pick a fight with him." Taiwan Novel Network. Oliver, a good target, how do you say it? Carl, he has entered the bar, you can tell at a glance. When receiving this message from Carl on the other side of the communication, Oliver had already seen the big man with the iconic tattoo of the Tiger Claw Gang who walked into the bar. The official members of the Tiger Claw Gang are easy to identify because only they use the fluorescent tattoo that is actually a special prosthesis. Tattoo. Tiger Claw Gang Leather Ink. Connect the user's optical implant to the weapon system, so that the user can know the real-time information of the weapon and use the intelligent aiming of the intelligent weapon. When he saw this Tiger Claw Gang man, Oliver immediately understood why Carl said he was a good target. Because coincidentally, this Tiger Claw Gang man was the target of the priest mission they just received today. Oliver, Sato Kazuo, it's really a coincidence, we just went out and picked up the money. Carl, that's not the case. This bar seems to be a gathering place for the nearby Tiger Claw Gang, not just a place for the Arasaka Academy Academic Affairs Office to conduct special transactions. Sato Kazuo came here, we can only say that we came at the right time. This is not something worth being surprised about. Tanaka's main position is the executive director of Arasaka Academy, and behind the Tiger Claws, there is the shadow of Arasaka. It is better to say that the Tiger Claws are like the Six Streets Gang, the company's black gloves in Night City. It is only natural that a bar involved in Arasaka Company has people from the Tiger Claws coming and going. Maybe the Tiger Claws are also responsible for watching the scene in such a bar. Jack, but it is really good luck. There are many bars under the name of the Tiger Claws. I didn't expect that we would run into the target. Carl, don't be happy too early, Jack. From your previous description, there are still many Tiger Claws in this bar. Don't overturn when you are picking trouble. Jack, it must be, don't worry, Carl, wait for our signal. Carl did not comment on Jack's confidence and did not show any attitude. Click. He took out the all-night pistol, moved the gun sleeve, checked it, and made sure that there would be no unexpected situations such as jamming. Then Carl slowly walked towards the bar. Sato Kazuo came at the right time, just in time to cover up their real purpose. Carl didn't want the Arasaka-related personnel to investigate this incident and find out about Arasaka Academy, and the commission he received from the priest today to deal with Sato Kazuo's affairs became the best cover. Up. The initial plan was to pick a fight and take advantage of the chaos to complete the operation of reading Maxim's information and erasing his memory, but after Sato Kazuo appeared, the plan could be changed to this. The street mercenary team attacked Kazuo Sato for the commission of the middleman, and the innocent Maxim was implicated in the fight and unfortunately knocked unconscious. When he was unconscious, he had no idea what happened. During the whole process of the changed plan, Katsuo Tanaka and the driver Maxim were just unrelated passers-by. The only connection between them and this incident was that they happened to be in the same bar. With this degree of coincidence, even if Carl and his self-proclaimed Yuzhong was really Yuzhong Katsuo's father, he would not associate it with any conspiracy against himself. This kind of thing is like a friend telling him that he was walking on the side of the road and saw a wild dog biting another wild dog. The two dogs were running around on the side of the road and almost hit him. Do you still have to be on guard against whether the wild dog is planning to hold you hostage with a knife and ask you about the secret recipe of your delicious cake? Don't be too absurd. For someone like Tanaka, street mercenaries and the Tiger Claw Gang are not only good at dealing with the problem, but also very dangerous, even the driver, which is just a wild dog. As long as they don't bite you, there is no need to care about them. Oliver, Sato Kazuo, do you want to kill him directly or spare his life? Carl, spare his life, put it in the trunk and send it to the priest. Didn't the priest say that if we find out the reason why he killed the child's father, he would give us more money? We will just tie him up and send him over intact. The priest should not mind giving us more money. Maybe the child can even get revenge himself. Jack, let's do it. Revenge still has to be done by hand. Then I'll start. Carl, get ready. Carl, let's get started. Carl walked to the back door of the bar, which is also the position where guests driving vehicles enter the bar. He waited for a while with the whole night in his hand. After a few seconds, there was a noisy noise in the bar. The first voice Carl heard was Jack's. What are you looking at? The dog's eyes are so bright? No way, Jack, are you going to pick a fight in such a cliché? But maybe it's the old-fashioned way that works again and again. Carl then heard the voice that should be Sato Kazuo's, which was mixed with disbelief and annoyance. Let me see what's wrong with you, are you crazy? You are so big here, how can I not look at you? Try to look at another one? I'll try, ha! Without any hesitation, Carl rushed into the bar the moment he heard the sound of Golden Bitch in Jack's hand. Then, in the colorful lights that flooded into his eyes in an instant, Carl saw the situation in the bar clearly. Several experienced civilians in Night City have already squatted under their seats with their heads in their hands, while 8 members of the Tiger Claw Gang took out their guns and prepared to take out the guns together with the 3 bartenders who started to take out guns from under the bar. The gun was pointed at Jack, who was sitting at the bar. In front of Jack was Sato Kazuo, who was hit in the abdomen and was leaning back with the impact. It was a bit unbelievable. Jack aimed at the abdomen with subcutaneous armor, but the Golden Fierce woman who had been modified by Jack could not be completely blocked by ordinary subcutaneous armor. Probably, it was just to save his life. Carl, who stepped into the bar, had already raised his gun. Enemies, 11. With Oliver and Jack, it would take 1 second. The shell ejected by pulling the trigger drew a golden arc in the air. After a moment of hustle and bustle, what was left in the bar was deathly silence. Thump, the sound of a body falling to the ground became the first sound after the silence, and it continued. Thump, thump, the sound of a body falling like this lasted 11 times, followed by the sound of bottles and cups breaking. Oliver slowly put away his new star, and then pretended to blow the remaining gunpowder smoke from the revolver, that's all. 11 people can take down 3, and you'll be able to win. If you were asked to take care of Carl, you would only have solved 4 of them. While Oliver and Carl were bickering, Jack was still working honestly. He walked past Maxim, who was knocked unconscious by his elbow in the melee, and walked to Kazuo Sato, who was wailing. He glanced at the other guests in the bar who were holding their heads. Mercenaries are doing their job, it's okay. Yes, you can leave now. After hearing Jack's words, the civilians who had not yet realized that the gunfight was over carefully raised their heads and looked at Jack, who had spoken. After seeing the situation in the bar clearly, almost everyone was in disbelief. You have to open your mouth. The dense and rapid gunfire made their ears somewhat deafened. They could barely hear Jack's voice clearly, but their eyesight was still fine. The awesome Tiger Claw Gang all fell down in one encounter? What are the origins of this group of mercenaries? Many people stared at Jack's thick and powerful arms, then looked at his strong body, and silently remembered Jack in their hearts. This person is immediately known to be the mercenary boss. If he meets him on the street in the future, he should stay away from anything he says. It is too exaggerated to kill the entire Tiger Claw Gang in the Tiger Claw Bar with just one encounter. If you want to leave, leave quickly. When support from other Tiger Claw Gangs arrives, you may be regarded as our accomplices. Under Carl's kind reminder, several guests woke up from a dream. They looked away from the mercenary leader and looked at the younger brother with some gratitude. While saying thank you, he ran away from the bar in a hurry. Just like what this little brother said, when the Tiger Claw Gang takes revenge, they will not look at whether they are innocent or not. Indiscriminate attacks are really common for gang members. There were no surveillance cameras in the non-secret rooms of the bar, so Carl walked slowly to the side of the wailing Sato Kazuo, kicked him on the head, stumped the noisy him unconscious, and then came to Maxi next to Mu. He squatted down and pulled out the single-molecule wire from his wrist, connected it to his brain. Computer interface, and started invading data into his brain. All Carl asked for was the communication and chat records, so when Maxim fainted, it took him 5 seconds to decipher the transmission. Solve it, even without erasing the memory. Carl stood up and glanced at Maxim on the ground. That's Jack. If you get up and knock him out with an elbow, will it arouse any suspicion? It's a small matter. In bar fights, accidental injuries are common. Even if this guy wakes up, he will probably just think that he is unlucky and happens to be drinking next to me. Jack, who had been on the street for too long, walked up to Kazuo Sato, who fainted, and picked him up. The first fight I participated in was accidentally injured and a wine bottle hit my head. No wonder your head looks so strong now. While Carl was talking, many bartenders in the box noticed what was happening outside, and they came out with guns. However, when everyone appeared in front of Carl and the others, Oliver would give them a bullet in a friendly manner. 1, 2, 3, 6, Carl, I have surpassed you. And the rest of the guys seemed to be too smart. Listening to Oliver's words, Carl rolled his eyes and said to him, come on, there is only one road to the front of the box. When a normal person sees 3 people lying in front, they will know to go around through the back door. It's time for us to leave. They must have informed the Tiger Claw Gang that Japan Street is the territory of the Tiger Claw Gang, will be entangled if you stay for a long time. Okay, but I have to wait a little while. I have one last thing to do. Which thing? This matter. Oliver took out €1 from his arms, shook it in front of Carl, and then put the euro on the counter. 2 glasses of wine, mine and Jack's, cost €14, here they are €20. Oliver glanced at the fallen body on the counter. Don't look for the rest, just take it as a tip. You are still an honest person. The wine is really good. Even if the bartender pulls out his gun later, I feel like I still have to pay for the wine. For wine, not for people, right? Amidst Carl's complaints, the 3 people left the bar and stuffed Sato Kazuo into the trunk. He was shot in the abdomen, but because the subcutaneous protective shield protected most of the force, he was still alive. According to Oliver, who was proficient in medical skills, he was estimated to be able to survive for 2 hours, which is more than enough time. Quartz restarted, and Carl, who was once again squeezed in the middle by Jack and Oliver, missed the Sky Hera. The area connected by Japan Street in Haywood District and Westbrook District is called Liejing District, and the priest is there. Lee Scenic Area, the poorest area in the entire Haywood District, where violence is rampant. Most areas have graffiti of the Valentino Gang, but there is also a small area belonging to the 6th Street Gang. Arriving at the common territory of the Valentino Gang and the 6th Street Gang, this job is already 80% completed. Even if there are pursuers, the Tiger Claw Gang dare not call too many people to rush directly into the Lee Scenic Area. That would only be rejected by the 2 gangs. But that was after entering the Lee Scenic Area. Before entering the Lee Scenic Area, Quartz's journey through Japan Street was the real test of this job. Not long after the vehicle started, Oliver noticed the Tiger Claw Gang's modified motorcycle speeding behind him through the rearview mirror. It's been less than a minute, and 4 motorcycles have already caught up with us. They are so efficient. Oliver sighed, and was about to speed up to get rid of the Tiger Claw Gang members behind him, but he found that a car suddenly cut in on the road in front of him. Judging from the trajectory of the movement, if Oliver continued to maintain this speed, Quartz would collide with the car directly. Tisk, damn it. While Oliver was smacking his lips, he did not slow down, but stepped on the accelerator to the bottom. Come if you want, try it, who is afraid of who? Bump! Amidst the impact of Quartz and the side-impacting vehicle, 3 figures opened the door and got out of the car in advance, rolling down to the side. As for being so grumpy, Oliver. Jack immediately found a bunker, and at the same time pulled out the Saratoga and swept towards the motorcycle chasing behind him. I have road rage. Damn it, you actually think that you can stop me like this? If I brake, he will. Oliver glanced at a large piece of quartz that was dented in the front of the car during the impact, and his eyes turned red. Damn it. My sister gave me the car. Did you react after the collision? Your eyes are so dazzling with red eyes. Are you suffering from cyberpsychosis? Carl felt that he was still a little dizzy from being squeezed. Hey, I knew you would say that. The color model of Calusi's prosthetic eye that I deliberately chose, the red light represents that it scanned out threatening objects with vital signs. How about it, you were shocked? As Oliver spoke, he took out his Nova pistol and started shooting at the Tiger Claw Gang members who were still alive on the collision vehicle. Shaking his head, Carl also took out his own Jinya. I feel now that your mental state may be too healthy. It is probably the kind of high-end cyberpsychotic patients who look down on low-end cyberpsychotic patients. Then what to say now? We don't have a car, how are we going to get there? It's just a bump, the quartz won't be broken. I said, I believe in the quality of the Sky Dome series. The mission target is still in the trunk. Let's deal with these chasing kittens first and continue driving. Anyway, you drive according to your opinions. Carl didn't care. According to the speed of the pursuer, Sky Quartz would be overtaken sooner or later during the obstruction. It was really not as smooth as Oliver thought, killing everyone who dared to chase first, and then driving. Solved. After Oliver took care of the 2 Tiger Claw Gang members who still had vital signs in the driver's seat and passenger seat of the collision vehicle, Jack also killed the Tiger Claw Gang members who were chasing behind them during strafing. I found that the synaptic accelerator prosthetic is really useful. I think I can try to install a violent prosthesis later, and then I can upgrade the hormone control algorithm. Frenzy implant, an operating system prosthesis that can regulate body hormones, greatly improving the user's strength, physical toughness, recovery ability, etc. The dermal impact absorption system included with some models is even more. It allows the user to stand firm in a hail of bullets. Still have to wait. Realizing that he didn't need to shoot, Carl, who had solved the problem with his friends, took it back all night. Didn't Lao Wei say that you can't refit the prosthetic body too hastily, otherwise the body may not be able to withstand the continuous changes in a short period of time, so you just pretend it hasn't been long since I last had a prosthetic body, but I can reserve one first. After all, it takes time for Lao Wei to buy the goods. Jack listened to Carl's words, thought about cyberpsychosis, and finally nodded. That's right, this thing can't run away, but there's no need to be in such a hurry. I've just finished installing the new Kalushi prosthetic eye here. There won't be any big demand for other prosthetics in a short period of time. Oliver said next to him, beckoning Carl and Jack to get in the car. I have to see the subsequent adaptation period first. If I can bear it, I would like to pretend to be a Sianwai Stan. Then I won't need to aim for a long time. It's safe to shoot. Sianwai Stan, the endurance required by that prosthetic body is not something that ordinary people can withstand. Carl thought of Lieutenant James. At least the experimental type doesn't take human body rejections seriously and only treats people as guinea pigs. It's better not to touch it. I know, I'm not a fool. How could anyone casually install some prosthetic body with unknown origin and unclear model number? Regarding the treatment of prosthetic bodies, all three of them remembered Lao Weiqian's instructions and Wan's instructions very well. It is absolutely impossible to install any second-hand prosthesis, or an unknown model. Click. Jack opened the trunk of quartz, checked, and found that the target was in the trunk. He just hit a bag on his head and was even more dizzy. He was not tortured to death yet. Good luck. Then don't wait any longer and keep going. Halfway through Oliver's words, from the corner of his eye, he noticed a familiar firelight lighting up from a distance. The fire was so familiar that he knew what it was the moment he saw it. RPG. Oops, car. Call. The shockwave caused by the rocket exploding in mid-air was already very weak when it reached Oliver, as if it was blown by a breeze. And they used this kind of thing to target us. Jack put down his pistol and looked at the traces of rockets that were detonated by his own bullets. He was a little surprised. Why do people from the Tiger Claw gang have rocket launchers? I suspect that some of the personnel used the leftovers from our escort mission. Carl was quite calm. After all, he was not in the car. It was not difficult to solve things like rockets. Isn't this a common practice for corporate dogs to sell things that the people above can't use up at high prices to the people below? It's just like the prosthetic body on my face now. Anyway, make the best use of everything, right? Oliver opened the car door and took out Nikomata in the car. Fortunately, my sniper rifle is fine this time. Raise the gun and aim. 3 members of the Tiger Claws who were hastily loading rockets appeared in Oliver's scope. You are far inferior to the agents who attacked us before, and your speed is too slow. Didn't you expect that someone could blow up a rocket in mid-air? That's too shallow. I'll show you something interesting. Watching the Tiger Claws hastily loading rockets, Oliver said to Carl calmly, I remember that you did something like shooting a bullet into a gun barrel in mid-air and breaking the gun. Yes, it was the time when we were attacked by RPGs. Then I'll show you today, the explosion at the moment of leaving the gun. Oliver smiled slightly, and pulled the trigger at the moment when the Tiger Claws panicked and loaded rockets and fired at them. Wait and see. Carl and Jack stood calmly with their hands folded, looking at the distance. They trusted Oliver's shooting skills, which was enough to entrust their lives. Swish! As if there was no sound of breaking through the air, the bullet from the cat.mat Anna was fired, and in the blink of an eye, it reached the front of the rocket that had just been fired. Then, the two collided. Boom! In the dazzling firelight, Oliver put down the cat.mat Anna and raised his middle finger towards the firelight. I hate people who shoot me with RPGs the most. Because it always reminds Oliver of his last SOR.22, which killed him in an official battle without firing a single shot. There is no doubt that you did a great job on this trip. The priest asked his men to send Sato Kazuo to avenge the poor child, and after questioning him on why he wanted to kill the child's father, he came up and gave Jack a big hug. The priest looked like a very kind old man with obvious age spots on his face. Anyone who saw him on the street would never think that this old man was the most famous middleman in the entire Haywood area. After giving Jack a hug, the priest looked at Carl. This trip to Slipknot is over. Please accept some of my extra personal thanks. Drop. Looking at the 90,000 euros that arrived in his account, Carl could only say that the priest was really generous. The total reward for this trip was only 60,000 euros, and the priest gave him half more in one go, and it was paid for privately. This was so bright that one had to admire him. Compared to Faraday's cerebral palsy middleman, Carl could only say that he liked the priest's style as a middleman. If you have any work in the future, just come to us. After collecting the money, he must be nicer. After transferring 30,000 to each of Oliver and Jack, Carl looked at his account of 990,000 euros and found that it was almost over 1 million again. This money is really useless when my prosthetic body is still in the adaptation period. Carl had no requirements for a vehicle and was quite satisfied with his residence. After losing these two expenses, his only need for food was met because of the arrival of pork. This money really couldn't be used. Jack and Oliver didn't ask him for money, and couldn't give it to him even if they wanted to. Of course, Carl also knew that of the 990,000 euros, if he did not count the eldest daughter of the Arasaka family who gave him a special reward of 1 million euros, he actually spent so much, he actually still owed 10,000 euros. But that is indeed my reward, although it is quite unexpected. This kind of accident does not happen every time, so to summarize, it's better to take more jobs. From his generous account, Carl drew a conclusion that pleased him. Father, let's go first. After handing the target person to the priest, the three of them did not stay on King's Avenue for long. After driving the quartz and taking it to the garage, the three of them replaced it with the already repaired Sky Hara and drove along to the Wild Wolf Bar. Since Carl went to school, he has not been to the Wolf Bar. Although it has only been 3 days, Carl already misses Mrs. Wells's French fries. On the way, Carl sent the information he had obtained to Man and others. Carl, we have obtained the target Tanaka's itinerary, and the things have been sent. I need you to find an opportunity to kidnap Tanaka. Man, I've received it. Don't worry, with this information, it won't take us long. Man's team, which has 2 hackers and 1 recuperating hacker, is indeed much better than Carl's team in tracking and searching capabilities. Carl, that's up to you. If something unexpected happens, send us a message. Once Tanaka is captured, send us a message as well. After sending this message, Carl ended the communication. Well, overall, everything went well with this military technology dispatch. Speaking of Carl. Not long after Carl ended the communication, Jack asked Carl, "What has been your purpose in doing tasks all this time?" Purpose? Yes, the purpose, for example, the reason why I became a mercenary is to make money and become famous at the same time. It would be better if I could become a big shot. It would be even better if I could become a legendary mercenary like Morgan Blackhand or Wayland Snake. My purpose is to make everyone in Night City know my name. As for you, we have been doing tasks together for so long, and I don't seem to see that you show any special desire for anything except food. Yes, I feel that way too. Oliver, who was driving, also said, my reason for doing the mission is very simple, similar to Jack's. It's just to get money and fame. I want to beat the faces of the people who kick me out of the 6th Street gang so hard that one day they will kneel down and ask me to pick up someone. Disdainful commission, I became a mercenary for this purpose, but you don't seem to have such desire. After driving the vehicle around a corner, Oliver continued, you give me the feeling that sometimes I really wonder if you are some monk. No, there are many of those bald donkeys watching Mutwo. Can't do it? To be as plain and warm as you are, to be honest, Carl, you are so special. You feel like the sun that can illuminate others. You feel completely incompatible with the entire Night City, and you feel like you don't match. Jack added next to him, to put it simply, Oliver's description of the sun is a bit confusing. Let me tell you my experience. Before I met you, I never thought that someone would smile to anyone. Nor did I expect that a person would respect all people who can be called people. By the way, that's it, respect. Carl, you have a strange sense of respect for people. Do you remember the old guy? In the past 20.8 years of my life, I have seen many people face the old guy like this. A real person, and you are the only one who has a sense of human respect for Jinjin and the old guy. Respect? Carl sounded a little confused. Are you saying that I am more polite? Perhaps part of it, but more of it is, you are too dazzling and warm, making people seem unable to feel the darkness and coldness of the Night City. Jack said, looking at you, I always feel like, there are such carefree people in Night City, and they don't seem to be so breathless. One-y looking at you, I feel that people can still be supported. There are still people like this out there. Why should I despair about this city? You are really not compatible with Night City. Oliver said with a smile, that is to say, you live in such a bright light that you can distinguish day from night, so that everyone can clearly know what you like and don't like after getting to know you, without hiding it at all. But it is precisely because of this that we don't know what you are longing for when you take the path of mercenary. Jack nodded, no one's original dream is to climb higher as a corporate dog or earn more money and enjoy themselves. Even now, that is not the case. Money is just a tool to achieve goals, not the goal itself. What you let me and Oliver see is a dreamlike feeling as bright as the sun, the pursuit that is truly buried in everyone's heart. Looking at you, I feel in my heart that as long as you want to do it, you will definitely be able to do it in the glory. It's a wonderful feeling to move forward on the road, so we really want to know your purpose. No, it should be about your dream. Dream. In response to Jack and Oliver's inquiries, Carl was silent for a moment after thinking about it. What is your dream? Thinking about it carefully, I arrived in 2075, and it seemed that I had just followed the crowd. I worked as a mercenary with Oliver, roped Jack into doing the mission, and then continued to carry out the mission until now, without thinking about what I wanted to do. What do I want to do? If there is no specific one, just decide on one. Anyway, the road to chasing your dreams is always there. I think my dream now is, Carl looked at the hideout-rise buildings in the city center that could be seen even in the Haywood district. Become a legend at the top first. Maxim, why did you just connect to the communication now? I'm very sorry. Section Chief Tanaka, something unexpected happened just now. I was involved in the mercenaries' mission and fainted. I just woke up now. The impact of the mercenary mission? At 6 o'clock in the afternoon, Tanaka, who was naturally still working overtime in the Arasaka building, frowned at the driver Maxim's words and asked, "Is there anything wrong with my son?" "Nothing happened to your son Katsuo. It seems that the group of mercenaries just kidnapped their target and left without involving anyone else. Do you know the identity of that group of mercenaries? The Tiger Claw Gang is monitoring along Japan Street. There are no two shielding prosthetics among the mercenary trio. Their identities have been confirmed. They have received the company's commission before, so they are in the company's files. All are recorded. It's not surprising that some of the street mercenaries have never done any work for the company. Send me the surveillance footage." "Yes, Chief Tanaka." In the communication, Maxim's panicked voice was accompanied by the sound of wind, as if Maxim was on the other side. He bowed desperately while receiving instructions. Tanaka, who was accustomed to this kind of voice, didn't pay much attention to Maxim's performance. There were too many people in Arasaka Company to count him who thought that bowing could express respect. The street camera data provided by the Tiger Claw Gang was quickly transmitted to Tanaka's personal terminal. Tanaka was still a little curious about the mercenary mission that almost affected his sons, so he clicked to play it as soon as the transmission was completed. Breaking into the Tiger Claw Gang's territory, Japan Street, kidnapping people and running away, this kind of courageous mercenary, let me see. With this idea in mind, Tanaka saw the unobstructed faces of Carl and Jack in the clear picture. This face is... Looking at Carl's face, Tanaka was a little surprised. Naturally, he had heard about this mercenary who was famous in the Arasaka Company in Night City. He protected Miss Haruko, and was asked by Miss Haruko to provide equivalent medical help, and the mercenary made up of prosthetics, in the recorded video, even almost defeated a specialized ACPA of military technology in a duel. How could it be him? This was Yu Zhong's first idea, and then Tawan felt ridiculous for the idea he had. Mercenaries are mercenaries. Even the mercenaries who saved Miss Haruko and gained her temporary appreciation are just wild dogs on the streets. Taking on jobs to fill their hungry stomachs is not a matter of course. It seemed that it was indeed just a special accident. No one is targeting him, and no one is targeting him. Not long after receiving the first-hand information from Maxim, Tanaka saw exactly the same video in the information circulating within the company. At the same time, the last of the three mercenaries was killed because of Chilu Shiguanji. The identity hidden by the masked face was also confirmed. He was Oliver, the last member of Carl's mercenary team. This information collected by the Arasaka Counter-Intelligence Department while confirming the attack on the Tiger Claw Gang bar did not attract much attention in the Night City Arasaka Company, because the task of a mercenary on the streets is too insignificant. However, this information, which was not taken seriously by the employees of Night City Arasaka Company, was placed in front of the only Arasaka family member with the name of Arasaka in Night City. Mercenary. In the Wild Wolf Bar, Carl held a cup of sweet tea and raised his glass to the middle-aged man in a suit who came to him. "For me, if you have a job, just talk about it, no need to talk too much." Very proud, worthy of being the mercenary KK who has become famous in Night City recently. One, the middle-aged man sitting in front of Carl, with blue eyes flashing, smiled, and then looked at Oliver and Jack sitting next to Carl. "There are two more. As a mercenary team, you are indeed one of the few outstanding people in Night City. Why do you talk so weirdly?" Jack took a sip of lager and stared at the middle-aged man with flashing blue eyes. "Don't compliment us too much. Let's talk about the job. We can take the short-term job, and there are other long-term jobs. Matter, not available. Are you busy with military technology-related matters? The words spoken by the blue-eyed middle-aged man made Carl, Jack, and Oliver's eyes freeze slightly. It seems you know a lot of things. After looking deeply at the blue-eyed middle-aged man, Carl didn't particularly care about his words. Just know that they are now doing long-term work for military technology. Anyway, even if the blue-eyed man in front of me pokes out this job, it will be messed up at most. Although you will lose your reputation as a mercenary and have to return the deposit, it is not a big deal, not to mention that the other party said this deliberately. Most likely, they did not intend to really expose it, but just showed that they knew a lot. Gulu. After taking a sip of the new sweet tea that tasted similar to ice cream tea, Carl put down the can which was 1/3 empty. So since you all know that we are busy, you are planning to let us do some short-term things that can still be taken care of now. Is it okay? I don't mind if you give me a lot, but Oliver, who was standing on the side, helped Carl finish the second half of the sentence. You have to pay the deposit first, otherwise you will run away when the mission is over, and our efforts will be in vain. Don't worry. The blue-eyed middle-aged man showed an intriguing smile on his face. I don't want you to accept my mission now, but I am thinking, after you complete this job, can you come to accept my long-term mission? Appointment? Jack listened to the blue-eyed middle-aged man's words. In addition to understanding, he also had some other confusions. Book now. Aren't you worried that our mission will fail and we will die in the long-term mission of military technology? I believe in your strength. It's just a small experimental experiment in the experimental department of Arasaka Night City. It won't be difficult for you. The blue-eyed middle-aged man sat on the sofa of the Wild Wolf Bar, with his hands crossed on his raised knees. The information revealed in his words was quite amazing. A small experimental experiment? This is a military-grade experimental prosthesis that is very important in military technology evaluation. In the mouth of the blue-eyed middle-aged man in front of him, it is just a small trial experiment of Arasaka? He is very arrogant, and I don't know who is behind this blue-eyed middle-aged man. Let's meet here today. The blue-eyed middle-aged man put down his raised feet, stood up, looked at Carl again, and walked out of the Wild Wolf Bar. I will contact you as soon as your mission is over. Contact me. You didn't even add the communication. Looking at the back of the blue-eyed middle-aged man, Carl didn't know if he saw it wrong. When the other party turned his head for the last time, he seemed to see the blue light flashing in the other party's artificial eyes, which dimmed a little. Is he pretending to be the same color model of Kirusa's artificial eyes as Oliver? The kind that changes according to emotions? Good morning, Gaius. Taiwan Novel Network.yo, good morning, David. It was a coincidence that Gaius and David happened to meet at the door during school today. 7:10, Gaius, are you here so early today? After David got acquainted with Gaius, he also learned about him arriving at school in a stuck time. He was a little curious about him coming so early this morning. I have to go to the Ritz Bar at the Kabuki Hall in Watson District in the evening. I got up a little early because I had to prepare something. The Ritz Bar, is it the Ritz Bar famous for Mutuo? David had obviously heard about the Ritz Bar in Gaius's words, or it would be strange for a Mutuo enthusiast like him not to know about the Ritz Bar, a famous Mutuo venue in Night City. That's the place. Gaius, are you planning to go over there and customize some special services for the people in the academy? But I remember that no one seems to have requested special customization. No. Gaius took a piece of bread with real butter and stuffed it into his mouth. After chewing and swallowing, he said, I just have a personal matter. I have to go over there, but what you said is true. Did you remind me that you are free tonight? Do you want to go over there to see the latest and most powerful Mutuo editing? I'll treat you. Well, there's no need for a treat. David looked at his account, thought for a moment and said, I thought about transferring money to my mother so that she wouldn't have to work so hard. In addition to the money I planned to transfer and the money to buy Mutuo, there was still some money left. The pocket money you give yourself should be enough for a trip. The things over there may be expensive, but after all, it's a top-notch service. It's expensive. David hesitated for a moment, but remained determined. I can't let Gaius take care of me every time. I have to do it myself. Is this so? Gaius smiled, then don't drink alcohol tonight. Don't drink? What do you mean? David's doubts were answered in the evening. At night, in the lobby of the Ritz Bar, David opened his eyes wide while reading the wine list, unable to believe the amount he saw. €30 for a special drink? It's all cheap, David. Jack was drinking a glass of personal ginger beer with vodka, lime juice, and ice. When he heard David's words, he temporarily stopped drinking and shook the wine in his hand. This is my personal drink. The special thing you asked for was just pouring vodka into ginger beer in front of me, and you dared to charge me 40 euros. So a bar is a bar, and this isn't Mrs. Wells' Wolf Bar. Oliver drank the rusty nail cocktail and complained, the recipe I copied cost me 40 euros. So the specialty of this place is Mutwo, not the wine. Carl glanced at the Ritz bar. What he was waiting for now was the person he had agreed to meet at the Ritz bar at 10 o'clock. To be precise, he made an appointment with the dead green-haired young man named Alan. When Carl first arrived in 2075, he took away the euros and Lexington he had left behind from a green-haired young man with a rooster head who died in front of him. At that time, Carl promised in his heart that if he still had relatives, then when Carl has the ability to search, he will find his relatives and repay them. This is why he rented the apartment of the green-haired young man with a coxcomb head and maintained it to this day. This is a favor that Carl himself thinks he owes, and he must repay it, because without the Lexington that he has now modified into the last night, he would not have been able to accidentally save Oliver, nor would he later meet Jack and experience this everything. The beginning of things is the death of the green-haired coxcomb. He is the beginning of Carl in 2075, and he must not be forgotten. Carl waited for a long time and also sought help from NCPD friend Jason, but all he got was the name of the green-haired coxcomb-headed Alan, and nothing else. Today, he is the most likely to learn about Alan. Opportunities for Luan. A tattooed young man came to see Alan in the apartment record and made an appointment to meet at the Ritz bar at 10 o'clock. Carl expected the tattooed young man to tell him more information about Alan. The time now was 9:50. And it was at this time that Carl saw a tattooed young man who looked exactly like the one in the apartment records walking in from the door of the Ritz bar. I'll leave for a moment while you continue. After leaving messages for Jack, Oliver and David, Carl sat next to the tattooed young man when he sat at the bar of the Ritz bar and started waiting. Are you interested in getting acquainted? Carl took the initiative to chat with the tattooed young man. Ha? Who are you? The tattooed young man glanced at Carl and frowned. Obviously, he was wary of the men who came to pick up Chantal out of nowhere. I know that many people in the Ritz bar provide services in that area, but I remember they are all women. If you are interested, you should go to Big Bird and ask. Big Bird Roaming, a famous gay bar located in Haywood Ridge Scenic Area, mainly catering to psychological or physical men. Carl's eyelids twitched. He almost couldn't help but punch him at the tattooed young man's obviously repulsive words. All he could say was that this guy had a street vibe. Patience. Point 1. If he hadn't been afraid of blowing his head off with a punch, he would have done it himself. Feeling unhappy for a moment, Carl restrained his emotions and said, Alan. Alan? The tattooed young man was stunned for a moment, then realized and stared at Carl. Alan asked you to come, why didn't he come? He's dead. Dead? The tattooed young man opened his mouth wide in surprise, and then his expression quickly returned to calmness, as if this matter was not that important. It's a pity that he died. I originally wanted to get him to do some work this time. Are you familiar with him? Very familiar? Hearing Carl's words, the tattooed young man glanced at Carl inexplicably. We grew up together and came to Night City from outside together. Of course we are familiar with him. The person you grew up with died. Are you so ordinary? What if it's not ordinary? When we left our hometown, there were 7 of us. This year, only Alan and I are left. It's hard enough for us to live in Night City. Everyone is busy with their own things. It's good to express condolences once in a while. Look at it now. Hey, I'm the only one. I've been used to this kind of thing for a long time. In the city of night, what difference does it make if I die early or die later? The tattooed young man said quite calmly, and then asked Carl, who are you? I don't remember that Alan guy has any friends. How do you know about Alan? I am a mercenary. My name is KK. I owe Alan a favor, so I want to repay it. While introducing himself, Carl asked what he was most concerned about. Since you grew up with him, does he have any relatives? Is there any way to contact him? What, you want to repay the favor? The tattooed young man was about to say something when he saw Carl's appearance. It was a very serious look, without any hint of lies. Yes, I want to repay the favor. Staring at Carl's face, the tattooed young man was silent for a moment, then stood up. Carl also stood up, but all he got was to turn around and start walking, with his back to the tattooed young man waving goodbye. No need to follow me. Nice to meet you, Kay. I can feel that you are a good person, so it is the right time to come to the Ritz bar today. But since Alan will not come, I have no need to stay, and neither do you. There's no need to think about repaying a favor, just forget about it, forget it. Why? It's very simple. The tattooed young man stopped for a moment, looked back at Carl, and smiled. Because we all came to Night City because we lost our families. After saying that, the tattooed young man's expression did not change, he was still smiling. Among the outsiders in Night City, this is considered normal. I'm very grateful to you for thinking that 90.9 times the favor owed by Alan is accidental. However, I think that some things cannot always go as expected. But in this city of night, there is nothing, but it's nice to think that people other than me can remember Alan. The tattooed young man turned around. If you don't mind, just remember the name Alan as a reward. He used to think about becoming a great big shot. Now look, he can't become a big shot, but he can become a name that is remembered by others. A little person who has not disappeared for the time being is not bad. After all, I probably won't live too long. By then, if Alan has you to remember him, he will live longer than us. Speaking of death, the tattooed young man walked away with a smile on his face, while Carl stood there blankly. He looked at the tattooed young man's back, and after a long time, he touched Zhongyi on his waist. Remember. Gotta remember. What happened, Carl? Jack watched Carl come back in a daze, a little curious about his previous conversation with a stranger. Something happened. Without letting his emotions affect others too much, Carl quickly adjusted. Have you watched Mute Woe at the Ritz bar? Knowing that Carl was changing the topic, Oliver followed Carl's words and continued. I haven't read it yet. I've been choosing from the menu for a while, but I haven't made a decision yet. Is there anything special? Customize the senses, customize the pain, a whole bunch of details can be customized directly. David said, usually, the Mute Woe films sold on the market will attenuate the sensory stimulation to a certain extent in order to prevent any special accidents. However, the Mute Woe films here can be adjusted to 100%, and even added up. It's exciting. For example, David thought for a while and then said, for example, when you solved James Norris Black Mute Woe before, here, you can adjust the pain sense to 150%. Although I don't think there is any crazy person. Just want to experience this level of excitement. There is James Norris Black Mute Woe. Could it be that the Mute Woe editor here is JK? Carl still misses the Mute Woe editor who filmed him twice in the Cyber Psycho series. No, this is the craftsmanship of another Mute Woe editor. Although JK is one of the best Mute Woe editors in Night City, but he cares too much about the editing of cyberpsychosis, and in terms of adjustment technology, he is still a little behind the Mute Woe editor named J.A. Isn't it JK? Originally, Carl was still holding a grudge, thinking that if the editor here was JK, he would want to settle a score with him and hang him up and beat him. Since he wasn't, there was no need to go through all the trouble. Do you want to buy a few copies of Mute Woe to go back to? The customized Mute Woes from this place are rare to come here. It would be a pity not to buy some back. Carl drank sweet tea and was not interested in Mute Woe in this place of indulgence. After all, this place did not look like a place where Mute Woe could sell firearms tutorials, but he remembered that Oliver liked this type of Mute Woe very much. I'm going to try it first and then say, Oliver has chosen the Mute Woe he wants. There are many Mute Woe access devices in the lobby of the Ritz bar. It allowed him to directly connect to Mute Woe, but he was not bold enough to have certain physiological reactions in public, so after saying hello to a few people, he spent money to get into a box. Where are you, Jack and David? I'm not interested in this stuff. I'm just here with you today. Jack shook his shoulders and looked at David. Want to experience it, David? This type of, let's forget it. David was a little shy about the dazzling array of erotic Mute Woe in the Ritz bar. Innocent little boy, yes, I understand. Carl said, then let's have another round of drinks. I'll take this round. This bar doesn't order serious food. Are they afraid that people will consume too much and not be able to get replenished? I smoke burritos, even though they taste like plastic mixed with sawdust. It's rare to find something that you even despise, Jack. I'm Mexican after all. After Jack finished saying this, he was about to say something, but suddenly his words stopped. He gestured to Carl, telling Carl to look somewhere. What's wrong? Carl looked in the direction of Jack's gesture and understood why Jack suddenly stopped talking. Why would a person from Arasaka come to a place like this? What Carl saw were 3 company dogs wearing official Arasaka employee uniforms. It doesn't mean that Arasaka's corporate dogs can't come to the Ritz bar, but usually they will cover it up. There can only be one reason for coming to the Ritz bar openly like this. Business is business. What happened? It was not only Jack, David and Carl, who were looking at the past at this moment, who had such thoughts, but also some guests who had not yet connected to Mutewo. Under their gaze, 3 Arasaka Company personnel came to a terrified watch them coming, in front of a well-dressed middle-aged man. The member of the Mox gang who was in charge of security at the Ritz bar walked over and wanted to know what happened. But before she could reach it, she received a hand gesture from the Arasaka Company staff to stop her. "Private matters of the company will not be settled here." After receiving this sentence, the member of the Mox gang had no reason to intervene, so she nodded and walked aside. The Ritz bar still doesn't care about the guests' conflicts, as long as they don't get into fights in the Ritz bar, just damage the object. What do you think happened, Carl? 80% of them are victims of internal factional struggles. Carl had no idea of delving into the internal affairs of the company. This kind of thing happened too often among various companies and was really nothing to worry about. But then he noticed David's expression. "Are you curious, David? What will happen if there is an internal struggle?" David stared at the pale middle-aged man who was surrounded by 3 Arasaka Company personnel and started to pull him away. He had a bad premonition in his heart. "I've already said that I'm a victim, so what else can I do?" Carl put down the sweet tea he had finished drinking and stood up. "If you are interested, I will take you to follow him and have a look." "Jack, wait a moment, we will be back soon. Go and come back quickly." At Jack's voice, David stood up in confusion and started to move forward with Carl. The two of them squeezed through the dense crowd at the Ritz bar and followed behind the Arasaka Company staff. Soon he walked out the back door with them. "Take a good look, David. If you are going to enter Arasaka Company, you will get used to this kind of thing sooner or later." Under Carl's relaxed words, David watched helplessly as the pale middle-aged man was pressed on the shoulders by 2 Arasaka Company personnel, one on the left and the other on the right. He was pushed down to his knees on the ground, and then the last Arasaka officer took out a gun he was quite familiar with, Kenshin, and pointed it at the middle-aged man's forehead. "This is execution." Carl's light words were accompanied by a not-too-loud gunshot, and then David saw the middle-aged man's body shaking under the impact of the gun, and then he was unresponsive on both sides. The Arasaka personnel let go and fell to the ground with a plop, making no sound again. Thump! This voice broke into David's heart. David's mother told him time and time again that as long as he entered the Arasaka Company, he could lead a decent life and live happily for the rest of his life. In the past, although David did not fully agree with this sentence in his heart, "It's not true, but it can be accepted under the teachings of my mother." He believed that entering Arasaka Company was the path he would take and become an Arasaka employee. In his future life, although he may not be happy, at least he will be stable and can make his mother happy. But all of this was shattered by the cruelty he witnessed closely now. A decent life, the dead middle-aged man was well-dressed. It can be imagined that his normal life was definitely many times better than David's. To be executed by specially sent personnel from Arasaka, his status may not be low, and he may even be a big man. After Mamoru entered Arasaka Company, it would take him a lifetime to climb to such a high level. But just like this, the hideout-ranking and decent Arasaka officer was right in front of him, behind the bar, in the alley full of drunken vomit, without any resistance, like a bug, flopping to death. No, he was worse than a bug. Even a bug could pounce. After his death, his body only twitched due to the impact, and then stopped moving. Facing death, I don't even dare to resist. David thought about how he followed Carl to see the world in order to face danger and hoped to have the courage to resist. What would happen to the courage he gained after entering Arasaka Company? Will it be like this man, without even a little struggle? The words that my mother repeated over and over again to become a member of Arasaka Company are true. Can protect mother well, are you living happily? Nothing can impact his psychology more than having the things he expects shattered in front of the person he expects. Now David, seeing the rejection he had been enduring and having his expectations shattered, had his first doubts about becoming an employee of Arasaka Company. When he was confused, the 3 Arasaka personnel who had finished handling internal matters noticed the 2 young men who walked out of the back door and looked at them there. A street gangster who wants to search for corpses and property? The prosthetic eye of an Arasaka personnel scanned Carl and David while saying, "There is nothing you can take here, even corpses, they belong to the Arasaka, Didi." The name he saw when he scanned it made him stunned, and he could no longer speak. It's not surprising that David Martinez was following behind. Although he had an ID tag of an Arasaka Academy student, that was nothing. What really mattered was the black man staring at them with a chuckle. Make youth. Carl, mercenary KK. After being extremely vigilant, or even panicked enough to say Carl's name, the three Arasaka personnel couldn't control themselves and took a few steps back. They were all Night City Arasaka security personnel. Although they did not participate in that mission, Carl's name was so loud in front of a group of people who were half of the group that they knew that, as long as the other party is interested, all three of them will fall to the ground in the next second. The leader with the most professional ethics among the three Arasaka personnel, or the most spirited company security officer, he only took a step back, and facing Carl's gaze, he took another step back to the original place. Then, his tone slowed down a little, and he even said a little cautiously, "This person should not be your mission target." "It's not true. I just came to see the fun. Don't worry. I have no intention of getting involved in the internal affairs of Arasaka Company. At least I don't want to when I don't have a mission. You can do whatever you want." After Carl said these words, the three Arasaka personnel obviously relaxed a little. The two personnel who took 3 steps back and the other 2 steps also hurriedly stepped forward to pick up the dead middle-aged man at this time, smiled at Carl under Carl's gaze, and hurriedly walked back with the middle-aged man's body under the glare of the leader. They are just people working at the bottom of the company, not professionals trained by Arasaka himself. They can do as much work as they get paid. If they really have to face KK, let that group of people go. You bastards, don't think that I don't know what you are thinking, but I am not a professional either. My level is not even up to the threshold of escorting Miss Haruko. He cursed in his heart, but the leading Arasaka officer who had to stand up, after glaring at his 2 subordinates, he still smiled at Carl, but he laughed so hard that Carl was confused. "Aren't you leaving?" Carl was confused as he looked at the Arasaka personnel who were smiling stupidly at him. He didn't quite understand that when his subordinates moved back after carrying the corpses, he still kept smiling at him. Can I go? Why can't you leave?" Regarding Carl's incomprehensible look, the Arasaka staff wanted to give him a slap. Why did he ask this question again? Can't he just obey and walk away? But he was also afraid of not saying a word or smiling. He was afraid of himself. Halfway through, he was shot dead by a bullet from behind. I have watched both of the 2 Cyber Psycho Dark Mutual movies in which this guy appeared, but I haven't even seen one of them. Several elite personnel who could kill 5 of them were killed, and a cyber psychopath with a full body of military-grade prosthetics did not even hurt him, but his hands and feet were cut off, and his whole body was like a stick and died miserably. Thinking about the dead people in the Black Super Dream, how could he not be afraid? Then you are busy. After leaving this sentence in a hurry, the Arasaka personnel turned and ran, and when Carl turned around, he found that David was looking at him with an extremely complicated expression. "What's wrong, David? Is it a little hard to accept?" No, it's just... I just understand a little bit how powerful Carl is on the street. For someone like him, even if he goes to work in a company, he must be many times more powerful than himself. Maybe for him, climbing to the top of Arasaka is the only thing that can be achieved. In David's heart, the expectation he has always had rose. Perhaps, instead of becoming an employee of Arasaka Company, it would be good to become a mercenary like Carl. But, can he protect his mother in this way, and can he convince his mother? Ding! Carl received a message from Man on his communication. The message he sent was simple, but it was enough. Tanaka's whereabouts have been confirmed. Have Man and the others obtained Tanaka's whereabouts? Oliver, who came back from watching Mutuo, felt a little emotional about the progress of things. As expected of a team with 3 hackers, it is fast. I said I knew it, but in fact, I found out that Tanaka often went to privately customize Black Mutuo, so Man made a suggestion. Can we find the editor of Black Mutuo and rely on him to make an appointment with Tanaka? Come out. Carl said, the first thing I need to find is, I happen to be an acquaintance. The message sent by Man and the others is that the person who customized Black Mutuo for Tanaka is a Black Mutuo editor named JK. I didn't think of looking for him in particular. This mission just arrived. What is the specific process? To put it simply, this kind of perverted privately customized Black Mutuo is basically customized by the client and the editor meeting alone. Isn't it difficult to find Tanaka's whereabouts because he is protected by Arasaka Company? Then we might as well tie up JK, who is easier to find, and then use him to fish out Tanaka. Will Tanaka not bring bodyguards? You know all about private rooms when it comes to sex, don't you think Tanaka doesn't? He's a company dog, but he also needs face. So specifically, have you found out who JK is? As for this, Man and the others are still investigating. Carl and the others chatted and got on the Sky Hara parked not far from the entrance of the Ritz bar, and sat in the back row. David, who was listening to Carl and Oliver chatting, suddenly spoke. If it's JK, his name is Jimmy Black Alliance. He is a Mutuo director with many die-hard fans, so his real name is not a secret. After hearing David's words, the other three looked at him at the same time. Then, Oliver spoke. Do you know him well? I have read all his series of Mutuo works. Yes, you sell Black Mutuo, so you must know these things better. Oliver nodded. Since he is a famous Mutuo director, it shouldn't take long for Man and the others to find relevant information. Oliver was afraid that Jimmy Black Alliance only had one JK name on the market, and his identity was better hidden than Tanaka's, and it would be troublesome to find him that way. Sure enough, just as David said, JK's true identity, Jimmy Black, is not a secret in Night City. When Carl and the others sent David home, the Man team had already sent Jimmy Black relevant information. Man, we have found out that Jimmy Black will go to a club tomorrow. It will be up to us to capture him then. How Luo received half of the reward for this trip. Man and the others were quite active in the operation, and Carl had no objection to this. He and Man had made an agreement to just talk about it when there was progress. The specific action was up to their team. I have to say, it's great to have a cooperative team. After saying goodbye to Oliver and Jack, Carl returned to his apartment. After washing up first, Carl went to the rented computer in the apartment, opened the local area network of Night City, and read the latest news. Then he noticed something special. It was not about Night City, but about it. It's news about homeless people. Wanderers, a group of people who have left their homes and wandered in the Badland, hugging and keeping warm as a family unit. This is what this piece of news about homeless people says. A family named Buckle formed by desperados in the Badland has once again been divided. Perhaps the desperados who have troubled the 43rd highway transportation route of the new United States for a long time will soon be divided due to division. Disappearance, all this is inseparable from the hard work of the new American soldiers. The words at the back, which were mostly boastful and of little use, were directly ignored by Carl. His attention was mainly focused on the words Baker. He didn't know why, but he always felt that Bucker was a bit familiar to him, as if he had heard of it somewhere. Calmly keeping this news in mind, preparing to pay more attention to it later, recalling where he had heard of Backer, Carl read the recent news again. Regarding the emergence of ACPA in Night City, after proper exchanges between Arasaka and military technology, they discovered the real mastermind behind the scenes. The former head of military technology R&D department tried to bring ACPA into Night City for his own selfish purposes. War, his behavior of hoping to provoke war has been punished by military technology. The harmonious discussions between Arasaka and military technology have once again brought peace to Night City. The news of the death of the victim who took the blame has just begun to spread in the news, but judging from the news, the dispute between Arasaka and military technology, in the end, it was the people of military technology who gave in first. Although there were people on both sides of that mission, most of the people who carried out the assassination were Arasaka personnel holding Shingen. But also the most critical ACPA armor. But it was opened by people from military technology. Most of the people being protected are Arasaka's security guards, as well as mercenaries hired by military technology, like Carl and the others. Most of the attackers were Arasaka's Hawks and ACPA pilots from military technology. Looking at it this way, it's really a chain of events, each with its own person to solve it. Hoo. Just when Carl finished reading the news and was about to go to bed, there was a knock on his door. This time, Carl connected to the door camera and looked outside. He found that the visitor was wearing a black suit. He was a man in his 40s. He was not strong, but he could see obvious signs of prosthetic modification under the suit. He had an East Asian face. At this time, a pair of yellow artificial eyes were staring at the door camera that Carl used to watch him. Who is it? An unfamiliar face came to visit at almost 12 o'clock. Obviously, something was wrong. Not in a hurry to respond to the knocks and doorbells, Carl put on the bulletproof jacket that he had taken off when he was about to go to bed, and then inserted the knight into the gun bag on his waist. After putting on a few grenades, he went to the other room where weapons were stored and took a Crusher shotgun as a backup weapon. After 6 seconds of fully armed, Carl responded. Who is here? Carl's voice was transmitted to the outside through the communication of the door, but the man only said his name as an answer. You can call me, Kenichi Shiro, Mercenary KK. Kenichi Shiro. After listening to this self-introduction with an obviously Japanese name, Carl hesitated for a moment, walked to the door, opened the door and faced the man directly. "What's the matter?" This was Carl's first sentence after the two officially met. After closing the door and signaling Kenichi Shiro to come in for a chat, Carl sat on the sofa, facing Kenichi Shiro's scrutiny. After being silent for almost 2 minutes, Carl, who really couldn't stand Kenichi Shiro's scrutiny, took the initiative to speak first. "So, Mr. Kenichi Shiro, why did you come to me at this time? I don't think I know your identity yet? I'm a bodyguard." Kenichi Shiro's words were quite simple and clear, but this level of information was obviously not enough to satisfy Carl. "Bodyguard? So Mr. Kenichi Shiro, why don't you protect your employer?" Carl smiled. "I remember that I didn't call for any security services. Maybe you are planning to do business for free, but forget it. These days, free things are the most expensive." Faced with Carl's obviously provocative words, Kenichi Shiro chose to respond with silence. He just stared at Carl calmly, but it made Carl feel more and more uncomfortable. What Carl had to admit was that he had a strange feeling. If I wanted to use an adjective to describe that feeling, it would be threatening. He sensed the danger to his life from the calm Kenichi Shiro in front of him. This guy is not a simple character, he is very strong. Whether it was the posture he sat there or the self-light he glanced at, Carl felt threatened. Even some of his fatal parts, such as his temples and heart, felt phantom pain under the pressure of this danger. When this guy looked at himself, his eyes instantly focused on several relatively loose and fatal parts of his body. It was definitely uncomfortable to be looked at like this. At least Carl wasn't used to it, so after seeing Kenichi Shiro not replying, he made a waving gesture. "I think I'm generous enough to welcome you in. If there's nothing else, Mr. Kenichi Shiro, you'd better not disturb my sleep. You're good at what you do." Faced with Carl's words indicating that he had nothing to do and leave early, Kenichi Shiro had no intention of responding. He was just talking to himself and had to praise Carl's abilities. "Thank you so much for telling me this kind of thing." Carl was a little unsure of what this man was here for, but he couldn't feel any murderous intent from this man, so he still maintained the sense of laughter and answered, "So, what's the matter with you?" "I brought a job." Kenichi Shiro finally got down to business. He took out a paper document from the lining of his suit and placed it on the glass coffee table in the middle of the sofa. "You have the qualifications to accept this work? So, the review just now was to judge your own strength?" Carl would not refuse commissioned work, but, "I have to take a look first, okay? The treatment will satisfy you." "Treatment? In trust, why should we talk about treatment?" Carl picked up the paper document and after reading it carefully, he found that it was not a commission, and it was really closely related to the treatment. "Employee entry salary schedule?" Carl looked at the company at the top of the paper document and found that the place where he was going to join was called Danger Girl. Carl had heard of Danger Girls. Danger Girl, a detective agency responsible for private investigation, bodyguards, and security services. It is headquartered in Night City. The founder is Michiko Arasaka. This company is famous for its detective girls equipped with cat-ear prosthetics who are responsible for handling cases. Although there has been some decline in detective affairs in recent years, it still squeezes out the business of most of its peers. The dovish leader of the Arasaka family, the detective agency privately run by Michiko Arasaka, came to me in the middle of the night and extended an invitation to join. Without saying anything in a hurry, Carl took a detailed look at the treatment and other aspects, and roughly understood the treatment he would receive if he joined Danger Girl. Because his gender identity is male, he will not become a beautiful girl detective with prosthetic cat ears. The main business he is responsible for is bodyguards and security. Once he signs a contract every month, the benefits he can get are, you can enjoy discounts on popular prosthetics on the market. This is generally available to you when you go to Lao Wei Na. There is no internal product mentioned on it. It is estimated that it is at most the same level as the Arasaka 3 model I am currently using. Although it's high-end enough, but it can't keep up with where I am now. The remuneration received is distributed according to the employer's satisfaction for completing the task, which can reach a maximum of 60%. This is average. You can get 100% for accepting tasks by yourself, but if you join a company, you can only get 60% at most. The task only needs to be notified and arrived at the critical moment. There is no need to be stationed at ordinary times. If the notification is not in place, it will be regarded as the responsibility of the office. Something is wrong. I take the initiative to take on the task, and the bodyguard only needs to arrive at the critical moment. It feels like there is a backup plan and a key hand. Is this still a normal bodyguard recruitment? Guaranteed salary. 300,000 euros a month? 300,000 euros, that is to say, 1 year. 3,600,000. If you add in some of his so-called mission remuneration, maybe an annual salary of 4 or 5 million is not impossible? This salary is not comparable to that of ordinary middle-level managers in the company, but it is given to a bodyguard? With his own abilities, Carl thought he was still qualified to receive this salary, but it was a bit surprising that the company came to offer it. This is not a large company such as Arasaka or Military Technology, it is just a detective agency. Such an offer can be compared to the high salary of middle-level personnel in large companies. It really can't help but make Carl feel surprised and doubtful at the same time. Why? Carl stared at Kenichi Shiro. Why do you want me to join the job? I can see the look in your eyes when you came in. The emotion in your eyes shows obvious rejection and scrutiny. There is an invitation from the detective agency to invite me to join. I shouldn't let someone who was repulsive towards me send it here. Until now, I don't agree with it, but you are indeed qualified. The attitude shown by Kenichi Shiro was to talk things over. You are among the top 20 people I have ever met. Top 20? I don't know whether this was an underestimation or an overestimation, but Carl tasted a different meaning. In that case, why don't you go to those who are ahead of me in your heart, but come to me? Facing Carl's confusion, Kenichi Shiro stared at him for a few more minutes, and when Carl felt a little uncomfortable, he spoke in a somewhat dull tone. Because you are the person that the lady trusts, and you have protected her in the past. I once protected her. The firm run by Michiko Arasaka is overly generous, with conditions like a backup at critical moments, and a protected young lady. If connected. Carl looked over and over again at the employee entry salary table without any restrictive terms, and after a moment of silence. You don't need to be stationed for a long time, just arrive at the critical moment, right? Normally, you can't be here either. When Kenichi Shiro showed some emotional fluctuations and some dangerous words, Carl patted the paper indifferently. I feel like we can talk more about the details in the onboarding details. Carl smiled. In the office, you don't mind part-time jobs, right? Taiwan Novel Network. 300,000 euros a month? Carl, you still said you have no relationship with the eldest lady of the Arasaka family. The next day, after learning about the contents and things related to the contract signed by Carl, Oliver patted the steering wheel of Skyhara hard, unwilling to believe that Carl was actually attracted by the rich woman. I am afraid that my brother will suffer, and I am also afraid that my brother will be with a rich woman. It is not to that extent, but, Carl, you're not going to be kept as a mercenary with us anymore, are you? That's what Oliver is really worried about. What's the maintenance? Don't talk nonsense. A serious contract signing, a serious bodyguard job. This kind of work will only be done at critical moments. Of course it's just a part-time job. Besides, I feel that I may not be needed in normal times. I may have been used as an emergency measure in certain situations. Carl said, having a thorough understanding of this contract. It does look similar. Jack, who was not as excited as Oliver, nodded. It should be after what happened last time. Think about spending some money as a precaution. Hearing what Jack said, Oliver also put away his funny look and began to seriously analyze Carl. Not only do you need to be protected by bodyguards on the surface, but also privately, there are street mercenaries as backup. That Arasaka family, the eldest lady, seems to be scared to death after what happened last time, but under normal circumstances, with the protection of Arasaka's group of company dogs, it's not your turn to carry out this matter, right? That's the reason. Ordinary people won't really be able to break through Arasaka's security and attack her. But in other words, if something really happens that requires me to be called over urgently, then it's very likely. At the very least, are they all opponents of the ACPA's level? Oliver's hands were flat on the steering wheel. It's hard to get this money. Looking at the bright side, generally no one would think of attacking members of the Arasaka family. What's more, even if they did, they would have to at least break through the protection of Arasaka's security personnel. The probability of such a thing happening is too small. According to the normal probability, I basically get a minimum of 300,000 yuan every month. This should be considered a somewhat optimistic view of Carl. Oliver originally wanted to say that the attack just happened last month, but before he said it, he felt that it was too unlucky. After thinking about it, he still didn't say anything. Jack finally just said this: if you have to, don't face it alone. I know. I'm not stupid. If there is danger, I will definitely ask you to go with me. Just as Carl replied with a smile and sat on the sky Hera, Jack's prosthetic eye flashed. He sent a message. Then, Jack's face changed, revealing a somewhat complicated look. This look was rarely shown on Jack's face, which naturally attracted the attention of Oliver and Carl who were sitting in the car, but before they could ask, Jack had already told them what happened. My ex-girlfriend Camilla came to see me if she had something to do. After saying this, both Oliver and Carl fell silent. Camilla, at the party, drunk Jack said something about her. That was another childhood sweetheart who joined the Valentino gang with Jack. Compared to Jack who later quit the Valentino gang due to some things, Camilla, who has always stayed in the Valentino gang, has her current status, is already considered a senior member of the Valentino gang. Being able to get into the top ranks of the Valentino gang, a gang with 6,000 people, at the age of 20.8, Camilla is obviously quite capable, but now she has turned to Jack for help. Did something big happen to the Valentino gang? Although Jack and Oliver both quit the gang, they are still someone involved in the gang. If something big happens in the gang and involves someone they care about, it is impossible for them not to help. For example, Mrs. Wells has a background in the Valentino gang, and Oliver's sister and father are in the 6th Street gang. My ex-girlfriend, who was also my childhood sweetheart, had some unforgettable friendship in it after all. Jack, what happened? If it's serious, I'll take leave today. Carl's words made Jack shake his head. Don't think about skipping school, Carl, it's nothing. Jack, who had read all the news and understood the general outline of the matter, smiled and signaled to Carl and Oliver, who were looking over with concern, to feel at ease. She just wanted to ask me to do some checking on the place, over there in the Legion district. We are extremely busy, and we are temporarily lacking someone we can trust. Jack glanced at Oliver, the conflict with the 6th Street gang. That place in Legion district. When Jack said this, Oliver understood immediately. That area is the most fiercely contested area between the 6th Street gang and the Valentino gang. Although Legion district is generally very poor and has little money, there are always people willing to start disputes over these leftovers. As for what's going on there, I'll follow you after you send Carl to school. If it's an acquaintance who comes, I'll see if I can give him some advice. It can't be persuaded, Oliver. Regarding Oliver's obviously well-intentioned suggestion, Jack did not refuse him to go with him, but he was not optimistic about the so-called persuasion. Oliver, a man who was kicked out after joining a gang for a week, even if he grew up in a gang family environment, how many people in the 6th Street gang would he know? Oliver couldn't even go back to Santo Domingo, so he relied on as for the identity of the former 6th Street gang member. Jack must persuade the 6th Street gang members above. As long as it's not a big deal. Carl returned to his limp posture as he went to school, but as for Jack's preparation to help his ex-girlfriend Camilla, Carl still mentioned an important point. It's just that you went to help your ex-girlfriend and sent a message. If Misty knew about it, what to do? When he said these words, Jack's body froze a little, and Oliver, who had not thought of this, suddenly realized this and began to look at Jack with a look that determined you were unlucky. Just going to see the place for one day should not be. Jack forced a smile. Besides, I'm not doing anything bad. I'm paid, just like a commission. And as long as you and Oliver don't tell, who will know? Really? Carl was skeptical. Even if he helps Jack hide it, with Misty's extraordinarily accurate tarot card divination for some reason, even though the business is not good, will he really not be able to tell anything? Carl always felt that Jack was going to suffer. During a break after his academy classes, Gaius was stopped by a friend he had met at the academy. The girl with long blue hair and a single ponytail stared at the friend who occasionally came over to chat with her during class these days, and asked, "Are you planning to leave the academy?" How perceptive. Gaius, as always, had no intention of covering up. He sat on the college bench facing the surveillance camera, and changed the camera's shooting angle so that it could not illuminate the place where he and the girl with long blue hair were. But how did you notice it? Because you are in a good mood today, just like a bird that can finally escape from its cage and sing softly among the flowers. No serious person from Night City would understand your description. Not many of them have seen it, whether it's birds or flowers. Gaius patted the other side of the bench and motioned the blue-haired girl to sit down. I am indeed ready to leave. It should be within the next few days. The blue-haired girl stared at the empty bench next to Gaius, stared at Gaius for a few times, and finally sat down, but the place where she sat was exactly on the two sides of the bench from Gaius. After sitting down, the blue-haired girl said, "Has the mission of entering the academy been completed?" "That's right. Do you want to report me? Are you selling black newt woe?" Hearing the blue-haired girl say this, Gaius' lips twitched a little unnaturally. "You actually know." You didn't hide it. You walked down the corridor with Chow Mang in front of the camera. Of course I knew. Then it seems to be pretty much what I expected. Gaius leaned back on the chair. Even you can notice it, so the staff of the Academic Affairs Office who have been staring at the surveillance cameras should have discovered it a long time ago. They knew about this kind of violation of school rules, but they didn't. Thinking about it, I think I already know what they are planning to do. Occupying the magpie's nest? I like your subtle description. It seems that in order to prevent this part of my business in the college from being affected in the future, I have to give them a little warning and a lesson first. Gaius stood up. It's almost time, let's stop talking here. I'm not in a hurry. I'll leave today. I should wait for the news to pass in 2 days before leaving. If you want to chat, you can come and chat with me in the next few days, after all. Gaius smiled. For a special company boy like you, I would be happy to let you know about the working people. Wait a moment. The blue-haired girl stood up from the chair, walked a few steps, and walked in front of Gaius from the side. Can I know your true identity? No, Gaius refused without hesitation. Is it because you are still on guard? The blue-haired girl stared at Gaius. No, it's because someone is coming. Gaius pointed to the side, where several students wearing Arasaka Academy uniforms were passing by. Since I said you are my friend, then I will choose to believe you. If I don't know the person well, then I should bear the fault myself. Someone is there, so I can't show you my true face. But I can tell you my real name. It's not the real appearance, but the name is also fake? Just like I haven't asked you your name until now. A person knows his appearance but not his name. It's fair to know a person's name but not his appearance. Even if we want to check, we should be able to find out. Gaius pointed at himself. My name is Carl. Carl, a name I've never heard of. Then you are a bit ignorant. Is it a very famous name? Then I understand. I will try not to read the relevant information until we officially meet. I'm looking forward to that day. After saying goodbye to the friends he met in the academy, not long after Carl left the academy, he received a communication from Man. Carl, we have captured JK. Successfully captured? The speed is quite fast. Have you encountered any obstacles? Has anyone discovered it? No, I just encountered a little accident during the process. This Jimmy, codenamed JK, is black. As a Mutual Master, he actually carried a small EMP device. I almost fainted, but fortunately it lasted for a while. I barely withstood it, and then I held on and caught this guy. It is equipped with a small EMP device. Can he withstand it by himself? Doesn't he have a prosthetic body? The prosthetic body is equipped with some unimportant organs, not as many as the ones I modified, but speaking of it, he was also stupid, actually thinking that relying on EMP, he could sit back and relax. Carl didn't quite understand what Man meant by this sentence. Carl, so Man, how did you catch him? Man, he thought my arm with the projectile launch system was useless after being paralyzed by EMP. He actually dared to stand directly in front of me and look at me, and then I immediately let him understand that even if the prosthetic body was paralyzed, it's still steel. Carl, so? Man, so I used the strength of the upper half of my arm, and moved the iron arm equipped with the projectile launching system to smash him over, knocking him unconscious on the spot. Looking at it this way, Director Chow Mang was really seeking death, and he actually dared to approach the mercenary who hadn't fainted. So what are the specifics? Is he willing to cooperate? He hasn't woken up yet. My people have already guarded him. I used too much force and dented his face. He is still receiving emergency treatment. This guy has a platinum member of the trauma team and almost let the trauma team down. The people are here. If Chiwe's shielding speed hadn't been so fast, we would have been able to survive today. Can you rescue her? Don't kill her. It's hard to find a clue. I can't die. Does Pira in my team still remember? I sent the information to you, the technical expert in the team. The skill of operating on people is very high, and protecting people's lives is as simple and easy as protecting a prosthetic body. That's good. When are you going to start taking action? It will take some time for Jimmy to be persuaded after he wakes up. It should be done tomorrow. At that time, we will torture out the private transaction location of Jimmy and Tanaka and send you the location. We will be ready to come there then. That's it. Listening to Man's words, Carl nodded slightly where Man could not see. They are indeed a professional street team. They have been in Night City for several years. They are much better than our team in terms of mission preparation. They are ready for everything. They are shielding the trauma team and maintaining people's lives. It sounds really relaxing, just like picking up money in the past. See you tomorrow then. Communication ends. Tomorrow. It will be time for me to leave the academy and complete this mission. Thinking about it carefully, not even a week has passed. Compared with the 2-month limit of military technology, the operation efficiency is really high. At 8:44 p.m., Carl sat in a restaurant in Leijing District. Open communication. Jack, Oliver, we still need a while to finish this work. You order food first and wait for us. We will come when we finish at 9 o'clock. Nothing happened today, and no one from the 6th Street gang came. It was pretty smooth. I wonder if Jack ever met his ex-girlfriend. Counting from the time Jack and Oliver sent themselves to school in the morning, the two of them watched the scene for almost 12 hours. They didn't know if the 6th Street gang saw the two of them, so they didn't dare to cause trouble. According to the address Jack later sent, the bar they were visiting was a new place that opened on the border between the 6th Street gang and the Valentino gang. As long as they were a little wary, anyone from the 6th Street gang would know about it. The new bar was opened by Valentino's gang, and since they haven't organized anyone to cause trouble in 12 hours, they probably acquiesced. Are you planning to do something later? Carl didn't know, but anyway, the commission Jack accepted from his ex-girlfriend was to watch the scene for one day, and what happened after that had nothing to do with them. Jack and Oliver helped him through the most difficult day, so if there was anything else, he couldn't come at the last moment. Carl, who was crazily raising a flag, sat in the corner of the restaurant and looked through the glass window towards the bar opposite. Looking in from the wide-open door, he seemed to be able to see Oliver's dazzling blonde hair. Did this guy rub some messy stuff on his hair? After ordering electronically and ordering macaroni with tomato sauce and real water for himself, Carl was reading the menu and thinking about what to order for Oliver and Jack when the door of the restaurant opened. Kaka. Amidst the sound of some old glass, a guest whom Carl knew walked in. David? Carl was about to say hello, but stopped in the middle of raising his hand because he found that there was another person behind David. A middle-aged woman with fatigue in the corner of her eyes and traces of years of hard work on her face followed David into the restaurant. Carl knew this man, and he had found his family information when he opened the David box. Gloria Martinez, David's mother, is an emergency medical technician at Night City Medical Center. Looking at David, who kept saying something to his mother with joy on his face, and then at Gloria, who smiled at David in exhaustion and responded to something, Carl silently put down his body and raised it to half of the hand. Going back to Santo Domingo from the city center, taking the Leijing district is the fastest way. Depending on the situation, David should wait until his mother gets off work, and when the two of them go home, they plan to have a meal at a restaurant in the Leijing district. When mother and son finally get together for a meal, it is better not to disturb them as an outsider. Gloria, who usually works until early in the morning, will get off work at around 8 o'clock today, and she must have made an appointment with David. Shrinking his body, Carl was glad that he was in the corner. With the help of the backrest of the seat, David hadn't seen him yet. Otherwise, according to his character, he would have dragged him to eat with him. I'm a street guy, so I'd better not get to know more people who do serious work. I'm not wearing an Arasaka uniform now. It's not Gaius's face, but if they really meet, it may make Mrs. Gloria think that her child has been led astray. If Carl and David were not friends, of course he would not care about this, but if they were friends, he had to consider David. David's mother hoped that her son would become an employee of Arasaka Company and protected him so well. She definitely didn't want him to get involved too much with people on the street. At this time, a mercenary dressed on the street greeted David warmly and talked. As a mother, can she rest assured? Fortunately, David did not find Carl. After scanning around the restaurant, he took his mother to a seat that was also close to the window. That position was exactly one behind the other where Carl was sitting. This is one of the locations in the store with a good view, and David followed Carl and they did learn something. It will be some time before Oliver and Jack come over. David and his mother should be able to finish their meal during this time. If not, they will be asked not to come over for the time being. In Carl's inner thoughts, David and his mother started ordering. I'll just have some macaroni with tomato sauce. Mom, what do you want to eat? After David ordered the same food as Carl, he looked at his mother. My word, after hesitating for a long time, Gloria also ordered a tomato sauce macaroni. Carl, who was listening to them talking, flipped through the menu and found that macaroni with tomato sauce was the cheapest food in this restaurant. In the serious restaurants in Leijing District, they only cost €3. Leijing District is indeed a poor place. Now, apart from glancing at the 3 digits when ordering, Carl, who basically doesn't care too much about the price anymore, really doesn't pay much attention to the prices on the menu. While waiting for the meal to be served, Gloria chatted with David about the sudden transfer of money to her today. "David, how did you get so much money?" €5,000. "Are you going to do anything bad?" "No, Mom, I'm just selling Mutwo in the academy." "Serious Mutwo?" "You know that I used to sell Mutwo to a prosthetic doctor I know. I've been selling it recently and I've made a lot more money." "Don't worry. It's not illegal to sell ordinary Mutwo. Do you think I'm always looking at the goods at home? Can you make so much selling Mutwo?" "Of course, no one else in the academy can buy it. I have to bring it all." "Will this affect your studies?" "No, don't worry, it's just me during the recess. I always listen carefully in class." "Is this so?" Seeing that his mother was still a little worried, David showed a completely okay attitude. "Don't worry, there will be another first-month test this week. Mom, you will be optimistic when the time comes. I guarantee that I can get into the top 10 in the school. As long as it doesn't affect your grades." "It will definitely not affect. By the way, Mom, since I can already make so much money, you can go to work in the future. Don't work so hard, forget about getting off work at this time. I feel like I can handle my tuition issues by myself. You see, I'm already this old, and it's time for me to take responsibility for myself." Regarding David's words, Gloria shook her head. "It's great that you can make money, and I'm also very happy, but there may be a lot of expenses in the future. For example, if you are admitted to the university, there may be extra expenses. How can you do it just because of now? If you don't work hard, if you make temporary money, there will be more places to spend money in the future. There will be scholarships in college." Just when David said this, the door of the restaurant was opened, and then, several people wearing entropic clothing with the 6th Street Gang logo tattooed on their clothes walked away with guns. Entered the restaurant. Entropism, one of the main styles of Night City clothing, emphasizes practicality over appearance. The 6th Street Gang and some street mercenaries like this type of clothing very much. Prepare some meals. This restaurant has been taken over by our 6th Street Gang. Hearing such a sound, David looked out the glass window and found that before he knew it, more than 20 members of the 6th Street Gang had come outside and occupied the street. 6th Street Gang, how come they are here? David observed the main gathering place of the 6th Street Gang outside the window and found that most of the 6th Street Gang members were standing in front of the bar opposite the restaurant. The target is that bar. Is this place just occupied by chance? After thinking about it, David turned around and glanced at his mother sitting in front of him, and found that his mother showed a very nervous and fearful look. "Mom, you are afraid? Why?" "Yes, you should be afraid." At this time, David reacted a little dazedly, and his concept changed a little. If I saw the 6th Street Gang with guns in front of me, I would probably behave like my mother, with fear on my face, wondering when the possible NCPD personnel would come. But now, David was surprised to find that in his heart, he did not have much fear for those 6th Street Gang members who started walking around the store with guns. No, not just fear. When I saw their postures and movements with guns, I was actually thinking about how long it would take them to raise their guns, and whether they would be able to react if I pulled out my gun. Why did I have such thoughts? What was wrong with me? Was it because of the teachings of Carl, Jack, and Oliver, because they said that it was enough to face ordinary street thugs? David felt that he was a little bold. Facing formal gang members, he actually had the courage to treat them equally. "Mom, it's okay." David comforted his mother. "It's none of our business." Gloria looked at David with a calm face, and it was a little hard to imagine the maturity shown by her son. That confident and mature look was something Gloria had never seen in her son. "David, don't worry, Mom." David's hand quietly touched Kenshin under his clothes at his waist. "I will protect you." David already has the courage and strength to protect his family. There are 6 people from the 6th Street Gang who entered the store. 2 of them were checking the kitchen while chatting with the owner. The remaining 4 stood at the 4 corners of the store in a state of alert. Judging from their actions, they probably thought that if a fight broke out at the bar opposite, they could quickly occupy the restaurant and use it as a position to shoot at the opposite side. As long as you see the arrangement of the 6th Street Gang, you can understand why they can occupy Santo Domingo with only more than 2,300 people and reach out to Haywood. Elite personnel are not ordinary. In terms of the overall quality of street personnel, other gangs they are not as good as the 6th Street Gang, whose main members are all military veterans. When a 6th Street Gang member stood in the corner, he noticed the guests who were eating at the table next to the corner. He stared at the other person with his head bowed. and only the back of his head could be seen. He looked quite timid. After his eyes swept over the other person's black hair, he no longer cared. It seemed that he was just an ordinary guest eating. As long as he didn't disturb things, he would hide. Holding the Ajax assault rifle, the 6th Street gang member stood in the corner of the restaurant. Military technology M251S Ajax, the assault rifle preferred by soldiers all over the world, durable and reliable. While standing in this corner with his weapon, this member of the 6th Street gang was still looking out the window at the situation in the bar across the street. The guys from the Valentino gang have blatantly opened such a bar on the default border of the two forces. It is definitely provocative. Who knows what will happen in the end? If a war is to start, thinking of that possibility, this member of the 6th Street gang felt that his hand holding the gun was a little stiff. The Valentino gang is the gang with the largest number of people in Night City. If a formal war with them begins, it will undoubtedly be a tough battle. Can he really survive by then? In addition to the store, except for the conversation between the owner and the 6th Street gang, it was quite quiet. The only guests were silent. Facing the conflict between gangs, they did not dare to get involved at all. The quiet environment did not last long, because after the 6th Street gang surrounded the bar opposite the restaurant, a group of Valentino gang members arrived soon. Is there going to be a gunfight? Looking at the members of the Valentino gang and the 6th Street gang facing each other on both sides of the street, David had a very ominous premonition in his heart. In this restaurant, he and his mother were next to the glass window. If they exchanged fire and stray bullets came, the glass window would not have any protection. In this 10th Street confrontation where shooting could be opened at any time, the third group of forces also arrived driving various strange motorcycles. Even the Tiger Claw gang has come. The scenic area is the intersection of the Valentino gang, the Tiger Claw gang and the 6th Street gang. Now that the Valentino gang and the 6th Street gang are about to clash, there is really no reason for the Tiger Claw gang not to come and take a look. Maybe this is the time to extend the Tiger Claw gang's hand into the scenic area. The Tiger Claw gang members who arrived attracted the attention of both parties. Obviously, for this third party who rashly inserted, Valentino gang and 6th Street gang both wanted to exclude them together. It was enough for them to have two gangs in this place, and there was no need for another gang. But this situation changed after a negotiator from the Tiger Claw gang had a few words with the Valentino gang. The Tiger Claw gang, with the nod of the Valentino gang, led the gang to join the Valentino gang and pointed their weapons at the 6th Street gang. This time, the situation was reversed. David was in the store and couldn't hear their conversation clearly, but he could guess what was going on. It was nothing more than that the Tiger Claw gang and the Valentino gang reached some temporary agreement and were ready to let the 6th Street gang suffer. It was very much like the company behind the Tiger Claw gang and the 6th Street gang. As long as they could discuss military technology, Arasaka was willing to help with anything, just like as long as they could discuss Arasaka, military technology was willing to help with anything. Originally, the Valentino gang had only more than 10 people, while the 6th Street gang had more than 20 people. The Valentino gang was at a disadvantage, so they were still in a standoff, but now with the addition of the Tiger Claw gang, the Valentino gang and the 6th Street gang were evenly matched. Watching the Valentino gang and the Tiger Claw gang approaching, every 6th Street gang member in the store tightened their weapons. If not unexpected, the exchange of fire was only a spark away. A gunshot from an unknown party ignited the gunpowder barrel. Call NCPD quickly. The moment the gunfire rang out, most of the customers crawled and hid further inside the store. They were all residents of Night City. Could they not understand the consequences of a gang fight? It wouldn't take long for this to happen. The place becomes part of the battlefield. Mom, let's go quickly. David hurriedly protected his mother and ran inside. Their position was so dangerous that they could almost be said to be on the front line of the firefight. Swell! As soon as David took his mother out of their original seats, their original location was covered by a barrage of gunfire from members of the Tiger Claw gang. Those people had already discovered the members of the 6th Street gang in the store and started shooting indiscriminately. Damn it, the damn Valentino gang, the damn Tiger Claw gang bastards. The 6th Street gang soldier standing in the corner immediately used the window seat as a half-dot bunker. Cat followed behind, raised the Ajax assault rifle in his hand, and started shooting outside. At the same time, an emergency call started on the communication channel, asking other companions on the street to evacuate to the store. The 6th Street gang soldier fired around, and after emptying his bullets, he leaned back against the seat and exchanged bullets. However, out of the corner of his eye, he noticed that the black dot-haired guest who had been burying his head in the corner had disappeared. He ran pretty fast, so this exchange of fire must have frightened him. Such thoughts flashed through his mind. The member of the 6th Street Gang quickly changed his bullets and was about to step out of the bunker and shoot another round to cover his companions when an oval dot-shaped object was thrown in front of him. Grenade! Without any hesitation, the member of the 6th Street Gang made emergency leaps and rolls toward the store. Boom! Accompanied by the burning sensation behind him, the member of the 6th Street Gang who was thrown out by the shockwave and lying on the ground, it felt like my entire abdominal cavity had been punched hard, and I couldn't breathe. And his position after flying and rolling was right next to David, who was dragging his mother to run to the kitchen. The members of the Tiger Claw Gang who threw a grenade outside the window saw that the target they wanted to kill was still alive, so they took up their authentic assault rifles and started shooting at the 6th Street Gang who fell to the ground. Arasaka HJSH.18 Authentic. The assault rifle developed by Arasaka was designed in the 1950s. It is easy to control and durable. It can adapt to almost all combat environments and can manually adjust the 3-shot shooting mode. The members of the 6th Street Gang who had not yet recovered from the grenade explosion were shot in the back by more than a dozen energetic bullets before they could even make a move. Their bodies were smashed into pieces and they died on the spot, but the Tiger Claw Gang members' bullets did not stop. After killing the 6th Street Gang member, he screamed with excitement, continued to pull the trigger, maintained the shooting posture, and forcibly moved the muzzle of the gun towards the store. Another member of the 6th Street Gang. The gangsters of the Tiger Claw Gang are not as elite as the 6th Street Gang. They don't care whether the recoil of kinetic energy weapons can be suppressed or not, as long as they feel good about it, that's it. And the bullets spit out from the muzzle of the gun that he couldn't control began to rise in his hand hit him. When changing the target, it flew towards David and Gloria. They were just civilians. In the eyes of the Tiger Claws, they were nothing. From the very beginning, this member of the Tiger Claws did not take accidental injury to civilians seriously. The ominous premonition came true. From the moment the gunfire rang out, David felt his heart beating wildly. In just a few seconds, the peaceful shop turned into a mess filled with bullets and gunpowder smoke. They have obviously been affected. And when David noticed that the Tiger Claw Gang member's hand was raised and pointed at the black hole of the gun muzzle at him, the sense of crisis in his head made him scream instinctively. "Mom, get down!" David threw his mother to the ground, but at this moment, he felt his left arm shake, and then a slight numbness came from the upper arm, followed by irritating pain. The heat started coming from the side of the upper arm. The senses transmitted by the pain let David know that he was injured, but he also immediately knew the extent of his injuries. It was rubbed. Fortunately, it was just a brush. If he was really hit by the kinetic energy bullet, it would definitely not be impossible for his entire arm to be torn off. David! After being knocked down, the first thing Gloria saw was David's blood flying in the air along with the broken pieces of Arasaka's uniform. This scene almost made her instinctive, and she began to shout anxiously for herself. Son's name. Back then, her husband was killed by a stray bullet from a gang member right in front of her. "I'm fine, Mom." David endured the pain and smiled. Just as he was about to comfort his mother, he found that his mother's face was quite pale. The bullet grazed David's left arm, so where was the final impact point? The answer is, Gloria's shoulders. Looking at his mother whose shoulders were covered in blood and flesh, and whose bones could be seen when looking inside the rotten coat, David's eyes turned red. "David, just be fine." Gloria, who was completely unaware that she was injured and forgot about the pain in her panic, breathed a sigh of relief after seeing that her son was not seriously injured. After exhaling the relaxed breath, her eyes gradually became distracted. Then he fainted. The scene of her son's injury in front of her overlapped with the scene of her husband's death in the past, which brought Gloria's already tense spirit to the limit due to constant overtime work. Coupled with the impact of being shot and injured, Gloria's tense spirit finally reached its limit. After realizing that David was fine, the tense string broke. Mom. David dragged his mother to the back of the checkout counter, trying to wake her up, but his shouting had no effect at all, even when he was only dragging his mother to a safe place. Gloria's shoulder was bleeding faster. "Damn it, bastard." David's mind was filled with confusion and anger, wanting him to draw his gun and retaliate against the Tiger Claw Gang member who fired, but the remaining reason told him that his mother needed help now. At this time, how could he hope? "Take it, David. Carl can be here." "Ah?" David stared blankly at Carl who appeared in front of him and handed him Feuerken Type 3. "Carl? What are you talking about? Are you stupid? Seeing David in a daze, Carl thrust for Kong 3 into David's hand, injected into the neck. Do you know how to use it? Of course. Although he was still in a daze, his mother was injured, and David came to his senses quickly. He immediately grasped Furkan Type 3 and started the injection. As David moved, he heard Carl's apology. I'm sorry, I'm in this shop too. I didn't think it would be good to meet your mother, so I avoided it. After the gunfire rang out, I took the opportunity to hide in the back kitchen. When I got there, I realized that gangs were fighting. You are in danger. As soon as I turned around and came back, I saw the guy shooting towards you. Although I drew my gun, he kept firing and had too many bullets. I only had time to shoot down 9 rounds, and there was still one that I didn't shoot down. Let you and your mother is hurt. Carl was a little annoyed. It had to be said that some inertial thinking in the past was harmful to people. He had done a mission with David, and although he protected David during that mission, his attitude was to treat David as a formal member, just like he treated man equally, and that kind of thinking, and when he heard the gunshot, he instinctively felt that David was not in any danger. Can gang members, who are not boss-level figures, pose any big threat to Jack, Oliver, and Man? It is obviously unlikely, so David. No, David. Carl reacted when he moved too fast and ran to the kitchen. When he turned back immediately, the Tiger Claw gang member had already fired continuously and moved the muzzle of the gun towards David and his mother. In an emergency, Carl only had time to knock down 9 bullets aimed at David. My friend and his mother were right next to me, but I couldn't protect them because of my carelessness. I really had to apologize. It's not your responsibility. Regarding Carl's annoyance, David watched his mother's breathing stabilize and the blood stopped flowing out, and in turn comforted Carl. I wanted to protect my family, but I couldn't protect anything when I encountered a crisis. In the face of real fear, I still thought about you. It was me who was useless and let down the teachings of you, Carl, Jack, and Oliver. That's right. David took hold of Chinchin at his waist and pulled it out. So, at the very least, I have to be part of the teaching in front of you. David still remembers how Oliver, Jack, and Carl taught him how to shoot. He should hold the gun with both hands, not too tightly, just like holding a doorknob, and then, David stuck his head out. Aim and shoot. Call. With the sound of gunfire, the head of the Tiger Claw gang that was shooting at the store exploded. The revenge for hurting my mother must be avenged with my own hands. Good shot, David. You're still far behind Carl. After taking out the Tiger Claw gang member in retaliation, David asked Carl something. Carl, can you recommend a mercenary team to me? I want to be like you and work as a mercenary after class. Do you want to be a mercenary? Carl looked at David, looking at his eyes that seemed to have made up his mind. After being silent for a while amid the constant gunfire outside the bunker, he said, the look in your eyes means that you no longer intend to continue on the company's path. Is it on your way? I'm still 1 year away from graduating from middle school, and Arasaka College's undergraduate program is a 2-year program, which means it will take me 3 years to become a low-level company employee, and after that, I don't know how long it will take to become a low-level company employee. It has been too long to become a protected middle-class human being. I want to be able to protect my mother immediately. But weren't you very safe in the past? Carl said nothing more mid-sentence. How long can that kind of luck last? What happened today is not the end of luck. Then there is no need to be a mercenary. The danger of being a mercenary is only more dangerous than your life now. You can live in the morning and die in the afternoon, or die at noon. Even if you want to grow up, there is no need to be a mercenary. Carl is very clear about the mercenary business. You can ask specialized people to teach. Why did I say something stupid again? Is it realistic for David's family to hire bodyguards and hire people to teach? Carl thought for a while and said, I can lend you money so that you can hire someone to teach you or be your bodyguard. I don't care if you pay it back when you become a company employee and make money. No, Carl. David shook his head and rejected Carl's kindness. He stared at Carl and said, I have been getting your help, but at least for the things I have made up my mind, I don't want to rely on you anymore. David recalled that in his despair, he thought of Carl for the first time, and said slowly, I am really grateful to you, Carl. You have made me grow and let me understand the truth about the company. I think, at least as a man, you have to do it yourself when it comes to things that require you to sacrifice your life. What you said is already mature enough, David. Carl looked at David and suddenly asked a question. What is your dream? In the past, David would definitely answer these words as his mother expected him to become the top person in the company. But now, David did not hesitate to answer with David's own dream. I want to be able to protect the people I want to protect. This seems to be no different from what David expected in the past, but the words that were actually spoken with the word dream are different. Looking at David, who had his own dream, shining like gold, as if he was glowing, Carl asked the final question. Aren't you afraid that your mother will be sad when she finds out you are dead? I don't want to see myself crying because I am unable to protect my mother. I want to become stronger, not afraid of gangsters, not afraid of gangs, not afraid of the darkness of the company. In this regard, as a son, let's be willful. Do you choose to be on tenterhooks that you already know all the time? You need to be on tenterhooks when you step into the company. Just like now, you can die at any time. Or do you choose to take a step on your own initiative and use your own will to explore the darkness? The road is to become stronger and face the company head on amid the expectations of his mother. David obviously chose the latter. If you don't move forward, you will have to wait in fear for death that may come at any time, or if you move forward, face death yourself and try to defeat him? How to choose? Everyone has a different answer, but those who take brave steps deserve Carl's respect no matter what. You are an amazing friend of mine. Knowing that he is not strong enough, he wants to become stronger, and is no longer willing to rely on himself, Jack and Oliver. Today, David is a man who can be equal to them. It seems that I feel that there is nothing wrong in treating David like them. Carl had no right to interfere with a man's belief, so at the end, he smiled and said something that made the determined David feel dumbfounded. You said don't rely on us, you still have to let us recommend a mercenary team for you to join. David's face turned a little red, and the firm look he had just put on suddenly collapsed. After that, he said a little embarrassedly, just this time. Then consider it as David that you owe me, Carl, the first real favor. Carl smiled and said, with the favor of the future big shot, I have to help you find a suitable mercenary team. Carl thought about the mercenary team he knew. Not many, just two, each of them enough for Carl to trust. One team was Team Brown, whom I met during the escort mission. The team that went to death so handsomely was almost picked up and buried together with Carl and others. Even at the last moment of death, they took care of the youngest. Man, let him go and keep him alive. There will be absolutely no problem if David joins the team. But Carl didn't know much about their team, and he didn't know if there was still a shortage of people. Compared to this, Carl knew the other team better. Man's squad. Recalling the same escort mission, Man said he would be at the front, and he really was at the front. Thinking about his team organization with high work efficiency and clear division of labor, Carl felt that he could ask Man if he could insert a subordinate to learn his skills. However, it's not very good to just push a baby bird without any prosthetic body, even if it's just to pick up the goods. To become a mercenary and a student, to have two identities at the same time, David, you need a certain kind of prosthetic body. It just so happens that I have a prosthetic body like this here. I just don't want to use it anymore. I dislike its neural connections. If you are willing, this can be transitioned to you for free, you don't have to refuse in this regard, and it doesn't count as help. It's normal to give small gifts to friends, and then, it's considered a reward for the mission. Mission reward? Tomorrow I will take you to meet a mercenary team I know well. You will work as a handyman to help. If you do well, you will be rewarded with the task and recommendations to them. What if I can't do it well? Don't you have confidence? Have. Then I definitely owe you this recommendation. I trust you, so I'll pay you in advance. Carl listened to the gunshots gradually subsided outside and contacted Lao Wei. Lao Wei, do you have a ballistic company processor over there? Ballistic company processor directly connects the user's optical implant and weapon system to provide real-time data tracking. When David and his mother left through the back door and Carl stood up, the gunfight on the street had already stopped. It wasn't that the gang members didn't intend to fight, but the people in the store at the center of the conflict were almost all dead. Looking at the bodies that filled the store, and then looking at the gang members who were wailing and screaming on the street, who had not yet died, Carl shook his head. As a mercenary, he really had no idea of getting involved in gang fighting before he received the mission. To him, both sides were just dog biting dog, and neither side was any better. Looking at the vending machine in the restaurant that was shattered by bullets, Carl took a few steps, stuffed a banknote into the exposed coin storage, and then took out a can of real water from it and drank it. It's almost done. Carl, it's almost done outside. Did anyone rush into the bar? Oliver, no, everyone except Jack and I rushed out and kept fighting outside. Because we agreed to just watch the bar, I didn't think about going out. Carl, what about you, Jack? Didn't you go out? Jack, we agreed to protect the bar, so we just protected the bar. We are mercenaries, so there is no need to make trouble. Besides, I don't know anyone outside, why should I get involved in this matter? Carl, that's right, the Valentino gang has about 6,000 people. Jack, you don't know everyone, and you are not a social butterfly. Jack, what are you talking about, Carl? I used to be loved by everyone. Don't worry, I can understand some nostalgia for the past, but now I am a mercenary. I won't think of all kinds of help just because the other party is a gang I used to be in. I am still qualified in my duties. If someone from the Valentino gang escapes into the bar, I can help. After all, it is included in the scope of the commission, but I'd better forget about asking me to go out and help. Oliver, but it's great that no one comes in. This kind of thing is really troublesome. It's troublesome to deal with it. Jack and I come from different backgrounds. If someone from outside really wants to rush in and fight, we can only handle it in a fair manner. Jack, so, this is just this time. Some tasks are still very troublesome to be involved in the past. Carl, I have called the police. The NCPD will come to deal with the end soon. Oh, I can hear the sirens. It seems that the 6th Street gang will suffer this job. It's past 9 o'clock. We should leave. Oliver, okay, Jack and I will end it now. You come to the bar and we will drive out the back door. What does the matter between street gangs have to do with this group of mercenaries? What missions are accepted and what tasks are accepted? Either don't accept it, or accept it and do it according to the mission. It's agreed to get off work at 9 o'clock. I worked overtime after 9 o'clock. It's good that I didn't ask for overtime pay. After drinking the real water in 2 or 3 gulps, Carl walked towards the street on the bullet shells on the ground. The moment he walked out of the store, he attracted the attention of the 3 gang members. The default rule on the street is to solve the problem before the NCPD comes. Otherwise, it is easy to talk to the NCPD, but it will be difficult to talk if the terrorist mobile team is provoked. Listening to the approaching sirens, the 3 gangs, knowing that the matter was over, stopped the exchange of fire, packed up the nearby equipment and the bodies of their companions and prepared to retreat. At the end of the conflict, a neatly dressed, relaxed, and canned person suddenly walked into the center of their previous exchange of fire. It was too conspicuous. This guy looked too leisurely. This is what every gang member who survived the struggle on the line of life and death thought when he saw Carl. Along with this thought came an almost absurd feeling. To use a description they had only seen in their dreams. When the lion and tiger were fighting each other and couldn't decide who was the winner, and retreated to both sides to lick their wounds, a rabbit chewing a leaf in its mouth hopped between them. If the lion and tiger weren't crazy, then this rabbit was really daring. Or maybe it was just the rabbit that was crazy. Who with a normal brain would run out and pass between the 2 sides with a natural look when the 2 sides had just put down their guns in the battle? Even if they were thick-skinned and turned a blind eye to the gunfight, even among the residents of Night City, there is no such person. Carl walked to the trash can on the street and threw an empty can into it in a very polite manner. Then he shook his hands to get rid of the water drops on his hands that had condensed on the outside of the real water can due to condensation. In the air that seemed to have risen several degrees in temperature due to the exchange of fire, it felt really good to buy frozen real water from the vending machine and drink it. After throwing the can, Carl noticed the surprised gazes from both sides. He didn't care about anything. He nodded to the group on the left first, and then nodded to the group on the right, just as if he had greeted them all. It's late, everyone, go to bed early. Looking at Carl who walked into the bar with a calm face, the 3 gangs woke up from their dreams when they heard the sirens that were very close. For a moment, the stagnant time started to move. For some reason, the injured lion and tiger continued to move after seeing the rabbit passing by. Hurry up and drag the man away. This guy can still be saved. Leave the body to the people in the medical center. We will go to collect it later. Damn tiger claws, I'll find a chance to kill them on the street. Go boy go, don't stop, the NCPD is here, don't let those bad cops catch us, or they won't mind getting rid of us together and putting it on the credit list. TMD, NCPD bastards, why are they here so fast today? In the midst of panic and confusion, many gang members who were in action and had considerable experience in dealing with such street conflicts could not forget the black-haired young man who walked slowly past the center of the firefight after they stopped the exchange of fire. Generally speaking, even if such a crazy thing really happened, they shouldn't say nothing and just stare at the other party passing by. This kind of relaxed attitude of ignoring all of them is really arrogant. They, the street bullies, shouldn't tolerate it. Why didn't anyone threaten that guy with his pretentious walk just now, or draw a gun to intimidate him? Do you think you shouldn't bother with a madman? Then why? All the remaining 30-odd people just watched him walk by, without saying a word or moving, as if they had pressed the mute button in mute woe. Why, just now, only the injured people were wailing. After evacuating, the lions and tigers seemed to understand something. In the African grassland mute woe that records the past, when a real lion walked slowly, the African grassland hare peeping in the hole dared not make a sound, and only the injured rabbit that had nowhere to escape could make a few calls. Today is Thursday, December 5, 2075, Carl's last day of school. Carl entered school on November 30th, which was also the 6th day of school. Finally, it's over. Gaius's face changed back to that of Carl. In the Skyhara car, Carl was so excited that he raised his arms and touched the roof of the car. He was like a student who just had a summer vacation. His overall mental state had improved. How many? If I go on to higher levels, if I miss half of my classes every day to learn how to compliment my superiors, I will become mentally ill. Listening to Carl's voice of excitement and joy, David, who was sitting weakly next to him, scratched his cheek in confusion. I feel pretty good. One is not yet liberated, and the other is liberated and will continue to suffer. How can that be the same? Carl said, remembering the matter, and asked, David, is your mother okay? It's okay. I paid to send her to the medical center in Santo Domingo. My mother has woken up and will probably be discharged from the hospital tomorrow. That's not bad. Oliver, who is also from Santo Domingo, drove the car and said, I have been treated in that hospital before. Although the price is a little expensive, the service is still very good. Well, it's so enthusiastic that I'm not used to it. You must be enthusiastic about giving money. Anyway, it is much better than some street clinics. But when it comes to professionals, I still only believe in Lao Wei. Lao Wei? This is where we are driving to now. Carl is going to take off the prosthetic body on his face. He has been holding on for a long time. I remember he is planning to take it off and give it to you. You have to be careful. This prosthetic body has been worn for a long time. It's tightly integrated with the nerves, but it can't be removed. I'm fine. It's good to keep wearing it. Listening to David's words, Jack in the passenger seat smiled. Indeed, taking the prosthetic body down even after it is installed is a guy like Carl who particularly cherishes his original skin. I don't like the pain of connecting nerves, and I hate getting used to the pain and getting used to it. Carl tapped his cheek. Actually, in general, I am a pretty shameless person. I really want to face Dot. In Oliver's voice, Skyhara slowly stopped beside the street entering Misty's psychic house. After Oliver set up the triggering alarm device after a long time, several people walked into Misty's psychic room. After saying hello to Misty, all but Jack stayed with his daughter. Friends, several other people went to Lao Wei's clinic through the back door. Lao Wei already knew about the relevant matters yesterday. When Carl and the others arrived at the scheduled time, it is even more ready. Lie down. In the same voice that old Wei Na made before every prosthetic surgery, the surgery began. The behavioral synchronization faceplate is excellent in terms of manufacturing technology, but it is quite simple to install and remove. Lao Wei completed the operation without much effort. The expressions and movements on your face have become richer in the past few days. There is still residual feeling that may fix your facial nerves. If you don't want to become facial paralysis, smile more. I know, Lao Wei. After taking the towel handed over by Oliver and wiping the remaining blood on his face, Carl got off the operating table. Looking at his face, which had become a little fairer because he hadn't seen the sun for 6 days, he rubbed it with his hands. Well, actually the feeling of rubbing it on was no different from when putting on the prosthetic body, but Carl just felt at ease. At least he won't change his face or suffer from neuralgia. He's not a face-changing master in Sichuan opera. Why does he need so many faces? If he wears that thing for a long time, he won't be able to take it off. Are you ready, kid? Carl is fine. Then it's David's turn. At Victor's voice, David took a deep breath, nodded. Then lie down. I'll start with the hands first. The facial prosthesis needs to be adjusted and cleaned, : I usually don't use second-hand prosthetics for surgery, but this behavior synchronization face mask happens to be it can be suitable for anyone. You have to bear with it, it may be a little painful, and the nerves around the artificial eye will be pulled into the artificial eye, which will cause some frame skipping and loss of color of your artificial eye. With that said, Lao Wei injected anesthesia, and then started the operation under the watchful eyes of Carl and Oliver. The installation of the ballistic company processor hand prosthesis did not last long. When Jack and Misty came over after chatting for a while, they just saw the end. It's pretty fast. The main event is next. It's okay, it will be over soon. Old Way glanced at Jack, comforted the gasping David, and then took out an anesthetic injection. Old Way first used a small dose to test David's resistance to anesthesia and determine his tolerance level. It's time to get serious. Your face will be revealed by me later. Don't resist when you are confused. I have to change the path of the prosthetic line connecting the prosthetic eye on your face, to install it for you. The person with the prosthetic body must be the prosthetic doctor from Santo Domingo. Dr. Victor, can you tell? There are only a few prosthetics doctors in the entire Night City who have rough but passable skills. Victor said so and injected David with anesthesia. As the coolness of the cold liquid in his blood vessels began to spread, David's consciousness gradually disappeared. When he opened his eyes again, his prosthetic body had been installed. Here, inhaled immunosuppressant, you should be a little unaccustomed to it for a few days, facial neuralgia and so on. Once a day, you will almost get used to it after 2 days of smoking. The human body will develop instinctive resistance to foreign organs. Smoking this stuff can help your body learn to adapt. Immunosuppressant, a drug that inhibits the body's immune response. Got it, Dr. Victor. Don't worry, there are still faces to choose and adjustments to make. Keep sitting and you will see which face you like to use as a variation in the future. Watching the sober David talking to Victor, Carl was a little curious about the immunosuppressant that Victor threw to David. Old Way, why don't you throw this thing to me? I was in pain for a while last time. You don't need to. Victor took the time to look at Carl and said calmly, your body's rejection reaction to the prosthetic body is unexpectedly low. It's as if the prosthetic body belongs to you naturally after being installed on you. There is no need for such a thing at all. The pain you have is caused by nerve connection pain, has nothing to do with immune response. It's like it's born to me. It feels weird to hear this, as if my body is some kind of part, plug and play. Maybe. Anyway, even if the rejection reaction is small, just try to pretend as little as possible. No matter how good the prosthetic body is, it will never be as comfortable as your original body. I can't help it, Old Way. As a mercenary, sometimes you have to pretend a little bit. But I don't have any special needs or ideas now. After all, the higher-end goods in the Access warehouse are not available yet. Just wait. Lao Wei turned his head, moved his hands, and then said something that surprised Carl. I recently contacted the supplier and someone inside the company. He is making internal arrangements to see if he can get some internal goods out. If successful, you can then decorate them with higher-end goods. Compared with the messy decoration, my prosthetic body, I would rather you just upgrade the access chamber. Old Way, where did you get the means? You are so powerful that you can even get products from within the company? It's not me who is great, it's the person I know who is great. What about me, Lao Wei? I want to create a Cyan Wiston. Oliver, you'd better wait. Your time to transform the past is much shorter than Carl's. During the lively chat caused by the company's internal products, the sky outside the clinic slowly turned dark. Then, in the light, it became clear again. The city of night has entered the night. At night, the agreed-upon secret spot. Is this guy Jimmy Black? Carl looked at the director Mutwo with long dark blue hair, and was quite surprised that the person who allowed him to be photographed twice actually looked like a serious artist. Or should I say, stereotypical artist. Keep your hair long, order earrings or something. When Carl looked at Jimmy Black also looked at Carl. After seeing Carl's face clearly, Jimmy Black, who was pointed at his head by man with a pistol, suddenly became excited. You can't be Carl, you are the famous mercenary KK in Night City. Carl was not surprised that Jimmy Black would know about him. After all, he had been on camera twice and still didn't know. That was a bit too much, but he didn't quite understand what Jimmy Black was so excited about. It's me, what's the problem? I am Jimmy Black, the top Mutwo director in Night City. Well, I know, you also took a picture of me about Mutwo, which made me want to slap you when we meet, so? Under Carl's strange gaze, Jimmy Halion moved, and with this movement, man directly pressed the muzzle of the gun to Jimmy Halion's temple. Don't move. Don't get excited. I promised to cooperate and I won't break the contract. I just wanted to formally introduce myself to the people in front of me. As he spoke, Jimmy waved nonchalantly to indicate that man didn't need to be so excited. He took out a piece of paper from his arms, then held it with both hands and handed the paper to Carl in a very serious and polite manner. Carl looked down and found that the thing handed over was actually Jimmy Halion's personal business card. Give me this. 7. If you have the idea of starring next time, please feel free to contact me and I will offer you a good salary. Let me ask, which film do you want me to star in? After listening to Carl's words, Jimmy Halian raised his head with a strange look on his face and looked at Carl. Of course it's the Cyberpsychosis series. With your qualifications, it would be a pity not to star in Mutewell like this. But I'm not a cyberpsycho. Every cyberpsychopath says he or she is not one. Jimmy Hay didn't care at all, and even if you are not there now, it will be a matter of time. Let me make an appointment in advance. The pay will definitely not be less. Reserve. Carl clenched his fists calmly. Let yourself waste money by buying Mutewell once, and let yourself play the Cyberpsychosis series together, plus the current speech. He's messed with himself 3 times. The person who offended him 3 times. I'll make an appointment with you. Don't get excited, Carl. Jack and Oliver each held Carl's hand, and barely managed to drag Carl back, who was about to hit Jimmy's face with his fist. With your hand now, if you punch it, this guy will be dead. Please bear with it for now. It won't be too late to kill him after the mission is over. During Oliver's persuasion, Jimmy Hay, who had been through a life-and-death situation, was staring at the current Carl, and the excitement in his eyes became more and more obvious. Then, he turned around and wanted to pounce on Carl. Don't stop him. I have already prepared the Mutewell recording software in my head and asked him to beat me to death. This will definitely become the pinnacle of this series. The person who recorded cyberpsychosis will eventually die of cyberpsychosis. This irony is definitely full. Grass. Man had to grab Jimmy Black tightly with one arm and pull him back. You guys, I feel like you are almost cyberpsychotic. Amid the constant flapping on both sides, David and other team members looked at all this in stunned silence, always feeling that something was not quite right about what they were thinking. Finally, Rebecca spoke words that represented their hearts. They are making trouble. This rather harmonious first meeting did not last long because Tanaka was already nearby. After making a unilateral agreement with Carl, Jimmy Black Alliance, who had the opportunity to participate in more performances in the future, preferably in public, gave up his plan to die in Carl's hands after a lot of troubles. Because even if he dies, the protagonist today is still Yu Zhong, not him. He doesn't want to be a supporting role. After all, he is a famous director in Night City, but it is too sad to end up playing a supporting role in his life. I must hang you up and whip you with a belt until you spin like a top. Carl stretched out his middle finger towards Jimmy Hay. He felt as if he was stuck by a slug, and it was disgusting to pull it off. But Carl is also a professional mercenary after all, so he temporarily suppressed the idea of doing it later. He, Oliver and others, as well as people from Man's team, all hid in the place agreed by Jimmy Black Alliance and Tanaka. In the corner, only Jimmy Halian was left standing on the first floor of the house at the agreed location. In the dark, several guns were pointed at Jimmy Mafia. As long as he had the slightest intention of revealing information to Tanaka, the bullet would shatter his body. But Jimmy Heiha obviously didn't care about the aiming of the gun. After he revealed that he had a Mutewell recorder in his head, Lucy and Chiwei jointly blocked the recorder. What he wants now is to cooperate quickly. The mercenary finished the work he was involved in, and then sent out a filming invitation to Carl as soon as possible. The tires rolled over the gravel, and the slight friction between the gravel and the ground sounded, accompanied by the gentle and calm footsteps. Under the control of Jimmy Halian, the door of the secret place was opened and Tanaka walked in. When seeing the smiling Jimmy Halian, Tanaka's face was very calm, but in the words he said next, there was a vague sense of expectation. What new film is it this time? You seem to be releasing films very quickly recently. In the past, it took several months to release a new one. With good materials, it will be like this. You must understand that I have high requirements for materials. It is rare to encounter incredible materials these days. The film of James, the former military technology lieutenant, is very popular in the company. I found that many of my subordinates are watching it. With such a high-end film in front, have you found new inspiration again? Of course, I will never let you down, but rather than saying that I found inspiration, it is better to say, rather. It is the best inspiration in my dream that found me. Found you? Tanaka didn't understand what Jimmy Halian meant by that, and a gun was pointed at his back. Don't move. Carl stood behind Tanaka. You guys are. Tanaka instinctively wanted to turn back, but the gun pressed tightly against his back made him stop mid-movement. If he turned back, the other party might shoot, but Tanaka didn't dare to bet on that possibility. After realizing that he might have been tricked, Tanaka stared at Jimmy Black Alliance, with an emotion called anger in his eyes. Black, you bastard. I'm sorry, sir, I was forced to do this too. Tanaka knew that scolding Jimmy Black was useless at this moment, so he simply looked at man who appeared from behind Jimmy Black. Do you know who I am? Of course I know, you are our target. Oliver walked to the side of Tanaka and looked at the company dog. You don't have to think about calling for help. There is a jammer here. Whether you want to contact the company or find a gang, it is impossible for you to do so. You guys, by the way, we've also turned off the relevant physical examinations of the trauma team for you, so you're welcome. Tanaka stared at Oliver and tried to contact the outside world, only to find that just as Oliver said, this place was blocked by a jammer. The company will soon discover my disappearance, and then they will track down my last signal point. We certainly know that, so it won't be long. Oliver held the binding rope in his hand and smiled at Tanaka. It will be over soon. At this time, Tanaka still tried to struggle. How much did you pay for the people who carried out this mission? If you are willing to send me back and reveal detailed information, the company will definitely be willing to pay twice as much. Sorry, we have no intention of violating the mission. Next, let's do it well. A broad hand pressed Yuzhong's shoulder, and at the same time, Yuzhong turned his head and saw another person standing beside him with his hand extended. He was a man who looked quite muscular, with a pigtail on the back of his head, and looked quite untouchable. When Tanaka saw this man, he suddenly felt that he looked familiar. In other words, the blonde man next to him with the binding rope also looked familiar. After a moment of recollection, Tanaka realized who the two people beside him were. Jack, Oliver, the mercenary in the city. The moment he learned about their identities, Tanaka also realized how his whereabouts were exposed. The incident at the Kabuki Hall before was not a simple accident. You have a good head, and you deserve to be able to hang out in Arasaka for so long. Hearing the sound of the man holding a gun against him again, Tanaka's heart sank to the bottom. Jack and Oliver are mercenaries who are already somewhat famous on the streets in Arasaka's information, but their existence is not what Tanaka is most afraid of at the moment. What he cares about most is the one behind him who has not yet been revealed. A true person. Carl, mercenary KK, right? It seems that my reputation is pretty good. Since it's you, I have nothing to say. Tanaka's hand slowly rose. Just ask for any information you want, as long as you can spare my life. Just when several people were waiting for Tanaka to say the word surrender and relaxed a little, Tanaka's palms, which were raising his hands in a gesture of surrender, suddenly began to change. The skin of his palms peeled away and opened, and along with the sound made by the mechanical structure, densely packed needle dot-like projectile launch ports appeared in the separated palms and backs of the hands. Needle projectile, a launching device that can be installed under the skin and deployed at critical moments, and can fire deadly thick steel needles from it. There are needle dot-like projectile launch ports on the back and palm of Tanaka's unfolded hand. When he raised his hand, except for him under his arm, the entire room was covered by the needle dot-like projectile attack. Much. At the moment when the needle dot-shaped projectile launch port fired thick steel needles and shot in all directions, time slowed down in Carl and Jack's perception. They all clearly saw the thick steel needles shooting out of the needle dot-shaped projectile launcher in Tanaka's hand and heading around. A company dog is indeed a company dog, and there is hidden murderous intent in the surrendering movements. In the slow time, both Carl and Jack knew what they were going to do. Jack grabbed Oliver and blocked him behind him. The thick steel needle fired from his hand was not powerful enough to penetrate his subcutaneous armor, but that was not necessarily the case for Oliver. After dodging the thick steel needle that would hit him, Carl raised the midnight in his hand and aimed it at Tanaka's raised arm. If you still plan to struggle, don't take your hand. Plop. After the metal collision sound of the thick steel needle hitting the subcutaneous armor, Tanaka's screams resounded throughout the entire hut in the secret location. Okay, what are you struggling with? Carl was so calm that he let go of the whole night. He was a little surprised when he saw that both of his hands had been cut off by himself, and only half of his arms were left. Tanaka fell to his knees and cried bitterly because of the pain. This guy, doesn't he have a pain editor? Pain editor, a neural company processor that inhibits pain receptors from sending signals to the parietal lobe of the brain, thereby preventing users from feeling pain. It is said that some models can also relieve fatigue symptoms. Although Carl and the others didn't pretend, that's because they are mercenaries. Pretending would increase the burden on the human body rather than pretending to be something else. Logically speaking, a company dog of this level who no longer needs to use hands should have such a thing. Ah. Looking at Black Newtwo's perversion, he is probably seeking that painful stimulation. If he pretends to be that, he might not be able to feel Newtwo's experience. Man, who had subcutaneous armor and easily blocked the thick steel needle, walked over and glanced at Tanaka, who was kneeling. I don't know, though, whether the pain editor and Newtwo's pain adjustment will conflict. Why don't you just ask Director Chowming about this kind of thing? When Carl looked towards Jimmy Hay, he found that the Newtwo director had fallen to the ground. Will a Newtwo director who is equipped with a small EMP and does not have many prosthetics on his body be equipped with subcutaneous armor? Obviously, it won't be possible, because after activating the EMP, his original body cannot drag the iron shell. Like subcutaneous armor to continue moving. Tanaka was the launcher, and Oliver was protected by Jack, but he avoided it. For people without subcutaneous armor, it was his misfortune that he had no one to protect him, no ability to hide, and no ability to withstand it. Seeing Jimmy's body being penetrated by dense thick steel needles, and the flesh at the wound was like mud, Carl shook his head and walked next to him, who was only breathing his last breath. Any last words? Unblock, kill me, tape, you can keep it to yourself. Okay. Carl nodded, and the data flowed, unblocking the piece of content in Jimmy Hay's mind that was connected to Newtwo's recording, and then raised midnight and pointed it at Jimmy Haypoo. Seeing this scene, Jimmy Halion was laughing with blood pouring from the corner of his mouth. It's a pity that I couldn't edit it more. Carl gave him a ride. What a pity. Carl said this after finishing him. I don't know if it's a pity that he couldn't hang this guy up and beat him, or something else. Oh, this, the recorded chip popped out of the back of Jimmy Halion's neck and was held in Carl's hand. Although this Newtwo was recorded for only a few seconds, it is indeed worthy of being collected by Carl. This is the end of the Cyberpsychosis series. The final chapter, the only one, is in the hands of Carl. It's not good, Carl. Man-Team Hacker Chiwe's voice sounded in the communication. There are people from Arasaka approaching nearby. They seem to have tracked them nearby. Why so fast? Man was so surprised that he mentioned that Tanaka had fainted from the pain and was given basic treatment by Oliver to prevent excessive bleeding. He was surprised by Chiwe's words in the communication. Even if they realize that the signal is blocked, based on the situation of Tanaka's private meeting, it will take some time for Arasaka's people to track his concealed whereabouts, right? Writing this, I hope readers will remember our domain name Taiwan Novel Network. I know why. Lucy's voice also sounded on the channel. Just now, I saw Tanaka's name in the layoff list announced by Arasaka. The new one was issued less than a minute ago. At this minute, Tanaka happened to be disturbed by us. The device blocked the signal and no message was received. What? He was laid off. What happened? Then this group of people now, deal with his people. Carl recalled the scene he saw at the Ritz bar, the loser in the office fight. It seemed that the storm, Tanaka is already involved. Fortunately, Tanaka was still in the mood to come out to see Black Newtwo at this time. Did he not realize that he was also a member of the liquidation? Then what should we do now? It will take some time to retrieve the information from Tanaka's head. We may not be able to solve this problem before the Arasaka personnel arrive. Man sought Car's decision, and Car made it quickly. Tanaka Yoshi is the section chief of the experimental department, and he has a lot of knowledge in his head that threatens Arasaka. Arasaka is here to deal with Tanaka's personnel. There is absolutely no way we can take him away. Me, Man, you, and Jack, Oliver stayed behind, and the others retreated with Tanaka and went back to search for the information on the prosthetic King Kong in his head. Letting the four most powerful people deal with Arasaka's pursuers was the most sensible approach. After hearing Carl's words on the channel, Dorio, a female member of Man's team, also wanted to stay. It might not be enough to just rely on the four of you to deal with Arasaka's personnel. How about I stay too? Those who are retreating also need personnel to cover them. 4 people are enough. Dolio, retreat. Obviously Carl should be the commander of another team, but after listening to Carl's words, Dorio could not refute, and soon started organizing outside the secret location. David, leave Tanaka in their hands. I see. David, who knew that he was not strong enough and was not going to cause trouble, entered the house, picked up the unconscious Tanaka and left. Man was a little surprised when he saw him carrying Tanaka on his shoulders and walking away with his weak-looking figure. Carl, the intern you recommended to me seems to be strong enough? The specially prepared animal supplement is what the people from the animal gang often use. He just spent money to buy an injection for himself before coming to the mission. Ha! This guy is just like me, a muscle player? To be precise, it's the same as you, doing muscle growth and prosthetic transformation, and you have to do it with exercise later. Only a strong body can withstand the modification of the prosthetic body. David's original physique was not good enough, so the change naturally started from this aspect. Not long after David and others left, Shiwei's voice sounded on the channel again. They are combat personnel from the Arasaka Special Operations Department. Be careful. They are elites. They are not on the same level as ordinary Arasaka personnel. There are 11 people. Be careful, there are hackers. I can only help you resist remotely. The distance is it's far away, you have to rely on yourself next time. It's okay, it's enough to get here. Man hung up the communication to prevent hackers from following this line to Chiwei and the others, and then picked up the military technology crusher kinetic shotgun. Isn't he a member of the Arasaka Special Operations Department? It's not like we haven't fought before. They're just a bunch of rookies who can't even handle the smart weapon Shingen. Oliver aimed at the gap in the ceiling made by the thick steel needle, and after pulling out the Nova revolver to widen the gap, with Jack's help, he climbed to the second floor through the gap and set up a gun by the window. I want to take a look. Can their so-called smart weapons be able to lock me out of my Nikomata range? 11 people dare to face us, it's their misfortune. Taking out the Saratoga submachine gun, Jack stood sideways next to the window on the first floor. I just hope they don't fall too fast. Carl also climbed to the second floor with Oliver, and he took out Shinya. The only regret is that my identity may be exposed in this job. Carl's original plan was to hide that they had taken this job, so that they could take over the job next time, such as robbing the prosthetic King Kong, and execute it more easily, but now it seems that because of the constant struggles in the Arasaka office sex, his plan is no longer possible. Even if military technology is provided, it will not be easy for them to execute it. Can't we just kill them all? Man asked, a little confused. The people in the Special Operations Department have mutual recording or similar surveillance software in their heads, and they probably uploaded it. Our last mission has been made into a film and sold everywhere. Is there still this matter? So, don't worry, just kill them all. They are all exposed anyway, so do it as easy as possible. The 11 members of the Arasaka Special Operations Division quickly searched the area nearby, and they also quickly realized that the target Tanaka needed to be cleared, and the place where he disappeared was the hut in the distance. Be careful, the signal has been cut off for more than 3 minutes, and there may be other people involved. Is it the person who protects Tanaka? What do you need to do? Clean up together, no need to survive. The next moment, when the other members of the combat team sent by the Arasaka Special Operations Division received the captain's order, the hacker of the team had already detected something. The hacker who interfered with the investigation has disappeared. I have connected to the local area network of the hut in front. There are 4 people in the room who can detect biological signals, 2 on the first floor and 2 on the second floor. Understood, mark it for us. Yes, it is. The team hacker has not finished speaking. He felt a stream of data pouring into his brain. At the same time, his access warehouse was overclocked and began to heat up. The enemy also has hackers, shall. The communication of the team hacker was suddenly cut off. Hey, number 6 is calling back. Captain, number 6's vital signs have disappeared, and the cause of death is overheating of the prosthesis. How is it possible? He used the Arasaka Type 3, the best product currently available on the market. We are the Special Operations Department and can only afford it. How could such high-end products be broken through the firewall by the targeted data flow of overheating of the prosthesis? The captain's disbelief has not yet ended. His eyes noticed the second floor of the hut in the distance, which lit up. Lighted up? Before his consciousness came out of this thought, a bullet had penetrated his skull and taken his life. Your equipment looks better than others, you should be the captain. As Oliver muttered to himself, the captain, who couldn't believe that the hacker in the team was easily solved, fell heavily to the ground after shaking his headless body twice. The elite team of the 11-member Special Operations Department had already lost 2 people in one encounter. There are 9 people left. Looking at the Arasaka team in the distance that fell into a brief chaos due to the collapse of the leader, Oliver moved Nikomata, and the next person appeared in the scope. Trigger pulled. Now there are 8. There are snipers. In small team operations, there are few things that can lower morale and make people feel more threatening than snipers. In the past escort mission carried out by Carl and the others, a sniper was able to overwhelm all the mercenaries who dared not look up, and the same is true now. After losing the command of the captain, and 1 more person died due to the chaos, the remaining 8 people looked for bunkers as if they were waking up from a dream, and temporarily hid their figures. The gun model was confirmed. Judging from the sound and power of the gun, the sniper used a Nikomata. Nikomata. After hearing such words from the team member who was familiar with firearms and the communication intelligence, the other members of the Arasaka team felt a chill. Technical sniper rifle Nikomata, that thing is a sniper rifle that can easily penetrate their hiding place. Can you think of a solution? Where is the sniper in our team? The location is not good, there is no way to lock it. Hearing the helpless words of the team sniper who was also hiding behind the bunker, the deputy captain who took over the command after the captain's death wanted to curse. They were just idiots who came to deal with the failed factional struggle in the company and didn't know that a disaster was coming. How could they encounter such a thing? Hackers who can easily burn the hackers of their team, snipers who are skilled in using Nikomata's precise sniping, they are not in conflict with the special agent team of military technology. Do they want it to be so exciting? But I can't help but go. If this job is not completed, they will not be able to bear the pressure from the people above. Transfer, move in the bunker, go around from both sides, spread out, confirm the identity of the other party first, and if it is someone from military technology, call for support. As long as matters involving military technology are confirmed, the armed forces responsible for handling the incident in Arasaka will be upgraded to a higher level. If the other party is really an agent of military technology, then they can call in at least 60 more people. Support. As long as it can hinder military technology, Arasaka will never be stingy with the force he sends. Can special personnel in military technology have such abilities? The company's armed personnel are all professional soldiers who have signed a contract, and they are no longer much different from the country. It is precisely because of this that Arasaka and military technology, two companies that have always been hostile, know each other's capabilities very well, especially at night. The two special operations forces in the city have fought secretly countless times. In the impression of Arasaka's team, military technology should not have such strength. Whether it is or not, let's confirm it first before talking. The vice-captain said this, but he was also deeply worried in his heart, because just like what the team members said, the personnel of the military technology operations troops are not much different from them, and the equipment they use is not much different. The winners and losers are configurable, and are usually produced by the own company and used to clear inventory, so the identities of the two sides can often be distinguished not long after the fight begins. As for Nikomata, it was an expensive firearm produced by the Tsunami Defense Systems Company. Generally, only the most elite squads and wealthy firearms enthusiasts could afford it. This was obviously not something that members of special operations forces like them could afford. They can't afford it, which means that troops with the same military technology can't afford it. People who don't use military technology will not be supported by the people above. He can't be the one responsible for the tsunami. Tsunami is a company headquartered in Osaka, Japan, and is naturally at odds with Arasaka, which is headquartered in Tokyo. In the past, we almost started a civil war with Arasaka in modern Japan. If Osaka and Tokyo people have a natural incompatibility with each other, let Tsunami get involved in this matter. The vice-captain was obviously very aware of the current political situation between various companies, because he guessed that his inner panic was getting worse and worse. The unknown enemy was very scary, and who knew what was waiting for them ahead? No way, it's an ACPA. The identities of 2 of the 4 have been confirmed, vice-captain. The communications personnel contacted the company's intelligence department and approved the request on the grounds that military technology may be involved. After accessing Arasaka's surveillance satellite, the image was quickly transmitted. Who are they? Street mercenaries, Jack Wells, and Man. Jack Wells, Man? The vice-captain had obviously never heard the names of these 2 street mercenaries, but what the communications officer said immediately made everyone in the team look excited. Jack Wells and the mercenary KK are members of the same team and they often act together. Mercenary KK, that madman? The good news is, it's not the powerful unknowns like ACPA and Tsunami, it's the people they know. Bad news, it's the mercenary KK. Without any hesitation, the vice-captain sent a communication to the upper level. Requesting instructions from the superiors, we encountered Mercenary K when clearing Tianzhong. 3 people in the team have been killed. Plus the vice-captain left the matter directly to the superiors. According to the company's internal combat strength assessment, it is impossible for them to deal with KK by relying on them. If this cleanup work is to be completed, reinforcements must be provided. Whether it is worth it or not will be decided by the people above. Did you encounter KK during the cleanup? The person above quickly replied, have you confirmed your identity? Although he hadn't, thinking of the possibility that he might encounter KK, the smart deputy captain answered in a more tactful way. The whereabouts have been found. Finding his team members can be considered as finding the whereabouts. Since there is a whereabouts, the person above obviously heard the deputy captain's little thought, but he didn't care much. After thinking for 2 seconds, he gave an order, let the people withdraw. The cleanup personnel are now being sent to various parts of Night City. Gather personnel to deal with more important targets. Yes. After receiving this order, the relieved deputy captain quickly issued instructions to his team members who were moving behind the bunker. After a while, they evacuated as quickly as they came. After hanging up the call with the deputy captain, the senior person who was in contact with him looked through the information about Tanaka. After seeing that his department was the Night City Experimental Department and that the research he participated in was a project called Cyborg, he showed a thoughtful look. The experimental bait they deliberately threw out, the cyborg that was spied on by the military technology side, remember, the purpose of developing this cyborg was for that person to use. After thinking for a long time, the senior person in the Special Operations Department handed the information to the director of the Security Department of the Night City branch. The new branch security director who came with Miss Haruko would be interested in this. Why did they retreat? The flashing light of the prosthetic eye was turned off by Oliver. He stared at the faraway figure in the dark night. Although Oliver was confused, he had no intention of firing and wasting bullets. Maybe I gave up because I thought the benefits were not high. Jack's voice without firing a shot came from the first floor. Since they are not going to cause trouble, let's leave quickly. Chiwei and the others are gone, and the jammer is gone. The trauma team disappeared because of Jimmy's black biological signal. Guess I'll come over soon to check on the situation. If the trauma team failed if the client died, would they still come and take a look? Oliver was a little confused. Can the dead be saved? Depending on the membership level, there will also be some additional services, such as corpse collection and funeral. Isn't Delamain also launching this business now? 1. Their collection of corpses shouldn't have anything to do with us, right? The trauma team will regard anyone who interferes with their mission as enemies. It's better to forget about meeting those guys who only care about money and customers, so as to avoid conflicts. When Jack answered Oliver's question, the person he looked at was Carl, who jumped from the second floor. Obviously, he was referring to the possible cause of the conflict, which was Carl. According to Carl's temperament, it would be okay for the trauma team to collect the corpses, and Carl respected the corpses, but if he pushed them to get out of the way during the mission, or called them with a stun device, then Jack had to wonder whether the people in the trauma team would be used as Jimmy Habewa's replacement and be hung up and beaten by Carl. Unaware that Jack was thinking so much when looking at him, Carl put away a shot without firing all night long, feeling strangely depressed. Why are Arasaka's staff so cowardly? They don't dare to fight with them. It's rare for them to practice shooting. So, where are the others? Carl turned to look at Man, who reconnected with his team members and began to send some message. We have arrived at our base. We have connected to Tanaka and are reading data, but it may take a while. I understand, then. Carl called someone in the address book. We have captured Tanaka. It's very efficient. So, have you got the information? On the other side of the communication was Blanca. As a professional company dog at this time, she had to work overtime in the company, which was why she was able to receive Carl's communication instantly. It's still being read. It's expected to take a while. If you have the idea of receiving it, you can do it now. It also saves us the time to get the information. I still trust you on this matter. I think you can give me satisfactory information, right? Certainly. Carl understood another layer of Blanca's meaning. Things related to the pure prosthetic King Kong are what military technology requires, and what would satisfy Blanca is naturally not the completion of military technology, but, there was another important thing in Tanaka's mind, but it was not related to the information about this military technology mission. In other words, useful information for Blanca. We can leave it to you when we contact you next time. Man, how long will it take? We need to use the secret backstage authority left by Tanaka to break through Arasaka's blockade on the prosthetic King Kong. The people at Arasaka fired Tanaka, but the secret authority left by Tanaka has not been found and cancelled, so we are also take the time. It should be completed tomorrow morning. This was completely relayed by Man and came from Chiwei's words. Can you help me? I know a little bit about hacking. Two Lucy and I are enough. Too many people may attract attention. After hearing what man said, Carl stopped thinking about it. Then what to do next? Everyone goes back to his own home. Oliver took the cat downstairs again. It should be no problem to leave the finishing touches to you, man, we can't be of much help. That's enough. Don't worry. Just leave the finishing work to us. Do you want us to give you a ride? No, I can just go back by myself. After listening to what man said and confirming that no one was following Chiwei and the others, Carl and Jack also got on the Sky Hera driven by Oliver. Overall, this mission lasted less than 2 weeks. It was indeed the first long-term mission that Carl's team had received and solved. 50,000, in addition to the deposit that has been paid and the money allocated to man and the others, we can get 200,000. Each of us can get almost more than 60,000. Have you already decided how to spend it? After getting into the car and sitting in the driver's seat, Oliver had already made plans for his expenses. I have already thought about giving the money to Lao Wei and asking him to help me order a Sion Westan. As I said before, the violent type, Jack said, a little curious, didn't Lao Wei say before that he has some internal purchasing relationship in the company? Have you asked clearly which company the goods are from? That's not true. It's only more than 60,000 yuan. How can I buy a Sion Westtown and get used to it first? I don't know if I can afford that kind of thing. I'll buy a low-end one to try first. If I can't afford it, it's a waste. Money, I don't want to pretend to be a cyber psychopath. As Oliver said this, he suddenly thought of a good idea. How about I install a Krenchikov first? Doesn't this thing enhance the speed of human consciousness reflexes? It is usually used with Sion Weston. You should be able to experience the feeling with this thing, right? Just do it as you see fit. Anyway, Lao Wei is here. If you really can't bear it, Lao Wei will help you dismantle it as soon as possible. Carl trusted Lao Wei's craftsmanship very much, so it was quite natural when he said this. After this sentence, his communication rang. Unfamiliar number. Connected. Is it KK? Listening to the voice coming from the other end of the phone, the voice of an old woman can be heard from the voice alone. Carl immediately asked back, who are you and why do you know my number? For the middleman business, this is not a secret. He is a hot mercenary in the city now. His number will always be needed by someone. Middleman. Listening to Carl's voice, Oliver and Jack stopped talking. They were also curious about who the new person would be. Carl nodded to them and said in the communication, I'm not familiar with the middlemen in the city. May I ask who you are? Just call me Wakako. Wakako? Carl knew this name. The middleman in the Japanese street area actually found him. Is there a job? There is a small job for you to solve. It's just an ordinary rescue mission. Are you interested? Of course I'm interested, but what about the reward? Not much, just 30,000 euros. If you are interested, the details are in the attachment. By the way, the employer has called another person to help on this mission. It's a hacker. If you want to take the job, you can try to contact her and see if you can get any detailed information. I'll take a look. The communication was hung up, and Carl opened the attachment. It's necessary to take a look before accepting the task. After opening the nearby, the first thing Carl saw was the hacker contact. The codename of that person is T.Bug? T.Bug, Carl knew this name, and he was as familiar with it as Jack and Victor. In the demonstration he watched before he came to 2075, T.Bug was the hacker in V and Jack's team. As for her impression, a dark-skinned bald woman? It seems that I have to take this job. What do you think of Wakako's mission? Carl wanted to take the mission, but he still had to consult Jack, who had more experience in street life, for the general situation. Wakako. I don't have much to say about her, because I am not familiar with the middlemen in Japan Street. Jack thought for a while and said, but I heard that she has some background in the Tiger Claw Gang, and the missions often involve the rich people in Charter Hill and North Oak Park in Westbrook District. It seems that she is more popular than ordinary middlemen in socializing with the rich. Involving the rich people in Charter Hill and North Oak Park? Carl recalled Charter Hill and North Oak Park. Charter Hill, a relatively new area in Night City, it is the best choice for a large number of ambitious and asset-rich middle-level corporate executives to live in. North Oak Park, an area that once became a refugee shelter during the reconstruction of Night City. After being cleaned up and transformed by the company, North Oak Park has now become a dreamy high-end residential area. Only the most elite people in the company and celebrities can have the honor of living there. Luxurious manor villas, exquisite artificial landscapes, adjustable micro-ecological communities, and mechanism security guarantees, all of this is just the foundation for residents living in North Oak Park. People who live in that kind of place will also seek help from middlemen? Some things are not easy to do openly. Don't look at those company people who say that middlemen are dogs on the street waiting for the company to feed them food. When dogs are really needed, they all rush to throw meat. Jack said with a little sarcasm, and then asked, "So what is Carl's mission about?" "It's similar to the mission we received from Faraday at the beginning. Go to a place to rescue someone, but the attachment doesn't say who to rescue, nor does it say where the person was abducted. We have to contact the hacker named T.Bug for all these. It's worthy of being a middleman who can make a name for himself in the Westbrook district." Oliver, who was driving, didn't have time to look at the attachment sent by Carl. He just listened with his ears. When he heard that there was no target or location for rescuing a person, he showed a look of approval. It's much better than that guy Faraday. At least he knows the confidentiality of a job. This kind of middleman can help her to relax when she does the work. If it was Faraday, he might send the detailed information to 3 or 4 teams of mercenaries at the same time and ask them to help with the work. In that case, even if one team really accepted it, the job would not be easy to do if the news of the other teams of unfamiliar mercenaries leaked out. "I think you just dislike Faraday. Sending the detailed information of the mission is just what we mercenaries want. We can also think about whether to accept this job based on the detailed information." Carl complained about Oliver. Refusing a mission before agreeing to accept it and refusing it after agreeing to accept it are two different things for mercenaries. The former is that they didn't agree to it in the first place, so refusing it certainly won't ruin their reputation. The latter is that they agree and then refuse it, and their reputation in Night City will fall to the bottom. For mercenaries, Faraday's approach, which would increase the difficulty of accepting tasks, but would better make those who do not accept tasks give up and not ruin their reputation, is what they like. Regarding Carl's comment that he disliked Faraday's complaints, Oliver admitted that there was indeed such a reason, but for him, the bigger reason was another one. The main reason is that this job, Carl, is worth 40,000 for this job. In her words, a small job is worth 40,000. Just think about it, how much is the first job we did for Faraday worth? Oliver still can't forget that number. 6,000 euros, just give 6,000 euros. How much do you think he swallowed? At least the 40,000 euros given by Keiko can make me feel that my account will really increase. The difficulty of the job is different, the price may be different, and... Hoo. The sudden gunshot interrupted Carl's words and made the 3 passengers on the Sky Hera tense. Enemy? Jack immediately crouched down and looked out through the window. Is it the person who retreated from Arasaka before? Did they not give up the mission? The gunshots were some distance away from us. Subconsciously, he pulled out Carl, who had been using the night gun, and quickly determined the direction of the gunshots. He looked in that direction, and after seeing the situation clearly, he found that he, Jack, and Oliver were too nervous. It's just an ordinary robbery. The 4 thugs who intercepted the car on the road and held it hostage appeared in the sight of the 3 people. They were now shooting at the sky while dragging out the owner of a luxury car. It's the middle of the night, and this kind of thing will always happen. Jack looked at the owner of the luxury car who was dragged out of the car by the thugs and squatted there with his head in his arms. If I were him, I would not stop the car, but directly hit it. Maybe his car is not bulletproof? In the dark night, Carl, who was not familiar with cars, did not see the specific model of the luxury car illuminated by the streetlights. All he could see was the luxury under the streamlined and beautiful appearance. How could it not be bulletproof? That is the Goodless 66640 TS. For that car, the excellent bulletproof glass is just the least worth bragging about in marketing. Oliver, who was quite proficient in cars, recognized the luxury car under the dim street lights at a glance, and even said the model. It has been 20 years since the car was launched in 2055, but its speed and appearance, in my mind, can still be ranked in the top 5 on the streets of Night City today. This car was robbed by a roadside thug. It's a pity. Although he said it was a pity, Oliver had no intention of intervening in the matter. They are mercenaries, not good guys. This kind of roadside robbery should be handled by the NCPD. This gang of thugs is doomed. Jack made a direct assertion. I remember there is a surveillance camera nearby. They actually hijacked the car directly on the main road. If I were the owner of the car, I would have to send these guys to jail even if I had to spend some money. Maybe there is no need to look back. Carl said, raising his head. He saw a black hovercraft that was about to blend into the darkness approaching rapidly. I feel they are doomed now. That is, listening to Carl's words, Oliver and Jack followed Carl's line of sight and saw the black hovercraft. The moment Oliver saw it clearly, he called out its name. Scorpion Tail Lion, a military technology scorpion tail lion with the NCPD logo. This military technology designed hovercraft for military operations. In today's Night City, only a group of people will spray the letters symbolizing NCPD on its shell after purchasing it. That group of people is Terrorist Mobile Team. The Terrorist Mobile Team is an elite special operations department within the NCPD, and they have only one responsibility, which is to eliminate cyberpsychosis. However, in fact, the Terrorist Mobile Team, which has absolute autonomy, will not only be limited to eliminate cyberpsychosis. For this group of people who enjoy the most advanced prosthetics, the most prototype equipment, as well as law enforcement rights, punishment rights, and many other rights, they often do some special things out of interest. For example, recruiting the cyber psychopaths they want to kill to join the violent terrorist mobile team, such as doing some small and heroic things during the mission, for example. Now, this group seems to be the violent terrorist mobile team that has just completed the mission. I became interested in the 4 gangsters who robbed the car below. The 4 gangsters didn't notice the floating car approaching in the night. They just waved their hands from side to side in excitement and circled around the Gudla 66. They seemed very satisfied with the car they grabbed, and just when a gangster walked to the front of the car and admired the beautiful vehicle that had fallen into their hands, Gudra 66, the formula was suddenly activated. Obviously the driver was still kneeling on the ground holding his head, and the keys had been taken away. No one should be able to control it, but just when the gangster walked to the front of the car started to move. Start at full speed. The engine roared suddenly. The Gudra Type 66 was indeed an excellent sports car that Oliver praised. It only took a moment for it to start and accelerate. Before the gangsters beside the car came to their senses, the roaring sports car had already put the cars ahead of them. The gangster ran over it, and the gangster didn't realize the beautiful car in his eyes until he died. It was crashing towards him. Did you take over the vehicle's control system and start it off at full speed? Looking at the Gudra 66, which broke a telegraph pole and then stopped next to a flower bed, Carl's eyes shifted back to the aerial vehicle. The side of the aerial vehicle had been opened, and there was a man wearing a helmet. The members of the terrorist mobile team wearing night vision goggles were watching the situation below while controlling their laptops. Is he a hacker in this terrorist mobile team? In Carl's thinking, the first thing those 3 gangsters did, who had only just recovered from the accidental death of their companions, was to point their guns at the owner of the luxury car who was holding his head on the ground. It's a natural thing to do. The vehicle belonged to this guy. It suddenly started and killed their companion. In their opinion, this guy had done something. The first one to speak was the tallest of the remaining 3. You're still not honest now, bitch. Amidst the angry shouting, the gangster holding the Arasaka Tamaki pistol did not hesitate to pull the trigger. He originally wanted to save this guy's life, robbed the car and money and left. Unexpectedly, this guy actually I don't know what to do, and at this moment, I still want to resist. Take a bullet to the head first. The moment the gangster pulled the trigger, a heavily armed member of the violent terrorist mobile team jumped out of the floating vehicle, and his landing point was, puff. Dinka. Accompanied by the sound of flying bullets hitting the street lamp shade, there was the sound of human bones being overwhelmed and breaking through the flesh and blood. A member of the violent terrorist mobile unit holding a shotgun jumped directly from the floating vehicle onto the gangster who fired the gun. Wearing heavy equipment and the gravity bonus of jumping directly from a height of 6 meters, the gangster at the feet of the violent terrorist mobile team can no longer be described with the word human. Now he is just a puddle. Blood mud. The remaining 2 gangsters were stunned when they saw the violent terrorist mobile team crashing in front of them. The brain will be blank for a moment when faced with a huge impact. After that, it will slowly start to deal with things according to the severity. Which thing is more important to deal with? Is it more important that the leader of his trip was trampled to death like a cockroach, or is it more important that he saw the violent terrorist mobile team? There is no doubt that the latter is more important. From the terrorist mobile team. In disbelief mixed with fear and a bit of crying in their voices, the bodies of the 2 gangsters reacted before they did. When the human body faces fear, it will be unable to control certain physiological reactions, such as urinary incontinence, which is one of them. Peeing their crotches, the words these 2 gangsters usually used to laugh at others on the street, now turned into reality and appeared in their crotches. In the City of Night, What are the gangsters afraid of? There are gang members who are more powerful than them. What are the gang members afraid of? Cyberpsychosis. Those people don't care what's behind them, they will kill anyone who gets sick. So who can solve cyberpsychosis? The terrorist mobile team is a group of lunatics composed of cyberpsychopaths. In this life, they never thought that they would face a violent terrorist mobile unit. The consciousness of these two gangsters had reached the limit of what their spirits could bear in the shock. After rolling their eyes, they were actually frightened and fainted. Ha! Dizzy. The violent terrorist mobile team member who was about to raise his shotgun and shoot the two gangsters saw the two gangsters fainting. The prosthetic eyes under the night vision device scanned and quickly confirmed their life status. The sympathetic nerves were excited, the heart rate increased, the blood pressure increased, and I actually fainted. After learning that the two gangsters were stunned by fright, the members of the violent terrorist mobile team who had originally planned to shoot suddenly withdrew their weapons. It's boring. They are just hooligans. After shaking his head, the airborne car dropped slightly. He used his legs to jump 4 meters high and jumped onto the airborne car. Let's go. We've dealt with the small matter. The sight of the airborne car of the terrorist mobile team quickly closed again. Just like when they came, they left in a hurry. For them, rescuing citizens on the road seemed to be just a small matter to kill time. After losing interest, they were no longer interested. The equipment they have on them looks really good. As Jack sighed, he watched the airborne car leave and saw the owner of the luxury car stand up. The owner of the robbed luxury car walked to the broken house, picked up his jade ring, walked to the two unconscious hooligans, shot one of them in the head, and then threw away the jade ring as if nothing had happened, took out a handkerchief from his pocket, wiped his hands, and threw it on the house. Sure enough, this is Night City. Oliver sighed as he saw the owner of the sedan walking towards his luxury car with a sunken front end as if nothing had happened. Who says it's not? Carl said, but his eyes kept looking at the hovercraft in the night until it disappeared from his sight. Seeing is believing. Sure enough, it's very strong. I just don't know what will happen if I face it myself. At 7 o'clock in the morning, Carl opened his eyes. He got up out of habit, washed up, and was about to take out bread and milk from the refrigerator, when he suddenly thought, don't I have to go to school today? After putting the bread and milk that had not yet torn open the plastic bags back into the refrigerator, Carl sat on the sofa in the room and hugged his head. Damn, I got up early. Are you awake? Carl sent a message to Oliver and Jack, and after waiting for a while, he did not see their reply. The two adapted much faster than himself, and they are probably still sleeping now. After thinking about it, Carl sent David a message. Carl, are you awake? How was yesterday? David, already at the academy. I went home yesterday after seeing them connect to Tanaka. Man said that the next thing does not require interns to participate. Carl, did Man say anything? David, he said that after this job is over, he will take me to do a few small jobs to learn first. It seems that this is how they all come here. Carl, then it seems that Man is indeed planning to accept you. For the street team, it is almost a standard procedure to test new members by doing a few simple tasks. Man, who is from the bottom of the street, is much more skilled than Carl and the others in this regard. After thinking about it, Carl sent another message. Carl, from today onwards, you will have to rely on yourself to deal with Mutwo in school, so work hard. After sending this text message, Carl did not read David's reply. He picked up the midnight bag, opened the door, and prepared to go downstairs to have breakfast. There is actually a lot of frozen pork in the refrigerator at home, but thawing takes time. Carl is too lazy to spend a lot of time thawing it in the morning to fry a piece of pork to eat as bacon, so he can just have an ordinary breakfast at a roadside stall. There were quite a lot of people in the elevator going downstairs today. When Carl walked in, there were already 6 people standing inside. After glancing around at the residents of the super skyscraper in different clothes, Carl calmly walked among them. If it were a movie, the 6 people standing around Carl must have been sent by some secret organization to deal with Carl's assassins, but obviously the residents of Night City were too busy to do any movie tricks. For ordinary residents of Night City, the only thing they can think of as assassination is to shoot people in the back on the street with a Lexington. The elevator reached the ground floor and Carl stepped out of the elevator. The bottom floor of the super skyscraper is the first floor. In this regard, the name of the Night City that once belonged to America is similar to the one in Carl's memory in his previous life. The basement is considered to be the first floor. Generally speaking, this sense of familiarity is better than that of the British city. There are better ways to calculate floors. As always, he walked to the food stall not far from the exit of the super skyscraper and sat down. Carl said hello to the boss, who was already somewhat familiar. "Guest, you are here, what would you like to eat?" "A fried noodle, the kind with beaten synthetic eggs, a little starchy ham sausage, and a little organic vegetables." The organic vegetables on the street in 2075 are not real vegetables. It's just that a brand registered the word organic and sold it as a label for synthetic vegetables, just like XX Coke or XX iced black tea. Similar to this company, there are also things like organic pork. Carl can barely eat a little bit of starch sausage. "I can only say that this thing is good because it contains more starch than synthetic meat. Much better than those synthetic meats that taste like rotten wood and plastic." "Okay, guest, please wait a moment." While the stall owner was busy working on the wok, Carl bought a cup of sweet tea at the small vending counter in the store and started to contact T.Bug. He has decided to take on this mission. Drop. Carl originally thought that T.Bug might not be awake at this time, and he would only be put on hold when he called, but he did not expect that he had just dialed and was connected the next moment. Whether it was because he had woken up early or because he was a night owl and hadn't slept, Carl didn't know. On the other end of the communication, a female voice came. "Who are you and why do you know my contact number?" At the same time, Carl noticed a flow of data coming through the communication, and T.Bug was trying to use the communication to find out the situation on Carl's side. "The vigilance is quite high. I was introduced by Kazuko." Carl used these words to make T.Bug stop invading. "Wakako, I understand, are you the mercenary she found?" "Absolutely. She asked me to ask you about this job." "What exactly is it?" "Wait a moment." Although the voice belonging to T.Bug on the other end of the communication lowered some sense of vigilance, it still had some distrust. "It's just Wakako's name, but I can't believe it." "Maybe you heard it from some loud-mouthed mercenary." "As for the mercenary that Higezi can find, he should be somewhat famous in the city." "Who are you?" Carl could hear some of the hidden meaning of T.Bug's words. If he couldn't tell his name or say anything, the suspended data flow might start again. Carl didn't want to keep the idea of competing with his next partner in hacking skills. According to his understanding of himself, his level was limited. He might be successfully hacked by T.Bug and have some black history of operations exposed. Instead of doing that, it would be better to report his name honestly. Anyway, his name should be a bit famous. "I'm KK, have you heard of it?" "Mercenary KK?" T.Bug on the other end of the communication obviously knew Carl's reputation. She paused slightly and accepted the matter before speaking again. "I didn't expect Wakako to hire a mercenary of your level." "Aren't you afraid that I'm an imposter? There may not be anyone in Night City who dares to impersonate that name and is good at taking on middleman tasks yet. This makes me feel ashamed of being flattered. It's nothing to be embarrassed about being famous. Since it's you, then this job might be easier. Do you want me to send the detailed information of the target and the kidnapper and the location now?" One listening to T.Bug, Carl was a little surprised. He had read the general information sent by Wakako yesterday, which concealed important information. One of them was that the target was kidnapped at 10 o'clock last night. Now it has only been 9 hours, and T.Bug has found out everything? Detailed information, you didn't make a mistake, right? In our industry, the so-called detailed information means that you have to check the person's ancestors for 18 generations. Although it's not to that extent, I have found out everyone's family situation and what their relatives are doing, hobbies, private sexual fetishes, and who the sex dolls they often look for are. Listening to T.Bug's words, Carl admitted that he was really a little shocked. He didn't have many familiar hackers. He counted himself as half, Sasha as 1, Lucy as 1, and Chiwei as 1, which added up to only 3.5. And among these 3.5 people, to do what T.Bug said in a relaxed manner, it might take 3 or 4 days, or even longer. "This hacker is awesome. How did you do it?" Humans are born social animals. As long as they live, they will always leave traces in society. Listening to these particularly familiar words, Carl raised his eyebrows. Aristotle's famous saying? "Oh, you actually understand this too?" Listening to T.Bug's voice, Carl looked through the information. It seems that the hacker he met is not only capable, but also a cultured person. In this era of knowledge monopoly, not many people on the street know Aristotle. "Guest, your fried noodles are ready." "Well, the money has passed." Nodding, and eating fried noodles with disposable chopsticks, Carl had already read through most of the information sent by T.Bug. Let's briefly summarize the key points. First, goals. The daughter of a company dog, 18 years old, pretty, with 4 eyes, 1 mouth, and 1 nose. Quite a strange style. Then, kidnap the prisoner. Oh, people from the Tiger Claw gang. The reason is, he wanted to kidnap her, sell her to henteing, and use her as a sex doll there. Henteing, the full name of Henteing Sex Club, you can tell what this place does by listening to the name. It is the best sex center in Japan Street and even the entire Night City. Even some corporate dogs who have higher sights are loyal to it. The customer wants to sell the target to this place. Wakako heard what Jack said yesterday, that she had some background in the Tiger Claw gang. She acted as the go-between to take on this kind of task, so she felt that there might be some complicated inside story involved. Carl was not surprised at all about selling to henteing. Henteing was the territory of the Tiger Claw gang, so abducting people and selling them there was not surprising at all. It's just that even within the gangs, there are divisions of territory and territories. The Tiger Claw gang in charge of Yunding and the Tiger Claw gang that trafficked the target belong to different bosses. It is because of this relationship that the target has not been sold yet. Henteing is still in the hands of the kidnappers. Fortunately, the two parties have not yet agreed on the money. Otherwise, if I delay this job any longer, I may have to go to henteing to do it. It's okay to go to Yunding. If it really prevents me from saving my target, at worst I can help the Tiger Claw gang over there to clear the place. It's just that I have nothing to do but go to some sex club. It's really embarrassing. It's best if I don't go. The Tiger Claw gang that kidnapped the target was a small group. Several people had died in the past 2 days. There were currently 20.1 members of the team, and their residence was Kabukicho and Watson District. The number of people is clear, the address is clear, the purpose is clear, and the reward is also clear. This job is just waiting for Carl and the others to execute it. I like this simple and clear life. When are you going to do it? T.Bug's communication is not over yet. Now. Listening to the sound of noodles being sucked from the other end, T.Bug was a little unsure and asked, "But I heard the sound, are you still eating?" "It's the last bite, I've finished it." Carl said, "I'll walk there right away." "Walking there?" There was obvious hesitation in T.Bug's voice. "Where are your car and companions?" "The car keys are with a friend, and the road is close. There may be traffic jams, so I won't drive. My companions are probably still asleep. I'm going to call while walking to see if they can wake me up. I'll go to a spot first and see if they can wake up before I get there." Listening to Carl's relaxed words, as if he was talking about going to the mall, T.Bug couldn't help but ask, "What if they have been sleeping?" "Then it won't disturb them. It's not good to wake people up." Carl said, yawning because he got up too early. "After I finish solving the problem, ask them to pick me up and the target. What you are facing are 20.1 official gang members." "I know. What's wrong with 20.1 people? Isn't it amazing? He has exactly one person. I hope you can survive this trip. Thank you for your kind words." Not long after his debut, Carl faced 10 Uzumaki gang members in a room and eliminated them all in a few seconds. Apparently, he didn't realize that T.Bug's words were because he was worried about the failure of the mission. This sentence was used as a blessing for some kind of habitual task, and in turn, it was thanked. Listening to Carl's strangely polite reply, T.Bug on the other end only felt that this famous mercenary, it seems not as reliable as imagined. T.Bug flipped through the information about KK that he found on hand, and faced 20.1 people and planned to go on his own. Even if you had singled out ACPA before and defeated the Arasaka Special Operations Team that night, you wouldn't be able to do it. Wait a moment. Realizing that I was habitually searching for information, something strange had been mixed in, so T.Bug took a closer look. Then I realized that I still didn't know enough about this mercenary who I had only heard of his name but not understood in detail. On weekdays, when he has nothing to do, he usually chooses to read books and improve his knowledge of hacking. T.Bug is obviously not interested in surfing the internet, watching entertainment videos, so he only has an idea of KK's fame, but does not understand why he is famous. But now, after watching the video that had already spread throughout Night City, she understood. For this guy, 20.1 people is really nothing. However, the video of the Arasaka Special Operations Team that was dealt with last night is really new. I don't know who took it. It looks like there was a special satellite filming the whole process. Cited beatings, deaths, and retreats. They were all captured clearly, as if they were all focused on watching. It shouldn't have been taken by the Arasaka Intelligence Department. According to T.Bug's understanding, those people could ask the people below to write hundreds of pages of reports by using satellites to identify their identities for just a few seconds. It would be too extravagant to film the entire process. But this sense of investigation has the same feeling as Operation Arasaka, which is really strange. T.Bug looked at the latest video and couldn't figure it out. It's unlikely that some Arasaka senior executive noticed the exchange of fire and asked the intelligence department to lock this place and film the whole process. Is it necessary to be so detailed in the duty record of the Special Operations Force? Moreover, after the Special Operations Force evacuated, the video still filmed Carl's team throughout the process, and it is unknown which side the focus is on. After thinking about it for a while, T.Bug came up with a reason that can explain it and why it is now circulated in the Night City regional network. It is probably filmed by someone from the military technology side, specifically to discuss Arasaka. Only the people from the military technology side would spend money that would not benefit the company just to discuss Arasaka. While maintaining a call with T.Bug, Carl, who was walking on the street, was about to reach Kabushicho, but he received a response from Jack and Oliver. Jack, I'll be there soon. Oliver, there is a mission coming. These two guys, I'm almost there, they're waking up and coming. Then if I walk over, won't my energy be wasted? I'm so considerate that I want them to sleep a little longer. After mumbling a few words, Carl sat on a chair on the street and waited for them. By the way, he pulled T.Bug into the team communication. Carl, let me introduce, this is the hacker who will be carrying out this mission with us, T.Bug. Even in. Under a residential building in Kabukicho, Carl withdrew the monomolecular wire connecting the entrance to the outside of the house. I like places like Kabukicho. There are messy entrances everywhere left over from previous renovations. Once you enter, it works. The building in front of you was once a place used by scavengers to cover up their business. The craftsmanship of those people is indeed messy. Listening to the conversation between Carl and T.Bug in the communication, Jack, who was holding the Saratoga, observed the surrounding situation, and after making sure that no one was watching them, he said, "When did we start taking action? Some passers-by have noticed. It won't be good if we continue like this and arouse too many curious people. That's it now." Following T.Bug's words, the three Carls saw the back door of a residential building not far from them and opened it themselves. I have taken over the area network of this residential building. These 3 floors are all people from the Tiger Claw Gang. I have sent the detailed information about the building to your personal terminals. Remember to take a few glances when you enter. They are in some corners. Landmines were also planted. Awesome, girl, it's only been a while since I've been connected, and I've figured out everything. When Jack was praising T.Bug in the communication, he couldn't help but glance at Carl. The meaning in his eyes was, it was so obvious that Carl could no longer ignore it. I can figure it out if I give it some time, okay? Time is money, my friend. Holding the Nova revolver suitable for fighting in the building, Oliver, who had parked the car and prepared the alarm, came over. But this floor is full of people from the Tiger Claw Gang, so it's easy to act. Just kill everyone you see, alright? The employer has no special requirements for sneaking. You can do whatever you want. Carl said, holding Jia in both hands, sliding into the residential building with his body slightly close to the back door. I'm going to deal with the mines placed next to the back door first. A few seconds later, after receiving Carl's message to disarm the mine, Oliver and Jack also entered the residential building with weapons in hand. The next moment after they entered, the back door was controlled and closed again. Maybe there are some curious people who saw the door open and planned to come over to take a look. It would be bad if they were disturbed. Look at the situation in the building and pay attention to the number of people. After all 3 people came in, T.Bug's voice sounded again. 6 members of the Tiger Claw Gang were having dinner and drinking in room 3 on the first floor, and 8 members of the Tiger Claw Gang were in rooms 1 and 2 on the second floor. Rest, the target is on the 3rd floor with 7 members of the Tiger Claw Gang. Pay attention, the target is in the middle of the 6 Tiger Claw Gang members, don't accidentally hurt them. 7 people surrounded the target. Those who didn't know it thought they were protecting Snow White. After making a joke that didn't get any response, Oliver shook his head. So, what's the process? Prepare to go around? It depends on whether you like speed or cleanliness. Carl said in the communication, in terms of speed, we sneak to the 3rd floor, kill 7 people, and then rescue the target. While protecting the target, we will kill the remaining 14 people who reacted. Where's the cleanliness? 1 person per person. I feel that 1 person per layer is faster and cleaner. Okay. Then let's do it. Neither Carl nor Jack had any objections. Except for the major decisions made by Carl and the team, the rest of the things were discussed. If Oliver wanted to do it, then just do it. So which floor do you want? Oliver said, I can do either 1 or 2. I want the first floor, I'm too lazy to walk upstairs. Carl said, looking at Jack, Jack, can you protect people? What are you saying, Mano? It's necessary. As for the 7 tiger claws, Jack still has no problem solving them now, even when he needs to ensure that the target is okay. Then Carl, you are on the first floor, Jack is on the 3rd floor, and I will take the 2nd floor. It will be easier to deal with the sleeping people. Once things have been discussed, let's start working. While Oliver and Jack quietly climbed up the stairs, Carl took the knight to the door of room 3 on the 1st floor. Not to mention that the tiger claws were very vigilant, they even had a trigger mine on the corridor, and they weren't afraid of going out drunk and tripping up the whole house. There has to be a sequence of actions. It will be difficult to deal with Jack's side after being alerted, so Jack's side has to take action first, and then after that moment, Carl starts to take action. As for Oliver on the 2nd floor, for the sleeping person, just don't make a sound when he breaks his neck. I'm on the 3rd floor. In Jack's message, Carl, who was ready to burst into the room, heard T.Bug's voice at the next moment. Wait a minute, someone is coming. Is there anyone? The identity is being confirmed. Carl, you and Jack, don't rush to do anything yet. Okay. After walking a few steps and hiding behind a long abandoned vending machine in the corridor, Carl maintained basic silence. Amidst the noise of the Tiger Claw gang in the room, a few footsteps accompanied by the sound of opening the door came from the main entrance. Identity confirmation, he is also a member of the Tiger Claw gang. They are all people watching the scene from Yunding. Judging from the situation, it is we've reached an agreement and are ready to pay. On site transaction, at this time, what a coincidence. I have dealt with all 8 people here, none of them are awake, they are all sleeping like dead pigs. Oliver's voice sounded in the communication. Do you want me to help you, Carl? No, it's just an unexpected person, and there are not many people coming from the footsteps. T.Bug, how many people are there? 3, 2 men and 1 woman, no weapons, but the woman may have a mantis knife. The internal cameras in this building are already aging, and the scan is not clear, so I can't be sure. Mantis knife? Keeping this information in mind, Carl saw the 3 people coming to the corridor of the scene, and then the door of room 3 on the 1st floor that Carl was about to break into was opened, and a member of the Tiger Claw gang with purple hair came out with a bottle of wine and an impatient look on his face. Why did you arrive so early? Didn't we have an appointment to meet in the evening? We're still drinking here. I just came on the way. Listening to the answer from the most decently dressed man in the trio who looked like a company dog, the purple-haired Tiger Claw member scratched his head with the bottom of a wine bottle, and then sighed, it's really troublesome. Forget it. Let me lead you upstairs. The boss and the others are waiting upstairs. Be careful not to come over. There are still mines in this place and on the stairs. I have to clear them first, as he said clearing them, the purple-haired Tiger Claw member, who was a little confused by the alcohol, glanced at the ground not far from the door, and then he saw a cleared mine. Ah! Looking at the landmine that had been removed, the purple-haired Tiger Claw member Joping stopped scratching his head. He looked at the other 3 Tiger Claw members who had arrived with some surprise. Have you removed it? This thing is not something you see us removing. When we came here, the well-dressed Tiger Claw said halfway, and saw a black-haired young man holding a pistol walked out of the darkness behind the purple-haired Tiger Claw. The purple-haired Tiger Claw noticed the sight of the people in front of him and turned his head. Then, he was stunned like the 3 Tiger Claw members who had arrived. Who is this person? Hello. The black-haired young man greeted the stunned people, and then Jack's angry leaf sounded in his communication. Do it, Carl. At the moment when Jack roared, Carl had already pulled the trigger. He rewarded 1 bullet to each of the 4 people in front of him. Puff. In the sound of piercing flesh at the same time, the 3 people did not even resist at all, and left the world in a daze. However, there were only 3 people. Carl, who was originally preparing to rush to the front of room 3 on the 1st floor and open the door to deal with the remaining 5 people inside, felt the time and slowed down. Facing Carl's shooting, among the 4 members of the Tiger Claw gang at the door, only the woman reacted. She stretched out the mantis knife from her arms and activated the Sion Weston. During the slow time, she cut the bullets flying towards her head. Mantis knife with Sion Weston. The classic combination belongs to In the time that Carl could feel, the woman of the Tiger Claw gang held the mantis knife high in both hands, like a lion hunting, and pounced on Carl, the prey, vowing to penetrate the mantis knife on both arms into Carl's body. Playing flying, amazing. But I've seen this classic combination many times. Next one. Data flow. Prosthetics overheating. The Tiger Claw gang woman who was halfway through the attack seemed to have her body twitched, and then like a kite with a broken string, she fell headfirst to the ground in front of Carl. Installing the mantis blade in the Sion Weston, a member of the Tiger Claw gang, I really don't believe you can install any components to resist data intrusion. Sorry, I'm very busy. I have to think carefully about what to eat for lunch later. I don't have time to play with you for more. Walking past the Tiger Claw gang woman whose head should have been roasted, Carl kicked open the door of room 3 on the first floor. Time, from the exchange of fire to now, 2 seconds have passed. The drunken Tiger Claw gang members at the dinner obviously don't have the spare money to install prosthetics that specifically remove alcohol or regulate the secretion of human hormones, so their brains soaked in alcohol are still dazed when they hear the gunshots. Excuse me. Carl raised his head as a polite guest. 1 second later. I'm done here. Carl's voice sounded in the communication channel. For seconds later, Jack's voice also sounded in the channel. I'm done here too. The leader's subcutaneous armor is still quite hard, almost the same as the leader of the Whirlpool gang we met at the beginning. Fortunately, the weapons I have now can penetrate them all. Is the target okay? T-Bug was obviously paying attention to the whole process and had some understanding of the exchange of fire between the several people, but the specific situation of the kidnapped target was still unclear. It's okay, the clothes are all neat and tidy. It seems that this group of Tiger Claws really want to sell for a good price. However, some virus chips may have been installed, and they are still dizzy now. Can you connect it, Jack? Let me check it. I'll connect it while I bring her down. The data interface is here. I found it. It's actually behind the ear and covered by hair. This girl is quite fond of beauty. Listening to the conversation between Jack and T-Bug in the communication, Carl searched for money. After finding that the total amount was no more than €500, he called Johnson, an old acquaintance of NCPD. Mr. Johnson, I have completed a commission here. Many people from the Tiger Claws died. Do you mind cleaning it up? Forget about the scavenger. Tiger Claws. I'm not a corpse collector. That's the job of the emergency medical technicians in the medical center. There are good guns. Address, I'll be there right away. After reporting the address, Carl yawned again. He did get up early. Weapons are not worth much if you sell them at a weapon store. Those weapon dealers are stingy with second-hand weapons. It is better to give these things to Johnson. At least they can arm the NCPD personnel under his command. As for Johnson, Carl is his friend, so he knows him. Although Johnson is not a good person, he accepts bribes and often asks for protection fees from street vendors. If they don't pay, he will beat the vendors. But overall, Johnson is a rare and conscientious NCPD in Night City. He dares to face cyber psychopaths and will cover civilians to evacuate first in dangerous moments. In Night City, there are really not many NCPD who can do this. Compared with those NCPD personnel who collect weapons and sell them, dig up corpses and trade second-hand prosthetics, they are essentially no different from scavengers and only put money into their own pockets. Johnson and his people are really good at doing things. At least Carl knew that these weapons were given to Johnson and his police officers. They would really use these weapons to solve the scavengers and gang fights, and they would dare to fight against cyber psychopaths. This is enough. Ha! Carl originally wanted to collect the weapons so that it would be easier to move when Mr. Johnson brought people over. Unexpectedly, he felt a hard object on the waist of his female Tiger Claw member. I didn't notice it when searching for money. Is this a chip? There were some Japanese words written on the surface of the chip. Carl blinked and recognized what the words were. Self-developed Sion Weston experiment record, personnel number 8. Self-developed Sion Weston. The woman is from the Tiger Claw gang, and the people behind the Tiger Claw gang are. I see, why is it that a member of the Tiger Claw gang has both a mantis knife and a Sion Weston? The former has a cheap version, but the latter has a minimum price of more than €70,000. It is not an ordinary Tiger Claw gang member at all. Members can afford it. Company author, are you an experimenter? The company's common practice is to treat you as an experimental subject, but give you a powerful prosthetic body. For street people who crave power, they really can't refuse. As experimental subjects, gang members are better than civilians randomly pulled from the streets. Carl was a little interested in the contents of the chip, but of course he couldn't insert it directly in this place. Maybe there was some kind of virus in it. When he was knocked down, Jack and Oliver would have to carry him to Old Way with groans, and then they would be laughed at when he woke up. Thinking about being laughed at by Jack and Oliver for inserting a chip of unknown origin, it was better not to do it. It's not like he was tricked into accepting the client's mission. This kind of plot that could have been avoided but fell into due to recklessness is embarrassing to think about. When Jason arrived with his staff, Carl and the others were about to leave. After saying hello to Jason, they transported the target in the trunk and made an appointment with Wakako at Japan Street location and completed the handover. Well done KK, the target is intact, the client will be happy, the money has been transferred, and the order is settled. After receiving 40,000, and ending the call with Wakako, Carl turned to T, who was about to hang up because of the settlement. Bug sent an invitation. Are you interested in working together, T. Bug? Work together? In response to Carl's words, T. Bug was silent for a while and then said, You mean, you want me to join your team? Absolutely. My team happens to be short of a formal hacker who can assist in the rear. Since you will cooperate with us in this mission, you probably don't have a fixed team. What do you think? Are you interested in establishing long-term cooperation? You are very capable, and as teammates you are very reassuring, but I have to think about it. T. Bug didn't seem to have any intention of refusing, he just said that he would consider it. If you are interested, let me tell you the rules of the team first, so you can watch. Take precautions in advance. Carl didn't care about T. Bug's hesitation and directly explained the current team's rules clearly. Being a mercenary is mostly about money. As for money, if someone does not play a special role in each job and other people agree, then the money will be divided equally, and no one will have more or less. If there is any loose money that cannot be divided, then use it as meal expenses during the dinner. Carl said, realizing that T. Bug didn't say anything about this statement, so he continued, Then the mission will be similar to the mission you and we did today. Everyone can discuss it, but generally I will decide whether to accept the mission or not. Doesn't that matter? The leader decides things, just like the fish have to be led by the leader, there is no problem. That's about all the rules. We don't have any special extra rules. If you are particularly concerned about anything, we can change it. The rules are okay, very reasonable. T. Bug said, however, I'd better think about it first. I just did my first mission today. I have to go back and summarize the details. Okay, then we'll wait for you to contact us. Regardless of whether we agree or not, we hope you will think about it later and reply when you have time. Even if you don't want to join our team, we can temporarily ask you to help us if we have something in the future. Good. After T. Bug said these words, her communication was hung up, but she did not exit the team's information chat channel. What do you think, Jack? Listening to the conversation between Carl and T. Bug, Oliver looked at Jack in the passenger seat. It feels interesting. A smile appeared on Jack's face. I feel that our team will have a great hacker in the near future. Trust your instincts. Oliver drove the car and asked Carl, who was sitting in the back, What are you going to do next? Go have lunch. Order takeout, go to your room, I have some information to show you. Carl turned his hand and handed the chip to Jack in front. What's this? Arasaka's stuff is probably there. Take it and open it on the computer in Oliver's room. Self-developed Sion Westan. Jack muttered and asked Oliver to look at the chip while waiting at the traffic light. Self-developed Sion Westan, from Arasaka, do you know what I thought of? After looking at the chip for a few times, before the green light turned on, Oliver handed the chip back and said, Do you remember the first cyberpsycho that Carl killed? Patrick Bell? Carl was still somewhat impressed by the cyberpsycho, and then he instantly understood why Oliver said this. I remember that at that time, Mr. Jensen also said that because he was Arasaka's hired security guard, everything he had on him belonged to Arasaka. At that time, I complained about this to you when I came back. I remember, he seemed to be equipped with the Mantis Blade and Sion Westan. Jack said, Look at it this way, these two gadgets are really standard equipment for cyberpsychosis. Could it be said that these two prosthetics are particularly stimulating? Perhaps, but I remember that Mr. Jensen, who later inspected his prosthetic body, said that it was a Dinarasian Westan type. It should have nothing to do with Arasaka's so-called self-developed Sion Westian. Carl muttered, trying to figure it out again. I understand, tolerance test. I think so too. I heard a veteran of the 6th Street Gang who participated in the Unification War say that the agents of the Arasaka group like this set very much. The Mantis Knife Gazin Westan. The so-called self-developed Sri Lankan Westan test can never be used at once. Let's use the company's prepared and armed elites to consume them. We must use ordinary security personnel or low-level people like the Tiger Claw Gang. Oliver continued, and I heard that within Arasaka, there is actually a kind of CNY stand that is specially supplied to elites. Guess where those specially supplied data tests come from? As expected of a company, they are so skillful in dealing with their own people. Jack lamented, I suspect that when giving CNY Stan and the Mantis Knife, those who need to be tested will also have to pay. Don't be uncertain. Mr. Patrick Bell conducted a normal tolerance test. His full-body prosthetic body will be owned by the company even after his death. Do you think they will not be allowed to pay for this? According to me, they speculated that they might be able to get this qualification by using the name of cheap discount to make them pay a lifetime of money to sell it to Arasaka. As Carl spoke, several people drove to the underground parking lot of the super skyscraper. It's so ironic to be used as a guinea pig and have to pay to be eligible. In Jack's concluding sentence, several people took the elevator to the floor where Oliver's room was located. Without delaying for too long, he entered the room. While Oliver and Jack were ordering takeout, Carl inserted the chip into the computer and read the contents. Cholesterol, lipoproteins, blood pressure status, no matter how you look at it, it looks like a physical examination sheet. After looking at a bunch of data, Carl pulled out the chip from the computer. To sum up, it is a chip that monitors the condition of the human body in real time, but, for Carl, it had no effect at all. Maybe professional personnel will know something about it, but for a mercenary like Carl, what can be used for this kind of data? You can't just deduce the situation of Arasaka's self-developed Siam Westing based on this data. No wonder Arasaka dared to directly give things to gang members for testing. He company authored it because he bullied people on the street with low knowledge, right? Carl really didn't understand, but he knew someone who understood, or he knew someone who understood. Communication dial. Carl, is something wrong? Blanca's voice came from the other end of the communication. I have a little bit of Arasaka here, are you interested? Arasaka knows a lot about military technology. Split the money, split the money. When the takeaway arrived, Carl had already completed the transaction with Blanca. Blanca was very interested in the Arasaka information in the chip and spent 30,000 euros to buy it from Carl. In total, I made 70,000 euros from this job. After telling Jack and Oliver about his transaction with Blanca, Carl sent them money, 23,000 euros per person, and the extra 1,000 euros could be spent on takeout according to the old rules. Compared with the 2,000 euros for working for Faraday, Wakazi can earn 23,000 euros for one trip. The gap is huge. Oliver looked at the euros that had arrived and complained about Faraday's stingy middleman. Fortunately, after that mission, we didn't plan to work for him anymore. Actually, if you subtract the transaction part and only count the commission, each of us will earn about 13,000 euros, and the difficulty of solving the Tiger Claw Gang is different from the difficulty of solving the scavenger. Although Carl thought so, he also suspected that based on the stinginess shown by Faraday in the two hirings, even if the person to be solved was the Tiger Claw Gang, the money would not be much high. I don't know how man can do it. Jack shook his head and took a bite of the takeaway pizza. I feel there is no need to cooperate with this kind of middleman. If you're not famous and can't get a job, then you can only feel aggrieved. Carl said while chewing the sausage and potato pizza, and then as he ate, he felt the taste of pizza in his mouth. It's the same as before, it's like chewing wet cardboard, but today's is actually acceptable. This store is good. Oliver, make a note of it so you can order more when you come back. Don't worry, Master's Night City food records will never be forgotten. Oliver stretched out his index finger and tapped his head. I remember it all. You can try eating it for a day when you have time. By the way, Jack. When the topic of eating came up, Carl remembered something and called Jack. What's up? With a puzzled look on his face, Jack turned his head and saw Carl, who had temporarily put down the pizza in his hand. Do you remember what we agreed before? Carl's words made Jack a little unresponsive for a moment. What's the agreement? Jack said in a daze, but Oliver had already reacted, walked to Jack's side, put his hands on Jack's shoulders and shook it. Yes, didn't we make an appointment before? This trip to the prosthetic body after King Kong's intelligence mission is over. Oliver deliberately slowed down his voice a little, hoping that Jack would recall and realize it, and Jack also recalled what Oliver said. What you are talking about is that I promised you that after this mission is over, we will get together at my house and I will make cornflakes and tamales for you to eat? That's not the most important thing. It's hard to imagine that this sentence would actually come from the mouth of Carl, who values food, but it is a fact. After Carl wiped his hands on the paper that came with the pizza, he also walked over, one behind Oliver. It was like using Jack as a rocking chair. What's more important is the other things. Don't tell me that you forgot. You promised us that you will have to invite people when the time comes. And besides Lao Wei, you have to invite Misty. Despite being shaken by Oliver and Carl, Jack still said his girlfriend's name. After these words, both Oliver and Carl stopped shaking, but Jack's face showed a restrained look that was extremely inconsistent with his appearance. It's okay to wait. Didn't we say we can get together on Christmas? Today is December 5th, and there are only a few days until Christmas 25th. Jack Wells, is he a man who can't keep his promise? Oliver's obviously inflammatory words made Jack silent. His lips moved, as if he wanted to say something, but he closed them again halfway through opening his mouth. The expression on his face changed several times, ranging from nervousness to uneasiness, and finally, determination. Okay, then go to my house tonight and call both Lao Wei and Misty. I'm just waiting for your words. Carl had already acted very quickly and called Lao Wei. I'll contact Lao Wei. I'll go talk to Mrs. Wells. Oliver also started communicating, and the two apparently left one to Jack to inform. Hey, Lao Wei, are you free tonight? We are going to. Mrs. Wells, how are you today? We are getting ready tonight. Looking at Carl and Oliver who were communicating, Jack sighed, but did not hesitate. Dee beep. Drop. Jack? A familiar soft voice came from the other end of the communication. Jack, who heard it, became nervous again for some reason. After his big heart, which he usually boasted about, beat a few times, his voice became a little softer. I had to call out my girlfriend's name. Misty. What's wrong? Misty seemed to hear the remaining nervousness in Jack's voice, and said with a smile, you must have some surprise to tell me. I just did a divination, guess what it is? It told me that you will have family harmony and happiness in the future. I was just about to tell you this, and you called me. Listening to his girlfriend's voice, Jack didn't know why, the nervousness in his heart disappeared along with the smile, and then he couldn't help but smile. I really can't hide anything from you, Misty. Of course, I'm the most powerful fortune teller in Night City. Jack spoke in Misty's proud voice. I want to have dinner with you tonight, and Carl, Oliver, and Old Way will all be there. That's great, I'm free tonight, will you pick me up? Of course, by the way, Misty. The place for dinner tonight is my home. After Jack's words, Misty fell into silence for a rare time. This was a rare hesitation for her who always seemed optimistic in the communication with Jack. A few seconds later, under the nervous gaze of Carl and Oliver who had finished the call, Jack heard Misty's voice. Is it okay? The simple sentence made Jack smile even brighter, and then he answered firmly. Of course. Looking at the smile on Jack's face and listening to what Jack said, Carl and Oliver turned their heads and looked at each other. Today is a good day. Indeed. The two of them smiled and answered each other, like two idiots. Mrs. Wells, here we come. Welcome, Carl and Oliver, you haven't been here for a while. Just a few days. Carrying thawed pork and a bunch of drinks, Carl responded to Mrs. Wells's words and entered Jack's house. They have been to the Wild Wolf Bar many times, but this is indeed their first time here and they have never seen Jack's house. Why are you the only one? Where is Jack? Mrs. Wells watched Carl and Oliver walk in, but did not see her son. He went to pick someone up and will be there soon. Is anyone else coming? Mrs. Wells looked at the smiles of the two people. After a moment of confusion, she no longer cared. Rather than caring about the guests who had not yet arrived, her more important responsibility now was to entertain the two children. Sit down for a while. The French fries will be ready soon. Do you want anything to drink? We brought our own drinks today. Okay, if there's not enough, just say so. Mrs. Wells said this and walked into the kitchen again. The fries were still frying, so she had to keep an eye on it. Sitting down on the sofa on the first floor, Oliver looked at the surrounding decorations and said to Carl, I heard from Jack that he is going to move to the garage recently. If you ask me, the garage is not as cozy as home. Maybe he wanted to take care of his car closer. Carl also looked at this ordinary, but quite warm home, but he did not sit down like Oliver, but walked to the stairs leading to the second floor in the first floor room. Is this where Jack comes down every day when he gets up? I quite like the design of the stairs connecting the first and second floors in the room. After you get used to living in an apartment building, you will definitely feel like this. Oliver rubbed the beard on his chin with his right hand and said, but with our current economic conditions, we can afford to live in a high-rise suite with a courtyard. Anasha with a swimming pool should also be able to afford it, but the price may be slightly higher. A bit more expensive. For example? For example, here in Haywood, I have seen a property before, a valley villa, a high-rise building, and a duplex villa. A house occupies 2 floors, and the rent is €40,000 a month. The place is large enough to accommodate a row of people, 30 people, without feeling crowded. €40,000 a month. Listening to this price, Carl thought about the current rent of a super skyscraper of €1,000 a month, and felt that the gap was too big. This month is enough for us to pay rent for 40 months and more than 3 years. So it's just gritting your teeth. Oliver counted the days with his fingers, calculating the rent we have to pay this month. It's almost time. How about we find a place to rent together and call Jack over? It's better to live in the garage than to live together. If the 3 of us can afford it, it should be cheaper, a bigger place is wider, right? No need, we have just made a name for ourselves, so don't think about that kind of luxury. Carl didn't have any objections to his apartment. Although overall it was a bit smaller and more ordinary than the luxury villa suites Oliver mentioned, the residents could still adapt to it. Carl said, wait until you finish a big order next time and then think about changing it. Aren't you and Jack going to spend money on prosthetic body modification? I don't have any objection to asking me for funding. No need. The luxurious suite in his mind disappeared in an instant. Instead of enjoying it, Oliver valued the prosthetic body that could strengthen the team more. Sion Westan, that's my favorite. It's not long. It's not long before the adaptation period and contact time that Lao Wei mentioned, and we don't know what kind of prosthetics Lao Wei can give us by then. I don't have high requirements, just someone from Zeta Technology. Zeta Technologies. Listening to Oliver's words, Carl responded to what he had read about Zeta Technologies' Sean Westan. Zeta Technologies' Sion Westan is a rare one among the Sion Westans, and it can be regarded as a mass-oriented type. The Sion Westan designed by Zeta Technology adheres to the idea of minimalism in popular models, which means that it does not add some messy functions. If you only count the burden that the now popular Zeta model has to bear, it may be the lightest one. Are you so unsure of yourself? You came to Zeta Technology? I don't want to become a cyber psycho. Bite. In the sound of Carl and Oliver's words, the doorbell rang. Oliver stood up, walked to the door and looked at the surveillance camera, then opened the door and opened his arms. Lao Wei, you are finally here, and we are still talking about you. We're talking about prosthetics again. Victor was obviously very experienced, and after hugging Oliver nonchalantly, he looked at Carl. You can come to my clinic tomorrow. I think the shipment order has arrived. So fast? Lao Wei, didn't you mean the adaptation period? Carl was a little surprised. I'm just going to make a selection tomorrow. It's not a direct installation. I have to look at the goods, and after seeing the goods, even if I don't let you install it, can you bear it? The adaptation period will still take 2 or 3 days, but you are all in good health. Let me take a look after it is installed. There is no particularly serious rejection reaction. If just pay attention. Listening to Victor's words, Oliver beamed with joy. Then you must eat well today, Victor, or you will have no strength for the surgery. Don't eat too much, kid, or the knife will shake when you have the surgery. I will be hungry again tomorrow after digesting what I eat tonight. It's impossible. I don't have a good stomach like you. Victor said, and saw Mrs. Wells, who saw a new guest sticking her head out of the kitchen, and greeted her. Mrs. Wells and Victor have known each other for a long time because of Jack, and the two are not strangers. Didn't Jack come with you? Mrs. Wells looked at old Victor, who came in alone with some doubts. When she saw Victor, she thought that the guest Jack was going to pick up was Victor, but she didn't expect that she still didn't see her son. Jack, he's behind, coming soon. Victor looked at Mrs. Wells and smiled a smile that Mrs. Wells didn't quite understand. As if to verify Victor's words, Jack appeared at the door just after he finished speaking, and the person who appeared with him was. Mrs. Wells was stunned when she saw the girl, who was a little nervous, holding what should be a door gift in her hand and smiling at her. She didn't expect that the guest Jack wanted to meet in person was her. Thinking of the mysterious expressions of Carl and Oliver before entering the door, and looking at Victor's current smile, Mrs. Wells finally looked at her sons. Jack's eyes now were not looking at her mother, but at the girl next to him with a smile and encouragement. So, it was like this. Mrs. Wells looked at the girl, who was nervous but smiled like the boy next to her. Mrs. Wells smiled. She went back to the kitchen, brought out the fried French fries, and then greeted the new guest. Welcome, Misty, you're just in time. Drop. Are you awake, Carl? Taiwan Novel Network. I'm awake. I'm brushing my teeth and washing my face. Please wait a moment. I'll be fine soon. Carl, who had not been up for long, spoke and asked Oliver on the other end of the communication, shall we go to Lao Wei's place now? Of course you have to go early to pick something. I see you can't wait any longer. Opening the refrigerator and taking out the synthetic milk that he was almost used to drinking, Carl asked, have you and Jack had breakfast? How about we go have breakfast first? Jack and I got up this morning and ate Mrs. Wells' hot pork rice bowl. We were already very full, ... Speaking of which, Carl, didn't you stay at Jack's house yesterday? I woke up early and saw there's Jack lying next to him. You two drank too much yesterday, and I didn't drink. I sent Lao Wei and Misty back last night and then went home. When I left, didn't I say hello to you and Jack who were having a drink together? Are you drunk? Maybe a little. I still have a headache now. I have to go to Lao Wei now to take a look at this first. But if you haven't had breakfast, do you want us to buy it for you first? Order me some fried noodles from the stall in front of the super skyscraper. No diced pork, but soybean paste. Well, and buy me a can of sweet tea. You really like drinking this. Is that all? Is there anything else you want? No, I'll eat in the car later. I'll get down right away. Okay. Carl first drank the lubricating synthetic milk, then walked out of the room and headed for the elevator. The corridors on the road are still the same as before. The gangsters are lying on the side in a daze, and the residents are standing there with guns and arguing with saliva flying. Everything is still the same. After looking at the colorful GG cards, Carl walked onto the elevator. Night City is still the Night City. There is no difference from when I arrived a month ago. After getting down, he got into the Sky Hara with his exclusive driver Oliver. Carl took the noodles from Jack in the back seat and ate them while listening to the discussion between Oliver and Jack. What's your intended prosthetic body, Jack? I want a Zeta, Tech Cyan Wiston. Biodynamic violent type. The violent type they have is the best product on the market now. But didn't Lao Wei say it was possible to get internal products from the company? Don't you expect more? Internal goods are internal goods, but Lao Wei did not say which company was behind the person he knew. Some companies have not developed the violent type in Cyan Westan. We can't expect the people Lao Wei knows to get all the company's products for us to choose from. This is also the reason, Oliver said, remembering something. By the way, Carl, I remember that the commission we accepted from Blanca, did it mean that after we killed the group of fledgling ACPA pilots, we would make all the people under her complete? After occupying that department, she will use her authority to give us 2 pieces of internal military technology. It does happen, but it hasn't been long since ACPA appeared on the streets openly. Those people are still outside Night City. Anyway, in terms of long-term tasks, the time of this task is not long. I don't know how long it will take. Carl answered, finishing the noodles. Are the Cyan Wiston and Furious types in military technology awesome? You are not from the 6th Street gang, so shouldn't you know more about this than me? How could anyone have the money to think about high-end prosthetics in this area before? 2. Carl thought for a while and said, from what I remember, there seems to be only one violent type of military technology on the market, the violent type 5 of military technology. I heard that thing is excellent in the use of nanotechnology, and its recovery and regeneration capabilities are even better. I don't know how much more than other violent types of the same type. Jack listened and couldn't help but ask, is it possible to buy one on the market? It's marketable but priceless. Carl explained the meaning of this idiom. To put it simply, there is a market, and there are many people who want it, but they cannot buy it. They say it is on the market, but in fact, it is just put out for publicity. Explain how awesome your company's technology is, but even if you try to order it while waiting, you can't get it. This kind of goods is not for outsiders. On the other hand, it doesn't mean that if you want to use such an awesome prosthetic body, just join our company, right? Jack heard the meaning. It's not ruled out that some lone wolves may be attracted by powerful prosthetics to join the company. It can also be regarded as a means for the company to recruit talents. If you don't show your stuff, how will others know that your company is great in this area? Carl continued, then there's the Cyan Westan. In this regard, there's the military technology Peregrine Cyan Westan Type 5. The peregrine falcon used to be one of the fastest animals in the world, and the name of the peregrine falcon has the same name. The body speed is also far beyond the ordinary CN Westan. This thing used to be the same as the military technology Fury 5. It was a marketable and priceless product, and would only be distributed to the most elite military technology soldiers. However, I recently saw the news that it would start mass production. It is sold to ordinary consumers for use, but I don't know if it is genuine. 80% of it is true. Jack said, "Do you still remember the former lieutenant from military technology that we solved before?" I remember that what he had on him was the experimental CN Westan within military technology. I suspect that military technology had something to do with CN Westan breakthrough, so I sold the previously extremely valuable Peregrine Falcon. Keep the good things for yourself, and sell the unwanted ones when you have better things. I guess that's the case. Oliver said, "If we don't get good products this time, we can have the luxury of looking forward to the company's internal prosthetic body that Blanca will give her after she completes the mission. Anyway, military technology is not famous for its access warehouse. I don't have any special needs for prosthetics in this area. Let's take a look. There is no goods that you are satisfied with today. At most, we will wait. Anyway, it will take 1 or 2 months at most. It will calm down and we can do this task then. People are always forgetful about news." After Carl's words fell, several people also arrived at the Laoway clinic not far from the super skyscraper. After getting out of the car and turning on the anti-theft alarm, the three of them walked through Misty's psychic room, said hello to Misty and then arrived at the clinic, where Laoway was already waiting. "Come and take a look." As Laoway said this, he turned around the computer monitor he was looking at. "Is this a product from Zeta Technology?" Oliver looked at the list of available prosthetics displayed on Laoway's screen, but he didn't expect that he was lucky this time. The goods that Laoway could get happened to be the Zeta Technology that he also wanted. It's somewhat related. Laoway spoke in a calm tone, but obviously did not mean to explain in depth. He pointed at the screen. "That's pretty much all the goods I can get. The best ones are all below. You can scroll to the bottom and take a look. By the way, I don't have these goods. Over there, they pay one hand and deliver the goods. After paying the payment, that's where drones will be sent to deliver it." "I understand, Laoway, I have been exposed to a lot of intra-company transactions before." Oliver nodded. Although he watched his father lead people to rob most of the things involving prosthetic body trading, the 6th Street Gang also secretly received funding from military technology. At that time, the funding was delivered by drones. Cash and prosthetics, he was used to this. While he was happy that it was just what he wanted, Oliver did not forget about Carl and Jack. He scratched his head and looked at the two of them with some embarrassment. "It seems that I am lucky this time. Laoway's relationship won't change. It's nothing like luck. Don't worry about fixed things." Jack didn't care. Also, Zeta Technology's violent type is also good, far ahead in terms of stability, and it was also among my expected choices. With that said, Jack followed Oliver and flipped through the internal products of Zeta Technology displayed on Laoway's screen, and soon found what they were satisfied with. "Zeta Technology Sean Westan Type 3, I want this. It's a perfect industrial assembly line product, a favorite for soldiers." Oliver's choice surprised Carl, who was watching. Because although the prosthetic body of Zetasian Westan is a relatively rare type on the market, it is not impossible to buy the Zetasian Westan Type 3 if you want to buy it. It is a rare opportunity for internal goods, so Oliver chooses this one? "Why did you choose this? Isn't this something you can buy?" When Carl had questions, he asked them, and Oliver's answers were simple. "It's your first time, try the depth of your abilities first. You might not be able to stand up to the big.name stuff as soon as you get started. And as for the company's internal price, look at the difference between it and the price sold outside. The outside price is almost double the internal price. If you have the opportunity to buy it cheaply, of course you should choose it. Well, for good reason." Oliver's choice was Zeta's and Westan Type 3, while Jack's choice was simple. Zetatech Fury Type 4? Currently, one of the top violent type prosthetics on the market, even within Zeta Technology, only has Type 5 above it, and as for why not choose Type 5? One is because even internally, it is difficult to get top-notch products, and the other is, Zeta Technology's products are good, but there is one thing that is equally famous, and that is price. As the most expensive violent prosthetic body on the market, even if it could be bought, Jack wouldn't be able to afford it, and he might have to ask Carl to borrow money. It didn't matter if he borrowed money, but it was Jack's first time to install this kind of prosthetic body, so it wasn't worth taking the high risk to do something like that. Zeta Technologies Sean Westan Type 3, Zeta Technologies Furious Type 4, both feel good. Carl watched his two friends choose prosthetics and stared at them, but he felt a strange feeling of envy that he could not do it alone. Zeta Technology is a much smaller company than Arasaka and Military Technology. As a small company, they focus on differentiated competition, so they are not involved in the access warehouses where many high-end companies invest resources. In other words, even among the internal goods, there is no good access warehouse. But Lao Wei is Lao Wei. How could he disappoint Carl? He knew that Oliver and Jack were preparing to pretend to be CNY Stan and the violent type, and how could he not know that what Carl had been thinking about all along was to pretend to have a better access warehouse? Ahem. While the three of them were staring at the screen, Lao Wei walked to the corner of the clinic, took out a box that was kept in the freezer, and then carried the box behind them and coughed. Lao Wei, do you have a cold? Carl turned around immediately when he heard the sound, and then saw the smiling Lao Wei and the box he was holding. Lao Wei, what is this? It's prepared for you. Remember to pay. I'll pay it in advance for you. Hearing what Lao Wei said, Oliver and Jack also turned around, and Carl already understood something and looked forward to it. Did you say Lao Wei? That's right. I happen to know a little bit about the upgrade components I got. I can probably upgrade your Arasaka Type 3 to Type 4. Can I directly upgrade to Type 4? Isn't there any conflict? Some prosthetics may have them, and the company will also impose some special encryption restrictions, but the upgrade chips required between Arasaka Type 3 and Type 4 are not difficult to get, so, you understand. Old Wei. It can really be said to be a surprise. How could Carl not understand that what Lao Wei said is not difficult to do is actually how troublesome it is to do? The company sells prosthetics, and you must be eager to buy a new one. How could it be possible to get an upgrade chip containing the latest model functions that is needed to upgrade an old model to a new model? Lao Wei must not know how much effort he put in behind the scenes. He never said it and only revealed it now. I fully intend to give myself a surprise. After Carl shouted so excitedly, he didn't know what to say. After hesitating for a long time, he finally said the most ordinary words of thanks sincerely. Thanks. Carl didn't know what to say except thank you. Just think of it as payment for helping me get rid of those bastards. And don't look so grateful. If you want to pay, remember to pay. Don't miss a penny. Old Wei laughed happily, waved his hand, and sat on the chair next to him, urging Jack and Oliver, are you ready? I'm going to prepare the things for the operation. You can all let me know. Let's move the computer aside. Lao Wei, you are busy. Oliver immediately stood up, picked up the computer and walked to the side with Jack. Be careful, you're too careless. Lao Wei shook his head, moved the chair with rollers underneath, came to the table and took some things, looked at Carl. Start now? Certainly. A familiar person, Carl was already lying on the operating table. Don't worry, the software upgrade and a few additional things will be installed soon. As always, Lao Wei had to calm down his emotions before opening the box. Inside were the upgraded chips and the anesthetic that Lao Wei had placed in advance. Then, let's begin. No money again. This was the first sentence Oliver said after he paid. The drone transported the prosthesis to him and installed it. It's true that we are out of money. Jack, who had installed the prosthesis earlier than him, nodded and agreed with Oliver. This time, the upgrade of the prosthesis almost emptied all their savings, and they were out of money. Spending money like water. Carl said this while looking at the 1 million euros in his account. His original account balance had grown to a pleasant 1.09 million euros. This time, he upgraded the access warehouse and spent the money back. Carl still had money, but the team had no money. Who told us to spend money so quickly? Oliver inhaled the inhibitor handed over by Lao Wei and said, I bought a top-level gun like the cat, Jack bought a motorcycle, and Carl, you not only have to upgrade the access warehouse, but also purchased high-end single-molecule wires before. How can this money be enough to spend? Now I understand why mercenaries who have been on the streets for so long can only have ordinary prostheses. It turns out that the money is spent so quickly. Carl recalled the man team and the brown team he met during the escort mission. They established the team on the street much longer than his own team, but the weapons and prostheses they can use at this stage are similar to those of them who have just debuted. Even Man only raised enough money to upgrade the projectile launch system after that mission. It is really a bottomless pit that you don't know until you spend money on prostheses. Now I understand why so many mercenaries would use second-hand prostheses even though they know they are harmful. This price is really beyond the reach of ordinary teams. Hearing Oliver's words, Jack beside him smiled. Oliver, do you mean that our team is already unusual? We must be strong. After inhaling the inhibitor, Oliver moved his body and said, I feel that I am very strong now. Swelling? Carl looked at Oliver and asked curiously, how does it feel? Can you withstand it? I don't know until I try it. Let's try it first. Oliver looked at Jack. Jack, I'm going to be behind you. After saying this, Oliver activated the Sanwiston. Time seemed to slow down. Oliver carefully experienced the special feeling he had never had before, and then took a step. His actions left a trail of afterimages on the path he walked, which moved forward in slow time and finally gathered behind Jack. But Jack had already turned around. With the violent-type prosthesis with stronger hormone regulation function, Jack's synaptic accelerator has been further enhanced, and the regulation of hormones has been upgraded, allowing Jack to start time slowing at any time to a certain extent. During this time, Carl also came over and stretched out his hand with Oliver, who came behind Jack. Time passed normally in the senses. From the perspective of the old way who was watching, Carl and Oliver suddenly disappeared from the spot, and Jack turned around, and the three of them put their hands together. Hoo-hoo, success! After Oliver cheered, he looked at Carl with a bit of surprise. Carl, how come your body can keep up with us now? Well, how to explain it? You can think that my hormones, nerve impulses, synaptic firing and other things can be regulated by myself now. It feels magical to say it, just like my body has turned into a whole prosthesis that can be controlled and used by me. Do you understand? I understand the terms you mentioned. I know medical skills after all, but I don't understand the situation. However, to put it simply, you can not only keep up with the reaction, but also the action? It requires computing power to operate, which is not so easy to keep up. It can be regarded as a limitation. Generally speaking, if you want to use this part of computing power to invade people, you can't accelerate the reflex nerves for too long, and vice versa. Listening to Carl's words, Jack next to him understood something. That is, for Carl, the computing power of the current Arasaka Type 4 seems to be a little insufficient. Your body is really special. Jack didn't know the specific situation, so he looked at Lao Wei. Lao Wei, what's the explanation for Carl's situation? I've been practicing medicine for so many years, and this is the first time I've encountered this. Don't think about it. If you insist on finding excuses, Lao Wei thought for a while and said, as the saying goes, there are all kinds of things in the world. Maybe this is Carl's own talent. Very good, so everyone can act quickly. Oliver smiled. I was worried that if we were fast, you, Carl, would not be able to keep up. Men should not be too fast. Carl waved his hand. He stared at Oliver, and was more concerned about, how does Sion Weston feel, can he bear it? For now, it seems to be okay for one time. I don't know what the final limit is. Let's check it again. At Lao Wei's signal, Oliver lay back on the operating table. Well, there was no reaction of synapse rupture, structural collapse, or partial melting. Maybe the Zeta technology Sion Weston is a good product and puts less pressure on people. It may also be because Oliver is still talented in this area. The reason why is that this Sion Weston is a small burden on you. Listening to what Lao Wei said after the examination, Oliver was overjoyed. Then wouldn't I be awesome? Don't be complacent, kid. Although he's in good condition, a prosthetic body like Sion Weston is a burden for the human being. If possible, you'd better not use it more than 4 times a day. If it's exceeded, there may be some kind of risk. By the way, you should also take a look at the dosage of your immunosuppressant. After warning Oliver, Lao Wei handed over a list. There is also Jack's, you can take it together. Few people can avoid rejection, but your reaction is considered weak, so if you adapt to it for a while, you should be able to stop using immunosuppressants, but during this period of time, we really can't install any more prosthetics. If we try a new prosthesis before the adaptation period of the previous prosthetic body's immunosuppressant suppression has passed, sooner or later we will die on the street. You know, Lao Wei, this time I'll make a slight exception. With you here, we will definitely abide by the doctor's orders. Oliver, who had neither time nor money in a short period of time, as a person who knew medical skills, listened to Lao Wei's instructions honestly and took the list over. What they took was the instructions for use. The relevant immunosuppressant Lao Wei had already prepared it and placed it next to it. Just wait and take it with you when they leave. Then next, we have to find a way to take over the mission. After making sure that both Jack and Oliver were fine, Carl talked about the key things. The only question now is who we should find to take over the task. Familiar intermediaries usually take the initiative to find mercenaries when they have a task, but if they don't call, it often means that the intermediary thinks that the task is not suitable for the mercenary or is not high enough to hire the mercenary. But for Carl and the others, they have no money. It's no good if you don't look for tasks. Fortunately, just as the three of them were discussing whether they should go to the Wild Wolf Bar to pick up some small jobs tomorrow like before, they remembered where the big names went. A place where the reward will definitely be more than the small tasks in the Wild Wolf Bar. It's time to go to the next life. I love the next life so much. Jack, this isn't the first time, is it? You don't understand, Carl. Isn't it a new life every time you come? Otherwise, how would you call it the next life? Emmerich Bronson, the bodyguard at the door of the afterlife, watched the three members of Carl's team approach and said nothing. Just silently got out of the way. Good evening, Emmerich. When Carl saw Emmerich, he stopped talking to Jack and greeted the afterlife bodyguard whom he had only seen for a few seconds warmly. Good evening, KK. Nodding, Emmerich reached out and pushed open the door of the bar. Then, the familiar green light shone out, making several people's bodies green. It still smells like the underworld. Shaking his head, Carl walked into the bar and sat down at the bar with Oliver and Jack. Claire, the bartender in the next life, saw the three people sitting down, took the initiative to greet them, and smiled at them. What would you like to drink today? Just 3 sodas, no drinking today. Jack said, and Claire, who didn't drink, understood something. She squinted her eyes slightly and showed an understanding smile. Looking for a job? You can't get drunk while waiting for work. Do you want me to help you tell me? With your reputation, I don't know how many people want to work with you, but there is no way. It is estimated that people from Shantou will come soon. I will pour soda water for you right away. Please ask for ice. Then do us a favor and say we're waiting for work. 3 glasses of ice. Okay, please wait. Claire said this and turned to the other side. Do you want to order something else? Water tastes like nothing if you drink it on empty water? Jack turned to look at Carl, and what he received was just a blank look from Carl. Come on, it's not like I don't know that there's nothing delicious in this place. I saw it when I came here last time. It's just vending machine food. I'd rather not eat those things. Master, your food requirements are still so high. If you were the person in charge of Whole Foods Factory, I doubt I would have to worry about eating weird stuff in Whole Foods Factory. Don't come here. Even if I were the person in charge, I wouldn't eat anything from Whole Foods. Time passed quickly while Carl's team was chatting away. When Claire brought them 3 sodas back and forth, which made Oliver want to go to the toilet, someone approached them. Judging from the appearance of the person who came, he was just a pretty ordinary company dog. After he approached Carl and the others, he didn't say anything more, so he came over and passed a message and a note. This is the number of a gentleman who has booked a mission with you in advance. Carl watched the company dog put down the note and leave after finishing speaking, thinking about the content of his words. Did you book a task in advance? Are there people like this? Just as he was thinking this, a figure suddenly flashed in his mind. It was the figure of a middle-aged man with prosthetic eyes that glowed blue. When your mission is over, I will contact you as soon as possible. Carl was impressed by this blue-eyed man who mysteriously came up to Carl when the three of them were drinking in the Wild Wolf Bar, and told them that they were carrying out a mission commissioned by military technology to investigate the prosthetic King Kong. At that time, I remember that I was confused about how he was going to contact me without even adding communication. Now it seems that it is not difficult for him to find me. Jack also recalled the middle-aged blue-eyed man who acted mysteriously and spoke strangely. He stared at the note on the table and then looked at Carl. How do you describe this mission? We happen to have no time for the mission right now. Let's take a look first. If there is a problem with the mission and there is no deposit yet, we will not accept it at worst. Although that guy seems to have some intelligence connections, his strange cooperation is not reassuring. Carl said this, picked up the note on the table, and then called according to the communication number on it. Drop. Almost as soon as the communication was dialed, the communication was connected, as if the other party knew that Carl would call within this time and was waiting there. Hey, are you the one from before? If you're referring to the middle-aged man with blue light in his prosthetic eyes who came to you in the Wolf Bar, that's me. There is indeed a strange smell to his words, as if he is describing something from a very objective perspective. So, you know that we are free now, and you plan to discuss with us the long-term mission you mentioned before? Yes, but before that mission, I believe that your trust in me has not reached the passing level. Therefore, we can carry out a basic cooperation to get familiar with each other to achieve a better trust foundation. It sounds like a middleman. What do you call it, and what do you mean by mission? Isn't it someone like Faraday? When Carl was guessing this, the other party's voice had already come over along with documents and an amount of money. You can decide what you want to call me. The file has been transferred, and there is also a deposit. If you are willing to accept it and build a foundation of trust, you can collect it after reading it. Although the way he spoke was strange and formal, he was very generous. Looking at the deposit of 60,000, Carl became curious about what mission this guy would give. Can I send the file to my teammates? Good partnership is the first step to a successful mission. Meaning, it should be possible? After talking to Oliver and Jack, Carl sent the file and opened it himself to read it. Then, the key words attracted his attention. Military technology, engineer Thomas Stan, wanderer, kidnapping, military technology engineer, a man named Thomas Stan, was attacked by a group of wanderers called night ghosts outside the city while following the transport convoy. The entire transport convoy was hijacked, and he was the only one who survived, and he was also kidnapped. The biological monitoring could not find his trace. The blue-eyed middle-aged man hoped that Carl and his team could go to the Badland to find the trace of this group of wanderers and rescue Thomas Stan. Someone from military technology? Could it be that the blue-eyed middle-aged man is a member of military technology? This can explain why he knew the information about the Cybertron and came to me after I completed the task, because he was an insider and could naturally get the news. But, Carl felt something strange. When he talked to the blue-eyed middle-aged man at that time, he showed an attitude that no secret could be hidden from him, whether it was Arasaka or military technology. In his words, there was also a kind of bland, neutral, condescending feeling. Could such a person be someone with military technology? Hard to understand. I don't understand. Company affairs are troublesome. But trouble always has its benefits. Carl looked at the amount of money written in the appendix by the blue-eyed man and stared. The rewards for tasks related to the company are really so generous. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000. 150,000. It's almost the same as the money for solving the former Lieutenant James Norris. After Carl accepted the deposit and expressed his willingness to take on the mission, the blue-eyed middle-aged man hung up the phone. What do you mean, Carl? Do you have an idea? Oliver said, go through the process? What process can there be? I'm not familiar with the Badlands. This time it depends on you, a kid who grew up in the Santo Domingo area. Santo Domingo is close to the Badlands. No one in the team knows more about this than Oliver. After hearing what Carl said, Oliver, who was used to Carl making team decisions, also reacted and touched his head a little embarrassedly. Yeah, I was stupid. A local guy actually asked outsiders about this matter. So, what is the origin of the Night Walkers, the target of the kidnapping this time, a gang in the wasteland? It's almost the same as a gang, but in fact, most of the wanderers in the wasteland call it a family. Night Walkers, in simple terms, you can think of it as the Whirlpool Gang in the wasteland. Whirlpool Gang? Jack, who hates the Whirlpool Gang the most in the gang, listened to this and took a sip of soda. So it's another group of modified lunatics who kidnap people? It just looks like, not really the Whirlpool Gang, they are compared modify yourself, and be more keen on vehicle modification, just like the kind of vehicle enthusiasts. You can understand Jack, if the degree is 10 times, you will almost look like them. You have never seen a car like that. It looks like a moving, creaking mechanical hedgehog. You can see all kinds of weird modifications you can think of on it. Modified car. Listening to Oliver's words, Jack came back to his senses. In other words, their cars may be equipped with some heavy firepower or something like that? I guess so. They are relatively poor and can't afford vehicle-mounted missiles and other things, but there is definitely no shortage of vehicle-mounted machine guns and other things. Maybe they can even take out a vehicle-mounted howitzer for you. Anyway, I remember that the 6th Street Gang once fought with several night patrols in the Badlands. Some ghosts have fought each other, some are easily defeated, and some will suffer a great loss due to firepower. Anyway, it is really hard to say about this aspect. Aren't the night ghosts in the same group? How can the equipment gap be so big? Carl, who didn't know much about the Badlands, asked this question and got Oliver's explanation. Rather than saying they are a gang, it is better to say that this group of people are called night ghosts. It is rumored that they are composed of exiles and expelled people from various wanderer families. The composition itself is very complicated. How can there be a unified management? Occasional cooperation is the best. A loose alliance formed by the rebellious people who left the family. Carl felt that he understood a little. In other words, even if we find a group of night ghosts, we may not be able to torture them out of the kidnappers. I've got the information of the person who took over the fight. That's about right. Oliver nodded. This job is not as lucrative as I thought. Dealing with the Nightwalkers is a small matter for us, but how to find the Nightwalkers correctly is a serious matter. Is this what that guy called a test of ability? Carl thought and asked Oliver a question. Do you have any connections in the Badlands, or do you know anyone familiar with the Badlands? I really want to say yes, but in this regard, I can only say don't count on me. Carl looked at Jack, and Jack shook his head. Don't count on me either, I'm not familiar with it either. Oliver and Jack were not familiar with each other, so naturally they couldn't count on Carl, a newbie who had arrived in Night City for just over a month. He didn't even know the streets well. Carl drank the soda in the cup in one breath. We can't just run into the Badlands like a headless fly. It doesn't matter if we're reckless in the city. You're familiar with the area anyway, but we have to drive in the Badlands. We're unfamiliar with the place. If the car breaks down, we won't even know where to run. Carl's words hit the point, leaving Oliver and Jack silent. Insufficient intelligence information is indeed the most fatal flaw of their team. Luckily, today is their lucky day. Just as the three of them were thinking about what to do, a voice sounded in the team's communication. Are you still there? T.Bug. Hearing T.Bug's relaxed and leisurely tone, Carl joined the team's communication. Have you thought it through? Of course, one day is enough for me to think carefully. Fortunately, you will have the top hackers in Night City to escort you. Welcome. Oliver joined the team's communication. Can I give you a compliment? Among the hackers I have seen, no one can compare to you. I know myself. T.Bug's voice was steady with a hint of smile, but if you compliment me too much, I won't refuse. Just in time, sister. Jack also joined the communication, and hearing his words, T.Bug on the other end of the communication raised his eyebrows. Just in time, is that right? When T.Bug was thinking about whether the team had received the mission, she received 15,000 euros from Carl. What is this? Deposit, 60,000, 15,000 per person, keep it first, I have sent you the attachment, take a look, this mission can earn you 150,000 in the end. How generous. T.Bug didn't have any embarrassment and directly accepted the 15,000, and then spent a minute reading the attachment. A man from military technology was kidnapped, and an unidentified client asked us to help rescue him. Night wandering ghost, T.Bug laughed in the communication. We are lacking information on the Badlands, right? You guessed it right away. Carl asked on the communication, so, do you have any ideas, T.Bug? There are very few things in a region that can be hidden from the company. Apart from the company, it is the street gangs or middlemen who know best. T.Bug said, wait a moment, I am looking for the situation of the middleman in the Badland area to see if there is any middleman who specializes in business in the Badland area. Local affairs are left to the locals, and we can entrust that middleman. Help us find the traces of those nocturnal ghosts. Layers of outsourcing, right? But I have to say that T.Bug's idea is clever. In ancient times, generals had to ask locals to lead the way during wars. They have a task to do, and of course it would be most appropriate to ask locals to help. Now I understand why so many mercenaries want to be middlemen after quitting their jobs. Jack sighed with emotion. The living legend Rog in the Afterlife bar where we are now is a mercenary who retired and became a middleman. It turns out that this feeling of going from being listened to and doing things to being listened to and doing things is really refreshing. Mercenaries who can survive until retirement have more or less accumulated countless connections. With these connections, of course they can work as a middleman safely. Oliver said, I can't do it anymore, I also want to be a middleman. Come on Oliver, just work as a middleman when you retire. It's not that easy. I'm afraid the enemies you provoked during your mercenary career will come to kill you later. Jack said, I'm afraid we won't be able to hold the gun by then. Even if I retire, I will still shoot one shot at a time. I haven't even become famous yet, so I'm thinking about retirement. Carl looked at Oliver and shook his head. Why adapt to the life of the elderly in advance? In Night City, it's amazing to live to old age. As soon as Oliver finished saying this, T.Bug had already found what they wanted. Dakota Smith, the most famous middleman in the Badlands. Carl, I have found her number and sent it to you. Ding. Hello, is this Miss Dakota Smith? Where did you get my number, kid? Forget it, there's no need to call me Ms. Just call me Dakota. Tell me about your origins. Dakota Smith answered the call, a little surprised. As a middleman, she usually asked her hackers to help open the box when she wanted to find a mercenary. This was the first time in history that she was the one to be opened. My mercenary name is K. I wonder if you have heard of this name. KK. A mercenary who has recently become famous in the city. I have heard of your name. Carl's reputation in the middleman business is still quite loud. Basically, the middleman in charge of a region knows something about him. However, generally speaking, even if the middleman who can control a region, he will not take the initiative to find him before Carl comes to this area. This involves the implicit territory regulations of the middlemen in each region. Only the middlemen who do not follow the rules will run around in various regions. Under normal circumstances, the middleman in the region where the mercenaries go will be responsible for the contact tasks. If KK came to the Badlands, then Dakota Smith would naturally want to contact this famous person, but her intelligence did not say that KK had come to the Badlands. Could it be that her intelligence network did not collect any information about KK's whereabouts? Thinking of this, Dakota Smith asked, "So, what's the matter with you, KK? Could it be that you came to the Badlands to help me solve some headaches? I welcome it very much. Who would not like a mercenary with a 100% completion rate and a 100% praise rate? There are many troublesome tasks on hand, and such capable people are needed, as many as possible. If there is a small job that can be solved by the way, I don't mind taking it. I am still in the city now, but I will go to the Badlands soon. I want to come to you, the most famous middleman in the Badlands, to get to know you first, and arrange a commission by the way." Arrange a commission. This sentence is very interesting. Dakota Smith habitually took a sip of pure oxygen from the oxygen cylinder hanging on her waist. After calming her mind with this habit that she had maintained for decades, she said, "You mean, you have a commission to ask me for help?" "Almost. I want you to help me find a group of people. Recently, a group of night wanderers robbed the company's goods. We want to know their whereabouts. You took the company's job, right?" Dakota Smith's words did not get a response from Carl, but she knew that this was Carl's tacit consent. The legendary mercenary Morgan Blackhand wrote a book called Executor's Manual, which basically tells what a mercenary should pay attention to and what he should not do when doing a mission. Basically, all famous mercenaries have read that book more or less, and most of the clauses in it have become recognized rules in the industry, and there is one in this rule. When mercenaries are performing tasks, they cannot disclose the details of the mission to irrelevant personnel. After the mission is completed, you can brag as much as you want. When you are drunk, you can even tell clearly how many leg hairs the enemy has in the scope when shooting. But during the mission, a qualified mercenary should not do this. Carl, who cares about his reputation as a mercenary, will not say it, but smart people can understand. Not caring about such things, Dakota Smith bypassed this topic and only asked a key question: how much are you going to pay? The price is the standard for the excellence of mercenaries. Every middleman knows clearly what kind of mercenaries can be hired with how much money. Every middleman has dreamed of getting top mercenaries to do things for a few thousand euros, but it is unlikely to be realized after all. Carl is also an insider. He knows the rules, so he reported a suitable number right away. 30,000 euros, you can give a deposit of 10,000 euros first. Before discussing the remuneration with Dakota Smith, Carl discussed it with several other people in the team communication. As the captain, he will pay for this money, and it can be deducted from the total remuneration. Anyway, the client will pay him, so he doesn't have to change hands. 30,000 euros, Dakota Smith's voice was obviously lighter when he heard the money, and there seemed to be a hint of happiness in it. This is not a small amount in the Badland. What level of mercenaries can be hired with 30,000 euros? With 60,000 euros, the priest can ask Carl and his team to do a job once. With 30,000 euros, Wakako, who is cooperating for the first time, can ask Carl and his team to do a job once. If you convert it a little, you can ask people of the level of Carl's team on the Badland to help do a job. Of course, it can't be converted like this in essence. Working for the priest and Wakako, they all said that this is a small job for Carl's team, and 30,000 euros and 60,000 euros are not worth it. It's just because of some reasons that they can use this price to ask Carl and his team to work. For example, to repay favors, such as hackers to help this job. With only 30,000 euros, you can forget about hiring the Badlands Carl team, but considering that people in the Badlands are not wealthy, you can probably hire a team of the level of Badlands Man or Badlands Brown. That is, you can come in and have a drink, which is considered to be a street celebrity. Most of the mercenaries in the Badlands will fight for your commission, but I have to think carefully about who to send. Dakota Smith responded to Carl while thinking that the Badlands were not a good place to live. Most of the mercenaries in such places actually lived closer to St. Domingo. Those people were fine working in marginal areas, but they could forget about tracking down night ghosts. If they wanted to find someone, they had to find someone with seniority. As for seniority, Dakota Smith suddenly thought of a force. To find night ghosts, perhaps it was not necessary to entrust mercenaries. Aren't the Wanderer family in the Badlands also good candidates for entrustment? Dakota Smith is very familiar with the affairs of various families in the Badlands. From what she knows, there is a Wanderer family called Buckle that is splitting up because after the death of the old leader, none of their new leaders can serve for more than 2 years, so the whole family is in chaos and has no direction. I heard that recently some members of the Buckle family want to cooperate with the notorious Snake State. Many young members are very dissatisfied with this and have begun to actively contact the outside world, thinking about whether they can do something. And it happens that a group of people from the Buckle family have been active near Night City in the past few months. That group of people are running around for money. They may be interested in this commission. 7 o'clock in the morning, Badlands. A Tingway Mackinac Laramort pickup truck was driving on the desolate land. I hate all two-seater cars. Once again squeezed between the passenger seat and the driver's seat, Carl expressed his sincere emotion. Why do we have to drive this kind of two-seater car? Stop complaining, Carl. Oliver in the driver's seat said calmly, whether it's Sky Quartz or Sky Hera, the ones we have not been specially modified to deal with the sand and dust in the Badland. If you want to come to the Badland, you can only drive this kind of car. It's a pickup truck, please bear with it. Sigh. Carl sighed, but knew that what Oliver said was the truth. Compared with Quartz and Hera, the Tingway Mackinac Laramore, a pickup truck that is specially designed for running goods, long-distance transportation, and is also the most durable. Good choice. Think the best of Carl. Jack, who put his hand close to the car door but did not let it close completely, said, with this car, even if we get lost in the Badland, the 20 gallons of water, about 70.6 liters, stored in the trunk will be enough. We lasted for many days. I wonder why it is necessary to get lost as a premise. Complaints are complaints. Carl himself only cares about the two-seater car and has no objection to sitting in the pickup truck itself. First, this car is indeed a good car suitable for bad soil, and second, this car was kindly borrowed by an old guy who was a regular customer of the Wild Wolf Bar. He also specially made bad soil protection, and the other party was willing to use the extremely precious car that they depended on for survival. It would be rude for him to complain about the loan itself. The wind carried sand and dust and slapped it on the glass window, making a rustling sound. Listening to this sound, Jack talked about another topic. Speaking of which, when I passed by Santo Domingo just now, I almost thought I was going to fight with those 6th Street gang people. What Jack was talking about was the tense confrontation almost 2 hours ago. Oliver was kicked out of the 6th Street gang because of his past relationship, and he was forced not to return to the Santo Domingo area, but to go to the Badland. The nearest road to Watson District in Night City is from Santo Domingo. Originally, Oliver's plan was to just drive over and hide, but 2 hours ago, when Oliver was driving a pickup truck through Santo Domingo, he happened to be spotted by the 6th Street gang. More than 20 people gathered around, and in the tense surrounding of the group of people with guns, Jack even drew his gun. Looking at the atmosphere, I almost want to strike first. There's no need to be so anxious, they don't dare to shoot. Carl, who was squeezed between Oliver and Jack, responded to what happened 2 hours ago in a very relaxed manner. They know that if they dare to shoot, they are seeking death. Really? Jack smiled when he heard what Carl said. Only more than 20 people dare to surround us and try to touch Oliver. I actually suspect that they were frightened by your arrival rather than wanting to attack Oliver. T.Bug's voice sounded in the communication. In the picture I saw, when they were surrounding you, many young guys were trembling in their legs. It's not so much that they are coming to trouble you. After seeing you, they were afraid that you would cause trouble for them, so they gathered people to come and have a look. When they kicked me out of the 6th Street gang, everyone was so awesome that even my father and sister couldn't save me if I dared to come back. Now it seems that the people of the 6th Street gang have also fallen. Oliver, who was at the center of the previous conflict, had no special thoughts about this matter. He just shook his head with regret. I also saw the one who screamed the loudest when they kicked me out of the 6th Street gang. Well, I originally thought that when they wanted to punish me, I would attack him first, but in the end, the guy stayed back and didn't dare to say a word the whole time. I was really convinced that I still bear grudges against such a person. There is nothing wrong with cherishing life. Carl said, everyone has his own way of life. Maybe. As Oliver said this, he saw sand and dust billowing in the distance, rushing towards them. When Jack looked at the dust, the first thing he thought of was a kind of weather, sandstorm? No, those are the traces of a convoy passing by. Oliver, who knew more about the Badland, said, steering the car, trying to avoid the convoy that was heading straight towards them. Maybe it's just that the place we are in happens to be on their path, so I'll get out of the way, have a look. Having said that, Oliver also knew that a normal convoy would not rush forward side by side like now, but as straight as a stick. The traces of cars running over like this can also make the car behind them feel better. In a place like Damn Earth, they were still driving someone else's car. If possible, he still wanted to avoid conflict. Whenever it was his or Carl's car, he would dare to rush directly into it. Whatever he didn't want to come, he came. Oliver had already turned, but the convoys that were rushing towards him turned around and continued to rush towards them. It's the enemy. Oliver looked in the rearview mirror at the convoy approaching rapidly from the rear left side, and quickly distinguished them. The car you drive. Tingway Colby C240T, the favorite car of homeless people. So, we are being troubled by homeless people? Jack heard the gunfire and howling from behind. It can't be a night wanderer, right? Who knows? Carl figured out his last words, but they have already shot, then there is nothing to say. T.Bug, which cars are behind? 6 cars, your signal is not very good, so I can only connect to the camera installed on the front of the car and look behind. The exact number of people is unclear. It's okay, that's enough. Jack took out the Saratoga, which was more suitable for this situation, opened the door, and jumped out. The violent type begins to regulate, and the synaptic accelerator activates. In the sluggish time that Jack felt, his figure made incredible movements at the moment of leaping out. He turned over, pressed one hand on the roof of the car, pushed hard, and in an instant, he turned over on top of the car. Leave it to me. The moment he spoke the words, he half-crouched on one knee on the roof of the car to steady himself, and Jack took the Saratoga and started shooting towards the back. Excuse me, Jack. I'll fix the car control system. In the same slow motion, Carl closed the open door and lay on the seat with his eyes closed. T.Bug, please help me access it. Already prepared. In the flow of data, Carl saw the convoy chasing behind him. There are 6 cars in total, so let's scrap 2 of them first. Data flow. With the help of T.Bug, Carl successfully accessed the control systems of the 2 fastest cars. If we replace some old-fashioned cars without a control system, then Carl would be dreaming about hacking into the car to control it, but as it happens, the group of guys behind the scenes who don't know if they are night wanderers have modified the vehicle very seriously. A good Tingway Colby C240T was installed with various auxiliary machine guns and spikes. In this case, it should not be too easy to control. After accessing and confirming the control, Carl issued an order without hesitation. The engine self-destructed. If you drive this kind of modified car and dare to drag race with a car with hackers, you are really risking your life. Boom! In the explosion caused by the detonation of the engine, all the people in the 2 vehicles died. The pursuer vehicles near the 2 vehicles were more or less affected, and one of them was even hit. Turn to one side. Oliver, now. Already prepared. Jack roared from the roof of the car, causing the steering wheel in Oliver's hand to spin violently. The centrifugal force generated by the rapid turning of the vehicle almost caused Carl in the car to be thrown out. However, I definitely can't care so much at this time. Kill them. Opening his eyes, Carl held on to Xinya tightly, looked at the vehicle that appeared in front of him as he turned around, leaned out of the window, and started shooting. Have some explosions, bastards. Turning over the driving to the vehicle control system, Oliver started up the Cyan Whiston. Then he took out a bunch of grenades from the central armrest box between the driver's seat and the passenger seat. When the vehicle inserted into the convoy and passed through, he stuck his head out of the window and scattered the grenades that had been pulled out of the ring like a goddess scattering flowers. Spread out. Boom, boom, boom. Amidst the continuous explosions, Oliver held the steering wheel again and gave a middle finger to the wreckage of the destroyed vehicle in the rearview mirror. Dare to play drag racing with Grandpa in the next life. You really have road rage. After looking back on the vehicle and firing a last-ditch shot to deal with the group of people who had jumped out of the vehicle in an emergency, Jack tapped the roof of the vehicle with the butt of his gun, indicating that he could drive slower. So, who are these guys? When several people drove back and stared at the wreckage of houses and vehicles on the ground, Oliver, who got out of the car, asked this key question. The other party shot, so in order to fight back, they killed them all, but they didn't even find out their identities. The devil knows. Carl kicked the gun fragments on the wasteland. They were looking for trouble for no reason, they all died for no reason, and they didn't know how to struggle to save their lives for us to torture. Obviously we didn't hold back when we dealt with them, so why are we still blaming them? Jack turned over several bodies of people who had been shot dead, and then saw a mark on their clothes. This sign, he really is a night wanderer. The Uzumaki gang in the Badland. Now I understand that I was right. There are so many lunatics. Carl shook his head. We only have one car. Normally, we wouldn't have any serious gains. But when we got there, we were intercepted by a convoy. I can't understand this crazy idea. Whatever, I care more about these guys than this. Is there anything worth searching for? Oliver turned over the body, but after turning over it, he only found a few €100. 330 euros? No, this is too poor. What do you expect from the precarious night ghosts in the Badland? Carl pointed to the destroyed vehicle. The modified goods they spent all their money on have been destroyed by us. The Whirlpool gang of Night City, the night wandering ghosts of Badland, one transforms himself, and the other transforms the car. For us, they are all a bunch of poor people with nothing on their bodies. Oliver shook his head helplessly. Come on, let's continue on our way. How is the contact with Dakota Smith? She said that she had hired a special homeless person for us and was waiting for us in the abandoned town ahead. This job exempted us from the agency fee, and the €30,000 were all used to find qualified candidates, so she came this time. He will be a very capable person. What Carl said made Jack on the side understand something. The middleman waives the agency fee. She is so kind. Does she want us to help with the work next time? I didn't say it clearly, but that's what it meant. But they did save us once, so we have to accept this. As long as it's not the stupid work of a guy like Faraday, that's fine. Dissing Faraday every day has almost become Oliver's habit. Regarding this topic, the few people did not chat for long, because people were waiting there, and it was not good for them to continue chatting, so after tidying up, they set off again. The target point was not too far away. After solving this little problem on the road and driving for half an hour, the abandoned town appeared in front of us. Carl, what did the homeless man you contacted say? A message was sent. He seemed to have noticed us approaching and asked if the approaching car was ours. He was very alert. I had already returned. They were watching us from the roof of the small bungalow at the entrance of the town. I'm locked in. Bug's voice sounded. There are 3 people up there. The leading one is already going down, and the other 2 are still on the second floor. 3 people, 1 person goes down to negotiate. While Oliver was thinking, the car stopped at the entrance of the town, and then Carl, who was a little uncomfortable with the squeeze, urged Jack to get out of the car door, and then he also got out of the car. When he looked up, he saw a short-haired black youth approaching in the distance. Looks quite young. Is he reliable? Oliver's words made Carl almost roll his eyes at him. Who is he hinting at? Come on, whether it is a mule or a horse, you will know it after pulling it out for a walk. Carl, as the negotiator, walked towards the short-haired black youth, while Oliver and Jack stood there with their hands folded and waited. Are you the client of this mission? After the black-haired youth walked over and said this, he looked at Carl carefully and added, You are quite young. Are you reliable? What a fool. This was Carl's first impression of him. Generally speaking, he wouldn't say this in front of the client. Putting this thought aside, Carl took the initiative to extend his hand to show his friendliness. What's your name? I'm KK. KK? Hearing this name, the black-haired young man was stunned for some reason, and then he reached out and shook Carl's hand. I didn't expect you to use this single letter as your nickname. Then, he reported the name that made Carl stunned for a moment. I'm V. V. Hearing this familiar name, Carl had to admit that he had thought a lot in this moment. Carl remembered the time before he came to this world. That was 18 years ago. He sat in front of the computer and opened the game demo video that he had watched 4 times again. He listened to the introduction of the game on the headphones and got to know this world full of science fiction. The character he played in the game demo video was named V. A simple letter was Carl's last impression of the past. Opened his eyes. V stood in the super skyscraper and looked at the colorful GG. Opened his eyes. Carl stood in the super skyscraper and looked at the colorful GG. They were looking at the City of Night. This is a good name. It was hard to describe the complicated feelings in his heart. Carl only knew that the young man in front of him was himself in the future time that should have been. Your name is the same, KK. V smiled. He didn't know why, but he always felt that he got along well with the person in front of him. It was just their first meeting, and they just called each other names that were not their real names, but he felt a rare sense of relaxation. It was as if his heart was telling him that he could trust the other person. This was a sense of security that had not arisen in a divided family for a long time. After a brief exchange of names, Carl talked about this commission. I want to track the traces of a group of nightwalkers. Dakota should have told you about it. The nightwalkers who recently robbed military technology, right? We have found their traces. Just follow us when the time comes. V said, pointing to the house behind him. Our car is parked behind. Really efficient, then, ding. V's artificial eye flashed a light, and he found that in the communication with Carl, Carl sent him 15,000 euros. It was agreed that half of the reward would be paid as a deposit first, and the other half would be paid when we get there. Is that okay? Do you still pay a deposit for your work? Hearing V's question, which was quite unexpected to receive the money, Carl had to admit that he had underestimated V's level of innocence. Doing things without paying a deposit, aren't you afraid that people won't pay you after the work is done? This is the rule. Is this your first time? Carl stared at V for a few times, and the first time he said made V's expression stiff for a moment, but then he didn't hide anything. It's indeed the first time. You still ask if we are reliable. But he actually told the truth, quite honest. You will get used to it after doing it a few times. Anyway, the deposit has been paid. Lead the way. It won't take long. The road is very close. We will be there soon. Follow closely. After receiving the money, V nodded at Carl, and then turned to where his two companions were, and greeted them. Seeing this scene, Oliver and Jack both put down their arms. Carl walked back. How about it, can the Wanderer talk? T.Bug's voice sounded in the communication. Yes, or rather, they are quite capable. I thought it would take a few days to find the target, but they have already found the target and are waiting to take us there. Then it seems that this job will be easy. The signal is not good over there. I will deal with it first and contact you when we get to a place with good signal. Contact you later, T.Bug. After communicating in the team channel, Carl looked at Jack and Oliver in front of him. They have found the target. Just follow them later. Really efficient. After Oliver sighed, he stared at V's back for a few glances, turned his head to look at Carl, and frowned. Speaking of which, I don't know if it's my illusion, Carl, do you look a bit like that person? Look like? Carl recalled V's appearance and said, except for the color of our hair, we are not alike in any way. His hair is not as long as mine, his skin is not as white as mine, and his appearance is also one Western face and one Eastern face. How are they alike? Really? Oliver scratched his head, feeling a little strange about his feelings. It seems so. You don't look alike at all. It's strange. I just looked at you. I don't know why. I always feel that you two are like brothers. No, it's like one person standing there. Is it because his temperament is very similar to yours? I also have this strange feeling, brother. Jack also looked at V's back and said, he gave me the same feeling as when I first met you, Carl. There was a feeling that this guy would definitely get along well, and a sense of security, a strange sense of security that can't be seen in Night City. Badlands are generally not included in the Night City area, but they can't be seen in Night City, right? Said so, Carl turned his head and looked at V. This mission is really worth it. A few minutes later. I hate all two-seater cars. Carl, who was squeezed in between Oliver and Jack, swore that after this mission, he would never ride in a two-seater car with three people next time. Hold on for a while, Carl. Didn't they say the road is very close? Jack comforted Carl and noticed that the car in front was slowing down. Look, it seems we have arrived. It was just like what V said. The road was very close and they would be there in a short time. In total, they drove for less than 5 minutes. They arrived at a high point on a hillside. After the car stopped, they took a look and saw that there was a garrison below. A camp with a large number of people. The people walking around the camp all have the signs of night ghosts. Isn't there a sentry watching this place? If I were a night wanderer and stationed in a place like this, I would definitely leave a sentry on the hillside. After getting out of the car, Oliver looked at the situation below. It was a bit unbelievable that they were so close. They could even look down from above, and no one who wandered around the night noticed. After parking the car, V approached and heard his words and explained to Oliver, most of the night walkers used to be thorns in the family. They either did something unforgivable and were kicked out, or they left the family themselves. Such people who left the family only care about their own affairs. Joining the nocturnal ghosts means seeking shelter, and there is no need to think about being able to contribute to others. They don't know how to do tiring work like sentry duty, and V pointed at the camp. This is just a temporary camp and will be moved soon. You see, the people walking around in the camp are being moved. In this case, even some people who are forced to serve as sentries will stay. I can't go down anymore. Because according to their concept, who knows if someone will take away their belongings during the chaotic transfer, and they don't trust other people. I see. It takes a true wanderer in the bad land to understand. Now that we understand things, it's time to start the mission. So, where is the target? Oliver's Kalushi optical prosthetic. I began to scan the camp. Looking at the flashing artificial eye in Oliver's eyes, V obviously had never seen this type in real life. He looked at it a few more times with some curiosity, and then roughly recognized the model from the changing colors. The recently launched Chi Lu C special color model. I remember that this artificial eye has a shielding camera and scanning function, as well as the latest clear image zoom technology. You are very knowledgeable. Have you paid attention to this? While scanning the camp, Oliver didn't mind chatting with V, who was a little familiar with him. It's not the top model among the launched models, but it's a model that I like very much. I am paying attention to it. After all, it's a big brand. V, who seemed to be particularly knowledgeable about technical equipment, chatted with Oliver for a while, and Oliver scanned a special place. Found a suspicious point. On the western edge of the camp, there is a cave with a special heat source in it, and even at this moment of transfer, the people over there didn't move at all. I suspect that may be where the target is. Have you confirmed how many people there are? Carl walked over. During the scan, we can confirm the life signals of 42 people, but we don't know how many people are in the cave. The heat source over there interferes with the signal. 42 people. I see. Carl looked at V. Ding. This deal is done. V was a little puzzled to find that he was paid 15,000 euros again during the communication with Carl. Isn't this job not finished yet? Huh? What does not finished yet mean? Isn't this task very simple? V and his team found the traces of the night ghosts, then took them to the place, and then they solved the problem. Looking at Carl's puzzled face, V also showed a puzzled face. You said you'll give me 15,000 euros. You said this before. I'm not surprised that you're giving me money, but the order hasn't been settled yet. Haven't we dealt with the people down there yet? Haven't we helped you rescue people? Huh? Jack and Oliver, who had finished scanning the camp, also turned around. You're going to help us deal with the night ghosts and rescue people? What else? These two wanderer companions took their weapons from the car and walked over. V was quite confused by the three people's surprise. You want us to rescue people with 30,000 euros, right? We've paid the money, so why don't you want us to work? What a strange city dweller. This is what V is thinking now. What a strange wanderer. This is what Carl and the other three people who have been immersed in Night City think. 1 penny for 1 effort. The three who have been mercenaries for a while have almost figured this out. In other words, the amount of money is set for how much work you do, and you do that much work. You definitely don't do more, and you definitely don't do less, but what's going on this time? 30,000 euros, for Carl and his men, was simply the money for V and his men to find the traces of the night-wandering ghost and help lead the way. But for V's people, leading the way to find people was just a by-product, and it was an additional small thing in the commission. The real task of so much money must be to help them save people. There is no doubt about this. As for why the commission only mentioned finding the night-wandering ghost, that is the next thing. Needless to say, finding the night-wandering ghost and other evil land scum, isn't it just a fight? The difference in concepts between the two sides made the team that was originally prepared to go up with 3 people inexplicably add 3 more living forces. Fortunately, you are not mercenaries, otherwise you will definitely be snatched up by those middlemen. Carl sighed. He just wanted to find a group of capable trackers who could find the traces of the night-wandering ghost, but he didn't expect that tracking was just an additional service, and the real service was the thugs who came to the door. Thinking that the money is a lot, so the easy work must not be the real work. As the hired person, he should think about the employer and do harder work for him. Carl can only say, what kind of ultimate enemy is this? Looking at V holding a Nova revolver and ready over there, Carl felt that this guy might do it for the middleman's thousands of euros. After thinking about it, Carl walked behind the pickup truck they were riding in and opened the trunk. Originally, I thought that V and his team would leave after completing the task, and I didn't think about counting them, but since they were willing to help, it would be unreasonable not to give them some extra rewards. Give them extra money and explain to these wanderers that 30,000 euros is really not much for the mercenary team. It's really too much trouble to lead the way. It's better to take something useful as a reward. Since you're going to go, come and exchange some equipment. Carl said to V and his two fellow wanderers, it's too inefficient to hold the Nova revolver. Consider it a gift to you. Use these. Carl threw the storage equipment he brought with him before going out this time. Copperhead assault rifle, Crusher shotgun, and Saratoga submachine gun. These weapons that Carl got in the past mission were caught by 3 wanderers, and Carl threw more bullets. 4 basic bullets for each firearm should be enough. Finally, after closing the door of the pickup truck, Carl pulled the slide of the night to make sure there would be no problem with firing. Saratoga submachine gun, this is a good product. Crusher shotgun, I remember it costs more than 1,000 euros. While his companions were surprised to check their guns, V, who was holding the Copperhead assault rifle, had no special thoughts about Carl's gun, because he had seen a lot of this stuff in his family, but the Nova revolver was enough for him, so he didn't think about changing it. Well, let's go through the process first. After making sure that they had all checked their weapons, Carl said, the target should be in the cave west of the camp. We need to pay special attention there. When these night ghosts have almost moved out of the camp and are about to move the people in the cave, we will take action. At that time, one group of people will deal with the guards at the entrance of the cave and enter the cave to grab the target. One group of people will be outside to block the night ghosts who have reacted to prevent them from being blocked in the cave. After the night ghosts surround the area of the cave, another group of people will attack from behind, and then the people inside will cooperate to attack. Carl looked around at the 5 people in the field except him. In human terms, 2 people will go into the cave to grab the target, 2 people will go out, 1 mouth guards the back road, and 2 people stand outside to support the situation. Starting from the outside, the target may be solved by the night ghosts. If all people go in together, they will be waiting to die if the cave is blocked. 2 people go into the cave in groups of 2 and 1 group stays at the door. The night ghosts with more people can surround that area. Strafe them and they can be restricted to the cave range and cannot get out. In fact, Carl has considered directly activating the prosthesis with 3 people to kill the night ghosts, but the rejection period of the new prosthesis given by Lao Wei has not passed. Oliver and Jack have used Sion Weston and Violent Type today. It is not clear whether they will have any problems if they activate the prosthesis at a high frequency on the second day after the operation. Therefore, they can only follow the safe way of dividing into 3 groups. At the beginning, Carl's plan was the same, but at that time, there was only 1 person in the group, which was indeed not very safe. It must be said that with the addition of V and his companions, at least in terms of the number of people in each group, it is considered that the number of people has doubled. 6 people face 40.2 night ghosts, and 1 person only needs to face 7 people. It's simply my advantage. Crack! After breaking the neck of a nightwalker who was facing away from him, Carl sent a message in the team communication, successfully entered the cave, the enemy is eliminated. I'm done here too. V also broke the neck of a nightwalker in the cave at the same time as Carl took action. This should be the last one in the cave. I hope the nightwalker doesn't react so quickly and go back to the cave to see the situation. Carl said, nodding to V not far away. The 2 of them were responsible for entering the cave to rescue possible targets, while Jack and another wanderer holding a Crusher shotgun stayed at the entrance of the cave, ready to block the nightwalkers entering the cave. Finally, Oliver holding a cat-shaped gun and a wanderer holding a Saratoga submachine gun provided support outside and cooperated with the internal and external pincers at the critical moment. This team was decided after a little discussion, which was a reasonable allocation, and the feeling of actually implementing it. Carl can only say that it was very comfortable. V understood without him saying anything, and cooperated with him to complete the infiltration perfectly. When breaking and twisting the neck of the person, they did it together without any communication. You are very capable. I think if you become a mercenary in the future, you will definitely be able to do great things. V shook his head at Carl's words. I just want to be a wanderer who runs freely in the Badland now. It's quite free. Being a mercenary is actually quite free. If you have nowhere to go in the future, you can consider it. Our team welcomes people with ability to join. Nowhere to go. Listening to Carl's seemingly ordinary words, I don't know why it sounds like a very firm word. V thought about it, but gave an uncertain answer. When the time really comes, I will consider this kind of thing. The atmosphere in the family is really not good now, otherwise they would not come out to find work. If there is really no way to elect a qualified family leader, the family will split, or join some snake state. V himself is actually not sure what he can do at that time. Maybe by then, it would be nice to be a mercenary. Ka. Just as Carl and V were walking inside, they heard a strange sound coming from deeper inside the cave. It sounded like a heavy machine was stepping on the ground. This strange sound made Carl's hair stand on end, because he was very sensitive to this kind of sound. The last time he encountered it was during an escort mission. This was the sound of a huge mechanical foot stepping on the ground. Boom! Just as Carl made a vigilant move, a ball of fire burst out in the darkness deep in the cave in front of him. Then, under the gaze of Carl and V, a humanoid mechanical structure with a height of nearly 2 meters and 3 meters walked out of the fire. The humanoid mechanical structure, which was assembled from a bunch of messy parts, had a rotating machine gun installed on its left hand and a long knife on its right hand. Under the long knife, there was a flamethrower. Looking into the structure from the gap between the parts, you can see a middle-aged man with messy hair and oily clothes, who is surrounded by machinery and controlling something. When he saw Carl and V, his expression became obviously excited. Nightwalker bastards, you are dead. Damn, this guy looks familiar from the gap. Could he be the target of the mission that needs to be rescued? Is the thing he is wearing an assembled exoskeleton? How did he make this thing under the nose of the Nightwalker? This thing is almost as big as a medium-sized ACPA. Do you think you are a genius inventor kidnapped by terrorists? Carl was about to explain that he came to save him, but this military technology engineer was obviously imprisoned and tortured by too many Nightwalkers. When he saw Carl and V, he had already pulled the trigger of the rotary machine gun. Damn it! Carl could only dodge while yelling, "We are mercenaries who have accepted the commission and are here to help you. We are here to help you. You are a bunch of night-wandering ghosts, you still want to deceive me." It would have been better if Carl didn't say anything. After he said it, the engineer was obviously touched by something, and the bullet followed the trajectory of Carl's dodge. "You used this routine to deceive me once, do you really think I am a fool? You are really an idiot." He sprayed back without hesitation, rolled into a steel device in a cave, and felt the sound of bullets hitting the other side of the steel device. Carl did not forget to yell at V, "He is the target, be careful, don't kill him." "I can't kill him even if I want to, is this ACPA?" V, who was also hiding behind a mechanical device, was already numb. "What the hell is this, is it so exciting?" "It's just an exoskeleton." "Okay, I admit, it's a little big, but it's really just an exoskeleton. We have to find a way to stop it and make this half-crazy guy talk properly." "That has to be done." The gunshots in the cave obviously attracted the attention of the night ghosts outside the cave. A few seconds later, gunshots were heard outside the cave. It seemed that Jack and his men were also in a fight. "This is the first time I've been tricked by the target I need to save. The kidnappers hit me, and the target also hit me. Is this mission reasonable?" Carl complained, but had to think about whether there was a way to stop the target from going crazy while ensuring that his hands and feet were intact. "I couldn't think of it for the time being, so I tried the civilized approach again. We are really here to save you, and we accepted a commission from a middle-aged man with blue eyes." "What middle-aged man with blue eyes? I don't know him. Do you still want to deceive me? Do you think I am an idiot as a top military technology engineer? I will kill you. I am KK, do you know him? If not, Blanca in your company is an acquaintance of mine." "KK, who, haven't you heard of Blanca, the new bitch in the operations department? I was wondering why my route was leaked this time. It turned out to be her doing. You bunch of night wanderers are actually her people. When I get out, I will kill her when I come back." Even more angry. "Okay, it turns out that Blanca is an enemy. There is no other way. If he doesn't listen to reason, he can only use another reason." After taking a deep breath, Carl rushed out of the bunker. "Throw something over to cover me, V, I'm going to disarm it." He only said this, but V already understood what he was going to do. "You're a lunatic, KK." V also came out of the bunker, took out a grenade from his waist, pulled out the pin, and threw it towards KK. "Catch it." "Grenade?" Looking at the grenade thrown by V, the military technology engineer named Thomas Stein was obviously a little panicked. The exoskeleton he made was modified from the SKL.1903 security device made by military technology, and this device is far inferior to the real exoskeleton and ACPA armor in terms of explosion protection. In other words, the defense is very low and can't withstand the explosive power of the grenade at all. I hope readers will remember our domain name Taiwan Novel Network. As an engineer, he is really lacking in combat experience. Facing this grenade that could kill him, he was actually a little stunned for a while, not knowing how to react, and even didn't dodge. Seeing his stupid look, Carl could only say that it was fortunate that they arrived in time, otherwise Thomas Stein would be beaten into a sieve when facing the night ghost, and he would be beaten into a sieve when he came out of the cave. If this guy wasn't a target and couldn't be killed, Carl could have dealt with him in one encounter. Data invasion. If you're frozen and don't move, just stay still. Obstruction of movement. After the puppet invasion temporarily disabled the exoskeleton's ability to move, facing the muzzle of the gun that was still spewing bullets, Carl grabbed the grenade thrown by V from behind, and then swung it with his arm and threw it at the rock ceiling of the cave. Let's have a landslide, don't worry, I've seen the minor Mutwo how to blast correctly. Boom! In the explosion, Thomas Stan realized that the grenade was not coming for him, and before he could react further, the pile of rocks from top to bottom had already buried him. Because of the exoskeleton on the outside, he was not injured. Not thrown at you? When Thomas Stan finally realized that the two guys didn't seem to have any intention of killing him, Carl had already stepped on the pile of stones that buried the exoskeleton and stood beside him, looking down at him from top to bottom. Also looking down at him was the all-a-night pistol, which was aimed at the gap in the mechanical structure and pointed at his head. I surrender. Thomas Stan was very obedient and tried to raise his hands in the exoskeleton. He chose the smart way of doing things, and then he saw a ray of light on the wrist of the young man who called himself KK in front of him. Single molecule wire? When he recognized the prosthesis, the single molecule wire was already swinging and the cutting was completed. Thomas Stan, who found that his head was suddenly empty, realized belatedly that the other party had cut off all the upper exoskeleton, and also cut off my hair. Stop howling, idiot. Who told you not to listen to others? You have to bear the consequences of your own actions. Carl grabbed Thomas Stan's dirty clothes with one hand, lifted him up from the exoskeleton that could no longer move, and then looked into his eyes and asked a question. Now, do you know KK? I know him so well that I can't know him any better. Now, do you believe that I am a mercenary who came to save you? I believe it very much. Carl let out a long breath, then smiled, put Thomas Stan steadily on the pile of stones, let him stand up, and patted his shoulder with his arm. If I receive a mission to kill someone like you, I will kill you, do you understand? Well. Looking at Carl's smile, Thomas Stan, who felt his life was in danger, shrank his head. But he shouldn't kill me now, so, you'd better not be met by me in the future. Carl's fingers moved slightly. By the way, good morning. Before Thomas Stan realized what Carl was going to do, Carl's fingers had already pressed on his carotid sinus. This place can make people unconscious with the right amount of force, and Carl's arms just happened to be strong enough. Looking at Thomas Stan, who fell softly, Carl shook his arms. If you don't faint now, I can only use some drastic measures. In order to prevent this stupid target from doing anything that interferes with the mission, Carl made things clear and let him faint. V, I'll leave the task of leading the target to you, okay? Of course I can. V walked over, glanced at the target, and then looked at Carl. This exoskeleton, is it so easy for you to solve it? He can't control it, and you got a little too excited when you saw the exoskeleton like ACPA. Didn't you see his performance? He was like a child, and he froze when he threw a thunder. I guess this protection can't even block thunder. That's right. V realized it a little late at this time. Because he understood technology, he knew the power of the exoskeleton and ACPA very well. He only thought about the complete version. He was a little silly to think of this incomplete and weakened version with the most complete impression. However, V looked at Carl. Even if it was an incomplete version of the exoskeleton, it looked like ACPA on the surface. When ordinary people encountered it, they would not take the initiative to look at it in panic. KK recognized its threat in an instant and took countermeasures. Is this a real mercenary? Too strong. Thinking like this, V didn't realize at all that although he valued Thomas Stan's exoskeleton and felt that the strength displayed by the opponent was difficult to defeat, in the actual battle, he understood KK's words and had to risk it. He might have been killed by the machine gun fire, but he leaned out and threw the grenade accurately. There was not even a single mistake in the whole process. This kind of excessive belief that the opponent is powerful, but in actual combat is extremely smooth and will not be disturbed by emotions at all. V himself did not notice at all. Knowing that the other party is powerful but being able to make the most reasonable response is an amazing talent. When V grabbed the target Thomas Stan and walked out of the cave together with Carl, the fighting situation outside had already entered a fever pitch. Come on, Jack Wills is here. Attracting firepower, the Saratoga submachine gun in Jack's hand had already mopped down 7 people. Unable to break through, Nightwalker realized that he could not go on like this, so he brought a vehicle-mounted machine gun and prepared to suppress fire. And just before they were about to shoot, a gunshot rang out from a high hillside. The truck-mounted machine gun that was carried over and the Nightwalker who had just held the machine gun were torn in half by a bullet. There are snipers! Amidst the fearful cries of the night wanderers, Carl and V had arrived at the entrance of the cave. Everyone is here. When he arrived at the door, Carl received the personnel distribution map sent by Oliver on the team channel. Oliver, who was overlooking the entire camp from a high place, could clearly see all the movements of the Nightwalkers. Carl, you came just in time. 40 meters in front of you, behind a brown modified Hera, I was hiding from the 4 people who were supposed to be the leaders and got rid of them. They were very vigilant and equipped with some kind of equipment that might be electromagnetic interference. After my scope penetrated the bunker, I couldn't see their specific positions clearly. It wasn't very clear. Easy to solve. Is there no way to aim at Hera's engine and blow it up with a single shot? I tried it on the last car. They reacted very quickly. The engine didn't detonate immediately after being hit. They all ran away during this time. I wouldn't be able to catch up with their movements without driving the Sion Westan. If you can't catch up with their movements, it's not like they have a Krenzikov on their hands. Who knows? Krenzikov is not a particularly rare prosthetic body. There are countless people who wear it in street gangs. But in a place with a harsh environment and dusty sky like Badland, it is impossible to install such a sophisticated prosthetic body. What's wrong? But whatever people like to pretend to do, obviously has nothing to do with Carl. Time slowed down. Amidst the hail of bullets, Carl stepped forward. The body walks through the bullets, stepping on the sand and dust. Looking at the bullets flying around him, Carl felt that every part of his body was telling pleasure. It's just that the speed of reaction and muscle movement of the whole body is accelerated, It's as if the time has been mastered. It's no wonder that many people are addicted to the transformation of prosthetic bodies. This sense of power and control that the original body cannot bring may also be the cause of some kind of cyberpsychosis? Carl didn't actually understand the principles of Sion Westan very well, but in his thinking, the principles of Sion Westans were probably similar to those of fish. When Carl was young, when he was watching other children fishing by the creek, he would often see this scene. The hand Ming stretched out was less than 2 centimeters away from the small fish in the creek. They were the ones who stretched out their hands first. But after when he came back to his senses, in the water waves, the fish had moved instantly, reaching another place where the fingers touched and continuing to swim. The gesture of swinging its tail easily was like a child's reaching out at the last moment. It had never happened at all. Generally. The reaction and action that broke out in that moment were so fast that humans could not touch it, so Carl was wondering whether the principle in this aspect was imitated like a fish, with actions and reaction speeds far exceeding that of humans. The biological creature allows Sion Westan to replace the missing part of human beings, so that humans can achieve that kind of action and reaction speed. Just like fish, they can swim freely in the slow river of time and avoid it easily. The fingers of slow-moving children. Thinking too much. In slow time, Carl, who had crossed 20 meters and arrived among the night-wandering ghosts, shook his head slightly. I am not the protagonist of the Time.Pause series. Those people are talking to themselves and thinking about random things because time is paused. I am the one who is slowing down. I only think so much. Could it be that time has slowed down? Are all people like this, thinking that they are beyond human beings? I don't want to become a non-human being holding a steamroller. Trying to suppress the messy thoughts that popped up in his heart, Carl felt that it might be that his nervous reaction had accelerated, causing his thinking to become more active, but at least he was in the right place. Carl felt the tingling sensation in his nerves and body, and when he stopped, or he reached, it is 20.4 meters from the starting point. I can hold on a little longer, but this is almost the limit. Time continued to rush through the long river at a normal speed, and Carl raised his hands among the crowd of night ghosts. In the wrist, the single molecular line has lit up with the completion of charging. Call. This guy is. The 6 night wanderers around where Carl stopped looked at the stranger who appeared among them, their pupils shrank, but before they could react, the single molecular line had already crossed. Swinging in the light that flickered in the air, Carl retracted the single molecular line and stepped forward. Sorry, just stopping by. Aha! The one who could scream in terror was naturally not the night-wandering ghost who had split into 12 pieces and fell to the ground. For Carl, who appeared in the middle of their crowd and killed 6 of them in one fell swoop, the Night Wanderers showed their qualities as an outcast gang of Badlanders. Everyone has been killed. We are no match. Help! Run, drive, and leave quickly. They turned and ran. It may not be a route like the birds and beasts dispersed. At least on the way, these night-wandering ghosts still showed basic qualities. They knew how to go to the vehicle area, drove away with weapons, and were accompanied by Carl's night wandering around. After the ghosts fled, the remaining night-wandering ghosts obviously had no intention of being a backstop for others. Each of them knows the other person's character very well, and they don't expect them to stay and stop them, so they all just want to run faster than others. The advantages are overwhelming, and the disadvantages disappear in a hurry. Well, not even a street hustler. Sure enough, the master of Night City is the master, and there is still a gap between the level and the outside world. Things went more smoothly than anyone in Carl's team had expected. According to Oliver's idea, they had to at least cause more than half of the casualties to the Night Walkers and kill all of their leaders' people before they would think of running away. This was also the reason why Oliver wanted Carl to kill their leader. As a result, who would have thought that Carl rushed into the crowd and killed 6 people, and then they were all killed? This would be shot in the 6th Street Gang. Oliver put away the cat and horse. He was not a murderer. He would chase and kill people if they ran away. That was about it. What a pity. I wanted to test the quality of the 4 leaders. Carl looked at the 4 figures running fast, but it seems that they really have Krenzikov installed. I saw a person's back with obvious traces of Krenzikov installed. I don't know how they found a powerful prosthetic doctor to repair it in this evil land. Maybe there is a force behind the scenes to help? Otherwise, how can the military technology convoy be hijacked by these guys? It's too outrageous. As Oliver's voice fell, Carl called in. The person who called. It was Blanca. Blanca's newsletter? Carl answered the call without thinking too much. Carl, on mission, anything? Blanca, did you just destroy a Nightwalker camp? Just? Carl looked at the fleeing night ghosts and corrected her statement. Carl, right now, to be precise. Blanca, did you rescue an engineer named Thomas Stein? Carl, yes, your military technology. After Carl's words, Blanca was silent for a while, and just when Carl thought she had ended the communication, she sent another message. Blanca, I sold this guy. Listening to these words, Carl fell silent. He remembered that when he told Thomas Stein just now that he knew Blanca, the other party was even more excited. Originally, Carl thought that the other party was just too excited, like a mad dog, catching and biting anyone, but, company authored, you really sold him out. Blanca, in order for them to handle it well, I sent 4 subordinates to deal with it. You should let them go, right? 4, Carl thought of the 4 guys who were running away so fast. I asked how in this bad land, 4 guys suddenly appeared with Krenzikov's prosthetic body that needs constant maintenance. Carl, rather than letting them go, it's better to say that they ran faster and didn't have time to kill them. Blanca, come on, I still don't know what you are capable of. If you wanted to kill them, you would have killed them long ago. I owe you a favor. Don't worry about Thomas Stein. He is just a nobody. In military technology, the position here has also been cancelled. If you can save a person who has been fired, just save him. Something is wrong. Carl sensed something was wrong. Carl has worked with a company dog like Blanca so many times, and he is still very clear about her unprofitable temperament. Those people are her subordinates. She obviously does not need to say it, but she just mentions it and says she owes her a favor, something very wrong. Moreover, she sold Thomas Stan and accepted the commission to rescue him. She did not complain a few words, and then spent more money to allow herself to get rid of Thomas Stan after the mission was over to achieve a perfect ending and eliminate the root cause. Instead, she showed that he was not important. This is quite, particularly wrong. What are you planning? Scheming, I owe you a favor. Does this count as a plot against you? Am I just going to stop letting you believe it? I don't believe it. It's weird that you owe someone a favor and Thomas Stein won't kill you. He answered without hesitation. Carl didn't believe Blanca, a company dog he knew well. Oh, forget it, I won't joke with you, just think that I really want to get to know you. The favor is owed to you, so keep it with peace of mind. Later you can use this favor to ask me to do some small things or something. I'm quite happy. As for Thomas Stein, you don't even know who did it after being sold. Because of the reason for being expelled, there are special people to deal with it, but I don't need to take action. Thomas Stein's doubts were lifted, but for favors. Do you regard favors as an open transaction? Don't come to you for small things, in other words, big things? It's just 4 subordinates, but it's not enough for me to take the initiative to owe you a favor. It feels weird. Listening to Blanca's words that sounded like a chat between friends, Carl felt that he was not used to it. He was now 100%, 1000%, absolutely certain that this guy must have some unexplainable plan. After thinking for a while, Carl asked a question. What you are planning now shouldn't make me have to kill you with my own hands in the end, right? They were all acquaintances, so even Carl would hesitate a little to kill him. Listening to Carl's words, Blanca on the other end of the communication was obviously stunned for a moment, and then she realized what Carl meant, so her tone became a little more annoyed. You bastard mercenary, why do you think I'm plotting against you about everything about me? Why can't you think about it carefully? It's a shame that I expected what you were thinking. What's the meaning? Carl's question made Blanca even more annoyed. Come on, do you have any need for love? I'm not afraid to tell you. Even if you want to ask me out for a meal, I can agree. After saying this, the communication was cut off by the angry Blanca. Is this a deliberate expression to relax yourself? Carl frowned. As expected of a qualified company dog, he actually took steps to retreat and made himself believe it by making it look like he was angry. However, even if he invites her to dinner, what does it mean that she will agree? Just say something casually to increase your sense of trust? It's not that Carl didn't think about it. Blanca really wanted to borrow this favor and go out for a meal with him, but the impression of Blanca as a shrewd company dog left too deep an impression on Carl's mind. It was hard for him to think about this possibility. If she can't afford it, she must be coveting something of her own. This is something Carl can be sure of. But I have to think carefully about what else is worth coveting. Is it my own strength? She wants to do what she said before, to have a relationship with herself, to let herself be her subordinate and help her with things? Weird. It shouldn't be that he actually had to shoot her in the end. After being puzzled for a while, Carl was about to go back to help Jack and the others clean up the battlefield, and sent a text in his communication with Blanca. If you really want to date me, I'd love that Spanish restaurant downtown. Just like it if you like it. I like that restaurant too, but it's a bit expensive. After Carl walked over and helped Jack and the others search for the night ghosts around the entrance of the cave, Blanca, who had been silent for a long time, sent another message. I can treat you, dinner? See, I'll tell you what the purpose is. He actually bribed himself with delicious food. When we meet in a few days, are you ready to talk in person? Can I bring others with me? You are dining with someone of the opposite sex, and are there other people around you? Carl thought about Mrs. Wells and Misty, of course, otherwise. Then, I can cover the entire store. Anyway, do you have time on Christmas Eve? I'm not sure about Christmas Eve. I have to go to the bar for dinner as a team on Christmas Day. My biometric monitoring just reminded me that my blood pressure has risen, and now I understand how to talk to a guy like you properly. How to say? Carl picked up the firearm on the ground and looked at it for a few times, and found that it was useless. He sighed and threw it on the ground. Then, he received a sum of euros. 40,000 euros, you came to a Spanish store alone on Christmas Eve. Your mission was to accompany me to dinner and protect me. You could have just said no earlier. I will definitely be happy if there is a job. I will definitely come when the time comes. Can you only be alone? If you didn't say before that you could cover the whole store and protect you, wouldn't it be better for the team to do so? One person. This is the same as in the past. What problems have arisen internally? There are no trusted subordinates who can use it, and they cannot be too arrogant, and the number of people cannot be large, so are you looking for yourself? Is this her true purpose? I'll go. After the message was sent, there was no movement from Blanca's side, as if she no longer wanted to continue talking to Carl. After searching for half an hour, Carl thought of a possibility somewhat belatedly. Isn't it really possible that Blanca just found an excuse to date herself? This may have been quickly forgotten by Carl. Because she gave money. As early as Carl's time, he knew that paying for a date was not serious. For something like a date, you have to pay to get it. Either there is something wrong with the two parties, or something is wrong with one of the parties. Carl thinks that there is nothing wrong with him, so there must be something wrong with Blanca and she is planning something. After all, that's 40,000 euros. A total of 40,000 euros was higher than the employment fee Carl gave V and the others. Next time you have work in the Badlands, you can look for us again. Sure, see you next time. After waving goodbye to V and his friends who were leaving with a bunch of messy equipment, Carl and his 3 friends returned to Night City from the Santo Domingo district with their employer. Overall, the short one-day trip to the Badlands was quite rewarding. I got to know V and a new middleman, which was quite profitable. As the vehicle passed through the streets of Santo Domingo, Carl started talking to T.Bug, who had been reconnected to the network. This trip is over. All that's left is to deliver the target to the employer. Are you interested in having a drink offline? We haven't even met in real life. Next time, I'm still dealing with some follow-up tracking issues. Not long after you rescued the target, some people from military technology began looking for the target's biological signals. They seem to have something to do with the target, and I'm shielding them. The target was fired by the people from military technology. Carl recalled Blanca's words and said, "It should be the cleanup team from military technology, preparing to get rid of the target, but it's none of our business. After delivering the target, the deal will be settled. At that time, his life or death will have nothing to do with us. There's no need to shield him specially, just cover him up a little. Those people from military technology are not stupid. After they find out that we are carrying out the mission, they will understand the rules. Okay, I sent out a jamming signal, and they will probably track the wrong target for a while. Is half an hour enough? Yes, I believe in my driving skills." Oliver said so in the team channel and stepped on the accelerator. "I have been driving this street since I was a child. I have been racing since I was a child, but wasn't your car, Sky Quartz, given to you by your sister when you were 20 years old?" Carl still remembered what Oliver had said and questioned it. "Can't you drive your dad's car secretly if you don't have a car? I think you must have been beaten a lot since you were a child." "Nonsense, my dad is confident in me. In other words, he doesn't care about you at all." After Carl's words, Oliver was a little broken. He chose to keep silent and ignore Carl. Jack talked about another topic. "Speaking of which, do you think every company has a department dedicated to cleaning up the fired personnel? In order to prevent important personnel from taking information to other companies, they really took great pains." "There is definitely one, but the target is only important personnel." Carl said, "If you are a low-level employee who knows nothing, I feel that the company would rather let you bear a debt that your family cannot pay off for several lifetimes and then get out of the company than send someone to spend time cleaning you up." At this time, while Carl was talking, Oliver suddenly braked without warning, which almost caused Carl and Jack, who were not wearing seatbelts, to hit the front window of the car. "What happened?" Jack opened the door that was not closed tightly and almost started the violent mode. His first reaction to Oliver's sudden brake without warning was that he might have been attacked by some kind of attack. "Enemy?" Carl pulled out his end of knife in the gap. No. Oliver stared ahead for a few seconds, then turned to Carl and Jack a little embarrassedly and said, "My dad seemed to be patrolling the street today, I saw him." "Ha?" Carl and Jack followed Oliver's line of sight and found that just in front of them, a blond middle-aged man wearing clothes with the 6th Street Gang logo and looking very similar to Oliver was walking on the road with several 6th Street Gang members. What a coincidence. Carl thought about it, and thought about the 2 titles of uncle and finally chose the former. "This is the first time I have seen my uncle. He looks very energetic. He is just an old man with a stubborn temper." Oliver said, nodded to Jack and Carl, restarted the car and slowly drove to the side of his father, and then rolled down the window. "Dad, are you walking around the street?" When Oliver's father saw a strange car parked beside him, his hand subconsciously touched his waist. When he saw that the window was lowered and what appeared was not the muzzle of a gun, but his son, he was stunned. "Oliver, why are you here?" He stared at the car in confusion. "Did you change the car?" "I borrowed it. I went to the Badland to work today. When I passed by in the morning, someone blocked me. I didn't expect to see you in the afternoon. In the morning, it was Cannon's people." Oliver's father obviously knew something and snorted coldly. "He has been quite active recently." "Well, Cannon is now a senior member of the 6th Street Gang. His status is even now only below the leader. It was the death of his nephew who was stuffed into the mission to gild Oliver that made him quit the 6th Street Gang." Oliver's father obviously didn't have a good attitude towards that guy. "Hello, Uncle." Carl greeted Oliver's father in the car very well. He has always been very polite to his friends' parents. "You are Dad." Oliver recognized Carl by his black hair, and smiled. "You must be KK. Oliver, the stupid boy, is under your care." "It's me who is under his care." Carl said this with a bit of embarrassment. If it weren't for Oliver taking him to learn so much about Night City, Carl might still be a small mercenary trying to find a job on the street. And without Oliver's support in the mercenary mission, Carl would not dare to take such a risk. Hello. Jack squeezed on the other side of the car and greeted Oliver's father. Oliver's father knew Jack. In any case, Jack used to be a member of the Valentino gang. To Jack, Oliver's father just said this. Next time, come and have a drink together when you have time. Of course. After Jack responded with a big smile, the few people did not delay for too long. T-Bug could only delay for half an hour. St. Domingo was still a distance away from the agreed Highwood Wolf Bar. The old man and the employer were waiting for them to send the car and the target back. After the pickup truck restarted and drove far away, a member of the 6th Street gang who was about the same age as Oliver's father came up behind him. Will Cannon, he's been going too far recently. He's keeping an eye on the guys above him, so of course he'll act arbitrarily. Oliver's father said, I think things are going to get messy inside. After hearing this, the other 6th Street gang members fell silent. Will Cannon was the first person under the leader, and now he's keeping an eye on the guys above him. What does he want to do? The 6th Street gang is going to get messy. Excellent action, fast speed, there is no doubt that this is a perfect result. This order is closed, Mr. Carl. Listening to the voice of the blue-eyed middle-aged man in the communication, Carl sat in the Wild Wolf Bar and ate French fries, and responded calmly, I thought you would receive the target in person, but in the end you still asked someone to act as your agent. It seems that this rescue target is not worth mentioning to you. You can't say that, Mr. Carl. He will naturally have his importance, but there are some things that don't need to appear in person. The blue-eyed middle-aged man continued in the communication, our next cooperative task is the more important thing now. Hearing this, are you going to send the file now? Physical rest is necessary, and I hope you can maintain a good mental state to perform my task. What you mean is, let me rest for 2 days to prepare. As a mercenary, Mr. Carl's efficiency and speed in performing tasks are really reassuring, but I think your mental state also needs some care. The blue-eyed middle-aged man spoke strangely, but his meaning was very clear. He was worried about Carl's mental state and wanted Carl to adjust for a few days. After being told too much by people who are not familiar with him, Carl is too lazy to correct it. He was just a little diligent in carrying out the task, but people worried about his mental state. How can he explain this? If the mercenaries are lazy, then you guys can't find anyone to do the work. Then I'll wait for your news. I hope the reward for your so-called big job is in line with the reward. You will be satisfied, Mr. Carl, but as an apology for not being able to give you the task immediately, I have sent something that you will be interested in to your apartment. I hope this can be my compensation. To my apartment? How did you guys know where I live? Carl still didn't say such stupid things. In this day and age, what privacy can there be? It is not a surprising thing to be known by people with intelligence where you live. Carl was about to ask what was sent, but suddenly found that the communication was cut off. Weird. Carl could only say this to this somewhat mysterious client. I don't know what he said I would be interested in. Because of curiosity, Carl did not stay in the Wild Wolf Bar for long after the mission. After Mrs. Wells gave him a big bag of French fries, he said hello to Jack and Oliver who were still drinking, and took the subway home. He arrived at the 4th floor of the super skyscraper quickly. When he entered the room, Carl saw a bundle placed in the corner of the room. Was it delivered by a delivery robot? This super skyscraper really has no privacy at all. It was really delivered to your home. Carl was not in a hurry to open the bundle. Although it should not be necessary, it was necessary to be vigilant about the unfamiliar bundle. After tearing open the package with a single molecular wire across a few meters, Carl saw a transparent glass cabinet. Cabinet? Looking inside this square glass cabinet with a diameter of about 60 centimeters, there was one thing in the glass cabinet, a chip. A chip needs such a large cabinet to be transported? Carl opened the cabinet, held his breath for a few seconds, and after confirming that there was no device such as poison gas in the cabinet that triggered it, he took out the chip. After inserting it into the room computer and doing a basic check with his hacker knowledge, Carl discovered that it was actually a training chip. Training chips are now used in the armies of many countries. As long as the chip is inserted, the user will arrive in a virtual environment, where he can practice with the various terrains and enemies simulated by the chip to improve his skills. I remember that military technology has invested a lot in this area, and the soldiers of the new United States are also using this thing in large quantities. I don't know if this chip is the same as the military technology. The computer's inspection ability is not as good as Carl's access warehouse, so after doing a basic check and roughly confirming that there are no viruses, Carl inserted the chip and checked it again. It's a bit risky, but there is really nothing special in it. It seems that the blue-eyed gentleman has made sincerity in the gift. I just don't know how much sincerity this is. Carl knows that the training chips provided by military technology to ordinary soldiers are actually very general in training, because the manufacturing of chips requires data input and good materials. The training chips that can be provided to ordinary soldiers, the opponents they can face, to put it bluntly, may be the level of low-level thugs on the street who can't even join gangs, that is, the most corrupt and incompetent NCPD. The police officers will all rush forward and rush to make meritorious deeds when they see it. The chip that can satisfy me must be the elite level of the 6th Street Gang. After starting the chip, the consciousness entered the virtual space. Several debugging panels appeared in front of Carl, which listed the exercises he could do and the opponents he could face. The training chip given by the blue-eyed middle-aged man collected the following personnel data. Arasaka Special Operations Department Agent, Arasaka Ninja, Military Technology Operations Department Personnel, New American Sergeant, Kongtao Security Robot, Elite Member of the Hellhound, Lazarus Official Mercenary. After just a quick glance, Carl saw some pretty good training subjects. Each of these personnel can clean up a scavenger base alone without taking a breath. The strongest can easily solve a gang base, and the weakest can at least fight 3 or 4 gang members. Looking at the data records of these personnel, machines, and the equipped prostheses, equipment, and abilities, Carl had to admit that he was really satisfied with the gift from the blue-eyed middle-aged man. It's better to say that he was satisfied to the extreme. If you use Carl's own standards. Except for the robots, everyone in this data is at least at Mr. Johnson's level. Although it's very sorry to say this, Mr. Johnson, it actually feels like this. I don't know how the blue-eyed middle-aged man got so much data. It's hard to get this training chip for 100,000 euros, right? Let's try it first, and feel the virtual space. Carl thought about it and decided to test his level. So, start setting up. Location selection, the 3-story villa, together with the surrounding area, covers a total area of 7,200 square meters. Personnel, 15 Kongtao security robots, 10 Hellhound elite members, 7 New American sergeants, 3 Lazarus official mercenaries, 2 Arasaka ninjas, a total of 30.7 people. Equipment selection, Lexington pistol, Copperhead assault rifle. Training goal, clear all. Carl thought about it and checked another rule. Only 40 bullets allowed, only headshots allowed, only firearms allowed. Even the blue-eyed middle-aged man would not have thought that the training chip he gave as a gift, which was essentially intended to help Carl keep his hands and feet from getting rusty during the 2 days of rest, was used by Carl to train himself intensively. Damn, this thing is so powerful. Jack opened his eyes and shouted. He sat on the sofa, his hands trembling a little. It was difficult for even a man like him to recover from the sequelae of death in the virtual space. I haven't had much contact with Black Mutwo, so my reaction is not as big as yours. Speaking of which, how difficult was it for you to choose? Sitting on his bed, drinking water, Oliver watched Jack finish and was a little curious about how far he had reached. After Carl got the training chip yesterday and brought it over in the morning, it was just the first time for both of them to try it. Oliver, who was already sweating from the attempt, continued, "Didn't this guy Carl have several preset difficulties, such as practice difficulty, easy difficulty, hard difficulty, and challenge difficulty? Which stage have you reached?" "I passed the practice and simple easily. The difficulty was a bit thrilling, but I passed it. It didn't take long after I entered the challenge. I was caught by the preset Arasaka ninja, and 2 mantis knives pierced my chest directly." Jack took out the chip, pointed to his chest with some fear, and said, "I feel like my heart has been ripped out by that charming blade." "Take it out in a physical sense, right? If you are stronger than me, I will fight hard." At the end, I was led by a New American soldier and blew himself up. What a hell, I even saw him explode. Didn't respond. Oliver looked at Carl, who was sitting there watching TV. "Speaking of which, Carl, the difficulty you set, have you tried all the challenges?" "I just said it like that after passing it." Carl turned around and spread his hands. "The data here means that it is meaningless to pile up the number of people if you go up. I have packed in the most reasonable distribution and difficulties. There is no better data, so I can only go to a challenge level. The challenge level means that it is a challenge for you, right? Wait a minute, if there are more awesome data, will you be able to see a few exoskeletons staring at me when you enter the despair level? It could also be a combination of several heavy, medium, and light ACPAs, plus a complete military technology team and Arasaka ninja assistants. with new American soldiers on patrol, and more than a dozen Contao security machines. Well, we should add a lone wolf with rich combat experience in Lazarus as a backup. After all, if a few exoskeletons are solved now, I won't despair. Damn it, is this configuration you mentioned possible for a normal person to live with? Who are you torturing? So it's called despair difficulty. Carl didn't understand very well. Isn't the despair difficulty just despair? I should really be glad now that there is no higher.end data here, otherwise I might have been directly bombarded to pieces by machine cannons when I entered. Oliver was talking as Jack handed him the chip. Want to try again, Oliver? Certainly. He took it without hesitation, and Oliver still didn't believe it. It's just a difficult difficulty. How can I still get through it? I won't play bullshit S0 or .22 this time. I can't use that gun as well as Nemeda. It's my fault. I felt distressed for so long. There's a big difference in price. Do you think the company that manufactures weapons is so kind to give you cheap, affordable, and easy-to-use products? Well, it's not like there are no such guns, but high-end weapons like sniper rifles? You better not count on it. After Carl waved his hand, he turned back and continued watching TV. When Oliver inserted the chip, Carl's voice came again. By the way, in order to ensure randomness, I have preset more than 10 maps, and there are 20 random templates for personnel positions and combinations. Oliver, it may be a bit difficult for you to memorize it. After all, it is a real practice, so, come on. Damn it, do you think I would expect to get past them? I will kill them today. Oliver was unconvinced when the chip was inserted, and it was obvious that he was suffering from headaches. Considering his occasional violent temper during road rage, Carl only hoped that he would not die today. What do you think a sniper would do with this thing? Jack obviously wanted to relax after a practice. He picked up a bottle of beer and sat next to Carl to watch TV together. Breakthrough and annihilation, isn't that what we should do? It doesn't matter if he practices more, he may be in danger at close range and needs to be dealt with by himself. Carl looked back at Oliver again, and after making sure that he was lying on the bed and already addicted to practicing virtual space, he pulled out the single-molecule wire, plugged it into the interface connected to the TV next to the sofa, and adjusted the channel. Carl? Jack, who was confused about Carl's behavior, understood what Carl was doing in the next second. Originally, it was just boring news in GG. Jack didn't know why Carl could watch the TV for so long. The screen suddenly changed, and the screen displayed, cool. Looking at what was displayed on the screen, Oliver was unable to raise his head in the hail of bullets and was holding on for dear life without starting the CNY stand. Jack almost couldn't help but whistle. Watching it from a third perspective, right? We connected secretly. I ordered breakfast takeout. We'll watch the meal later. I also ordered a few boxes of beer and other drinks, and they're all on the way. Eating and drinking is much more interesting than watching a movie. Is there anything more joyful than watching a friend being tortured? If there is, it must be that there is food and drink around you, and you can cross your legs and lie down to watch. After Oliver died 4 times, the takeaway arrived, and Jack and Carl ate and talked. How many times do you think Oliver will pass? Jack asked, and Carl thought for a while and said, after all, Oliver has not been on the streets as long as Jack. Even after forming a team, he does not have much close combat experience. If he practices, it should be within 20 times? 20 times, will it be that many? I think 15 times is about right. Boom! On the screen, Oliver was blown to death again. If it weren't for the fact that the virtual space was not very good at making redundant adjustments, Carl would have wanted to add a subtitle for the display of a dish. You have a good appetite today, Carl. It's a good operation to eat with food. You'll eat better if you watch it more. You're talking about me, Jack, you eat a lot too. I have a good appetite today. I can't help it. After Oliver spent 24 attempts to pass the level smoothly without any injuries, he was exhausted and hungry. When he opened his eyes and took off the chip, he saw Carl and Jack lying on the sofa, full and unable to move. Looking at the dark screen in front of them and the mess on the floor, Oliver was a little confused. What are you watching? You're eating so happily. Is it a food show? It's so good for eating? After Oliver knew why Carl and Jack were so full, he almost couldn't help but turn the car into the polluted river on the side of the road while driving, and died together with these 2 idiots. Okay, it's our fault, isn't it? I just want to watch your practice and supervise you from the side. Carl's words made Oliver's hands on the steering wheel tremble, and the slight tremor of the vehicle made Carl smart enough to choose to shut his mouth. Is there anything scarier than making the driver angry while riding in a car? That's messing with a road rage driver. If you can't speak, don't speak. Carl. Jack comforted him in the passenger seat. Think of the best, Oliver, at least it's rare that we are all full. The car shook even more violently, and other vehicles that were almost hit by it couldn't help lowering their windows and scolding them. You are very full, but all I eat are leftovers. Oliver turned his head and glanced at Jack faintly. Watch the road, Oliver, watch the road. Carl, who was sitting in the back seat, was terrified. Driving was more scary for Oliver than fighting. It didn't matter if the car crashed. At most, Carl would just squeeze in and bump into someone. Looking at it, don't worry, my prosthetic eyes are bright. After turning the steering wheel, Oliver returned his main gaze to the front, and then said a little angrily, So, what are you going to do today? That guy with clear blue eyes has sent a mission? No, what he said was to wait for a few days. According to that kind of people, it could be a week or 2 weeks. It's only been a few days. Because he had completed the mission of the blue-eyed middle-aged man, Jack, who already had some money in his pocket, was not in a hurry to complete the mission. He looked at Carl. What did you say you were going to do today, Carl? Your memory, I feel like you could use a prosthetic body to upgrade it, Jack. Carl looked at the surrounding scenery. My part-time job at Danger Girl has come back to life. It's not an emergency task, it's a small job that will increase my salary. They want me to go to an area in the city center to investigate the situation of missing persons. I have nothing to do. So I will do something next. Oh, I remembered. You mentioned that you wanted to find someone. No, I remember that the dangerous girls were all cat-eared beauties who went to investigate the disappearances. I also saw the publicity. What did you do at that time? Aren't the terms of employment also include emergency protection, plus occasional bodyguard duties? Why is it your turn to investigate? Jack's memory for some things was so good that Carl was amazed. Because the missing person this time is the beautiful girl detective with cat ears. Carl said, the beautiful girl detective with cat ears who went to investigate has disappeared. As a bodyguard, I went over to take a look. Is it a way to make up for it? So, this is what we do today? Yes. When they arrived, Carl opened the car door and stepped out. There are regulations in this regard, and outsiders are not allowed to participate. You all know this outsider. He is considered a person outside the office. For the sake of salary, I think I still be honest. It sounds like you have no integrity. Oliver no longer cared about being served as a meal by Jack and Carl. He sat in the driver's seat and asked Carl, we can help you with other things. If you don't tell us what's going on, just tell us what to do. T.Bug is also free today. Wouldn't it be easier to call her and let's investigate together? This matter may not go as you wish, mercenary Oliver. The person who said this was naturally not Carl, but Kenichi Shiro, who saw the car parked and walked in from a distance, wearing a black suit. Carl will be my assistant on this job. So, it turns out that Carl is not the main person? Oliver glanced at Kenichi Shiro, and paused for a moment on his East Asian face, which was similar to Carl's. Is this what Carl said, Kenichi Shiro? He is most likely someone from Arasaka? Jack also looked at Kenichi Shiro, but what he mainly looked at was Kenichi Shiro's body. Even if it was covered by a suit, the traces of prosthetic modifications were clearly visible, making Jack vaguely aware of the danger. It simply felt like he was facing a dangerous killing machine. The difficulty of the challenge in the training chip seemed to be nothing compared to the man in front of him. If Jack were asked to give a similar impression of danger, he would put the man in front of him named Kenichi Shiro roughly equal to the man he saw at a glance when he looked at Carl's body. And the man named Adam Hammer. The sense of threat they gave Jack was equally strong. When I was riding in the car just now, the priest sent me a small job. I sent you the attachment. You can do it today. Carl smiled and said this to Oliver, and Jack glanced at Kenichi Shiro. His eyes were calm. Mr. Kenichi Shiro, I said goodbye to my friend, there should be nothing wrong. It's not that urgent. Kenichi Shiro just said this and stood aside calmly. I'll leave the job to you. Don't worry. After saying goodbye to Carl, the car left. After driving a few kilometers, Oliver, who was silent, spoke again. Is that guy under surveillance? Speaking of surveillance, I feel it's more likely this is my first time. I plan to see Carl's true capabilities from the sidelines. Jack couldn't help but want to look back. That guy is very strong. I also feel this way. To put it in terms of a sniper, I feel that even if I have aimed at him and the bullet comes out of the chamber, it will reach in front of him and stick to his skin, and he will be able to react. Get out of the way, and in turn, track my location and get rid of me. Is that the real elite in the company? Looking at it this way, we are still far away. So, the training chip still needs to be practiced. Oliver drove the car very steadily, and by the way, he contacted T.Bug. T.Bug, I have opened the communication. Are you listening? We are going to end this trip as soon as possible and go back to practice more. Carl sent me the attachment. I have helped you find the personnel and sent you the address. Go there now. I can also help you check on the personnel. It's so reliable, T.Bug. Hera speeds up in the sky. Then, let's finish this job quickly. Standing in front of others, it is difficult to say even a harsh word under pressure. This is not their temperament. As a friend, Carl's face must be helped to support him. At least let them know that if they dare to have any evil thoughts towards Carl, there is still someone behind him. The deceased was 30.2 years old, a native of Santo Domingo, a delivery boy by profession, and his family, Chief Jason. The cause of death of the deceased has been investigated. It was asphyxia. Surosher? Jensen, who had recently been promoted from police officer to sergeant, looked back at the subordinates who handed him the documents and found it hard to believe the cause of death report given by the laboratory personnel. After he took the document and looked at it for a few times, he confirmed that the report given by the laboratory department was indeed asphyxia, and then turned his head again and looked at the situation inside the cordon. The minced meat and bloodstains scattered all over the floor. The cause of death of its owner was actually asphyxiation? That is to say, the deceased was cut into pieces after he died of asphyxiation? That's the tentative speculation. Then that's strange. He's already dead, so is it necessary to mess up his body in such a mess? Or is it because we need to remove his prosthetic body in an emergency? Yes, maybe the prisoner is a scavenger? There was too little information, and Jason was not a full-time crime solver, so he just took the report from the laboratory seriously. Go back and check the surrounding surveillance and ask the people nearby. If it is really a scavenger, then we have to find time to clean it up. As Jason was talking, a police officer ran from a distance and hurriedly came towards him. Report to the sheriff. Is something wrong? An outsider is approaching. Outsiders? When outsiders approached while handling the case, Jason didn't quite understand why his subordinates had to come to him for instructions on such a thing. He told them that a case was being handled inside and asked them to avoid it. There are two people coming, one is Carl. It's Carl, why is he here? When Jason heard that it was Carl, he also understood why his subordinates came to find him in such a hurry. If it was Carl, then there would be no harm in letting him come. What about the other one? Why did you only say Carl? I don't know who he is. The police officer swallowed and said a little nervously, but I saw Carl nodding and listening to what he said. Let Carl listen to him? This is different from the impression Carl left on Jason. Carl's lively and sunny temperament, which to those who are not familiar with it, seems to be no different from cyberpsychosis. It's strange that he actually listens to what others say. Let them come together. I'm also curious as to who is the person who can make Carl listen in peace. Yes. The police officer received the order and immediately turned around and ran back. He ran in a hurry, but this was not because he was worried that Carl would be impatient with waiting. On the contrary, he simply didn't want Carl to wait any longer. When Carl faced cyberpsychosis twice, this young police officer was by his side. It can even be said that he was saved twice by Carl. For Carl, a well-known mercenary in Night City, he was used by many gangs. He didn't feel afraid of people whom the elements considered to be lunatics, and even felt a sense of security every time he saw them. Because he knew that KK, who was regarded as a scourge among bad gangs, was actually a pretty good person, reasonable and polite. This young police officer could even see from KK to the justice that he longed for and regarded as his goal in the past, but gradually lost it after joining the NCPD. Yes, justice. This is a justice that is difficult to see in the NCPD, where corruption, favoritism, and bending the law have become extremely common. Most of the people in Night City don't talk about justice and reason. Maybe they were just in a bad mood when walking, maybe the crooked signboard they were looking at fell down, or maybe the straight line under their feet was suddenly changed. If someone blocks them, they may pull out their gun and start randomly pulling the trigger on passers-by based on their mood, which is something Carl would not do. Carl is truly reasonable. If he wants to kill you, there must be some reason. This alone is already quite remarkable. A clear death is something that is unattainable in the city of night. You don't even know what you have offended, and you don't even know how many people have died. In this case, how can people prevent and to avoid touching taboos? It's a day of worry. The life of worrying about not being randomly shot and killed by crazy people on the road is really depressing. When I meet someone who understands the bottom line, can reason, always smiles and steals the sunshine, treats myself as an individual and treats myself fairly, how can this not make people feel safe and secure? Sorry for the trouble, thank you. After smiling and nodding and thanking the police officer who came over to tell them that they could pass, Carl, accompanied by Kenichi Shiro, walked all the way into the blocked murder scene. Good morning, Mr. Johnson. Good morning, Carl. Facing Carl's smile, Jason also showed a rare smile and said hello, and then looked at Kenichi Shiro behind Carl. After his eyes lingered behind his black suit for a while, his eyes shifted to Carl again. Who is this? He's my boss? Carl did not say Kenichi Shiro's name, but just stated that he was his boss. Boss? Hearing this word that was a bit unimaginable to hear from Carl, Jason was a little disbelieving. You have joined the company now? It's a part-time job. Dangerous Girl Agency, you've heard of it, the one with the cat-eared beautiful girl detective. It's the Dangerous Girl Agency. As an old Night City man, Johnson naturally knew that this agency was headquartered in Night City, so the reputation of this agency has gradually decreased in recent years, but when Johnson was young, Dangerous Girl Agency was the most popular detective agency in the entire Night City. Johnson even bought the cat-eared beautiful girl detective photo album launched at that time. So, you are here to investigate something, not this case, right? If you are a professional detective, I welcome you to participate, but, Jensen looked at Kenichi Shiro suspiciously, do you have a cat-eared girl detective? Or is the dangerous girl now changed to an uncle detective? Or is he a cat-eared beautiful girl detective once he takes off his clothes? His words made Kenichi Shiro's face change slightly, but he kept his face basically indifferent and silent, without saying a word. He chose to leave the negotiation to Carl. As expected of a professional, his eyelids only twitched slightly when he was told that. Carl, watching Kenichi Shiro's expression, praised him in his heart, and then did not embarrass his boss on the mission and explained to Johnson. In other words, Danger Girl had a detective who was tasked with investigating the deceased in this case, and then she disappeared while investigating the deceased? Listening to Carl's story, Jason probably understood what was going on. To add something more, when the detective investigated the person was not dead yet. Carl glanced at the bloody situation inside the cordon. Now, this is getting interesting. The man the detectives were investigating was found dead in a downtown alley, and the detective investigating him has disappeared. Jason murmured, feeling that this police dispatch was not as simple as imagined. It seems that my previous guess was wrong. This matter may not have been done by the scavengers. Jason said that the scavengers in the city center had just been cleaned up recently, and the new scavengers were not capable of causing a detective from a detective agency to disappear mysteriously. Can I see the deceased's profile, Mr. Jensen? Since this matter has already been involved, that's okay. Jason handed the document in his hand to Carl without much hesitation. As for the rules, in fact, even the personnel involved could not do this, but the NCPD does not follow the rules on the surface now, not even Jason. Carl looked through the file for a while, and after writing down the information, he handed the file back to Jason without thinking about showing it to Kenichi Shiro, who was behind him as a decoration. The deceased was a native of Santo Domingo and had only been active in the Santo Domingo area in recent days. However, the place where he was found dead was in the city center. The document did not indicate that he was at a key traffic monitoring point. We saw surveillance footage of him leaving the Santo Domingo district on foot, which means, Carl thought about it and said, either he has the ability to block surveillance, or he came to the city center by car, or he might have been put in the trunk. There are only a few ways to travel in Night City: walking, driving, or taking the subway. If you take the subway, you have a subway card that records your identity. As long as you take the subway, it will be recorded. So the deceased's method of leaving Santo Domingo is just that. Just walking and driving. Of course, it is also possible that he left Santo Domingo by float, but considering the financial situation of the deceased, this is unlikely. The deceased's occupation was a delivery boy, just a low-level employee. Even the transport vehicle that delivered the goods still had more than 2 years of installments. The possibility of riding in the floating vehicle was too small. This possibility could only be as the last possible option after ruling out all other possibilities. What's the reason the Danger Girl detective is investigating him? Jason and Carl shared and thought about information and looked for breakthroughs. He seems to be having an affair with a married man. The husband suspected that his significant other was cheating on him, so he hired a professional detective to investigate. You know, most of the things detectives do are simply impossible. It's about solving crimes, and routine investigations like this are the norm. Cheating? Jason is not surprised that married men are free to fall in love. In this era where gender can be changed at will, this kind of love can only be said to be very normal. What he is thinking about is the possibility of cheating. Is it possible that it was a vendetta? For example, the detective found out that the husband's other half was indeed cheating on him, so, the employer is fine, and so is his significant other. After the detective disappeared, the firm collected relevant information about the employer. In this regard, it was just a misunderstanding. The married man cheated on him with another person. The possible clues have been broken again. Jason frowned. To be honest, he was a good expert at solving crimes in the police station when he was young. However, it became useless to solve the case. No matter how much evidence there was, the suspect would always be released safely. I'm no longer obsessed with the investigation. It's useless anyway. It's better to fire a few more shots and try to kill the suspect before he can explain. Practicing marksmanship instead of investigation has been neglected until now. It is a bit difficult to pick it up again and regain the sensitive feeling in the past. Kenichi Shiro watched the two of them from the side, still silent, but his prosthetic eyes flashed from time to time, as if data was constantly flowing through them, transmitting the images he saw to where they were. Carl, who didn't pay attention to his boss on this mission and knew it was some kind of test when he came, was thinking about it now, which was also a clue. People born in Arasaka like to do trials and the like. He had already experienced it sideways last time. This time it was just a real experience. There is no need to pay too much attention to it. Compared with boring tests, Carl was really interested in this detective-like job. It would also be nice to occasionally cosplay a great detective like Sherlock Holmes. The external clues are gone, so why not start with the victim? Carl has already seen the autopsy. But those checks left one thing missing. Carl walked into the cordon, squatted down and began to stare at the broken meat, bones and bloodstains on the ground. His attention reached its highest level, and everything he had learned and remembered in his mind began to be analyzed together. Jason didn't disturb him, he just stood aside and looked at Carl, curious about what Carl could find. His eyes kept scanning the scene, and after analyzing each broken bone to find its original location in the human body, Carl found the clues left at the scene. Standing up and carefully walking around the edges of the bloodstains, Carl walked to a place and leaned down again. From the broken bones, he picked up a bloodstained bone that looked no different from the surrounding ones. I found something interesting. Carl held up the bones and gestured to Jason. These bones are not from the deceased. Not from the deceased? Jason walked closer and stared at the bones in Carl's hand. Could it be that there is a second deceased person here? No, it's not so much that this is the dead, it's better to say. Carl pinched the bone with his index and middle fingers up and down, and then applied a slight force, causing the piece of bone to break into two pieces in his hand. Then he showed the cross-section to Jason. This is not at all human bones. Not human bones? Yes, others are not familiar with it, but I am quite familiar with this thing. I even dismembered it myself a few days ago. After Carl smiled, he placed the two broken bones in Jason's open palm. These are pig bones. Pig? After being surprised, Jason fell into deep thought. Here comes the interesting part. It is not an easy task to transport pigs into Night City, and the euros spent will never be more than a few. How could such precious meat bones be mixed with human bones at a murder scene? Search TWKAN on Google at 10:35 in the morning. Carl got into the NCPD police car. The model of the police car is Skyhara EC.HA860 NCPD Law Enforcer. Skyhara EC.HA860 NCPD Law Enforcer, the Hara model that NCPD specially ordered from Tianxiang Company, not only changed the body from cheap synthetic plastics and glass to professional fire-proof and bulletproof materials, but also the thin bumper of Hara that has been criticized has been replaced with thick steel plate. When driving on the streets of Night City, few vehicles can compare with it in terms of sturdiness. Even if the driver drives the car into a concrete wall, it will not suffer any excessive damage. Sitting in this car, which can be said to be rare in the NCPD, and more powerful than the low-level gang members, Carl tapped his head gently with his fingers and summarized the clues. Think again, this man's profession is a deliveryman, right? In other words, he was often exposed to transporting goods during his lifetime, and he is from Santo Domingo, which happens to be the entire Night City. It is the area closest to the Badland and the most developed smuggling area. So, Carl, do you suspect that these pig bones are related to transportation? Jason, who was sitting in the driver's seat, glanced at Kenichi Shiro, who was sitting silently in the passenger seat. After choosing to ignore him, he continued to talk to Carl. Could it be said that he was involved in real meat during his lifetime? Transportation? If you think about the transportation of real meat, you can easily think of several possibilities. Carl said, but the possibilities that led to the death of the delivery man are not important at this time, because we only need to find the key person in this transportation line, and we can know the reason for all this from him. By then, whether it's the case you want to solve, Mr. Jensen, or the clues I want to seek about the possible disappearance of the detective, they should all have emerged. Compared with digging into the details of the investigation, why don't you just ask someone directly? This approach is more in line with my current style. With his hands on the steering wheel and ready to step on the accelerator, Jensen asked the last question before starting. So, what is the target location? Santo Domingo Valley District, Logistics Center. River Valley, we at the NCPD seldom go to that area. After all, most of the NCPD's power is placed in the city center where donations are larger. Even the Watson district and Haywood next to the city center don't have many personnel sent there, let alone Santo Domingo. In this place, it was the inaction of the NCPD that led to the birth of the 6th Street Gang. Although there are also company promoters behind this. I rarely go there, but I see some patrol officers on the streets of Santo Domingo, right? The idiot with a strong sense of duty and the newcomer with a sense of justice are everywhere. Jason drove the law enforcer forward. When they learn a lesson, they will understand how easy it is to save a place. Yeah. Listening to Jason's words, Carl saw something different. The data was flowing. The computing power of Arasaka Type 4 helped him quickly find out Jason's identity on the NCPD official website. Jason. Position, Sheriff. Age, 45. Origin, Santo Domingo Valley District, Night City. Qualifications, served as a patrol police officer in Santo Domingo District for 16 years, solved 3 major cases, resolved gang conflicts 14 times, won third. Class merit 17 times, and second. Class merit 5 times. Carl remembered that according to the merit regulations of the NCPD, if you kill a criminal or capture a wanted person, you can get third. Class merit once. If you lead the team to solve a gang team or make an equal contribution, you can get second. Class merit once. So, the words "how could it be so easy to save a place" were words that a police officer with outstanding achievements had no choice but to say after trying to save his hometown? Carl shook his head slightly. He couldn't say anything about this kind of thing, because for people who have personally experienced it, they don't need any extra words from others. If it's because of 1 or 2 words from others, it will be enough. Change, then they wouldn't have had to persist for so many years in the past. A single police car drove on the streets of Santo Domingo, attracting constant glances from the surrounding Santo Domingo residents. It was really a strange thing for only one police car to enter Santo Domingo. When did these NCPD guys in police cars become so bold? Or is this preparing for some kind of transaction? Members of the 6th Street Gang who saw the police car on the street sent this news to their superiors. This kind of modest information may not be of much use, but as a part of the street, reporting is still necessary. The logistics center in the River Valley is not a big place. Compared to the extremely large company building in the city center, this dispatch center, which supports at least 1/5 of Night City's logistics and transportation, is only about the size of 5 or 6 football fields. This area is large enough for a factory, but too small for a logistics center. Night City has a population of 7 million, 1/5 of which is 1.4 million people. The logistics and transportation center that 1.4 million people can get is such a small place. When I saw this logistics center, I understood why there are so many people running goods in the Badlands. It is not much harder to expect simple official transportation and get things from outside quickly. Carl got off the car and looked at the logistics center. External transportation is so difficult, don't those company dogs find it troublesome? They will transport things in a special place. Of course they don't find it troublesome. Jensen got off the car. Even Arasaka has Arasaka Seaside District for shipping things. Do you think other companies don't have it? As he said this, Jensen glanced at Kenichi Shiro, who also got off the car, stared at him and asked knowingly, "I said Arasaka, I didn't offend you. I don't work for Arasaka Company." Kenichi Shiro responded calmly, and his appearance was completely not taking Jensen's question seriously. Wanting to test his own footing, this method is still too simple. Pretending guy, I don't know how Carl got involved with him. Years of experience as a police officer told Jason that Kenichi Shiro was not a simple person, but all he got from his constant attempts was a calm response, which made him unable to help Carl pay attention to the possible plots and calculations of this guy. Ignoring the interaction between Jason and Kenichi Shiro, Carl stood at the door of the logistics center and made a call. That was the phone number Oliver gave him, which was specifically used to order real meat. The pig bones at the crime scene were very fresh, and there was no sign of freezing in the bone marrow, which meant that the pig was quite fresh, and the route for transporting real meat in Night City was very troublesome. It might not be transported in secretly for a month, which meant that the pig bones left at the crime scene and the pig Carl got might be from the same batch of goods. The person responsible for the smuggled goods has agreed to meet with me. Carl hung up the communication. The appointment is at the back door of the logistics center. It's not far away. We can just walk there. It seems that since Oliver and I have done business, he is willing to talk to me about something. Carl said. After seeing Jason take off his police uniform, he took out an Ajax rifle from the trunk of the police car. Military technology M251S Ajax, a kinetic assault rifle that is reliable, practical, and can be used without months of training in high-end combat prosthetics. It is the preferred assault weapon for soldiers around the world. Mr. Jensen, with the Ajax rifle? Carl remembered that the last time he met Jason, he didn't seem to have this gun. Thanks to you. After checking the brand. New rifle, Jensen said, everyone in the team has good guns and can afford good body armor, so I can use the embezzled money for myself. Is the NCPD so poor? It embezzles and embezzles. I remember, Mr. Jensen, that you are still collecting protection fees from stalls on the street. How can you afford an Ajax rifle? Listening to Carl's words that seemed to look down on the Ajax rifle, Jensen wiped the Ajax rifle with his sleeve preciously and said, don't look down on the Ajax, this is already the best gun in terms of price and quality. So you NCPD people, you value price and quality so much, it's brand new and costs almost 2,000 euros. How can you not value it? As a police sergeant, Jason, who didn't receive much salary per month, was very precious about the gun he finally got. I think as long as it can kill people, it's a good gun. Carl took a few glances at the Ajax rifle in Jensen's hand. I have to say that from the appearance, this gun really looked like that. It made Carl think about whether to give himself an entire assault rifle. Put it in the trunk of the car. The Midnight is quite good at close range, but for long-range fire suppression and strafing, is it a pistol? Its bullets couldn't hold up. It just so happened that Carl had emptied his gun inventory for V and the others a few days ago, so it was time to buy some new items. During the adaptation period of the prosthetic body, if you want to increase your strength, you have to get a better weapon. Assault rifles, shotguns, and submachine guns are all required. Taking off his police uniform and walking on the road with an Ajax assault rifle, Jason, who had an orthodox American face, looked a bit like a member of the 6th Street Gang. Compared with him, his posture was casual and he was walking behind. I can't see any weapons, but Carl looks like a young master who was being guided, and Kenichi Shiro who was following behind, wearing a black suit and looking like a bodyguard. The combination of the three really looked like a 6th Street Gang leading someone who was a bodyguard. The young master under escort looked at the scenery. This combination was quite eye-catching. At least the contact person waiting behind the logistics center noticed them at a glance. The contact person was young and looked similar to Oliver. According to Oliver, this person was a friend who grew up in the same street as him, but later one of them went to join the 6th Street Gang for family reasons, and another one I went to school hard and got a good reputation, and worked as a manager in a logistics center. Who are these two? When the goods were delivered to the Watson area, the connector did not see Carl, but Carl's appearance benefited from his reputation. The connector was still very aware of it. He did not expect that Carl came and brought two people with him. Individuals, and those two people were not Oliver and their companion named Jack. This is Sergeant Jason of the NCPD, my friend, I'm here to investigate something together this time. NCPD? Listening to the letters NCPD, the contact person obviously showed a panicked look. For people like them who transport people secretly, NCPD is still very intimidating, but when he saw Carl's expression, he understood something again. After that, he looked around, then at Jason, who was already standing behind Carl, and lowered his voice, somewhat cautiously. He said, "Your people?" "Hey, my friend. I understand." The contact person nodded and showed a relieved look. "As long as he is your friend, it's okay." "I understand, I have friends like this too." With that said, the contact person looked at Kenichi Shiro, and Carl continued the introduction. "The people from Danger Girls Agency are my current part-time bosses." The people from Danger Girls Agency are detectives? The contact person did not see any threat from Kenichi Shiro, who was standing behind Carl and had a low sense of presence. Instead, he paid attention to the word detective. I remember the detectives of Dangerous Girls, aren't they all beautiful girls with cat ears? Are you locals in Night City so knowledgeable? When I mention it, it's a beautiful girl with cat ears. No, it's a security guard. In short, it's like this. Carl felt that if he continued talking like this, it would involve the uncle's detective issues, so he simply explained the whole thing to Oliver's friends. That is to say, the beautiful cat-eared girl disappeared while spying on someone, and the surveillance target died in the city center. Fresh pig bones were found at the scene of his corpse. The contact person understood the reason why Carl came to him, and he frowned deeply about this. This is weird. Strange? Well, because we only transported 2 pigs this time, and one was bought by you, and the other is still stored in the cold storage. The fresh pig bones you mentioned without signs of freezing, could it be that there are other smugglers in this area? Have you met other smugglers? I haven't seen any recently. After all, to smuggle real meat, it takes a lot of effort to arrange it. It's not that easy. We can only do this business because of the relationship passed down from our fathers. Ordinary outsiders can't participate in it at all, I'm sure. Listening to the confident words of the contact person, Carl seemed to realize something. In that case, there is only one possibility. One possibility? Can you take me to the location of your pork storage? You mean the pork storage? The contact person understood what Carl meant and frowned, but those who know the storage location of the real meat in the logistics center warehouse are all our own people. Just think of me as coming to buy it. Not wanting to embarrass Oliver's friends, Carl directly transferred 10,000 euros to the contact person. If the pig is still there, just treat me as a guest and I will buy it directly. Taking people to see the smuggled goods may make the contact person embarrassed. After all, if other people who are doing this together know about it, he will have a hard time explaining it. But taking guests is another matter. For real meat, the contact person is responsible for it and has the right to trade. He can take Carl and his guests to check the goods. It's so refreshing. Surprised by Carl's generosity, the contact person did not hesitate for too long. For this reasonable request, he quickly led the way. Let's go now. Whether there is a problem inside, we will know after we go and take a look. This is the warehouse where the meat is stored. Wait a moment, I remember I put it in this cold storage. The prosthetic eye of the connector named Jed flashed, and the door of the cold storage was unlocked. Then he led Jason, Carl, and Kenichi Shiro into the cold storage. As soon as Carl came in, he saw 7 3-layer hollow iron racks, and there was a lot of meat placed on those iron racks, which made his eyes light up. You have a lot of meat. In addition to pork, don't you also store mutton, beef, duck, and chicken? Don't take this meat as real meat. Look at the words on the package. Don't look at the bloody ones. They are all synthetic meat. As I write this, I hope readers will remember our domain name Taiwan Novel Network. If you like eating earthworm imitation beef, there are quite a few here. Hearing Jade's words, the excitement in Carl's eyes, who was about to spend a lot of money, immediately disappeared. Forget about synthetic meat, but can you also get the meat I just mentioned? As long as the price is right, there's nothing you can't get in Night City. Oh, there may be some. For example, that guy Oliver likes to say it sincerely. While Jed was talking to Carl about their mutual friend and about Oliver, he was looking for the pork that he had disguised and cut into pieces on the iron rack. His eyes scanned the 7 3-layer hollow iron racks one by one. After the fight, his face became ugly. He didn't find it. He didn't find the pork he had disguised. Only their own people have the authority to enter this cold storage, and they are the only ones who know which packages are fake. Bad things come true. Jed took a breath of cold air that was a bit cold and choked his lungs, and then turned to look at Carl. Pork, gone. So, it is very possible that the pig bones that appeared at the dismemberment scene came from here. Jason glanced around the cold storage, and suddenly felt something was not right. Why did it feel like there were more and more bones in this cold storage? Is it getting colder? General cold storage relies on refrigerators for refrigeration. The principle is to use liquid with a very low vaporization temperature as a coolant to evaporate under low pressure and mechanical control conditions, thereby reducing the temperature in the cold storage. This reduction in the temperature of the cold storage is controlled by a main control room in the Night City warehouse. However, there is something obviously wrong with the rapidly decreasing temperature. It is like the main control room suddenly lowered the temperature. The temperature is the same. It was at this moment that Kenichi Shiro, who had been silent all this time, spoke. My biomonitoring has noticed that the surrounding temperature is dropping. The temperature dropped? Jed, who was still thinking that there was a traitor among them, didn't respond to Kenichi Shiro's words, and then he saw that behind the Carls who were facing him, the door of the cold storage was closing. Door! He screamed in a little panic. The door of the cold storage in the logistics center is a sandwich panel structure with a thickness of up to 120 millimeters. Once it is closed, it is difficult to open it from the inside. Jade immediately wanted to use his authority to prevent the door from closing, but he found that his attempt could not prevent the door from closing at all, just like the request for access was closed. The thick-colored steel sandwich panel door was closed with Jed's fearful face. Oops, I have to call someone outside to inform. This was Jed's first thought, and then he found that his communication line was cut off, as if someone had blocked the communication signal in this area. Depend on. Jade's face was a little distorted. What happened? Why did it happen suddenly? After turning around and witnessing the closing of the door and the final line, Jason was standing next to him with a somewhat ugly look on his face. He asked Jade, "Can this door be opened from the inside?" The cold storage door uses a semi-mechanical lock equipped with an intelligent unlocking device. If this kind of thing loses the scanning permission to unlock, it can only be opened from the outside. Feeling the cold air, Jed trembled and said, "Originally, the superiors said that they were going to modify it into a magnetically closed door that could be opened both inside and outside, but considering the price, they never changed it and still used the old-fashioned one. Is anyone else coming to this place? I'm the only one on duty today." Listening to the words of Jed, who was shivering in the cold air and starting to shiver, Jason stomped his foot in annoyance. "I was careless. I took the initiative to enter a closed space and was locked in while pursuing a case. I should have thought of this earlier." A classic plot from a Mutwo movie. Jason also tried to make a call, but it was also blocked. All this made him understand one thing, that is, someone has been monitoring them. If not, it would not have been possible to seize the opportunity to lock them in the cold storage when they carelessly entered it, and blocked the communication. Jason's brain began to think rapidly. The time now is 11 o'clock, and there are still 13 hours until tomorrow. So what is the time until the shift? When will your shift change? At 6 o'clock in the morning. In other words, are there still 19 hours left? In this environment where the temperature is constantly dropping, can they wait for rescue? Regardless of whether he could wait or not, there was a limit to the temperature drop of this kind of cold storage. Before that, he had to find a way to let Carl survive this period of time. As long as Carl survived, this matter would definitely not happen. After all the calculations, Carl will definitely find the person behind the scenes. Jason made up his mind and was about to discuss it to see if a few people could huddle in a corner and start to keep warm. When he discovered that Carl, who was originally beside him, was missing, but his expression remained unchanged. Kenichi Shiro with a plain face. What about Carl? Just when Jason was thinking this, there was a huge roar, and the entire cold storage seemed to tremble under the sound. When Jade, who was shivering from the cold, and Jason, who was thinking about how to survive, looked towards the location of the sound, they made exactly the same movements and expressions. That is, he stood there in a daze, with his mouth wide open. "What are you doing standing still?" Standing in front of the collapsed door, Carl waved his hand. "The door is open, let's go, it's weird inside." This. Seeing that where the gate used to be, there was now only a big hole, and Jade felt a little dizzy. "Oh, I'm sorry, I destroyed your things. Just tell me how much it will cost and I will pay you the compensation." Carl thought Jade was concerned about the damaged door, so he added one more thing. "However, the cold storage you are responsible for can be refitted in the future. The door is quite thick, but the surrounding walls are still too brittle. I will use a little more force." The surrounding walls could not hold up and collapsed with the door. "What I care about, maybe not this." When Jade didn't know what to say, Kenichi Shiro took a step forward and walked to Carl's side. It seemed that he also felt that he couldn't stay here for too long, it was a bit cold. Jade and Jason watched Kenichi Shiro walk slowly to the door. This was a bit of hindsight and they realized that Carl and Kenichi Shiro had not shown any worries since just now. They were in a hurry the whole time. They were the only two people who thought they couldn't get out. Sure enough, in this day and age, you have to rely on violence to solve crimes. In this regard, Jensen can only say this. The people here have run away. When Jed led Carl and the others to the control room of this warehouse, all they saw was an empty monitoring and control room. "Did you realize that we left the cold storage, so you evacuated early?" Jensen checked the traces in the control room, and then saw a picture of the destroyed door outside the cold storage from a surveillance screen. They could see the gate being breached from here. "Let me check." Carl pulled out the single-molecule line, contacted, and then invaded the monitoring and control room. The data flow was flowing in the access warehouse, and Carl soon found what he wanted. We have found their traces. They are rushing to the back door. It is not too late for us to catch up now. After saying this, and deleting the surveillance records recorded on them, Carl turned off the cameras on his path, turned around and walked towards the surveillance control room. Needless to say, Jason and Kenichi Shiro followed immediately, and Jade also followed after hesitating for a moment. Wait a minute, count me in, I want to go too. Aren't you going to go to work today? This place is managed by my own people anyway, no one will know if I leave, and Jade was a little nervous and pressed Lexington on his waist. I want to know who betrayed us, and just because I found out about the betrayal, he will kill me. In response to Jade's words, Carl looked at Kenichi Shiro, seeking his opinion. After all, logically speaking, this was his boss on this trip. He was the person involved. Kenichi Shiro just said this. There are quite some rules. You can't participate if you are not involved in something, but you can participate if you are involved in something, right? Carl, who took over the camera, moved forward while watching the picture in the camera. In the picture, he saw the people who had left the control room getting into a sky quartz at the back door. A person got on the quartz, which normally has a capacity of only 2 people. There should be an accomplice waiting in the car? Don't rush to control the quartz to stop. Carl still understands the long-term goal of catching big fish. Besides, this quartz is not a specially modified product. There is no automatic driving. Even if Carl wants to take over control, he can't, so he just hacked into the quartz positioning data and kept it under his surveillance. They used to spy on us, but now they are spying on us. Is this some sort of self-restraint? When Quartz drove away in a hurry, Carl and others also arrived next to the law enforcers. The car belonged to the NCPD. The police car was parked on the side of the road. No big-hearted thief dared to peek, so there was no such thing as finding that the tires had been removed when they went out. After the 4 people got into the car, the police car almost roared. Started. Feeling that his body was leaning back uncontrollably, Carl, who was sitting in the back seat, wondered whether the people of Saint-Domingue were suffering from road rage and drag racing syndrome, and had to remind Mr. Jensen, "You don't need to drive too fast, Mr. Jensen. I have already sent you the location of the other party. We can just follow him from a distance. If we get too close, a police car will be following behind, which may alert them. You want to see if there is anyone behind them, right? Don't worry about Carl." Listening to Carl's words about taking a long-term view, Jason stepped on the accelerator and drove faster. According to my experience, this kind of guy, using some tricks, will honestly explain everything. Don't you guys, shady police officers, follow a certain process when doing things? The methods are too barbaric. Carl, who originally planned to be a semi-serious detective and investigate in a disciplined manner, felt the lightning speed. I could only shut my mouth obediently. He was a little scared now, afraid that Mr. Johnson would bite his tongue if he braked suddenly. Mr. Johnson in the car and Mr. Johnson under the car are 2 people. The average number of people in Santo Domingo is road rage and drag racing. This stereotype feels like it has to stay in my mind. It was obviously the law enforcer who was activated later. As he was driven by Jason through the streets of Santo Domingo, he quickly approached the quartz that was driving in front, and the accelerator was almost pushed to the limit. And in that quartz, after discovering that an NCPD police car was approaching from behind, it swayed obviously twice, just like the hands of a person driving a vehicle shaking uncontrollably. Mr. Jensen, if you don't slow down, it will be bad if they hit the side of the street and kill themselves. I thought about not speaking, but at this time, Carl couldn't do anything. Don't worry, I'm experienced in dealing with this kind of little thief. It was impossible to slow down, and Jensen even started something. A button rose up in the middle of his steering wheel, and then Carl watched helplessly as Jensen slapped the button with his palm. This thing can't be. Carl's premonition came true. After Jason pressed the button, the enforcer's speed became even faster. Damn, do the police also modify the vehicles? Jed, who was sitting in the back seat next to Carl, had turned extremely pale. He was now thinking about whether his decision to get into the car was the right one. At this speed, if it were just a little off, the car would spin into a jar on the side of the road. Quartz, who was driving fast in front, looked at the law enforcer approaching from behind. The panic of the driver was visible to the naked eye. The car was not only shaking more violently, but even the driver could not control it. Under Carl's gaze, the car should have turned the steering wheel to make a turn, but it turned in a circle, causing the whole car to spin and drift uncontrollably. Carl remembered that he had watched racing cars before. Those uncontrollable racing cars always ended up like this, and their results were often that they would hit the side of the road hard after making several circles in a row. This car, it seems, will become like this. It's over, the people inside are dead. Just as Carl was thinking this, Johnson rushed up and the law enforcer. It's not that easy to die by hitting the side of the road. When the side of the quartz was rotating and just facing the law enforcer, Johnson was quick to drive the law enforcer and stepped on the accelerator, and directly hit it. With the collision and twisting sound of the machine, the quartz, which was still rotating, stopped spinning instantly, and was driven by the advancing law enforcer, moving forward sideways, and the four tires dragged on the road, making a harsh sizzling friction sound. At this moment of confirming the interception, Johnson relaxed the accelerator and let inertia rush forward for a distance before stepping on the brakes. With the sizzling sound of the law enforcer's tires, Johnson has done something that NCPD police officers often do. Forced stop. Mr. Johnson, won't anyone die? This was the first sentence Carl said after the law enforcer stopped. Johnson, who thought he was talking about the staff of Stone Mile in front, gave an affirmative answer without hesitation. Don't worry, no one will die. I am experienced in this. No one has died since I stopped the vehicle. I am not talking about the other party. But forget it, no one has died once. This driving skill is what a legendary driver. Carl is now glad that Oliver is not here. If Oliver was here, he might have played it like that next time. Once or twice is okay, playing this thing too much is really not good for people's heart. Although Carl can run even if there is an accident, being able to run and being willing to play bumper cars are two different things. That hot Jed next to him couldn't stand it anymore. He opened the door immediately and then lay down next to the law enforcer and vomited. Johnson, who got out of the car and saw this scene, snorted a few times. Are you carsick already? It seems that you still need to practice in this aspect, young man. Mr. Johnson, I feel that he is more likely to have autonomic nervous system disorder caused by too much pressure, which affects the stomach function and causes nausea and vomiting. After getting out of the car and patting his clothes that were messed up due to the bumps, Carl looked at the vehicle they had stopped, and then found that the two people were struggling to get out of the twisted vehicle. Mr. Johnson, you are really good, none of them died. Looking at the two people with blood on their faces in the vehicle, Carl said, at most, they are just bleeding from their heads. Am I bragging to you? The best driving skills in the police station, of course. Jansen walked to the twisted door of quartz, kicked open the door that the two people inside could not open from the inside, lifted the Ajax rifle that he took when he got out of the car, and aimed it at the two people who fell out. NCPD, you are arrested. Fuck you NCPD. A person who was struggling to get up from the ground was about to do something, and Johnson fired without hesitation. At the same time as Ajax's gunshot rang out, a hole appeared on the ground next to the person's head. When the pupils of the person who felt the warmth of the bullet shrank sharply, Johnson had already pointed Ajax at his head. If you say one more word I don't want to hear, this bullet will go through your head. Anyway, one person who is interrogating is enough. After Johnson finished speaking, another person who was originally trying to struggle to get up on the ground lay down obediently. Being killed for struggling and resisting is nothing, but being killed for struggling and resisting, while your accomplice was interrogated, and then betrayed you and survived, is a bit unbearable. Judge others by yourself. Who can expect that someone who has betrayed others will not sell them out again? Before the interrogation, Carl came over to confirm the injuries of the two people. After confirming that the two people would not die for the time being, he called Jed, who had vomited and was almost exhausted. Is there anyone you know here? Jed came over with the law enforcer, glanced at the two, and then turned his head. I know both of them, but I don't know them now. Traitor, what's there to know, especially the kind of traitor who wants to kill himself? The two people who fell to the ground heard a familiar voice. They raised their heads in a prone position, and saw Jed. Jed. Although they had some guesses, they didn't expect that the one who tracked them was really Jed. The two people were a little bit unbelievable. How did you find out that it was the two of us? How did you get the NCPD to catch up? These two people never thought that Carl and his team could get the relevant information from the monitoring control room so quickly. They just did something wrong and simply didn't want to be arrested by the NCPD, so they wanted to escape. Now that they have realized the reality and know that it was Jed and the people they had just locked up in the cold storage who caught up with them, the expressions on their faces can almost be said to be ashen. The traitor pointed by Ajax immediately begged for mercy from Jed. Jed, let me go, we have known each other for so many years, I was just confused for a moment, it was him who bewitched me to do this. Another person who was also lying on the ground did not expect his companion to betray him so quickly, but he also reacted quickly and began to beg for mercy from Jed. Let me go, Jed, I just wanted to trap you, but it was him who lowered the temperature to kill you, and he said that he couldn't leave you behind and began to suspect the inside. I really don't want to hurt you, it's him who wants to kill you. Jed just turned his head away from the pleas for mercy from these two people who used to be his friends. He had nothing to say to these two people. You still want to reconcile at this time? That's ridiculous. Carl didn't know what expression he should use to face the shamelessness of these two people. He betrayed his friend and wanted to kill him. When he caught up with him, he tried to beg for mercy based on their past friendship. It was too ugly. However, scumbags cannot care about friendship, but people who really care about them always have a trace of affection in their hearts. It's really ironic. Looking at Jed, who tried to turn his head away and didn't want to look at the two people, Carl quietly asked Johnson some questions, and after getting confirmation, he said to the two of them, you confess honestly. If you confess well, then I won't be able to spare your life. If you go to jail for a few years, you will still have a chance to come out. But if you don't confess or you have something to hide, Carl squatted and knocked the two people on the head that night, you know. As soon as they heard that they could still live, the two of them immediately ignored Jade. They raised their heads in excitement and looked at Carl. Just when they were about to speak, they had to tell the story of stealing lollipops from the neighbor girl when they were children. When everything was explained clearly, they saw Carl's face. The black hair and smiling face made their faces distorted in an instant. In the cold storage area, there was only a surveillance camera at the door, and when Carl came out, they ran away immediately, so they didn't even see the face clearly. But after seeing the face clearly now, KK. It's KK. Please, don't slice me into a stick, then tie me to an iron pillar and roast me slowly. I can answer everything. I'm very valuable. I still have 3,000 euros in savings, please kill me and give me pleasure. Looking at the two people who were almost ready to collapse, and even started to go crazy and talk nonsense, Carl's face was full of confusion. Some things were sliced into sticks, and some things were tied to iron pillars and roasted. Have you ever done this kind of thing? My own reputation is a little strange, isn't it? Looking at the innocent-looking Carl and the two people crying in front of him, Kenichi Shiro, who was watching from the side, his prosthetic eyes flashed. Is that clear, Mr. Johnson? It was explained clearly, rather than too clearly. As a result, it was a bit difficult for me to summarize the key information. Jason looked at Carl with a strange look on his face. They don't want to live now, they just want you to die without doing it. Have you done anything special? The devil knows. Carl himself was speechless, so what did they explain? Everything is basically clear. After sorting out the information in his mind, Jason said, these two guys, together with people from outside, have been betraying their own people. It is too expensive to transport real meat from outside Night City, and some of them cannot be exported. People who can afford the full shipping price also want to taste the taste of real meat, so I used the money to target them and asked them to betray their own people. Where was the transportation route? The freightman took the wrong thing during transportation and found out that the real meat was silenced by the people behind them, and the detective was discovered at that time. He was imprisoned because of his identity. Transportation route. Jed, who was listening next to him, looked ugly. I always thought that the transportation discovered by the NCPD these days was an accident, and the meat was also confiscated by the NCPD. We have never confiscated any real meat. If you talk about some private smuggling incidents, I have an impression. People have been reporting this to us, but when our people went there, they only found the recording chip of the real meat transportation. There is a house in the land, Jason recalled it and said, we just collected the bodies, but it was still a credit, so we just said that for the sake of face. Fuck, these two bastards, it's a pity that I always believed it was an accident on the line. I thought it was because the line that was left in the past is no longer safe. Jed was a little annoyed. He was the person in charge of smuggling at the logistics center. Others who were willing to smuggle believed in him and gave him the right to distribute their wealth, life and remuneration. But just because he believed in those two scumbags, other people who were willing to smuggle believed in him. Those who believed him died. 6 lives, all of them were brothers who grew up with them. They just sold their brothers just for those euros? The two people added up to only 5,000 euros. I checked their usage records and found that they received a total of about 20,000 euros. They spent almost all the money they received in the past. These 5,000 euros were recently called, just for 5,000 euros, I am willing to sell it once. Carl was also a little emotional, and then he transferred the 5,000 euros that he received from two people without him asking for it to Jed. Although their money can't compensate them, at least they can give the families of those who died a little more guns. It's impossible to live without guns these days. Okay. Jed had no intention of rejecting the 5,000 euros. Most of his money was given to the families of the brothers who died in the conspiracy. Apart from the necessary smuggling money, he still had more than 10,000 euros in savings, plus this 5,000, I can give some more to those brothers and their families. After accepting the money, Jed transferred back the 10,000 euros that Carl had previously given. The pork is gone, this deal cannot be established, and the money must be paid back. But his transfer request was rejected by Carl. Don't worry. Carl showed a smile, the pork is not necessarily gone. We still have to talk to the person behind the scenes. He took my pork without permission, didn't he? Listening to Carl's words, Jed's lips pressed into a line. He looked at Carl deeply, and then nodded heavily. Thank you. Why are you thanking me? I originally wanted to save someone along the way. I wanted to save a beautiful girl detective with cat ears who was waiting for me to rescue him like a dragon imprisoned. Isn't it natural to eradicate the dragon? Carl sat among the law enforcers. Mr. Jensen, it's time to drive. Don't be so hasty, my people haven't arrived yet, I still have to hand over the personnel, and this time, my own place, I may not be able to deliver it to you, is that okay? Johnson tied up the two traitors and knocked them unconscious, then looked at Carl. Are you going to break into that place? After receiving the alarm, please Mr. Johnson, please delay for a while. I don't have that right, Jason said this, but smiled, but if I receive the alarm nearby, I will suddenly feel that my belt is a bit loose today and my clothes are a bit untidy. I would not take my subordinates to sort them out. It may be difficult to set off when we are young. After all, we at NCPD are not so proud of the public in Night City. How can we go to meet noble people with the attitude of a wolf and fox? Then you really need to dress up. Carl chuckled as he flipped through the information sent by Jason and found out the location of the person behind the scenes. North Oak in Westbrook is the only place in the city where there are no traces of gangs and poverty for elite living. I'm really looking forward to it. It's great that an ordinary mercenary like me can be invited to go there and see the world. I really don't know if that elite who already has enough wealth but killed 6 lives because of his greed to save money would feel a little bit of a heart-warming little surprise when I visit him. There is no conflict between being rich and greedy, so thinking about it, when it comes to facing death, the attitude that the elites can show is the same as the 6 people who died. If you show a gesture that doesn't satisfy me, then I have to really think carefully about whether to try certain methods. After the NCPD arrived, Johnson got into the driver's seat of the enforcer. This time, what the enforcer was going to do was not in accordance with the laws of Night City, but it was enough to be considered law enforcement. Want to go together? Carl opened the car door and invited Jed, who was standing there and watching the 2 traitors being taken to the police car. Of course. Holding the Lexington, Jed shook Carl's hand without hesitation. For the brothers, justice must be sought. Whether it is for the dead brothers or the brothers who were once brothers, justice must be sought from the person behind the scenes. Even if it is a Lexington, holding it, people have the right to face it together. Kenichi Shiro, who sat in the company pilot seat early, did not say anything about Carl's decision. He just silently started remote communication. Not long after, the Tiger Claw gang members in Japan Street next to the North Oak district of Westbrook received instructions from the upper class. A big shot in the North Oak district who had signed an emergency escort agreement with them, but the agreement has now been cancelled. Reason: he dared to attack the dangerous girl. This is my first time in North Oak. Needless to say, the place where elites live is just different. After getting out of the car and closing the door, Carl looked at the North Oak area, which was a little higher than other places in Night City. He looked around for a while, but he didn't see what he wanted to see. He asked, a little confused. Jason, Mr. Jensen, didn't you say that this place in North Oak is heavily guarded? If you move around a little bit, there will be countless security robots and sentry machine guns aiming at it. Why does it feel so peaceful? You are talking about the time before the reconstruction in the past. The current situation in Night City is that no matter how vigilant it is, the entire area will not be fortified. The rich and powerful people with villas can't worry about the overall security. Compared with Charter Hill, a wealthy area where Arasaka was responsible for defense before the reconstruction, and now only the middle-class people live in the company, as an emerging wealthy area, the wealthy people in North Oak District have more confidence in the personnel they hire. Jason said, shrugging his shoulders. After all, in this place, the military technology people and the people of Arasaka. Writing this, I hope readers will remember our domain name Taiwan Novel Network. There are also people from other companies who have to live there. Companies that are in conflict with each other cannot trust other companies to hand over overall security. I see. After being educated about the current situation in the North Oak District by a native of Night City, Carl understood something. In other words, I don't need to stand up to dozens of sentry machine guns arranged on the roadside, as well as armed drones constantly patrolling. Man and machine, fought all the way in? He may have these things in his villa, but you better not expect them from the outside. This actually lowered my expectations. Carl was a little pity. He had only practiced the relevant breakthrough training in the training chip not long ago. He still thought that he had to follow the procedures in the training chip to be successful, but this was the result? But you can't be careless. After all, who knows what kind of warnings those people will put in their houses. In short, I can only send it here. Do you know the rest of the journey? It's clear, Mr. Johnson. Carl smiled. It has a private garden and swimming pool. It's called the Overlook Villa, right? The two people explained it very clearly. I found it out after a little research. It's strange to say that this kind of place has 5 or 6 people living there. A guy with €1 million, 5 bedroom, 3 bathroom mansion, but in order to save thousands of euros, he considers human life as the price of saving. What an irony. Refer to the price of modern California single family houses. It's ironic that you can live in a villa like this. Jensen didn't say anything else, he just handed the Ajax that he had just acquired to Carl. Carl looked at the Ajax that Jansen handed over, was stunned for a moment, and then said with a little surprise, "Is it okay? You have to pay it back." "I know, but is this really okay? Just think of me as one." After Jason forcibly put the gun into Carl's hand, he turned his head out of sight and out of mind. "I can't help you with the operation, but I have to count on the equipment. Use it carefully. I just bought it. I haven't even fired a few shots yet." "Certainly." What he cared about was not Ajax, a gun that he could buy whenever he wanted. Carl, who valued the significance of the gun handed over by Jason Moore, took the gun in his hand so preciously that he looked at Jade and Kenichi Shiro. "Then wait a minute and let me go first." Kenichi Shiro is the supervisor and the observer for this mission, so there is no reason to let him go first. As for Jed, he would just force Lexington and let him directly face the possible security guards in the villa. That would also be letting him go first. He was going to die. From the beginning of this job, Carl planned to clean up the villa first. Originally, he relied on Zhong Yi. Without the support of Jack and the others, there was still a lack of firepower, but now with Ajax, it is different. After checking the firearm, Carl began to move forward. One thing is that the North Oak District, which is located on the hilly highlands, is indeed the North Oak District. The streetlight conditions are much better than those in Night City. When walking on the winding mountain road, Carl could not see a single one. The street lights that were extinguished due to poor maintenance, and the bright lights on the roadside, were like some kind of guide, accompanying Carl's continuous progress, and surrounding him to reach higher places. In this regard, Carl had only one idea in his mind. It's so tiring to walk uphill. Do those elites like high places that much? Not just offices and negotiation places, but also places to live. If the NCPD hadn't been able to send him directly to North Oak, Carl would have really hoped that Mr. Jensen could help him get him to the door. In that case, he would just have to step in with his gun and finish the matter without walking. The dedicated driver is not here. Compared with Carl, who was complaining in his heart as he walked, the two people walking behind him showed completely different attitudes. Kenichi Shiro still had that calm face, but his prosthetic eyes were flashing, as if he were conducting some kind of signal transmission and communication, while Jade was holding Lexington tightly, with an excited expression on his face. Nervous again. Even Oliver, who came from a gang family, had never participated in a gang fight before joining the 6th Street Gang, let alone Jed, whose family was a logistics company. Normally, he had only confronted street thugs with guns. It was really the first time since he was born that he had to cause trouble for elites. Is this the exciting life of a mercenary? Oliver did this every day. If Carl knew what Jed was thinking at this time, he would definitely complain. Which mercenary has to walk to work when there are no companions when they go on a mission? Fortunately, this section of the road is not far, otherwise, according to Carl's lazy nature, he really has to consider whether to let the vehicles passing by the roadside give him a ride. There are not many other things on the roads in this place, just a lot of luxury cars. The rich people living in the North Oak district drove past them one by one, and from time to time, many people looked at Carl and his friends from the car windows. From a feeling point of view, those rich people also felt it was quite fresh. People living in the North Oak district don't need to walk. However, their novelty didn't last long. Because for the rich and powerful who are busy with various pleasures or affairs, this little thing on the roadside is just a pastime that can be passed by in their minds. No one will pay too much attention. Unless this matter is closely related to them. But the people walking on the roadside are closely related to them. How could such a thing be? It can't be that the guys on the street are so bold as to dare to attack them. The transportation matter was exposed. Fujiwara Ryanaga, who was drinking red wine on the sofa in the lobby on the first floor of the villa, frowned when he saw this message in the communication. He had some impression of this communication. It was from the person at the bottom of logistics who helped him get fresh meat. The transportation matter was exposed, that is to say, the matter of him sending meat to himself and giving him money was exposed. Sure enough, the people at the bottom do things, but it is useless. Fujiwara Ryanaga, who was born in a Japanese-Chinese, noble, family, is 20.8 years old. It has been his 4th year since he came to Night City because of family strife. For this city, all he has in his heart is disgust. There were no servants, no housekeepers, nothing. He had to hire people to do everything, and he had to do everything himself. He was really fed up with this kind of life. Not long after he had fired the chef who had cooked 3 meals and they all tasted terrible. He claimed to have graduated from a Japanese cuisine school. He was thinking of hiring a new chef, but he didn't expect the supply of ingredients. There is a problem with the goods. You have to figure out how to solve this kind of thing yourself. I gave you money and helped you solve the problem of transporting goods. I didn't want you to blame me after being exposed. I have already helped you once and let my people solve it. That's the person who got the wrong goods. If you still want money in the future, just settle the matter for me. After casually replying like this, Fujiwara Ryanaga, who was reading the news about the termination of the contract of the Tiger Claw Gang, contacted his villa security captain in the communication. The people from the Tiger Claw Gang suddenly cancelled their security cooperation with me. It may be because of the family. The group of people here who plan to do something to me after I left, take care of your people tonight. After sending this sentence, Fujiwara Yoshino received no reply, which made him frown even deeper. Barbaric and useless Americans. Cursing, for the security team he hired, if Fujiwara Ryanaga had not considered safety issues, he would have really wanted to kill them like the chef, drown them in the swimming pool, smash them, and bury them as fertilizer. In your own garden. The flowers in his garden have withered recently due to malnutrition. If it weren't for the low-level logistics guy who wanted to take the eliminated delivery man back to the city and make it look like a street vendetta, his pig-like flower fertilizer made from bones was already prepared. But thinking about this incident, Fujiwara Ryanaga became upset. When he sent his own security team to solve the problem, the security team brought him a big trouble. When he brought back the delivery man who was later drowned by his own hands, he also brought back there is a detective following behind. That detective is someone who is dangerous to the girl. Can he move at will? Compared to killing a low-level person casually, a trivial matter that had been forgotten in the past, kidnapping a dangerous girl detective could really threaten his life. He really dared to tie up anything. If he hadn't searched the memory from the detective's recording chip and confirmed that her whereabouts had not been located, and also checked the security action records to confirm that no one on the road knew about it, he would have thought about it earlier. Way to make amends. But keeping this dangerous girl imprisoned is not a problem. I have to find a way to create an accident and let this no longer useful security team die together with the dangerous girl detective. At that time, I only need to delete my own security team, action records, and ensure that no one in the security team can speak, and there will be no evidence. Even if the person behind Danger Girl knew about it, he wouldn't be able to attack him openly. After all, my ancestors were all loyal to the emperor and loyal to their family. They would attack me for a trivial matter that could be ignored. Even if I was the loser in the family struggle, it should not be. Why did Fujiwara Yoshinaga have to let the dangerous girl detective die legitimately instead of releasing the dangerous girl detective after expressing his apology? That's because the dangerous girl tried when Fujiwara Yoshinaga didn't come back when she was kidnapped to his mansion. Escape, and in that moment, she happened to see something she shouldn't have seen. Those records that Fujiwara Yoshinaga left behind because he was unwilling to assist a certain big shot after being driven to Night City are much more important than kidnapping and imprisoning dangerous girls. They cannot be exposed at all. Once exposed, Fujiwara Yoshinaga will absolutely there was no chance of survival. In fact, it is not that Fujiwara Yoshinaga has not thought about hiring a hacker to directly delete the Danger Girl detective's memory in this regard, or simply choose not to do anything, directly himself, or let the security team kill the Danger Girl detective, but he doesn't trust. He doesn't trust hired hackers, nor does he trust his own security team. What if the hacker who discovered Danger Girl's memory data sells it to him? What if the security team exposes him or the news that they killed Danger Girl? Fujiwara Yoshinaga treats others by himself and has deep concerns about the security team and does not believe in their loyalty. What's more, if they hadn't kidnapped the dangerous girl detective, Fujiwara Yoshinaga himself would not have been embarrassed to face the dangerous girl. In a situation where it was neither killing nor killing, Fujiwara Yoshinaga had psychological expectations for their incompetence. In fact, he himself can figure out the current situation of Fujiwara Ryanaga. Kidnapped the big shot's subordinates, killed them, and the big shot started to investigate. He found out that he knew it was her man but still killed him. He would have to die. If he didn't kill him, he would have to die if she took the information out. He could only be imprisoned temporarily. Before the dangerous girl started to search, he thought of an accident to solve the problem, and sent a security team as an apology. He relied on the friendship of his ancestors and said that he didn't know. Asshole. Fujiwara Yoshinaga was a little unhappy and smashed the glass table with his hand, causing the half-drunk red wine to spill out of the glass due to the tremor. Now, he can only hope that disappearance can delay some time compared to clear death, so that he can think of a good solution. It's too aggrieved. It's because of those stupid Americans that he has fallen to this point. If he wasn't afraid that there were spies from his family among the hired natives, he wouldn't be like this. These Americans are really useless. Fujiwara Yoshinaga looked at the communication. The captain of the security team still didn't answer him. Facing the words of the boss, he didn't even say yes or understand. These arrogant Americans. They can't bow, apologize, or do anything. They can't do things well. Why was he so blind to choose them in the first place? After the rage, Fujiwara Yoshinaga felt something was wrong. Today, is it too quiet? Why didn't his bionic animal robot dog send any signal? Fujiwara Yoshinaga stood up from the sofa, reached into the gap between the sofa, and took out a smart pistol. At the same time, Yukimura frantically started calling the security team and the bionic animal mechanical dog connected to him in the contact, but it was not until he stood she tightened his grip on Yukimura, and the only response he received was dead silence. Something's wrong. Something is very wrong. What happened? Why suddenly no one can contact the machine? Is the signal blocked? But the communication is normal. Fujiwara Yoshinaga thought of the Tiger Claw Gang's security agreement that was suddenly cancelled. He felt something was wrong. After constantly making communication calls, he contacted the only possible rescue that could be contacted now. NCPD, my mansion has been invaded. There may be a thief breaking in. I need you to come over and deal with it quickly. The address is, we will get there as soon as possible, Mr. Fujiwara Ryanaga. Before Fujiwara Ryanaga could finish speaking, the communication was hung up, and the words revealed in the message of a young man made Fujiwara Ryanaga stunned. How did the NCPD operator know his name, and how did he know he was asking for help? Vaguely, Fujiwara Ryanaga had a rather bad feeling, and this feeling lasted until he heard the sudden sound of the door opening on the left side of the room. In the silent villa, there was a sudden sound of the door. Fujiwara Ryanaga almost did not hesitate to point Yukimura's gun there, but under the influence of his prosthetic eye scanning and night vision, as well as the power of smart weapons, while it was locked, everything behind the open door was empty, as if the door had just been blown open by the wind. But, how is this possible? That door was connected to the corridor inside the villa. There were no windows directly opposite it, and Fujiwara Ryanaga remembered that he had locked the door. With his hair standing on end and his palms sweating, Fujiwara Ryanaga, who held Yukimura tightly and did not dare to relax, moved his body slowly. His prosthetic eye turned, his left eye stared at the empty door outside, and his right eye looked at the movable door on the right side of the room. In the dark courtyard outside the floor-to-ceiling window, the person retreated until his back was pressed against the solid stone wall. Leaning against the cement fiber board, he felt a little at ease. No matter who the person is, as long as he appears, his prosthetic eyes and Yukimura's smart lock in his hand will be able to find him immediately. When the time comes, he only needs to pull the trigger to solve the problem. Click. The muzzle of the gun was turned in an instant, but what it pointed at was just an empty floor-to-dot ceiling window that he opened for some unknown reason. No one. Again, there was no one, so I opened it by myself. Fujiwara Ryanaga almost felt like he was going to suffocate. A kind of fear of the unknown filled his heart, making his hands start to tremble uncontrollably. Calm down, calm down. He told himself this until the next click sounded. This voice came from behind him. He was so frightened that he wanted to turn his head, but it was too late. The wall cracked in an instant, and then a hand stretched out from it and grabbed Shinmura in the palm of Fujiwara Ryanaga. As the palm was clenched, Shinmura, who was wrapped in it, made a mechanical twisting sound, and several of Fujiwara Ryanaga's fingers that had been mixed with the machine were also crushed. If you like breaking things so much, why don't you try the feeling of being broken into pieces yourself, don't you think so, Mr. Fujiwara Ryanaga? A voice that was exactly the same as the one he heard when he called the NCPD came from behind Fujiwara Ryanaga, whose face was distorted by pain. Following it, someone reached out from the broken wall and wrapped his arms around his neck. Another hand. Fujiwara Ryanaga couldn't even make a sound, he only felt his body being dragged backwards, and then he felt that the back of his head hit the broken wall so hard that he almost fainted while walking through the cave entrance. Past. Accompanied by a subtle dizziness in his brain, Fujiwara Ryanaga, who was dragged out of the hole in the broken wall, was thrown to the ground by the hand around his neck. Cough, cough, cough. The feeling of suffocation made it difficult for Fujiwara Ryanaga to resist. He bent on the ground and kept coughing, spittle flying everywhere. The wolf-fox looked like he was about to cough out his entire lungs. The feeling of suffocation is also very uncomfortable, right? Following that sound, a mechanical dog moved its limbs and came to Fujiwara Ryanaga. It's hard for you to get such a good product like the bionic animal mechanical dog from Giraffe Company. The internal defenses are so complete that it took me a lot of effort to invade. With that said, the figure who was gently stroking the head of the bionic mechanical dog walked up to Fujiwara Ryanaga. I used to laugh at Oliver for never seeing a dog, but now it seems like this bionic mechanical dog can help him see the world by bringing him back. The moment the figure making the sound came to Fujiwara Ryanaga, Fujiwara Ryanaga's body curled up even more, as if he was afraid of the figure in front of him. But the person standing in front of Fujiwara Ryanaga could see Fujiwara Ryanaga's plan at a glance. You have a gun hidden in your arms, right? You're very smart. You want to use my carelessness to deal with me. I don't mind. You can pull it out and point it at me. The voice chuckled, I'll give you this chance. At the moment when the voice fell, Fujiwara Yoshinaga realized that his plan had been exposed without any hesitation. With the determination to fight to the last, he used his left hand that had unconsciously reached into his arms when he coughed, and took out a Kenshin pistol. He raised the pistol, but when it was halfway raised, it was stepped on by a foot and the palm of the hand to the ground. The foot was not as strong as the arm, but after stepping on it, the foot also crushed it, and the force was just enough to make Fujiwara Yoshinaga's left hand become the same as the right hand. The moment when the real desperate scream came out, a single molecular line shining in the darkness had been thrown out, and Fujiwara Ryanaga was halfway through screaming when he suddenly lost his voice. As precise as surgery, the single molecular line destroyed Fujiwara Ryanaga's vocal cord muscles and vocal cord ligaments without damaging any extra organs. Fujiwara Ryanaga rolled on the ground without making any sound, and as he rolled, he finally saw the person who spoke in front of him. It was a black-haired young man who looked quite young. At this time, he was looking at him with a very cold look. Have you experienced the feeling of being unable to make a sound and being silent in the water after suffocation? Have you experienced a little bit of the darkness that those who were killed by you and buried underground have experienced? Fujiwara Ryanaga's pupils suddenly expanded. He recognized the face in the darkness. KK, how is this possible? I should have no grudges against him. Entering the villa this time, it didn't take Carl much time to deal with Fujiwara Yoshinobu's security team. It took him about half a minute to make the 8-person security team lie down. However, it was Carl who had to deal with the bionic mechanical dog. It took a full 2 minutes. This is not to say that this bionic mechanical dog with a machine gun installed in its body and that can be opened from the back and raised to shoot is so powerful, but it is rare to see such a new thing. Carl briefly thought about capturing it and throwing it to Oliver for fun, so after spending a lot of effort, I finally overclocked the response, which made all the nerves hurt. Just before the dog could react, he swung the monomolecular line to connect the hacker and controlled it. But overall, it's not a bad loss. After touching the dog's head, which was made of synthetic leather and artificial hair and felt almost like a real dog, Carl stood up and looked back at Kenichi Shiro, who was connecting to Fujiwara Yoshinoga and searching for information. It's not done yet, Mr. Kenichi Shiro. Jade is still waiting to kill this bastard. Carl pointed to Jed, who was beside him, but Jed quickly shook his head. Carl, I'm not in a hurry. Mr. Kenichi Shiro, you can take your time. Jed was not as nervous as before. It would be better to say that he just took a gun and walked around the pile of corpses. There was nothing to panic about. He was just a little bit lost because of Carl's efficiency. As he said that he would go to investigate and clean up first, Jed waited for Carl to give him a signal, and then rushed with the Lexington. After a while, Carl sent a signal to say that he had finished cleaning. What does cleaning done mean? With this idea in mind, Jed, who held Lexington tightly in his hands, walked into the villa cautiously. But he found that Carl had really finished cleaning in a literal sense. Only the man behind the scenes, Fujiwara Ryanaga, is left alive. Isn't it just that the cleaning has been completed? Fortunately, he was still ready to shoot and fight. The result is that a regular security force of 8 people can completely wipe out the power of a gang team, but they all fall asleep in one encounter? Then what are my psychological expectations for? This is too awesome. Jade, who had only heard of Carl's reputation in the past, now truly experienced the strength of KK, the famous mercenary in Night City. Kenichi Shiro listened to what Carl and Jade said, data flowing in his eyes, but he said nothing until a minute later. He disconnected the semi-conscious Fujiwara Yoshinoga. For this matter, I will give you a bonus of 100,000 euros on top of your month-end salary. Carl's total monthly salary was only 300,000 euros, and this job was directly increased by 100,000 euros. This 1/3 increase made Carl pause while stroking the dog's head. Just this job, 100,000 euros? Carl was a little puzzled. Is this job so valuable? Overall, it felt quite easy. Only the detective part was a bit difficult. An ordinary mercenary team could have broken through the security of this villa. As a reward, I found some important things from his communication data. Kenichi Shiro said, nodding to Jed, you can start to solve your own personal affairs. This person has no value anymore. With that said, he took a step forward and gave Carl a wink, gesturing for Carl to follow. Jed noticed this scene. He stood still very wisely and looked at Fujiwara Yoshinoga. Don't get involved in things that don't concern you. The goal of killing his friend is right in front of you. What's important now is, of course, we have to find a way to deal with him. Carl, who understood Kenichi Shiro's eyes, followed him through the broken hole, and then watched Kenichi Shiro click here and there in the living room. Is the detective locked up in some dark room here? The personnel are locked up in the basement. She is not what I am looking for. Kenichi Shiro said with a rather subtle look in his eyes, but more importantly, it is the evidence that someone has betrayed Miss Haruko. Evidence? Carl listened and realized something. This Fujiwara Ryanaga, was he involved in that incident? A little guy who was kicked out of his original family doesn't know how high the sky is. Speaking a few words, but clearly speaking in Chinese, Kenichi Shiro photographed a button under the glass platform. Then, under Carl's gaze, the glass platform began to rise, and an oval iron pillar appeared from the ground. There is a groove on the iron pillar, and there is a password input station on it. Do you know the password too? The day he failed in the family struggle, this kind of guy is always obsessed with past failures. People who only dwell on past failures will not be able to achieve future success. Kenichi Shiro said very educational words, but he did not enter the password. He just glanced with his prosthetic eyes, and the input table turned over, revealing a document from below. Obviously, this kind of small defense is simply incomparable to the invasion of prosthetics used by elites. The document was paper, and Kenichi Shiro reached out and took it out. Using paper documents to leave evidence to prevent yourself from being burned. It's a stupid choice. The moment you dare to offend Miss Haruko, you people will have no chance of survival. Listening to Kenichi Shiro's overly loyal and emphatic words in the second half of his words, Carl, who always felt that he meant something, crossed his arms and rubbed each other's arms. Probably, it should be about Fujiwara Yoshinaga and the people who wanted to attack Haruko behind Fujiwara Yoshinaga, right? After reading the document for a while, Kenichi Shiro turned around, walked to Carl's side, and took the document to Carl. Can I see it? Surprisingly, Carl put down his arms and reached out to take the document, and Kenichi Shiro's next words made Carl's expression slightly serious. Mercenary KK. Mercenary KK? Talking about this, it's not about the work of dangerous girl. Switching the state instantly, Carl nodded. Do you have a commission? This commission cannot let others notice that your team is involved in any way. I will give you a total of 320,000 euros, the funds are 200,000 euros, and the reward you take over is 120,000 euros. I ask you to hire a trustworthy mercenary to get rid of one person. I understand, outsourcing to outsourcing, giving yourself 120,000 euros as a reward, allowing you to use your connections and use the funds of 200,000 to hire people. Who is the target? Carl only asked this. 200,000 euros, this is not a small amount. One of the members of the 100-man ninja team. Hearing Kenichi Shiro's words, Carl's expression became completely serious. The 100-man ninja team, Carl has heard of this. The legend says that it is the 100 most elite personnel in the Arasaka company who were personally selected by Saburo Arasaka. Exhaling a white breath in the slightly cold night air, Carl watched the vehicle that picked up the Danger Girl detective and Kenichi Shiro go away. He turned his head and looked at Jade beside him. Aren't you ready to leave? You have to accompany the customers to deliver the goods. Jade pointed at the things around him that he had packed and put on the back of a mechanical dog and transported to the edge of the North Oak district. If you don't hold the matter accountable for the fact that there is only half of the meat left, as a guest, then I can't do it in terms of service. It's missing again. I think after you just dealt with that scumbag, you can make up for it with the freshly made fried pork chops from his kitchen. Carl recalled the taste of the fried pork chop that he and Kenichi Shiro had tasted before. Your craftsmanship is worth it. The pork chop was perfectly cooked to remove the fishy smell, and the degree of crispiness was just right. It felt like I had come to Night City. The best pork chop I've ever had. As long as you like it. Listening to Carl's compliment, Jed felt a little embarrassed. He made an ordinary dish in a room filled with the smell of blood. He really didn't deserve such a compliment. You don't have to be embarrassed about this. After all, even my boss has praised you. Carl said. Fortunately, he can use that calm face to say it tastes good. His expression and words are almost like two people. It's really amazing. Speaking of this, Jed felt that Carl, who allowed himself to start cooking on the spot in a villa filled with the smell of blood just because he was hungry, was even more remarkable. Ha! Yawning, Carl felt a little sleepy, and in front of them, there was also an NCPD law enforcement car driving slowly. Too slow, Mr. Johnson. I haven't mentioned it to you yet about you transferring the NCPD line directly to your own port, Carl. Jason got off the police car. I gave you the operator channel, not for you to use directly. I originally thought you would use monitoring. So, Mr. Jensen, have you taken care of it? Of course, really, if you just have a whim, I will be busy for half an hour. Jason glanced at the lazy Carl helplessly. If something like this happens again in the future, don't do that. Everything else is fine, I can accept it. Writing reports or something, but it will kill me. It must be Mr. Johnson's fault that you didn't study hard before. Reports on government affairs are difficult to handle even if you study hard. Jason raised his hand, pointed at the law enforcer behind him with his thumb, and said to Carl and Jed, how about I give you a ride back? Just send Jed off. My friend is already coming to pick me up. By the way, take the meat from this dog with you. Meat? Jason looked at the things on the back of the bionic mechanical dog that were firmly fixed with brackets, and his expression changed a little. You won't let me collect the corpse again. It's not easy to collect the corpse of such a powerful person. Don't worry, the body of the powerful man was taken away by the trauma team in a floating car not long after he died. There is pork in it, and half of it was wasted by that guy. The stored pork, Mr. Johnson, you take this meat back and make a barbecue with the people in your team. Just think of it as my apology for bothering you, pork. Jason looked at the big bag on the back of the mechanical dog that came over, and realized that the pork Carl was talking about might not be the so-called synthetic pork, but real. Johnson swallowed. Do you know you are bribing the police officer? Stop bribing me. I was thinking about bringing you a meal of braised pork that I made for you, Mr. Johnson. But when I called you at that time, you were busy dealing with the police, so take it back and give it to the team to try. And Carl spread his hands. Isn't it strange that NCPD accepts bribes? It's like I don't accept it, I'm just reminding you. Jason, who was extra strong when he picked up the meat, easily picked up the remaining 100 kilograms of pork and put it into the trunk where the law enforcer was supposed to stuff the prisoners. If you continue to help like this, the people in my team will out of gratitude, want to become your personal weapon. Now the NCPD essentially collects money from various forces and internally divides them into private armed forces of various factions. That's true, but I originally thought that my team wouldn't be like this. Jason complained, who would have thought that I guarded the company and the upper management, but not you. Now the people in my team may come faster than me when they hear that something is wrong with you. Come on Mr. Johnson, this is not a private weapon. Carl said, instead of helping you people who can do things, shouldn't I help those people who only know how to take bribes but don't work? That's wrong Carl, in your opinion you were just assisting us out of goodwill, but we have to remember this. Jason greeted Jade and got into the police car. In Night City, being able to reciprocate equal kindness and help people without asking for anything in return is an amazing and admirable thing. I just want to let you know, the doors are closed, the windows are open, and the engine is started. If something happens, don't forget that we can help you too. We are the same, Carl. We have transportation matters, but don't forget us people. Everyone knows about this and wants to repay us. In the passenger seat, Jet also poked his head out and started waving goodbye to Carl. Then, the vehicle turned, circled, and drove away into the distance. What an exaggeration. Carl shook his head and didn't pay much attention to what Jason and Jade said. He touched the bionic mechanical dog that was close to him and focused on it. When Oliver and Jack arrive, we have to get them and T.Bug together and ask everyone to help you pick a name. Later, we will install some special equipment connections for you, so that when you go out in the future, the guard dog in the vehicle will be there. Got it. You can't always install security equipment on the car. That would be too troublesome. To prevent car thieves, you have to use serious dogs that can guard homes and homes. Bionic mechanical dogs, at least in appearance, are dogs. Caldo took a few glances at the mechanical dog and noticed the color of the synthetic leather and bionic hair covered in it. Generally speaking, it is mainly black and white, and it looks like husky? No, this color scheme is very strange. If Carl were to describe it, its color scheme might be more like panda? Panda dog, what a strange look. It looks like it on the outside, but in combat, its strength is comparable to that of a professional security guard. The firepower of the machine gun protruding from its back is expected to be similar to that of the military technology Type 31 heavy machine gun. The bionic mechanical animal technology these days is really amazing. Bella, no matter what, it can only be called Bella. I think Sir Want sounds better. What a weird British name you have, Jack. Don't you think Bella sounds better? And how did a strong man like you come up with such a cute name? Taiwan Novel Network that you don't care, I just think this name is good. It has the feeling of a brave boy, doesn't it? Listening to Oliver and Jack's argument about the dog's name and the communication, T.Bug, who was watching all this through the in-car monitor, couldn't help but say, how about Cho-Cho? Don't you think it is coiled up like a ball? It looks like football in black and white. This kind of name is too unusual. I think Bella is better. This name means nobility and excellence. Don't you think it matches this dog very well? I don't think so. As Jack and T.Bug complained about Oliver in unison, Carl, who was lying in the back, was a little speechless. He did not expect that several of his companions had an inexplicable love for pets, a bionic mechanical dog. On the name, there was an argument. But Carl didn't care about the name anyway, so he let them quarrel. After all, if Carl really wanted to name the dog according to his personality, he would probably choose something simple like number 1 or number 2. After automatically blocking their argument, Carl, who received $320,000 from Kenichi Shiro, was planning to use all the money as employment money. According to Kenichi Shiro, $120,000 of it was for Carl's personal introduction fee, but Carl was not a middleman, not to mention that some middlemen were willing to pay for certain things. Carl would not pay for it, he was just introducing work to acquaintances. There is no need to take any money. Why not put the 120,000 yuan into the 200,000 yuan as compensation, and collect 320,000 yuan to hire 2 teams of mercenaries at the insurance point to do the work? If you give them this money, you can buy a lot of equipment for them. Ensuring things can be done safely is what Carl wants. The only mercenaries Carl is familiar with are Brown and Mann. Brown's team has 6 people. Mann's team consists of 9 people. The number of people on both sides is different, and each has its own shortcomings and advantages in action. The advantage of Mann's team is that it has hackers, technical experts, and dedicated drivers, and is fully equipped. However, in Carl's view, the only people who can be considered elite combatants are Mann and Dorio. Even Dolio is a little worse. Just like Man was the only one who participated in the escort mission before, Man may be the only one who can confront the target, the member of the 100. As for Brown's team, even the young man who was asked by Brown to leave the team during the escort mission and prepare to close the house is still capable enough to participate in the escort mission. Among the 6 members of his team, Brown is similar in strength to Man, and the other 5 are slightly worse, but only slightly worse than Brown and Man. Their combat ability is higher than that of the other members of Man's team. This is Brown's team has the advantage, but their team is too specialized in combat, resulting in the lack of drivers, technical experts, hackers and other personnel. Hiring a mercenary team alone would not be safe if both teams had shortcomings. Hiring 2 teams to work together would be perfect. The Brown team now has the missing driver, the technical experts who deploy prosthetics and weapons, and the hackers who can hack in at critical moments. The Man team also has the missing combat capability. Carl feels that this job would have been done by himself as half the middleman. As for the debut mission, it was too perfect. But it's not good to set a flag before starting. Carl looked at the communication record of the conversation between himself, Brown and Man about meeting in the next life, and closed his eyes. In my ears, the debate about what to name the dog is still going on. The next life came quickly as Carl closed his eyes and meditated. Aren't you going to have a drink? No, go ahead, Carl, I'll have to decide on the dog's name with Jack and T.Bug today. At Oliver's words, Carl shook his head incomprehensibly. What could he say? I can only get off the car alone and walk into the strange and gloomy afterlife. Afterlife bodyguard Emmerich saw Carl coming and said hello to him. Your friends are waiting inside in box 5. I know, it's troublesome. After thanking Emmerich, Carl walked into the afterlife, only to see a person he had met for the first time sitting at the bar in the afterlife, chatting with the bartender Claire. She was a woman with long hair. She looked well-kept, but she must be quite old. Wearing a jacket, he placed his right hand on the bar counter, supporting his forearm with his elbow and holding a glass of reddish wine between his 5 fingers. Carl recognized what the drink was at a glance. Jack and Oliver often ordered it in the next life. The name of the drink was Johnny Silverhand. The person drinking Johnny Silverhand seemed a bit familiar. Carl felt that he recognized her. While he was thinking, the woman had already seen him. Recently, we met the famous mercenary KK in Night City for the first time. The woman raised her glass and gestured to Carl. I am Rog. Roger. Listening to this name, Carl instantly realized who the woman in front of him was. Rog, the last legend of Night City, the king of middlemen, the owner of the Afterlife bar. I'm KK. After Carl nodded and formally introduced himself to Rog, he didn't say anything more. Carl had seen this kind of living legend before. Adam Hammer was the first one. Now seeing him again, there was nothing to be surprised about. Compared with Carl, Rog was very interested in this mercenary who had recently become famous in Night City. It was better to say that she sat at the bar and waited today because she knew that Carl would meet other people here. However, seeing Carl's attitude that he obviously didn't intend to say more, she didn't say much. Cooperate more in the future when you have time. After saying this, which meant that the middleman would distribute work in the future, Rog turned around and continued to slowly drink the glass of Johnny's silver hand. Seeing her carefully savoring it, it was obvious that she liked this glass of wine very much. Of course. Why not do the work if there is work? Carl glanced at the wine in Rog's hand and went to the box. I came at the right time today. Not only can I assign jobs to others, but I also have the opportunity to take on more jobs myself. I just don't know what kind of tasks the king of middlemen, the most powerful middleman in Night City, will assign, : It's quite exciting. Hey, Carl, you're here. There were not many people in the box reserved for the next life, or in other words, only the leaders of the 2 teams of mercenaries were inside. Seeing Carl arrive, Man raised his glass and greeted Carl. Did you drink it? Carl smiled and nodded, said hello to him in Brown, and sat down on the sofa in the box. I thought you would be nervous. Didn't you say that the mission doesn't need to start today? I haven't met Brown since last time. Of course I have to have a good drink. Man said, draining the wine in the glass in one gulp. You say so, Brown. As a mercenary, I agree with your words. Long time no see, Carl. Well, long time no see, Brown. For Brown, who had only met a few times in the next life after that mission, Carl picked up the drink placed in the box and took a sip and said, the job I am preparing to take this time, and the people in the team, have you discussed it? Brown, who is 40.6 years old and has various scars on his face caused by his mercenary career, nodded slightly when he heard Carl's words. Everyone agrees to help you. After all, We all climbed out of life and death together. They trust you more than those middlemen who live casually. Besides, the reward you gave is too generous. There is no reason to refuse. Speaking of remuneration, Brown also smiled. Each team is 160,000 euros. Are you getting rich? No, this money was given to me by others. You can think of me as a middleman in this job. Carl tapped his temple. Speaking of what we are going to do on this trip, you all probably understand it. It's quite challenging to deal with a ninja from the Arasaka Lone Wolf 100. Man nodded, but you can do it. Aside from personnel information, do you have any information about his whereabouts, Carl? Brown came here just to work, and he wanted to know more from Carl about the specific details of the mission. After all, the more information, the more stable the work would be and less prone to accidents. Although I would like to say that there is, the person behind me cannot give me this information openly. He demands that at least for the sake of face, this is an accidental attack, so, no. Carl said, but I believe that with your team cooperation ability, your appearance, name, identity and approximate address, it shouldn't be difficult to dig out the whereabouts of that guy and solve it. Speaking of this, Carl remembered something: data flow. The 160,000 euros for each of your teams has already been paid to you. Do you want to be paid before you do the work? Man looked at the 160,000 euros that had arrived and grinned. How generous, Carl. When I do things, I need a deposit. Of course, cooperation requires a deposit first. Each team has a deposit of 160,000. When you finish the work, come to the Wild Wolf Bar to get together and help check out the place. I'll treat you. Eat a meal, and that's the follow-up reward. Carl said, and gave instructions. This job is not going to be easy. If you take the money, remember to buy equipment first or ask someone in the team to change to a prosthetic body. Carl's treat is indeed worthy as a real reward. Brown received the money, but he saw it clearly. Carl, this 320,000 should be all the money given to you by the people above. Why don't you keep some? According to the rules, as a middleman, you can more or less get some? Come on, I'm just a part-time middleman. I'd better talk about this kind of thing after I become a real middleman. Carl waved his hands indifferently. If you don't regret it, just handle this matter perfectly. In that case, I might be able to get a higher salary in my other job. By the way, I can also come to the Wild Wolf Bar to drink more. There are always some unsighted gangsters coming to this place to cause trouble. People from the 6th Street Gang have been hanging around a lot lately. Don't the 6th Street Gang rarely go outside Santo Domingo? Brown listened to Carl's words and asked strangely, and at the Wild Wolf Bar, aren't Haywood's Valentino gang watching? Haywood has recently expanded. In the Legion district, he and the Tiger Claw Gang had a fight with the 6th Street Gang. All personnel were transferred to that area to be vigilant. The 6th Street Gang is not popular, so, you understood. I heard that recently there are some unscrupulous 6th Street Gang members who are planning to cause trouble for the priest. How brave you are to trouble the priest. Brown still knows about the most famous middleman in Haywood, even if he usually hangs out in the Watson area. Most mercenaries work in their own fixed areas, just like middlemen, but the mercenaries who can sneak in are naturally different in level. In addition to their own fixed areas, there will be no shortage of work in other areas. In the process, he will naturally become familiar with middlemen in other areas. Just like Man, who usually lives in the Santo Domingo area, when he is not taking Faraday's work, he will take on the task of an intermediary named Cormac. The middleman in the comics, the level has come up and everyone is familiar with it. Brown, who understood what the priest was capable of, said, is the 6th Street Gang planning to start a large-scale gang conflict? Actually, it's more likely to be an internal struggle, relying on external struggles to consume the opponent's strength and rise to the top. Carl said, but this matter has nothing to do with us mercenaries. When you work, just keep an eye on the work of the 6th Street Gang. Also, you can come to the Wild Wolf Bar to drink with us more recently. There are many people. Yeah, I think no matter how stupid a guy is, he can understand something. The famous K doesn't look good on the scene. I think as long as the 6th Street Gang find out that you often hang out at that bar, no one will dare to make trouble. Man said, his prosthetic eyes suddenly lit up. Here comes the communication. Wait a minute, it's from a stranger. Let me see who it is, Man said, connecting to the communication. Carl and Brown remained quiet, but Carl felt inexplicably familiar with this scene. The mercenary received a strange phone call. This can't be. After almost a minute of communication, Man's vision disappeared. He nodded to Brown and Carl. It was a new middleman who came to me and said that he was going to start working in the middleman industry recently, and he was also in Santo Domingo. Go and get acquainted with me, and want to give me a task, but after all, I just want to take on your task, Carl, so I refused. Who is the new middleman in Santo Domingo district? Isn't he another low-level middleman? Carl asked, and then got a somewhat familiar word. It's the old captain, the one who sells second-hand cars and stolen cars. He seems to be planning to be a middleman in addition to selling cars. Is it him? Carl still has an impression of the old captain. He bought his Sky Hara from the old captain. He didn't expect that the car dealer would now become a middleman. Most of the business in Saint-Domingue is basically done by Faraday's middleman who travels around. I don't know if the old captain can make a name for himself. Just when Carl was thinking this, a message came from his side, and that message was no stranger. It was the message he contacted when he bought the car. This won't be. Carl motioned to Brown and Mann and connected the communication. Hey, have you gotten through? I'm an old captain. I'm going to work as an intermediary recently. I wonder if the famous KK would be interested in showing mercy to a newcomer like me and help me do some small jobs with your noble hand holding a gun. What's more, the price is negotiable and I guarantee you will have a lot of money to spend. Chant. Did he call himself immediately after calling Mann? Carl was in a complicated mood. He didn't know why. Regarding the old captain and a new middleman looking for mercenaries, he inexplicably thought of the situation when he, Oliver, and Jack were asking around when they couldn't get the job. It's not easy to mix. With this in mind, Carl formally introduced himself by his name. I'm KK, I heard you. Are you still arguing? I'm back after meeting the new middleman. After coming out of the next life, he sat in the car and looked at the three companions who were still arguing over the communication. Carl had a headache. Is it so difficult to decide a dog's name? Let me tell you, how about a direct vote? You don't have to call it whatever you like. Anyway, this bionic dog just has a connection, and you don't need to call it by name to make it respond. How can Carl, who has to decide this kind of thing carefully, vote casually? That being said, Oliver's attention was still attracted by Carl's words. Didn't you go to distribute work to Brown and Mann? Why did you suddenly meet the new middleman? You know, the old captain. He has been working as a middleman recently. He wants to build a reputation and is looking for mercenaries to work everywhere. A message came to me, saying that he wanted us to do some work for him in the future, and that he would be rewarded with a large sum of money. Old captain, why did he do this? As a native of Santo Domingo, it was Oliver who introduced the old captain's car-selling website to Carl. It was a bit surprising to hear that he was now going to work as a middleman. The middleman business is all about connections and money. As a famous second-hand car dealer, he has both these aspects. Maybe it was just on a whim and I thought I could do it. Jack said, looking at Carl who was sitting in the back seat. What do you mean, Carl, do you want to take over the job? It's a promise that if there are any jobs that interest me in the future, you can send them to us. Carl said, and the old captain is not the only new middleman I know. The boss of the next life, Roger, the king of middlemen, is also here today. She saw me coming and asked me if I planned to take the job. Roger? When they heard this name, whether it was Jack, Oliver, or T.Bug who was listening in the communication, they were all surprised. Then Jack, who reacted faster, asked, is that the living legend? Almost. Is she in the afterlife now? Oliver asked. It's inside. What, are you going to see it? Forget it. Listening to Carl's words, Oliver felt a little moved, but Oliver still shook his head. I'm just surprised that people who grew up listening to the legend are now interacting with us. This is what happens when a mercenary becomes famous. T.Bug said in the communication, I have heard about Rog's ability. Rumor has it that as long as she wants, she can get you anything you want, even the most secret information within the company, she can handle it. In other words, the network of connections is very wide. Carl shook his head. I've met more and more middlemen recently. Now, I'm afraid I won't really have an endless supply of jobs. This is a good thing, Carl. Oliver said, starting the car. It's better than always encountering people like Faraday. Oliver was still bitter about the fact that Faraday had swallowed up a large amount of employment money. Although as a mercenary, he had decided to pay as much as he wanted, but the middleman had eaten so much, so don't expect Oliver to have any more money. The idea of helping him work. That guy Faraday is also smart. He probably knows that we have found out the truth about the commission from Mann, so he doesn't send a message and expects us to do the work for him. This kind of practice of taking one order and making a fortune. Jack was also a little unhappy with Faraday. I don't understand at all. In comparison, I now know why the priest in Wakako can become the most famous middleman in a region, but Faraday, who is not shallow in terms of qualifications, can only travel in a few regions. Run away, no one would really want to work for such a person. This kind of middleman is the norm. T.Bug has cooperated more with middlemen and understands this better. It is better to say that most mercenaries work for guys like Faraday, who are even greedier than Faraday and have no ability. Have you heard about Cole? Mark, that guy can even sell the mercenary rumors he has cooperated with for many years. I heard Man chatting while chatting. Man also helped him with work and said that he was the same as Faraday. Thinking about it, even Man's team is like this. This seems to be the norm. Carl said, feeling a little incredible. So, mercenaries like us who are only greedy for money by Faraday are still lucky? In other words, Carl. T.Bug, who finally joined the team, saw it more clearly. I should say this, it's not that you haven't encountered it before, but those guys who are incompetent and greedy know that they can't control us when they come to us. If you really pissed off the awesome mercenary, the middleman would have to think carefully about his own life. If you pissed off K-Team, that's not how you die. After the sentence, T.Bug added another sentence. So, what kind of work can a person with any ability do? I don't think Oliver and Jack can control this kind of naming. You have to listen to me for this kind of thing. Let's call it Chio-Chio. Call Bella. Sir Want. I'm convinced. Seeing that he had finally used the new intermediary to introduce the topic, and instantly got back on track with T.Bug's words, what could Carl say? He could only lie in the back seat obediently and rest his head on the bionic dog lying on the back seat. I closed my eyes and rested on my back. Contact your supervisor. Carl, the entrusting team has entrusted it. Do the relevant personnel need to review it? Kenichi Shiro, no need. There are not many teams that you are familiar with in the intelligence. I know all the members. The leaders are the mercenaries Man and Brown who have performed escort missions together, right? As expected of the detective agency, they are really good at investigation. Carl, so, I will decide on this matter, right? Do you want to report? Kenichi Shiro, you can't leave any traces on the surface, but you have to report as a must. You come to Shibi building at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. You said you can't leave any traces on the surface, but you still have to follow the process. You have to report the purpose of the funds after issuing them, right? You can leave a written explanation. The procedures are full for you. Carl, I will go. Which floor are you on? Kenichi Shiro, the 100th floor of the Bai building, Tavernier Suite. When you get outside the security circle of the Bai building, a special person will take you into the Bai building. After entering, another person will lead the way. You can get to the special elevator according to the instructions. I will ask the building to release the authority. Also, the person you want to report to is not me, and you should not ask where I am. Not Kenichi Shiro. Hearing this, Carl opened his eyes. He already understood something, but still wanted to confirm it. Carl, what do you mean? Kenichi Shiro, Miss Haruko, I plan to meet you in person. Arasaka Haruko wants to meet Carl. Shibi building. Carl had never really stood in the building he had seen below, but he was quite familiar with it. He was supposed to send Haruko here on that escort mission. Standing outside the Bai building, looking at the towering building, Carl felt a vague pain in his body. The last time I saw this building like this, the bastard driving the ACPA appeared in front of me within a few seconds and stopped me. I fucked him so many times that my whole body almost fell apart. Staring at his raised hands, Carl suppressed the feeling of phantom pain. It's different now. Now, if it happened again, Carl was confident that he would dismantle that thing and keep it intact from head to toe. They were treated with admiration after 3 days of farewell. Now it has been almost 10.5 months since that mission, and Carl is no longer Wuxiaomon. The time was 8:50, but the people waiting for Carl had already arrived. It was a middle-aged man wearing a suit and sunglasses, with company dog written clearly on his face. He looked at Carl, and after confirming his identity, he made a sideways gesture of reaching out, as if to signal Carl to follow. You can follow him into the area of Shibi building. Because Arasaka Haruko lives in it, the area around the Shibi building is separated from other areas. Invading into one of the areas rashly and doing some inappropriate behavior will attract the attention of the security personnel of the Bai building. It is a machine attack, so a dedicated person is needed to lead Carl into it. Kenichi Shiro said this kind of thing yesterday, so Carl didn't say much, just nodded and let him lead the way. As he walked, Carl looked around the perimeter of the Bai building. With sharp eyes, he saw hidden sentry machine guns and machine guns behind several bushes. Judging from the newness of those guns, they were recently deployed not long ago. Shibi Building is for receiving outside guests. The alert for Haruko Arasaka will not last long. When Haruko Arasaka's residence and security arrangements in North Oak District are completed, she will go there. Shibi Building will be restored into a luxury hotel where all the wealthy people from all over the world can come. According to what Carl knows, the former Arasaka family members who came to live in Night City basically followed this process of first living in the Shibi Building. After all, the security of the Shibi Building was in the Night City real estate controlled by Arasaka, second only to the Arasaka Tower, but as it is now, even the perimeter is guarded. It's the first time. Was it because of the assassination? Several more hidden sentinels were discovered, and Carl, who silently remembered these locations in his mind, thought this way. Along the way, he has seen no less than 20 newly established security points. With this level of defense, Carl thought about it and felt that even if all his team members were present, plus the Brown and Man teams, it might take a long time to break through. Put in some effort. Probably about a minute. As a peripheral defense, it is a bit strong. If we want to destroy everything and quickly enter the Shibi Building from the outside, and compress the time to less than half a minute, we may have to mobilize a small team of heavy-duty ACPAs, and have specialized personnel hack in and clear out these hidden sentry machine guns or machine guns. Cannons will do. Or, let that person come. The figure that came to him in slow time before he fell into coma flashed through Carl's mind, and he shook his hand unconsciously. If it was that person, how many seconds would it take? 20 seconds, 10 seconds, or does it only take a moment to complete the breakthrough? That speed, that power, that perfect combination of machinery and will, the absolute power that is difficult to achieve alone, left a deep impression on Carl. It would be great if there were data about that guy. Only by the difficulty of facing that guy can we call it despair, and only then would it be worth trying once. At that time, he took over Haruko's escort mission and served as Haruko's escort. Can he see him today? And it's not just him, Kenichi Shiro is also there. It would be great if these two people could have their data. Even if they are just virtualized data and cannot reach their own strength, Carl really wants to try them. Test to see what the gap is between you and them. In other words, how far is the difference? Mr. Carl, I can only take you so far, please keep going. The company employee leading Carl stopped at the door of By Building and made that gesture again, gesturing for Carl to enter through the door. Carl entered the Shibi Building without any hesitation, and before entering the lobby reception area, there was an automatic scan at the entrance. As soon as the scan scanned Carl's body, the alarm sounded, but it was immediately turned off the next moment. A woman wearing the same black suit as the person outside walked over with interest. Sorry Mr. Carl, we overlooked that you would be carrying a weapon. The alarm has been turned off. Please follow me. In the lobby, there were more than a dozen people wearing the same clothes, who seemed to be members of the Arasaka Special Operations Department. But none of them expressed any radical attitude or behavior towards Carl coming in with weapons. They just raised their hands slightly because of their guarding instinct, and then lowered them. Did Mr. Kenichi Shiro say I could carry a weapon? Of course, sir has already said it. It was still the same humble bow, which made Carl's eyebrows jump unconsciously. Although he was quite polite, he was not used to being treated like this all the time. After being looked at with fear by gang members for a long time, he suddenly saw this kind of eyes that lowered their eyes and did not look at each other. I can only say that it was unbearable. Under the guidance of the insider, Carl entered the elevator, and the insider stayed at the elevator entrance. Before the door closed, he put his hands in front of his abdomen and bowed deeply to Carl. I wish you a good day. Good day, is this a signature phrase? Watching the elevator door slowly close, through the gap, Carl saw that the person at the door did not straighten up until the end, and his movements were still standard and respectful. It seems that this behavior is almost engraved in his bones. Carl didn't feel anything special about this, because in the past, he had also seen similar movements and behaviors in the service industry, but the training here at By Building was better. If you insist on saying that you can't stand up straight after bending for too long, it's not the case, it's just, sure enough, I don't like people bending over to me. It's just that Carl doesn't like it. Standing in the elevator going up, Carl's face was calm. Bite. The elevator has reached the 100th floor. Looking at the door that slowly opened in front of him, Carl took a breath and then exhaled. After the door was completely opened, he stepped into the large flat floor where Tavernier's suite was located. Exactly 9 o'clock, exactly. Kenichi Shiro, wearing his usual black suit, stood at the elevator door and nodded to Carl. You didn't break your promise. I came at the right time, so it would be strange to miss the appointment. I had already mastered this skill to the full level when I was in school. Mr. Kenichi Shiro. Carl nodded in response as a greeting, and then he noticed something different about Kenichi Shiro today. On the left collar of Kenichi Shiro's black suit, he wore a pin that he didn't have before. Judging from the style, it was a silver, chrysanthemum dot-looking pin. On that pin is Arasaka's logo. Carl had heard that people with sufficient status in Arasaka would wear a silver pin with the Arasaka logo on the left side of their collar, and executives who had served in the Arasaka combat unit would be even more so. A more distinguished Arasaka logo pin with a chrysanthemum appearance. Looking at Kenichi Shiro's pin, Carl understood who Kenichi Shiro was today. He is no longer his boss at the detective agency, but a loyal servant of the Arasaka family. There is no doubt that Arasaka Haruko herself is here. My lady is waiting for you. After saying this, Kenichi Shiro stood next to the elevator door without making any movement, and just motioned Carl to move forward. Carl didn't say anything. He took a few steps forward and past Kenichi Shiro. Then he saw the entire view of the flat floor. On the right side of the suite is the bathroom. On the left side of the suite, there is an outdoor staircase connecting to the apron on the top floor. Looking through the transparent bulletproof glass, you can vaguely see the glory of the night city, and not far from the stairs, it's in the middle of the suite, there is a small coffee table facing the large screen in the room. On the cushion next to the coffee table, Haruko Arasaka, wearing the same cherry blossom kimono as when they last met, is sitting there, fiddling with it. Tea set. Carl took a few steps closer and saw clearly what Haruko was doing. She was making matcha with tea. Regarding Carl's arrival, she tilted her head slightly toward his location. She was obviously aware of it, but judging from her appearance, she was not in a hurry to talk to Carl. She didn't answer, and Carl certainly wasn't prepared to speak. After looking around and finding no particularly good place to sit, Carl simply walked next to her and sat down on another raised cushion in front of her right. I stared at Haruko for a few times. Haruko was the same as the last time I saw her. There was no difference. She still had the same thin appearance, the same long hair that hung down to her waist, as smooth as silk, and the same look. Her face was indeed as beautiful and dignified as that of a warring states princess, and she looked exactly the same as before. However, even if it was their second meeting, Carl still had to say it. He didn't care much about appearance, but he really liked Haruko's eyes. I don't know if those eyes are prosthetic eyes, but they are as beautiful as the night sky, as if you can see the reflection of the stars. These are the stars that cannot be seen in the night city with heavy light pollution. Time passed very quietly, and there was only the thin sound of tea whisking through the liquid in the entire flat floor. After more than 10 seconds, Haruko stopped moving in her hand. She put the tea handle head down and carefully placed it on the tea seat on the coffee table. She held the frothy matcha in her hands and brought it to Carl. Please use it. Haruko stared at Carl with a smile, as if a tea master had finished his work and invited guests to have a cup of tea. Carl stared at the green and foaming tea, but several thoughts flashed through his heart. This kind of thing appeared in the Tang dynasty, flourished in the Song dynasty, and developed into a part of the tea banquet. He was not unfamiliar with it, but matcha powder is made by steaming young tea leaves, roasting and drying them, then using a stone grinder, and whisking them with real water. In 2075, it was too luxurious. Seeing Carl looking at the matcha, Haruko, who thought he was hesitating about the brand, explained, "This is the matcha from Mifudo Tea Shop in Kyoto. It has been 400 years since it was founded. I think it is the taste. The best matcha ever." No, I'm not curious about the brand. Carl actually wanted to say, matcha is too bitter, can I add milk? Remember, adding milk is also a way to drink it, but it seems to be often criticized by traditionalists. Remember, as a courtesy, you have to hold it with both hands. Taking a small porcelain cup of matcha with both hands, Carl drank it without even thinking about tasting it. Then, a bitter taste started from the tip of the tongue and spread all the way into the stomach. It's really bitter. She definitely put too much tea powder. As the bitterness subsides, a fresh tea aroma begins to emerge from the mouth. After careful aftertaste, it is still very bitter. Putting down the finished teacup, Carl looked at Haruko. "I've finished the tea, can I start the report?" "No need." Haruko shook her head. "I don't want to hear these little things. Is 320,000 euros, or something involving the assassination of your personnel, considered a small matter? But since you don't plan to listen, then my procedure is complete, right? Carl just wanted to get up. Can I leave? No, Haruko stared at Carl closely with her eyes. I don't care about small things, but there are some important things I want to ask you. Important things? After listening to Haruko's words, Carl, who had stood up very quickly, sat down again. Is it a matter of salary? How much bonus are you planning to give? I did a good job on my last job, right? After staring at Carl's face for a few times, Haruko sighed. This is also a small matter. You have to talk to Mr. Kenichi Shiro about the salary. Then, what is the important thing, you tell me? Carl noticed a scrutinizing gaze coming from the elevator door, and subconsciously sat up a little straighter. Your boss is watching, and you have to behave well in front of your boss's boss. I have a proposal here. Haruko put her hands flat on her knees. A proposal that may be acceptable to you. Proposal? Carl felt that the scrutinizing gaze seemed to be getting sharper. What proposal? I want to ask you to accept that. Haruko looked at Carl. Accept the offer to be my personal bodyguard. Ah? This was Carl's first reaction after hearing Haruko's proposal. Personal bodyguard? Wait a moment. The brain has to understand the meaning of the word first. Guard means to protect the person, and personal means to be close, and follow around. The combined meaning is follow the protection staff around you. Got it. I refuse. Without hesitation, Carl refused neatly after analyzing the meaning of the word. And this performance made the hot and sharp gaze from behind that Carl felt become more and more intense, but Haruko Arasaka in front of him showed an expression that was not surprising. Sure enough, you will refuse. Arasaka Haruko showed an expression that was either regretful or understanding. You are just like Mr. Kenichi Shiro said, an eagle that is difficult to restrain and difficult to stay. Did Mr. Kenichi Shiro say that to me again? Carl looked back at Kenichi Shiro and found that he had turned his head, as if he had noticed that his eyes had been averted a step ahead. But if you say it's an eagle, it's not a particularly difficult description. Carl felt that there was something wrong with this description. There were many falconers in the past. It's called a hawk, right? I've seen relevant training. Haruko didn't know why, but the topic was naturally led astray by Carl. Just when she was feeling a little happy and was about to discuss eagle-related matters with Carl, Kenichi Shiro, who had been paying attention here, coughed from the other side of the door. Ahem. This coughing sound was like some kind of reminder, bringing Haruko back to her thoughts from the diverted topic. I'm sorry. After restraining the inappropriately happy expression on her face, Haruko regained her gentle expression. He made a second suggestion to Carl. So, Carl, are you willing to accept my funding? As a cooperative mercenary, help me handle some family affairs involving the company at critical moments. It's so fair and aboveboard, just talking about the internal affairs of the company. No, for Haruko Arasaka, matters within the company may really be family matters. Subsidy, what kind of term is it? Carl was somewhat interested in this suggestion, but he didn't know what form it would take. And Haruko Arasaka, who obviously had a plan for this, just reported a person's name and made Carl understand. Morgan's Black Hand. I see. The legend among legends, the king of mercenaries, Morgan Blackhand, is known to everyone in the industry. Although he is a famous lone wolf mercenary, he also receives funding from military technology. In some key tasks, he often becomes a military mercenary. The winner of technology, such as the Arasaka Tower nuclear explosion that broke the camel's back during the Fourth Corporate War, was Morgan's Black Hand. The Fourth Corporate War, it originated from the competition between Chino and OTC, two offshore oil development giants, to acquire the third company IHA. It was followed by the participation of military technology and Arasaka Corporation in the global war. It ended with the nuclear explosion of Arasaka Tower in Night City, confirming the tragic victory of military technology. Arasaka Tower nuclear explosion incident, an event marked by the nuclear explosion of Arasaka Tower, the only remaining stronghold of Arasaka in the United States, by a tactical team led by military technology. It is rumored that there are legendary lone wolf Morgan Blackhand, Shaitano, legendary middleman Rog, and legendary rockboy Johnny Silverhand, legendary hacker Spider Murphy and others, with the support of military technology, involved in it, although this incident was prevented by security personnel headed by Adam Hammer on the Arasaka side. It ended with a successful nuclear explosion and the victory of military technology. Recalling the incident that happened on August 20, 2023, California time, Carl understood what Haruko meant. You want me to be a pawn at a critical moment? That's it. There is no cover. Up, no cover. Up, just above board, That's what Haruko said. Working for Arasaka? No, it's for me. Haruko corrected Carl's words. It's for me, Haruko Arasaka. After a moment of silence, Carl spoke, what kind of funding can I get? As long as you want, I can get you all the latest Arasaka equipment you want. Who could be the possible target? Military technology, Kong Tao, Night Company, biotechnology, it could be any company, of course, including Arasaka, my family. Haruko chuckled, I can't do it either, let's target the ordinary people on the street. Reason? After Carl asked this question, he heard the footsteps of Kenichi Shiro behind him, as if this question had triggered something and Carl could not be allowed to ask anymore. But before Kenichi Shiro came over, Haruko had already answered without hesitation, because I don't like either eagles or chickens. Eagle, chick. Feeling the footsteps that had stopped behind him, Carl asked, are you a pigeon? Pigeon is the name of Haruko Arasaka's mother, Michiko Arasaka's faction within Arasaka. Most of the people in the faction are the subordinates of Michiko Arasaka inherited from her father, Kei Arasaka, in the United States. Their political demands within Arasaka are to reform the company in depth and integrate the United States with peaceful means. I am not. It was still the same words without any hesitation. I am not any bird. Haruko said. I am Haruko Arasaka. Does the political demand belong only to oneself? Disobeying Saburo Arasaka, not agreeing with Arasaka Nobuo, and even not wanting to follow the path of her mother Michiko Arasaka. This attitude. It is worthy of being a member of the Arasaka family. I now realize that you are indeed surnamed Arasaka. That is why I can have such awareness. Haruko likes her name and surname very much. That's why I have the awareness to change the world by myself. It's because of this position that I can do this, and it's because of this thought that I can have this awareness. What do you want to do? Carl's attitude towards this girl with star-like eyes is serious. I want to become the master of Arasaka first. Ambition that has never been concealed. Why? Why? Just because you don't even have enough protection personnel when facing assassination? Because you need to recruit me, a street mercenary? Why? Why? Carl knows why. Just because of this surname. It's because of this surname that I can be determined to do certain things, and it's because of this surname that I can make up my mind to do certain things. Carl thought of a deed of Arasaka Nobuyuki. He once left Arasaka and established his own organization, wanting to overthrow his family's absolute rule in Japan. Are all the people of the Arasaka family so rebellious and ambitious? A chick imprisoned in a cage cannot fly, a pigeon can push the cage open and fly, and an eagle soars in the sky. Above the sky is a sunny day. The child born on a sunny day is called Haruko. Carl understood Haruko's ambition. But he had one last question. Why choose to believe me? For this question. There was nothing to hesitate about, and there was nothing to hesitate about. Haruko just said something that Carl was very familiar with and had said before. Countless cherry blossom petals have fallen and withered on the cherry tree, but this one petal happened to float into the arms of someone who saved her. But he happened to be here. Everything you heard today is rotten in your stomach. In the elevator going downstairs, listening to Kenichi Shiro's words, Carl nodded, of course I won't say much, after all. Carl smiled, at least I have reached a funding agreement with you. I don't know why the lady would value you, but I hope you won't live up to my expectations and do something irrational. Kenichi Shiro made no move, but there was a vague sense of oppression in his eyes. Compared to letting the lady know that the person she trusted betrayed her, I think the accidental death of the person she trusted is more acceptable to the lady. Yeah. Carl said calmly, but his eyes were fixed on Kenichi Shiro, and his wrist was slightly raised. But now, I have to ask you in turn, Mr. Kenichi Shiro. Ask me? Which one are you loyal to, the leader of the Dove faction, or the lady in your mouth? What Carl said made Kenichi Shiro stunned. This was when he took over Kenichi Saburo's responsibilities. 14 years ago, after being arranged to be a half-fatherly guardian to Haruko Arasaka who grew up in Japan, it's something I've never thought about. Because in terms of concepts, how can father and son, mother and daughter not be in the same faction? Of course I am. Halfway through, he didn't know what to say anymore. It is said that he is loyal to Miss Haruko, but the order for him to protect Haruko was actually the order of Haruko's mother Michiko Arasaka. But if he is said to be loyal to Michiko Arasaka, then why has he not told Michiko Arasaka what Miss Haruko is hiding? And acquiesced to Miss Haruko's secret actions? I don't need someone who has never thought about loyalty to teach me this. Instead of interrogating me, a trusted person, you, a more trusted bodyguard, shouldn't be responsible for the security of the young lady. Work? Bite. When the elevator reached the first floor, Carl glanced at Kenichi Shiro and took a step forward. Protect Haruko Arasaka, Mr. Kenichi Shiro. I don't want to see my sponsor die because of some inexplicable trivial matter before I arrive. You are a more capable person than me now, so be good. Complete your security duties. Kenichi Shiro listened to Carl's words and looked at Carl's back. After his expression changed for a moment, he regained his composure. His eyes were deep but thoughtful. As a bodyguard, he doesn't need to think much, but now, he thinks a lot. You see something, Carl? Or do you really understand the young lady's ambition better than me? The elevator is closed. Kenichi Shiro, after all, did not call out Carl and ask him what he really thought. It would be ridiculous for a domestic servant who has never thought about whom he is loyal to ask an outsider about his loyalty. Fighting with each other every day, fighting with each other to the point where even those who are loyal can no longer distinguish who they are loyal to. I have completely understood Arasaka's style. Carl on the other side was thinking in his heart, but he smiled. But rarely, I got an interesting idea. Reaching the top of Arasaka and reshaping Arasaka according to your own wishes is really ambitious. How can I not be interested in this kind of internal fighting? It's interesting to think about the weakling who tried to climb to the top of Arasaka without much support but the wishful thinking, and the mercenary she selected to start to climb to the top of Night City. It's just looking for death. But why would I agree? Carl realized why. Maybe it's like Jack and Oliver asked, what is their dream? Reaching the top of Night City is just the first step, just the beginning. What we really want to do is to change. Changing Night City is too niche and not enough. Ambition takes the world as its stage. Carl's heart was a little excited. Why do I keep pursuing continuous fun? Why do I keep challenging various tasks? Why do I set a hopeless level of difficulty for myself? Why do I have the heart to challenge strong men like Adam Hammer and Kenichi Shiro? It turns out that from the beginning, when I held the gun, I thought that I shouldn't be ordinary or numb. The heart can be numb, and people can keep looking down at the earth, but as long as I am still here, as a person from the past, it cannot be said that an era has passed. People of this era should also be allowed to look at the sky. Look at the clear sky, not covered by brilliance. Carl is a man from the past. How much is this world worth to him? Worthless. But that's exactly what it is, unparalleled. It's decided. Carl took long strides and walked out of the building. I'm going to make sweet and sour pork for lunch today. Kenichi Shiro took the elevator back to the suite on the 100th floor and saw Carl's figure on the big screen in the suite. Opposite the figure striding forward was Arasaka Haruko, sitting outside the screen, swiping matcha carefully. Kenichi Shiro looked at Carl, whose face was clearly visible in the surveillance cameras around the building, showing a bright smile, and couldn't help but walked over. Miss, have you really decided to believe him? Now we need to erase him to prevent information leakage. We can also activate emergency preparedness procedures. I believe him. Without any hesitation, Arasaka Haruko turned her head and said softly to Kenichi Shiro, it's like believing, just like Mr. Kenichi Shiro who takes care of me like a father. Her words made Kenichi Shiro stunned again. This was the second time today that he was stunned. Once it was Carl and once it was Haruko. Both of them exceeded his expectations. Kenichi Shiro wanted to say something, but he didn't know what to say. After forcing his face to control his expression and trembling, he sighed and sat down in front of Haruko Arasaka to the left. He now has a clear understanding of his loyalty. That guy really saw something. Sitting a little speechless and decadent, Kenichi Shiro looked at Haruko Arasaka, and then at the smiling Carl on the screen. For some reason, for Carl, as a person whose thoughts were understood, Kenichi Shiro's heart could not rise. A little bit of goodwill. On the contrary, there is an inexplicable feeling of emptiness and loss. Kenichi Shiro looked at Haruko Arasaka's eyes and returned to the screen, and couldn't help but said, he is bright and cheerful. Looking at him like this, he doesn't feel like he has accepted a mission at all. Arasaka Haruko listened, but smiled softly, and handed over another cup of prepared matcha. That's how I feel about my mission. People who can smile in the sunshine in the city of night are already incredible. Kenichi Shiro took the matcha in silence, and Arasaka Haruko turned her head and stared at the screen. The young lady should be reminded that looking at the screen with her native eyes for a long time may cause vision loss. Pick up the teacup. Take a sip. So bitter. The lady's craftsmanship is still not that outstanding. Bastard boy. Kenichi Shiro, who was not very good at cursing and was well-educated, just cursed silently in his heart in the end. You'd better not let me know what you think about Miss. A leisurely day. After lunch, Carl looked through his Mutuo storage and found that he had already seen them all. The training chip is still with Oliver. It seems that he and Jack went to practice shooting today. The driver is gone, but it's time to buy Mutuo. Should I ask David if there is any new stock? No, their team should be busy with the mission investigation. Although David is an intern, he also has to run errands and go to school. It seems a bit embarrassing to ask him to help deliver Mutuo. Oh, I really have to go out. I was thinking about expanding my gun storage and buying some new guns. There is a good gun store in the super skyscraper where Carl lives. Carl's final night was renovated there. However, it is just a gun store in an apartment building. It is still impossible to buy some awesome weapons. In addition to the problem of buying Mutuo, Carl had to go out again after making lunch at home. Why didn't I think of these things on the way back? Bringing Zhangye with him, Carl went downstairs and looked through the communication information, trying to see if there was any middleman to contact him, but there was no new message. The old captain and Roger, whom he met yesterday, didn't seem to be in a hurry. Flipping through, Carl found the message and picture sent by Johnson when he was sleeping last night. In the picture, a group of people in NCPD police uniforms were grilling meat around a barbecue stove, and Mr. Johnson's selfie face occupied almost half of the screen. Do older people like to take pictures with their faces? But wouldn't the pork smell fishy if it was grilled directly? Carl looked at the other half of the screen. In addition to the NCPD police officers, there was a large plate of meat placed there. According to Carl's cooking experience, the pork was thawed and slightly marinated, and then grilled. Considering the time when Mr. Johnson returned last night, and comparing it with the time when he sent the message, everyone enjoyed the meal. Looking at the text sent by Mr. Johnson with the picture, and then looking at the NCPD officers on the screen who were indeed smiling brightly and picking up meat with tongs, Carl felt sympathy for the people of Night City from the bottom of his heart. Just enjoy the meal. Carl was about to send the message, but Mr. Johnson's message came first, along with a communication request. Johnson, Carl, there is an emergency, are you awake? Connect immediately. Carl, I'm awake, walking downstairs, what happened? Johnson, there is a street mercenary named Andy, who was a street mercenary whose parents died when he was a few years old. He has a sister who grew up with him and is excellent in both character and learning in a private school. Recently, she was kidnapped by the Tiger Claws and taken to Yunding. After Andy found out about his sister's whereabouts, he rushed into Yunding. Another kidnapped person. Carl remembered the mission he had received before, which was also about kidnapping students and involved the Tiger Claws in Yunding. He subconsciously frowned. Is the Tiger Claws so arrogant recently, or is there something hidden? Carl, what is the current situation? Johnson, of course I don't want to care about the Tiger Claws, and I don't want to care. Those people died, and I don't care at all. I just don't care. But Andy seems to have lost control. He has too many prosthetics and his mental state is not good. After taking his sister away from Hentang, he ran around in the entire Japanese street area, causing panic among the people. So I was thinking, can I let you go over there? Carl, didn't the terrorist squad go out? Johnson, not all levels of cyber psychopaths need to be dispatched by the terrorist squad, and Andy didn't kill anyone except the Tiger Claws. The guys from the Tiger Claws were smashed in Hentang and wanted to get back. The scene did not call the terrorist mobile team, thinking of killing chickens and monkeys and handling it by themselves, but I think that a mercenary who did not hurt innocent people and only saved his sister should not die, so I thought of asking you to come and subdue him before he does more things, so that I can report the bounty later. Carl heard a different meaning. Mr. Johnson, this is not what you would say, you should have driven to pick me up, I'm almost on the first floor, just tell the truth directly. Ding. I can't hide it from you. The elevator door opened, and waiting at the door was Johnson in NCPD uniform. He gestured to Carl's law enforcement car parked on the street. I'll tell you more in the car. 10 seconds later, Carl, who sat in the company pilot seat, habitually left the door open and said, so what's the matter, Mr. Johnson, why did you think of saving a cyber psychopath? You have good intentions, right? I have seen Andy and his sister a few times. I was the one who arrested Andy when he was a mercenary in a street gunfight. They are not bad people, but they just can't survive in Night City and have to start from the streets. After Andy became famous, he spent a lot of money to send his sister to a private academy. He is as desperate as you to take missions. He just wants his sister to live a decent life. I can't stand seeing this kind of thing happen. The engine roared and started. Second, it's a commission from an old friend who used to be a journalist. Her name is Regina Jones now. She is a middleman who has just become famous in Watson District. She said that there might be a way to suppress cyberpsychosis. She wants us to save Andy's life and send him to her. Suppress cyberpsychosis? Carl felt a little unconvinced. Is it possible? Once this thing gets sick, it will never come back. Let me tell you a secret that has been spread on the streets for a long time. All the people in the violent terrorist squad are cyberpsychopaths. Guess where they got so many cyberpsychopaths and how they suppress them? You mean, the violent terrorist squad will select cyberpsychopaths to put in their team, and have a special way to suppress them? Listening to Carl's words, Johnson showed an expression that he had said nothing. I can only say I don't know. You are addicted to hiding things, right? Although the violent terrorist squad is actually an independent organization, it is also a member of the NCPD in name. You, the NCPD sheriff, are pretending. Isn't this a clear indication? Come on. Carl leaned back on the backrest of the company pilot of the law enforcer. You want to stay alive, right? How much is the reward? I will apply for a bonus for you, and Regina said that if we send the person over, she can give you 10,000 euros. 10,000 euros? Carl hasn't taken such a small job for a while. But, just make do. Just consider it as Andy's face for killing through the clouds alone for his sister. NCPD. Jason slammed the door so hard, got out of the car with his Lexington, held the handle of the gun with both hands and pointed at a member of the Tiger Claw gang who was walking menacingly in the alley with a gun drawn. Put down the gun in your hand. Asshole, it's the guys from the NCPD who are meddling in other people's business. The members of the Tiger Claw gang who were searching the streets with their companions for traces of their mercenary saw the gun pointed at them by Jason and looked unhappy, but they obediently lowered the gun. Face to face with the NCPD gang of police officers, if one of them gets into trouble, they will really dare to shoot. If he has the responsibility of fighting the NCPD openly on the street, he will probably be skinned alive by the big brother in the gang. Officer, I'm just going to take a walk. Are you okay? I don't know if there is something wrong, but you are walking around with a gun with the safety on, which has violated Article 17 and Article 8 of Night City's regulations. Now I want to arrest you. Bullshit clauses. There are so many people walking around on the street with guns with the safety on. Why don't you catch them? They're looking for trouble, right? The member of the Tiger Claw gang realized that Jason, the NCPD, was here to stir up trouble, and the pistol that had been hanging down was slightly lifted up by him. I advise you to be smart, police officer. If there is a commotion in this place, you won't be able to get away with it. Why don't we each take a step back and I'll pay you a fine. I'll treat it like I'm treating you to a meal. You just pretend you haven't seen me. Be good. What if we have to go? We are working on something right now. Apparently, this member of the Tiger Claw gang mistook Jason for an NCPD police officer who was taking advantage of the situation to cause trouble and wanted to collect bribes. I don't know if you are smart or not, but now you have violated the rules of trying to bribe the police again. My device has recorded it. Come with me. Are you sick? I don't even want a bribe. Is that too little? How about I give you 200 euros? This money is enough for you to have fun. Drop the gun and put your hands up. 300? I won't do it again. Idiot who can't understand human language. This Tiger Claw gang's patience has reached its limit. He is a good searcher, but when the NCPD makes trouble for him on the street, he is willing to give bribes and still pesters him. Do you really think he has a good temper? He was equipped with subcutaneous armor, so he really was afraid of Lexington. Originally, it seemed that your identity as a police officer gave you some face, and you treated yourself as a character. This member of the Tiger Claw gang was about to raise the jade ring pistol in his hand, when someone tapped him on the shoulder. When does someone stand behind you? When the Tiger Claw gangster turned around in shock, he was met with a clenched fist. Thump. Mr. Jensen, another arrest. Carl deliberately restrained his strength and did not blow the head of the Tiger Claw gangster with one punch, but just knocked him unconscious. That's already 3. Carl said, grabbing the Tiger Claw gang member from the ground, connecting his brain.computer interface with a single molecule line, walking to the law enforcer at the entrance of the alley, opening the trunk, and throwing him in. Data flows. Andy seems to have run around here. He received orders from above to search around here. The personnel situation is getting closer. Jason put away his gun and walked over, looking at the packed trunk. The area where Andy can be is getting smaller and smaller. Let me act alone next, Mr. Johnson. Carl retracted the single molecular line. So far, we have only targeted this independent Tiger Claw gang, and have not let the upper echelons of the Tiger Claw gang know that I am involved in this matter. But now we have almost reached the limit of what the executor can do. If your police car keeps wandering around, the Tiger Claw gang will find out. Then I'll leave it to you. If you need help, just ask. Jason nodded, walked over and closed the trunk full of people. My personnel have also started patrolling nearby to prevent chaos. As long as you say a word, I can arrive with people right away. Need not. Carl took out the all-nighter and checked it. After making sure it was okay, he smiled and said, I'm a professional. After saying this, Carl walked out of the street and contacted the available team members. Carl, T.Bug, did you read what I just sent you? Do me a small favor and conduct a detailed search for people in the area. I will share the euros earned from this trip equally with you. T.Bug, this kind of troublesome job that you took on alone only cost 10,000 euros. I can't stand the money. I've probably locked the person in an underground parking lot. I've sent you the address. Carl, Swift, you are worthy of being T.Bug. T.Bug, stop complimenting me, you really want to thank me. Send Xiao to me later. I will make modifications and use it as my connection center. This way, when you go to Badland in the future, you only need Xiao. I can also help you a little more in the car. Carl, okay, I'll send it to you later. Speaking of which, since you joined the team, we haven't had any offline gatherings. Why don't we find a time to have a dinner in person and give you the dog? T.Bug, okay, then you can go back and set up a time with the two guys whose names can't be chosen well. I still have to deal with the details of the ball program here, so I'm hanging up. Carl, take your time and get busy. After the communication ended, Carl looked at the underground parking lot address sent by T.Bug and found it unexpectedly close, about 400 to 500 meters away. At this distance, Carl could hear any gunshot sound clearly, but he did not hear any gunshots, which means the Tiger Claw gang has not found Andy in this narrowed range. Yes, if it is handled this way, there is no need to set up an extra person as an opponent. With the night watch, Carl arrived at the underground parking lot in a short time. The parking lot was attached to a club that was being renovated. Because the club above was being renovated, there were not many people and vehicles parked underground. After Carl connected to the camera at the entrance of the parking lot and took over the cameras of the entire underground parking lot according to the intrusion program transmitted by the camera, he saw a hidden person behind a Columbus that might have been driven by a worker. Columbus, full name Villeford Columbus V340.F Freight, is a cheap van that is very suitable for transportation. Due to its size, Carl could not see the man clearly with the help of the dim lights in the underground parking lot. Whether it was Andy or not, he would know after going down to take a look. After Carl blocked the scanning confirmation program at the entrance and exit of the parking lot, he walked step by step from the vehicle entrance to the underground parking lot. When his figure appeared on the downhill slope that could be seen in the parking lot, Carl noticed that the body hiding behind Columbus in the camera moved. Andy? In the somewhat dim underground parking lot, Carl's voice was very clear. He called Andy's name, trying to get some response. Call. It was a good thing that Carl didn't speak. When he opened his mouth, the name he called seemed to have offended something. With the sound of a gunshot, a bullet went straight to Carl's head. The single molecular line ejected and cut the bullet. With just one glance, Carl recognized the weapon used by the shooter from the gun body protruding from the back of the car. That's a kinetic pistol produced by Constitution Military Industries, Liberty. A weapon that in the hands of an experienced gunner can rival a smart weapon. I'm not your enemy. Although he was shot, Carl was a reasonable man. Before taking action, he still tried to use communication to let Andy understand that he was here to help. However, Andy obviously did not accept Carl's good intentions and fired at the gun. Zhongzhan showed a face that looked like he was only in his 20s. At the same time, he picked up another weapon. Mercenaries are more or less proficient in several types of weapons. This is true for mercenaries who spend more time on the streets. Andy, who entered the mercenary industry at a very young age, carries with him in addition to the necessary pistols and a submachine gun. The moment he saw the submachine gun clearly, even Carl had to start to retract the monomolecular line and start moving. Because the submachine gun was a smart weapon, Carl could do whatever he could without damaging Andy's life. All you have to do is not be locked in by it. This guy is not a weakling. No wonder he was able to kill through Yunding alone and ran out with his sister. The second gun Andy took out was the Kongtao G.58 Classic. This is one of the best smart submachine guns on the market today. It is an excellent equipment favored by elite personnel including the trauma team. If this gun is used, the weapon is locked, and the bullets whizzing out of it can tear Carl into pieces in just a blink of an eye. The dialogue failed, so I had to try to subdue him. Carl ducked behind a car, temporarily avoiding Andy's sight, but he knew that for an excellent mercenary like Andy, he would not be safe hiding like this for long. 1 second, or 2 seconds. Think about it. You have to think of a good way. If nothing else, Andy escaped with his sister, and he never tried to leave the shadow behind the van from beginning to end, which meant that his sister was probably there, but he heard that there was less than a hint of a female voice. If his sister hadn't fainted, it might have been. Carl realized a more dangerous possibility. That is, Andy is an excellent mercenary who can kill through the clouds with weapons, but what about his sister? Carl had heard that people who were abducted into Yunding and became sex partners would be equipped with control chips. If during this process, those Tiger Claw gang members activated something, or faced Andy's sister in a hail of bullets. If an easy target fires a gun. I can't even communicate. Is he still sane and doesn't believe that's why I shot, or has he really suffered a cyberpsychotic attack and become a sad dog guarding his lost precious things? He has to do it as soon as possible. Distinguished. After 2 seconds passed, Carl, who was taking a breath, saw someone from behind the van on the surveillance screen. Andy threw something over here. Without looking, Carl knew what it was. A good helper for mercenaries, a great killer in narrow terrain. What else can it be besides grenades? If you don't need to hold back, you can kill him the moment he throws the grenade. But not this time. If Andy's sister is in a life-threatening situation right now, and she detonates a grenade in mid-air, its fragments may lead to some consequences that she doesn't want to see. This task is difficult to accomplish. After complaining, the grenade trajectory that Carl saw became slow and clearly visible. After rolling out from behind the vehicle, he squatted with his left foot half-crouched and stepped hard with his right foot. In a posture similar to the start of a 100-meter race, Carl rushed towards Andy. The grenade that started to explode fell behind him in a slow motion and fell to his original position behind the vehicle. He forgot about it. The grenade thrown at the target was accurately timed to detonate, and it was guaranteed to detonate the moment it reached the target. With rich experience, fortunately, I did not think about waiting for it to land before making evasive moves. Feeling the heat wave coming from behind, Carl, who had finished his accelerated reaction, was only 10 meters away from where Andy was. And as if he knew that Carl would dodge and then rushed over, 2 blue lights lit up in the darkness. A pair of prosthetic eyes that had activated the night vision function had locked onto Carl along with the Ray's smart submachine gun. Wasn't it Cian Westan? Did he predict that I would definitely be able to dodge and appear on this path? However, you are all mercenaries, how could I not think of what you want to do? Data flow intrusion. The prosthesis is overheating. People who choose to use smart weapons often use smart connection prosthetics. If this prosthetic body is located on the palm of the hand, it will not be able to hold the weapon if it overheats. Electricity surged in Andy's palm, and a few sparks appeared. Then his palm twitched uncontrollably, and his fingers unconsciously let go of the trigger that was about to be pulled. When the palm is spasming, even a finger cannot be controlled. Andy reacted quickly. The next moment, when the intelligent connection prosthesis connected to his right hand overheated, he raised his left hand and pointed the freedom pistol at Carl. Obviously, he was prepared for hacker intrusion and had already taken preventive measures. Only one palm had been transformed by the intelligent connection. Too slow. When Andy raised freedom, a bullet with a precise timing hit Andy's 4 fingers holding freedom on the path of his gun. The bullet shot by Zhang Ye in Carl's hand broke 4 flesh and blood fingers, and Liberty was thrown high by the impact. To prevent the kinetic energy firearm from breaking and causing parts to scatter and injure people you may care about, I can only do this. Carl pointed Zhang Ye at Andy's other palm. Sorry. When the gun sounded, Carl was careful and still only cut off the fingers holding the gun, but did not destroy the gun. The reasons for using smart weapons and kinetic weapons are different. For kinetic weapons, they are worried about the fragments flying around and injuring something, while for smart weapons, Carl is simply a mercenary and is thinking about his colleagues. Because for mercenaries, fingers can be easily replaced with prostheses, but an expensive smart weapon is not so easy to get. After 2 shots, Carl has already approached Andy. Andy? Carl came to Andy's side and called his name again, but received no response. The young man who had his fingers broken didn't scream. He just stared at Carl with his prosthetic eyes, raised his hand and pointed it at him, and kept moving his thumb as if he was holding a virtual pistol. Not a word, not a word. Not even a single step moved. Carl stared at Andy. He had already seen the situation behind the car clearly and understood why Andy just stood there and made the action of pulling the trigger. Because there is someone beside him who must be protected by him and cannot move even a step. A girl who had been dead for a long time and was still wearing colorful and revealing clothes. Carl noticed the gunshot wound on the girl's chest. With his now much improved medical skills, he could see that the gunshot was from behind and penetrated the heart accurately. Almost instantly, the girl was deprived of her life. He glanced at the girl's long, scar-covered skin that was vaguely exposed due to her revealing clothes, and sighed. Listening to Andy, who had only mechanical movements next to him, and whose brain should have completely stopped. Only instinct was still driving his activities, and the sound coming from the depths of his throat, Carl knew that Jason, the others, and himself had guessed wrong. Andy was not a racer. Mental illness. He just received too much impact. Mentally broken, that's all. Carl did not try to get close to the girl who was protected by Andy. He stretched out his hand and pinched Andy's carotid sinus, causing the young man who relied on instinct to move and had lost his voice to faint. Then he took out Fulkin. Type 3, stabbed Andy in the chest. The dead are already dead, but the living still have to stop bleeding first. After letting Andy lie down properly, Carl took off his clothes. In Night City, in order to prevent the acidic rain, Carl usually wears a jacket with a bulletproof insert when he goes out. This jacket now has a more important mission than wearing it on Carl. Living is already very embarrassing, but when you die, you can't leave that dignity behind. After putting the useless coat on the girl's body to cover the exposure and wounds that should not exist, Carl heard the sound of vehicle engines and noise coming from the entrance of the parking lot. That bastard and the escaped bitch are in here, hurry up. Follow everyone. If you dare to offend our Tiger Claw gang, let him know what despair is today. I will tie him up later and I will play with the bitch he hooked up with in front of him. Hang him up, chop him alive with a knife, and then send this mutwo out to the street, so that all those who try to pick on us will see the consequences of picking on our Tiger Claw gang. Accompanied by the roar of vehicles arriving, 6 vehicles filled with Tiger Claw gang members rushed straight into the underground parking lot. The car door opened, and Tiger Claw gang members armed with various weapons got out of the vehicle. This underground parking lot is not big. Let me search it. There is only one exit. He can't escape today. Amid the shouts of a member of the Tiger Claw gang who was obviously the leader, holding a Shingen Smart submachine gun, a voice that did not come from their side sounded in the underground parking lot. I can't run away. Accompanying that calm voice was the parking lot gate that was manipulated to fall behind the Tiger Claw gang. Because I'm closed. Amidst the crashing sound of the falling steel garage door, the calm voice was accompanied by a figure walking out of the dim light of the garage and appearing in front of the 20.4 members of the Tiger Claw gang. The black-haired young man in the light was extremely conspicuous, just like the sunlight shining in the dim garage. You guys are. The members of the Tiger Claw gang drew their guns and pointed them at the black-haired young man. Out of the desire to capture Andy alive, the man who dared to destroy the place, they did not shoot directly. However, after raising their guns and aiming them, 20 for the Tiger Claw gang members discovered that this man was not Andy. Andy is not as young as him, Andy does not have black hair, and Andy. It's not like him to be known to everyone in the Tiger Claw gang. Tremble. Compared to the gun in his hand and the instinctive trembling of his body, what felt the fear first was his beating heart. When they saw the face of the man in the light clearly, every member of the Tiger Claw gang changed their expressions. Either frightened, disbelieving, or panicked. There isn't a Tiger Claw member here who doesn't recognize this young man, and there isn't a Tiger Claw member who doesn't know who he is. KK. Mercenary KK, according to rumors, just recently broke into the home of a powerful North Oak person because he had nothing to do. KK who killed that powerful man and his professional security team. I heard that the powerful man Tutu, whose status they all had to look up to, died like a dog in front of this guy. What's going on? Aren't they chasing a street mercenary who dares to offend their Tiger Claw gang? Why is there a character of KK's level in front of them? Compared with the other members of the Tiger Claw gang who could hardly hold the gun and began to swallow their saliva, the leading member of the Tiger Claw gang, Hasue, was the leader of the team. He emboldened KK who was watching them calmly. With some courage, he reluctantly held the gun tightly and said in a calm tone, "What do you mean, KK?" In order to prevent K from misunderstanding, he added, "We are not looking for you, Andy is here, we only want them, and don't want to mess with you." But I am waiting for you. Carl showed a smile that was not warm at all. I will give you a chance. Tell me, why do you Tiger Claw Gang keep kidnapping people recently? Kidnapping. Hearing Carl say this, the leader of the Tiger Claw Gang muttered to himself and repeated, "What are you talking about?" He showed a puzzled expression, as if he knew nothing. The next moment. Shoot, he is only one person, get rid of KK. The leader of the Tiger Claw Gang raised the Shingen intelligence submachine gun in his hand, and at the same time, roared at the surrounding Tiger Claw Gang members. He never concealed Carl from beginning to end with this performance. It seems that it is a big secret involving the Tiger Claw Gang. Carl didn't think it would be so easy to ask. But it doesn't matter. At most, he can read the communication information record on the personal terminal later. Anyway, from the moment this door is closed, they can't run away. Help! Run, break the door, only a fool would go against KK. Call the terrorist squad quickly, we are facing a madman. Cyber psychopath. According to the alert received, there is a cyber psycho named Andy here, and he started scanning and taking over the camera. No, Captain, there is interference with the camera. Someone has already taken over in advance. I still need time to invade. Since we can't take over, then just use the simplest method. Accompanied by the siren of the float vehicle, the door of the closed underground parking garage was blasted open. When the light from the outside shone in, a member of the violent terrorist mobile team wearing heavy armor completed the break.in. The terrorist mobile team received a report about cyberpsychosis from members of the Tiger Claw Gang. After quickly searching the relevant records, they found that a mercenary named Andy broke into Hentang and killed him. After verifying the report after finding out the location of the reporter, he rushed over as soon as possible. The terrorist mobile team doesn't care about trivial matters such as cyberpsychosis killing members of the Tiger Claw Gang. It's just that the judges in their team evaluated Andy's combat capabilities and believed that he has the skills to join the terrorist mobile team. Potential, it just so happened that the team to which the violent terrorist mobile captain belonged recently lost a member during a mission and was missing an assaulter. Therefore, after confirming Andy's position, the violent terrorist mobile captain, who was eager to replenish his personnel, immediately led the team. The troops were dispatched. According to the inquiries made by the hackers in the team, the members of the Tiger Claw Gang who reported it said that there was a cyber psychopath fighting with them. It should be Andy. A guy with such quality and talent, the captain of the terrorist mobile team could not bear to let him die. In the middle of the melee, so after firing a few shots at the door with a shotgun to create an opening to break through, he rushed in first and started shouting warnings. Terrorist mobile team, all combatants are warned once to put down their weapons. We will not say this a second time. Normally, the violent terrorist mobile team would not give warnings when working, but this time, considering that on one side there were outstanding personnel who planned to be subdued and brought back for absorption, and on the other side was the reporter, the experienced captain gave the first warning, and he also believed that upon hearing the name terrorist mobile team, the Tiger Claw Gang inside would understand. Then they would only need to subdue the cyber psycho named Andy. But when the captain of the violent terrorist mobile team's roar echoed in the underground parking lot, he did not hear the gunfire that should have sounded together with the roar. There is no fighting here, or is the fighting over? The captain wearing a night vision goggles scanned the dark basement for signs of life, and while detecting a person, an unhurried voice came from a position more than 20 meters in front of him. You guys are too late. The captain's scan, while clearly seeing the speaker, had already scanned the entire underground parking lot. The ground of the entire underground parking lot was filled with corpses. There were 20.4 in total, and each one was a heart. They were shot through and shot in the back without exception, and the person who spoke was sitting in the middle of the pile of corpses, sitting on the back of a corpse, with his elbows on his knees, his palms raised, and his eyes crossed in front of him. Looking at himself with his fingers. What kind of onion are you? When the captain spoke, the information in the scan had already told him the answer. Mercenary KK? If you have any work you want to entrust, feel free to contact me. Carl stared at the violent terrorist mobile team that broke in, but now, it has nothing to do with you here. Captain, we are here. After Carl said these words, there was no response. The closed underground parking door was opened, and 3 members of the violent terrorist mobile team also walked in. The person at the end said, the guy who competed with me for control. All of a sudden I gave up and I had the whole place under control. I already know. While the captain responded to the team members, his eyes under the night vision goggles stared at Carl. It seems like it was the mercenaries on the street who had already eliminated the criminals one step ahead of us. This must be the third time. This person is, the three team members also recognized Carl. They all knew, or rather were familiar with, this street mercenary who had eliminated cyberpsychosis twice before the entire terrorist mobile team. Has it been cleared out again? Just when the two team members thought they had failed again, the hacker at the end got some information from the camera. No, Captain, I detected another life signal, and there are still people alive. This sentence directly caused the captain and two team members who were about to put away their guns to hold their guns steady again. It seems you haven't cleaned up well, mercenary KK. The captain said, asking the hackers of the team, are the personnel sure, is there anyone from the Tiger Claw gang still alive? No, it's Andy. The threat factor Andy is still alive, and he's on the other side of the vehicle behind Carl. As soon as these words were said, several members of the violent terrorist mobile team understood something. The captain pointed the gun in his hand directly at Carl. Mercenary Carl, get out of the way, now we want to arrest the criminal behind you. Carl turned a blind eye to having a gun pointed at him. He had been pointed at a gun too many times. It was really hard for him to care about having a gun pointed at him. Compared to having a gun pointed at himself, he cared more about the members of the terrorist mobile team. On the gun. Military technology Type 31 heavy machine gun, a good gun. Go away. From getting out of the way to getting out of the way, the tone of the violent terrorist mobile team became a little more serious. Although there are always rumors that the terrorist mobile team is full of cyber psychopaths, it does not always mean that this is the case. If there is no basic rational evaluation, then the companies that support the terrorist mobile team and invest in them will not be at ease. It's good to be able to bite people, but a mad dog that bites randomly is not good. Therefore, in terms of captain, the terrorist mobile team still maintains the earliest selection criteria for personnel, that is, only the elite among the elite who have been in the police station can serve. Therefore, this captain who is still thinking and rational has to deal with high threats. And not within the scope of the mission, willing to give 2 warnings. During the fight, it's hard to say whether KK can be eliminated. Several members of his team will definitely die. He is here just to replenish the personnel. It is not worthwhile to die a few people. However, it is only 2 warnings. If you stay in the terrorist mobile team for a long time, people will always be soaked. In terms of behavior, the terrorist mobile team will not give 3 warnings. As the atmosphere gradually solidified and Carl was about to speak, police sirens sounded from outside, from far to near. Several law enforcement vehicles rushed directly into the underground parking lot, and the brakes drifted to stop next to the violent terrorist mobile unit. Then a dozen NCPD police officers rushed out of it. NCPD is on duty, everyone, raise your hands and don't move, we've taken over this place. Although the leader, Jason, shouted at Carl, the Ajax in his hand was vaguely pointing at the 4 violent terrorist mobile teams like other NCPD officers who drew their guns. They both belong to the NCPD, but everyone knows that the 2 groups of people can never be managed together. The 4 members of the violent terrorist mobile team, including the captain, were stunned. They had never thought that when they were performing their missions, they would run as far as they could, fearing that they would be accidentally injured, but someone from the NCPD would dare to rush in and steal the mission in front of their violent terrorist mobile team, and even dare to kill them. The gun swung and was pointed at them. Could it be that these weaklings from the NCPD are all mentally ill? Are you crazy? Although he was a member of the terrorist squadron, who was considered a cyber psychopath by outsiders, the captain still asked this question. If these NCPD officers were not crazy, how could they point their guns at him while trembling with fear? The captain was thinking. After killing all these NCPD officers, would his evaluation from the mental examiner drop to the point where he needed to be treated again? Maybe, but since they were already in his way. The captain of the terrorist squadron slowly put his hand on the trigger. He was ready to take action, and now he just needed to signal the members of his team. Ding! At this moment, a message from the top came through his communication. The mission was over, the threat had been eliminated, and the next step was to take over the containment of the prisoners by the official NCPD Sergeant Johnson. Feeling the buzzing sound of the alarm in his brain along with the information, the former NCPD elite police officer who had volunteered to join the terrorist squad to manage it understood that this was a warning from the higher-ups. Strange thing. When the terrorist squad is in action, it has absolute autonomy. A team leader can decide all combat decisions, including retreat and attack. The higher-ups rarely interfere with the actions of the terrorist squad, and if they do, it means one thing. This matter is not negotiable. If the members of the terrorist squad don't want the chip in their brains that is specially set up for them to start prohibiting their actions, then they'd better obey now. Big companies fund the terrorist squad with huge sums of money, not because they are kind enough to care about the governance of Night City. And, just United, want a tool to keep the city stable in the end. They want the highest force to suppress cyber psychopaths on the streets, not to cultivate equally dangerous and disobedient lunatics. If this tool is not stable enough, they don't mind throwing it away and replacing it with another one. After receiving the communication, the captain of the violent terrorist mobile team looked at Carl deeply. The other party's information had been updated just now, which made the captain of the violent terrorist mobile team understand why the action was terminated. Dangerous girl, formal employee. Dangerous girl, who happened to be a force that strongly supported the violent terrorist mobile team in intelligence and financial assistance, was not concerned about the risk of losing personnel that was already lacking, and went to war with a mercenary who had enough strength to kill them under the control of the upper data, or retreated. This does not need to be thought about. The violent terrorist mobile team has only been called crazy, but never stupid. It seems that someone has sent a false signal that they need us. The captain of the terrorist squad lowered his gun slowly, and the solemn atmosphere disappeared completely. Many NCPD police officers who were holding their guns tightly and had already broken out in cold sweat on their backs were a little bit unbelievable when they heard this. They couldn't believe that this was what the terrorist squad said. They almost thought that they were going to have a real fight today. When many police officers let out a long breath, Johnson also smiled. He put down the gun he had been holding up as a sign of sincerity, and smiled with apology. "I'm sorry, someone in our company didn't conduct a strict review, which led to the transfer of small matters to your side. I will definitely investigate the internal situation thoroughly later." Listening to Johnson's apology, the captain turned a deaf ear to him and didn't care about him at all. He was just a sheriff who was not as threatening as a street mercenary. There was really nothing to care about. The captain raised his hand, gave his team the order to retreat, and then spoke to Carl. "Mercenary KK, maybe in the future, we will have a chance to fight. You made 2 mistakes. Carl stood up from the corpse, his left hand naturally hanging at his side, and raised his right hand and stretched out 2 fingers to shake. One finger bent down. "First, even if there is such a time, then this sentence should be said by me instead of you, because I am not a cyber psychopath. If there is a conflict among us, it must be me who is causing trouble for you." And then, Carl bent the second finger and clenched it into a fist. "It's not you and me, it's you and we." When the familiar voice sounded again in Carl's communication, a Sky Hara drove up at a high speed. With the sound of the car door being pushed open, 2 figures walked out with weapons each. "KK, you didn't tell us to save people, but only told T.Bug, right?" Oliver complained and glanced at the captain of the violent terrorist mobile team. "Such a cool thing, couldn't you have said it earlier? We have brought the person you want." Jack didn't look at the captain of the terrorist squad. He got out of the car and went to the trunk, opened it and took out a person with the Tiger Claw Gang logo. T.Bug locked on this guy who was involved in the trafficking case. We rushed over and snatched him away. "You are worthy of it." Carl smiled and nodded at Johnson, who was walking over. "This person will be left to you to deal with later, Mr. Johnson. It's too much trouble. If Andy is interested in joining the NCPD, I would be happy to arrange an interrogation position for him." Jensen walked over, looked at the girl covered with clothes on the ground, and then looked at the young man who fainted beside the girl and was still breathing, and sighed deeply. "What is going on? So, this is Night City." As Carl and Johnson spoke, the captain of the terrorist squad took a final look at Carl, as if to memorize his appearance, and then turned and left. The NCPD officers who were originally surrounding made way for the terrorist squad. Each of them felt a sense of suffocation as the group of heavily armed people passed through them. However, after the terrorist squad left and jumped on the hovercraft and flew away, the NCPD officers started to move quickly again. "Take this corpse away. Wait a minute, his gun is pretty good, and he used Kenshin. Check the body, maybe there's something good. Take them all. Do you want to take the prosthesis too? Take the corpse back, the prosthesis on them is not bad, recycle it, make it secretly, and sell it cheaply to those people on the street who use inferior prosthesis. Don't we have a protection fee from a prosthesis doctor named Brother Finger on Nyo-Nyo Street? Sell them all to him, he has a lot of low-end customers, and the number of prostheses used by that group of people is almost older than my grandmother." "You are talking about Finningstat, isn't that guy a pervert?" "The pervert is also the only prosthesis doctor on that street, and he is at least a human being." "That's right. Listen, the NCPD officers around him did not shy away from his conversation. Carl looked at Mr. Johnson, who looked a little embarrassed, and thought for a moment before finally speaking politely. Business is booming recently, Mr. Johnson. Come on, forget about doing something embarrassing. Jensen wanted to cover his face with his hands, but when he thought of those people on the street who were using junk prostheses, he sighed again. Sometimes, it's both a guilty conscience and a peace of mind to do this kind of thing of digging corpses. It's okay. Carl glanced at the bodies on the ground quite naturally. It's much better than letting these gangsters and scavengers do disgusting things with prostheses. That's right. After all, this is Night City. When the police officers were finishing up, Carl walked up to Jason and was about to say hello to him and leave when a police officer in police uniform came over cautiously holding something. Is something wrong? Jason, who originally wanted to talk to Carl, glanced at the police officer. His expression towards this subordinate was different from that of other subordinates, and he was a little serious. Did you find something in the search? No, uncle, just, this female police officer, who looks to be about the same age as Oliver, is a little afraid of Jason. Judging from the name, she seems to be a descendant of Jason. It's called your job at work. Yes, Chief Jensen. After nodding to his junior, Jason said, what's the matter? Actually, I recorded Mutwo before. Kindness? Jason's voice made the female police officer lower her head unconsciously. She raised the recording device in her hands with both hands and presented it to Carl, who heard Chow Mang and looked over keenly. Originally, I planned to record the duty record. But with the participation of Mr. Carl and the terrorist mobile team, I think this Mutwo may become popular. The supply of ordinary Mutwos involving street gang fights is in short supply, let alone Mutwos with heavyweight characters such as Carl and the terrorist mobile team. In this police Mutwo, the recording is still from a bystander's perspective, and it is foreseeable that there are continuous scenes. There are no prohibited elements, and it is more widely accepted by the audience. Maybe it is not difficult to even reach the top of Night City's Mutwo this month. Mutwo will be on fire. Carl heard the hidden meaning of these words. You want to sell it? Well, the NCPD duty records at Chow Mang store are all the money I earned from doing business. The female police officer glanced at Jason. It can be used to establish connections with the chief. What? When he heard this, Jason was stunned for a moment. Open the relationship. What are you talking about? Uncle, you don't think that your promotion from the police station to the sergeant this time is really because of your merits? Uncle, you are too honest. How could you be promoted if you don't pay the money? You have been working in the police station before. How many years? The female police officer shrank her head. If you don't get married and focus on doing things, you don't want to curry favor with the people above. The people above will only treat you as a useful tool. Hearing his niece's words, Jason was a little unbelievable. What did you do behind this promotion? Isn't it because he was promoted from police officer to sergeant because he handled the cyberpsychosis incident? Isn't his credit enough? I didn't want to say it at first, but Mr. Carl is here this time. You have to ask for his permission to sell Mutwo, otherwise I wouldn't bother to tell you this. Why do you think I always need pocket money, and why is Dad always in financial difficulty? Why do other people in the team often do personal things? Why don't they give you enough money to bribe the people above you? The female police officer said, you obviously know how to accept bribes from the company to improve the conditions in the team. Why don't you know how to bribe the people above you? If you don't pay, there is no way you will be promoted in the police station. Hearing this fact that shocked him, Jason subconsciously looked around at the NCPD police officer, but everyone in his team lowered their heads, as if they didn't hear. Then the deputy director, the damn bastard who always had a straight face, called me over, looked disgusting and praised me, saying that I finally became sensible. Jason understood. This means that enough money has been paid and it has been paid in place. I really thought he was crazy. When Jason was a little distracted, the female police officer was already looking at Carl expectantly. Mr. Carl, may I? I don't care, Carl thought for a while and said, when labeling, just don't put the cyberpsychosis label on it, you can just put it on, remember to label it as the group of people from the terrorist mobile team. Thank you very much. The female police officer, who was obviously older than Carl, but was extremely respectful to Carl in attitude, showed a happy expression. The Super Dream movie will definitely be popular. If it is sold, it might be able to improve the people in the team. Improve the equipment, or help Uncle operate it better. There is someone I know who is getting bigger and bigger in the NCPD. It sounds like he is inserting people into the police station. Jack, who originally came over to say hello to Carl that he could leave, listened to the whole chat and couldn't help but said, "It feels so amazing. I used to be arrested by the NCPD on the streets. Jack, if you commit a crime in front of me, I will arrest you too." Jason, who had recovered somewhat, still reacted to Jack's words. "You are inside our police station, but the famous Haywood district has stabbed you. If it weren't for the fact that we know each other now, I would have warned you. Don't worry, I'm very honest now." Jack winked at Carl. "You think so, brother? You don't even believe what you are saying. I don't want to go to Mr. Jensen's place to get people. It will be embarrassing." After Carl complained, he nodded to the female police officer. "When Chow Meng is ready, send me one to see. I've seen the NCPD duty record you recorded. I really like the one in the fourth part where you faced the Maelstrom gang and emptied the magazine. It's of high quality and good quality." "Nice. Oh, I almost forgot. Do you know my address?" "No, can you contact us?" It was quite novel. After many contacts with middlemen who always knew their numbers and addresses, I almost assumed that everyone knew my number and address. After exchanging contact numbers with the female police officer, Carl also said goodbye to the NCPD including Johnson. "There is nothing for us here. See you next time." "Wait a minute, Carl, I have something else to do." As Johnson said, a remittance came. "You forgot that this matter was settled. It's time to collect the money. If Mr. Johnson hadn't reminded me, I would have almost forgotten about it." Carl took the job, and he still had to collect the reward. Carl looked at the money in the account. 10,000 euros, accurate. This order is settled. As a mercenary, this order means that this time is over. Carl waved his hand. "If you have such a good job in the future, remember to call me again." Watching Carl and Jack get on the Sky Hara driven by Oliver and fly away, Johnson looked at Andy, who was controlled and injected with anesthetics on the ground and fell into a coma. "Good job?" Sighed. "Besides you, which mercenary would help others get justice for 10,000 euros and dare to face the terrorist mobile team? Have you recently become a regular employee of Danger Girls Agency?" Early in the morning, as soon as Carl woke up, Blanca called and complained. "You're not willing to work for me, but then turn around and work as bodyguards for those detectives wearing cat-ear prostheses? It's just a part-time job. They give me a lot of money and allow me to work as a task. Of course I am willing." Carl rubbed his blurry eyes that had just woken up. "I was doing this a few days ago. You suddenly called today. Is this an official notification of your information?" "To be precise, I was still working overtime, and then someone told me that the name of the famous mercenary KK appeared on the list of Danger Girls Agency." "Still working overtime?" As the data flowed, Carl opened the window of the apartment, and a mixture of colored light immediately shone in from the outside. I looked at the sky. It's already morning. 7:20.2 in the morning. Blanca's voice revealed a sense of resentment. "I have been working for 30 hours straight, and the latest active injection was just 10 minutes and 20 seconds ago. As expected of a company man." Carl sighed. "Fortunately, I didn't listen to your nonsense and become a company dog. Speaking of your current status as a person, it doesn't matter what the company is." Maybe she was really stressed out after working overtime for too long. After chatting with Carl for a few words, Blanca felt a little more relaxed, as if she could breathe more comfortably. "But if you had agreed to be my subordinate, you would probably still be working overtime now and wouldn't be sleeping so peacefully. So, what are you doing as a mercenary who works overtime and comes to me, a mercenary who has nothing to do? You heard the news this morning and complained to me. Isn't this not your nature? Guess what the intelligence officer handed me over at the same time I received the news about your list? Submit something." Carl didn't mind guessing the riddle that Blanca deliberately provoked. Blanca's current identity is a manager related to the personnel of the military technology company ACPA. Although Carl did not hear Blanca brag about her position in detail, her status will not be lower when it comes to ACPA. What a person can get, there are many types, but the ones Blanca can reveal to herself and mention, I think it's outsiders who have entered the city of night, right? The communication cannot be stated explicitly because it may be intercepted or eavesdropped, so Carl guessed using words that only he and Blanca could understand. Blanca stopped showing off this time. "As you thought, outsiders are here. ACPA trainee from the same group as that guy." Carl recalled the opponent who was only one atom's hammer away from killing him. This long-term task, which was the first to be received, is finally making progress. "Is everyone here?" Carl got up and started washing. "Pioneer." "Understood. The tense situation in the city has passed. Can we send someone in first to take a look? Am I still the target?" The information that you became an official employee of Danger Girl was handed to me by the intelligence department. Another meaning of this sentence is that the people below do not know. It seems that people in your company really want to get relevant data tests, and for this, they are actually willing to make such sacrifices. Blanca has long told Carl that people in military technology companies have a negative attitude toward ACPA personnel who control exoskeletons. He was very interested in the combat data in the city and wanted to get the former training personnel to trouble Carl by giving those personnel a reason for revenge. Now it seems that even though I have become a formal employee officially, the people in the military science and technology department have not changed their minds at all. Don't you think it's not cost-effective for your company to just send these people here? Maybe they think you are no match? Blanca's words made Carl smile. I was given all the information by my boss, and my whereabouts and data were betrayed by the company. I am just a team wearing exoskeletons. I am no match. This kind of joke is good. Blanca. You are so arrogant. Are you not afraid of falling into the gutter? It's not so much arrogance as... Carl spat out the tap water with an astringent taste in his mouth. I believe in the ability of you company dogs to plot against your subordinates and betray others. That's not a nice thing to say. Blanca said quietly, but her tone relaxed at the end. But what you said is indeed the truth, Carl. Blanca, who had absolutely no shame or guilt about this, said, that's how it is in the company. You betray me, I betray you, climb up if you have greater interests. If you stay in this place for a long time, everyone will become like that. So, you wanted me to be a company dog before? No, maybe it's more of a selfish thing. What Blanca said next was a bit beyond Carl's expectations. I just think you might be different, the special one. After you said that whoever joins the company will be like that, you immediately said that I am the special one. What kind of rhetorical skills are you using? Do you want to arouse some pride in me? After buying a bottle of real water to rinse his mouth, Carl gulped down the remaining water in one breath, and then he was completely awake after washing. Maybe soon after I join the company, I will become like your former subordinate and sell you out when I have the chance? That's possible, but by then, I may not be able to find another K to help me. Blanca's words were light but very clear. So, did you forget the restaurant and time we agreed on? Of course not, after all, the employer has already paid. What Carl cares more about now is something else. What about the information about the people who have entered Night City? When will it be sent over? I just have nothing to do, so I can go now. If we kill him, do we need to leave him alive to pass on a message to his classmates, or can we kill him directly? Are you always so quick to change the subject? Go to the delivery point in Little Chinatown. I have recorded the code for the time we agreed on. You can pick up the goods at that time. The information is all in it. As for the person, you can do whatever you want with him, but remember not to destroy the recording chip at the back of the neck. I still keep it to maintain face with the people in the research department. I understand. You can kill him, but you can't attack and damage a fatal point, right? After Carl silently took note, he asked a key question, then is the exoskeleton allowed to be lost? This question did not make Blanca hesitate for a moment. Within my job. This sentence means, yes. The delivery place in Little Chinatown, then the code is. After Carl entered the relevant numbers, he got the information he needed. That's a chip. After buying breakfast outside, an omelette made of synthetic eggs and alcohol-free flour, Carl felt that there was a distinction between unpalatable and delicious food when he chewed the food, which had a crispy texture and a strange plastic taste. Quite obvious. Synthetic eggs are unpalatable, but cakes made from flour are delicious. This should be considered progress for me. From not being able to eat it at all, to being able to eat it now, it tastes bad mixed with delicious food. If this continues, maybe one day I will be able to eat that synthetic meat without changing my expression. Biting an egg pancake and riding in the elevator, Carl flipped through the messages and sent messages to Brown and Mann respectively. Carl, how's it going? Are there any signs of lockdown? Brown, the target is very alert and has been moving its position. However, we have still found some clues of activity, which are expected to be resolved within 10 days. 10 days? That is to say, before Christmas. To end everything before Christmas and spend Christmas with peace of mind, it feels strangely like planting a flag. Man, the traces have been found. Brown is very professional. Compared with our team, which always relies on hackers to obtain intelligence, his team is better at obtaining street intelligence. The clues this time were also found by members of their team. Carl, got it, keep working hard. After finishing the conversation with Brown and Mann, Carl felt that perhaps what he was doing now was a middleman job in a sense. Now think about it, when I usually take on tasks, do the middlemen look like me? Check in occasionally? After thinking about it carefully, Carl's impression was that he had never been forced to work by a middleman. I received jobs by myself. Except for the long-term job I have on hand now, most of the jobs were solved on the same day. There was rarely any delay. The only long-term job I had was when I went to college as a student for a period of time. In addition to the necessary school time every day, I always seem to encounter something at night, whether it's cyberpsychosis or gang fights, and overall, the school time is less than a week. Did I turn out to be such an efficient person? Muttering to himself, Carl, who returned to the rental house, inserted the chip into the computer. After doing a special check for possible viruses, Carl, who was sure that there was nothing unnecessary inside, opened the chip, and the first thing he saw was quite eye-catching words. Lazarus. Lazarus Group, a military mercenary company, ranging from Legion combat to lone wolf mercenaries. You can find the most satisfactory candidate you want from Lazarus Company. Look for Lazarus, your best combat support partner. Lazarus, the famous military mercenary group, although it withdrew from the city due to the peace agreement signed by major companies in Night City, seems to have lost its reputation, and with the company peace in recent years, its development has also declined, but as the most famous in the past a large-scale military employment company, this name is quite resounding. Carl thought of the training chip he had obtained, which contained the data of Lazarus official mercenary. How could he see the word Lazarus in the chip sent by Blanca? Carl admitted that he was intrigued. Lazarus mercenary. According to Carl's inner judgment, a formal mercenary of Lazarus is very strong, comparable to Arasaka's ninjas equipped with Cyan Wiston and Mantis swords, and his combat power can be regarded as first class on the streets of Night City. Ordinary mercenaries are not qualified to touch their heels. Has such a character appeared in the personnel information of Night City? Interesting. Carl found the content of the chip given by Blanca to be very interesting. Blanca not only gave information about the former ACPA trainee, but also about the important personnel who had recently entered Night City. Names and information were all stuffed inside. To an ordinary middleman, this might have taken a lot of effort to get, but Blanca threw it to him as easily as the chopsticks that came with the takeout. Of course, Carl also knows why. Using more information to hide the information of key figures is like hiding a person in a crowd of people. Even the assassins wearing white robes and walking openly on the streets are hiding. It's understandable. As a shrewd company dog, Blanca will not understand this. She will not leave much evidence that may be discovered. After all, it can be said that the chips of many people are lost accidentally, but if the chip that only carries the information of the ACPA trainees is lost, there will be a sense of specialness in it if it is discovered. Inside. This kind of chopsticks was just given by Blanca to hide it, but Carl was quite satisfied. Under normal circumstances, he would have no access to this kind of information that covers the entire Night City and requires dedicated personnel from large companies to collect it. Now that he can easily see it, how can he not be happy about it? Let alone anything else, just from the entry of this Lazarus, Carl can think of 3 or 4 possibilities, such as Lazarus wants to develop a small-scale business in the city and prepare to carry out tasks in the city. With this pre-prepared guess, no matter which possibility happens later, the changes caused by it can be accepted and prevented by Carl who knows it in advance. Just like today's weather will change, no matter what it will be like, people who have no idea can only accept the upcoming weather after going out, while Carl can take an umbrella in advance to see if it will be sunny or rainy. Carl sent the trainee information, which he thought was now irrelevant, to the team channel where T.Bug maintained defense. Carl, you guys watch it first. If you are not awake, get up and read it and tell me. Regarding the long-term task entrusted by Blanca, we will discuss what to do together after seeing it. After sending it, looking at the chat channel that seemed to be online 24 hours a day and never sleeps, T.Bug replied in seconds, and then fell silent again. Carl knew that Jack and Oliver were probably still not awake. It is now 8:20. If Blanca is still working, then she has been working for 31 hours. Luckily I am not a company dog. Feeling lucky, Carl continued to look through the personnel information in the chip. There are too many interesting information. How many people have returned to or come to Night City recently? God of Rock Carrie Orodion, Arthur Jenkins, Meredith Stout, Kirk Sawyer. Big and small, superstars, company people, street middlemen, this information is really as much as you want. Haywood Ridge, Night. Are we really going in? Looking at the bar in front of him that looked red under the light, Oliver's Adam's apple moved up and down, his expression full of resistance. For him, a man with normal sexual orientation, the bar in front of him is too dangerous. In comparison, he would rather face the difficult opponents in the training chip than enter the bar in front of him. Middle. Is that former trainer really here? Not only Oliver, but Jack beside him also expressed some kind of resistance. If Misty knew I entered a place like this, are you scared? T.Bug's voice came from the communication. Didn't you too often boast that you are not afraid of anything? That's what I'm talking about, girl, but in this place, it's no longer a question of whether you're afraid of it or not. Carl, you think so? Jack looked at Carl, who was watching the bar in front of him, trying to get some support from him. Carl, who didn't listen much to his companion's conversation, turned his head. What are you talking about? Bar, what's going on with the bar in front of you? Don't you think that when we go in, it's a bit? Oliver pointed to the English sign. Don't tell me you didn't recognize that this is the Big Bird Bar. Of course I recognized it. It's not like Carl doesn't know that Big Bird Bar is a famous gay free love bar. Is there any need to be so concerned about it? There are many people in the bar, so am I just thinking about how to find the target without attracting too much attention? It's not Carl. Oliver admired Carl a little. What Jack and I care about is not the execution of the mission. Don't you think the three of us guys walking into a gay bar were a little bit like that? Afraid of being considered gay? Carl carelessly took out Zhengye and checked it, then put it back into the holster. Then just clear the place first. Carl, when you talk about clearing the place, you don't mean to go in and shoot a few times with a gun in the sky, right? Not really. Carl said, that will definitely attract the attention of the whole audience. It's not necessary. So what are your plans? Use this. Carl took out a long tube-shaped object and shook it. Throw this in. It can clear the place without attracting too much attention. Smoke bomb? Oliver looked at the things Carl took out and looked at the Big Bird roaming bar. He was a little excited. It doesn't seem impossible, but there are still bodyguards inside to watch the scene, and there are also cameras. What to do with those things? I can create an information blackout for a period of time. When T.Bug was seriously discussing the idea, she no longer had the idea of teasing Oliver and Jack. She gave a rough time. 3 minutes, Jocho's transformation is not over yet. I can only rely on clumsy methods to hack. Come in, you only have 3 minutes. Can you block the camera and external communications for 3 minutes? This time is enough for Bugs. Jack also checked his equipment, and after making sure it was okay, he looked at Carl. What do you mean, Carl? Go through the process? Oliver throws a smoke bomb in and stays at the door to cover. T.Bug takes over the bar. Then we rush in while using the smoke. Jack, you subdue any possible bodyguards with anti-interference prosthetic eyes. I will search for the target and deal with him. There is nothing wrong with this process. Oliver fiddled with his firearm, and after making sure there was nothing wrong, he said, It's Carl, you don't have prosthetic eyes. Can you accurately lock onto the target under the interference of smoke bombs? I'm not a fool. Carl said, taking something out of his arms. NCPD's equipment is borrowed from Mr. Johnson. It comes with a head-mounted thermal imaging camera for information identification. Why do I think I've seen this thing before? Oliver looked at the thing in Carl's hand and raised his eyebrows. Is it the same one used by the terrorist mobile team members? It's much worse, not only in terms of function, but also in terms of price. At most, it is used by ordinary police officers. You can buy it if you go to buy it specially, but you may have to go through several procedures. After debugging it, Carl confirmed that the thermal imaging camera was normal and said, after all, there are few of these things now, so it is quite troublesome to specialize in them. Most people in Night City use prosthetic eyes. Compared with this thing, prosthetic eyes are good. The included functions are much more comprehensive, and you don't even need to wear them for adjustment. Carl had no scruples in wearing this device on the crowded street, and his actions did not attract any attention from passers-by. In other words, even when they took out their guns for inspection and smoke grenades, people passing by occasionally looked over and saw them, but they didn't care. For the people of Night City, unless Carl and the others stayed in one place for a long time, it would be difficult to notice this too common behavior. Isn't it just taking out something like a grenade and checking the gun? It's like never seen before. Who doesn't have a gun on their waist in Night City now? There are almost as many people wiping guns on the street. There is no need to make a fuss. As long as you don't shoot, it's normal. As for after shooting, it depends on how agile each person's legs and feet are. Target: after sneaking into Night City, he hid his exoskeleton somewhere. He is a former ACPA trainee who came to Big Bird to enjoy the bar. The reward for the mission is not available at the moment. The mission time is 3 minutes. After summarizing the information, Carl, as the captain, issued instructions. Begin the action. Without saying anything more, Oliver walked to the door of Big Bird Bar and smiled at the bodyguards who seemed to be invited from the animal gang. When the male bodyguards almost thought that Oliver, the new guest, was interested in them, Oliver took out the gadgets he carried with him. This is it. His eyes widened instantly, and Oliver's throw was faster than the bodyguard's. Grenade. In a hurry, he only saw the bodyguard roughly, and only had time to shout the grenade to the guests inside. The next second, Jack had activated the violent mode and hit the security guards at the door. At the same time as several security guards fainted, the guests in the Big Bird Turn bar also reacted to the sound and realized the object thrown among them. In panic, the objects that they desperately avoided, thinking they were grenades, spewed out smoke. The smoke spread very quickly. Almost a second after it began to produce smoke, the mist filled the entire Big Bird Turn bar. Amid the coughing caused by the choking smoke, Carl, who was equipped with equipment, started to target with the knife in his hand, and a brown-haired young man who reacted quickly and fled to the back door at the first time. Before entering Night City, the former ACPA trainee whose real name was Tatsuya, whose number was 05, heard a piece of advice. When you encounter something on the street, don't think too much. If you are not the kind of top-notch shooter who starts moving your hands before thinking, it is best to turn around and run. Tatsuya's marksmanship is among the best among the trainees of the same class. Compared to the 01 who died in Night City, it wouldn't be too different, but when he discovered something unexpected happened, he turned around and ran away without hesitation. Search TWKAN on Google. It's not that Tatsuya really listened to the advice, it's just that in addition to his marksmanship, he is also an incredible quick shooter in some aspects. In other words, he had finally escaped from the control of military technology. He had just finished enjoying it and was still suffering from the inevitable residual weakness of his body. Because he was too indulgent, he made up for all the restraints of the past in one go. The current situation is that Tatsuya's hand holding the gun is as weak as his running legs. In this situation, even if he faced the gangsters on the street, Tatsuya would be beaten by them because his body was hollowed out, let alone attacking the entire Big Bird turning bar, which is not a good thing no matter how you think about it. He had to return to the storage location of the exoskeleton as soon as possible. He was too careless. Night City was indeed a dangerous place. No wonder 01 only fell in love with a street mercenary. There were so many places that attracted desire. I can't stand it at all. Running all the way back, the feeling of his soft legs stepping on the ground was no different from stepping on cotton, but Tatsuya still relied on the momentum he had trained in the past to find the right position and knocked away the big bird. I walked around a side door behind the bar and came to the back of the bar. Listening to the noise in the bar behind him, Tatsuya immediately saw the motorcycle he drove parked behind the bar. He was so excited that he rushed over, stepped over, and got on. I had overindulged just now, and I only realized it after clearing my mind. There were many thieves in Night City, but fortunately my car was fine. I'm so lucky. I'm so happy that I escaped the bill again. I returned the car with no problem. Today is simply my lucky day. The thought just came to Daya's mind, but he found that he couldn't squeeze the motorcycle handle with his hand. Moreover, a stream of heat began to pass all the way from his right hand. This feeling is. The prosthesis is overheating. Ah! Tatsuya fell off the motorcycle in pain and rolled on the ground holding his right hand. Stop pretending. Regarding his appearance of rolling on the ground, Carl, who took off his night vision goggles and approached slowly, spoke calmly. You guys, do you all pretend to be embarrassed when you are injured so that others can relax their vigilance? An ACPA driver, almost certainly someone who has installed a pain editor, is rolling all over the ground because of a minor injury. Don't you think this disguise is too naughty? Carl also understands Tatsuya's current psychology. He was overheated by the prosthetic body, but did not hear the subsequent gunshots, and was not pursued when he landed. This means that the opponent does not intend to kill him directly, so he can act to attract the attacker to approach him. I just want to imitate your peers and make you understand. Members of the same generation? Tatsuya, who was rolling on the ground one moment, acted as if nothing had happened the next second, with a stern face, and took out a military-grade Omaha technology pistol from his arms with his left hand and pointed it at Carl. I know your identity. I didn't even think about hiding it. Carl moved his wrist and didn't care about the gun that Tatsuya pointed at him. He was an ACPA driver. Due to the load-bearing limit of the prosthesis, the supporting prosthetics on his body were basically specially prepared for ACPA or exoskeleton. When losing its ACPA and exoskeleton, its combat effectiveness is really limited. I just want to ask clearly where you hide your exoskeleton. If you can take the initiative to tell me, I can save some energy. Saying this, Carl had a strange sense of déjà vu. He did not kill the enemy immediately, but instead chatted with him. The same was true for him and the ACPA driver at the time. This is all the case when the strength is assured. It would be bad if the car rolled over. Call. At the moment when Tatsuya didn't even react, Carl shot his wrist. While his left hand was also destroyed, Carl stepped forward, surrounded by single molecular lines. The single molecular line circled and stayed on the surface of Tatsuya's neck, locking his neck. When Tatsuya was unable to move, Carl ducked behind him and raised his waist with his knee, and hit him with his left hand. Let it whiten at the shoulder joint. Okay, let's continue the topic. The spine was pressed against the lower body and it was difficult to exert force, his hands were white and unable to control, and his neck was still surrounded by single molecular wires. In just the blink of an eye, Tatsuya lost all ability to resist. Such fast speed, such keen judgment, and such accurate skills. Tatsuya was shocked inside. He originally thought he could still resist with the gun in his hand, but he didn't expect that the other party would completely subdue him before shooting. Is this the mercenary who killed number one? This kind of guy might still have a chance to fight if he were an ACPA or an exoskeleton. But now, tell me where the exoskeleton is. Carl's voice sounded again, and this time, Tatsuya no longer had the ability to resist. The subdued Tatsuya raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. I can tell you, but you can't kill me. It can't be done. Carl said calmly, the commission I received is to kill you. I'm just too lazy to spend half a day extracting the exoskeleton information in your data chip before I talk to you. If you speak faster, I can let you to die in peace. Is there no room for turning around at all? Tatsuya was very afraid of the monomolecular wire in his neck that was not activated but had slowly tightened, cutting open the flesh, but his mind was moving very quickly. The information that I entered the night city cannot be exposed so quickly. If you, as a mercenary, can receive the information, it must be someone within us who betrayed us. I don't care who it is, and I don't dare to ask. I am willing to change my appearance. And leave something that is enough to prove my death for you. As a reward, I will give out equipment driving skills including exoskeleton and ACPA, as well as all the information I know, just to save my life. Carl listened, and the monomolecular wire in his hand tightened. How can I know whether what you told me is true? Moreover, people trained in military technology can sell things so easily for their own lives. I can't trust it. Cultivation? Being locked up in a fixed place and used as tools. If the whole family hadn't died completely, and inexplicably burdened with a large amount of debt right after birth, who would be willing to accept the requirements of military technology and join the army at the age of 3? As an ACPA officer, who doesn't know that if you drive too much, the ACPA will sooner or later become like a cybermaniac? Tatsuya said, it was only after I entered the city of night that I understood what human life is. I didn't want to go back to the hard days of military technology. If you don't believe me, then I am willing to install a special control chip. As long as you think about it, you can blow my head off. Listening to what Tatsuya said, Carl suddenly sighed. He retracted the monomolecular line and stepped aside. Thump. Tatsuya, who was freed from Carl's restraints, took a few big breaths, with a look of ecstasy on his face. He looked at Carl, who was walking next to him, with some incredible joy. Do you want to believe me? After escaping with my life, can I change my appearance and survive? Regarding Tatsuya's joy, Carl simply replied, I don't want to believe you. Carl sighed again and looked at Tatsuya with a somewhat complicated look in his eyes. I just don't need to kill a person who is already dying. What do you mean by this? Tatsuya was a little confused, and the next moment expanded. His head suddenly exploded, blood red mixed with white splashed everywhere, and Carl's position happened to avoid the range. That's what it means. Carl shook his head. Even you can think of installing a special chip to increase trust. Do you think you can be an ACP? Wouldn't it be unexpected for the driver of a? Don't use tools that are not easy to use. Carl took a few steps closer and looked at the body that had lost its head and fell forward. His eyes were focused on the recording chip on the back of his neck that was not affected by the explosion of the control chip in his brain. The data this time should not satisfy those people. Regardless of whether those people could hear it or not, Carl spoke. Next time, send more people. Number 05, loaded with basic weapon mounting platform and load-bearing system, followed by. In a warehouse in Haywood District, Carl listened to T.Bugs chanting in the communication, took a look at the mechanical exoskeleton in front of him, which was about 2 meters high, and touched it with his hands. Thanks to T.Bug, you were able to find the location where the exoskeleton is stored with just a little bit of whereabouts information. I thought this exoskeleton had no chance with us. Humans are naturally social animals. As long as they live, they will definitely leave traces. Is it still that famous quote from Aristotle? Taiwan Novel Network. Carl responded in the communication and glanced at Oliver, who was almost lying on the exoskeleton. What, Oliver, do you want to try driving? I'm not stupid yet. Oliver said while looking at the mechanical structure on the exoskeleton. This kind of exoskeleton equipped with military technology cannot be opened without a special prosthetic body. It also has a special locking program that no one has cracked. I suspect that as soon as I get on it, I will be crushed into pieces by its built-in anti-theft program. And you don't know how to drive, right? Jack patted the exoskeleton and listened to its feedback under his palm, showing a very satisfied look. This is such a good baby. If you look at the market price outside, it's probably upwards of 100,000 euros. This kind of military technology might be more expensive, starting at around 200,000 euros? Carl estimated the value of this exoskeleton, but was corrected by the T.Bug in the communication. To be precise, it's 180,000 euros. This model of military technology has been sold to NCPD, and the transaction price was 5 units of 900,000 euros. After T.Bug finished speaking, he added the price of another thing. In comparison, the price of a light ACPA is almost this amount. Does a light-duty ACPA cost 900,000 euros? Oliver thought about what he had heard in the past. When I was a child, I heard my grandfather, who participated in the Second Central American War, say that not long after the Second Central American War, power armor began to be developed, and in the new round of corporate conflicts that began later, my grandfather, because of his past service experience as a grassroots officer, he had contact with people from the ACPA team and learned about the prices of those power armors. Oliver recalled, I still haven't forgotten that number. I remember that the price of Commando power armor was about 108,000 euros, and the price of Model B power armor was 89,050 euros. At that time I was still thinking that if it was just this money, I might be able to get the full amount from Zanzen. According to official information, power armor was first developed by Metagroup, and later the patent was sold to military technology. Considering your family's situation, your grandfather may actually be the first batch to come into contact with power armor. People. T.Bug said, but now compared to when your grandfather was serving, inflation has increased a lot. Now, if you want to get an ACPA for about 100,000 euros, it is better to say it is a dream. T.Bug said in the communication after calculation. At that time, the power armor was relatively expensive because it was a newly developed weapon. Considering the inflation from that time to the present, if the power armor was only developed now, then the price may increase tenfold, which is the approximate price of power armor now. In other words, if power armor is developed now, then a Commando will cost about 1.08 million euros. Model B is 890,500 euros? Oliver's teeth were sour when he heard this. Then it seems that the error I calculated before was not too big. Compared with spending this price, for the company, sometimes it is really better to spend some cheap lives to fill it. It only takes about 100,000 prosthetics to take down, and it's probably not difficult for 10 trained soldiers equipped with Westan to take down a light ACPA. You can't say that. When the war came up, Jack also joined in and said a few words. ACPA can guarantee continuous firepower and power over the enemy on the battlefield. This kind of thing can never be replaced by elite soldiers. Just think about it and you will know that you are willing to see a steel behemoth equipped with a machine gun slow down towards you. Walking slowly, you are still willing to see a few soldiers with weapons and no threat at the moment launching an attack on you. Normal people will choose the latter. At least the gun in your hand will not make you unable to resist. Feeling. Listening to what you said, I suddenly realized the despair that arose in the hearts of the German soldiers when they saw the tanks appearing in front of them during the Battle of the Somme in World War I. Carl, who was listening on the sidelines, couldn't help but say, I remember that it was the first time to use a tank. Moreover, the technical equipment was not perfect yet, but the sudden advance achieved in a few hours was something that the British and French forces could not achieve even if they spent a month and suffered huge casualties at that time. Carl, are you talking about the First World War? This is really a somewhat old word. When Jack and Oliver were at a loss as to what Carl was talking about, T.Bug, as a rare intellectual in the team who read books, said, when it comes to world wars nowadays, people tend to default to corporate wars. How you describe it, Carl, it's really old. School. Very few people mention this now. Is it true that the battles that almost everyone knew about in his time are now considered unknown? Forget it, just pretend I didn't say anything. Carl shook his head at Jack and Oliver, who were looking at him blankly. If you are interested, we can talk about this later, but let's talk about this thing now. Carl patted the exoskeleton, an exoskeleton worth 180,000, military technology, with an identification lock. How to deal with it? Oliver asked. The employer doesn't want it? I asked, and he said I can keep it as a trophy. But you know, if there are more in the future, I can't take too much, I have to give it a face. It's okay to lose a few, but if there are too many, it won't look good on the account. Bullshit account. The guy who has been embezzling military funds since my grandfather's generation actually said this. Oliver, who knows the nature of military technology, looked down on the so-called accounts. It's a coward to report 10 times the funding for a gun, and it's 20 times or more, and you still talk about the accounts. I guess they will report all of them as lost, but most of them were embezzled by their own men, so they will allow us to take a few away. Jack shook his head, and was a little troubled by the ACPA in front of him. So the same thing, since the employer is willing to give it, what should we do with it? I don't know, take it first and talk about it. This is Carl's answer. Carl, are you interested in chatting? Just after transporting the exoskeleton to the warehouse he had chartered in Watson District, Carl received a call from Roger. Roger? Carl was a little confused and asked, is there any work, small work, big work? No, I'm not ready enough to let you do the work. Roger said, I mean, you're rich. Get rich? Carl understood something instantly and looked back at the warehouse he had rented for €500 a month. As expected of a top-notch intermediary, I just put it away and you called. In Night City, few things are hidden from me. Rog, who admitted without any embarrassment, said, this thing probably won't be easy for you to deal with. Give me a price and I'll be willing to take it over. Are you sure we have no interest in using it ourselves? When one drives out and rumbles, half of the Night City will know about the military technology logo. Do you want to use it? There was a hint of smile in Rog's voice. You're so pretentious, KK. I've seen countless young mercenaries like you. If you want to raise the price, no problem, I'll pay €160,000. The official purchase price of a machine is €180,000, and Rog is willing to pay €160,000. To be honest, this price is already very respectable. Second-hand goods are always difficult to deal with. Even if they are brand-new second-hand goods, second-hand dealers usually cut them in half when they meet. The price Roger gave is almost as good as the new price. It has to be said that the sincerity shown by Rog was so sufficient that the eyes of Oliver and Jack, who were watching Carl's text on the channel, lit up. Wait a moment, I'll ask my companions for their opinion. Carl said that, but in his heart, he already wanted to talk about this business. The price is indeed decent, and to be honest, it's hard to refuse. €40,000 per person, this deal is okay. This was T.Bug's opinion, and Jack and Oliver didn't answer, just nodded. This price has exceeded expectations. Even if they thought about second-hand disposal, their inner price was only 8. Around 90,000, more people would only think of 100,000 or 100,000. To be honest, 160,000 like this has never been thought of at all. It seems we can't keep it for ourselves. After talking about the situation, Carl got the consent of his companions and gave Rog a reply, send someone to get it later. Do you need the warehouse password? Your warehouse, including other warehouses around it, are all under my control. No wonder. His hands and eyes can reach the sky. Drop. When the €160,000 arrived, Rog gave it quite decisively. Carl had to admire this neatness. Should I say it or not, I still have to be the most powerful middleman in Night City, and I will give him €160,000 as soon as I say so. After dividing the money with his companions, the brief communication with Rog ended. Finally regaining consciousness and taking a look at the exoskeleton in the warehouse that no longer belonged to them, Carl shook his head. A hot but delicious potato is for sale. For mercenaries like them, exoskeletons are really not suitable in the city, so this is already the best solution. In the future, when we have people in the Badland, we can try to put the newly acquired gadgets there. Oliver also has some nostalgia for exoskeletons. After all, this kind of thing looks really cool. In the city, you can't use this thing. Everyone will know it once you use it. Forget it, everything is settled anyway. Jack looked at the sky and said, "It's almost midnight." "What do you mean, go back and rest?" Hearing the topic of going back, Carl thought of something and called his teammates. T.Bug. "What's up? Let's get together. Didn't we agree that it's time for the team to meet in reality? By the way, I'll take the dog back for you to renovate. How about going to Oliver's place? Do you know the address? Today?" T.Bug's voice hesitated for a moment. "Okay, then I'll come over now. Can you guys be there in half an hour?" "It'll take about 50 minutes. Oliver is still looking forward to the arrival of his companions, but he also has his own considerations about time. "We will buy more food on the way so that we can save money on ordering takeout." "Can you drink?" "Not much, but a little is fine." "Okay, I'll buy according to quantity. If you get drunk by then, go upstairs and sleep in Carl's room. The three of us will sleep in my room. This will save you the trouble of having to go home all the way when you're drunk." Listening to Oliver's words, there was something strange in T.Bug's voice. "Why do you talk about being a gentleman, Oliver? This doesn't quite match your personality. We are all friends after all. I'm not a stupid idiot. I will still pay attention to what I should pay attention to. That's the truth." Carl nodded beside him. "Don't worry, T.Bug, I still have a cleaning robot to clean up my room. At the price of €100 a month, you can rest assured when the time comes. If you can't sleep, you can watch Mutwo. The Mutwo that I put on the second row of the shelf, counting sheep to sleep, is quite hypnotic. You can do it then. Sleep with that peace of mind." "Okay, that's what you said. I'll meet you in front of Oliver's house in 50 minutes. Remember to give me the ball first." "Not Bella?" "It's obviously Sir Wong Wong. I'm convinced." Looking at the people who were arguing again in the voice channel because of the dog's name, Carl felt that the gentlemanly demeanor Oliver showed just now was eaten by the dog. They have been arguing for several days, and there is still no decision? Anyway, using the mechanical dog only requires connecting it, and the name is not important. If it doesn't work, just use Bella Wong Wong, sir. All the names are available, and the three of them are guaranteed to be satisfied. It must be the fault of Fujiwara Ryanaga. Why didn't he buy 3 bionic mechanical dogs? If there were 3, wouldn't there be no quarrel? That guy is still dead relaxed, and he doesn't even think about the unity of other teams. Listening to the buzzing in the communication, Carl, who was sitting in the back row, sighed again and again. The issue of team unity is really too important, so important that everyone can gamble their lives to cover others, but they can quarrel for a long time for a dog's name. This team of 4 people can quarrel like this. I don't know how people like Man manage their own teams. I still have a lot to learn. Thinking about the members, Carl looked at V's number, which was dim in the communication, indicating that it was out of signal or not online. After thinking for a while, he sent him a message. "How is the family life now? If it is not going well, I welcome you to come to Night City to play. As a friend, I am willing to welcome you. I hope readers will remember our domain name Taiwan Novel Network. Then I'll take Chocho away." The morning after the team gathering, T.Bug held the bionic robot dog that didn't need her to hold it at all, said hello to Carl and left. "Well, take care." Carl looked back at Jack and Oliver, who were half asleep in the room, and recalled the important matters decided last night. The dog's name was definitely Chocho. As for how T.Bug did it, she got Jack and Oliver drunk and recorded it. She was convinced. She is indeed a professional hacker, and she is really smart. Although as far as Carl is concerned, he actually prefers the Emperor.style naming style, such as number 1, number 2, etc., but Chocho is also fine. He is connected to the data anyway, and he doesn't need to call names. Carl flipped through the communication and found that Man had sent a message. Carl told Man Brown that if it was an urgent message, then he would add the 2 letters KK. At that time, his message filter would automatically mark it as important to remind Carl. Since Carl did not receive the reminder, it means that the message was not very important and not so urgent. After flipping through it, Man did not send much content. To sum it up in one sentence, they determined the location of the ninja and were ready to act tonight. Then, regarding the ninja, they found another person, who seemed to be an Arasaka ninja, but was not in the same group as the target ninja. On the contrary, it seemed to be chasing the target. The other Arasaka ninja was not in the same group as the previous ninja, and was still chasing the previous target? Carl frowned. Although the identities of Carl and his participants in this matter could not be exposed, they were generally on the side of Arasaka Haruko, and the target was a ninja who had participated in the assassination of Arasaka Haruko. From the perspective of the forces behind them, the two sides were in opposition. In the opposing situation, a ninja who did not belong to their side or the opposite side came, and no one knew who was behind him. A third party is involved. This news seems a bit strange to Man and his team, and it is not important, but it is very important to the people behind Carl. Carl also knows that this is not Man's fault. Man and Brown have both served in the military, and I heard that they participated in the War of the New United States in the past, but they themselves have not served as senior officers, not even middle-level managers. When another person joins, they will only care about his identity as an Arasaka ninja, but will not think about the reason why both parties are Arasaka ninjas but are in opposition. This information is very important. Carl did not explain to Man and Brown that this involved the internal struggle of Arasaka, and it was not easy to involve them. He just sent them a message and told them the importance of the information. Help me monitor the people who are in contact with the ninjas. Don't have excessive contact. The safety of your own team is the most important. Your task is only to deal with the target. The other people are not within your responsibility. After sending the message, Carl knew that even if he said so, Man and Brown would still find out the people who were chasing him, so he had to remind them again, if you must do it, pay attention to safety. Don't worry, Carl, we understand. Knowing that Carl was worried, Man quickly replied after receiving the message, but in the mercenary business, we have been doing it for so many years. Believe us, we will do it well. I trust you very much, but pay attention to safety, okay? If we really encounter something we can't solve, we will ask for help. Both Man and Brown sent messages. We all remember that you shouted when you needed us during the escort mission. It is great to take on dangerous tasks, but when you encounter danger, as a mercenary, you can put down your face and ask for help, which is even more amazing. When it is dangerous, calling for companions is also a kind of unspeakable deep trust for companions. Even someone like Kay had asked them for help because he couldn't solve a problem. How could they lose face for that little bit of face? Well, I'm waiting for your message. Being comforted and relieved, I have to say, this feeling is not bad. Then what's next? Carl looked at the number marked as Kenichi Shiro in the communication. Dialed the call. Not long after, Kenichi Shiro's calm voice came from the other end. Carl. He no longer called Carl the mercenary KK, but formally called him by his name. I have a new discovery about the job I mentioned before. Is this communication line safe? Can I tell you directly? I understand what happened before. Wait 5 minutes, I'll switch the channel and call you back. Kenichi Shiro hung up the phone quickly without saying a word to Carl, with a completely businesslike attitude. This is what a boss who doesn't care about feelings is like. You can't even try to make do with him and have a good talk. Carl started to go downstairs to buy breakfast and lunch for Oliver and Jack. While waiting at the stall, Kenichi Shiro's call came again. But the first voice Carl heard was not Kenichi Shiro's. Good morning, Carl, the weather is nice today. Do you see the clouds in the sky? This sound. It belongs to Haruko Arasaka. Chant. Didn't I say that Kenichi Shiro called? Why is it Haruko? Carl subconsciously answered, it's okay, but I can only see the sky in the sky between high-rise buildings. To be honest, I can't see very clearly. Is that so? That's a shame. Haruko seemed to be planning to say something, and then Carl heard Kenichi Shiro's helpless words from over there. Miss, I'm borrowing your safe channel for business, not for you to chat. Don't worry, I haven't forgotten, Mr. Kenichi Shiro. There was a smile in Haruko's voice, and she said goodbye to Carl, then I will give the communicator to Mr. Kenichi Shiro. Carl, please talk slowly. See you next time. See you next time. In fact, to be precise, you can't see your face in this communication, so it can't be said to be a meeting, right? When Carl thought this, Kenichi Shiro seemed to take over the communicator. His voice was calmer now, with an unspeakable sense of depression. If you have anything to say, just say it, Carl. I hope what you say this time is important enough, and, Kenichi Shiro's tone increased, you are not allowed to call this number privately from now on, do you understand? For this kind of special number, outsiders must go through procedures if they want to call it. Carl felt helpless at Kenichi Shiro's inexplicable defensiveness, but the matter was important, so he honestly told Kenichi Shiro the matter. Mr. Kenichi Shiro, is it safe to park my car downstairs? This place is very safe. Kenichi Shiro looked at Carl, who came according to his request, and his eyes swept over the two mercenary companions who followed him behind him. But you shouldn't bring outsiders. Didn't you, Mr. Kenichi Shiro, say that some things cannot be explained clearly through communication and need to be said in person? You said it very urgently, so I can only let my friends help me deliver it. Carl looked back at Oliver and Jack, then turned back and said, but you know their identities, Mr. Kenichi Shiro, they are all people who know and are involved in this matter. According to your rule that only people involved can participate in your work, they are also qualified to participate in this matter. So, can't they say it? If they can keep their mouths shut. Kenichi Shiro didn't think too much about the issue of personnel. Although he was not happy with Carl from the bottom of his heart, he still had basic trust in Carl and his friends, and he could recognize their abilities. One more person who can do things is one more. Kenichi Shiro got to the point. I asked you to come here this time because of the pursuit ninja. I guessed it. Carl nodded. When I talked about this in the communication, I could hear that Mr. Kenichi Shiro's breathing stopped for a moment. Some unnecessary observations. Kenichi Shiro did not show any attitude towards Carl's words. He just handed over a chip face to face. The details of the ninja are all in it. Detailed information? Isn't that ninja a member of the Arasaka Lone Wolf 100 team? The detailed information of the ninjas of the Arasaka Lone Wolf 100 team will only be in the hands of the real controller of Arasaka, so even if they intend to get rid of the ninja who once participated in the plan to assassinate Arasaka Haruko only gave basic information. Carl originally thought that the ninjas who could secretly chase the Lone Wolf 100 team must also be ninjas with equal skills and status as the former, but now it seems that this is not the case. Just an ordinary Arasaka ninja? If you underestimate her, you may lose your life. When Carl took the chip, he noticed the word that clearly referred to women in Kenichi Shiro's mouth. After collecting and memorizing the languages, Carl is now proficient in all 9 major languages. Kenichi Shiro and Carl communicate in Japanese. In Japanese, the third-person female she is equivalent to the Chinese word she in Chinese. The difference between this and the third-person male he is quite obvious and can be heard at once. Female ninja? When Carl read this word, he subconsciously looked back at Oliver, who didn't know what the two of them were talking about because he didn't install the Japanese translation chip. The reason for watching Oliver is quite simple, because Oliver often watches ninja movies. Carl once misunderstood that he watched indecent movies, but he didn't expect that he really met a female ninja this time. Female ninja. After confirming Carl's words, Kenichi Shiro continued to say in a reminder manner, although she was not selected for the Lone Wolf 100 team, it was not because she was not talented enough, but because her bloodline limited her. In terms of strength, even if I faced her, I would feel a little fear in my heart. The second half of this sentence was 100% modesty. Carl listened to Kenichi Shiro talking about the ability of the female ninja, and his heart was very clear. Kenichi Shiro's words were just to remind him that the other party's strength was good enough, and it did not really mean that the female ninja could make Kenichi Shiro feel afraid. For a person of Kenichi Shiro's level, if he wanted to make him feel afraid, he might not find many opponents in the world. I will be careful. As he said this, Carl took the chip from Kenichi Shiro's hand and habitually wanted to put it in his pocket, but was stopped by Kenichi Shiro halfway through the action. He frowned and looked at Carl's actions. What are you doing? Take it back and look at the computer. Hearing Carl's matter-of-fact words, Kenichi Shiro frowned even deeper. The computer may be hacked, and it will be risky to take it back, so just read the contents here. Right here? Carl took out the chip and stared at it for a few seconds. For some reason, Carl was quite resistant to inserting the chip directly. But it's not that disgusting. He still has basic trust in Kenichi Shiro's cooperation, plus Jack and Oliver are next to him, and T.Bug is watching during the communication, so there is no problem even if it is used directly. After inserting the chip, Carl read the contents in the data flow. Codename, Shio. Shio. Carl is familiar with this name. I remember that during the Japanese Warring States period, there was a famous ninja, the Shrine Maiden was called Mochizuki Chiome. The codename of this ninja, it goes around and around, it's still the same. Age, 25, adopted by Arasaka at the age of 3, started to receive ninja-related training at the age of 5, and it has been 20 years so far. He is proficient in the 5 ways of food, fragrance, medicine, air, and body ninja, and is the best one among the ninjas trained at the same time. Because of his excellent performance, he accepted the guidance of Kenichi Shiro at the age of 12 and became his disciple. Pause here. Your apprentice? Carl looked at Kenichi Shiro in surprise. So, this ninja who is chasing is one of us to some extent? Even if they are master and apprentice, they will have their own ideas and loyalties. Kenichi Shiro said so, but he did not deny that he was one of us. She is loyal to Miss Haruko's mother. Arasaka Michiko. Is it her? At least now, she is one of us. Carl understood something. The ninja who was being chased was someone who participated in the plan to assassinate Haruko, and the ninja who was chasing him was someone who was loyal to Haruko's mother Michiko. Is this a mother who was angry and wants to help her child avenge, or wants to silence her? No, it should be only the former. Carl quickly overturned the latter's speculation. First, Arasaka Michiko only had one daughter, Arasaka Haruko. As for the heir, the only person she could choose was Haruko. Second, in the current situation, Haruko did not show any ambition to expose herself in front of him. As for her mother, she also wanted to step down peacefully. There was no need for a life-and-death conflict between the two. He could not bring in the father-son conflict between Arasaka Saburo and Arasaka Nobuo, as he knew, because there were few people like Arasaka Nobuo who were the only male heir of Arasaka Saburo but still opposed Arasaka Saburo in everything. After reading the rest of the life situation, Carl sought Kenichi Shiro's opinion. So what should we do about this? Stop her. Kenichi Shiro said, even if there may be a hint from that adult behind the scenes, we can't let her achieve her goal. Why, can't a mother help her daughter to get revenge? This is a scene that needs to be covered up on the surface, but everyone knows about the no drama, classical musical, in secret. Kenichi Shiro said coldly, revenge can only be done by us or the people we entrust, because Miss Haruko is no longer a caged bird confined in Kyoto. Do you want the top executives of Arasaka to understand that Arasaka Haruko is also an independent individual? Address confirmed, identity confirmed, target confirmed. In the dark industrial area in the northern part of the Watson district of Night City, a figure wearing a black tactical uniform and a visor quickly shuttled through it. His figure followed the flickering light of the factory in the industrial area. Go all the way, the data in his mind has helped him lock the target 500 meters away. Betrayers must die. Following the almost silent muttering under the visor, the figure walking through the industrial area sped up, and the distance between it and the locked target was rapidly shortened. He was hiding in front of him, wearing similar clothes to the tracker, and the people who had been targeted were unaware of it. 450 meters. 400 meters. 350 meters. 300 meters. The tracker's footsteps suddenly stopped. Two mantis knives popped out from the sides of his arms. At the moment they popped out, lightning flashed, and the bright blue white current reflected the two people standing in his path at some unknown moment. Under the light of the electric current, the pursuer could clearly identify the faces of the two people in front of him, and the sight under the uncovered helmet only stayed on the black-haired young man standing on the right for a moment, and then moved to the left. On the middle-aged man who stood up straight and wore a black suit. Z. The electric current exploded, and in the flashing light, a processed voice of man and woman could not be heard from under the helmet, Kenichi Shiro. Shi-Om. Kenichi Shiro, who appeared here, looked at his disciple with calm eyes. I want to know your responsibilities. Karma, this is not your purview. The processing voice disappeared, and Shi-Om spoke in her native voice with an unusually cold tone. Even if you are my master, this matter has violated the company's rules. I have the right to kill you now. Who is the person who broke the rules, Shi-Om? I think you know better than me. A rare angry look appeared on Kenichi Shiro's face. He took out a chip and showed it in front of Shi-Om. I originally thought you were carrying out the mission after receiving the relevant mission, but I didn't expect you to be more bold than I thought. You changed your transfer and came to Night City without authorization. After arriving, you concealed it and refused to report it. Later, you even borrowed the name of Mrs. Michiko, using personnel to upgrade equipment for you. Everything you do is enough to be called betrayal. Kenichi Shiro's tone was stern. Now, I order you to put down all resistance, go back with me, and atone for this shameful act. I am not guilty. The mantis swords on Chyota's arms were vaguely pointed at Kenichi Shiro. You are the one. Who is guilty, Kenichi Shiro? I. Listening to Chi-Om's words, the anger on Kenichi Shiro's face disappeared, and all was indifference. If I am really guilty, it is that I taught everything to you, a traitor. If you still remembered what you taught me and knew your shame, you wouldn't say such words. Chi-Om's voice was as cold as Kenichi Shiro's. At the critical moment, you couldn't even protect Miss Haruko, let Miss Haruko get hurt, and didn't go after the culprit after knowing about it. You are no longer the master I know. Hearing Chi-Om's words, Kenichi Shiro, who was originally indifferent, was stunned for a moment. His eyes focused on Chi-Om's face, and his flashing prosthetic eyes seemed to want to see through the helmet to see what was underneath. The face is the same. 2 seconds later, Kenichi Shiro's tone became more shaken. Do you think I have failed to fulfill my duty to protect Miss Haruko? Sinners are always more aware of their guilt. Shion raised the mantis sword in her right hand and pointed it at Kenichi Shiro. Master, you are already old, and you can no longer protect the things you have insisted on in the past. Since you have neglected your duty, it is logical that I should inherit the responsibility. Even if you betray your responsibility, I will never forget that I accepted your teachings and shouldered the responsibility. Kenichi Shiro listened to Chion's words and already understood what she wanted to do. Chion believed that Kenichi Shiro had neglected his duty in protecting Arasaka Haruko and was already old and no longer worthy of such an important responsibility. She wanted to prove her ability by killing the participants herself and take over Kenichi Shiro's responsibilities. Is this originally her purposes? At first, Kenichi Shiro thought that Chion was under the instruction of Michiko Arasaka, so he started to hunt down the participants because she was Michiko Arasaka's escort. Later, after reading the information about her unauthorized actions, Kenichi Shiro thought that Chion was betraying out of affection for his master and disciple. He wanted to persuade her and understand the reason before taking action. But now, after understanding Chion's true purpose, Kenichi Shiro already understood that this was an inexplicable misunderstanding. Miss Haruko's injury was due to that person's test, and the involvement of the Hawk faction. Even Mrs. Michiko acquiesced. He could not negotiate with his disciples on issues involving power struggles between factions. It is clear, because if you say this, disciples who do not have enough status may face the disaster of killing. Compared with the things in the family, the betrayal of the ninja is so unworthy of mention. Kenichi Shiro, who could not explain or try to explain, understood the only way to resolve the conflict now. Coincidentally, Shio looked at the self-mark displayed on the inside of the helmet, which was constantly moving away, and she no longer had the idea of continuing to chat with her traitor and dereliction of duty master. There is a question. After I graduated from your school at the age of 20, I have always wanted to know. Shio's voice turned back to the processed voice that could not distinguish between men and women, and at the same time, her figure seemed to become blurred. I am really curious. The lightning disappeared, and darkness came again. At the same time, Shio's figure disappeared in the darkness. That is, her voice seemed very close and very far away to Kenichi Shiro. Far away, it seemed that she did not move at all in the same place, and close, it seemed that she had already arrived in front of him. Kenichi Shiro's body was tense. He knew his disciple very well, and if he wanted to subdue her, he could only go all out. What is that? Kenichi Shiro's artificial eyes scanned the surroundings, thinking of using words to make his disciples continue to speak so that he could lock on. And his disciples did not disappoint him. The figure reappeared, along with lightning and a loud voice. That is, Master, are you really better than me? 2 mantis knives stabbed Kenichi Shiro from behind, aiming at the heart and lungs. Both are fatal points. The moment Chiom appeared, Carl, who was watching the whole process, immediately made a smart move. When he slowed down, he hid to the side. He had no intention of participating in the contest between master and disciple. It would be better to say that since knowing Chiom's purpose, Carl knew that this was an internal matter, and it was also an internal matter that he had better not get involved in. This ninja who was obviously half-crazed could speak his heart out to his master. For others like himself, if not, the methods must be more ruthless. Carl is willing to compete with the strong, and he is also happy to fight with Chiom, but if it is not a life-and-death fight, and he has to save his life, then forget it. He can't do it. Chiom gave Carl the feeling that her strength was indeed quite good. Although she was not as powerful as Kenichi Shiro boasted, she had the power to scare even him. However, in Carl's opinion, her acumen in finding opportunities and her ability to find opportunities showed at the moment of contact. Among the people Carl has ever seen, his power and speed are second only to Kenichi Shiro and Adam Hammer. 10 Mr. Johnsons are not enough for her to kill. Retreating far away, Carl tried his best to reduce his threat, and in the moment he retreated, Kenichi Shiro and Chiom had already fought twice. Well, Kenichi Shiro is also Chiom's master. Few people know better than Kenichi Shiro how his disciple, whom he has watched since childhood, fights. After Chiom activated the optical camouflage prosthetic body to hide in the darkness, and used the moment Cian Westan accelerated to the point where the mantis knife flashed behind him, Kenichi Shiro had already turned around. It was also activated by Cian Westan, but the weapon used by Kenichi Shiro was not the mantis knife. Compared to weapons that require significant changes in one's arms, Kenichi Shiro's behavior is a bit old school, but not that old school. The weapon used by Kenichi Shiro is a wakizashi that is thrown out of his sleeve and held in his hand. It was a 60 cm long, special wakizashi with only the handle and blade removed. In the past, this was a samurai's backup weapon, or a self-cutting blade. In the hands of Kenichi Shiro, it seemed to be alive. As it collided with the chopped-down mantis knife at high speed, since every blow happened to deflect or resist the force point of the blade. Carl, who witnessed this scene from a distance, was amazed. He has heard that there are some powerful swordmasters who can grasp the center of the opponent's sword. In a duel, they can accurately chop the sword and remove the opponent's weapon while taking his life. He has seen it. Mutuo looks like that, but most of them are not worthy of their name, and they can't learn anything. I didn't expect to see the real thing today. Carl hated himself for not bringing Mutuo recording software with him. Being able to see such a strong person fighting against each other, even if he got close enough to be affected, he might have made a profit. I already knew you would use this weapon. Shiome's chops failed a few times, so she immediately stepped back and activated the optical camouflage. The master who always stands upright has a weapon hidden in his arm. I have known about this since I was 12 years old. Shiome's figure began to blur, and she merged into the darkness again. Then you still have a lot to learn. The one who used the wakizashi was Kenichi Shiro's right hand. He blocked the attack of the electrified mantis sword in Shiome's hand by relying only on his right hand and the prosthetic grounding plating in his epidermal system. His left hand could, from beginning to end, they are all empty. When they were almost in the distance and Carl couldn't see clearly, there was already a shuriken in Kenichi Shiro's left hand. Just like using chopsticks, the shuriken was sandwiched between Kenichi Shiro's index finger and ring finger. Following the force of his hand swinging forward, it was thrown out with an almost light movement. Flutter. Because of the optical camouflage installed on Shiome, there was no subcutaneous armor installed under her skin. The body armor in the tactical uniform was completely unable to block the power of the shuriken. Before Shiome could completely escape into the darkness, her shuriken had been hit on the shoulder. Do you want to keep it? Now. No. Just when Carl, who was watching the battle, thought that Kenichi Shiro was going to hold back now, he realized in the next moment that this was not holding back. This was Shiome who avoided it. That sound was not a sound that penetrated flesh and blood. Wow. With the sound of clothes falling to the ground, where Shiome escaped into the darkness, only a tactical uniform that had been taken off was left, with a kunai tied on the tactical uniform. The golden cicada sheds its shell. A standard ninja move, Shiome even used it to achieve better concealment. Wearing a black tactical uniform, the prosthetic optical camouflage could not fully function in the dark. However, due to the fight, Shiome did not have time to change, so she took the opportunity to throw a kunai. He used clothes to hide his sight and only wore tight-fitting tights, thus hiding his whereabouts again. Where are the people? Carl and Kenichi Shiro were both searching for traces of Shiome, and when footsteps came again, exactly 2 seconds had passed. 4 seconds have passed since the battle started. She appeared again to attack in 2 seconds. Shiome's attack was very urgent, but her attack again was very stable. While using her wakizashi to fly away the kunai and throw it in the darkness, Kenichi Shiro felt something and tilted his body. Emergency evasive action was made, and the next moment, the sound of gunshots and explosions obscured the sight of Carl, who was watching from a distance. Is this throwing kunai, drawing guns and firing grenades at the same time? Under that tactical suit, it looks like there are a lot of things hanging around the waist. Because of the fire produced by the grenade explosion, the area where Shiome and Kenichi Shiro fought was much brighter. Carl could see that in the fire, Kenichi Shiro was safe and sound, and even his clothes were not damaged at all. In the shadow behind him cast by the flames in front of him, a figure had already rushed out, and the sound of electricity that seemed not so loud in the burning flames was accompanied by a sharp blade, going straight to Kenichi Shiro's neck. That action was to cut it in half, directly cutting off the skin, flesh and bones. Using the shadow under the fire to cover her figure, keeping the optical camouflage the same as the shadow, and then borrowing the burning sound and the more or less tinnitus after the explosion to cover the sound of the electric mantis knife in her hand, Shiome has played to the extreme in terms of environmental utilization. But in terms of technique, there are still some flaws. He turned around and kicked sideways, just in time to meet Shiome's body, sweeping her away directly, making her body uncontrollably smash into the surrounding flames. Kenichi Shiro's expression remained unchanged, and his look was no different from when he taught Shiome in the past. You have to remember, under the firelight, the only thing you can hide is your shadow. The flames ignited by the grenade explosion and spread among the withered grass in the industrial area did not spread outward. Under the fading light, Kenichi Shiro, who just sent Chion flying away without any pursuit, spoke, "Calm down?" There was no answer. When the firelight disappeared, there was no figure where Chiyoko landed. She once again concealed herself. Continuously using optical camouflage prosthetics, even if you are one of the rare people who has good tolerance for prosthetics, such intensive use is enough to cause some unnecessary flaws in you. Holding a shuriken that flowed out of his cuff with his left hand again, Kenichi Shiro looked to the front of his right side, which seemed to be an empty place. Breathing, footsteps, and inner impatience. Every flaw you show is enough to expose your whereabouts. Kenichi Shiro slowly raised his ribs with his left hand. It seems that you still have a lot to learn. I previously judged that you are qualified enough to become a teacher. It seems that it was just a misjudgment on my part. After saying this, Kenichi Shiro's head suddenly turned to the left, and he raised the rib in his hand, just in time to block a mantis knife that was chopped down. During the stalemate moment when the electric light exploded and the faces of Chiom and Kenichi Shiro were reflected, the words in Kenichi Shiro's mouth did not stop at all. Being picked on a little bit exposed my true identity. Everything I taught in the past is, have you forgotten everything? Chiom didn't respond at all. 2 holes appeared on her left and right cheeks in her helmet. As she lowered her head, 2 sunban shot out, heading towards Kenichi Shiro's prosthetic eye. This is a special sunban with an interference function. As long as it is inserted into Kenichi Shiro's prosthetic eye, the paralysis virus it comes with can start to invade his brain through the prosthetic eye. The specially improved virus can destroy Kenichi in a few seconds. Shiro's brain. Ding dong. But this had been expected for a long time. How could Kenichi Shiro, who had personally participated in the design and experience of the Arasaka Ninja reveal helmet, not know this little trick? The kunai prepared in his left hand moved with his index and middle fingers. He flew up with a movement, accurately intercepting a sunban in midair, and relying on the collision of this sunban, another sunban that had just flown out was also driven and flew around. Pinker pinched a flying sunban and almost got hurt by accident. I was so fascinated by the moves that I wanted to take a closer look, but unknowingly I got closer to less than 8 meters away. It was a bit too relaxed. But this contest looks really easy. Carl took a few steps back, maintaining a distance of 10 meters. From the perspective of an outsider like him, the fight between Kenichi Shiro and Chiom showed that the two actually had a strong performance. The gap is still quite big. It may be because Kenichi Shiro really knows his apprentice too well. Chiom's several actions, which Carl thought would pose a threat to him, became like a teaching in Kenichi Shiro's response. Same, this kind of gap where one side desperately wants to kill the other side, and the other side not only holds back, but also teaches while fighting. The outcome may already be obvious. As a bystander, Carl knew this very well, not to mention the 2 people who were fighting. Chiom, realizing that she was at a disadvantage in the battle against Kenichi Shiro, stepped back again. But this time, she was not hiding in the darkness, but planning to evacuate. Ninjas never have a reason to fight to the death with their opponent. Unless it is to protect someone, the ninja style is always to leave without success and wait for the next assassination. This behavior has been engraved in her bones since she received ninja training. Chiom performed it very quickly. At the same time, something spherical automatically rolled down from her waist. Every Arasaka ninja who has received orthodox ninja training will carry a special smoke grenade. This kind of smoke grenade will burst by itself as long as it touches the ground. The smoke that pours out is mixed with anti-dot scanning particles, which can ensure that the safe evacuation of the Arasaka ninjas. If Kenichi Shiro cannot be captured in a sudden encounter, then retreat and find a better opportunity to attack him. Chiom thought as she backed away. No matter what, you must never let someone who has neglected his duty stay with Miss Haruko. Call. As she was thinking this, she was shot in the abdomen. The retreating position is centered on the original position and retreats towards the 5 o'clock direction. This habit, you still haven't changed and overcome. Slowly putting away the gun drawn from his waist, Kenichi Shiro watched as he retreated and received the impact of the bullet. The expression on Chiom's face, which fell to the ground, changed from dull to a look of hatred. With your abilities, how can I trust you and leave Miss Haruko to you? Kenichi Shiro uses ribashi, kunai, and at the same time, he also uses a gun. At critical moments, a gun is indeed a much better tool than a ninja. Well, Chiom did not install a pain editor. All the burdens her body could bear were given to latent or lethal prosthetics. There was no room for a pain editor with a heavy burden and little effect, so after being shot, she could not suppress the pain and let out an undetectable cry from the depths of her throat. Pain is pain, but it cannot be interfered with in the slightest when it comes to movement. Shion rolled on the ground and shot several kunai out of her body to avoid possible subsequent shots. Even if she took advantage of the opportunity to dodge, she was still launching an attack. However, this was still within Kenichi Shiro's expectation. Rather, how could Kenichi Shiro, who had information about her prosthetic body modifications and understood her character and actions, not understand everything about her? Even in the ninja tradition, disciples are equivalent to biological children. Several kunai were casually dodged by Kenichi Shiro. When Shion stood up with only half of her body strength and planned to activate the Cianwai stand again and start to evacuate, a phone call was thrown to Shion from a distance. Haruko's phone number. This was a voice coming from afar, and the words in it made Shion, who had originally thought the phone was some kind of portable bomb, froze in place as she tried to avoid it. When Kenichi Shiro turned around and looked behind him, Carl, who had seen enough fighting, folded his hands. I thought Haruko might want to know about this, so I sent her a message, and she said she would handle it. As he spoke, Carl gave Kenichi Shiro a reassuring look, and XIN, as per your request, I didn't call. But I didn't say, you can send messages. In the somewhat solemn atmosphere where Chio was staring blankly at her phone and Kenichi Shiro was staring at Carl, Haruko's voice broke the silence. Chion, can you hear me? The soft voice almost instantly aroused Chiyota's consciousness, which was almost lost. Her brain didn't even think too much that this might be a recording trap, so she picked it up from the ground with both hands in a pounce-like gesture. Cell phone. Miss Haruko, I'm here. So you can hear it, that's good. I was wondering if there might be some problem with the communication. On the other end of the phone, Haruko's smiling voice came, we haven't talked for a long time, Shion, it's great to hear your voice. Miss. Listening to Haruko's voice, Shion's face-covering helmet was trembling. This physically uncontrollable excitement was forcibly suppressed by her in the middle of her voice, and she transformed in a new way. He said in a calm voice, we have indeed not seen each other for a long time. To be precise, it is 9 months, 4 days and 3 hours. It's amazing. You are still the same as before, and you can remember the time very clearly. Haruko's praising voice made Chio's injured waist and abdomen straighten a little, because miss, you often like to ask me the time, so I won't forget it. Then, how long has it been since Chio.Anna has not met Mr. Kenichi Shiro? Hearing this sentence, Chiyota obviously hesitated for a moment, and then glanced at Kenichi Shiro. Before, it was also 9 months, 4 days and 3 hours. Since we haven't seen each other for so long, let's not be too violent in reminiscing. Chion, can you forgive Mr. Kenichi Shiro? Miss, this derelict has hurt you. Chiyota is still very dissatisfied with Kenichi Shiro. For her, it's more than just seeing her colleagues fail in their duties. As a revered master in the past, Chion almost believed in every word spoken by Kenichi Shiro. But for a master like this, he couldn't even fulfill his duty to protect himself. How could he easily forgive Chion, whose faith had almost collapsed? If she really couldn't run away just now, or if she had been slower to receive the call from Miss Haruko, she was ready to activate some special means to die with this derelict. Thinking about it carefully now, Chion felt that her behavior was too reckless. If she died together with this derelict, it would leave Miss Haruko with no one to protect her. She had to find time to kill him safely. Let a person like this stay beside Miss Haruko, and sooner or later, Miss Haruko will be harmed. While Chion was muttering various thoughts about Kenichi Shiro, Arasaka Haruko on the other side was thinking about something. After a while, her voice sounded again. Since you, Chion, are dissatisfied with Mr. Kenichi Shiro, then, do you want to come to me? Miss. As soon as Haruko said these words, Kenichi Shiro didn't have time to stare at Carl. He quickly turned his head and wanted to stop Arasaka Haruko's suggestion. How can someone with such incompetence like her, can I? She was so excited that she held the phone in both hands. Mikio, who originally thought she had to at least kill the delinquent before she had a chance, was very excited and guarded Miss Haruko. This was what she really wanted to do and pursue. Of course. Rather, I welcome you, Chion, to come to me. I am lacking strength right now. Haruko's voice sounded, if this is the case, then I have to inform my mother. I'll hang up here first. Chiyota, if you can, come over tonight with Kenichi Shiro to carry out coding and job transfer. Yes. Mississippi. As for what Haruko Arasaka has decided, even if Kenichi Shiro doesn't want to, he can't make an unauthorized rebuttal, so he is watching his disciple who is living and returning, really want to stay with Miss Haruko. When he was next to him, he couldn't help but look back and glare at Carl, who had involved Miss Haruko in many troubles. If he hadn't sent a message to Miss Haruko without authorization, how could Miss Haruko have known about such a thing? He could have sent his incompetent disciple to recognize his own abilities and go back to be punished. Carl didn't care at all about Kenichi Shiro's glare at him, because in his opinion, Kenichi Shiro's eyes always seemed to be like this, and he got used to it after seeing it too many times. What he cares about now is his mobile phone. Just now, in order to prevent possible accidental injury, and to prevent Chiom from doing something drastic like breaking up with you, Carl just threw the phone near Chiom, and now he saw the phone being held in Chiom's hand. With no intention of handing it back, Carl was feeling sorry for his euros. There are mobile phones in Night City. During these days of living in Night City, Carl, who was still thinking about whether Night City had mobile phones when he first arrived, realized it after seeing Jack take out a mobile phone and start making calls. In this regard, 2 days ago, he just bought a mobile phone that had been double-tested by Huawei and T.Bug, and all viruses and additional malware were removed, for which he spent a total of 2,000 euros. What is the concept of 2,000 euros? In human terms, it means that it can buy Mr. Johnson's extremely valuable Ajax rifle. Carl is generous in some aspects, but he really doesn't want to spend more on unnecessary things. With the Access Warehouse, he doesn't need a mobile phone. He just bought a mobile phone of the same model as Jack's for fun. The body of the phone is not even warm yet. Just when Carl was thinking about how to get his phone back, the three people thought that the phone had been hung up, and Haruko's voice came out again. By the way, I almost forgot to say. Chio, remember to return the phone to Carl, and Carl, thank you for telling me this. It's really great that Chio and Kenichi Shiro didn't fight. In fact, the two of them were almost done fighting. I was satisfied, so I sent you a message. Carl wanted to say this, but with the hang-up sound, there were two looks at the same time. This time, it was not only Kenichi Shiro's eyes, but also Chio's. At this time, Chio slowly came to her senses. I don't think I have seen this black-haired young man next to Miss Haruko before. Who is this person who calls Miss Haruko by her name, seems to have a very close relationship with her, and even gets thanked by her in person? In Eastern customs, calling someone by their name instead of their surname is a form of intimacy. I think you should treat the gunshot wound in your abdomen first. Carl, who was being watched by Chiom, approached her, took out a Furkan Type 3 and threw it at her. You don't want to get bloody, so just go see Haruko? Hearing what Carl said, Chiom caught Furkan Type 3 in midair, and then injected it directly around her wound. Aren't you going to take out the bullet? It is only sensible to stop the bleeding and restore mobility when medical help is available. As soon as the Furkan Type 3 was removed, Chio's face looked obviously better. She stared at Carl, and then handed over the phone. Miss Haruko told me to return this to you. Well, thanks. After taking the phone, Carl found that the hand that was originally holding the phone had grasped his wrist and pulled him forward. Carl's first reaction was to stabilize his body and make no movement. The strength of his arm reversed and pulled up Chiom, who was trying to pull him forward. Do you want me to lend you a hand? Looking at Chiom, who pulled her arm from the ground and stood up, Carl understood what she was doing. Check the arm by the way. Kayanom stared at Carl's arm, which looked like a prosthetic arm at all. I've read the information. A mercenary helped Miss Haruko in a critical moment, and after receiving treatment, the mercenary had a pair of prosthetic hands. Her eyes swept across the side of Carl's wrist, and the melee weapon that the mercenary often uses is a monomolecular line. Chiom was looking for traces of Carl's hands, but this latest type of artificial skin perfectly covered the traces of single molecular lines, making it impossible for Chiom to judge based on appearance alone. However, Carl admitted his identity very honestly. That person is me. Is that true? Chiom looked at Carl's face, which was the original face without any surgery or prosthetic modification, and nodded with satisfaction. What she was satisfied with was Carl's behavior. Looking at the face, there are some things that can't be seen. Nothing. Well done to you as a loyal mercenary. Ah? Carl was stunned for a moment after listening to Chiom's words. Loyal mercenary? What nonsense are you talking about? Putting aside the words loyalty and mercenary, there is a natural sense of conflict. Who am I loyal to, the euro? I entrusted you with money. It's okay to say you are loyal to money, but listening to these words, it is obvious that I am not talking about money. Looking at Chio's expression, Carl vaguely realized who she was talking about. Couldn't it be Haruko? Loyal to Haruko? Ah. Even if he roughly understood it, Carl still couldn't keep up with Chiom's brain. This guy wouldn't regard his behavior when executing the commission as some kind of proof of loyalty, right? The fact is, Chiom did think so. Her attitude towards Carl was obviously different. Not only did the voice behind the mask reveal a sense of gentleness, even in his behavior, he didn't show much of the same vigilance towards Kenichi Shiro. Having a loyal person like you help Miss Haruko look after the delinquent and come together to find me, but I didn't recognize the person clearly. Just say yes. Feeling the sharp gaze of Mr. Kenichi Shiro for some unknown reason, Carl now seems to have caught up with Chiome's thoughts. Simply put, my respected master, he failed to protect Miss Haruko and caused Miss Haruko to be injured. He is a bad person and a derelict in his duty. He had to be killed, and he could not let this scourge stay with Miss Haruko. The strange mercenary helped protect Miss Haruko and received the treatment specially explained by Miss Haruko. He was a good person, a loyal person, someone he could get close to, and a companion. This thinking seems, maybe, probably, but it's not that extreme, it even feels okay? It's just a bit contradictory, black and white, with no middle ground. The Japanese education she received was too rigid. In fact, in Carl's opinion, maybe this is a special behavior for the teachings of the Arasaka ninja. Because the tool only needs to know whether the person can be killed and whether it is a friend. Superfluous thinking is essentially unnecessary and may even involve superfluous behavior, such as the person who was privately chased by Chiome. Like the ninjas of the 100, he was involved in the internal power struggle and was one of the people who could be eliminated by default. Rather, thinking like Chiome is the norm, while people with rational thinking like Mr. Kenichi Shiro are the exception. Chiome's closeness is a kind of goodwill towards Haruko Arasaka. But in other words, if you are Haruko's enemy, even if you show a slight hostility or negligence. Thinking about Zhao Zhao's previous behavior of taking away Kenichi Shiro's life, Carl could only say that maybe the company does have a good hand in alienating people. It only takes one order or judgment to rush forward and confront the intimate person. A good dog that bites people always like it. But at least, this ninja is on his side now. Carl had no intention of breaking the agreement with Haruko. He was just thinking that since there are ninjas loyal to Haruko, there must be ninjas loyal to other factions. Originally, Carl was thinking whether he could find some information that would be helpful to Haruko from the ninja being hunted, but now it seems that there is no need to hold back. Carl, the target does not need to be left alive, nor does it need to leave a body to get the chip. In my judgment, he has lost his value. Man, does that mean that we can do it freely? Carl, after contacting the relevant personnel, I made a judgment. Brown, I understand. After the communication ended, Carl listened to the gunfire that sounded at the same time in the distance, his face calm. This sound should be the explosion of a small missile fired by the projectile launch system in man's hand. Then the gunfire sounded, which was the Saratoga submachine gun that Brown and his team were equipped with. The distance was about 300 meters. It's time to go back. Carl smiled at Chiome. Haruko, aren't we waiting for you? After saying this, Carl looked at Kenichi Shiro. Mr. Kenichi Shiro, is that right? Kenichi Shiro stared at Carl, nodded first, and then shook his head. When Carl was a little confused, he spoke. From now on, you are not allowed to take the initiative to send messages to the lady. As he said this, he glanced at Chio, who was looking at him coldly beside Carl, and added, unnecessary contact with Chio is also not allowed. You are too strict, Mr. Kenichi Shiro. I will give you an extra 100,000 euros per month. Carl smiled. No problem, Mr. Kenichi Shiro. The personnel have been dealt with. This order is well done. It's closed. After receiving the video from Mann and Brown, Carl sent them a message. This mission is over. When will you come to the Wild Wolf Bar to get together? I'll treat you to a meal. It may take a few days. Mann replied, after dealing with the Arasaka personnel, we have to stay out of the limelight for a while. When we are all free, we will definitely come over and let you treat us. Then let me know in advance when you are coming. I will book the place in advance. After the information exchange, Carl watched the car driven by Kenichi Shiro go away. In his heart, he was a little worried that Chio, who was also in the car, would fight with Kenichi Shiro again on the way. It shouldn't be. The current situation is like this. Carl shook his head and didn't care anymore. Kenichi Shiro and Chio were handled by Arasaka Haruko. This matter had nothing to do with him. The call came. Carl, is your matter over? Do you still need us as a backup? After the call was connected, Jack's voice came from the other side. Everything is fine. Carl replied, Mann and Brown solved it very well, and the deal has been settled. Then it seems that we who are waiting for support have made a wasted trip. Oliver's voice also sounded in the communication. He said it was a wasted trip, but from his tone, he was obviously relaxed. So what should we do next? Where are you now? Do you want us to pick you up? I'm at the door of the next life. Next life? Oliver muttered, why did Kenichi Shiro put you here? I asked myself. I came here to meet a middleman. Middleman? Oliver said, are you here for business? It's just an appointment to meet. Is there anything to talk about in person? Do you want to come and show yourself? Who is the middleman? Old Captain Muammar Reyes. Hasn't he just started working as a middleman? You said he was looking for mercenaries everywhere. I thought he was only involved in some small street things. How come he came here so soon and made an appointment with you? Does he have any work on hand that requires us to pay a lot of money? I don't know, but we will know when we meet. So are you coming or not, or do you want me to discuss the specific matters of the commission as before? 2 minutes, I'll be there soon. Listening to the roar of the engine on the other end of the communication, Carl just hoped that Oliver, who was driving the Apocalypse Hera, could be steady and not hit anything. While standing and waiting, Carl did not forget to send a message to the old captain, 2 minutes, I'll be there soon. No problem, I have prepared a lot of money and wine for you. This meeting will definitely satisfy you. I hope so. Carl's impression of this natural middleman who sent a message to him and asked him to put aside other work and do his work first is actually not very reliable. Normally, when a middleman is looking for a mercenary team that he has just met and has not established basic trust with, will he start with a large sum of money? This sounds like a scam that he will become famous and rich if he succeeds in this deal. But Carl is really free now, so he doesn't mind seeing if this famous second-hand car dealer in the Santo Domingo area, a new middleman, performs the same as Faraday in the task. Carl can just turn around and leave. There is no need to talk too much with idiots. It's a waste of time to chat a few more words. T.Bug, do you need to watch this job? I'm still modifying the ball. Just tell me when you've agreed. If it's about technical modification, I know someone here who is very good at this. Carl thought about V in the Badlands, my friend who was born a wanderer, he has good skills in this area. Wanderer, the person you knew during my previous trip to the Badlands, right? Okay, give me his contact information. I just have a problem with the line that I can't figure out. I can ask him. If he can do it, I can pay for remote guidance. Can the communication be connected? He has been wandering around Night City recently and is far away from his family. There should be no problem with the communication line. The number has been sent, and I have also sent him a message to let him know. As for the remote guidance fee, I will pay for it depending on the situation. After all, this is something for the team. No, I still have this little money. Anyway, to be honest, I will use the ball more in the future. Then I will call him over here and hang up first. Well, tell me if there is anything else. After hanging up the phone and looking at the K-finger picture in the message, Carl ended the matchmaking and looked up. Jack and Oliver just came over. Let's go and take a look together. Jack said, approaching Carl, if it doesn't work, just treat it as a drink. Okay. After greeting his two companions, Carl and the other two entered the Tomorrow Bar. Their appearance attracted the attention of many mercenaries and company personnel who were drinking and talking business on the bar seats. A small voice sounded around Carl and the other two who were moving forward. The black-haired young man, the blonde young man with a mustache, and the burly man dressed like a Valentino. These three people, could they be? KK, Oliver, and Jack, the trio with a great reputation on the streets recently. It is said that as long as a task is handed to them, there is no task that they will not complete, and the customer satisfaction rate is 100%. Remember the news a few days ago that a group of nearly 100 night wanderers in the evil land were wiped out? I heard that they did it. Aren't there 200 people? I heard that Oliver shot through 10 people with one shot, using them as human targets. Nonsense, it's obviously 300 people. I don't know about the others, but I know Jack. He used to be a well-known figure in the Valentino gang. When he rushed to the front, he often beat the people of the Vortex gang and made them scream. They were just night wanderers with broken guns and broken cars. 200 people were not enough for them. 100 per person was normal. Ignoring the whispers around, Carl, Oliver and Jack came to the box where the old captain was according to the agreed place. As soon as the box was opened, a man with long black hair and a purple blue coat stood up to greet him. Welcome, welcome, please sit down. Old Captain. Calling the street name, Carl glanced around the box and found that he was the only one in it. He is so brave that he doesn't even bring bodyguards. Thinking so, Carl and the other two sat down.